Family, who understands this? I am the time traveler Huo Yuhao, first traversing into the world of Harry Potter to become a powerful wizard, but accidentally slipping back into Douluo Continent. Just as I entered the Douluo Forest, the ground cracked open, and out came a large bug with 10 golden stripes, the Tianming Binkan, which insisted on becoming my wisdom soul ring. This start is too thrilling. Let me tell you, I was completely stunned at that moment. 1 second I was walking in the Douluo Forest, and the next second, wow, the ground was cracking like an earthquake, and the golden light was so bright I could barely open my eyes. Then, a bug thicker than my waist, translucent and shining like a jade sculpture, emerged from the ground. Family, who understands, this thing had 10 golden stripes on it, clearly not an easy opponent. But when it opened its mouth, I almost laughed out loud. It shouted directly in my head with a powerful mental force. Hey, you have pretty good mental strength. You can actually block my voice transmission? Don't be afraid, I won't harm you. Hurry up and accept my mental power. At that moment, I had only one thought. Who are you? Before I could react, it became anxious. Oh no, there's no time. If we don't act now, it'll be caught back. Kid, bear with it, incoming. Then its huge head just bumped against my forehead. Let me tell you, this story has to start from when I just woke up. When I opened my eyes, I was stunned. Is this not the Douluo Continent from my memories? Wasn't I in a magical world studying the fusion of soul power and magic, and accidentally blew myself up? Yes, you heard it right, Huo Yuhao. Oh no, Huo Yuhao, I'm a time traveler. First, I went to the Harry Potter world, became close friends with Dumbledore, helped him deal with Grindelwald, and became a top-tier wizard. What happened then? Feeling reckless. I wanted to fuse the powers of 2 different worlds. Boom. And I was back. When I first returned, my body was weak, and I was starving. I had no choice but to find something to eat. Luckily, there was a small stream ahead, so I thought I'd show off a bit. In the magical world, I don't even need a fishing rod to catch fish. I raised my hand and concentrated that new energy from the fusion of soul power and magic. I call it magic power and cast a sleep spell into the water. Wow. Let me tell you, I had clearly controlled my power to the minimum, but all the fish in the stream suddenly flipped over, exposing their white bellies. The power of this new energy is simply overwhelming. I quickly caught a few fish and started a fire to grill them. My skills would make even the house elves at Hogwarts call me master. Just as the fish was ready, the aroma wafted out. This attracted 2 people, a boy and a girl, who looked about 15 or 16. The girl had a ponytail and was very lively, while the boy followed behind with a doting expression. Seeing the situation, I understood they were a couple out on a date while hunting monsters. The girl named Tanya, looking like a little glutton, was practically drooling over my grilled fish and asked if I was selling. I said no. If she wanted to eat, she could catch her own and I could help grill it. The boy named Bei was quite polite and really went into the river to catch fish. After eating and drinking enough, I packed up and prepared to leave. They were quite enthusiastic, saying this place was close to the Douluo Forest and dangerous, insisting on following me. At that moment, I was puzzled about what they were after. Later, I understood that they were concerned about me being young and alone, and they wanted to pull me into their sect called Tang Min. As soon as I entered the Douluo Forest, I felt something was off. A wind baboon suddenly charged at me, howling. In the past, I could have dealt with it with an Avada Kedavra. Now, pretty much the same. I glared with my spirit, my martial soul, and unleashed a soul shock I had practiced in the magical world, and the baboon didn't even touch the corner of my clothes before it fell down. A white 10-year soul ring floated above its corpse. And just as I was studying how this thing formed, I suddenly felt as if a giant eye in the world was gently watching me. That feeling was warm, just like my mom. Before I could ponder this, the earlier scene unfolded. The bug called Tianming Binkan, with 1,000,000 years of cultivation, turned out to be as clueless as a newbie just out of the beginner village, unable to use its mental power, and was being chased around the forest by other big shots like a moving experience pack. With no other options, it thought of this trick sacrificing itself to me as my wisdom soul ring, hiding in my sea of consciousness to escape. While it was sacrificing itself, it was still shouting in my head, "Oh no, your body is too weak. This won't do. I need to add a few more seals." But your sea of consciousness is quite large and sturdy. Just as the Tianming Binkan was drilling into my body, I took the opportunity and used mind capture to sweep through its memories. Hey, it really didn't lie to me. But that's not the end. Just as the Tianming Binkan settled down, another gray stream of energy suddenly whooshed into my sea of consciousness. Wow, is my sea of consciousness a public restroom? Can anyone just come in? I really would appreciate it. Once my spiritual entity entered, I saw a huge illusion of Tianming Binkan showing off in my sea of consciousness, with a gray little ball floating next to it. The Tianming Binkan still wanted to act tough. Little Yuhao, they'll protect you from now on. When you get stronger, Remember to help me take revenge. I roll my eyes at it. Are you referring to helping you take revenge for being eaten? It immediately wilted. While the two of us were chatting, I want to take a look at that gray little ball. As soon as I got close, a particularly weary and pretentious voice came from inside. With the sun and moon in hand, I can pluck the stars. There is no one like me in the world. Child, it is not good to pry into others' memories. I directly asked who he was. He said his name was Ilex, that he had amnesia, but had no ill intentions toward me. He also advised me not to let hatred blind my eyes, and then fell silent. All right, so my head is now featuring a companion. Huh? 1 million-year mascot and an enigmatic old man. Just as I was feeling troubled, I sensed Bei and Tang rushing over. I quickly retreated from the sea of consciousness, and as soon as I stood up, Tang rushed over, anxiously checking me for injuries. Bei, on the other hand, looked shocked at the corpse of the winged baboon, which had no external injuries. To save trouble, I told them I had absorbed the baboon's soul ring using my self-created soul skill. As I spoke, a white soul ring representing Tianmeng Bankan rose beneath my feet. They were immediately astonished, repeatedly calling me a genius. Tang started enthusiastically inviting me to join Tang Men again. I still refused, saying I wanted to go to the academy to study. Then Bei, quick-witted as he was, immediately said, "That's just right. HuoYu and I are from Shrek Academy. Tang Men has an exemption quota every year, which we can give to you. You don't even have to join Tang Men, just consider it making friends. In the future, if HuoYu is in trouble, you can help her out." Could I not agree to such terms? Deal made. To show my sincerity, I demonstrated my first soul skill, right there mental detection and mental sharing brought by Tianmeng Bankan. I projected everything within 100 meters around us, every blade of grass, every tree, and even an ant moving its home, into their minds in 3D. Their expressions at that moment were priceless, their jaws almost dropping to the ground, looking at me as if I were a monster. They were extremely excited, saying that with my divine skill, helping Tang hunt soul rings would be as easy as pie. Thus, the three of us officially teamed up and headed deeper into the forest. On the way, I asked Tang, "Sister HuoYu, what soul beast are you planning to hunt? What's your martial soul?" Tang proudly said, "My martial soul is the unique blue silver grass of the Tang sex master. This time I'm going to hunt a 1,000-year-old mandala snake to add a third soul ring to my blue silver grass." Upon hearing this, a question mark slowly formed in my mind. Blue silver grass? Isn't that a plant-type martial soul? It primarily emphasizes vitality. You want to add a soul ring from a highly poisonous mandala snake? Don't those two attributes conflict? But who am I to ask? What if this world's logic is just that unconventional? I could only mutter to myself, but I dare not speak out loud. Anyway, after walking for about an hour, Sister Tang waved her hand and said, "This is the spot." I tell you, as soon as she finished speaking, Brother Bei suddenly sprang into action like a cat whose fur had been ruffled, and with a low voice, he shouted, "No need to look anymore. It's right in front of us." Wow, speak of the devil. I had to play along, quickly mimicking their expressions of something big is coming, while internally hyping myself up. The next second, a big pink snake suddenly sprang out from the bushes, over 3 meters long, with a bump on its forehead, resembling an ugly version of a flower fairy. Sister Tang pulled me behind her, while Brother Bei charged forward, turning back coolly to say, "HuoYu, protect you how? They'll handle this." I thought, don't worry, I've enabled full map sharing for you too, with a 360-degree high-definition view. You can go all out. Let me tell you, Brother Bei was fierce. Once he unleashed his martial soul, wow, he had 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. A soul respect. His right arm suddenly burst through his clothes, transforming into a dragon arm covered in blue scales, crackling with electricity. So cool. But that snake was no pushover either. It opened its mouth and sprayed a cloud of pink poisonous mist, instantly wiping out Brother Bei's lightning dragon claw. In response, Brother Bei unleashed a thunderous strike, and with a crack, a bolt of lightning struck the snake's body. The snake, with its tough skin and thick flesh, surprisingly didn't die, it just lay there stunned from the shock. Seizing the opportunity, Brother Bei quickly took out an antidote from his pocket and popped one for himself, tossing 2 more to us. Just as Bei was preparing to unleash his ultimate move. When that Millennium Soul skill, Thunder Fury, was activated, the snake actually made a desperate struggle and shot out a pink blood arrow from the bump on its forehead. Bei quickly dodged, and seeing an opportunity, the snake turned its head to escape. Family, who understands? It was my time to shine. I directly maxed out my mental power and unleashed a mental interference right at the snake's head. You want to run? Stay put. The snake was instantly incapacitated. Its eyes glazed over, standing stiffly in place. Bei seized the opportunity and unleashed another powerful thunder fury, directly stunning it. Then he shouted at Sister Tanya, "Xiaoya, hurry!" Sister Tanya dashed forward, a flying knife appearing in her hand, and with a swift motion, she took it down in one go. A circle of deep purple Millennium Soul rings slowly floated up from the snake's body. Sister Tang, you began to absorb the soul rings on the spot. And Bei came over to pat my shoulder, looking surprised as he asked if I had just used a self-created soul skill. What could I say? I could only nod mysteriously and say, yes, it's my creation, I'm impressive. After a while, Sister Tanya succeeded and excitedly leaped into Bei's arms. TSK. Such dog food being thrown around. Anyway, once the task was done, we returned to the stream, and I grilled fish while they ate. That night, I leaned against a tree, feeling my meridians, which were as blocked as a sewer, realizing I was indeed losing at the starting line. Early the next morning, I saw the two of them practicing that purple extreme magic eye. I looked and thought, wow, it's still a defective version. I instantly lost interest. After breakfast, we officially set off. Destination, Shrek Academy. On the way, Bei was like a fervent fan, enthusiastically promoting Shrek Academy to me, saying it was a place that nurtured monsters and a pillar for maintaining peace on the continent, to the point where my ears were almost calloused. I was skeptical, thinking, can a single academy mobilize 60 titled Douluos? ISNT that like a warlord group? An academy, really? When we arrived, I looked around and exclaimed, this ISNT an academy. It's practically a city. Bei and Tanya thought I was stunned by the grandeur, but I was actually thinking, is this it? It doesn't even feel as good as our Hogwarts. Anyway, I had the Tang Sex exemption qualification, so I was admitted without exams, and the process was smooth as silk. After bidding farewell to Bei and Tanya, I went to find my dormitory. There was an old man lying at the bottom of the dormitory building, and I scanned with my mental power, instantly raising the alarm. A master. Definitely a master. I pretended nothing was wrong and walked past a register, then quickly slipped away. At the dormitory door, I opened it, and dust flew in my face. Great. I had to do it myself. With a wave of my finger, I cleaned it up instantly, making it bright and tidy. After finishing, I entered the sea of mentality to chat with Tianming. I directly complained. I said, Brother Tianming, you've got a million-year soul beast and only gave me these few soul skills? Besides mental sharing, the rest I can create myself. Tianming looked awkward and quickly changed the subject, saying its origin could elevate my soul rings to 100,000 years. Fine, that is somewhat useful. I ignored him and began to meditate and cultivate. The next day, just as I finished my cultivation, the door opened, and in came a guy with powder blue hair, looking decent, but with a chin that almost pointed to the sky. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was so cynical. You're my roommate? Given that you cleaned up, I'll allow you to stay, but you must follow my rules. First, no bringing people back. Second, no going shirtless. Third, no snoring while sleeping. I was amused, thinking, family, it's 2025, how can there still be such an average guy? I directly got off the bed. All right, let us fight. Whoever wins gets to make the rules. Like I didn't say a word and directly attacked. What happened? He couldn't even touch the corner of my clothes. He got anxious and directly activated his martial soul, and a pair of large butterfly wings sprouted from his back, looking quite nice. Then he used a soul skill, wing guillotine, and swung it at me. I sidestepped and thought, I'm not playing with you. I pointed my finger at him and silently chanted, all petrified. A blue light shot out, and he turned into a human-shaped popsicle in mid-air, crashing down to the ground. He still stubbornly said I cheated. I couldn't be bothered to respond, turned around, and left. That made him anxious, shouting for me to admit defeat. Quickly help him out. I finally released him. Little guy, can I handle you? After dealing with that guy, I went to the library to find some materials to read. I discovered that Shrek Academy didn't value theoretical knowledge at all. There were hardly any people in the library. I flipped through a book written by Xiaojing titled The 10 Competitiveness of Soul Masters, and wow, it gave me a headache. The theoretical flaws were numerous. It was simply academic trash. Just as I was complaining, a teacher-like person nearby heard me. And instead of getting angry, he agreed with me and said I could come chat with him sometime. Fine, at least this academy has someone sensible. In the next 2 days, I immersed myself in cultivation and directly reached level 15. On the first day of school, I prepared to go to class and casually called out to my proud roommate, Wang Dong. He still pretended to be tough, saying he didn't sit with me on purpose. He just felt sorry for me. Who believes that? When the class bell rang, a white-haired old lady walked in. I scanned with my mental power. Soul Emperor. Probably a disguise. She probably ISNT that old. As soon as she spoke, she went all out. saying we were all trash and that she wanted to cultivate monsters, not fools. Then she asked, has anyone fought in the first few days of school? Stand up. My silly roommate stood up without thinking, and even looked back at me, as if asking why I wasn't standing. I thought to myself, I'm not stupid. In the end, he got anxious and kicked my chair, and the whole class looked at me. I had no choice but to stand up too. And guess what happened next? The teacher said that only the two of us had the guts, while everyone else were useless for not daring to cause trouble. She punished them to run 100 laps on the playground, and if they couldn't finish, they'd be expelled. A bunch of people were unhappy, so she directly summoned 6 spirit rings. With the pressure of a spirit emperor, the whole place fell silent, and they obediently went to run. I was shocked at the time. What kind of bizarre logic is this? Is it true that not wanting to cause trouble makes one mediocre? If you provoke a tidal Douluo, you might not even know how you died. This teacher must have some issues. And let me tell you, this logic is simply ridiculous. If you say provoking trouble is a skill, then only daring to provoke those weaker than you is not a skill. That's just bullying the weak and pure scum behavior. Does this academy encourage this? I thought to myself, Shrek Academy is not as simple as it seems. That old witch Zhou Yi sent everyone else to run laps and only left me and that pink-haired guy, Wang Dong. I was thinking maybe I could escape this, but then she said, you two are fine. I thought there might be hope. The next second, but you still have to run, now, immediately, right away. All right, let us run then. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. It's not that I'm afraid of her. I'm telling you. With her level of a 6-ring soul emperor, if I really got into a fight, just a glance from me could make her crash on the spot. My current mental strength has been tempered through the wizard's divine refinement technique, and even a tidal dwarf below level 95 would have to kneel and sing conquer for me. But starting a conflict with the head teacher on the first day is just too high profile. Wang Dong and I walked toward Shrek Square, which is only about 300 meters around with a light drizzle. That guy was quite friendly, running alongside me and asking, hey, the move you used when we fought the other day, is it a self-created soul skill? The effect is really strange. I glanced at him and said, yeah, you wouldn't understand even if I told you. He was taken aback, but didn't get angry. He asked, by the way, we've known each other for a few days, but I still don't know your name. Huo Yuhao, I replied, flooring the accelerator and speeding away from him. Behind me, I could hear his frustrated voice. Humph, you didn't even say goodbye. He then accelerated to catch up with me. The classmates on the playground, exhausted like dead dogs, saw us coming down, and their expressions instantly balanced out. It was simply ridiculous. Time passed second by second, and those guys really couldn't keep up. They were all drenched in sweat, panting like broken windbags. As for me, with my magical protection, I could run 100 laps without breaking a sweat. That Wang Dong guy was impressive too. He kept up with me and finished as well. When everyone had gathered, that old witch Zhou, he had already been standing there like a ghost. She had a blank expression and immediately started calling out names. Chung Chung, Chiu Jinrao. You 9, pack your bags and get lost. You're expelled. Wow, I gasped in shock. This was too harsh. A guy named Tai Long immediately protested, shouting with his neck craned. Why? We all ran 100 laps. Zhou Yi sneered. Do you think I can't see your little tricks? You know yourself whether you ran enough, right? Dishonest people are a disaster. Get out. Tai Long's face turned beet red, still wanting to argue. You're expelling me for this little thing? I won't accept it. Won't accept it? Zhou Yi's gaze was as sharp as a knife. Go to the academic affairs office. But now, disappear from my sight immediately, or I'll ruin your martial soul. I told you, as soon as those words came out, the entire room fell silent. The others who wanted to cause trouble instantly wilted and left in defeat. I felt a wave of disgust. How could a teacher say such things about wanting to ruin someone's martial soul? It's simply insane. Then this old witch ordered us to go back to the dorms to change clothes and return to the classroom within 15 minutes. And everyone rushed back like they were fleeing for their lives. In the afternoon class, she did talk a bit about soul masters and soul guides, saying that soul guides become useless after level 50. I shook my head at that. What era is this? Still clinging to old notions, it's pure stereotype. It seems that Shrek Academy really doesn't hold much regard for soul guides, which represent the future. Before the class ended, she announced, for the next 3 months, it would all be physical training, and we would continue running laps in the afternoon. I was full of questions at that moment. No way, sir. The top academy in the mainland only runs laps for physical training. This training method is too primitive. However, I wasn't in a hurry to leave. Since I was already here, I wanted to see what was so special about Shrek. I decided to check out the neglected soul guidance department first. That kid Wang Dong originally wanted to follow me, but as soon as he heard I was going to the soul guidance department, he looked like he had seen a ghost. Soul guidance department? You go ahead. He said that as soon as he comes into contact with soul guidance devices, he feels uncomfortable all over, as if someone had put a curse on him. It's really strange. I explored on my own and finally found the soul guidance department to the west of the academy. West side, a gray, metallic building that looked like a military fortress with 2 guardians standing at the entrance. I was pondering how to get in when a big guy, over 2 meters tall and looking like a moving small mountain, came out from inside. I quickly stepped forward and asked, "Hello, I'm a new student, and I want to join the soul guidance department. What procedures do I need to follow?" To my surprise, as soon as the big guy heard this, his eyes widened like copper bells, and he grabbed me, almost crying with excitement. "No procedures needed. No procedures needed. Come, I'll take you in directly." He was so eager, as if afraid I would run away. He pulled me inside while introducing himself. "My name is Ikaitu. What's your name? What's your martial soul? What level are you?" "Huo Yuhao. My martial soul is eyes, level 15. Eyes? A body martial soul? A mental type?" Ikaita's voice got even louder. I nodded yes. "Great. I'll take you to meet my teacher right now." He was like someone who had found treasure, pulling me into a room called Experiment Area No. 12. As soon as we entered, a tall middle-aged man turned his head, his muscles solid and looking very strong. He approached like he was presenting a treasure. "Teacher HuoYu, look who I brought you. A spirit master from the spiritual department." Upon hearing this, Teacher HuoYu's eyes lit up instantly, and he stared at me intently, asking about my soul power level and soul skills. I thought to myself, it's better to show directly than to say too much. Without further ado, I opened a spiritual detection shared session for him, just like giving him a God's eye view physical cheat. Everything within 100 meters was displayed in 3D surround, clear enough to even see the dust. Teacher HuoYu was stunned right on the spot, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. His eyes sparkled as he looked at me, as if he wanted to dissect me right there for research. He excitedly said to Kaitu, set up the soul-guided cannon and aim at the moving target. Let him assist you. Kaitu was also overly excited, pulling out a 1.5-meter-long cannon barrel from his waist, shouldering it, loading it, and chambering it with fluid motions. Moving target, fire. A white plate shot out like a bullet. With my spiritual detection assistance, Kaitu shot. I tell you, it was like having aimbot enabled, hitting exactly where he aimed, the cannonball smashing that plate to pieces in mid-air. We did it. Kaitu excitedly gave me a thumbs up. Teacher HuoYu was even more thrilled as he rushed over. "Kid, what's your name? Want to join our soul guiding department? I guarantee you'll get the best treatment." I was waiting for this sentence. That's exactly what I meant. Good. From now on, you will learn from me. Teacher HuoYu immediately decided that I should come to him every afternoon after school for extra lessons. Once everything was settled, I was also hungry, so I said my goodbyes. On the way, Brother Kai too shared his grievances with me, saying that their soul guidance department was like a little transparent existence in the academy, completely neglected, with resources being snatched by the martial soul department, and students being poached by them, leaving only those with poor martial soul talent. After hearing this, I couldn't help but feel emotional. This represented the advanced productivity of soul guidance devices, yet they were struggling so badly in the continent's top academy. After dinner, I returned to the dormitory, and in the afternoon, we had to run laps again. Goodness, this time there was a new twist. We had to wear weighted iron suits. Each one weighed over 30 pounds, which was nothing to me. After running for an hour, a girl collapsed from exhaustion. That old witch Zhou really doesn't see people as human. She just declared elimination without a second thought. Suddenly, a young man in white descended from the sky, and with the flash of 7 soul rings, the background music started playing. He transformed on the spot into a towering tree, scattering countless leaves to heal those who had collapsed. Wang Dong was stunned beside me, saying this was the top-tier plant-type martial soul, the tree of life. After that girl cried and was eliminated, Zhou, he suddenly called me to her office. I'd already guessed it. It was just because they saw a level 14 soul master like me, with incredible physical fitness, that they became suspicious. Huo Yuhao, explain your physical condition. She got straight to the point. Can I tell you that I practice immortal techniques? At that moment, I was too lazy to argue with her and directly retorted. Why should I tell you? She was so angry that she laughed, slamming the table and threatening to expel me. I just laughed, thinking, are we playing authority here? With a thought, I made her faint and fall directly onto the table. She didn't even have time to react. Her eyes rolled back, and she fell straight down. I walked over and pulled off her mask. Hey, she's actually quite attractive. What a pity. Her brain isn't functioning well. I thought to myself, what secret could I let you know? With a flick of my hand, I wiped away all memories of this moment erasing that memory from you. After handling that, I positioned her to lie on the table as if she were sleeping and swaggered away. This incident served as a reminder for me to be more low-key in the future. Back in the dorm, I counted the money in my pocket and wow, I only had 2 silver coins. What to do? Poverty has really changed my appearance. My own body training method is quite costly. After thinking for a while, I got it. I'll return to my old job and sell grilled fish. With my skills, how could I not make money? The next day, I dragged Wang Dong off campus to shop. He was initially reluctant, but on the way, I noticed his awkward demeanor, and I suddenly had a spark of realization. Looking him up and down, does anyone understand? Could this guy be that? I thought I needed to clarify things, so I said directly, "Hey, Wang Dong, I like girls." He was taken aback for a moment. Then his face flushed all the way to his neck, pointing at my nose and stammering. "What do you take me for? I like girls too." After saying that, he turned and ran off like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Although his reaction was a bit suspicious, I didn't think much of it. We bought the barbecue grill, seasonings, and even ordered 30 of the freshest grass carp, all stuffed into Wang Dong's storage soul guide. I thought to myself, having no storage soul guide is really inconvenient. I need to find an opportunity to make one myself. In the afternoon after school, we set up our stall at the school gate. Let me tell you, my grilling skills are exceptional. Once the fish was cooked to perfection and the seasoning sprinkled on, the aroma wafted out, drawing half the street as people over. Wang Dong was beside me, almost drooling, his eyes wide with desire, practically writing "I want to eat" on his face. After I grilled the first fish, I handed it to him. "Here for your hard work." He took a bite, and his eyes lit up. Huo Yuhao, this fish is so delicious. Just then, a senior came over to ask about the price. I quoted directly, 1 gold coin per fish. I tell you, at that time, the way those people looked at me was like they were looking at a fool. What? A fish made of gold? So expensive? The voices of doubt rose one after another. I couldn't be bothered. Buy it if you want. As a result, the first senior hesitated for a long time, but couldn't resist the temptation of the smell and ended up buying one. After he finished it, his eyes widened, and he immediately wanted a second one. The people behind him saw this and went crazy, pushing forward like mad. Wang Dong was very proactive and immediately came over to help me collect the money. In less than half an hour, all 29 fish were sold out. We made a profit of 29 gold soul coins. I looked at the money bag and couldn't help but sigh. It's still easier to make money as a noble. After returning to the dormitory at night, once Wang Dong fell asleep, I took out the bag filled with money. I directly faced the money bag and silently recited a phrase in my heart: seamless expansion. Although the outside of the bag showed no change, the space inside suddenly expanded to the size of a basketball court. The material of this bag is too poor. I'll make do with it for now and get a better one later. The next day, I had a good sleep and felt refreshed. After breakfast, Wang Dong insisted on taking me for a walk by the Sea God Lake, saying that I was too obsessed with cultivation and needed to balance work and rest. The Sea God Lake was indeed beautiful, resembling a vast blue ocean. However, as soon as I arrived by the lakeside, I felt something calling me from across the lake. Just as I was wondering, the next moment, I sensed a powerful aura rushing towards us. Looking up, I saw a fiery red figure on the lake, resembling a small rocket, zooming towards us. The temperature was so high that the surrounding air was distorted. I had long noticed something was wrong, and I quickly grabbed Wang Dong to escape. But that red figure showed no reason. All 6 soul rings lit up at once, and the terrifying pressure knocked Wang Dong unconscious. Immediately after, a gigantic fire phoenix appeared behind her, opening its mouth to unleash a deadly stream of fire at us. Tianming's voice urgently echoed in my mind. "Yuhao, do you want me to take action?" The fire in my heart flared up. What is Shrek Academy doing? Can anyone just come and attack? No, I'll handle it myself. I grabbed the unconscious Wang Dong and used a shadow shift, instantly flashing to the other side. I wouldn't let her off easily. I turned around and threw a punch, and before the red-haired girl could even react, she fell into the Sea God Lake with a splash, sending water flying high. I tell you, as soon as I scanned with my mental power, I immediately felt someone rushing over here. Well, let's put on a full act. I just laid down on the ground and pulled Wang Dong to play dead with me. Family, who understands? We are the professionals at staging accidents. Sure enough, the next second, a dozen or so guys, looking like teachers, sprang out from the lake. The old man with the white beard saw that we were unconscious and immediately got anxious. He came over to check, but hey, under my mental interference, what did he see? Nothing at all. He just thought we had simply fainted. Quick, Teacher Lee, give them some treatment. At his command, a middle-aged man immediately came over. Wow, I recognized him. He was the guy who treated our injuries that day. The Tree of Life brother. What a coincidence. When he activated his martial soul, that life force poured into me and Wang Dong like it was free. It felt really good. Even the scorched trees nearby turned green again. On the other side, they also pulled that red-haired girl out of the lake, completely soaked and quite well endowed. The old man with the white beard hurried over to check on her and then asked, "Are those two kids okay?" Teacher Lee replied, "They're fine. They'll wake up soon." I listened as the old man let out a sigh, and then what he said almost made me jump up in anger. He actually said, "It's good that no major mistake was made, and Xiao Tao still has some sanity left. Once they wake up, warn them not to leak this out, or they'll be directly fired. Just give them some high-level compensation, and this matter will be settled." At that moment, I felt like 1,000 alpacas were galloping through my mind. What on earth? So our lives as ordinary students don't matter, huh? We almost got cremated on the spot. And in the end, they just want to shove something in our mouths to silence us? This Shrek Academy is really rotten to the core. After a while, Wang Dong woke up first, and I followed suit. When Teacher Lee saw that we were awake, it was like he had completed a task. He directly threw a small porcelain bottle to Wang Dong and coldly said, "You're fine now. You're not allowed to speak about today, or you'll be expelled. This is compensation." After saying that, he slipped away. Wang Dong was furious at that moment, shaking with anger as he held the bottle. What kind of attitude is that? We almost died, and they threaten us? Is this the style of the #1 academy on the continent? As a result, when he opened the bottle and took a look, the next second, the atmosphere changed completely. His eyes widened like copper bells. Damn. Spirit Ascension pill. We hit the jackpot. I can hardly bear to look. One moment, I was filled with righteous indignation, wanting an explanation, and the next moment, I was happily holding the elixir. Does anyone in the family understand this? The speed of this change is such that even a master of Sichuan opera would need to light a cigarette. Wang Dong is there grinning foolishly. With such a high hush fee. Let's just pretend this never happened. I'm really speechless, but I can't get past this in my heart. This terrible school, with teachers who are lackluster in their teaching, outdated training methods, and no emphasis on soul-guiding devices, now even treat student safety as a joke. I figured out. This is the so-called #1 academy in the continent, and anyone who wants to stay can do so. I'm already planning when to make my escape. What is a soul-enhancing pill? I know what it is, but I'm asking anyway. Below level 30, it can directly raise your soul power by 1 level. Wang Dong was so excited that his face turned red, carefully tucking the bottle into his pocket. "I'll keep it for now and give you one when we get back to the dorm tonight." "All right, for the sake of this pill, I'll tolerate it for the time being." The following days were simple. Attend classes during the day and sell grilled fish at the school gate with Wang Dong in the afternoon. I have to say, my skills are top-notch. As soon as we set up our stall, it was packed with people and the gold soul coins were flowing into my pocket. Just after we closed up for the day, planning to grill a couple of fish for myself and Wang Dong, there was suddenly a commotion at the entrance. I looked up and wow, a senior in purple with long blonde waves walked over. Her looks and aura were like a walking admissions brochure. She was followed by Tanya. As soon as Tanya saw me, she rushed over, pretending to be angry and pouting. "Yuhao, you're here selling grilled fish and didn't tell me. I was wondering why this smell was so familiar." I was at a loss for words. "Sister, I actually want to tell you. The key is where can I find you?" She slapped her forehead and exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot. Enough of that. I want to eat grilled fish." Unfortunately, it was sold out today, and only mine Wang Dong's rations were left. But Tanya is my benefactor, so I had no choice but to hand over mine to her. Wang Dong was beside me, anxiously giving me looks. "If you give it to her, what will you eat?" "It's fine, I'll just have a bite." I waved my hand dismissively. At that moment, the blonde university girl also walked over. And Tang quickly introduced, "Nan, this is my junior Yuhao. Yuhao, this is my roommate, Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan's voice was quite gentle. "Hello. Junior, how much are you selling your grilled fish for?" 1 gold coin each, but senior, it sold out today." "Huh? So expensive?" Jiang Nan stuck out her tongue and didn't say more. When Tang finished eating and the two were about to leave, suddenly, with a whoosh, 2 gold soul coins flew towards me. I didn't even blink, extending my right hand to catch them steadily. A very arrogant voice came. "Kid, dare not sell to Nan." Immediately after, a tall figure in black rushed over, directly reaching for Wang Dong's 2 fish on the grill. "I have such a bad temper. How dare you take my brother's food?" My hands are faster, and in an instant, I snatched away 2 fish and handed them to Wang Dong. That guy reached out and grabbed nothing, directly sticking his hand into the scalding charcoal. Yet he acted as if nothing happened and crushed the charcoal into pieces. I took a closer look, and this guy was tall and strong. but he had a chubby baby face that looked about the same age as Bei Bei. When he saw me taking the fish away, he got even angrier and kicked over my barbecue stand. "Are you still going to hide?" he shouted as he slapped towards me. My eyes turned cold, and I was about to give him a hard hit when a figure flashed by. Bei Bei made her move. With a loud bang, the two clashed palms, and both took several steps back. "Su San Si, what are you doing?" Tangya and Jiang Nan also reacted. "Bei Bei, are you also going to meddle?" The one called Su Sanshur glared at Bei Bei. Bei Bei calmly replied, "Yuhao is my friend. Of course I have to take care of his matters." At this moment, Jiang Nan, who had been keeping a cold face, spoke up, her words sharp as a knife. "Su Sanshur, I'll say it again. There's no possibility between us. You don't need to meddle in my affairs." After saying that, she walked away without looking back. "Wow," I exclaimed, "wow. This is a public execution." Su Sanshur's face instantly turned from red to white, awkward enough to dig a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. He directed all his anger at me. "It's all your fault. Nan didn't get to eat the grilled fish. Do you dare to go up to the soul fighting platform?" Tangya immediately protected me. "Su Sanshur, don't bully the weak. Yuhao is a soul master." "But how could I back down?" I directly replied. "I can go up, but there needs to be some stakes, otherwise it wouldn't be interesting." Bei Bei and the others became anxious, urging me not to act impulsively, since he was a 3-ring soul venerable. I gave them a reassuring look, and recalling my past daring moves, they stopped talking. Su Sanshur heard this and laughed, thinking I was looking for trouble. "Good kid, quite the bravado. What stakes do you want?" I was just about to ask for some money when suddenly Bei Bei's voice rang directly in my head, a mental transmission. "Yuhai, ask for his Xian Shui Dan." I immediately changed my tune. 1,000 gold soul coins plus a mysterious water pill. "All right," I agreed. Su Sanshur didn't think twice before agreeing. To him, I was just meat on the chopping block. "If you lose, you'll have to grill fish for Nan every day." "No, for me. It's a deal." I smiled, thinking that now I had enough money to buy the materials. A group of us headed straight for the soul fighting area. On the way, Tangya educated me that Su Sanshur's martial soul is the Xianming turtle, which has incredibly strong defensive capabilities. When we arrived at the soul fighting platform, this guy was even more arrogant, beckoning me with his finger and saying, "Since you're a soul master, I won't say I'm bullying you. I'll give you 3 chances." I almost laughed out loud. "Then thank you, senior." With the referee's signal to start, Su Sanshur didn't even bother to activate his martial soul, just standing there with his hands on his hips. I was also not polite. Facing him, I softly uttered 4 words, fainting on the ground. A beam of blue light flashed by incredibly fast. The arrogance on Su Sanshur's face instantly turned into terror. He wanted to activate his martial spirit defense, but it was too late. That energy hit him squarely, sending him flying off the ground, spinning 360 degrees in the air. And then with a loud bang, he crashed to the ground like a broken sack, losing consciousness on the spot. The entire venue was silent. Everyone was stunned, including the referee, who probably had never seen such a fast battle in his career. I turned my head to remind him, "Teacher, is it time to announce the results?" Only then did the referee seem to wake up from a dream and stammered, "Huo Yuhao, victory." I took my bet from his hands, 1,000 gold soul coins and that Xian Shui Dan, and happily walked off the stage. Bei Bei and Wang Dong rushed over, looking incredulous. "Bazabai, what is this Xian Shui Dan for?" I shook the small pill in my hand. Wang Dong answered eagerly, "This is a treasure. It can wash the muscles and marrow, enhancing one's aptitude. Just one is worth 10,000 gold. Bei Bei added with a smile, "That's right, this pill is a specialty of the Xianming sect. And Su Sanshur is the young master of the Xianming sect." I suddenly realized why the martial soul was called the Xianming turtle. Bei Bei reminded me that the sooner I took this elixir, the better the effect would be. I nodded and decided to take it along with the soul ascension pill tonight. Back in the dorm, Wang Dong handed me my soul ascension pill. Just as I was about to start, Wang Dong suddenly reminded me, "You'd better take the Xian Shui pill first. Also, make sure not to take it on the bed. The impurities expelled from your body will make you question your life." I listened to him and immediately started taking off my clothes. In no time, I was left with just a pair of shorts. Wang Dong saw this, and his face turned bright red. He covered his eyes and screamed, "What are you doing? Didn't we agree that we can't be naked in the dorm?" I walked into the bathroom nonchalantly. "What are you two big guys shy about?" Once inside, I sat cross-legged and tossed the Xian Shui Dan into my mouth. The medicinal power dissolved instantly, and a cool force surged through my meridians, widening them and flushing out impurities. My skin began to exude a dark, smelly substance. After the medicinal effect was fully absorbed, I felt completely refreshed. and my soul power jumped from level 15 to almost level 18. I quickly cleaned myself up and then took the soul ascension pill. After the effects of the medicine were absorbed, wow, I was level 19. The heavenly dream ice silkworm in my mind was excitedly shouting, saying that if I leveled up one more time, I could go for my second martial soul. By the time I finished my shower and came out, Wang Dong was still training. I checked the time just right, and with the 1,000 gold coins I had just won, it was time to get down to business. I sneaked out of school and headed straight to a soul beast material shop. I wanted to buy dragon blood to concoct the dragon blood body refining potion I had developed in my previous life. As soon as I walked in, a chubby boss who looked like a scheming businessman greeted me. I'll get straight to the point. I want dragon blood, ice type. He rolled his eyes and took out a small vial from the counter, containing a drop of crystal clear blood. Little brother, you're in luck. I just happen to have a drop of genuine ice dragon blood. Since you seem sincere, I'll sell it to you for 500 gold coins. His little scheme was as transparent as glass in front of my mind-reading abilities. I read directly from his thoughts that he had picked this up for 50 gold coins. And since he couldn't figure it out, he was trying to scam me. I smirked and turned to leave. 200 gold coins. If not, I'm leaving. Hey, don't go. I'll sell it. 200 is fine. He quickly grabbed my arm. The transaction was completed, and I walked out of the shop holding the drop of dragon blood. The owner was still chuckling behind me, thinking he had made a profit. He had no idea what he had missed. I could feel the terrifying power contained in this drop of blood, and I was overjoyed. I tell you, this overwhelming fortune has finally come to me. This is not some ice dragon blood. This is a drop of divine beast blood. It contains the power of ultimate ice. Tianming has confirmed this and suggested that I wait until I obtain my second martial soul before using it. Fine, I'll wait a bit longer. After all, good things come to those who wait. The next 3 months were incredibly fulfilling for me. During the day, I attended classes in the martial soul department. In the afternoon, I learned techniques from teacher HuoYu in the soul guide department. And at night, I sold grilled fish at the East Gate. Returning to my dorm late at night to cultivate. I was practically a master of time management. Although that old witch Zhou Yi's brutal training eliminated nearly half of the students, it felt like a game to me. He scoffed at Hiris. They were purely for her own admission rates and a waste of students' time. One day, during physical training class, Zhou Yi paused, standing at the podium, her signature cold gaze sweeping over us survivors, nodding with satisfaction. Then she spoke. Very well, after eliminating those foolish wastes, you finally look somewhat decent. Now, I announce that your first assessment since enrollment officially begins. I tell you, as soon as that old witch finished speaking, the whole atmosphere changed. An assessment. A 3v3 team battle. She even pretended to be concerned about preventing support types from facing off against attack types. TCH, I think she just wanted to watch us high achievers fight among ourselves. Then came the team formation. Goodness, it turned out to be me, Huo Yuhao, that arrogant Wang Dong, plus a girl I didn't even know, Xiao, all thrown together in one team. Zhou even made us write about our future development directions. Wang Dong nudged me and asked what I was going to write. I thought to myself, this has to be locked down. So I said to him, I'll write control type, you write attack type, and then we could be in the same class again, right? Guess what? This guy actually blushed. He said he didn't want to be in the same class, but he honestly wrote down attack type. After submitting our papers, just as we were about to sneak away, Zhou kept our new teammate, Xiao behind. From the looks of it, it was probably going to be another storm. Wang Dong and I exchanged glances and decided not to get involved. We hurried back to the dorm to keep safe. The next morning, as soon as we entered the classroom, we saw Xiao waving at us. Well, after all, she is our teammate, and we're about to head into battle, so we should at least get on the same page. But guess what? As soon as this girl opened her mouth, Wang Dong and I were dumbfounded. Wang Dong introduced himself first, saying his martial soul was the bright goddess butterfly, an attack type that could fly and fight, very impressive. I said my martial soul was an eye, used for mental detection, with a range of 100 meters, mainly serving as a battlefield radar. Then came the main event. When Xiao spoke, it was a bombshell. She said, I have a twin martial soul. Let me tell you, my expression when I saw Wang Dong at that time was as shocked as seeing someone using a black card at a roadside stall. A dual spirit. I always thought that only Wang Dong and I were exceptional in this class, but I never expected that there were hidden talents among the common people. One of her spirits is the 3 Lives Town Soul Cauldron, which is both offensive and defensive, and the other is the 9 Phoenix Flute, which can slow down enemies. She's simply a hexagonal warrior. The 3 of us quickly found a small grove to conduct a pre-battle drill. I suggested that Wang Dong be the big boss. while I would assist Xiao Xiao with mental sharing during the fight. Let me tell you, once I activated my ability, the effect was incredible. With my full map vision, Wang Dong's flashy movements looked like a PowerPoint presentation to her. He couldn't even get close to her. This gave us a sense of security. After the drill, Xiao Xiao surprisingly shyly invited Wang Dong to dinner. However, Wang Dong, being the straightforward guy he is, refused without a second thought, saying he wanted to eat with me, and then dragged me away. People, who understands? Leaving that girl alone in the wind, confused. On the way, I complained to Wang Dong, saying that the girl obviously had feelings for him. He replied, "Right now, I need to focus on my training." "Fine, you're impressive." In the afternoon, the assessment officially started. We were placed in Area 33, and the judge was still my acquaintance, Teacher Wang Yin, who even winked at me. In the first match, the three opponents were honestly a joke. Right off the bat, the opposing support pulled out 2 giant chicken legs and handed them to his teammates. I was dumbfounded, dude. Are you here to fight or have a picnic? When the battle began, Wang Dong went straight up into the air with Xiao Zhao's protective shield around him. Once I activated mental sharing, the game was over. The 2 guys who had eaten the chicken legs were fast, but in Wang Dong's eyes, they were all in slow motion. Wang Dong toyed with them for a while, and when Xiao Xiao saw the opportunity, she sent her big shield flying, directly colliding with the 2 and knocking them out of the fight. The remaining support, seeing this situation, broke into a sweat and tremblingly raised his hand. "I surrender." Just like that, we won the first match in an instant. The following round were just as easy, and our team achieved 5 consecutive wins, easily advancing. Then, we drew lots again and encountered a tough opponent. The other side had a muscular guy accompanied by a pair of twin sisters. As soon as the match began, the muscular guy, Huang Chutian, transformed into a giant, his muscles bursting out of his school uniform. The twin sisters were even more bizarre. Their martial soul was hair. Countless strands of hair danced wildly in the air, looking terrifying. As soon as Wang Dong flew up, he was punched down by the muscular guy. The power difference was too great. Then the sisters' hair acted like a fishing net, directly binding Wang Dong. Just as he was about to be focused down, Xiao Xiao quickly summoned her big shield to engage with the muscular guy. Wang Dong was also fierce. He activated his first soul skill, Wing Blade, tearing through the hairnet. But just as he was about to charge at the sisters, they surprisingly held hands and embraced. A massive surge of soul power erupted, and they unleashed their martial soul fusion skill, Heavenly Net. Good grief, the countless strands of hair instantly became indestructible, binding Wang Dong tightly once again. And this time, the net even interfered with my mental detection. On Xiao Zhao's side, she was also being bombarded by the muscular guy's second soul skill, and it looked like they were about to lose. As soon as I saw the situation, I thought, fine, I won't pretend anymore, I'll come clean. My eyes sparkled with golden light, and an invisible mental force burst forth in an instant. Soul shock. The 2 sisters on the opposite side, who were deeply engaged in their fusion, didn't even have time to react. Their eyes rolled back, and they fell straight down, fainting on the spot. The martial soul fusion technique was instantly broken, and Wang Dong was freed. He teamed up with Xiao Xiao and quickly took down the brawny man who had lost his support. The referee, Wang Yin, was dumbfounded and ran over to ask me what I'd done. I casually replied, "Oh, just a mental attack." I shook their brains a bit, and they'll be fine after a few days of rest. The way Wang Yin looked at me at that moment was like he was gazing at a national treasure. He was so excited, repeatedly asking if I was from the body sect, and even told me to find him after the assessment was over. Back in the dormitory, that kid Wang Dong was still brooding, muttering, "Damn, I almost lost. If only I had a martial soul fusion technique too." As he spoke, his gaze landed on me. My heart skipped a beat. I knew what he was thinking. Unable to resist his persistent coaxing, I had to agree to give it a try with him. We imitated the sisters, facing each other, and then we hugged. Let me tell you, the moment he hugged me, I felt something was off. The sensation, the softness, who understands? This didn't feel like a boy's body at all. Wang Dong's face instantly turned bright red. We began to try to fuse our soul power. And at that moment, it was like a bolt from the blue. In my deep-level soul perception, I clearly discovered that Wang Dong, he was actually a girl. I still haven't recovered from this shocking revelation. And something even more terrifying has happened. An extremely hidden blue-gold power, not belonging to either of us, has entered my sea of consciousness through our connection. And I can't block it at all. I made a quick decision and unleashed a burst of psychic energy, directly knocking Wang Dong unconscious. I sank into the sea of consciousness, and even the ice silkworm was frightened. After searching for a while, we finally found that sneaky blue-golden energy in a corner. Just when we were at a loss, that gray little sphere in my mind, which had always been about companionship, suddenly moved and devoured the blue-golden energy like a black hole. Wow, reverse feeding, huh? In the next moment, the gray sphere transformed into the appearance of an old man, introducing himself as Ilex. He told me that the energy we encountered was divine power, meant by some god to lay a trap in my mind and subtly control me. I was blown away at that moment. Who is it? How could they be so heartless? Electrolux said that although he couldn't remember things from the past, he had no problem protecting my spiritual world. When I regained consciousness and looked at the unconscious Wang Dong on the bed, my feelings were extremely complicated. I quietly used a technique to probe her memories and discovered an even more shocking secret. Wang Dong's soul is incomplete. Her memories before the age of 6 are completely blank. Moreover, her background is actually related to the legendary HuoYu sect, and that's God Tang San. I suddenly understood that she was not an accomplice at all. She was also a victim, a tool who had been clearly arranged. The next day, Wang Dong woke up completely unaware of the dangers from the night before, and innocently asked me, "Yuhao, did our martial soul fusion succeed?" I looked at her and sighed. What else could I say? I could only lie to her and say, "We succeeded. I didn't expect that such a small probability would happen to us." Upon hearing this, she got so excited that she jumped up and hugged me. Smelling her faint fragrance, I felt a bit stiff all over. This silly girl really believed it. The next day, she eagerly pulled me along, saying we should go off campus to find a place to properly test our martial soul fusion technique. What can I do? I can only accompany her in the act. The two of us ran into a small grove, and she shyly said to me, "Let's get started." Saying this, she'd hug me. I looked at her. My heart, filled with mixed emotions, stepped forward and held her in my arms. In an instant, two completely different yet perfectly complementary forces began to slowly merge. The moment they merged, let me tell you, the scene was incredible. A huge vertical eye appeared behind me, and a shimmering golden butterfly goddess phantom emerged behind Wang Dong. In the next moment, the two phantoms merged with a bang, and the big butterfly flew directly into my big eye. Goodness, our soul power was instantly drained. But I kept my wits about me and held back a trick. Immediately after, from that giant eye, with a boom, a blue-golden light pillar thicker than a telephone pole shot out. I tell you, wherever it went, not a blade of grass remained. Trees and stones were all vaporized. The ground was plowed into a golden avenue over 100 meters long and 2 meters wide, with golden light sizzling on it. Wang Dong immediately softened, almost fainting, and I quickly supported her, transferring some soul power to her. Once she regained her strength and looked up at that golden channel, her eyes nearly popped out as she stammered, "Did we create this? This is too absurd." My heart skipped a beat. The power of this move is just outrageous. I said to her, "Now we're set. We can walk for the knockout rounds." We figured that such an awesome move deserves a powerful name, so we called it the Golden Road. Just as she nodded, her legs went weak, and she fell into my arms, completely drained. What could I do? I had to carry her back to the dorm. The next day, for the competition, I want to even mention the morning match. It was just a complete blowout. The key was the afternoon match. We were up against tough opponents. There were 3 girls on the other team, each more arrogant than the last, especially that support player named Ning Tian, who started by revealing her soul ring, 2 yellow and 1 purple, level 31 soul venerable. At that moment, both Xiao and I were stunned. Who understands that having a soul venerable in a freshman competition makes it impossible to play? As soon as the match began, Ning Tian's 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda lit up, and it was like she activated Wi-Fi, instantly giving her 2 teammates a speed buff. That red-haired dragon witch's body suddenly surged in size and charged at Wang Dong. I had already activated my mental detection across the entire map, and I directly communicated to Wang Dong. Step left, yes now. Perfectly dodged. Ning Tian was momentarily confused, probably wondering why the speed buff wasn't working. After a few rounds, she finally realized the problem was with me and shouted in the team voice chat, "Forget about those 2 girls. Focus fire on that useless one with the 10-year soul ring." I thought to myself, wow, are they calling my name? Fine, just wait. Wang Dong and Xiao quickly came over to protect me, while the 2 thugs on the opposite side charged at us like crazy, and it looked like it would turn into a 2v2 situation. Just at that critical moment, as their skills were about to hit Wang Dong's face, I narrowed my eyes and used mental interference. With a buzz, the 2 girls froze for half a second. That half second was enough for Wang Dong to unleash his ultimate move. The light of the butterfly god blasted out, directly sending those 2 flying. After taking care of the two thugs, I turned my attention to the support. Want to call me out? Then I must give you a lead package. I sent a mental shock over, and the girl rolled her eyes, bleeding from her 7 orifices, and collapsed. The referee quickly carried her off. The remaining red-haired dragon girl, without her support, was just a super minion, and we easily took her down. The entire venue fell silent. I guess no one understood how a team led by a soul master lost so inexplicably. That night, we went to celebrate by selling grilled fish and xiao. This little fangirl came along, eating happily. After returning to the dorm, Wang Dong suggested that since we could merge our martial souls, could we also cultivate our soul power together? We clasped our hands, and wow, it really worked. Our cultivation speed doubled. The subsequent matches were even easier. In the round of 16, we encountered a tanky guy. As soon as he activated his martial soul, he transformed into a bouncy ball and started bouncing on Xiao. Duong. Xiao couldn't take it anymore and gave me a look. I understood. Same old trick, mental shock, and with a slap, I knocked him back from his ball form to human form, causing him to drop from the sky. It was an easy win. However, Xiao got so excited that she jumped on me. Wang Dong's face turned as dark as a pot's bottom, and he pulled us apart. And just like that, we made our way into the top 4. During the draw, I saw him. Dai Hua Bin. It was that scoundrel, my lifelong nemesis. Back then, my mother was seriously injured while protecting me from him and ultimately passed away. I vowed that in this lifetime, I would not rest until he was dead. He seemed not to recognize me. Good. We'll meet in the finals. On the day of the finals, the venue was packed, and even the dean was present. The referee announced that in the finals, we could go all out and show no mercy. I was grinning from ear to ear. This was perfect for me. When the match started, I ignored the 2 girls entirely and charged straight at Dai Hua Bin. He was stunned, probably not expecting a support character like me to charge at a 3-ring soul master. His fox-like teammate tried to use charm on me, but let me tell you, with her level of mental power, it was as slow as dial-up internet for me. The mental rebound hit her and poof. Another one was carried away, bleeding from her 7 orifices. In less than 10 seconds into the match, the opposing team lost 1 member. Dai Hua Bin was dumbfounded, let out an angry roar, and activated his martial soul, transforming into a white tiger, looking all fierce. He opened his mouth and unleashed a white tiger's light wave at me. I was like Harry Potter, armored up. The light wave bounced back at him. Then I countered with a shattering blow, and a blue light sent him crashing from one end of the stage to the other, embedding him in the wall. He struggled to get up, spat out blood, and stared at me with beast-like eyes. I stepped forward and stomped his head into the ground. I asked him, "Is this it? Is this the level of the White Tiger Duke's estate?" To my surprise, he was quite resilient. He roared again, and his 3rd soul ring lit up, exploding with golden light and pushing me back. Wow, it seemed he was about to enter berserk mode. I have to tell you, I thought he was going to confront me head on, but guess what? This kid made a sharp turn, completely ignoring me, and rushed straight towards his little girlfriend, Zhu Lu. Over there, Zhu Lu, who was being pressed and beaten by Wang Dong and Xiao, also sensed something and braced herself against the attacks, throwing herself into Dai Hua Bin's arms. The next second, they hugged each other tightly. I thought they were about to put on some tragic scene of a life and death separation. But then with a bang, their soul power exploded, and they vanished. In their place appeared a giant white tiger over 8 meters long, completely transparent, with purple eyes like 2 searchlights staring intently at me. The whole place erupted. I'm telling you, even the teachers in the stands were dumbfounded, shouting at the top of their lungs. Martial soul fusion skill. Who understands this, right? It's just a fusion, but they made it sound so mysterious. As soon as the ghostly white tiger appeared, the aura and pressure it emitted were overwhelming. The referee teacher had his hand on his waist, ready to step in at any moment. Xiao Zhao's face turned pale, and she kept looking at me with a gaze that seemed to say, "Big brother, save me." Of course I can crush it. Just kidding. With my spirit power comparable to that of a titled Douluo, it should kneel down and sing Conquer on the spot, right? But the problem is my account would be directly ruined. A teenager with such strength would definitely be taken for dissection and research. So I shot a glance at Wang Dong, and he understood immediately. Without saying a word, we hugged each other. When Xiao saw our stance, she instantly understood. She's also a tough one. Without hesitation, she merged 3 large cauldrons into one even more exaggerated giant Soul Town cauldron, directly blocking the path of the nether white tiger. When the white tiger clawed at it, Xiao let out a muffled groan and turned as pale as paper. But she managed to buy us the most precious few seconds. Just these few seconds were enough. Our fusion technique was ready. Suddenly, a giant vertical pupil, radiating blue and golden light, opened in the sky above us. Then a beam of light, let me tell you, it was a beam of light. A world-destroying pillar of light shot out from that eye, heading straight for the nether white tiger. Now even Dean and Xiaozhe couldn't sit still, yelling, and the referee, Teacher Du Weiluan, had already rushed onto the stage like a cannonball. He was also unlucky. Wanting to mediate, he suddenly appeared right in front of our beam of light. Goodness, my golden road technique hit him squarely, and the big tiger behind him wasn't idle either, slapping him on the back with a paw. A pincer attack, mainly targeting him for daring to come and mediate. Once the teacher was off the stage, this fight was definitely over. Dai Huabin and his buddy directly transformed back from tiger form to human form, collapsing on the ground, still unconvinced. But then teacher Du shook his dazed head from our impact and directly announced, the Yuhao's team wins. Thud. Those two fainted from anger. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao cheered. And I smiled too, but what I was really thinking about wasn't this. I silently thought in my heart, Mom, I avenged you, but this is just the beginning. Dai Huabin, Duchess of the White Tiger, no one can escape. Then I heard old Yi's voice in my head. Hey kid, don't get carried away. Don't let hatred cloud your judgment. I quickly replied, Don't worry, old Yi, I know what I'm doing. I won't kill innocents. This matter was settled. In the morning, there was an awards ceremony, then class divisions. The three of us celebrated a bit, and when we returned to the dormitory at night, I made up my mind. I couldn't stay in Shrek anymore. First, with the Academy's protection, I couldn't touch Dai Huabin at all. Second, I always felt that God Tang San was plotting against me from behind. This is his territory, waiting for me to suffer. The next day was the award ceremony, and I couldn't be bothered to look at the third and second places. Dai Huabin's sour face looked like someone owed him millions. Serves him right. When it was our turn to go on stage, it was quite a spectacle. The rewards were amazing, saying they would give us the top 3 a customized chance to hunt for soul rings. As champions, we even had a mysterious big gift package. After the ceremony ended, Teacher Du called the 3 of us to his office. He smiled and took out a pouch from a ruby ring, saying it was our special reward. I took it, opened it, and wow, a group of yellow light floated out. Soul bone. Family, it's a soul bone, and it's a universal left leg bone that anyone can use. I handed the soul bone to Wang Dong with a backhand and told him and Xiao Xiao to go out, saying I had something to discuss privately with Director Du. Once they left, I looked at Director Du and took a deep breath. Director Du, I want to drop out. The teacher immediately jumped up from his chair, his eyes wide with shock. What? You want to drop out? Why? You just won the championship and became a core disciple. The Academy even rewarded you with a soul bone, and now you're saying you want to drop out? I'd already thought of my words. I said that my master had been in seclusion and didn't he have time to take care of me, which is why I ended up staying at Shrek. Now that he has come out of seclusion, he sent me a message yesterday, telling me to hurry back and practice with him. When Du Weiluan heard this, he was stunned. This reason was perfectly valid, and he couldn't stop it. He said he couldn't make the decision and told me to wait while he went to persuade others. In no time, he directly called the Dean Yin Xiaozhe and the Vice Dean Xian Duo over. Yin, Xiaozhe, even tried to play the emotional card, suggesting that my teacher could come to our academy as a guest elder, as our resources are so good here. Qian Duo was even more anxious, repeatedly saying that I was a genius in soul engineering and couldn't leave. I could only continue to act, saying that my teacher had a peculiar temperament and preferred to train alone. As a result, Dean Yin Xiaozhe's face darkened, and he slammed the table. No need to say more. Let your teacher come here personally to discuss this with me. Until he arrives, you will stay in the academy obediently. Hey, trying to play this game with me? I was already prepared. Eidadyi, Aktiwate. With a roar, an extremely terrifying mental force instantly enveloped the entire Shrek Academy. All the students and teachers felt as if they were being crushed by a mountain, unable to breathe. The next second, an old phantom dressed in a black robe covered with mysterious runes appeared directly in the office. Elder E.'s imposing voice rang out. So you mean to force my disciple to stay? Has Shrek Academy turned into bandits, requiring me, as a teacher, to come in person to take away my disciple? Yin Xiaozhe and the others turned pale with fear, unable to speak coherently under that pressure. At that moment, an old man leaning on a cane, nearly bent at a 90-degree angle, teleported in, clearly the hidden big boss of Shrek. As soon as he arrived, he helped Yin Xiaozhe and the others relieve the pressure and then asked who Elder E was. Elder E snorted coldly and said, "You're making things difficult for my disciple." Upon hearing this, Elder Mu immediately ordered Yin Xiaozhe to explain the situation clearly and then commanded him, apologized to this senior and his disciple. Yin Xiaozhe dared not refuse and tremblingly apologized to me, and Elder Mu then turned to Du Weilan. Xiao Du, go help classmate Huo with the withdrawal procedures. Qian Duo wanted to say something, but was silenced by a glare from Elder Mu. Seeing that the matter was settled, Elder casually said to Yin Xiaozhe, given your sincerity, I'll let you go this time. Then he turned to me gently and said, Yuhao, after you withdraw, come find me at the place we agreed upon. After nodding to Elder Mu, his entire figure vanished with the wind. Damn, this guy is really something. I give him full marks. Old Mu asked me to leave first, and after I walked out, I heard him sternly reprimanding Yin Xiaozhe, saying he nearly caused a disaster for the academy. Yin Xiaozhe, still oblivious, asked, Teacher, is that person's teacher stronger than you? Old Mu replied with 5 words, I can't see through him. At that moment, the office fell completely silent. I finally solved the biggest problem, but now there's a small one. I don't know how to tell Wang Dong. When I got back to the dorm, I saw him staring blankly at that soul bone. I opened my mouth and said, Wang Dong, I'm leaving. At first, he thought I was joking, but when he saw my serious expression, his voice trembled a bit. Why? I repeated what my master had said. After he listened, his eyes were filled with reluctance, but he acted quite proud and said, if you want to leave, then go. That soul bone has nothing to do with you. After saying that, he grabbed the soul bone and ran out to find Xiao Xiao. I looked at his back and could only smile wryly. Sigh, we had just been good brothers for a few days, and now we were about to part ways. I started to pack my things, but there wasn't much to pack. Suddenly, the door opened again, and it was Du Weilan. He was very enthusiastic, acting as if nothing had happened earlier, and immediately said that the school had prepared compensation for me as an apology. He took out a ring and handed it to me, saying it contained a piece of a 50,000-year-old fear dragon's head soul bone, along with 1 million gold soul coins. I was stunned at that moment. The fear dragon, being a mental attribute, was tailor-made for me, right? Shrek was genuinely terrified by old E this time. This was a huge profit. Of course, I accepted it without hesitation. After packing my things, I went to say goodbye to Bei Bei and Tangya, who accompanied me to the east gate of the academy. While we were talking, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao also came running over. Xiao Xiao immediately complained that I wasn't a good friend for not saying goodbye to her. I smiled and pushed the leg bone I'd saved for her. Let's consider this my gift to you and Wang Dong. Finally, I pulled Wang Dong aside and said very seriously, Wang Dong, you must remember what I'm about to say. Seeing me so serious, he also became serious. No matter what happens next, remember that you are Wang Dong. Got it? Although he was confused, he still nodded. I then smiled and patted his shoulder. I'm leaving now, but don't think about me to the point of losing your appetite. He immediately got anxious. I won tea, you will. Don't think about me too much. I didn't look back and just turned around and left. After leaving Shrek City, I headed straight for the extreme north. That guy Tian Dream was shouting in my head all day long, saying he would give me a powerful second martial soul. I bought my supplies and headed north. And a few days later, I arrived in a land of ice and snow. It was so cold that if I didn't have magical protection, I would have probably frozen into an ice sculpture by now. When I reached the extreme north marked on the map, it also said Human Forbidden Zone, danger, danger, danger. I asked Tian Dream where to go next, and he cheekily said, hee, I don't know either. Just head towards the core area, and the target we are looking for will come to us. All right, I'll trust him once. After walking for a few more days, just as I reached the edge of the core area, I suddenly felt all the hairs on my body stand on end. An extremely dangerous aura was approaching. Without saying a word, I immediately cast a phantom spell, and my whole body merged with the ice and snow, disappearing. The next second, a humanoid giant beast over 100 meters tall, covered in long fur, walked past me. I didn't even dare to breathe. Once it walked far away, Tian Dream, still shaken, said, wow, the Titan Snow Demon King. Yuhao, luckily you hid quickly. If he had found us, we would have been done for. After escaping a disaster, we continued deeper. We reached a place where Tian Dream said it was the spot, and he was going to start summoning. I saw him release all of his spiritual energy, which coalesced outside into a golden illusion of me wearing a Shrek uniform. Then, that golden illusion opened its mouth and shouted in an extremely irritating voice towards the empty snowfield. Ice Emperor, I'm back. Haven't you always wanted to devour me? Come out and meet me. After shouting, he quietly waited. I could feel that Tian Dream's spiritual power covered a little less than half of the core area. Soon, a momentum even more terrifying than the Titan Snow Demon King rushed over from the distance. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky turned a bizarre green. A crisp and furious voice rang out. Tian Dream, you're seeking death. Tian Dream controlled the golden illusion and said in a gentle voice that gave me goosebumps, Ice Emperor, I'm back to help you. Your 400,000 year deadline is approaching, and I'm here to help you survive so we can be together forever. Get lost. Tian Dream wasn't angry and continued, Ice Emperor, come out, let's meet. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of green light appeared before me, and a scorpion, 1.5 meters long, composed of green and ice crystal colors appeared in front of me. Let me tell you, that scorpion sister is simply stunning, beautiful like a work of art. Her whole body has that emerald green gem-like quality, adorned with ice crystal accents, breathtakingly beautiful. As a result, Tian Meng, this old bro, just breathed a sigh of relief and called out, Ice Emperor, you finally came out. The next second, the atmosphere changed dramatically. That scorpion sister didn't play by the rules at all. She coldly sneered, Tian Meng, you old six, do you think I'm coming out to chat with you? I'm going to absorb you directly. And what does the tribulation count for? Before she finished speaking, her scorpion tail shot out a beam of light, heading straight for Tian Meng's forehead. Good heavens, Tian Meng was just waiting for this line. Not only did he not dodge, but he also had a look on his face that said, you've taken a bait. His whole body suddenly turned ethereal, like a puff of mist, and directly merged in. The Ice Emperor was dumbfounded at that moment, cursing loudly. Are you crazy? Playing with mental power like this is like self-detonating a truck. But it was too late. A layer of white light enveloped her, and no matter how she tried to cast her skills, she couldn't move. The next second, that scorpion sister was forcibly dragged into my sea of consciousness by Tian Meng. Yuhao, run. Tian Meng's voice was so urgent it was about to split. The scorpion army from my hometown is about to listen to me say thank you. Find a place where no one goes. Without saying a word, I used Phantom Shift to the fullest, swiftly teleporting through the forest, my face pale from running, finally shaking off the pursuers and finding a completely safe place. Only then did Tian Meng release the Ice Emperor from my sea of spirit, of course, still bound. Stop struggling. Ice Emperor, listen to my business proposal, Tian Meng said lazily. The Ice Emperor was furious, coldly asking, what exactly do you want? Where's your true body? Are you too scared to meet me? Tian Meng, being straightforward, revealed that he had long since perished and was now just a soul ring worker, recounting how he was hunted down and how, out of desperation, he chose me as a host. Finally, he tossed out the shocking plan. Ice Emperor, we're both about to be struck dead by heavenly tribulation. After pondering for so many years, there's only one way to survive. Create a god. The Ice Emperor fell silent, and Tian Meng seized the opportunity. Do you remember what happened 10,000 years ago? Several deities descended. Yet we soul beasts couldn't become gods, even if we cultivated until death. Why can humans do it in just a few decades? It's unfair. So, my plan is to cultivate him into a god together. As long as he becomes a god, we can achieve immortality in another form. What are your chances? The Ice Emperor wavered. 70%. Tian Meng declared firmly. The Ice Emperor clearly didn't believe it. So Tian Meng immediately began to praise me. The host I chose is not an ordinary person. Creating soul skills is as easy as playing. And he can defeat level 30 with just level 10. The key is, in his sea of spirit, there is also a powerful being, a demigod-level existence, available for guidance at any time. At that moment, my sea of spirits, Ilex, cooperated perfectly, releasing just a hint of divine consciousness. The weight of that power completely overwhelming us mere mortals. The Ice Emperor turned pale, knowing that Tian Meng wasn't exaggerating. All right, I'll join. But how can you guarantee that my consciousness will remain after the fusion? Also, can his small frame withstand me? I felt my face flush upon hearing this. Indeed, my physical fitness is somewhat lacking. Tian Meng quickly assured me that he had experience and would definitely be able to preserve her consciousness. Then the two of them huddled together, whispering and discussing for a long time, and finally settled on a plan, a three-step approach. First, fuse the soul bone to strengthen my body. Next, fuse the martial soul. And finally, fuse the soul ring. The Ice Emperor looked at me with a very serious expression. The process will be extremely painful, so I will first use my cold air to numb your pain receptors. I nodded. For revenge, for becoming stronger, this pain is nothing. The next moment, an extreme chill suddenly erupted, and I felt as if I had been thrown into an absolute zero freezer. Then, the Ice Emperor's true form floated beneath me, and the hook on its scorpion tail aimed at my tailbone, plunging in with a thud. I tell you, that feeling is like someone is drilling into your spine with a power drill. And it's a drill that feels like ice and fire at the same time. The excruciating pain spreads up along my spine, and a greenish light outlines a brand new skeleton within my body. The beads of sweat oozing from my skin instantly crystallize into blood-red ice. I kept jumping back and forth in the hell of extreme cold and extreme heat, from day to night, and then from night to day. But I gritted my teeth, not making a sound, and my mental strength was firmly stabilized. Even the Ice Emperor was stunned, probably never having seen a human with such a twisted willpower. After another hour, the light on my body finally stabilized, and the soul-bone fusion was complete. I could feel that my body had undergone a transformation. My meridians, bones, and vital energy had all strengthened by several levels. And my talent was maximized. I opened my eyes, and the tired voice of the Ice Emperor came through. "You kid are impressive. Your willpower is truly remarkable. Next, it's time to fuse the martial soul. Tianming, it's up to you." Tianming took over, using its spiritual essence to protect the Ice Emperor's consciousness, guiding her true form to gradually merge into my body. When I opened my eyes again, wow, I was directly buried in the snow, completely naked, and there was a huge tattoo of the Ice Emperor Scorpion on my back. I quickly took out some clothes from my storage bag and put them on. It was a success. As soon as I thought about it, a buzzing sound came from beneath my feet, and a blood-red soul ring rose up, adorned with 4 golden patterns. 400,000 years. Who among my family understands this? It was like taking off right on the spot. This soul ring and the skeletal structure directly granted me 4 divine abilities: Ice Emperor's Claw, Ice Emperor's Protection, Eternal Frozen Domain, and Ice Emperor's Fury. Tianming, I will definitely become a god. I didn't say thank you. I directly made a promise to him. Tianming was exhausted and instructed me to keep heading east to find my second soul ring, and then he fell into a deep sleep. I obediently walked east for an unknown duration. When the dream of the sky awakened, it pointed me to a patch of snow. I scanned with my mental power, and below were chubby silkworms. "Skydream, you want me to attach this thing as my second soul ring?" I was stunned. What combat power could an ice silkworm have? Skydream explained that the ice silkworm has a soul skill called simulation, which can change the color and aura of the soul ring, perfectly disguising my 400,000-year-old red ring. Otherwise, it would be too eye-catching. I laughed at that moment and directly summoned my Ice Emperor martial soul. Guess what? The blood-red soul ring turned purple, and even its aura changed to that of an ordinary 1,000-year soul ring. I also casually turned Tianming's 10-year white ring into a 100-year yellow ring. Tianming was completely stunned and said, "Is this your self-created soul skill?" He was already out of it, since the disguise issue was resolved. Tianming suggested changing targets and looking for the mental type Snow Fox. However, on the way, I suddenly felt something was off. In the flat snowy plain before me, a gigantic dragon nest suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and a frost giant dragon over 100 meters long charged out, heading straight for me. But at a glance, I felt something was wrong. This body size was at least 200,000 years old, but its aura was only at most 100,000 years old, which was too fake. Without saying a word, I cast a spell. "Reveal your true form." To my surprise, the dragon vanished and transformed into a moth with a wingspan of about 3 meters, shimmering in ice blue. A sight so stunning it was hard to believe. It turned out I had been under an illusion all along. This moth had quite a strong mental power. My soul shock only managed to stun it momentarily. Seizing that opportunity, the illusion shattered. I switched to the Ice Emperor spirit, unleashing the aura of my 400,000-year soul rings in an instant, directly activating the Ice Emperor's pincers. A layer of diamond ice crystals instantly covered my arm, and I teleported right in front of its face. Just as it was regaining consciousness, I delivered a punch that knocked it out cold. The moth's massive body crashed to the ground, and a ring of purple 1,000-year soul rings rose up. Only then did Tianming snap out of his shock and exclaim, "My goodness, this is the ice crystal moth, the evolved form of our ice silkworm clan, 1 in a billion. Yuhao, quickly absorb it and see what divine abilities you can gain." I sat cross-legged and absorbed the soul rings. The process went exceptionally smoothly, especially since my body had just been strengthened. As soon as I finished absorbing, I stood up, and 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, emerged around me. I sensed my body, and guess what? My soul power jumped directly from level 20 to the level 30 bottleneck. I leveled up by 10 levels. Tiandream urged me to quickly check my new soul skill. When I sensed it, I couldn't help but smile widely. This skill is simply a bug. It's called Five Senses Manipulation. Once activated, within 100 meters, I can freely control my opponent's vision, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. Basically, I get to be the director while you act, and you won't even know the script is fake. Combined with my mind-reading skill, it's simply unbeatable. Tian Dream was rolling around in my spiritual sea out of envy. I decided not to attach the third soul ring for now and prepare to go to Tian'o City to find some materials to refine body-enhancing potions to improve my physique. 2 days later, I arrived in Tian'o City. I first found an inn to stay in, and the next day headed straight for the legendary Tianbao Street. I scanned the area with my mental power, and the stalls were all filled with junk. Just as I was feeling bored, a commotion broke out in front of me. A well-dressed, noble young man snatched a metal piece from an old man and kicked him aside. As soon as I saw it, I thought, oh, what a coincidence. Just in time to try out my new soul skill. I stared at the noble young man, first using a mind-reading technique to sweep through his memories. Then a flash of golden light appeared in my eyes as I activated my sensory manipulation. The young man was momentarily stunned, then continued walking forward. In his own world, he had swagger home, but in reality, he had walked into a nearby empty alley. I followed him in, and a mental shock knocked him out. A storage soul guide flew over, and the silver bracelet on his hand came into my possession. I took a look inside, and to my surprise, that piece of metal turned out to be Cold Heart Iron Mother. It was exactly the top-tier material needed for alchemy. I unceremoniously emptied everything from his soul guide device and kept the cold-hearted Iron Mother safe. Then I returned to the street, using my senses to shield the gazes of those around me. And through the money bag I had scavenged from that nobleman in front of the old man, still lying on the ground, transmitting, "This is what you deserve." After doing all this, I turned and left, keeping my achievements and name hidden. Next, I needed to find a blacksmith shop. I went straight to the West City, where laborers gathered. I found a blacksmith shop, took out the cold-hearted Iron Mother, and as soon as the blacksmith saw it, his eyes nearly popped out in excitement. He said it was the cold-hearted Iron Mother, but that his skills were insufficient to forge it. However, he pointed me to a clear path, saying that underneath the West City wall, there was a temperamental master who could handle it, though the fees would be exorbitant. Money was not an issue. I immediately rushed over. The place was indeed remote, and the blacksmith shop was dilapidated. As soon as I walked in, I saw a disheveled man with a full beard lying there. When he heard the noise, he didn't even open his eyes, looking like a living dead person. I didn't waste words and directly took out the cold-hearted Iron Mother. Let me tell you, when that thing came out, the temperature in the entire shabby room dropped by several degrees. The boss instantly sat up, his eyes wide open like copper bells. Staring intently at the metal in my hand, his gaze was just like a hungry wolf seeing meat. When he spoke, his voice sounded like a bellows. "This thing is not easy to handle. I know exactly what's going on. This is just about adding money." I asked directly, "How much?" 500 gold soul coins. Deal. I couldn't be bothered to haggle and just placed the design blueprint in front of him, saying to make it according to this. He glanced at the blueprint and said a few words. 1 month, come and pick it up. I turned around and walked away. You asked me if I was afraid he would abscond with the money. Are you kidding? The moment he agreed, I had already scanned through the information in his mind. This guy is really skilled, and his character is decent, just a bit lazy. After settling this matter, I went straight back to the inn to enter seclusion. Last time I fought that ice moth, I realized my soul shock was a bit lacking. It felt like tickling against opponents with strong mental power. No way. I had to level up. I figured the problem was that I was too scattered. I needed to twist it into a single rope. For this month, aside from eating, I spent all my time doing one thing, compressing my mental power. Who among my family understands that feeling of forcibly compressing a ball of cotton into a diamond? It was simply torturous. But on the day the month was up, when I opened my eyes, 2 beams of golden light shot straight out. I made it. With a thought, a mental force as solid as a sewing needle shot out. Goodness, this thing could now be called a mental flying needle. No matter how strong the mental defense, this needle would surely pierce right through and leave you feeling chilled to the core. The timing was just right. It was time to pick up the goods. When I arrived at the blacksmith shop, the boss was still lying there like last time, playing dead. Hearing me come in, he couldn't even be bothered to lift his head and just pointed to a cloth bag on the table. The goods are ready. Pay up. I opened it and found exactly the crucible I wanted. Perfect. I put the item into my storage bag and counted out 500 gold soul coins for him. He nodded, and I left. Throughout the entire process, we exchanged no more than 20 words, focusing on efficient communication. The item was secured, but a new problem arose: herbs. That was the blood of a divine beast. I couldn't just use roadside herbs for the concoction, could I? That would be like diluting Mao Dai with plain water. wasting something precious. There was no choice but to head to Tianbao Street to try my luck again. This time, I went straight to the largest herbal shop, called Huo Pavilion, which sounded impressive. As soon as I walked in, a sweet girl came over to attend to me. I handed her the list of herbs directly. "Do you have these?" The girl looked at the list and turned pale, as there were several items she had never even heard of. She hurried off to find the manager. Soon, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking quite refined, came over. He took the list, adjusted his glasses, and said, "We do have these, but the years are quite different. Do you want them?" As soon as I heard that, the hope I had just ignited was extinguished in an instant. I took back the list and turned to leave. Just as I stepped out the door, a shifty-eyed guy approached me and whispered, "Hey, little brother, looking to buy some medicine? The Huo Pavilion is royal, and the good stuff has already been consumed internally. You know what I mean? I have connections and can get top-quality goods. Interested?" As he spoke, he actually pulled out a section of blood ginseng from his storage soul guide, and it did look quite good. "Oh, lead the way." I smiled. This was a classic setup for a trap, and I was familiar with it. "Follow me, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Seeing that I had taken the bait, he was visibly pleased and led me through the twists and turns of the alley. Finally, we ended up in a dead end. As soon as we reached a deserted spot, he immediately revealed his true form. His martial soul activated, for sprouted on his face, his mouth became pointed, and a rat tail appeared behind him, with 3 soul rings, white, yellow, and purple, swaying around. "Kid, hand over everything valuable on you, or I'll send you on your way." I stood there, motionless, watching him perform. He thought I was scared stiff and was about to make a move. A flash of golden light appeared in my eyes. Soul impact. Poof! An invisible needle pierced directly through his sea of consciousness, stirring his pitiful brain matter into a mess. His eyes widened in shock, and he fell straight down. I summoned his storage soul guide and, using the mind capture technique, packed up the useful information from his brain. Sunset Forest. I found this place name in his memory. This guy's blood ginseng was picked up once when he was hiding from his enemies at the outskirts of Sunset Forest. Now, I had the location of the medicinal material. Without saying a word, I set off immediately. I rushed along the road with all my might, and in less than half a day, I arrived at the Sunset Forest. It was getting a bit late, so I wasn't in a hurry. I casually caught a 10-year-old blue feather chicken, made a fire, and roasted it for dinner while practicing my skills throughout the night. The next morning, I officially entered the forest. With my spiritual sensing fully activated, I walked for almost an hour, but only encountered small fish and shrimp, which was rather boring, until I discovered a large area ahead shrouded in poisonous miasma, with some strange particles floating in it. I had seen this in the memories of that rat spirit. This miasma could take lives, and its area was absurdly large, occupying nearly a quarter of the entire forest. Charging in head first was definitely not an option. No matter how powerful my magic was, I wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, I'm not limited to just soul power. I directly activated the Ice Emperor Scorpion Martial Soul, using extreme ice to protect myself. Although it couldn't completely isolate me, it could weaken the toxicity. Then came the most critical step, continuous phantom shift. This technique greatly tests control. Each teleportation must be precise, or I would exhaust my magic halfway and end up poisoned inside. But for me, it was a piece of cake. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. I darted through the miasma like a ghost, frantically appearing and disappearing. Finally, just as my magic was nearly depleted, I burst out. As soon as I emerged, I quickly sat cross-legged to recover. Before I could catch my breath, the voice of Brother Tiangming exploded in my mind. "Yuhai, hurry, move forward. This is a treasure land." As soon as I heard that, I couldn't care less about being tired. I stood up and walked forward. Let me tell you, the sight in front of me completely stunned me. It was a valley filled with countless strange flowers and rare herbs, each radiating brilliance. Just standing there and breathing made me feel like my cultivation was increasing. In the center of the valley was a hot spring, but one half was milky white and chillingly cold. The other half was bright red and steaming hot. Wow. The Eye of Ice and Fire. I was completely amazed. Isn't this the place where the Shrek 7 monsters ate the divine herbs, which no one had found for 10,000 years? I can't believe I stumbled upon it. Tianming was so excited he was almost going crazy. Yuhao, we hit the jackpot. With these things, becoming a god is not a dream. Although I was excited, I quickly calmed down. The plants here have such a strong vitality that they must have already become spirits. Brother Tiandream also reminded me that almost all the plants here have turned into soul beasts, so I should be cautious. He pointed me in a direction. "Hurry, go to the pink big flower over there. That's the fragrant Chihuahua fairy product, the nemesis of all poisons. Standing next to it is safe. I immediately followed suit and ran to the huge pink crystal flower. As soon as I approached, it emitted a layer of pink light that enveloped me, and a refreshing fragrance invigorated my spirit. I was safe, but I wasn't here for sightseeing. I conjured up extreme ice in my hands and slowly reached towards it, deliberately testing it. Sure enough, all the petals of the big flower began to tremble, and a gentle female voice rang directly in my mind. Human, I protect you. How dare you provoke me? You can talk. I was instantly shocked, displaying an expression worthy of an acting master. In fact, when it activated the light shield, I had already captured its soul fluctuations. Now that it had spoken, I directly activated my ability to read its thoughts and went through its memories of 10,000 years. Are you a 100,000-year soul beast? I continue to play along. Leave here quickly. I won't hold it against you. It was surprisingly easy to talk to. I rolled my eyes and started acting. Senior, I didn't mean to barge in. Someone asked me to come here to find a book. As soon as it heard this, its tone immediately became excited. Huh? Did that person send you? How's he doing? I chuckled coldly to myself. That person was none other than Tang San. But I still maintained an innocent facade, pretending I knew nothing. Senior, the being said, as long as you pass the test, you can take away 7 stalks of celestial grass. Is that true? It is true. It seemed quite happy, its flower crown starting to sway. However, you must first prove you are his descendant by consuming one of the herbs I give you. All right, I accept, I replied readily. It shot out a beam of purple light from its stamen, pulling back an unremarkable little green grass from afar. The grass had 3 snow-white leaves, with a few drops of dew on them. It controlled those drops of dew to fall into my mouth, and in an instant, a refreshing sensation spread throughout my body, ultimately surging into my brain and eyes. Wow, I can feel that my sea of consciousness is undergoing tremendous changes. The originally golden seawater has turned into a brilliant golden color, and the entire range of the sea of consciousness is expanding wildly. Teacher Ilex's voice carries a hint of shock. Yuhao, your mental power has reached a tangible and substantial realm. Tianming and the Ice Emperor also transformed into human forms and appeared in the sea of consciousness, both looking stunned. Tianming excitedly said, tangible and substantial. My goodness, now you can be said to be unparalleled in the realm of mental power. I opened my eyes, and a substantial mental pressure flashed by, startling that flower called HuoYu. But I immediately retracted my aura and feigned a confused expression. HuoYu, what's wrong? It examined me, and, finding that I was still the same, thought I was just seeing things. All right, you passed my test. Next, it's Ajiao's turn to test you, HuoYu said, pointing to a large cabbage-shaped, fiery red plant in the center of the Crimson Spring. A domineering voice rang out. Kid, defeat an opponent of your level who possesses extreme fire, and you will pass. As I walked into the area, a wave of extreme heat rushed towards me. A fiery woman, with indistinct facial features, emerged from spring, having drawn a large amount of spring water. She wielded 2 flaming swords and charged at me. I pretended to dodge, but switched my martial soul to Ice Emperor to withstand the attack. As a result, my ultimate ice was completely restrained here, and I was directly struck and sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. You lost. HuoYu, take him away, said Liehua, Xingjiao Shu coldly. But HuoYu didn't respond, because in its eyes, the scene was that firewoman was wildly swinging her weapon at the air like a headless fly, while I had already leisurely walked to the side of Liehua, Xingjiao Shu's true form, with the Ice Emperor's claw resting on its neck. I win, I said with a smile. The illusion in front of Liehua, Xingjiao Shu shattered instantly, and feeling the extreme cold near its neck, it was left dumbfounded. What is happening? Family, this is called the dimensionality reduction attack, primarily based on an information gap. It was still playing physical attacks with me on the first level, while I had already used my 5 senses to pull it into my mental domain. I lost, it said reluctantly. After passing the test, HuoYu handed me a pure white book. As soon as I opened it, I saw that name, Tang San. All right, case solved. The one who plotted against me is this old schemer who became a god 10,000 years ago. HuoYu asked if I wanted to join the Tang sect. I chuckled internally. Thinking about joining your sect? Dream on. But I said out loud, forget it, I don't want to join. However, just as I was speaking, a flash of golden light appeared in my eyes, and an invisible 5-sense manipulation had already enveloped all the sentient plants present. In their illusion, I merely returned the book. In reality, right in front of them, with my brain comparable to a supercomputer, I copied and pasted the entire Tang Sex medicine chapter and poison chapter into my mind at a glance. "Here you go," I said with a smile, handing the book back. It took it back without any suspicion and generously said, "Even though you won't join, you can still take away the 7 immortal herbs." I was also not polite. Besides the 7 designated celestial herbs, I casually gathered a large number of ordinary herbs needed to refine the dragon blood potion, filling my storage bag to the brim. After bidding them farewell, I used a shadow shift to directly flash out of the sunset forest. Standing outside the forest, I felt a mix of emotions. Tang San, a god. Why was he plotting against me so meticulously? What could I possibly have that he covets? And my mother's death. At that moment, Teacher Ilex spoke up. "Yuhao, would you like to take me as your master?" I hesitated. My enemy is a god, and I don't want to involve him. Ilex seemed to see through my thoughts and boldly said, "Since I dare to take you in, I'm naturally not afraid of the god who is plotting against you." Upon hearing this, I no longer hesitated and directly performed a grand bow in the sea of consciousness. "Greetings, master." Teacher Ilex smiled and helped me up. "Yuho, my memory has recovered a bit more. Moreover, I have gained some new insights into the way soul rings are attached in your world. After a while, I will give you a surprise. A surprise? Let me tell you, before Ilex's surprise arrives, I already prepared something big on my side." As soon as I emerged from the sea of consciousness, it was dark outside. I thought, since I'm not missing this night, I might as well spend it in the sunset forest. The taste of that blue-feathered chicken last time was incredible. The meat was as tender as tofu. I must get another one. After eating and drinking my fill, I sat cross-legged and began to ponder my eyes. Goodness, ever since I consumed that immortal herb, I feel like my spiritual eyes are like a smartphone. Just now, I plugged it into a power bank at the Ice and Fire 2-element eye, and now it has given me a major system update. It seems I can activate some kind of berserk mode, greatly increasing my power. But the energy consumption is frighteningly high. I estimate that activating it once would drain me completely. Is this the legendary second awakening of the body, martial soul? Shrek didn't teach this. It seems that finding that so-called body sect must be put on the agenda. Enough thinking, let's get down to business. I rushed back to Heaven Dose City overnight, bought enough rations to last a month, and then set out of the city again without stopping. Are you kidding? The potion for refining divine beast blood, can that be quiet? Doing it in the city is likely to attract the city lord. I had already set up a spot, a cave that couldn't be more hidden outside the city. After entering, I still wasn't at ease. So I cast a transformation spell to turn a few blades of grass at the cave entrance into giant stones, sealing the entrance tightly, focusing on physical isolation. The cave was pitch black, and I took out all the pots and pans for alchemy. Then, taking a deep breath, I took out that drop of ice dragon blood. Just that one drop, and the moment I poured it out, the temperature in the entire cave plummeted to freezing point. I held it in the palm of my hand and directly cast a fierce fire spell. Let me tell you, the spell unleashed black flames, fierce and intense. But after burning for a long time, that outer layer of the dragon blood, tough as iron, barely melted a little bit. All right, I know this is a slow process. There's no rushing it. I became a desperate drug lord in the cave for N days, and I finally burned through that layer of shell. With a crack, a chill 10 times more intense than before suddenly exploded, and a thick layer of frost covered the walls of the entire cave. I quickly poured that drop of pure dragon blood into the cauldron forged from cold-hearted iron. As soon as the blood entered, it transformed into a dragon-shaped phantom, clawing and trying to rush out. But in my specially crafted pot, even a true dragon had to curl up. Next, I used my mental power to swiftly extract the essences from the other herbs, and several clusters of emerald green liquid floated in the air. The fragrance of the medicine was so potent that just a whiff felt like it could elevate me to the next level. I carefully controlled the medicinal liquid to merge into the cauldron, then ignited the flames to begin the final brewing process. Let me tell you, what happened in my cauldron was like a fantasy blockbuster. The ice dragon, formed from a drop of dragon blood, clashed with my medicinal dragon, which was condensed from the essence of my elixirs, right in the pot. At first, the ice dragon was quite fierce. After all, it had the bloodline suppression. But ultimately, it was just a drop of blood, and its stamina was lacking. After a few rounds, my larger medicinal dragon bit its neck. But then something strange happened. Instead of tearing it apart, the medicinal dragon slowly melted into the ice dragon's body like water. In the end, the medicinal dragon completely disappeared, becoming a supplement for the ice dragon. The ice dragon's momentum instantly soared, but its gaze turned docile. It suddenly slammed into the lid of the pot, and I understood, immediately releasing the restrictions. With a whoosh, a small ice-blue dragon flew out of the pot. It circled a few times in the cave and then opened its mouth wide to suck in air. Does anyone understand? A massive vortex of vitality appeared in the sky outside, swallowing up the surrounding vitality within 100 miles. At that moment, I was relieved that I chose a remote place. If someone saw this commotion, I would be on the front page of the continent tomorrow. Once it was full, I took out a jade bottle, and the little dragon obediently flew inside with a whoosh, transforming into a pool of ice-blue liquid. It was done. Looking at the potion in the bottle, my eyes almost gleamed with greed. Without saying a word, I summoned the ice-blue Emperor Scorpion martial spirit, then unscrewed the bottle cap and drank it all in one go. Damn! The moment that energy exploded within me, I felt as if I'd been completely reformatted and reinstalled. A wave of extreme cold instantly penetrated my entire body, and even with my ultimate ice, I felt shivers. Soon after, a tremendous life energy began to wash over my organs and meridians, and I could even feel a trace of icy blue in my blood, with a layer of illusory dragon scales appearing on my body. When I opened my eyes again, I felt like I could punch and kill a 5,000-year-old Titan bull with one hit. Tianming's voice was so excited that it cracked. Yuho, with your current physique, absorbing a 50,000-year soul ring is like child's play. I've already effortlessly raised the years of your first and second soul rings to the 50,000-year level. I quickly unleashed my spirit, I'm martial soul, and took a look. Wow, there were 2 soul rings, one white and one black. Although the 10-year white ring didn't change color, its aura was definitely at the 50,000-year level. It's all about playing the pig to eat the tiger. All 4 soul skills were comprehensively enhanced, especially the second soul skill, sensory manipulation, which skyrocketed its range from 100 meters to 500 meters. That's a full 5 times increase. It's time to add the 3rd ring to my ice blue scorpion martial soul. I stood up, changed into a new outfit, and walked to the blocked entrance, looking at the few giant stones that were about my height. I couldn't be bothered to use my soul skills and simply threw a punch nonchalantly. Boom! Those giant stones, as hard as real rock, crumbled like tofu under my fist, instantly exploding into a shower of debris. Not bad. I smiled with satisfaction. After munching on dry rations in the cave for a month, my mouth was almost parched. I decided to hunt for some game to indulge myself, and soon caught a soft-boned rabbit, roasted to a crispy exterior and tender interior. Delicious. After eating and drinking enough, it was time to head to the Douluo Forest. I turned on the spiritual detection and flew east-southeast. However, I hadn't gone far when a scene that made my blood pressure spike appeared within my detection range. In a village, 3 evil soul masters were crazily slaughtering. The men were killing directly, and the women and children. It was simply inhumane. My eyes instantly turned red, and I used my phantom movement to its maximum, dashing in front of an evil soul master in just a few flashes. At the same time I appeared, the heads of the other 2 thugs who were committing violence exploded with a bang, like watermelons bursting, splattering red and white everywhere. The one in front of me was so scared he was dumbfounded. I couldn't be bothered to say anything and directly punched him in the stomach. He curled up like a cooked shrimp, spitting out a mouthful of blood and flying backward. I flashed behind him again and delivered a vicious whip kick to his body. He crashed to the ground like a broken sack, dying on the spot. Looking at the ravaged village and the desperate cries of the survivors, my heart felt heavy. A middle-aged man, along with the remaining villagers, came over and was about to kneel down to me. I used my mental power to hold them up and asked what they would do in the future. They said their home was here and they wanted to stay and rebuild. I looked at them, sighed, waved my hand, and cast a restoration spell. A blue light swept across, and the destroyed houses miraculously returned to their original state, as if the movie was being played in reverse. The villagers were stunned by this scene, and by the time they thought to thank me, I had already disappeared. As I hurried along, I couldn't help but think about those vile, evil soul masters. Shrek actually claimed that none of the major empires had dedicated institutions to hunt them down. No wonder they are so rampant. I secretly vowed that one day I would wipe out all the evil soul masters in the world. A few days later, I returned to the Douluo Forest. Looking at the familiar sign indicating the presence of soul beasts, I felt a surge of emotions. If it weren't for meeting Brother Tianming and Elder Yi here, I wouldn't be where I am today. This time, my goal was to find a spirit-type soul beast age between 40 to 50,000 years, heading straight for the core area. Soon, many soul beasts that fit the age criteria appeared in my mental detection, but unfortunately, none of them were what I wanted. Just as I was about to change locations, suddenly, A sharp claw light came slashing at me without warning. I had been on guard and easily dodged it. Upon closer inspection, I was astonished to see a dark golden giant bear over 4 meters tall, exuding a chilling and ruthless aura, with claws longer than my own arms. Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear. Brother Tianming reminded me that this one was about 5,000 years old, but with a top-tier bloodline, and warned me to be cautious. However, I just smiled. After my strength had surged, I was actually looking for a decent opponent to practice against. I directly summoned the Ice Emperor Scorpion Spirit, and a plain 1,000-year soul ring rose beneath my feet. The Ice Emperor's pincers and Ice Emperor's protection activated simultaneously, and I transformed into a streak of light and charged forward. That bear was large and slow. I used a phantom shift to appear behind it and delivered a powerful punch to its back. Roar! The Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear let out a painful roar, blood appearing on its back, but this guy was incredibly tough, getting up as if nothing had happened and charging at me. I continuously toyed with it using phantom shifts, making it furious and howl wildly. With a swipe of its right claw, 5 claw lights that ripped through space locked onto me, leaving me unable to use phantom shift. But I wasn't worried at all. A flash of blue light appeared on my chest, and I shot out an Ice Emperor's fury. The two energies collided, creating a cloud of dust. While it couldn't see me, I was already in front of it, delivering another punch, this time aimed at its head. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed, and it fell to the ground. Yet even so, it was still not completely dead, glaring at me with its angry eyes. Truly, it was a soul beast daring enough to challenge a dragon. The game was over. I unleashed a mental shock, sending it off completely. After the fight, I assessed its strength to be around the Soul Emperor to Soul Sage level. The fact that I could easily defeat it indicated that my strength had reached this level as well. If I unleashed all my magic, I would only be stronger. I was just thinking when I suddenly saw a strange light flashing on the bear's right paw. I walked over and used my dagger to cut it open, only to find a peculiar bone inside, with 5 miniature dark golden claws at the front. A soul bone? Or an external soul bone? Yuhao, this is a great find. Hurry and fuse it. Tianming was even more excited than I was. I immediately sat down and guided the soul bone to merge with my right hand. The process went exceptionally smoothly. After the fusion was complete, I raised my right arm, and with a thought, 5 dark golden claws, over a foot long, sprang out in an instant. Dark Golden Terror Claws. With a casual wave, 5 deep, bottomless scratches appeared on the ground, showcasing incredible power. After dealing with the bear's corpse, I changed direction and continued my search. To my surprise, I soon found my target. It was a strange soul beast that looked like a dog but was covered in scales. Brother Tianming told me this was a silver shadow beast, possessing both mental and agility attack attributes, with a lifespan of 45,000 years. Its innate soul skill was incredibly powerful and very suitable for me. This was the one. The silver shadow beast also noticed me and turned to flee, moving so fast that it left only an afterimage. Unfortunately, no matter how fast it was, it couldn't outrun my mental power. A flash of golden light appeared in my eyes, and an invisible mental shock condensed into a needle, crossing a distance of 500 meters to pierce directly through its brain. The massive body of the silver shadow beast crashed to the ground, its face frozen in the fear it felt just before death. I teleported over, sat cross-legged, and began to absorb the black 10,000-year soul ring. A wave of resentful mental energy tried to invade my mental sea, but as soon as it entered, it was stunned. Goodness, Brother Tianming, the Ice Emperor, and Elder E. The 3 big shots were present, like a kid from the slums accidentally crashing a UN Security Council meeting. No need for the big shots to take action. My own mental power wiped it out with a single wave. After absorbing it, I stood up, and 3 soul rings, 1 white and 2 black, rose from beneath my feet, with my soul power skyrocketing to level 37. And this 3rd soul skill was simply incredible, named Imprint. It can copy an opponent's soul skill the moment they use it and store it for later use, with 100 power. Although it can only be used about 5 times a day, at critical moments, it's a trump card. After finishing up, I was about to leave the core area when a soul beast suddenly appeared in my mental detection. It was covered in dazzling golden fur, resembling a lion, but with dragon-like claws, stepping on golden flames, and it even had a 3rd vertical pupil on its forehead. It was rushing toward me, clearly not friendly. Just as I was about to take action, Brother Tianming suddenly screamed in my mind, his voice cracking. Yuhao? Stop. Whatever you do, don't kill it. Why? This is the Emperor's royal beast, the 3-eyed golden lion. It has dual ultimate attributes. If you kill it, you'll be ruining the livelihoods of all the soul beasts in the Stardew Forest. And those hidden old monsters will definitely come after you to the ends of the earth. Plus, there will definitely be fierce beasts protecting it. As soon as Brother Tianming finished speaking, an extremely terrifying aura appeared in my mental detection. A giant crimson golden dog with 3 heads was rushing this way. That aura was absolutely at the fierce beast level. The security level was off the charts. I broke out in a cold sweat, and without a second thought, I activated Phantom Shift to the maximum and desperately teleported toward the outskirts of the Stardew Forest. When I finally ran to the outskirts, collapsing on the ground exhausted, and confirmed that the fierce beast hadn't chased me, I let out a sigh of relief. Brother Tianming said that was the 300,000-year-old 3-headed crimson demon dog, ranked 8th among the top 10 fierce beasts. Luckily, I ran fast. Looks like I need to level up my soul power as soon as possible. I took out the frozen paw of the dark gold bear from my storage bag and cooked a big meal to calm my nerves. After eating and drinking to my fill, I came up with a new plan. I'm going to start Luo City. The prestigious Soul Master Academy's soul fighting competition for the entire continent is about to be held there, and I want to join in the excitement and meet the world's talents. By the way, Daihua Bin, I hope to see you on the competition stage. A few days later, I arrived at the bustling Star Luo City. The city was crowded with people, and the hotels were almost fully booked. After much effort, I finally found a place to stay and started thinking about one question. How can I participate in the competition? I need to find an academy to affiliate with. Strong academies definitely wouldn't want someone like me who came in halfway, so I have to look for a weaker one. The next day, based on a recommendation of the hotel staff, I walked into a tavern called Fire Feather. This kind of place is filled with all sorts of people, making it perfect for gathering information. I walked straight to the bar, tossed a gold coin, and asked the bartender who was cleaning glasses, which academy has the weakest team in this competition. The bartender looked at me as if I were crazy, but still took the money and leaned in to quietly tell me a name. After receiving the information, I immediately left the tavern. Meanwhile, in Star Luo City, at the Changfeng Academy, the principal, Su Yunjin, was worried to the point of nearly turning gray due to the upcoming competition. Their academy originally had a good strength and performed well in the last competition. However, just 3 months ago, their main team preparing for the competition encountered an accident while hunting soul beasts in the Stardew Great Forest, meeting a high-level soul beast, resulting in the complete annihilation of both the teacher and students. This left Changfeng Academy unable to even gather enough participants for the competition. The principal Su Yunjin was distressed suddenly. The door to the principal's office was slammed open, and someone rolled in, shouting at the top of their lungs, "Principal, it's bad. Someone is causing trouble at our academy's entrance." They specifically called out to challenge our competition team. I tell you, Su Yin was furious at that moment. It was already annoying enough, and now someone dared to come to his door and step on his face. He stood up with a huff, his beard all ruffled with anger. What the hell? Trying to take advantage of the fire. Huh? Let's see who the blind one is. Good heavens. Who could be more blind than this? It was our protagonist, Huo Yuhao. He stood alone at the entrance of Changfeng Academy, looking completely calm and composed. The security guard thought he was a student from some class and approached to ask, "Student, please show your student ID." Huo Yuhao smiled, the corner of his mouth curling up in a devilishly charming way. "Sorry, I'm not here to attend classes. I'm here to challenge the academy." As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of golden light appeared in his eyes, and 3 soul rings popped up beneath his feet. 1 yellow and 2 purple. The oppressive aura of his soul power instantly stunned the 2 security guards, one of whom was so frightened that his legs went weak, and he crawled inside to report. Before long, the Dean Su Yun came out with a dark face. When he saw Huo Yuhao, his heart skipped a beat. This young kid, a 3-ring soul master, with such an outrageous soul ring configuration, which rival academy sent this genius to cause trouble? But he ran through all his opponents in his mind and found none with this level of talent. Su Yun cleared his throat and put on his dean's demeanor. "You, which academy are you from? Who sent you to challenge our team members?" Huo Yuhao's acting skills, I tell you, even the Oscars owe him a gold statuette. He raised his chin, exuding arrogance. "I haven't joined any academy. I just heard that your Changfeng Academy can participate in the Continental Grade Competition and wanted to see what so-called geniuses are made of. Let's cut to the chase. Do you dare to accept the challenge?" This arrogant attitude nearly gave Su Yun a heart attack. But then he thought, this kid has no academy? And he's a top genius? Well, isn't this a stroke of luck? I've been worried about not having enough team members. And here one just shows up at my door. The old fox's mind was racing with schemes. He decided to find a soul elder to subdue this kid, temper his arrogance, and then coax him into joining his own academy. Next competition, wouldn't he, our Changfeng Academy soar? Thinking of this, the old man nearly laughed out loud. He forced a stern face and pretended to be troubled. Humph, do you think our Changfeng Academy is a vegetable market? You could just come and fight whenever you want? Huo Yuhao was about to laugh out loud internally, but maintained a facade of indifference. So what do you want? Simple. Su Yin revealed his true intentions. If you lose, you have to join our academy. Do you dare to bet? All right, I accept. Huo Yuhao agreed decisively. Su Yin was overjoyed, but still had to keep a stern face. Fine, you have guts. Follow me. The two of them passed through the teaching building and arrived at a massive battle arena. There were already two guys fighting in the arena, one with a bear spirit and the other with a sword spirit, clanging away for a while until the bear guy ran out of soul power and lost. Purely a warm-up act. Su Yin pointed at the two and deliberately said to Huo Yuhao, "See, these two are both soul elders. One of them will fight you shortly. Are you scared?" Huo Yuhao didn't he even lift his eyelids. Bring it on. Su Yin was ecstatic. This genius student was a sure thing. He quickly pulled the two, just finished fighting, Xiong Zhan and Chun Qingfeng, aside and whispered about Huo Yuhao's situation, instructing them specifically, make sure to beat him badly. Knock that arrogance out of him. But remember, don't injure him. He'll be one of us in the future. The two guys heard this and exclaimed, "Oh, a future junior? That one yellow and two purple soul ring configuration is impressive, but a soul master fighting a soul elder? No way." They patted their chests in assurance. No problem. Then Su Yin returned, cleared his throat, and began the introduction. This is Xiong Zhan, a level 40 strength attack soul elder. This is Chun Qingfeng, a level 45 agility attack weapon soul elder. You, which one do you choose? Huo Yuhao raised his chin, exuding dominance. If we're going to fight, let us fight the strongest. Good heavens. Chun Qingfeng stepped forward immediately, wearing a smile that said he was teaching the younger generation. Little brother, I'll play with you. The two stood in the middle of the arena, with Su Yin as the referee. As he announced the start of the match, the students watching from the sidelines were ready for a show. A soul master challenging a level 45 soul elder? Isn't this just a free gift? And then guess what happened? The moment the battle began, as soon as Chun Qingfeng drew out his clear wind sword and hadn't even had time to strike a cool pose, he felt a blur in front of him. Huo Yuhao charged at him like a cannonball. The speed was so fast, he didn't even have time to react. Huo Yuhao threw a punch, the wind from it stinging Chun Qingfeng's face. Chun Qingfeng was terrified. Without thinking, he activated his third soul ring and shouted, "Clear wind sword shield." A blue shield instantly enveloped him. Just when he thought he could catch his breath, something terrifying happened. One punch, just one punch. For those who understand, Huo Yuhao's fist shattered his 1,000-year soul skill shield like glass with a crack. The momentum of that fist didn't decrease, continuing straight for his nasal bridge. In that instant, Chun Qingfeng felt the breath of death. He used all his strength to scream like a pig being slaughtered. I concede. The fist stopped merely a centimeter from his nose. Chun Qingfeng's eyes rolled back, collapsing to the ground, gasping for air, feeling a bit wet in his pants. The entire arena was dead silent. Did it last 3 seconds from start to finish? Huo Yuhao withdrew his fist, expressionless, and said, "You were too slow." This left Su Yin and the students watching in a state of shock. What was happening? This wasn't how the script was written. Huo Yuhao ignored them, turning to Su Yin and casually asking, "Dean Su, does your academy have anyone stronger?" Su Yin's facial muscles twitched. "Stronger? There is, but that S.A. Soul King. You, a soul master, just one-punched a soul elder, and now you want to fight Soul King? Is that reasonable?" But the more he looked at Huo Yuhao, the more he was tempted. This wasn't a genius. This was a monster. No matter what, he had to keep him today. So he cast a pleading glance at a tall male student nearby, Tuoba Tian. Tuoba Tian understood and stepped forward, unleashing his Soul King aura. "Little brother, you have some skills. How about I spar with you?" Huo Yuhao glanced at him and nodded. Good heavens, now it was getting exciting. A soul master versus a soul king. The match started again. Tuoba Tian didn't dare to be careless, immediately using his martial spirit, white dragon Xian armor. His whole body was covered in white dragon scales, activating a defensive soul skill, making him look like a tin can. And then he charged at Huo Yuhao with a roar. And what happened next? Huo Yuhao didn't dodge at all, directly meeting him head-on. Tuoba Tian threw a punch, but Huo Yuhao caught it with one hand. I tell you, Tuoba Tian's face turned green. He felt like his fist was caught in a vice. and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it back. Then, Huo Yuhao threw a punch into his chest. Tuoba Tian flew backward like a kite, with its string cut. Fortunately, his defense was high enough that he could get up and still fight. He was anxious and directly activated his ultimate move. Third soul skill, Red Rock Dragon Body. His attack and defense soared again, and he charged up once more. However, in front of Huo Yuhao, his strength was still like a joke. In just a moment, he was sent flying by a single punch. Tuoba Tian now understood completely that they were not on the same level of power. This was simply a dimensionality reduction strike. As he saw Huo Yuhao charging up again to end the match, he steeled his heart and detonated the brightest ring on his body, the fifth soul ring, a black 10,000-year soul ring. Boom! A huge, earth-colored beam of light shot out from his chest, striking Huo Yuhao directly. The entire soul fighting platform was enveloped in smoke and dust. Tuoba Tian felt a surge of joy in his heart. Had he won? But the next second, a figure burst out of the smoke like a ghost, completely unscathed, and landed a heavy punch on his chest. Tuoba Tian's vision went dark, and he fainted instantly. The entire arena fell into a petrified state once again. A soul master, without using a single soul skill throughout the match, had crushed a soul king purely with his fists. What kind of monster was this? Suyin couldn't care less and hurried over to check on Tuoba Tian's injuries. Huo Yuhao casually said, "Don't worry, I've held back. He won't die." After Su Yun checked, he found that Tuoba Tian had only fainted, and his heart surged with shock. Little brother, what exactly is your martial soul?" Huo Yuhao's eyes flashed with golden light. "My martial soul is the eye." "The eye?" Su Yun exclaimed in shock. "You're from the body sect." Huo Yuhao chuckled internally. The bait had been taken, and he nodded, yes. Upon hearing it was from the body sect, Su Yun's face suddenly fell. So it was a genius from a super sect out training. No wonder he was so abnormal. He definitely wouldn't join their small academy. He said irritably, "All right, you won. You can leave now?" Who would have thought that Huo Yuhao's arrogance suddenly vanished, replaced by a smiling expression? "Director Su, don't rush to chase me away. How about we make a deal?" "What deal?" "I can represent your Changfeng Academy in this continental competition." Su Yun was taken aback and asked warily, "What are the conditions?" "The conditions are simple. Once the competition ends, I will withdraw from the academy." I tell you, even Su Yun wouldn't be able to handle these conditions. What kind of conditions are these? This is simply like a pie falling from the sky. They get a super powerhouse for free, helping the academy gain rankings, and once it's done, they leave without any repercussions. He was a bit incredulous. Is it really that simple? Huo Yuhao saw through his thoughts and laughed. It's that simple. You don't need to worry about the body sect. I'm here primarily for a companion-style competition. As soon as Su Yun heard this, he had nothing to hesitate about. He immediately made the decision. "Classmate Huo Yuhao, welcome to join our Changfeng Academy." He pulled Huo Yuhao and went to handle the enrollment procedures. Just like that, Huo Yuhao easily secured his qualification to compete and then returned to the hotel to enter seclusion for cultivation. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition officially commenced. After finishing his cultivation, Huo Yuhao felt that his soul power had improved significantly. So he slipped over to the Star Emperor Hotel where the participating teams were staying. He found the room of Changfeng Academy. It was filled with a gloomy atmosphere. Xiongzhan was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. "Dean, is Huo Yuhao coming or not?" "Teacher Chun has already returned from the draw. If he doesn't come, we'll be left hanging." Su Yun's hand holding the teacup trembled a bit, and he forced himself to say, "Don't worry, he promised he would come." But inside, he was quite anxious. If Huo Yuhao stood them up, Changfeng Academy would really be eliminated in the first round and go home to fish. Just then, the door opened, and a middle-aged teacher walked in with a worried expression. As soon as he entered, he sighed heavily, making our hearts leap into our throats. "It's over." Just 2 words, and our hearts sank. Who did we draw? Our old rival, the Breaking Wave Academy. Good heavens, the place fell silent. Who understands? Originally, we were already at a disadvantage with 2 injuries, and now we directly face our nemesis. Isn't that like conceding before the game even starts? Just when we were collectively feeling down, the door opened again, and my brother, Huo Yuhao, made a dazzling entrance. Seeing our gloomy faces, he even joked, "Oh, what's going on here? Are we praying together before the competition? Or are you not welcoming me?" I tell you, as soon as he arrived, the atmosphere instantly changed. The few teammates who had seen his strength had their eyes light up as if they found their savior and rushed over. "Brother Huo, you finally made it. With you here, what Breaking Wave Academy? We can easily knock them down." Our Dean Suyin also breathed a sigh of relief, assuring Teacher Chun, "Don't worry. His strength is far beyond your imagination." Less chit-chat. Let's fast forward to the competition scene. It was a sea of people, with the sound of drums and gongs ringing out. The Shrek Academy folks were always standing in the front, the most eye-catching spot. I tell you, even if those people wore a sack, I would still recognize them. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao were there, and I directly winked at them from afar. But good heavens, that Dai Huabin was also there, and his gaze was TSK, as if he wanted to swallow me whole. The Emperor droned on with a bunch of nonsense, and the competition officially began. The first match was Shrek, and they sent their entire reserve team, making it quite a struggle. Although they won in the end, they were almost exposed. It was clear that the main force had issues. After a few matches, it was finally our turn. Next, Changfeng Academy versus Breaking Wave Academy. As soon as we got on stage, the opposing captain immediately started mocking, shouting at our captain, "Oh, Toba Tian, does Changfeng have no one left? Sending a few soul ancestors up to fill the numbers? Planning to concede outright?" Our captain's temper flared, and he directly summoned his martial soul. "Stop talking nonsense." Without saying a word, I activated my spiritual eye, and the mental detection was immediately shared among the whole team. In that instant, my teammates' expressions changed as if they had connected to full bars of 5G, and they became calm. The opposing team also revealed their martial souls: yellow, purple, and black, two soul kings. No wonder we felt so desperate before. The battle began, and Toba Tian directly went for the mouthy captain on the opposite side. But honestly, on the other side, with two soul kings, their hard power was evident, and relying solely on my report made it a bit challenging for us. Then it was my turn to perform. I simply raised my hand and casually uttered 4 words, all petrified. Bam! I tell you, it was like hitting the pause button. The 7 opponents, who had been snarling just a second ago, instantly turned into immobile figurines. My teammates were stunned, but quickly reacted. Seizing the opportunity, they tossed all 7 statues off the stage in no time. Changfeng Academy won. The entire audience went wild, shouting our academy's name in a roaring wave. The Star Luo Emperor was almost shocked, speechless, and immediately sent someone to investigate my background. We popped champagne over here. Back at the hotel, Xiongzhan, excited with a flushed face, grabbed me and asked, "Brother Huo, what kind of divine soul skill was that?" So amazing. I just smiled and kept my achievements humble. Dean Suyin was even more excited, probably already planning where to put the champion trophy in his mind. In comparison, things were much bleaker for Shrek. Their main team suffered heavy casualties, and the reserve team won in such a poor manner. Teacher Wang Yin was there comforting them, saying that the first round of elimination was always brutal, and only Changfeng Academy won easily, specifically mentioning my abnormal 7-person control. Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yaoheng turned dark upon hearing this. The next day, during the round-robin matches, as soon as we arrived at the rest area, we became the focus of the whole venue. Everyone's eyes were like spotlights shining on me. On the Shrek side, Xiao Xiao was the first to spot me, excitedly shouting for Wang Dong to look. Wang Dong's expression was complex, let me tell you. I waved at him, and he couldn't help but smile. Dai Huabin was different. His gaze was venomous. "Huo Yuhao, I finally caught you." I shot him back a death smile that said, "What are you looking at?" Ma Xiaotao was stunned and asked if they knew me. Xiao Xiao explained that I was their former classmate who had dropped out. Dai Huabin immediately interjected, sarcastically saying, he was just a soul master with a 10-year soul ring back then, with very poor talent. Wang Dong shot back immediately. "And you were still defeated by a soul master?" Dai Huabin's face turned a deep shade of purple. Soon it was our turn to compete. And this time, it was a team battle against Yunfan Academy, which was full of tall beauties. As soon as both sides revealed their martial souls, when my yellow, purple, and purple soul rings appeared, the audience erupted. Dai Huabin's eyes nearly popped out, probably wondering what kind of physical cheat I had activated, leaping from a 1-ring to a 3-ring in just months. The opposing captain, named Qingyu, was a 5-ring soul king and quite pretty. She probably had studied me, as she charged at me like a little rocket to try and take me out first. Our teammates understood and didn't even bother with me, directly engaging others. Everyone thought we were crazy, sending a 3-ring against a 5-ring. What happened next? The beautiful captain kicked at me with a whip leg, and I simply grabbed her long leg, flashed her a charming smile. Time to fly. Then I swung her around and hurled her away like a hammer throw. She crashed into the protective shield and fell unconscious. The entire venue fell silent, probably questioning their lives. Without the Soul King, the remaining fight was like chopping vegetables, and we won easily again. That night, the dean took me to broaden my horizons to an underground soul tool auction. The earlier items were all minor, until the final highlight, a shabby carving knife. I tell you, that thing was filled with resentment, as if its previous owner had died with 1,000 regrets. As a result, I was so excited by the thought of Elder E in my mind that I almost acted on the spot. Get it? Yuhao, at all costs. This thing is the gold of life. Good heavens, it's a treasure of heaven and earth. When the auctioneer talked about the knife's origin, mentioning curses and devouring its master, everyone in the audience was too scared to say a word. I raised my paddle directly, 100,000 gold coins. Everyone looked at me as if I were a fool. In the end, this weapon, which everyone else despised, was easily acquired by me. Back at the hotel, Elder E explained to me that the gold of life is a pure crystallization of life force, much greater than the life force condensed from a million-year soul beast like Dream Brothers. It is simply a divine object against the heavens. However, purification takes time, and we can only talk about it after the competition. In the subsequent matches, we faced the Zheng Tian Academy again. This time, it was an individual battle. I directly told the captain, I'll go 1 against 7. I was the first to go on stage, and my opponent was a girl named Umungdi, a soul master with a 2-winged angel martial spirit and a 5-ring soul king. She launched a cross slash at me, and I countered with an armor shield. Guess what? Magic rebound. Her own skill flew back towards her face. In the end, she unleashed a powerful move called Angel Divine Slash, which looked quite impressive. I directly used a mystic swap, and whoosh, we switched positions. She could only watch helplessly as her ultimate attack flew back at her. If it weren't for the referee's quick intervention, she would have been finished on the spot. For the next few soul masters, I dealt with them easily, 1 punch each. Finally, I faced their captain, Yi Wuqing, who was genuinely strong, a 6-ring soul emperor. His martial spirit was a golden leaf, and he played it flamboyantly. In the end, he activated his ultimate move, the 5th soul skill, Dance of the Golden Leaves. The sky was filled with golden leaves, like a rain of blades, completely overwhelming me. The referee rushed in and pulled me out, declaring him the winner. However, the next second, just as he was about to drink from his bottle to regain energy, he suddenly let out a howl and realized he was lying on the ground. Meanwhile, I was still standing on stage, smiling at him. Family, who understands? That was all an illusion. All of his attacks were just outlines of a human body, and not a single one hit me. I had team moved at all. Once his skills were finished, I kicked him off the stage. The audience erupted in cheers for me again, 1 against 7, just that simple. Dai Huabin in the audience turned pale, probably digging his nails into his flesh. Finally, the camera cut back to the Sea God Pavilion of Shrek Academy. Vice President Kai Meyer was reporting to Elder Mu, saying that someone in the frontline team had been injured again. Elder Mu remained calm, saying it was fate. That Shrek should experience some hardship. Perhaps losing glory was a good thing. Until Kai Meyer mentioned a name, information about a young man. Elder Mu, who was almost dozing off, opened his eyes with interest upon hearing the name. Oh? Then tell me about it. I tell you, Kai Meyer reported everything about how my brother, how he dominated the competition and showcased his skills to old Mu. That old man's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he must have been thinking to himself, no wonder a mysterious big shot is eager to take him as a disciple. Seeing that old Mu was in a good mood, Kai Meyer casually mentioned, Old Mu. Yin Xiaojia asked if we should let old Xin step in and invite Huo Yuhao back. Goodness. As soon as those words came out, old Mu snorted coldly, and the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. He needs to learn his lesson. Tell Yin Xiaojia not to pull any unnecessary tricks. Kai Meyer was so scared she shuddered, not daring to say another word, and quickly slipped away. On the other side, in the meeting room of Shrek, the atmosphere was so tense it could squeeze out water. Although they won the match, the cost was too high. Susan's injury had him in a coma, and even if he woke up, he would be useless for the next match. Jiang Nanan was also hurt, greatly reducing her combat effectiveness. Their next opponent had a proper Soul King, and with their current ragtag team, how could they fight? Teacher Wang Yin was also extremely worried, sighing and saying, Students, how about we forfeit the next round? Guess what happened next? This statement was like poking a hornet's nest. Most people exploded on the spot. Only Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, and a few others remained relatively calm, as they had been completely brainwashed by the honor above all theory during their short time at Shrek. Bei Bei, as the captain, was the first to step up and passionately declare, Teacher Wang, how can we give up? Every match is related to Shrek's honor. For the honor of Shrek, even if we lose, we must lose standing on the soul fighting platform. Oh my, once he said that, The others seemed to be pumped up like they had been injected with adrenaline, each one of them excited and their faces filled with the determination to fight for glory. At that moment, the Ice Queen named Ling Luocheng also stepped forward, her face showing an almost fanatical expression. "Teacher Wang, let me go tomorrow." Wang Yin hesitated a bit. "Luocheng, your injury." "It's fine," she said decisively. "My injury is much lighter than what Xiao Tao and the others have. I'm almost healed." Upon hearing this, Wang Yin was almost in tears, deeply moved. "Good kids, you are all good kid from Shrek. Who understands a family? These people are simply obsessed. For that so-called eternal glory, they would rather go on stage with injuries, and if they lose, they would still choose to stand and lose. What kind of corporate culture is this, may I ask? It's all about a sense of tragic heroism and self-indulgence." Wang Dong originally wanted to say a few words of advice, but seeing this situation, he silently swallowed his words. "On my side, it's completely different." After the match, Su Yin directly took us out to have fun, enjoying delicious food and drinks, and we explored the night views of Xinglua City. To be honest, during that time, it was either training or competing, and I was about to go crazy. After such a relaxation, I felt like I came back to life. A day later, a new round of matches began. Shrek faced a team called Songhai Academy. I especially took a glance, and wow, Shrek actually sent out that injured player named Ling Luocheng. I used my spiritual power to scan her, and her injury hadn't healed properly at all. Forcing her soul power caused her face to turn pale. I was just puzzled. What are you trying to achieve? If you give up directly, you won't be eliminated anyway. So why put on a brave face and let an injured person go up to fight desperately? In the end, they actually managed to win, as the fire-type Soul King on the opposite side was just countered by Ling Luocheng's ice. But even though they won, I could see that the girl was clearly more injured when she came down from the stage. It's ridiculous. Soon, it was our turn at Changfeng Academy. Our opponent was called Ice and Snow Academy, and they had 2 Soul Kings, which sounded quite intimidating. Toba Tian went up to draw lots, and luck was on his side. It was another team battle. As soon as both sides took the stage, I almost laughed out loud when I saw the other team reveal their martial souls. Wow, they were all Ice-type martial souls. The captain was a muscular guy with a bear as his martial soul, and there were 2 twin sisters with Ice Extreme Divine Eagles as their martial souls. The funniest one was another Soul King, a charming girl with an Ice Snow Fox as her martial soul. As soon as the match started, that girl focused on me. She probably thought I was a power-type contestant based on my previous performance and wanted to use mental attacks to control me. As soon as her first soul ring lit up, white light burst from her eyes, and she used charm on me. At that moment, I wanted to ask her, "Sister, are you still half asleep? Are you trying to attack me mentally? Playing tricks? Isn't this like showing off a big sword in front of Guangong? Or wielding a big axe in front of Liu Ban?" I didn't do anything, just stared at her, and as a result, she suddenly let out a scream. Her spirit backfired, blood flowed from her 7 orifices, and she fainted with her eyes rolling back. The referee was stunned and quickly had her carried off. In the Shrek resting area, Wang Yin saw this scene and was struggling to maintain a bitter smile, probably feeling like his heart was bleeding. "Old Xian, you really misjudged this time." On the opposite side, seeing their Soul King fall inexplicably less than a minute into the match, they panicked. The bear-like team captain quickly signaled to his twin sisters. The 2 sisters understood immediately and hugged each other, unleashing their martial soul fusion technique. Extreme Blizzard. Instantly, the entire competition stage was engulfed in howling winds and swirling snow, with a sudden drop in temperature. Our team's fighting power was directly reduced by 20%, while the ice attribute opponents were boosted by 10%. With this change, 2 of our Soul Zoom brothers couldn't hold on and were directly eliminated. Watching the blizzard engulfing the arena, I felt nothing, even found it a bit amusing. I stepped forward and confidently declared, "Is this the extent of your ice and snow skills? You dare to play in front of me?" The opponents were stunned, probably frantically pondering the meaning of my words. The next second, the answer was revealed. I switched my martial soul, and the spirit behind me instantly disappeared, replaced by a gigantic, fierce, and imposing phantom of an ice blue emperor scorpion. The 3 soul rings on my body transformed into a solitary, but shining, purple soul ring. A wild aura from the extreme north swept across the arena. The ice attribute soul masters on the opposite side began to tremble in fear, a terror stemming from their very bloodline. Double martial souls. The captain of the Ice and Snow Academy screamed, her voice breaking. On the Shrek side, Wang Yin jumped up, murmuring, "What on earth did the Academy miss?" That kid Dai Huabin's eyes were almost popping out, staring at me intensely. as if he wished to swallow me whole. I can't be bothered with them. The 1,000-year soul ring behind me suddenly lit up, and a layer of sparkling diamond ice crystal instantly covered my hands and arms. Let me show you what true ice and snow are. The green light from the frozen domain on my body shines brightly. Frozen domain. A blinding emerald light radiates from me, instantly enveloping the entire battle arena. The members of the Ice and Snow Academy across from me didn't even have time to react. Their blood, soul power, and thoughts were all frozen at that moment. Each one, maintaining their battle stance, instantly transformed into lifelike ice sculptures. The entire arena fell into silence. Ultimate ice. It is the power of ultimate ice. Shrexling Luo Chung screamed in shock. She understood better than anyone what that shade of green meant. Changfeng Academy, victory. The referee's voice trembled. He walked onto the stage, looked at the several ice sculptures, and helplessly said to me, Huo Yuhao, could you please your soul skill? As soon as I had a thought, the ice layer on the surface of the ice sculpture shattered instantly, and the people inside were unharmed, but they all collapsed to the ground like limp shrimp, unable to move. Amidst the thunderous cheers from the crowd, my teammates and I walked down from the battle arena. The competition ended, and 2 days later, we easily won another match. Over at Shrek, Su Sancha returned to the team after recovering from his injury, and with Ling Luocheng, they also played a match that went smoothly. That night, I was practicing in my room when suddenly there was a knock on the door. The people from Changfeng Academy had already gone back home to pay respects to their ancestors, leaving me alone. When I opened the door, I saw a familiar face standing there. It was the auctioneer Qingya. She smiled gracefully and handed me a gilded invitation. Mr. Huo Yuhao, we have a top-tier auction at the Starlight Auction House tonight, which is a rare event that happens only once a year. You're sure to find something of interest. A top-tier auction? I immediately became interested. That evening, I followed Qingya to the auction house and entered a luxurious private room. There was even a light guide screen from the Sun Moon Empire inside, making it feel like watching a live broadcast. The auction began, and the first few items were quite impressive, like 8th grade soul guides, but they were of no use to me. It wasn't until the 8th item was presented that the Ice Emperor in my mind exploded. A left arm soul bone appeared on the screen, completely green and emanating a chilling aura, with crystal-like diamonds on it. Damn it! The Ice Emperor roared in my spiritual sea. This was the soul bone of my kin. The auctioneer's sweet voice rang out, introducing the soul skill of this soul bone as Ice Explosion. Wow, Ice Explosion skill. Starting bid, 12 million gold soul coins. I heard a familiar voice calling out the price. It was Wang Yan. He wanted to buy it for Ling Luocheng. Unfortunately, I had no money in my pocket and could only watch. The Ice Emperor snorted coldly. Let them compete. Anyway, besides the extreme ice, no one can merge with it. The price soared to 15 million when suddenly, a domineering voice shouted, 30 million gold soul coins. The entire venue fell silent in an instant. This soul bone was thus snatched away by a mysterious big shot. I was feeling regretful when the auction suddenly introduced a grand finale item. 100,000-year soul, beast embryo. It is said to grant a person a second martial soul. This item ignited the entire venue, and in the end, it was sold for an astronomical price. After the auction ended, I was about to leave when the door to the private room opened. To my surprise, in walked Su Jiawei, the emperor of the Xingluo Empire, along with the auctioneer from earlier, Jiao, who turned out to be a princess. As soon as Su Jiawei entered, he smiled and tried to win me over, offering titles and resources for cultivation, painting a big picture. I was well aware of his intentions. He was interested in my potential and wanted me to serve the empire. But how could I agree? I still had a score to settle with the Duke of the White Tiger. I put on a performance right on the spot, looking troubled and conflicted, and finally, with great sincerity, I declined, saying I was used to a carefree life and didn't want to be bound. Su Jiawei wasn't angry at all. Instead, he dropped another bombshell. Yuhao, you really want that soul bone of the ice blue scorpion, don't you? If you can win the championship in this competition, I'll give it to you as a reward. Wow, now that's a real game changer. I immediately showed a look of surprise and extreme excitement, repeatedly thanking His Majesty for his favor. Even I believed my acting. Once I returned to the hotel, the excitement on my face instantly disappeared, and I became calm and composed. Su Jiawei was both pushing and pulling, but I really must win this championship. That soul bone must be mine. The next day, the matchups for the elimination round from 16 to 8 were announced. Su Yin found me with a serious expression. Yuhao, our next opponent is Shrek Academy. A cold light flashed in my eyes, and I smiled. Finally, it has arrived. When we arrived at the competition venue, the atmosphere had already reached its peak. Shrek Academy had sent 2 main team members I had never seen before. A beautiful woman in a red dress with big waves and a tall, strong, handsome guy. As soon as the red-dressed beauty appeared, I recognized her. Wasn't she the Soul Emperor Ma Xiaotao from the Sea God Lake? And the one next to her, Dai Yueheng, was also a Soul Emperor. As they passed by our resting area, Ma Xiaotao shot me a glare filled with fighting spirit. Hee, just right. Old and new grudges. Let us settle them today. Round of 16, first match. Shrek Academy versus Chongfeng Academy. The referee's voice echoed throughout the arena as both sides stepped onto the soul fighting platform. Standing across from me are Bei Bei, Su Sanshi, Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu, and the 2 new soul emperors, Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yaoheng, along with the ice beauty Ling Luochan. 7 people in total, 2 soul emperors and 5 soul kings. Shrek has really brought out all their hidden treasures. Bei Bei looks at me, his eyes filled with a complex expression as he sighs. Yuheng, I never expected that we would stand on opposite sides so soon. I also laughed. Brother Bei, I didn't expect it either. However, I won't show any mercy. With the referee's command, the match began. As soon as the words fell, Ma Xiaotao burst forth like a wild horse, disregarding any tactics. And the phoenix flames on her body exploded. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, 6 soul rings rose up, and the aura of a soul emperor enveloped everything. At the same time, Dai Yaoheng also activated his martial soul, transforming into a mighty white tiger, his momentum equally impressive. Shrek's strongest lineup has finally made its appearance. I looked at Dai Yaoheng, the corners of my mouth curling into a cold smile. Another white tiger martial soul. On the stage, Ma Xiaotao was glaring fiercely at Su Sanshi on our side. Su Sanshi immediately had a constipated expression, crying out with a mournful face, Teacher Wang, this isn't my fault. Whether it was his fault or not was another issue. His 3rd soul ring suddenly lit up. Let me tell you, this guy originally wanted to switch places with the opponent, Huo Yuhao, to focus fire and take him down in an instant. The plan was perfect, but what happened? Good grief, his hand trembled, and he accidentally sent his own big sister, Ma Xiaotao, over. Now, the entire battle plan exploded on the spot. As soon as Ma Xiaotao landed, her fiery temper flared up. She fixed her gaze on Huo Yuhao and shouted, I heard you dropped out of Shrek? Why? Huo Yuhao's words were truly venomous. He directly mocked her. Oh, why did I drop out? Of course, it's because Shrek is no longer viable. The things they teach are outdated and unworthy of the title of #1. TSK. This was like stabbing a knife into Ma Xiaotao's lungs. She was instantly ignited, flames erupting around her, soaring 3 meters high, her fiery wings unfurling as she opened her mouth to unleash a fiery line toward him. Huo Yuhao countered with a high-pressure water gun, and with a hiss, water and fire collided, filling the stage with a thick white steam, obscuring everything. Taking advantage of this moment, Huo Yuhao shot up like a cannonball, his whole body enveloped in ice crystals, charging straight into the steam, and aimed a punch at Ma Xiaotao in the sky. Ma Xiaotao didn't even react. She only felt a sharp pain across her face, and with a clang, she was sent crashing down from the sky to the ground. This stirred up a hornet's nest, being slapped in the face by a soul master in public. Ma Xiaotao completely went crazy, her eyes turning red as if they would bleed, and with a scream, her 6th soul ring activated, black. My goodness, a 10,000-year soul ring. The protective shield of the entire arena began to hum, and a large area of red light started to gather in the sky, looking as if it would explode the whole place. However, Huo Yuhao's eyes flashed with golden light, as if he had activated some mental enhancement, and in an instant, while Ma Xiaotao was unleashing her ultimate move, she began to bleed from her 7 orifices and fell down like a kite with a broken string. Caught by the referee just in time. It could have ended there, but the Shrek captain, Dai Yaoheng, was truly ruthless. He broke the limbs of one of our guys, Tuo Batian, and acted innocent. Who understands? This lit a fire in Huo Yuhao. He directly had the remaining teammates concede and exit the stage, standing alone against all 6 from Shrek. The Shrek team was still happy, thinking this was a free win. But the next second, they regretted it. Huo Yuhao's 2nd soul ring lit up, and instantly, Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu from Shrek seemed possessed, merging their martial souls to become a gigantic nether white tiger. And then one claw sent their teammate Ling Luocheng flying out. The arena exploded. What was going on? Was there infighting in Shrek? Su Sanshi was dumbfounded, holding up a turtle shell shield and shouting, Dai Huabin, are you crazy? But the white tiger ignored him and shouted, "Huo Yuhao die?" Bei finally reacted, shouting, "Sansure, they are controlled. They think you're Huo Yuhao." Upon hearing this, Dai Yaoheng seized the opportunity. A Soul Emperor activating 3 major enhancements charged in like a little tank, punching Huo Yuhao, causing him to spit blood and fly back. At that moment, he probably imagined the victory music playing in his head, turning around to accept cheers. But when he looked back, a giant tiger paw slapped him right in the face. It sent him flying into the air before crashing heavily back down. It turned out he was also controlled. What he had just hit was merely an illusion. Now the scene was completely out of control. Su Sansure was also taken out by the combined attack of Dai Yaoheng and the nether white tiger. Only Bei remained on the Shrek side with combat power. Bei panicked, directly going berserk, his whole body shining with golden light as he unleashed his ultimate move, something called the Tyrant Emperor Thunder Domain, the electric light crackling, clearly about to clear the field. But Huo Yuhao was unreasonable. He didn't know when he had copied Su Sansure's teleportation skill, and with a flicker, he switched places with Bei. Bei was left in despair, watching his ultimate move come crashing toward him, and was quickly rescued by the referee. Now on the stage, only Dai Yaoheng, who had just gotten up with a face swollen like a pig's head, and the nether white tiger, still crazily attacking the air, remained. Huo Yuhao approached and unleashed a flurry of punches, returning the favor, breaking Dai Yaoheng's limbs, avenging Tuo Batian, then releasing the soul skill. When the nether white tiger was momentarily stunned, Huo Yuhao kicked it in the stomach, jumped on it, and gave it a thorough beating, directly reverting it to its original form, with Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu rolling out, covered in injuries. The match ended, Huo Yuhao, a 1-7. The entire audience went wild, shouting his name. And guess what? Teacher Wang Yin, with tears streaming down his face, ran out, holding a loudspeaker, and started to play the victim. He claimed their team members were injured before the match, having gone to fight some evil soul master, barely escaping with their lives. I was listening nearby, completely dumbfounded. This script was more absurd than what AI could write automatically. In short, he refused to admit his team was weak and insisted on turning a crushing defeat into a tragic epic. Of course, some real big shots in the arena could see through it and didn't buy his story at all. In the audience, there were 2 mysterious big brothers from the body sect. Their eyes lit up, thinking Huo Yuhao was a treasure that must be brought back to the sect. Meanwhile, Shrek's ancestor, Xuanzi, was still munching on chicken legs at a small restaurant. Upon hearing that his side lost, and it was a crushing defeat, he threw the chicken leg and rushed over. He directly teleported in front of Wang Yin, scolding him furiously, and when he learned that they were defeated by Huo Yuhao, the same student he had once evaluated as having limited talent, his old face turned red, and he immediately thought of a bold move to capture Huo Yuhao back to the academy and announced that he was actually Shrek's secret weapon. This thick-skinned guy was unbelievable. He asked where Huo Yuhao was staying, and with a flash, he was off. Huo Yuhao's mental strength was so strong. He sensed it as soon as the old man arrived downstairs. The uncle from the body sect, who had been protecting him nearby, also noticed and directly transmitted, "Yuhao, Shrek's people are here. Hurry and leave." Without saying a word, Huo Yuhao jumped out of the window, landing steadily next to the uncle, and the two turned and ran towards the north of the city. Just as Xuanzi was about to go upstairs to capture him, he was directly stopped by a thin old man in the robes of the Star Luo Empire, his expression extremely serious. I tell you, when the old man reached out his hand, Xuanzi's explosive temper erupted immediately. With a glare, he shouted, "Who do you think you are? Get lost." That aura was so intense that it made the old man's face turn red. But this skinny old man was not to be underestimated. As soon as he unleashed his martial soul, a strange star-like shadow appeared behind him, with 9 soul rings beneath his feet. "Wow, a title Douluo!" Xuanzi took a glance and exclaimed, "Oh, isn't that the legendary heavenly evil Douluo Huang Jinshu?" The ruthless person rumored to have died long ago unexpectedly turned out to be a security guard for the Star Luo Empire. Huang Jinshu was also bewildered, thinking to himself, "Who is this fierce person, and how does he know me?" Just as he was about to ask, Xuanzi's face suddenly changed. He sensed that someone had taken Huo Yuhao away from his room. Bad news, he had been snatched. He immediately chased after him. But Huang Jinshu instinctively tried to stop him purely out of muscle memory. This time, Xuanzi was really angry. He swung his hand, and a wave of earthy energy sent the heavenly evil Douluo flying, crashing into the wall like a broken sack. Then, Xuanzi swiftly followed the trace of Huo Yuhao. Meanwhile, A man named Lang Yu was flying through the air with Huo Yuhao, desperately trying to escape. I tell you, Lang Yu, a soul Douluo, was like a tractor compared to Xuanzi, who was a freak at level 98. The gap in speed was enormous, and the terrifying aura behind them was getting closer. Lang Yu gritted his teeth and said to Huo Yuhao, "Yuhao, I'll throw you down in a bit. You run first, and I'll hold him off." But guess what? Huo Yuhao remained calm and said, "Uncle Lang, don't worry about me. Just keep flying, I'll handle him." Lang Yu was dumbfounded, thinking, how can a three-ring kid face off against a level 98 powerhouse? But at this point, there was no choice but to go for broke. Then Huo Yuhao made a handsome turn in midair, his eyes flashing with golden light, and that killing intent sent shivers down my spine from distance. He pointed his right hand forward, and a green beam shot out, accompanied by a wailing sound. Huo Yuhao even muttered, "Avada Kedavra." Goodness, I was shocked. Is he playing Harry Potter on the Douluo Continent? Is this some kind of trick? Xuanzi, who was chasing behind and feeling quite pleased, completely disregarded the attack from a three-ring kid and even attempted to catch the spell barehanded. He reached out to grab it, but as soon as the green light touched him, an overwhelming killing intent surged into him, causing intense pain in his hand. He looked down to find his palm burned with a lightning-shaped wound, blood gushing out. Xuanzi was utterly shocked. How could a dignified level 98 Taotai Doa be breached by a soul master? This kid must be captured and studied. Seeing that a single Avada Kedavra only made Xuanzi bleed a bit, Huo Yuhao felt a bit disappointed. However, he had more tricks up his sleeve. As he noticed Xuanzi's speed hardly decreased, the golden light in his eyes surged, and he unleashed a mental attack. 5 senses manipulation. After using this move, Huo Yuhao's face turned pale. After all, controlling a level 98 powerhouse was no joke in terms of energy consumption. But the effect was explosive. I watched as Xuanzi, who was chasing behind, suddenly seemed to lose his navigation, abruptly stopping and turning around, zooming off in the completely opposite direction. Does anyone understand? A level 98 title Douluo was completely lost by a three-ring kid's CPU overload. Lang Yu was dumbfounded, his mouth agape, thinking to himself, our body sect is about to take off. When Xuanzi flew far away, out of Huo Yuhao's skill range, he suddenly snapped back to reality. The thought of being toyed with by a junior made his old face flush with anger, almost bursting with rage. Just as he was about to go back and seek revenge, 3 people descended from the sky and surrounded him. Soon after, Emperor Su Jiawei of the Star Luo Empire floated over slowly, his face dark as he said, "Tao Dai, what do you mean by this? Causing a scene in my territory and injuring my people without giving an explanation?" Xuanzi was incredibly arrogant, completely ignoring him. At this moment, Shrek's teacher Wang Yin arrived in a flying soul guide, urgently bowing to the emperor. "Your Majesty, it's a misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding." Su Jiawei smiled coldly and asked, "Misunderstanding? You are chasing Huo Yuhao without letting up. Are you trying to take revenge because you can't accept defeat?" Wang Yin broke out in a cold sweat at this remark. If this got out, would Shrek Academy still have a reputation? He could only awkwardly explain, "Of course not. Huo Yuhao is one of our academy students. We just want to invite him back for an exchange." Which academy sends a level 98 to invite someone? This excuse was laughable. Su Jiawei understood the situation clearly, but didn't expose it. He followed up, "Oh, now that the person has run away, what will happen to the competition?" Wang Yin could only grit his teeth and assure, "We will definitely find him before the competition." Su Jiawei nodded in satisfaction, secretly delighted. After Wang Yin left with a displeased Xuanzi, Su Jiawei immediately instructed his subordinates, "Go find Huo Yuhao. We must locate him before Shrek does." This emperor was calculating away. On the other side, Huo Yuhao and Lang Yu had run far enough to be safe and found a place to rest. Lang Yu was still marveling at Huo Yuhao's prowess when suddenly another powerful aura pressed down on them. Huo Yuhao jumped in shock, thinking Xuanzi was chasing them again, and was about to drag Lang Yu to flee. However, Lang Yu had a joyful expression and said, "Don't panic. It's our people. Our sect master is here." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people appeared before them. Leading them was a tall old man with long dark green hair. Though he was balding on top, resembling a Mediterranean hairstyle with hair down to his waist, quite rock and roll in style. This old man was the sect master of the body sect, Poison Immortal. When Poison Immortal arrived, he first listened to Lang Yu recount the events and snorted coldly. That old fool Xuanzi is really getting more and more aggressive, actually attacking a junior. Then he turned to Huo Yuhao with a kind smile, saying, "Child, come here. Let me check your body." He placed his hand on Huo Yuhao's shoulder and as he probed with his soul power, his expression instantly shifted from admiration to overwhelming joy. This physical quality, this soul power refinement, was truly a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. He excitedly asked Huo Yuhao to demonstrate the power of his martial soul's second awakening. Huo Yuhao didn't hold back. His eyes flashed with golden light, and a gigantic vertical pupil shadow appeared behind him, sending waves of mental energy that even made someone of Poison Immortal's caliber change expression. Poison Immortal quickly suppressed that power and sternly warned him, "Before your physical strength reaches title law, don't use this move lightly. It could harm you." Then, Poison Immortal introduced Huo Yuhao to several elders accompanying him, and each one was a super Douluo above level 95. The foundation of the body sect was simply astonishing. After the introductions, Poison Immortal shifted the conversation. "Yuhao, based on your talent, you are qualified to be the young sect master. However, our sect has rules. The capable rise. There's already a young sect master in the sect, and to ascend, you must defeat him." Huo Yuhao's eyes were incredibly determined as he replied, "I understand. I will reclaim my rightful position through strength." Poison Immortal was extremely pleased and immediately wanted to send someone to escort Huo Yuhao back to the sect, while he took people to Douluo City to settle accounts with Xuanzi. However, Huo Yuhao stopped him. "Sect Master, I need to go back to participate in the competition." He explained the agreement with Longfeng Academy and the soul bone reward promised by the Emperor. After hearing this, Poison Immortal laughed heartily. "All right, you are loyal and righteous. Then let's go back together. We won't turn down a free soul bone." Thus, the group set off back to Douluo City in grand fashion. At this moment, the situation at Douluo City on Shrek's side had already turned chaotic. Wang Yin was anxiously jumping up and down, while Xuanzi was still munching on chicken legs and drinking wine. Bei and the others had also learned about last night's incident. Bei was thinking about the honor of the academy and was actually resentful towards Xian Lao for not bringing Huo Yuhao back. Meanwhile, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao had completely lost hope and were contemplating dropping out. Wang Dong even got into a fight with Xuanzi over this matter, and Xuanzi was so angry that he was about to take action, but Wang Yin firmly held him back and quietly reminded him, "Xian Lao, this is the young master of Haotian's sect." Only then did Xuanzi darken his face and withdraw his hand. On the side of Changfeng Academy, the atmosphere was also tense. Dean Su Yun was leading the students in righteous indignation, preparing to confront Shrek, when suddenly there was a sound at the door, and Huo Yuhao stood at the entrance with a smile. "Everyone, did you miss me?" Everyone was both surprised and delighted. Su Yun quickly pulled him in and said nervously, "Why are you back? Hurry and leave." Huo Yuhao waved his hand with a smile. "Don't worry, our sect's elders have arrived. It's all good now." Upon hearing that a big shot from the main body sect had come, Su Yun felt relieved. Huo Yuhao's expression turned cold as he said, "I'm participating in tomorrow's match. Isn't Shrek all about honor? I want to tear their facade in front of the entire continent." The next day, at the competition venue, everyone thought Changfeng Academy would forfeit, but Huo Yuhao led the team to make a stunning appearance, instantly igniting the crowd. Su Jiawei on the podium almost laughed out loud, thinking there would be a good show to watch. Today's opponent was the Academy of Xingluan Nation, led by Princess Su Jiujio, a top-tier team composed entirely of Soul Kings. As soon as the match began, Su Jiujio, wearing a star crown, directly bestowed a layer of shiny golden buff on the entire team. On the opposite side, a muscular man named Huang Heiyun, with a martial soul of dark magic tiger, stood at the front. Huo Yuhao stepped up and threw a punch. The double-layer shield on that guy, one layer from the princess and the other his own, shattered under Huo Yuhao's fist like paper, and he was sent flying, spitting blood and losing combat capability on the spot, securing the first kill. Next, two female soul masters on the opposite side coordinated their attacks, one casting fire and the other controlling wind, creating a massive fire tornado. Huo Yuhao couldn't be bothered to fight. He narrowed his eyes and unleashed a mental shock, causing the wind-controlling girl to bleed from her 7 orifices and collapse to the ground. Without the wind, the tornado instantly turned back into a small flame. However, the opponents were all Soul Kings, and the other members of Changfeng Academy were quickly taken down. Huo Yuhao realized he needed to capture the leader first. He directly targeted Su Jiujio with a mental shock. As a result, the defensive soul tool necklace around the princess's neck shattered with a crack, saving her from a disaster. Huo Yuhao thought, "So you're a pay-to-win player, huh? Alright, then I'll change my approach." He quickly cast a spell that knocked her out. Su Jiujio panicked and quickly unleashed a powerful move, creating a golden protective dome called Star Guardian that shielded their entire team. What happened next? Huo Yuhao charged in with another punch, and the dome shattered with a sound. His strength was overwhelming. All the fancy tricks were useless. Su Jiawei in the stands was almost wide-eyed. This was their royal family's ultimate defensive technique. Huo Yuhao broke through the defense and charged towards Su Jiujiao. However, the princess was also tough. She retaliated by summoning a dazzling golden shield that trapped Huo Yuhao inside. The top of the shield had a gem with 108 facets, spinning like a fan. Let me tell you, at that moment, Su Jiujiao thought she had won for sure. Her face was filled with pride. But what happened? She couldn't smile, because she knew very well in her heart that this broken barrier could at most trap Huo Yuhao for 15 minutes. Once the time was up, would she just charge at him? That guy single-handedly took down 2 Soul Emperors from Shrek, and that achievement was right there. She was still pondering. Something was off. Very off. She remembered that several teams before had seemed to be in a collective daze by the end, so she quickly checked herself, looking left and right. Hey, no problem. My mind is very clear. Just when she was about to breathe a sigh of relief and prepare to help her teammates clear the field, let me tell you, suddenly the scene in front of her changed. Huo Yuhao and his 3 teammates were standing right in front of her, while she herself was trapped inside the golden barrier she had thrown out. Looking beside her, all her teammates were lying flat, eliminated. Who understands, family? In that moment, Su Jiujiao was completely stunned. That kind of fear rising from her bones was simply overwhelming. The scariest part wasn't being hypnotized, but knowing clearly that you were hypnotized. Yet you couldn't find any bugs in the illusion. You couldn't get out. They had opened a VIP live broadcast room in your mind, and you didn't even know it. Her only thought at that moment was to quickly admit defeat and then tell her father, the Emperor Su Jiawei. This kind of bug-level soul skill must be nipped in the bud. Otherwise, the Star Luo Empire might have to change its surname to Hua in the future. But just as she was about to shout that she admitted defeat, Huo Yuhao's eyes, glowing with a faint golden light, met hers for just a moment. Just a moment. Let me tell you, it was eerie. The fear, vigilance, and killing intent in her mind were instantly formatted, replaced by a head full of unwillingness and resentment. Damn it. I haven't even used my 5th soul skill yet. I was watching closely at that moment. That kid, Huo Yuhao, directly used a mind-reading technique and altered the other person's memories on the spot. It was high-end, truly high-end. The next second, Su Jiujiao in the barrier shouted at the top of her lungs, I concede. As soon as the referee, the heavenly tyrant Douluo, heard this, he flew into the arena and punched the so-called absolute defense. That barrier boasted it could withstand an 8-ring soul Douluo, but in front of a title Douluo, it shattered like glass with a bang. Changfeng Academy, victory. Once this result was announced, the representatives of the other academies turned pale. Here we go again. With that monstrous physical quality, outrageous mental attacks, plus that unpredictable hypnosis, the first 2 could still think of ways to counter. But how do you deal with the last one? Isn't this just blatant cheating? But the audience didn't care about any of that. The whole venue went wild. From their perspective, it was just Su Jiujiao accidentally locking herself up, and then Huo Yuhao using a big move to immobilize everyone one by one, eliminating them. The entire match was a personal showcase for Huo Yuhao. It was absolutely insane. Huo Yuhao! Huo Yuhao! The whole crowd was chanting his name. Huo Yuhao then raised his hand, signaling for everyone to be quiet. His voice wasn't loud, but strangely, everyone heard him clearly. Everyone, I know you must be curious why our Changfeng Academy was late today. As soon as he said this, everyone's gossiping spirit ignited. Huo Yuhao continued, the night before last, a big incident occurred at the Star Emperor Hotel. A top expert, even among titled Douluos, barged into the hotel and injured our Star Luo Empire's honor. The heavenly tyrant Douluo, he pointed to the awkward referee beside him, and he made such a big fuss just to catch a contestant. That's right, that person is me. Huo Yuhao didn't wait for the crowd to react and directly exploded the truth. And that expert comes from the famous Shrek Academy. The audience erupted. Huo Yuhao was filled with righteous indignation. As a mere 3-ring soul master, Shrek actually sent such a high-level expert to catch me. The #1 academy on the continent has such a small mindset. If they can't win in the arena, they resort to underhanded tactics outside, right? And also, he continued to pile it on. Last time they lost, their leading teacher insisted that the students were injured. I thought I didn't even hit hard, right? Is this the demeanor of the #1 academy? Can't take a loss, and if they lose, they want to eliminate the person who defeated them? Such a Shrek. Is it even worthy of being called the #1 academy? This speech ignited the atmosphere on site. The audience's emotions were instantly stirred. and they began to curse Shrek for being shameless. In the VIP seats, Emperor Su Jiawei of Star Luo had a tight expression, probably already laughing inside. If Shrek's reputation was damaged, he could maintain his position as emperor comfortably. Just as Huo Yuhao finished speaking and was about to leave, suddenly, a loud shout came from the sky, and a destructive pressure enveloped the entire arena. "Kid, you dare to tarnish the reputation of Shrek?" I looked up and saw a giant earthy yellow hand descending from the sky, directly aiming for Huo Yuhao. The pressure from it stunned a large number of low-ranking spectators and civilians on spot. Emperor Su Jiawei turned pale, springing up from his seat. He hadn't expected that the old fellow Xuanzi from Shrek would be so reckless, daring to use deadly force in broad daylight in front of so many people. Just as the giant hand was about to strike Huo Yuhao's head, another voice echoed through the sky. "Xuanzi, do you dare to touch my body-sex disciple without asking me?" With a loud bang, a dark green giant hand appeared out of thin air, directly blocking that earthy yellow hand. Following that, Poison Immortal and several other high-ranking members of the body sect appeared in midair. Upon seeing that Poison Immortal had arrived, Xuanzi's expression turned incredibly ugly. "Poison, old monster, this kid is our Shrek student. Mind your own business." "Oof, Shrek student?" Poison Immortal sneered. "Haven't I heard that Huo Yuhao was already kicked out of your academy? Now, he is one of our body sect members. You tried to steal a chicken and ended up losing the rice, and now you want to commit murder in public? If you don't give me an explanation today, you won't be able to leave." Xuanzi's face darkened. He couldn't defeat Poison Immortal, and with so many people on the other side, he knew he was in trouble today. He stubbornly retorted, "Is there really nothing to discuss? Let's fight it out first." Poison Immortal didn't waste any more words. His figure flashed, and he directly flew out of the arena. Xuanzi had no choice but to grit his teeth and follow. At this moment, golden-bodied Doa happily approached Huo Yuhao's side. "Yuhao, come on, I'll take you to witness a godly battle." Saying this, he grabbed Huo Yuhao and followed after. The remaining people in the arena were left dumbfounded. This ticket was too valuable. They actually got to see the two top forces of Shrek and the body sect clash. On the other side, in a small forest outside Xinglua City, Poison Immortal and Xuanzi faced off in the sky. Poison Immortal roared angrily, his body bursting forth with a strong dark green light, instantly transforming into a green giant over 10 meters tall, adorned with soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, plus 3 blood-red 100,000-year soul rings. It was simply blinding. Xuanzi was not to be outdone, his body radiating bright yellow light, transforming into a yellow giant beast over 30 meters long, with a body of a sheep, horns of a cow, and tiger fangs. It was larger in size, but its soul ring configuration was clearly inferior compared to Poison Immortal. Without further ado, the two giants collided directly in the sky. With a loud boom, the shockwave flattened the forest hundreds of meters below. After a few exchanges of strength, Poison Immortal proved to be stronger, directly toppling Xuanzi's massive body. Xuanzi steadied himself in midair and roared, unleashing countless yellow light orbs that rained down on Poison Immortal like a meteor shower. However, Poison Immortal's green light swirled behind him, forming a massive vortex that swallowed all the attacks without making a sound. Xuanzi panicked and concentrated a white beam capable of tearing through space between his horns and shot it towards Poison Immortal. Poison Immortal was even fiercer. He clasped his hands together, and his body swelled again, directly forming an extremely condensed green energy ball and threw it over. Boom! The two powerful attacks collided. The explosive force pushed both of them back far away. "Ha ha, Xuanzi, is this all you can do?" Poison Immortal laughed wildly in the air. After laughing, he suddenly inhaled, absorbing all the surrounding green light into his body, making him shine like a small green sun. Xuanzi, realizing the danger, quickly transformed back to human form, conjuring a weapon resembling a giant chicken leg. Poison Immortal's green energy ball was already fully formed. It looked small, but the moment it was thrown, it tore a black gap in space. Xuanzi tried to block it with his chicken leg weapon, but with a crack, the weapon was instantly destroyed. The residual force of the green energy ball crashed into Xuanzi. He was sent flying down like a cannonball, spitting out blood, his breath instantly weakening. Poison Immortal, not letting up, flashed forward and punched Xuanzi from the sky down to the ground, creating a pit over 10 meters deep. Poison Immortal jumped into the pit, stepping on the disheveled Xuanzi, coldly saying, "Xuanzi, this is the fate of those who touch my body, sect members." Xuanzi was almost driven mad with anger. Shouting in humiliation, "Poison Immortal, Are you really not afraid of the fish dying and the net breaking? Fish dying and the net breaking? You think you're worthy? Poison Immortal stepped on his face. You still have a long way to go. Saying this, he slapped Xuanzi a few times. Xuanzi instantly felt his soul power sealed. Completely panicking. What have you done to me? The sealing technique of my body sect. Now that you're seriously injured, sealing you is as easy as pie. Poison Immortal lifted Xuanzi out of the pit, like picking up a chick. Just then, Huo Yuhao sensed an aura that was more terrifying than both Poison Immortal and Xuanzi combined, rapidly approaching from afar. Poison Immortal also sensed it, his expression changing. The next second, a golden light flashed, and a hunched old man appeared in midair. It was Shrek's anchor, Dragon God, Douluo. Upon seeing him, Poison Immortal's eyes nearly bulged out. Muon, you're still alive? Muon's expression was emotionless. Poison Immortal, hand over Xuanzi, and we'll let this matter go. Let go. You wish. Poison Immortal directly grabbed Xuanzi by the neck. How could he let it go so easily after he dared to touch my disciple? No way. Muon's eyes flashed with golden light, and a massive golden hammer smashed down. Poison Immortal took the hit head-on. Although he blocked it, he clearly suffered some loss. He knew he couldn't defeat this old monster, even if he was close to death. Muon, do you believe I'll kill him right now? Poison Immortal began to act shamelessly, using Xuanzi as a hostage. Muon also had a headache. He couldn't let Xuanzi die, as Shrek was relying on Xuanzi to hold the scene together. He sighed. Speak, what do you want? Poison Immortal made a bold demand. 10,000-year soul bones, and 10,000-year whale glue. Muon almost died from anger. You must be dreaming. At most 3 soul bones and no whale glue. Fine, 3 soul bones. Plus one more condition. Poison Immortal, seeing an opportunity, said, let my body sect pick 3 people to train in your Sea God Pavilion, with the time set by us. Muon's face darkened. The Sea God Pavilion was Shrek's foundation, but the situation was dire, so he could only grit his teeth and agree. Fine. He threw over a storage ring, and Poison Immortal checked it, nodding in satisfaction. After Muon retreated to a safe distance, Poison Immortal kicked Xuanzi away and laughed heartily. Xuanzi, you're lucky this time. If you fall into my hands again next time, you won't be so fortunate. After saying that, he took Huo Yuhao and the others and left triumphantly. Once they had gone far, Muon returned, looking at Xuanzi, who was kneeling on the ground with a face full of shame, and scolded him severely. You useless thing who only hinders progress. Over 200 years old and still so reckless. If you make the same mistake again, I won't spare you. Hurry back to Xinglua City and bring Xiao Tao and the others back. On the other side, after Poison Immortal and the others stopped, they directly threw the ring containing 300,000-year soul bones to Huo Yuhao. Yuhao, this is what we earned for you. It all belongs to you. Huo Yuhao was stunned, but he only took the one that was most suitable for him, the left leg bone of the Holy Light Pegasus, while voluntarily handing over the other 2 dark attribute ones to the sect, allowing more suitable senior brothers to have them. At this moment, Poison Immortal was completely moved. With such great talent and character, the future of the body sect was secure. He arranged for 2 Douluos, Jinshin and Taizhou, to protect Huo Yuhao and return to the sect himself. But no one expected that while they were fighting outside the city, an incident occurred in the Shrek Academy. Ma Xiaotao was lying weakly in bed, recovering from the mental shock caused by Huo Yuhao, filled with unwillingness and resentment. At that moment, a wisp of black gas quietly drifted into her room. Ma Xiaotao instantly fainted. Soon after, 2 figures in black robes appeared in the room, exuding a chilling aura. That's right, it's her, with the unawakened dark power. She is our Phoenix Saintess. One of the black-robed figures said excitedly and directly picked up the unconscious Ma Xiaotao. The 2 figures flickered and vanished without a trace. After a while, the leading teacher, Wang Yin, came to knock on Ma Xiaotao's door. When no one responded after calling for a long time, he sensed something was wrong and kicked the door open. And guess what? The bed was empty. Ma Xiaotao. My big Ma Xiaotao, where is she? She just vanished into thin air. Wang Yin was dumbfounded, like a headless fly, running around the room without finding anything. Just then, a savior arrived. Elder Xian, the unreliable old man, finally returned. I tell you, as soon as he came back, he sensed something was off. The bloody smell and malice in the air were overwhelming. He followed the scent to Ma Xiaotao's room, and when Wang Yin saw him, it was like seeing a family member. He stumbled over his words while quickly reporting Ma Xiaotao's disappearance. Elder Xian told him to shut up. then swept his powerful spiritual force across the entire room. Good heavens, he immediately detected a faint trace of black gas in the corner. The smell was both bloody and foul, making one want to vomit from hundreds of miles away. Elder Xian's face darkened instantly. Evil soul master. Those 3 words squeezed out between his teeth. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan was stunned. It was over, Shrek's honor was lost, and now even the students had been kidnapped. Being the leading teacher now was a disgrace. Elder Xian couldn't care less about him, directly summoning his martial soul. The true spirit of the Taotai Divine Bull crashed through the window and chased after them. Unfortunately, once he reached Xinglua City, the scent was gone, and the trail had completely disappeared, leaving him to return empty-handed. On the other side, our protagonist Huo Yuhao also returned. The 2 elders escorted him to the hotel, where he reported safety to his teammates, appearing calm and collected, even patting his chest and telling everyone, "Don't worry, the matter is resolved, the championship must be ours." In the following days, he began to enter seclusion for cultivation. I tell you, this hanging wall is truly outrageous. The effect of the dragon blood magic potion hadn't worn off yet, and now he had completely absorbed it. His soul power was pushing towards level 40, and his body had also mutated. When he exerted force, illusory ice-white dragon scales emerged, making him feel like there was a great treasure inside him. But he just couldn't pull it out. Who understands this feeling of having an SSR, but not knowing how to use it? It's truly infuriating. In the blink of an eye, the day of the finals arrived. As soon as Huo Yuhao exited seclusion, he saw Su Yun and the others waiting for him in the lobby, all their faces filled with excitement, as they were about to compete in the finals. Just a step away from the championship, Su Yun pulled him aside, reminiscing about the glorious past, saying that at first, he wanted to take him as a disciple. But unexpectedly, he directly led them into the finals, and he didn't know how to thank him. While speaking, Lao Su took out a silver box, saying it was passed down from their ancestor, the Longfeng Dao, excavated from ancient ruins 1,000 years ago, and had not been opened for generations. Now, it was being given to him. Huo Yuhao was curious and directly probed with his spiritual power. What happened? Good heavens, it was like a pixelated screen inside. A misty haze where nothing was clear. He exerted all his strength, and his spiritual power almost materialized, but it was still futile. This box contained something. Huo Yuhao was not polite and directly accepted it. Seeing that the time was about right, the 2 headed towards the competition arena. The scene was bustling, with drums and gongs and a sea of people. After all, it was a home game, and the audience's enthusiasm was enough to lift the sky. As Huo Yuhao entered the arena, he joined his teammates and stood in the player area, facing the group from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. That guy, Xiao Hongshan, looked at him with a gaze that seemed to want to eat him alive. But Huo Yuhao completely ignored him. At that moment, Huo Yuhao glanced up at the city wall, and I tell you, he was instantly frozen. On the city wall, next to the emperor, stood a tough-looking man in golden armor with azure blue eyes. That face, he would recognize it even if it turned to ashes. Dai Hao, his nominal father. This man, his mother had remembered until death. But what happened? He didn't even know he had a son. Huo Yuhao's heart was a mix of emotions, like a spilled soy sauce shop. Dai Hao shouted, and the entire venue fell silent. Then the emperor came out and rambled on, drawing a big pie, announcing that the champion would receive 3 soul bones and 1 million gold coins. Finally, he announced that the referee for this finals would be his good brother, Duke Baihu, Dai Hao. Dai Hao swiftly landed in the center of the competition stage, expressionless as he announced the rules, not even glancing at Huo Yuhao, as if he were just an ordinary passerby. Huo Yuhao felt a deep sorrow. After explaining the rules, Dai Hao shouted, "Both teams, enter the battlefield." The match began. The Sun Moon team surged forward like they were in a mecha, with countless cannons extending from their bodies, unleashing a barrage of firepower without hesitation. Their tactic was insidious. They aimed to wipe out Huo Yuhao's teammates and then surround him as the boss for a beating. But who is our Yuhao? The teammates tacitly retreated, leaving the stage to their big brother. Huo Yuhao raised his hand, and a massive fireball erupted, swallowing all the attacks. Seeing this, the opponents intensified their efforts. A golden red ray from a level 7 soul cannon shot over. Huo Yuhao immediately summoned the Ice Emperor Scorpion Martial Soul, creating a large ice wall. As the ray penetrated the wall, he stepped on the ice fragments and soared into the air to dodge. In the air, he made a turn, targeting the guy named Mika, who had just fired the laser cannon. With one punch, the opponent activated an invincible shield, but guess what? It shattered like paper. But the most intense damage from this punch wasn't physical. It was a mental shock. It directly shattered that guy's spirit, leaving him dazed on the ground, and he was carried away by the referee. Ma Rulong panicked and released a colossal ancient ape from his helmet. Huo Yuhao didn't even look, still throwing a punch, and the ape's arm folded backward, flying out with just a breath left. At this moment, Xiao Hongchuan stepped forward. This guy had a peculiar appearance with 3 legs. He began to gather a massive attack, conjuring hundreds of metal cannon tubes, looking like he wanted to blow up the entire arena. His teammates frantically shot to buy him time. Huo Yuhao was annoyed and directly unleashed a mental disruption. Everyone on the opposite side was dazed, and their attacks went awry. Seizing the moment, he used a phantom shift and directly flashed in front of Xiao Hongchuan. Xiao Hongchuan was so scared that his face turned pale. At the last second, he activated a damage reduction skill, turning his body into liquid. Unfortunately, it was useless. Huo Yuhao's punch combined both physical and magical damage, causing him to spit blood and be carried away. This maneuver was simply leading by a wide margin, completely on another level. Next, he instantly eliminated the opponent's support. The remaining foresaw their soul power nearly depleted. How could they continue fighting? Ma Rulong was also a smart person and directly raised his hand. Referee, we concede. Dai Hao came down to announce, team battle, Longfeng Academy wins. Both sides took a minute to rest and prepare for the individual competition. Huo Yuhao strolled off the stage, while Su Yun and the others were so excited they looked like they were about to burst, ready to give him a milk bottle to replenish his soul power. But let me tell you, Huo Yuhao didn't need that at all. His soul power seemed inexhaustible. The Sun and Moon team was horrified. They initially thought they could recover from a group battle loss by relying on individual matches, but now, oh boy, their best fighters, including Xiao Hongchuan, were directly knocked into a daze by Huo Yuhao and couldn't even make it onto the field. Now, the individual elimination matches were starting, and the Sun and Moon team had no choice but to send someone up. The first guy was called Li Yin, who came up like a moving artillery, carrying 2 large cannons on his shoulders and firing 2 massive fireballs at Huo Yuhao. I thought he would have to dodge, right? But guess what happened? Huo Yuhao lightly shook his right hand, muttered a protective spell, and an invisible wall directly deflected the fireballs back. The guy on the opposite side was dumbfounded, flustered, and fired 2 more shots to blow up the fireballs that had come back. In the blink of an eye, Huo Yuhao vanished. The next second, he directly teleported behind him and knocked him out with 1 punch. Clean and neat, the whole thing took less than 10 seconds. Huo Yuhao stood on the stage and casually said, "Next." The aura he exuded was simply overwhelming. The second challenger was called Chun Fei, a speed-type fighter. As soon as he activated his martial soul, he was as fast as lightning, with a bunch of soul tools hanging on him. Dozens of beams shot towards Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao remained calm, waved his hands, and a massive ice shield rose from the ground, blocking all the attacks with a clatter. The most impressive move came next. After the ice shield shattered, the ice shards didn't fall to the ground but hovered in the air. Huo Yuhao's eyes flashed with golden light, and all the ice shards instantly transformed into a rain of ice needles, surrounding Chun Fei like a barrage attack. Anyone who understands would know this was an all-angle attack. Chun Fei had no choice but to activate an invincible shield to withstand it. But Huo Yuhao didn't give him a moment to breathe. He conjured an ice spear in his hand, his arm muscles tensed, covered in a layer of ice-white dragon scales, and then with a swoosh, he threw the spear. That spear pierced right through Chun Fei's invincible shield. Thankfully, Huo Yuhao showed mercy, and the spear shattered into ice crystals just before it reached him. But immediately after, a mental shock hit him, and he blacked out. Now, the Sun and Moon team couldn't sit still anymore. After losing 2 in a row, Huo Yuhao didn't even take a breath. At this time, Meng Hongshan stepped up and said she would go. Let me tell you, the atmosphere changed completely when this girl stepped on the stage. Her wine-red hair instantly turned snow white. Her eyes became blood red, her skin as white as jade. And she had 5 soul rings with a phantom of a white jade toad behind her. The Ice Emperor directly explained to me that this was called a Zhu Jing ice toad, extremely poisonous, a toxin produced by the dual attributes of ice and fire. Incredibly fierce. Meng Hongshan unleashed a wave of white poisonous gas, but Huo Yuhao didn't even look at it, with a flash of his purple soul ring. The temperature of the entire competition stage plummeted, and the moisture in the air froze into ice shards that fell. That poisonous gas was directly frozen into a chunk of ice in midair. Meng Hongshan shivered as she was frozen, her blood nearly solidifying. Huo Yuhao waved his hand to cast a spell to knock her off the stage, but she flashed with golden light, activating a triggered invincible shield that saved her. Taking advantage of those few seconds, she donned her soul-guided armor, transforming into an ice-blue Valkyrie, sprouting wings, and charged at him with 2 ice swords. The two clashed, making a clanging sound. Huo Yuhao didn't even use a weapon, just his fists, which were as hard as diamonds. Meng Hongqian was utterly frustrated, being chased and beaten by Huo Yuhao like a storm, her swords nearly cracking from the blows. Just as she was about to be pushed to the edge of the stage, she used a teleport to create distance, and then activated her ultimate move. She spun rapidly in the air, transforming into a poisonous dragon drill of ice and fire, heading straight for Huo Yuhao's back. The power was terrifying to behold. What happened next? Huo Yuhao didn't even turn his head. His mental detection had already locked onto her. He slowly turned around, with several dark golden claws emerging from his right hand, and lightly waved at the poisonous dragon drill. A dark golden claw light flashed, and Meng Hongqian's strongest attack dissipated like a bubble. She was sent flying, her armor torn apart with deep claw marks visible down to the bone, completely wrecked. After that, there was no suspense left. The remaining members of the Sun and Moon team, including Ma Rulong, took turns coming up. The Yuhao treated them like small fries, cutting them down like vegetables, effortlessly and joyfully. Finally, it was the Captain Ma Rulong's turn. This guy was also tough. He opened with a barrage of fire, but Huo Yuhao easily deflected it. Seeing that regular weapons were ineffective, he pulled out his ultimate treasure, a shining golden giant sword called the Judgment Sword, clearly one meant to be charged for a powerful strike. He raised the sword above his head, its golden light shining brightly, with 9 core magic formations lighting up one after another. The special effects were impressive, clearly burning money. Just as he was about to swing it down, Huo Yuhao did something that stunned everyone. He pointed his finger at the sword and softly muttered, "Giant sword, fly to me." Can you believe it? That Judgment Sword, which Ma Rulong treasured, buzzed and flew directly into Huo Yuhao's hands. Ma Rulong was instantly dumbfounded, shouting, "My Judgment Sword!" His expression of despair was something else, totally breaking his defense. Huo Yuhao held the sword and smiled, saying, "Oh, so it's called the Judgment Sword? Then let me judge you today." With that, he raised the sword and swung it backward, enveloping Ma Rulong in a dark, chaotic transformation, and then flipped the sword over, using the other side's light to purify him. Ma Rulong lay on the ground, tortured by his own sword, eventually turning black and passing out. Dai Hao jumped onto the stage, his face filled with shock as he announced, "Our Changfeng Academy is the champion." The whole place erupted. The cheers were enough to lift the roof. The next day, we went to the palace to receive our award. The spectacle was grand, with a red carpet stretching as far as the eye could see. Emperor Su Jiawei personally received us, first giving us a hearty praise, and then rewarding the champion with a pile of soul bones, presented in a silver bracelet to Dean Su Yun. After that, he kept Huo Yuhao back and presented him with the promised reward, the Ice Scorpion's left arm bone. Huo Yuhao had been waiting for this for a long time, and after accepting it, the emperor encouraged him with a few words before letting him go. Upon leaving the palace, Su Yun and the others wanted to give all the rewards to Huo Yuhao since he was the one who won the championship. Huo Yuhao waved his hand and said he wasn't interested in those things and told them to split it. That wealthy and generous demeanor was truly remarkable. Su Yun and the others couldn't refuse, so they had no choice but to accept it. We returned to the hotel, packed our things, and Huo Yuhao was about to leave. Everyone was sadly saying goodbye when he suddenly froze in the lobby, his face filled with surprise. He saw 2 people, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. They actually had tea left with the Shrek people. Huo Yuhao quickly ran over, and as soon as Wang Dong saw him, she let out a cold snort and said that since the Shrek group treated her that way, she wouldn't hang out with them anymore. Xiao Xiao also said that the Shrek group was going crazy for honor, which was too scary. It turned out they had found an excuse to stay and now had nowhere to go. Xiao Xiao looked at Huo Yuhao with big, pitiful eyes and asked, "Yuhao, we have nowhere to go now. Would you be willing to take us in?" Wang Dong beside her still had a proud demeanor, but her little eyes had already betrayed her. Huo Yuhao was amused and deliberately looked at Wang Dong, saying, "Of course I'm willing. But it seems someone isn't very willing." As soon as he said this, Wang Dong's little face turned bright red like a ripe tomato, and she opened her mouth but couldn't utter a word for a long time. Let me tell you, that kid Huo Yuhao is getting better and better at this. Look at how he's making Wang Dong laugh. He chuckled and quickly smoothed things over. "Just kidding. If you guys are willing to stay, I'd be more than happy to have you." Now Wang Dong's joy is impossible to hide, and Xiao Xiao is even cheering directly. We didn't delay much either. The Yuhao introduced the 2 of them to my new friends. Everyone was straightforward, greeted each other, and that settled it. Then we bid farewell to the people of the Star Luo Empire and made a quick exit. Along the way, Huo Yuhao was extremely cautious, using his spiritual power to blur the memories of passers-by, making sure there were no traces left behind, so no one recognized us as competition champions. At this point, Wang Dong was also bold enough to lean over and ask, Yuhao, are we really going to that body sect? They all have body martial souls. Will they accept us? Xiao Xiao was nodding vigorously beside him, their faces filled with panic. Huo Yuhao, however, remained calm and patted his chest, saying, don't worry with me around. Everything will be fine. Sure enough, we followed him through a series of turns and finally entered a luxurious hotel. When the waiter saw the badge in Huo Yuhao's hand, his attitude was as warm as if he had met his own father, directly leading us to the top floor. There was only one room on the top floor. Huo Yuhao unlocked the door and went in. Once inside, two old men were sitting there, exuding a strong aura. Huo Yuhao hurriedly went up to pay his respects, calling out, Elder Jinshan, Elder Taizhou. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao quickly followed suit. Elder Jinshan stood up with a smile, clearly very pleased with Huo Yuhao. He glanced at Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao and asked, who are these two? Huo Yuhao explained how they had escaped from Shrek Academy and wanted to join us. After listening, Elder Jinshan asked them, so, do you want to join our body sect? The two girls nodded vigorously. Elder Jinshan took a look and, probably noticing their low soul power, but since they were brought by Huo Yuhao, he thought for a moment and decided, all right, Yuhao's friends are our friends. Let's go back to the sect together. As for Shrek Academy, our body sect has never feared anyone. Now Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao were completely at ease, smiling brightly. Once everything was settled, Elder Jinshan asked Huo Yuhao when he would return to the sect. However, Huo Yuhao replied helplessly, Elder, I'm afraid we have to wait a few more days. We were all stunned. What was going on? The next moment, Huo Yuhao suddenly released a powerful aura, and I tell you, that wave of energy left everyone present dumbfounded. I've already broken through to level 40. I need to get a soul ring first. Does anyone understand this? What kind of technology and hard work is behind this upgrade speed? The two elders, Jinshan and Taizhou, were wide-eyed, and Wang Dong and Xiao Zhao's mouths were agape. They could fit an egg in there. How long has it been? From the 20s to level 40. Is this even human? The looks on Wang Dong and Xiao Zhao's faces were instantly filled with a sense of urgency that if they didn't work harder, they would be left behind. Elder Jinshan excitedly slapped his thigh. Great. Wonderful. Without further ado, tomorrow we'll go get you a soul ring. That night, Huo Yuhao returned to his room. Without saying a word, he directly took out that piece of ice blue scorpion left arm bone. I watched as he pressed that soul bone onto his left arm, and that thing instantly turned into a pool of green liquid and drilled into his flesh. The entire room became icy cold in an instant, and his left arm was glowing with a piercing green light. The next morning, we were all ready, and Huo Yuhao leisurely came out of his room. He casually threw a punch with his left hand, not even using much soul power, and the wind from that punch blew the tables and chairs in the room all over the place. Wow, he got stronger again. With everyone gathered, we set off directly. The destination, the Star Do Great Forest. With two titled law elders leading the way, the speed was incredible. In just one day, we arrived at the outskirts of the Star Do Great Forest. Elder Jinshan asked, Yuhao, how many years do you plan to get for this fourth ring? Huo Yuhao casually replied, about 80,000 years or so. I felt like Wang Dong and Xiao Zhao's hearts were about to stop. The two titled Douluo elders couldn't help but gasp. The fourth ring, it requires 80,000 years. What kind of monster body is this? Xiao Xiao was the first to lose control, rushing up to Huo Yuhao and feeling him all over, pinching his arms and legs. Her face was full of curiosity, wanting to see what kind of structure he had. She widened her eyes and said, Yuhao, I seriously suspect that you are actually a humanoid beast. Huo Yuhao had a helpless expression, just as he was about to tell her to stop messing around. Wang Dong, who was nearby, was like a jealous pot that had been knocked over, rushing over to pull Xiao Xiao away, his face flushed with anxiety, saying, Xiao Xiao, what are you doing? Are you being a rascal? Xiao Xiao had a mischievous smile, staring at Wang Dong and saying, Oh, how strange. Why do you get so nervous every time I get a little close to Yuhao? Wang Dong, you don't like Yuhao, do you? But you're a guy. You. Wang Dong's face turned red. He looked like a large CPU overheating, stammering and unable to say a complete sentence. It was still Huo Yuhao who came to the rescue. All right, stop messing around. Let us hurry and find a soul beast. Then, he turned to Elder Taizhou and said, "Elder, please protect the two of them outside. I'll just go in with Elder Jinshan." Wang Dong and Xiao naturally disagreed, shouting that they wanted to go together. Huo Yuhao's face turned serious, saying sternly, "No, we need to go into the mixed area and even the core area. Even title Douluo would have to be cautious in there. How can I focus with you two with me?" The two of them realized he was right and could only obediently agree, reminding him to be careful. With everything arranged, Huo Yuhao and Elder Jinshan plunged into the stark Do Great Forest. As I told you, the deeper we go into this forest, the creepier it gets. Yuhao activated his spiritual detection, scanning the entire mixed area, but the strongest soul beast was only 60,000 years old, and its attributes were not suitable. It seems they can only head to the core area. Huo Yuhao shook his head helplessly. The golden body elder didn't waste words, nodded, and the two continued deeper into the forest. What they didn't know was that just as they entered the core area, by a lake, a super cute soul beast that looked like a golden little lion with a third eye on its forehead suddenly twitched its nose as if it had caught a scent, and then quietly followed them. Huo Yuhao and the golden body elder searched cautiously in the core area, making very slow progress. Suddenly, Huo Yuhao's eyes lit up, and he said to the golden body elder, "Elder, follow me." The two passed through a dense forest, and before them appeared a towering giant tree. The tree was dark green all over, with numerous bumps on its trunk, exuding an extremely powerful evil aura. Huo Yuhao recognized it at a glance. This was the demon eye magic tree, but he was puzzled. An 80,000-year-old demon eye magic tree shouldn't have such a strong aura, right? Just then, the heavenly dream ice silkworm in his mind suddenly screamed, "Yuhao, it's it. If I'm not mistaken, this thing is one of the top 10 ferocious beasts, a descendant of the 530,000-year-old king of all monsters. Killing it would be avenging me." Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao's expression changed instantly, and he said to the golden body elder, "Elder, it's the one." As soon as he finished speaking, the numerous bumps on the giant tree suddenly split open, revealing over 100 blood-red eyes that locked onto them fiercely. An eerie red light enveloped them in an instant, and the mental shock was overwhelming. Huo Yuhao's eyes flashed with golden light, and he directly braced himself against it with his spiritual power. The golden body elder beside him was even more ferocious. His martial soul instantly possessed him, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, and 2 red soul rings rising. Good heavens, that's one more 100,000-year soul ring than Xuanzi. This configuration was simply blinding to my titanium alloy dog eyes. "Yuhao, step back. I'll handle it." The golden body elder shouted and charged out like a cannonball. The demon eye magic tree launched a barrage of venom, terrifyingly corrosive, but the golden body elder moved like a ghost, avoiding every drop, and instantly reached the front of the tree, delivering a punch to its trunk. The tree twisted in pain, its countless eyes distorting. Numerous branches lashed out like whips, striking the golden body elder, producing metallic clangs, but they couldn't break his defense at all. The old man's right hand transformed into a golden handblade and struck down fiercely. The demon eye magic tree urgently launched a mental attack to trap him, but the golden body elder burst with golden light, instantly breaking free, and that hand blade came down with unstoppable force, directly cutting a deep wound into the trunk. "Yuhao!" the golden body elder shouted. Huo Yuhao understood immediately, his figure flashing to the front of the demon eye magic tree, and his eyes shot out 2 beams of golden light, completely destroying its last bit of consciousness. A descendant of an 80,000-year ferocious beast was thus eliminated. A shiny black soul ring slowly rose. Huo Yuhao didn't dare to delay, immediately sitting cross-legged to begin absorbing it. The absorption process was surprisingly smooth, as his physique and spiritual power were now incredibly abnormal, finishing in just 1 hour. His power skyrocketed to level 42, and he obtained an extremely powerful 4th soul skill called a Moment of 1,000 Years. This skill, let me tell you, is practically a bug. It can influence the opponent's senses through spiritual power, making them feel like time has slowed down countless times. What should be a 1-second event feels like 1,000 years to them, leaving them unable to react at all. Just as Huo Yuhao stood up, ready to hurry away with the golden body elder to avoid attracting the big boss, he looked up and saw a golden-haired little lion standing in front of them, with a vertical pupil on its forehead, having appeared there without them noticing. I was stunned at that moment. Isn't that the auspicious beast from last time? The 3-eyed golden lion? How did I encounter it again? The elder with the golden body turned pale, hurriedly shielding Huo Yuhao behind him, nervously asking, "What brings the auspicious beast here?" Surprisingly, the three-eyed golden lion spoke, its voice crisp like a little girl's. It stretched out its furry paw and pointed at Huo Yuhao, saying, "No, I came to find him." Huo Yuhao was also confused, thinking to himself, "I don't even know you." He tried to probe with his spiritual power and found that the other party had no malicious intent towards him. So, he mustered his courage and stepped forward, asking, "Auspicious beast, what do you want from me?" The three-eyed golden lion tilted its little head, sniffed at him, and curiously asked, "You have the aura of the dragon clan on you, very pure. Are you from the dragon clan?" Huo Yuhao suddenly realized that it was his dragon bloodline that attracted it. He smiled and shook his head, unable to resist reaching out to rub the furry head of the three-eyed golden lion. The elder with the golden body watched anxiously from behind, fearing the auspicious beast might get angry. But guess what? The three-eyed golden lion actually squinted its eyes in pleasure and even rubbed against Huo Yuhao's hand. The heavenly dream, ice silkworm, roared in his mind, "Yuhao, quickly, ask her if she is willing to attribute connect with you. She sounds so close to you. She will definitely agree." This is a huge opportunity. Although Huo Yuhao didn't know what that was, it sounded impressive, so he asked. The innocent three-eyed golden lion didn't even think and directly nodded its little head, saying okay. Huo Yuhao was shocked. It was too easy to talk to. Following Tianming's instructions, he slowly pressed his forehead against the third eye of the three-eyed golden lion. At the moment of contact, a series of strange halos suddenly enveloped them. Huo Yuhao felt his mind go blank as an incomparably vast and powerful force, something he had never encountered before, surged into his spiritual sea. When he came to his senses, he found that his spiritual sea had expanded again, and there was an unshakable white energy lingering within it. Yilix was astonished, gravely saying, "This is the power of fate. Yuhao, you actually obtained the power of fate, which means your destiny is now completely intertwined with that three-eyed golden lion." Huo Yuhao tried to control it, and to his surprise, the force actually obeyed his commands. It was like acquiring a heaven-defying cheat. After the attribute connection ended, the three-eyed golden lion became dizzy and could barely stand. Just as Huo Yuhao supported it, his head suddenly throbbed with pain, and a memory that didn't belong to him flooded in. At the same time, he sensed a powerful and destructive aura rapidly approaching. "Oh no, it's her parents coming." Huo Yuhao didn't have time to think, patted the auspicious beast's head, said a farewell, and then grabbed the still dazed golden body Douluo, using a shadow shift to instantly disappear from the spot. Just as they left, a huge three-headed crimson magic dog and a green-haired man exuding a terrifying aura appeared at the scene, staring at the dizzy three-eyed golden lion with changed expressions. The expression on their faces was as dark as the bottom of a pot. This green-haired guy was the legendary king of all demons. Trembling with anger as he glared at the already lifeless demon eye tree, which was a genius descendant he had been eagerly waiting for, now killed just like that. He suppressed his anger and asked the still dazed, three-eyed golden lion, "Auspicious beast, what happened?" "Family members, who understands?" The three-eyed golden lion was a little clever, clearly knowing everything but pretending to have amnesia with its big eyes blinking, saying, "I don't know, it was like this when I arrived." It directly concealed Huo Yuhao's involvement and continued to digest the memory package his brother had passed to it. The king of all demons was left without a way out, and the three-headed dog, the Crimson King, received a call from his boss, saying, "Emperor Tian wants you to bring the auspicious beast back." Upon hearing this, the king of all demons knew that the matter was urgent. He dropped a harsh remark and disappeared in a flash. Meanwhile, my brother Huo Yuhao had already used a shadow shift to directly airdrop in front of Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. It was incredibly smooth. The golden body Douluo, experiencing a human teleportation for the first time, turned pale when he landed, nearly vomiting his overnight meal. Huo Yuhao didn't give them a chance to react and immediately said, "Don't ask, just run." So, our group quickly evacuated the Stardow forest overnight, moving in extreme speed. After a day and night of running, we finally reached a small city in the Sky Soul Empire and found a hotel to rest. As soon as my brother Huo Yuhao entered the room, he lay on the bed and began to review. The memories that had emerged in his mind confirmed to be those of the three-eyed golden lion. "Hey, what do we call this? Memory exchange? Does that little golden-haired lion now know all my brother's secrets?" Even more astonishing was yet to come. He began to study the so-called power of fate. A flash of golden light appeared in his eyes, and let me tell you, the world in his eyes changed instantly. The ceiling was directly penetrated, and the entire night sky transformed into a colorful stream of data before him, floating countless glowing lines of varying thickness. Those should be the fate lines of others. But when he looked at his own, wow, it was a void, 404 not found. At first, he panicked, but then he thought, isn't this the legendary script of my fate is determined by me, not by heaven? No fate line means limitless possibilities. The look in his eyes at that moment was as if he wanted to shout, from today on, I will create my own destiny. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Wang Dong was daydreaming alone. In the forest, she seemed to feel an aura that was of the same root as her own, but it disappeared in a flash, leaving her feeling anxious. The next morning, we continued on our journey, heading to the body sect. With 2 super Douluo leading the way, our speed was incredible. In just 2 days, we crossed most of the empire and arrived near Tiando City. The closer we got, the more Huo Yuhao felt something was off, sensing that something deep in the sunset forest was calling him. This feeling was new and strange. The golden body noticed him lost in thought and began to educate him about the glorious history of the body sect, talking about its millennia of heritage, how impressive its founding ancestor was, and how it became the national sect of the Sky Soul Empire. In short, it was all about how impressive they were, with a long history and a strong background. Finally, just before dark, we arrived. The scene was astonishing. A bottomless giant trench called the Sky Moat lay before us, with the sect hidden in the mountains across it, connected only by a dangerously thin iron chain. The sense of ritual for entering was too strong. After entering the mountain gate and passing through a long tunnel, the view suddenly opened up. Pavilions and towers, exotic flowers and plants. It resembled a paradise. Xiao Xiao exclaimed in awe, while my brother and Wang Dong remained relatively calm. As soon as our feet touched the ground, several powerful auras rushed over. The leader was none other than the master of the Poison Immortal sect, Poison Immortal. Behind him followed a group of elders, all titled Douluo. When Poison Immortal saw that Huo Yuhao had been safely brought back, he immediately burst into laughter. We finally got our future treasure back. My brother is also a tough guy. He had a brief encounter with the sect leader and the elders, then turned around and said, Sect leader, I need to go into seclusion. Poison Immortal was taken aback for a moment, but then became even happier, saying, this ambition, I like it. As for Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, they were also taken in as gifts. When Poison Immortal heard that these two were also dual martial soul geniuses, he almost laughed crookedly. It was a buy one get two deal, a real profit. Huo Yuhao was directly led into a stone chamber. Without saying a word, he took out the soul-devouring engraving knife. It was time to purify this thing. Elder, it's up to you, he thought, and the control of his body was directly handed over to Alex, who resided in his spiritual sea. The next moment, Huo Yuhao's entire aura changed. His eyes shifted from golden to a deep gray, filled with dead silence, yet exuding a sense of holiness. Alex controlled his body and shot a gray gas from his eyes, which struck the engraving knife directly. The knife instantly trembled violently, emitting ghostly wails and howls, trying to counterattack with spiritual power. But in front of Alex, it was like a mere tickle. Then, Huo Yuhao's eyes transformed into pure white, and a beam of holy light shot out, instantly disintegrating the black gas emanating from the knife. The purification was complete. The dark, shabby knife transformed into a blue crystal-like engraving knife, radiating a gentle golden light. The essence of this thing was originally life gold. Yuhao next. Press the knife against your forehead and leave the rest to me. After Alex finished speaking, he retreated. Huo Yuhao took back control of his body and followed the instructions. As the engraving knife pressed against his forehead, an immense vitality surged into his spiritual sea. Goodness! That vitality was so rich that the walls and floor of the stone chamber began to sprout grass. The last bit of impurity in his body was washed clean, turning into the legendary pure body. At that moment, Alex's voice rang out. Yuhao, hold on. The next second, under Alex's control, the engraving knife pierced sharply into Huo Yuhao's brow. Who understands the pain of having one's skull pierced? Anyone would be stunned. But immediately after, a tremendous vitality surged in. The wound didn't bleed or heal. It just remained open. The life gold flowed into the wound, directly opening up a second spiritual sea of the same size outside his spiritual sea. His spiritual power doubled on the spot. The Sky Dream, Ice Silkworm, and Ice Emperor also seized the opportunity to release energy to help him solidify it. In the end, the wound healed into a blue-gold vertical pupil. A lake's figure appeared in the second spiritual sea, saying, Yuhao, I've opened a third eye for you with life gold. called the Eye of Life. From now on, I will reside here. With it, your spiritual power growth rate will double, and as long as your brain isn't shattered, you can recover from any amount of injury. My brother felt it, and the bones in his body were as smooth as white jade, and his soul power became thicker. He tried to concentrate, and the vertical pupil in the middle of his forehead, resembling a blue crystal, opened up, shooting out a green light that made the grass on the ground grow wildly in an instant. This was simply outrageous. After a day of seclusion, it was already dark when he came out. Just a few steps away, the sect master, who couldn't die from poison, suddenly appeared like a ghost. Patting him on the shoulder, "Yuhua, someone will challenge you tomorrow for the position of the young sect master. Get ready." Huo Yuhao nodded. It was a small matter. When he returned to his residence, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao were both there. Since the house had 2 floors, Xiao Xiao, being a girl, slept upstairs, while Wang Dong lived downstairs with Huo Yuhao. They were both quite happy to see him come out of seclusion, though Wang Dong was a bit worried about the competition tomorrow. That night, just as Huo Yuhao was about to start his training, Wang Dong knocked on the door and came in, his face a bit flushed. "Idiot, did you forget that we can fuse our martial souls to accelerate our training?" Huo Yuhao slapped his forehead. He really had forgotten. The two of them sat cross-legged on the bed, palms facing each other, and began their training. That night, Wang Dong's soul power skyrocketed like he was on a rocket, directly breaking through to level 34. The next morning, as Wang Dong just came out of Huo Yuhua's room, he bumped into Xiao Xiao coming downstairs. Xiao Xiao was instantly petrified, looking at Wang Dong, then at Huo Yuhao in the room. Her expression was one of total disbelief. You too." Wang Dong's face turned beet red all the way to his neck, and he frantically explained, "It's not what you think. We were just training." "Just training?" Xiao Xiao's eyes were filled with disbelief. After much explanation, they finally cleared it up. Huo Yuhao finished washing up and took the two of them to the competition arena. At that moment, the competition arena was already packed with people. Everyone from the main sect had come. A tall, muscular young man with red hair, nearly 2 meters tall, stood at the side of the arena. He was the original young sect master, Long Outyin. What a name. It sounded like a typical protagonist. His friend, Chen Lu, muttered beside him, "Long Ge. That kid isn't scared, is he?" Long Outyin, however, remained calm. Don't underestimate him. Winning the Soul Master competition isn't something just anyone can do. As soon as he finished speaking, Huo Yuhao entered the arena with Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. All eyes in the arena instantly focused on him. His gaze collided with Long Outyin's in the air, igniting a spark of battle intent. The sect master, who couldn't die from poison, saw that everyone was present and directly announced, "The match begins." Both of them stepped back simultaneously, creating distance. Long Outyin's aura changed, and he instantly entered a state of unity with heaven and man. Unexpectedly, Yuhua smiled slightly, his gaze sharpening, and he also entered a state of unity with heaven and man. The title Douluo in the stands laughed and scolded. This kid has indeed learned. Long Outyin was shocked, but Huo Yuhao had already charged forward, throwing a punch infused with mental power and the might of heaven and earth. Long Outyin's body lit up with a white light, becoming as solid as jade as he reached out to block. Bang! Upon contact, both were knocked back. Huo Yuhao remained calm, but Long Outyin's jade-like hand had already developed cracks. Long Outyin realized he could no longer be passive and actively threw a punch, drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth to form a vortex that pressed forward. Huo Yuhao also punched out, and the energy of heaven and earth they stirred up collided violently, shaking the arena floor to pieces. After exchanging more than a dozen blows, Huo Yuhao suddenly surged with power, landing a punch on Long Outyin's blocking arms. Long Outyin was sent flying, and the white jade defense on his body cracked loudly, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. In a contest of pure physical strength and combat skills, he was utterly defeated. "Junior brother, you are very strong." Long Outyin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his battle intent even stronger, "but I will not admit defeat so easily. Next, I will use my martial soul." As soon as he finished speaking, his soul power erupted, and 7 soul rings of yellow, purple, black rose up. The first and third soul rings lit up simultaneously, and his body expanded, his skin turning dark gold. Huo Yuhao also summoned his martial soul, a solitary purple soul ring rising from beneath his feet, instantly enveloping the arena in an extreme cold. Long Outyin's second soul ring flickered, his right arm transforming into a dark gold long knife, while his left arm became a dark gold hammer, swinging the long knife toward Huo Yuhao with the might of heaven and earth. Huo Yuhao grasped with his right hand, condensing an ice-white long knife, and slashed toward the golden long knife. When they clashed, let me tell you, the entire arena nearly shattered. The expression on Long Out-Yan's face was like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Did he think my ice knife was some kind of fragile ice cream? Just one touch and it would shatter? What a joke. My ice blade not only had no issues, but that extreme cold aura of ice, wow. Just crawled up his arm along the blade. With a crisp crack, his imposing dark gold arm was instantly frozen into a human-shaped popsicle, unable to move at all. He was tough as well. Seeing his right arm incapacitated, he swung his big hammer with his left hand and smashed it towards my forehead, trying to force me back. Could I let him succeed? I raised my left foot sharply and kicked the hammer, producing a loud bang. The big iron hammer was directly stomped into the ground of the arena, buried deep, and couldn't be pulled out. Now he was completely out of options. A flash of golden light appeared in my eyes, and 2 mental shockwaves shot out instantly. Long Out-Yan's survival instinct was also in full swing, without hesitation. He activated his ultimate move, 7th soul skill, Martial Soul, True Body. Damn, I saw the jade-like light on his body flash, and he started to swell up like a balloon, instantly transforming into a 10-meter-tall giant made of white jade. My mental shockwave hit him, and he just grunted softly. The layer of jade light around him flickered, but he managed to withstand it. But what does that matter? He was ready to fight me to the death. I saw that the white jade giant swung his arms, and a silver-white silhouette emerged from behind him, making it look quite fancy. Then he leaped into the sky, and a massive palm came crashing down towards me, blocking out the sun. But would I dodge? No way. I was all about facing it head-on. My eyes turned pure gold, and the golden light spread down my face, quickly dyeing my entire body gold. I gently threw a punch at that giant palm in the sky. At the same time, I tell you, behind me, no, it was the entire sky. A golden giant that looked exactly like me appeared. The face, the expression, it was like a high-definition, enlarged version of myself. He also threw a punch at the same time. That golden fist cut through the sky silently, as if it were an illusion. But when it collided with Long Out-Yan's white jade palm, let me tell you, the scene was unbelievable. Long Out-Yan's seemingly indestructible jade hand, with a puff, turned to dust like a pile of sand. Then came his arms, his body. That layer of white jade light vanished, as if erased by an eraser, disappearing completely in an instant. Long Out-Yan looked like he had been struck by lightning, blood oozing from all 7 orifices, and in a flash, he transformed back from his 10-meter giant form to his original state, plummeting straight down from the sky. I can't really let him fall to his death, can I? With a casual wave, I cast a levitation spell, letting him float down like a feather, drifting slowly. Now, the competition for the position of the young lord has come to a complete end. I walked over to him, squatted down, grabbed his wrist, and channeled the power of the Blade of Life, infusing him with a surge of green life energy. His rather frightening-looking injury healed completely in less than a few seconds. Long Out-Yan also woke up, looking at me with a very complex expression, and stood up decisively to say, I lost. That guy was truly convinced. At that moment, the old man, who couldn't be poisoned, instantly appeared beside me, his gaze towards me full of satisfaction. He cleared his throat and loudly announced to everyone present, I declare that the new junior master is Huo Yuhao. Long Out-Yan was quite respectful. The first to bow and say to me, Greetings, junior master. With him leading the way, all the disciples below followed suit, shouting, Greetings, junior master. The scene was quite impressive. After everything was done, the old man used a transmission to keep me behind, then grabbed my shoulder, and in a flash, we arrived in a secret room. He stood with his hands behind his back and immediately asked me if I knew why he was in such a hurry to find a successor. I thought for a moment and said, Is it because of the Sun and Moon Empire? The old man laughed and said this was just one of the reasons. He started to reveal some details to me. Simply put, there are strong enemies outside, and the Sun and Moon Empire's development of soul-guiding devices is progressing too quickly. War is inevitable. Moreover, they have gotten involved with a cult organization called the Holy Spirit Church, and there are quite a few powerful figures on their side. He initially just wanted to find a genius to pass on the sex legacy, but when he encountered me, he felt I was like a heavenly powerhouse, the hope for preserving the sect and even the heavenly soul empire. As he spoke, the old man even bowed to me, hoping that if I had the ability, I could protect the heavenly soul empire a bit. I quickly helped him up. I had to agree to this anyway, since I never liked those people from the Holy Spirit sect. Seeing that I agreed, the old man relaxed his expression and changed the subject, saying, "Actually, there's something more important for bringing you here." As he spoke, he walked to the wall and pressed something, causing a hidden compartment to pop out. He took out a palm-sized booklet and handed it to me. As soon as I took it, I was shocked by its weight. It must have weighed dozens of pounds. It had 4 characters written on it, the secret of the body. He said this was the core scripture of the sect, and urged me to study it well. But that wasn't the most important part. With a serious face, he told me that the most precious inheritance of the body sect was something called the seed of inheritance. This thing can't be merged by just anyone. The conditions are extremely harsh. First, the second awakening of the martial soul must reach the golden level. Secondly, the body martial soul must consist of 2 or more important parts. Although Long Ao Yin is impressive, his martial soul is just skin and only at the silver level. So he can't do it. As for me, with my eyes and brain, I have double the joy, and I'm just at the golden level awakening, perfectly meeting all the conditions. Just as he finished speaking, a green light emerged from Dazishi, and then a milky white seed slowly flew out from his chest. His entire aura instantly wilted significantly, but his face showed a look of relief. He said that the bottleneck that had troubled him for many years had actually loosened because he had lifted the burden of the inheritance. As soon as I saw the old man being so accommodating, I couldn't be stingy. I quickly pulled out a stalk of fairy grass from my storage bag. The fluffy purple chrysanthemum, the miraculous Tong Tian chrysanthemum. I said to him, "Sect Master, take this. It's a product of the ice and fire duality eye. Eating it can help you cultivate an indestructible body and assist you in breaking through to the limit Douluo." The old man initially wanted to refuse, but I directly told him, "Don't you want to personally defend the sect?" Since I had already eaten the fairy grass, I pushed it back at him. In the end, he accepted it with deep emotion, saying that it was truly fortunate to have me join the sect. I told him how to eat it, and he immediately rushed off to seclude himself for a breakthrough. As I reached out, the seed of inheritance flew into my palm by itself. After bidding farewell to the old man, I stepped out of the secret chamber and ran into the golden body Douluo. He eagerly asked me about the seed of inheritance, and I told him not only did I get it, but the sect master was also going to seclude himself to break through to the ultimate Douluo. Upon hearing this, the golden body Douluo nearly went crazy, his face turning red from holding it in, and he swiftly disappeared, probably off to find a place to celebrate and howl. I returned to my place, and Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao immediately surrounded me. Wang Dong, her face flushed with excitement, said that my move was too cool. I smiled and told them that I needed to enter seclusion for a while, then went into my room. Sitting cross-legged, I took out the seed of inheritance. As soon as my magical power made contact with it, the seed floated up by itself, passing through my chest and directly merging into my heart. In that instant, let me tell you, it felt like I had opened up the Ren and Du meridians. The speed of my magical powers circulation skyrocketed, and the answers to the questions I couldn't comprehend during my previous cultivation suddenly appeared in my mind, bringing clarity. I fell into deep meditation just like that. However, I'm upgrading here, and Xiao Xiao's mentality is a bit. It's no wonder she watches me and Wang Dong upgrade like we're on a rocket, chasing from Shrek to here. And the gap keeps widening. How could she not feel stressed? This girl probably didn't sleep well all night and is feeling upset. The next morning, I woke up feeling refreshed. The seed of inheritance had already perfectly fused, and my soul power jumped directly to level 43. Moreover, I discovered that I can now perfectly control the golden level second awakening. I can open it or close it at will, and there are no side effects. After I finished washing up and went downstairs, I saw Xiao Xiao sitting there with 2 big dark circles under her eyes, looking dazed and haggard. I walked over and directly asked her if something was bothering her. At first, she was reluctant to admit it, but after I stared at her for a few moments, she couldn't hold back any longer and poured out all her grievances, her eyes reddening as she spoke. Just then, Wang Dong also came down. When I saw everyone was here, I decided not to keep them in suspense and took out 2 medicinal herbs from my storage bag. One was a golden Chihuahua tulip, and the other looked like a golden butterfly, a bright butterfly orchid. Wang Dong was stunned and exclaimed that these were medicinal herbs. Xiao Xiao was also confused. They both wanted to refuse and insisted that I should use them myself. I gave each of them a light smack on the head and jokingly scolded, "Are you silly? Each person can only consume 1 medicinal herb, and I've already had mine. These 2 are specially prepared for you. We're all on the same side, so stop talking nonsense." I handed the Kiluo tulip to Xiao Xiao, telling her that this thing is a perfect match for her martial soul. I also gave the bright butterfly orchid to Wang Dong, who was quite knowledgeable about it, and immediately recounted its origins and effects. Seeing them both so excited, I urged them to hurry back to their rooms to refine it, and I helped them ask for leave from today's class. After sending them off, I checked the time and made my way to the theory class. When I arrived, the teacher hadn't come yet, but there was already a crowd outside the classroom, and surprisingly, Long Outyin was among them. Upon seeing me, he immediately smiled and walked over with 5 others. This guy was quite enthusiastic and said, "Young sect master, let me introduce you. These are the golden generation of our main body sect." He mentioned that since a few people didn't show up during our fight yesterday, he brought them over to meet me. I thought this guy really knows how to handle things. A sturdy man named Wang Yinfeng, with particularly large hands, greeted me first. Then the others introduced themselves one by one, including one named Gu Tong, whose martial soul was also an eye, and he said he wanted to consult me in the future. I responded with a smile to each one of them, and in the end, there was only one person left who hadn't spoken, the only girl in the group. She was stunning, looking just like a doll, but her little eyes, TSK, were filled with defiance. She walked up and got straight to the point, asking me if I had taken down her brother Long in an instant. And the tone she used, let me tell you, was just shy of saying, "What are you looking at?" Her name was Vina, and she even reached out her hand for a handshake. The guy Long Outyin beside her had a face full of, and I understood right away, oh, she asked, trying to stand up for her boyfriend. All right then, a little scene. But as soon as I shook her hand, wow, a surge of mental energy came straight at my forehead. Playing dirty? Huh? Sister, you've really stepped on a hot plate. A flash of golden light appeared in my eyes, and in an instant, I saw through her little schemes. It turned out that the martial soul was a brain. No wonder her mental strength was decent. But showing this off in front of me, wasn't that purely a dimensionality reduction attack? I smiled, and with a thought, I pulled her directly into my mental world. Family, who understands? 1 second she was still in the sex courtyard, and the next second she found herself standing on a desolate piece of black land, calling out to the heavens and the earth with no response. She was confused when suddenly a 1,000-foot-tall golden giant appeared in the sky, and without saying a word, it slapped down towards her. That sense of oppression was so intense that I felt suffocated just watching through the screen. She screamed in fright, and just as the giant's palm was about to hit her face, I snapped the illusion away. She gasped for breath, and when she looked at me, her eyes were filled with terror. Beside her, Long Outyin quickly asked her what happened, and she forced a smile and said, "Young master, I give up." At this point, everyone quieted down. I quickly tried to ease the atmosphere by saying that we were all senior brothers and sisters, and she could just call me Yuhao from now on. The tension eased immediately. At that moment, a frail old man who looked like a bamboo pole approached. When Long Outyin and the others saw him, they quickly told me that he was my theoretical class teacher and then sneaked away with Weina and the others. However, the old man didn't take me to the classroom. Instead, he walked down a remote path. I was puzzled when Uncle Lang suddenly appeared and told me that the elders had discussed it and decided to give me special attention, sending this elder Tiegu to teach me one-on-one. I was thrilled with this treatment. I also mentioned Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao to Uncle Lang, and he readily agreed. Then I followed Elder Tiegu, winding through until we reached a gloomy little pond. The old man sat cross-legged and began to test me. I shared what little I learned at Shrek, and he laughed, saying Shrek still didn't understand the field. Then he started the lesson, emphasizing one core idea. Soul skills are trump cards. Don't waste them casually, and when you do use them, go all out and hit the opponent with real intensity. He shared tons of valuable insights, and finally said that the book The Secret of the Body given to me by the sect master was the essence, and I should read it myself and ask if I didn't understand anything. After that, he lay back against a rock. Good heavens, I used my mental power to check, and he was secretly absorbing the cold energy from the pond to refine his body. So intense, too intense. I didn't want to disturb him, so I slipped away. Back in my room, I quickly pulled out that little booklet. The cover had 2 big words, divine favor. Wow, that's quite a statement. Opening it, I found a story about our sect's ancestor, Ren Chongkong. It said that he once went on an adventure and entered a mysterious ruin, where a white light suddenly shot into his body. Well, he used his mental power to investigate. He found a seed had appeared in his heart. Curious, he touched the seed with his mental power, and with a buzz, he entered a huge golden space. In the center lay a 1,000-foot-tall golden corpse, and the aura almost crushed him. At the critical moment, the seed in his heart glowed and protected him. He felt a strange familiarity with the corpse and reached out to touch it. Let me tell you, just that touch caused a major incident. His blood and heart instantly turned golden, and a strand of golden light, thinner than a hair, floated out from the golden corpse and drilled into his body. That feeling must have been similar to ascending on the spot. It was painful, but when he woke up, he was already outside the ruin. With his soul power skyrocketing from title Douluo to level 97, the strength of his body was even more outrageous. Later, he challenged a level 99 limit Douluo, and the opponent couldn't even break through his defense. At the same time, he gained a piece of information in his mind, to seek those with the body martial soul. From then on, the ancestor was convinced that the corpse was a true god and that he was a favored one of the god, beginning a worldwide search for others with body martial souls. He also witnessed so-called divine battles and found those gods as fragile as paper, believing they were all false gods. He spent a lifetime gathering around 100 people and established the body sect, but he never found that ruin again, nor did he wait for the god to manifest again. He lived to be 2,500 years old and still didn't become a god. In the end, he figured out that the reason body martial souls were becoming fewer and weaker was that the golden light in everyone's body diminished during inheritance. This was simply the 2.0 version of bloodline degradation. After reading this story, I was stunned. The amount of information was overwhelming. I needed to take a moment. I quickly used my mental power to poke at the same type of seed in my heart, but there was no response. I had no choice but to call for help, summoning my teacher, Ilex. After hearing the story, Ilex also felt that this matter was likely true, saying that the seed was unfathomable. Even he couldn't see through it, and suggested that I might want to look for that ruin if I had the chance. Perhaps there would be great opportunities. Just as I was thinking about this, 2 screams suddenly came from next door. I hurried over to see, and good heavens, Wang Dong's bright goddess butterfly had directly evolved. Its wings changed from blue to platinum, and its light attribute shot up to the extreme light. Its soul power skyrocketed like a rocket, jumping 5 levels to 39. Upstairs, Xiao Xiao also rushed down, and her 2 martial souls evolved as well, becoming top-tier martial souls, with soul power also breaking past level 30. I can only say that this fairy grass is something that defies reason. I asked Wang Dong when she would reach level 40, and she said that if we trained together, a week would be enough. All right, let's wait for a week, and then we can go hunt souls together. To celebrate, I personally cooked a meal and made roasted fish, which my 2 little gluttons enjoyed thoroughly. Time flew by, and a week passed. Wang Dong successfully broke through to level 40. The 2 of us couldn't wait any longer and urged me to make arrangements quickly. I went directly to find Elder Jinshin and explain the situation. The old man was also surprised, not expecting Wang Dong's talent to be so impressive. He said that the sunset forest near the body sect had long been exhausted, with Soul Beast having basically vanished for 10,000 years. So he specially approved Elder Taizo to take us to the Stardow Forest. Sounds good. Excellent service. The 3 of us rushed to Tiando City, found the base of the body sect, and met Iron Handlaw with a Sky Remnant Douluo beside him. After some discussion, we decided to set off early the next morning. The next morning, Wang Dong and I went out to buy some dry food. I tell you, just during that stroll, something happened. We saw a particularly haggard and lonely figure on the street, who would understand the family. That was none other than Sister Tangya. How would she be here? Her face was pale, and something was off about her. Later, I learned that she had dropped out of Shrek Academy, wanting to return to Tiando City to revive the Tang sect, but was constantly suppressed by a group called the Iron Blood sect. After a month of grievances, she was now looking for revenge. I watched as she wiped away her tears, her eyes instantly turning blood red, and she walked towards the Iron Blood sect's gate with a murderous aura. I was accompanying Wang Dong to eat candied hawthorn, when suddenly we smelled a strong scent of blood. Wang Dong also said he sensed a dark presence. We exchanged glances, feeling that something was off, and quickly followed the scent. When we arrived, we found the sign of the Iron Blood sect shattered on the ground, and inside, there were corpses everywhere. I swept my spiritual energy and saw Sister Xiaoya fighting with a middle-aged man, and it was clear she was on the verge of collapse. The man was about to punch her in the face, and Sister Xiaoya had closed her eyes in despair. In that critical moment, I instantly flashed over, effortlessly caught his fist, and kicked him away. Sister Xiaoya opened her eyes and was stunned to see me. I looked at her, my brow furrowed. In her current state, her eyes were glowing red, covered in blood, resembling an evil soul master, completely unlike the Sister Xiaoya I knew. The guy I kicked away was still not giving up, roaring that I was an accomplice of the evil soul master, and charged at me again. I couldn't be bothered to turn around. I unleashed a mental shock that knocked him out cold. Just as Sister Xiaoya was about to explain to me, she fainted before she could say a word. There was no choice but for me to pick her up and directly use the mind capture technique to entertain Ya's mind and read her memories. Goodness, I was shocked when I saw her experiences. Sister Xiaoya's recent journey was like a revenge drama featuring a strong female protagonist. Her Tang sect was destroyed by a group called the Iron Blood sect. Her parents were gone, and she had to rely on her mutated martial soul's devouring ability to wipe out the entire Iron Blood sect. Who understands the pain of family loss? While avenging her family was truly satisfying, the aftermath was devastating. Having consumed the life force of others, she was undoubtedly sliding into the abyss of becoming an evil soul master. I was just about to hug Sister Xiaoya and quickly retreat to meet up with Wang Dong outside. But guess what happened? I turned the corner and encountered love. No, I ran into an old demon, an old man in a black robe, reeking of blood. The stench was so strong it made my head hurt from 800 meters away. Another evil soul master. This old demon's voice was as if laced with poison, chillingly saying to me, "Kid, leave her behind." I laughed at that moment, holding Sister Xiaoya, too lazy to even raise my eyelids, and replied to him, "What if I say no? It's just a contra game. Why are you pretending to be so tough with me? Then you might as well go die." As soon as he finished speaking, a ghostly claw came sweeping towards my face. I'll tell you, at that moment I was too lazy to even hide. I just watched him charge over, my expression unchanged. 4 soul rings suddenly appear behind me. Yellow, purple, black. Directly revealing my cards. The 4th soul ring, that shiny black 10,000-year soul ring, flashed for a moment. Instantly, the air around us felt like it turned into glue, and that old man's movements slowed down to half speed. I could clearly see the terror on his face. And then there was nothing more. A white light flashed, and with a puff, the world fell silent. The old man's headless body still maintained its forward charge, his head having rolled off to the side, frozen in that moment of fear. I casually swung the ice sword I had formed in my hand, turning it into ice crystals that scattered away, and walked out holding Sister Xiaoya without looking back. Just as I stepped out, Wang Dong rushed over like a little cannonball, almost frantic outside like an ant on a hot stove. Seeing Sister Xiaoya in my arms, her expression of joy immediately turned into shock and worry. She sensed the thick, inescapable dark aura surrounding Sister Xiaoya. "Wang Dong, let us go back first," I said in a deep voice. Wang Dong had 100% trust in me, nodding without a second thought. However, just a couple of steps later, a middle-aged man in official attire suddenly blocked our way, saying something about taking us to the Royal City office. I was extremely annoyed and directly pulled out the bronze token of the body sec from my pocket, flashing it in front of him. When he saw the token, his face turned pale, and he immediately bowed respectfully to me. I said succinctly, "I've taken care of the evil soul master inside. Take the body yourself." After saying that, I led them away. Back at the base, Xiao Xiao was originally standing with her hands on her hips, wanting to argue with us about why we didn't wait for her before leaving. But when she saw my serious expression and the unconscious Sister Xiaoya in my arms, her words got stuck in her throat. She leaned over to Wang Dong and quietly asked what was going on. I placed Sister Xiaoya on the bed, using the life energy from the spirit carving knife to keep her alive. Watching her pale face gradually regain some color, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the real trouble was just beginning. In her current state, no matter how strong her willpower was, it wouldn't help. The sensation of devouring human life force was like opening Pandora's box, and her thirst for living beings would only grow stronger from now on. This was a difficult situation. Just as I was thinking about it, Sister Xiaoya slowly woke up. The first thing she did upon waking was not to care about herself, but to urgently ask me, "Yuhao, are you okay?" I sighed inwardly, looking at her with a complex expression. "Sister Xiaoya, I'm fine. The one with the problem now is you." As soon as she heard this, she immediately reacted, tears streaming down her face, and she became completely despondent. Crying, she said to me, just kill me." She said she had avenged her great grievance and had no more attachments. But the only thing she couldn't let go of was Bei Bei. However, she didn't want to live on with the identity of an evil soul master, nor did she want to hurt innocent people. I thought to myself, what kind of situation is this? I said to her, "Sister Xiaoya, don't be in a hurry. I have a unique secret method here that might help you get rid of the evil stuff inside you. Are you willing to give it a try?" As soon as she heard this, a glimmer of hope ignited in her desperate eyes. She nodded vigorously. I took a deep breath, closed my eyes, and began to reminisce. I thought of my mom, my adoptive parents in a magical world, and those friends, those warmest and happiest moments. Then, I extended my finger and softly uttered a spell. Summon Guardian, a dazzling silver gas, filled with joy and hope, erupted from my fingertips, quickly coalescing in the air, eventually transforming into a silver energy being that looked exactly like me. This thing was all about righteous light, shining down on the earth. As soon as Sister Xia came into contact with this energy, she was momentarily stunned, and the deadness in her eyes dissipated significantly, as if she recalled many happy memories. But then, an excruciating burning sensation followed. This silver gas was simply the nemesis of dark energy. The evil energy within her was like ice and snow meeting the blazing sun, being evaporated frantically, causing her to let out a heart-wrenching scream. Let me tell you about that scene. It was incredible. Dark energy and blood energy kept erupting from her body, and she was writhing in agony on the bed. Outside the room, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao were probably feeling their hearts tighten, but they trusted me and didn't come in to disturb. I could only grit my teeth and increase my output. After quite a while, the dark energy on her body finally completely disappeared. I quickly retracted my guardian spirit, rushed over, and grabbed her hand, pouring life energy into her body like it was free. The burn marks on her body healed at a visibly rapid pace. When I stepped out of the room, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, and Elder Iron Hand were waiting at the door. I explained the whole situation, and Elder Iron Hand's brows were furrowed enough to crush a fly. In his view, a Dark Soul Master is still a Dark Soul Master. Even if there are understandable reasons, once they have taken a life, there's no turning back. Elder, I have already purified the dark attributes and bloody aura within her using special means, I explained. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao immediately believed me and were overjoyed. But Elder Iron Hand still looked skeptical. After all, this was unheard of across the continent. I didn't argue with him and directly said, if the Elder doesn't believe it, you can personally check when she wakes up. And what happened? After the old man finished checking, his expression was as if he had seen a ghost, with his mouth agape enough to fit an egg, completely speechless. When Sister Xiaoyao woke up, she was incredibly excited, holding up a mirror to look at herself, and when she saw she had returned to normal, tears streamed down her face. She rushed out to find me, repeatedly thanking me. I smiled and told her that I was just fulfilling the promise I made back then. Afterwards, I asked her what her plans were. She said she wanted to stay in Heaven-Do City to slowly develop the Tang sect and hoped that I could help her. I confronted her directly. I said, Sister Xiaoya, I have fulfilled my promise, but now I am a member of the main body sect, with my own stance and sect. I'm sorry, but I can no longer help you develop the Tang sect. This is what we call adult boundaries. I have been more than generous, and the remaining path is hers to walk. Although she was very disappointed, she also expressed her understanding. We had a meal together, which was both a reunion and a farewell. After that, she left on her own. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao felt a bit reluctant, and I simply said, she has her own path to follow. Then, I looked at them, my gaze becoming profound. All right, when are we going to the Starry Forest? Wang Dong was taken aback and asked. I smirked at the corner of my mouth. Let's go now. 2 days later, on the outskirts of the Starry Forest, we lit a fire and decided to rest for the night. Having learned from past experiences, I made sure to suppress the dragon aura within me tightly and covered it with my mental power, not wanting to attract any of the 10 great ferocious beasts again. Early the next morning, we officially entered the forest. As soon as I activated my mental detection, it felt like I had opened a full map. Wang Dong needed a soul beast with a light attribute around 10,000 years old, while Xiao Xiao needed a soul beast with a metal attribute around 4,000 years old. Before long, I found the target. Xiao Xiao, come with me. We stopped behind a big tree, and in front of us lay a majestic lion, its mane flowing like waves of reddish gold. A 300-year-old golden lion, with the attribute of gold, perfect. I said, you two go ahead, I'll watch. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao's cooperation was so smooth. One was flying in the sky, the other controlling the ground, and in just a few moves, they had dealt with that lion. Xiao Xiao sat cross-legged and began to absorb the spirit ring. An hour later, she successfully leveled up, and her spirit power skyrocketed to level 35. All right, now it's Wang Dong's turn. As soon as I finished speaking, the hairs on my body stood up. A shadow, fast as lightning, silently lunged towards me. Watch out! Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao shouted in unison. I leaned to one side, easily dodging. Upon closer inspection, good heavens, a fierce tiger over 4 meters long, with black and white patterns and a pair of wings on its back. The eternal dark magic tiger. This is a top-tier assassin among tiger-type soul beasts. I was just about to take action and finish it off when Wang Dong refused. Her eyes were full of fighting spirit, and she excitedly shouted, Yuhao. Let me give it a try. Seeing her eager expression, I nodded. All right, I might as well indulge her. What else can I do? Anyway, with me around, nothing will go wrong. I tell you, after Wang Dong ate the fairy grass, she was simply not the same person, where her martial soul activated. She directly unleashed her third soul skill, the power of the butterfly god, and her momentum skyrocketed. But that wasn't all. The platinum light on her body suddenly exploded, forming a massive light circle, directly opening the domain, the butterfly god domain. In an instant, golden light illuminated everything, and she looked like she had transformed into a super scion. Meanwhile, the dark magic tiger, which had just been fierce and imposing, was directly weakened by 50% within the domain, instantly turning from a top predator into a husky. The tiger was clever enough to realize it had met its match and feign an attack before attempting to flee. Trying to run? Did it ask me first? I flashed in front of it. It panicked, and the black symbol of the word king on its forehead glowed, launching a cross slash at me. I casually waved my right hand, and an invisible barrier appeared. Duong. That cross slash was rebounded back, hitting it square on the forehead. It let out a miserable cry as it was sent flying, a cross-shaped gash appearing on its forehead. At that moment, Wang Dong also caught her breath, and a platinum-colored light blade flew over, slicing off the tiger's head with a soft thud. The battle was over, and a black 10,000-year soul ring floated up quietly. Wang Dong proudly flew to my side and said, "So, how about it? Am I impressive?" Very good." I nodded with a smile. Xiao Xiao also ran over. Amazed, "Wang Dong, you are so strong. But this 10,000-year soul ring is of the dark attribute. It's such a waste." I looked at the corpse of the dark magic tiger and suddenly laughed. It's not too much of a waste after all. Saying this, I walked over to the body, and the dark golden claws popped out, effortlessly slicing open its right leg and pulling out a piece of bone that looked like a black-purple crystal. A soul bone. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao were both stunned. Although the soul bone had a dark attribute, Wang Dong still gave it to Xiao Xiao, whose martial soul attribute was more inclusive. Unfortunately, even until dark, we didn't find a suitable soul beast for Wang Dong. There's no helping it. We'll just spend the night here, I said with a helpless smile as I looked at the gradually darkening sky. Then the three of us set up camp, with Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao pitching the tent while I was responsible for starting the fire. I tell you, every day I'm gnawing on dry rations. My mouth is about to taste bland as a bird's. Who understands the struggle of family? That guy Wang Dong, his eyes are fixed on me, as if he wants to carve the words, "I want to eat meat on my face." What can I do? Just indulge him. I directly pulled out a piece of the rare dark golden bear thigh meat from my storage soul guide. That's a hard currency. I placed it on the campfire, sizzling and oozing oil, and the aroma instantly filled the entire forest. Wow, the penetrating power of that smell is even stronger than my spiritual detection. It directly lured our hidden bodyguard, the Iron Hand Douluo, out from the shadows. The big boss didn't hold back. He came over as soon as he caught the scent. Well, that is a bonus meal. After the boss had his fill, he waved his hand. All right, you three kids go rest in the tent. I'll keep watch tonight. Oh boy, at that moment, I felt that this barbecue was worth it. Xiao Xiao was the first to give in, yawning and crawling into her own tent to sleep. Wang Dong and I went into another tent, sitting cross-legged, starting to practice our martial soul fusion technique. But for me, I prioritize feeling safe, even if there's a level 95 super dog guarding outside. My spiritual detection has to be on 24/7 like a radar. Guess what happened? The radar really went off. Not far from us, there was a soul beast fighting. I swept my spiritual power and wow, the scene was quite explosive. A unicorn glowing with silver-white holy light was being beaten up by 3 black wolves that looked like huskies. That unicorn seemed quite noble, but turned out to be weak in battle, being bitten by the 3 wolves, howling in pain, blood flowing like a stream. My mind suddenly clicked, and I realized that this unicorn was pure light attribute, right? Isn't this a tailor-made cheat for Wang Dong? I directly slapped Wang Dong, who was in meditation, to wake her up. Stop sleeping, get up and get excited. Your exclusive delivery has arrived. If you don't go now, it will be signed for. Wang Dong looked confused, and I pulled her out of the tent. When the Iron Hand boss saw our situation, he wasn't surprised at all and calmly said, "You felt it too?" Of course, with such a big commotion, my radar was almost going off. I nodded, "Elder. There's a soul beast over there that's perfect for Wang Dong. We'll go and be back in no time." The boss waved his hand, completely unconcerned. We were like 2 shadows, rushing towards the battlefield at breakneck speed. When we arrived, the scene was devastating. The unicorn was already at the end of its strength, and perhaps driven to desperation, it unleashed a powerful attack, a silver blade of light that instantly sliced two wolves in half. However, it also exhausted all its soul power and collapsed to the ground with a loud crash. The last surviving wolf was a tough character. It had been kicked away by its own brother to save its life, and now it stood up unsteadily, filled with resentment, dragging its heavily injured body to deliver a finishing blow to the unicorn. Could I let it succeed? Not a chance. I raised my hand and shot an ice spear without even aiming, just going by instinct, and it hit the wolf right in the head. The wolf didn't make a sound and fell directly to the ground, and the world instantly fell silent. Wang Dong looked at the barely breathing unicorn, ready to claim the kill, but as soon as the unicorn saw the spirit of the goddess of light, the butterfly, behind Wang Dong, it became excited, chirping desperately as if it had seen a family member. I sensed something was off and immediately used my mind-reading ability to scan its thoughts. What a surprise! It turned out that the Light Unicorn clan had a hidden legend. If they encountered a soul master with ultimate light, they could avoid death and directly bind their souls, becoming the guardian beast of the other party. I quickly pressed Wang Dong's hand. Stop. Don't hit, we're on the same side. Place your hand on its forehead corner. Although Wang Dong looked confused, he still complied. The next second, a brilliant light erupted with all the special effects activated. Let me tell you, that scene was similar to when Tiang Meng Go merged in my body, yet completely different. This unicorn connected both the physical body and soul, packing them together into Wang Dong's body, ultimately transforming into a soul ring. Ice Emperor was dumbfounded in my mind, saying that in her hundreds of thousands of years of life, it was the first time she had seen this with her own eyes. Family. This operation was simply an unimaginable path. As the light dispersed, a super cool silver-white soul ring floated behind Wang Dong, and due to the influx of energy, her soul power skyrocketed to level 42, matching me on equal footing. The absurdity didn't stop there. Wang Dong told me she felt that this soul ring was alive. As she spoke, with a thought, the silver-white soul ring suddenly detached from her back and transformed in mid-air into a lively unicorn. That little creature was quite proud, rubbing its big head against Wang Dong's arm. Oh my goodness, this isn't a soul ring. It's practically a summoned beast. It's 2025, and soul rings can still be played like this? I am truly amazed. The next morning, as soon as Xiao Xiao woke up, hearing that Wang Dong had picked up a 4-ring soul overnight, her little eyes were filled with resentment, as if it were written on my face that we secretly competed behind her back. I could only laugh it off, saying the situation was urgent, and I didn't have time to call her, quickly packing up to leave, making a hasty exit. On the way back, we said nothing and quickly returned to the body sect. During the days we traveled, Shrek Academy was in chaos. Elder Mu, despite being ill, presided over the Sea God Pavilion meeting, with the old seniors all looking worried. They lost the competition, the Academy's reputation was tarnished, and Ma Xiaodao was captured by the Holy Spirit sect, falling into the worst luck imaginable. When they found out that Wang Dong and I left with the people from the body sect, Elder Xian became furious and slammed the table, demanding to come to the body sect to catch us. But Elder Mu, who was lounging in a recliner, scolded him back. Xianzi, stop right there. What is your identity? When will you change this impulsive habit of yours when encountering minor issues? Ha ha, it cracked me up. This old man is truly a character, being publicly reprimanded at his age. Back in my house at the body sect, Wang Dong was showing off her unicorn that could change size to Xiao Xiao. She shrank the unicorn to palm size, holding in her hand, and Xiao Xiao was so envious that she reached out to touch it, only to be disdainfully dodged by that proud little creature. Just as they were playing around, there was a loud boom, and a terrifying aura suddenly enveloped the entire sect. I rushed outside and looked up. Wow, the sect master Dubu C had emerged from seclusion. He was floating in midair, glowing green, with a powerful presence, laughing to the sky. Ha ha, I'm invincible, I've achieved it. Ultimate Douluo, level 99. This is impressive. All the disciples of the sect were ecstatic, and all the elders came out to congratulate him. The sect master even flashed in front of me, patted my shoulder, saying I had the greatest contribution, and announced a party tonight, granting a day off for the entire sect. My treatment as a subsect master was simply top-notch. Soon, attendants brought the evening banquet outfits. Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, and I each returned to our rooms to change into new clothes, preparing to attend the party. Let me tell you, when Wang Dong put on that white dress paired with her powder blue hair, she looked incredibly stunning. Xiao Xiao wore a light green dress, looking particularly pure and cute. However, as soon as the two met, they began bickering over who looked better. As the time approached, I hurriedly pulled them towards the banquet hall. Upon arriving at the venue, wow, it was bustling. The usually quiet sect was filled with several times more people, many of whom were obviously nobles from the Heavenly Soul Empire. I spotted Long Ao Tian right away. He was chatting with a middle-aged man in luxurious attire. As soon as he saw me, his eyes lit up, and after exchanging a few words with the man, he headed straight towards me. Goodness, he dashed over with a few quick strides, and upon reaching me, he warmly patted my shoulder. I tell you, while he was making small talk with me, he started introducing me to those well-dressed nobles beside us. His tone was so proud that his tail was almost pointing to the sky, and he whispered to me, "Yuhai, remember, our main sect is the backbone of the Heavenly Soul Empire. These royal relatives have to be polite to us. We don't need to give them too much face." I nodded, knowing very well in my heart that on this continent, strength is the only truth. Without power, being an emperor is meaningless. Just as we were chatting, Wang Yinfeng and the others also came over. I greeted everyone, but suddenly noticed someone was missing, so I asked Long Outyin, "Hey, where's senior sister Vina? I haven't seen her." The expression on Long Outyin's face was hard to describe, looking as if he had eaten bitter melon, and he pointed in one direction. I followed his gaze and saw, wow, does anyone understand? Senior sister Vina was wearing a gorgeous princess dress, holding a wine glass, socializing effortlessly among those noble women. I was stunned at that moment. Senior sister Vina. Is she a member of the royal family? Indeed, Long Outyin's smile carried a hint of pride. The princess of the Tianhun Empire, my fiancée. As soon as I heard it, I realized, oh, so that's how it is. Actually, I had long suspected that their relationship was not simple. When Weina tested me for him before, I had already noticed it. However, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao looked like they could fit a chicken egg in their mouths, their faces full of expressions like, wow, I can't believe this is happening. Xiao Xiao, being the most curious, directly asked, "So when are you two getting married?" This single question made Long Outyin blush deeply, and he stammered something about being too young and not in a hurry. Seeing his innocent demeanor, we couldn't let it go and seized the topic to tease him relentlessly, making Long Shixiang's face turn red as he wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. But what we didn't know was that while we were laughing and joking, the real drama was unfolding in another secret room. The main characters of the banquet, our sect leader, who couldn't be poisoned, was with a middle-aged man. That middle-aged man, let me tell you, was the one who was just exchanging compliments with Long Outyin, the emperor of the Tianhun Empire, Wei Tian. That old emperor was quite cunning. Taking advantage of no one being around, he secretly reported to our sect leader, saying, "Old Poison, congratulations on your mastery of the skill, but is the matter of the young sect master a bit too hasty? Huo Yuhao has only been here for less than 6 months, and we still don't know about his character." I tell you, our sect leader's face darkened at that moment, and he didn't say a word, just quietly stared at him. The atmosphere was so tense that it felt like the air in the secret chamber was about to freeze into clumps of ice. The emperor was so scared that his legs went weak, beads of sweat pouring down like rain, and it looked like he was about to collapse under the pressure and kneel down to admit his mistake. Just then, the sect leader slowly spoke. "Wei Tian, deciding who will be the young sect master is a matter of our sect." His tone was as calm as if he were commenting on the nice weather. But after hearing this, the emperor broke out in an even colder sweat, hurriedly nodding and bowing. Yes, I understand, Poison Old. He was terrified inside. Although the main body sect was indeed a national protective sect, he knew very well who held the real power. Even when Poison was at the 98th level, he didn't dare provoke him. And now he was a 99th level limit Duo, a man standing at the peak of the continent. Even with 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to speak out of turn again. Seeing his cowardly appearance, the sect leader sighed and finally revealed the truth to him. Xiao Tian, Outyin's talent is indeed good, but compared to Yuhao, it's like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. As for character, I know what I'm talking about. This child is absolutely trustworthy. He paused and dropped a bombshell. Moreover, my ability to break through the limit this time was entirely thanks to Yuhao's help. The emperor was immediately stunned, his eyes wide as saucers. The sect leader continued, "Don't think that just because I'm a limit Douluo now, I can easily face the Sun Moon Empire and that so-called Holy Spirit Church. It's still quite challenging. The true future of the Heaven Do Empire and the main body sect doesn't lie with me or Outyin. It lies with this child Yuhao." This evaluation was extraordinarily high. Even if the emperor had doubts, he didn't dare to ask anymore and could only keep nodding vigorously. "All right, the banquet is about to start. Let's go out." Once the sect leader gave the order, the two of them walked towards the venue. As soon as they stepped out, the sect leader's booming laughter echoed throughout the hall. Everyone stood up to bow, showing great respect. The sect leader waved his hand, announced the banquet had begun, and then guess what? He flashed and appeared right beside me. Without saying a word, grabbed my hand and led me to the main seat, making me sit with him. At that moment, all eyes in the room were suddenly focused on me as if a spotlight had been turned on. Long Outyin looked on with envy, jealousy, and hatred, while the other guests were also taken aback, but they quickly composed themselves and put on friendly smiles, all looking my way. Of course, with the sect leader's attitude so clear, who would dare to go against the limit de law? As soon as the banquet ended and the guests dispersed, that old emperor hurried over, his attitude having made a complete 180-degree turn. He handed me a piece of jade, saying that in the Heaven Do Empire, seeing this piece of jade would be like seeing him in person and that I could walk freely. I naturally accepted it without hesitation. The next morning, I headed straight to the sect leader's residence. He lived in such simplicity in a shabby stone chamber on the back mountain. As soon as I reached the door, a voice came from inside. Yuhao, just come in. I went in and saw wow. The place was bare, just a bed, a table, and 2 stools. I didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Master, I want to go to the Heaven Soul Empire to study soul guiding devices. I originally thought he would scold me for being distracted from my ambitions, as everyone in the sect is a cultivation fanatic. But guess what? He slapped his thigh and laughed like a 200-pound child, saying, "You little rascal, I thought I wouldn't agree? Let me tell you, I agree 100 times. His expression suddenly became serious, and he told me, the outside world claims that our body sect rejects soul-guiding devices, but they just don't understand. We simply don't create them ourselves, but when it comes to using soul-guiding devices, no one is more suitable than us. The combination of our body martial soul and soul-guiding devices, the power, wow, it's simply a perfect match." He told me that in the past, they also looked down on those things, but they were stunned by the high-level soul-guiding devices from the Sun and Moon Empire, and he almost couldn't escape unscathed. Since then, he realized that times have changed, and they must keep up with the trend. In the end, he patted my shoulder with great earnestness and said, "Yuhao, I'm very glad you have this idea. The transformation of the sect starts with you. The efficiency of the sect master is indeed high." I had only been cultivating for a few days when Senior Sister Vina came to find me, saying that the sect master had already arranged everything with the Empire, and I can now report to the Empire's Soul Guiding Research Center. I informed Wang Dongxiao and then set off with Senior Sister Vina. When we reached outside the sect, she directly took out 2 silver-white wings from her storage soul guide, which were level 4 flying soul guides. I took them, infused my soul power, and the wings unfolded with a whoosh, lifting me into the air. After a little practice, I felt very stable. Senior Sister Vina even praised my talent, but I said, "What's so impressive about this? As a mental system soul master, this level of control is just about having hands, right?" We raced all the way and reached Tiando City in just 2 hours. On the road, Senior Sister Vina educated me, saying that the old fossils of the Academy in the Tiando Empire were as rigid in their thinking as unearthed relics, looking down on soul-guiding devices. However, the royal family and the military had fought against the Sun-Moon Empire for real, so they knew the power of those things. Therefore, they had staked all their treasures on this Imperial Research Center, which represented the highest level of soul-guiding devices in the Tiando Empire. When we arrived, I was taken aback by the imposing setup. It was as strict as a military base, with towers and heavy troops everywhere. And there was an energy shield enveloping the outside, ensuring maximum security. Vina showed her princess token, and only then were we allowed inside. The research center was a massive black building. After entering, we twisted and turned, passing through several verification doors before reaching the 6th floor. This place was different from below. There were no small laboratories, just 2 gigantic areas, the production area and the experimental area. The experimental area was filled with researchers in white lab coats, all deeply engrossed in their work as if possessed. Not one of them lifted their eyelids when we entered. Vina led me directly to a huge experiment table, where we found an old man with white hair and black-framed glasses. The old man was completely focused on carving a core magic array, his hands steady as a rock. Vina didn't disturb him, so I just watched from the side. Let me tell you, that magic array was ridiculously complex. Many of the structures I had never seen before, but as soon as I opened my spiritual eyes, I memorized all the steps instantly. When the old man finished carving the last stroke, he finally looked up and asked lightly, "Xiaona, is there something you need?" "Old Chun, I brought your student to you," Vina said with a smile, pointing at me. "Yuhao, this is Old Chun, our Tiando Empire's only level 9 soul master." I quickly greeted him. As a result, this old man, Chun, turned out to be a tech-savvy eccentric. He looked me up and down and said, "If you wanted to teach you, fine, but you have to pass my test first. If you can't pass, then let someone else teach you." Vina got a bit anxious and wanted to say something, but I stopped her. How could I indulge him? I immediately responded, "Old Chun, I accept your challenge. Good. Go over there and pick materials, then carve out the formation you are best at for me to see." I also didn't hold back, directly picking a piece of cold blue metal from a pile of metals. With a surge of life force, I instantly shaped it into a smooth metal sphere. Then, I took my carving knife, fully activated my spirit eyes, and my hand speed was so fast, it left after images. While others struggled to carve a single formation, I effortlessly carved over 30 interlocking formations on that small sphere, creating a formation nesting doll. The old man, who initially looked calm, was soon wide-eyed in amazement, unable to resist leaning in for a closer look. As soon as I finished, he snatched the sphere from me, drooling with excitement. He lifted his gaze from the intricate formations, his eyes burning with intensity that could ignite me, and exclaimed, "Child, you must learn from me in the future. I guarantee I will train you to become the most powerful soul master on the continent." Sister Venus saw that the task was complete, smiled, and said goodbye, leaving me here. I quickly immersed myself in learning. Old Chun indeed has real skills. He truly deserves to be a level 9 soul mentor. Everything he teaches is practical, starting from the fundamental logic. My mind feels like it has been equipped with a supercomputer, rapidly absorbing knowledge and making swift progress. By the end of the day, Old Chen's gaze towards me grew increasingly satisfied. In the evening, he surprisingly took the initiative to say, "Yuhai, it's getting late. How about we go have a meal together?" On the way to the cafeteria, the old man wanted to test me and asked what I thought about soul-guided devices. I first provided a standard answer. Soul guidance devices are tools powered by soul masters using soul power. Seeing his expression of just as I thought, I shifted my tone and directly began to express my viewpoint. However, I believe this definition is wrong. The current development of soul guidance devices is a dead end, only serving a minority of soul masters, which is a tremendous waste. The real future is to enable ordinary people to use them, to achieve civilian and widespread use, which can truly change the world. This would not only greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of the military, but also significantly improve production efficiency. My idea is simply a dimensionality reduction strike. After hearing it, Old Chun was stunned, standing in place for a long time without moving. Finally, he smiled wryly and said, "Good kid, I originally wanted to give you a lesson, but instead, you taught me one." He told me that my idea was exactly the same as the direction he had been researching for a lifetime, and I was simply his destined confidant. He informed me that he was currently studying the civilian use of soul guiding devices, aiming to popularize fixed soul guiding devices for ordinary troops. Unfortunately, the cost is too high, and he has not made a breakthrough. Only in this way could they possibly counter the technologically advanced Sun and Moon Empire by relying on numerical superiority. I told you, when the old man heard this, he got so excited that his eyes nearly popped out. He said that the Sun and Moon Empire is actually stuck at the same bottleneck, which means we are at the same starting line. As long as we figure out first, even if we can't reverse engineer it, at least we can have a 50-50 chance. He immediately grabbed my hand and insisted that I work on this project with him. I just smiled bitterly and said, "Old Chun, please calm down. I'm just a level 3 soul engineer, a complete novice." And guess what he said? He said it was fine for civilian use. We definitely have to start with low-level soul-guided devices. Those high-level things are so powerful that ordinary people could get their backs broken from the recoil, which is meaningless. So, my level 3 skills are just right. As soon as I heard it, it seemed reasonable, but I also had my difficulties. I laid it all out and said, "All right, I agree, but I can't be here all the time. I need to learn more advanced techniques and cultivate my soul power." This is a direct order from our sect leader. If he sees my skills lagging, he might personally come to give me some physical guidance. As soon as I mentioned the sect leader, Chen's face turned pale. He certainly knew who my master was and had worked with him before. He probably recalled the fear of being at my master's mercy and shivered on the spot. He was afraid my master might really come over with a 40-meter-long sword. So he immediately revised the plan, saying I should come for 5 hours a day. 3 hours for learning techniques, 2 hours for research, and the rest of the time I could arrange myself. That settled it, and I had no objections. Anyway, that's how it was decided. Let me tell you, time flew by, and 3 months passed in a flash. Guess what? I skyrocketed from a level 3 soul mentor to level 6, like a rocket. It felt like I was playing on cheat mode. Bottlenecks? Non-existent. One day, I was on the first floor of the research center, leaning over a huge silver-white workbench, holding a carving knife, and everything flowed smoothly. I tell you, once my spiritual eye opened, even the most complex array looked as simple as a primary school connect the dots to me. Soon, I completed a rather complicated core array for a level 6 soul guiding device. Then came the assembly. Various parts were clicking together in my hands, and a platinum-colored wing-shaped soul guiding device took shape. If Wang Dong saw this, she would probably drop her jaw. It looked just like her bright goddess butterfly wings. After the last part was installed, it hummed to life. I let out a long breath, looking at my masterpiece, feeling incredibly pleased. Level 6 soul mentor achieved. I packed my things, pushed the door open, and there was old Chun waiting outside with a big smile, as if he had timed it perfectly. He didn't seem surprised at all and immediately asked, "How did it go, Yuhao? Did you finish?" His confident demeanor made it seem like none of his students ever failed. I was modest for a moment and took out the item to show him. He was so satisfied that he directly pulled out a brand new level 6 badge from his pocket and personally pinned it on me. The look in his eyes was just like that of a parent looking at their most promising child. I put on my badge and immediately asked, "Teacher, is the experiment for that big project about to start? We're just waiting for you." As soon as old Chun heard this, his eyes instantly lit up. "How could it start without you, the #1 contributor?" We exchanged a glance, both seeing excitement in each other's eyes. Without saying a word, we headed straight to the 6th floor experimental area. Wow, that 6th floor was packed with people inside and outside. Researchers in white lab coats and officers in military uniforms filled the entire hallway. When they saw me and old Chun approaching, the crowd instantly parted, creating a path. Everyone's gaze was fixed on us like searchlights, filled with excitement, but also a hint of skepticism. It's no wonder they didn't believe it. It had only been 3 months, and a problem that had troubled the mainland for so many years was said to have been solved just like that. It felt like a dream, but they didn't know that I had the super cheat of knowledge from another world. Once we entered the experimental area, there were even more people inside. In the center was a pile of components and a core formation that had already been engraved. The formation looked unremarkable, but when assembled, it exuded an eerie energy. Old Chun patted me on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Yuhua, it's your turn to perform next." I nodded, stepped forward, and my hands moved so quickly that they left afterimages. In just a few swift motions, I assembled the pile of parts into it looked like a dark-colored little gadget resembling a handgun. I held this soul-guided pistol in my hand, and as I brushed my palm over the body of the gun, the core magic array inside was instantly activated. Dozens of small arrays began to operate, slowly outlining a mysterious rune. As soon as the rune appeared, it started to crazily absorb the surrounding heavenly and earthly energy. The originally dull rune gradually lit up with a milky white glow. "It's done." I turned around and shouted to a big guy in military uniform in the crowd, "Captain Lee, come and try it." This Captain Lee is the patrol leader who led us in that day, a completely ordinary person with not a trace of soul power in him. He was so excited that his face turned red, and as he stepped forward, his legs trembled, repeatedly thanking me. I smiled as I handed him the gun. "Don't be polite, just pull the trigger." He took the gun, took a deep breath, and aimed at a 2-meter-thick alloy wall 100 meters away. At the moment he aimed, the rune in the gun lit up completely. He gently pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A beam of solid white light shot out. It was so fast that most people didn't even see it. Captain Lee was shaken by the immense recoil. His arm went numb, and the gun nearly slipped from his grasp, but he managed to hold on. The next second, the beam of light went poof and directly penetrated the 2-meter-thick alloy wall. A smooth hole that could serve as a mirror appeared on the wall, and the rune in the gun only dimmed slightly. The entire place fell silent for a brief moment. The next moment, the entire experimental area exploded. The cheers nearly blew the roof off. Everyone went crazy. An ordinary person with a small broken gun had unleashed an attack comparable to a level 5 soul master at full power. Who understands what this means? Family members. ISNT, this a pure dimensionality reduction attack. Old Chun was so excited that his eyes turned red, looking at me with gratitude. Captain Lee, even more incredulously, stared at his own hands, then hugged the gun. A tough man, and cried on the spot, tears streaming down his face. He knew that from this moment on, they ordinary soldiers were no longer cannon fodder to be slaughtered on the battlefield. He suddenly knelt in front of me and choked up, saying, "Lord Huo, thank you. Thank you for everything you've done for all of us ordinary soldiers." I quickly helped him up with a gentle force and said it was everyone's achievement. In fact, they had no idea that the core technology of this thing was the rune symbols I brought back from the magical world. I thought to myself, isn't soul power just a power bank? The energy of heaven and earth is the infinite power grid. I can use rune symbols to make a transformer, and then use a soul guiding formation to convert the violent energy of heaven and earth into gentle soul power. This perfectly solves the energy problem. As long as the formation doesn't break, this gun can recharge itself, achieving infinite endurance. Old Chun looked at me, filled with emotion, and said I was a genius of an era. Just as I was getting excited, a servant dressed in court attire hurried in and bowed to us, saying, "Young master, Old Chun, His Majesty requests your presence." I exchanged a glance with Old Chun, and we both understood. With such a commotion, it would be strange if the emperor could still sit still. When we arrived at the palace study, Emperor Wei Tian was excitedly rubbing his hands. As soon as I entered, to my surprise, my master, who couldn't be poisoned to death, was already sitting there like a ghost, drinking tea with great authority. I hurried over to pay my respects. The emperor first praised us both profusely, and then, after a moment, slowly began to speak, asking why he wanted to see me. His tone made the emperor break out in a sweat, and he quickly explained that he just wanted to reward me, absolutely with no other intentions. Poisonous Death then shifted the conversation, directly asking him, "What are your plans for the promotion of civilian soul-guiding devices? What if those old hardliners come out to oppose it?" The emperor's face instantly stiffened. He certainly knew that once this thing was promoted, it would definitely encroach on the interests of the old nobility, and those people would fight to the death to block it. But his expression soon became resolute, and he said that no matter who stood in the way, he was determined to push it forward. My master nodded in satisfaction and said, "All right, with your words, I will help you this time." With my master, this great deity, backing him up, the emperor was so excited that he nearly jumped up. At this point, we both entered the room, exchanged a few pleasantries, and the emperor eagerly asked about the specific results of this experiment. I stepped forward and delivered a big surprise. "Your Majesty, Sect Master. This time, our success is not just a level 4 soul guide. We have completely solved the fundamental problem of civilian use of soul guides, the energy issue. As long as we apply our new core formation, theoretically, all soul guides can be made available for civilian use." As soon as I said this, the emperor and Dudu both froze on the spot, their mouths agape, as if a chicken egg could fit in, their faces filled with expressions that said, "Are you kidding me?" I looked at their shocked expressions, smiled slightly, and added another remark. "However, the core technology of this new formation is something only I can inscribe at the moment." The emperor's gaze instantly changed from shock to intense desire, and he cautiously asked if I would be willing to teach it to others. Of course I am willing, but I asked him back, "If I teach it, how can you guarantee that this technology won't leak to the Sun and Moon Empire?" This caught the emperor off guard, and he anxiously scratched his head. However, Poison Immortal saw through my thoughts and said with a smile, "Yuho, since you raised the question, you must have a solution, right?" As expected, the sect master understands me. I smiled at the emperor and said, "Your Majesty, you just need to find an absolutely reliable candidate, and I will take care of the confidentiality issue." "Good, good, good." The emperor repeated the word "good" 3 times, looking at me with excitement, his gaze almost treating me like a savior. After the discussion, I followed Poison Immortal back. On the way, he suddenly asked me, "Yuho, have you kept up with your soul power cultivation in these past few months?" As he spoke, he observed me, his eyes filled with surprise. He found that with his limited Douluo cultivation, he couldn't see through my current depth at all. I honestly answer, I have broken through level 1, and now I'm at level 43, almost 44. My cultivation speed actually relies on the support of the origins of Tianming and the Ice Emperor. The quality of my soul power is already comparable to that of a tidal Douluo. After hearing this, Duda nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Not bad. I really didn't expect you to create such a big commotion with soul tools while keeping up with your cultivation." I tell you, as soon as he finished speaking, he winked at me with a mischievous expression and said, "Yuhai, guess what big treasure I brought you today?" Goodness, as soon as he said that, I had a feeling about it. What kind of surprise could this old man bring me? I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Is it that Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao have come? "Ha, you're really sharp." That loud voice of his couldn't be silenced, and he started shouting, "Those 2 girls talk about you every day, begging me to bring them over. All right, hurry up and go see them. I won't be a third wheel." After saying that, he vanished in a flash. Let me tell you, my heart was racing at that moment. It would be a lie to say I didn't miss them after such a long time. I felt like I was stepping on a whirlwind, rushing straight to my courtyard. My mental energy had already reached out, and sure enough, The two of them were sitting in the courtyard waiting for me. As soon as I stepped into the yard, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao stood up in a flash, and their eyes looked like they were about to well up with tears. I looked at them too. Wow, they really have changed a lot. Wang Dong has grown taller, and her face is becoming more and more beautiful. No, it's becoming more and more stunning, with hair that reaches her shoulders, looking like a real manga boy. Xiao Xiao, too, has grown quite a bit. Her figure is outstanding, and with the baby fat gone, she is definitely a cool and beautiful girl. I grinned and said, long time no see. That night, I personally cooked and prepared a table full of dishes for them. Watching them eat like they were starving ghosts, their mouths stuffed to the brim and struggling to speak, was an absolute joy. Xiao Xiao hummed while eating, saying, Yuhai, your cooking is still so delicious, it's killing me. Wang Dong, with her cheeks full, also wanted to speak, but almost choked. If it's good, then eat more. I laughed as I served them more dishes, feeling incredibly satisfied inside. After we were full and satisfied, the three of us sat in the courtyard chatting. They shared various interesting stories from the sect over the past 3 months, and I briefly talked about the civilian use of soul guide devices. Xiao Zhao's eyes lit up with excitement, while Wang Dong, not too interested in that topic, stared at me and asked, so when are you going back to the sect? I suddenly got stuck with a pile of things on my hands and several new soul guide ideas to work on. There's no way I can leave so quickly. Seeing my troubled expression, Wang Dong's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, can we stay here then? We've finished all the sect's classes. We could just cultivate on our own from now on. His eager little expression was so cute, and Xiao Xiao was nodding frantically beside him. I originally wanted to tease her, but the words turned into, of course you can. Great, Wang Dong exclaimed, jumping up and hugging me directly. Xiao Xiao cheers well, then dove in and hugged us even tighter. At that moment, the moon peeked out from behind the clouds, and it felt like the whole world brightened up. 3 days later, the serious business came. The Heaven Soul Emperor had chosen the candidates, and I was directly brought into a very secret room in the palace by a special person. Once I entered, wow, the Emperor Wei Tian, Old Chun, and 50 soul mentors in white robes were there. It looked like the opening of a martial arts conference. All 50 of these people were the top elites of the Heaven Soul Empire, starting from level 6, with several of them being level 7 and 8. The way they looked at me was intense, as if they were gazing at an idol. I know very well that with these technical experts, mass production of that civilian soul-guiding ray will be stable. Wei Tian saw me and smiled like a flower. Yuhao, everyone is here, it's up to you now. I nodded and didn't waste any words. With a flash of light in my hand, I took out a strange piece of paper made from an unknown material, covered with various incomprehensible symbols. I became serious and said in a deep voice, now, everyone line up. 1 drop of blood and a trace of soul power from each person. Drop it onto this paper. Although everyone looked confused, they followed my instructions. Old Chun was the first to step up, cutting his finger to let blood flow and infusing it with soul power. The others followed suit, and soon the paper was soaked in blood. Then it was showtime. I began to silently chant a spell in my heart, pouring my magical power into the paper. The paper suddenly floated up, emitting a blinding red light, growing brighter and brighter, until it exploded with a bang. The shattered pieces transformed into more than 50 beams of red light, shooting into the body of every soul master present. Everyone felt something new inside them. Old Chun, who had learned formations, changed his expression. When he tried to articulate the content of the formation, the energy within him immediately became extremely dangerous, warning him to keep quiet. He attempted to use his tidal Douluo level cultivation to expel that thing, but as soon as he drove it away, it returned the next second, like a virus that couldn't be deleted. The old man's face went from shock to ecstasy. I looked at them and said the most terrifying words in the calmest tone. All right, the contract is complete. From now on, if anyone wants to leak the secrets of the formation, the energy within you will first warn you. If you insist on speaking out, then I'm sorry. The soul power within you will explode in an instant, and the contract energy will self-detonate as well. The final result? Just one. Death by explosion, leaving no trace behind. The entire venue fell into a dead silence, and I could guess their backs were icy cold. Of course, I changed my tone, but it also has its benefits. It can protect your brains from having your memories forcibly read by others. Wei Tian, listening nearby, looked quite satisfied and nodded repeatedly. This time, the technological blockade was taken to the extreme. He cheerfully left, leaving the venue to us. The next part was simple. Under the leadership of Old Chun and me, these 50 geniuses mastered the new formation in less than a day. With everything settled, I finally breathed a sigh of relief and strolled back to the base. Just as I reached the entrance, I saw a figure standing there. As I approached, I chuckled. "Oh, Wang Dong, waiting for me to come back?" Her little face flushed, and she stubbornly said, "No, I just couldn't sleep and came out for a walk." "Oh, finish your walk?" I asked with a smile. "Finished." Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Without saying a word, I directly took her hand and walked inside. "That's great. Let's go back and cultivate together." On my side, the years are peaceful, but I don't know that the entire continent has already exploded because of the little trouble I caused. In the Sun and Moon Empire, Mingda Hall. In the dead of night, the hall master, Jing Hongchun, a short and stout man, was holding a letter with a pale face. He urgently summoned all core researchers, including the genius Xian Ziwen, who had proposed the civilian use of soul-guided devices. The letter was passed around, and every person who saw it went from confusion to shock, and finally to disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. Impossible. Xian Ziwen was the first to scream. He had been in charge of this project for several years and knew the difficulties involved. Now hearing that the technology, which was far inferior to their heavenly soul empire, had actually succeeded, felt like a family member would understand, like studying hard for a score of 59, only to see his slacker classmate submit a perfect paper. He felt utterly lost. Old Ma analyzed with a serious expression. "Home Master, if this is true and they achieve mass production, all our future plans will be ruined." Jing Hongchun was also overwhelmed and could only helplessly say, "Let us wait for more news to come." Just then, the emperor's attendant pushed the door open. "Home Master Hongchun, His Majesty requests your presence." That night, the palace of the Sun and Moon Empire was brightly lit. The Star Luo Empire, the Douling Empire, and all the major forces on the continent were also sleepless. My small action had directly forced a shocking update across the entire continent server. After finishing these matters, I could finally do something for myself. I ran to a vibrant forest outside of Tiando City, preparing to break through the bottleneck of my life force. Teacher Ilex's spiritual body floated out from me, and I sat cross-legged beginning to channel my power. Now I could directly draw life force from within my body without using the Eye of Life, and even absorb a bit from the surrounding plants. I drew the life force from the grass around me, and the little grass and nearby big trees instantly dimmed a little. But I was still not satisfied. This little progress was far from enough. Ilex noticed my impatience and said, "Yuhai, your progress has been rapid. The reason you are stuck is that you only understand life and not death. To truly control life, you must understand its opposite." Then he told me his past story. A son of light, a genius magician, betrayed by his beloved, his family destroyed. In order to take revenge, he learned necromancy, ultimately merging the completely opposing powers of light and death, becoming the legendary saint of necromancy. Not just talk, he directly demonstrated it. I saw his aura change, instantly enveloped in a thick gray death aura, making the entire forest eerie and terrifying. After a while, his aura changed again, transforming into pure light and holiness, as if an angel had descended. The most shocking moment came when he displayed both powers simultaneously. He emanated deathly gray mist, yet his eyes sparkled with golden light. The two opposing attributes coexisted perfectly within him, harmoniously and unbelievably. In that moment, my mind exploded as if something had been broken. I immediately closed my eyes and entered deep meditation. When I opened my eyes again, it was already the next morning. I felt that the whole world had changed. I reached out my hand and gently touched a blade of grass beneath my feet. The next second, that vibrant green grass quickly withered under my fingertips, turning to ash, all its life force instantly drained by me. I laughed. It's done. From today on, I can not only give life but also take it away. This is true control. I stood up, ready to go back. But I saw the forest around me devastated by the aura I unconsciously leaked last night. Goodness, I looked around and thought, this is unacceptable. It looks like a village was invaded by bandits. I just grasped the power of life. I can't leave a mess like this, right? If this gets out, where I put my face? I tell you at that moment, I had a thought and directly pulled out the power of the spirit carving knife from the second consciousness sea. Instantly, I rubbed out a huge greenish-blue energy ball in my hand. That thing was overflowing with life energy. I casually threw it into the sky, and guess what? Boom! It didn't explode. It directly transformed into a rain of life, pouring down in a cascade. Every drop of rain was pure life essence. The forest that had just been wilted instantly rejuvenated, as if it had been given hormones, recovering vitality rapidly, even more lush than before. That 200-meter-tall, giant tree felt like it was about to become sentient. ISNT this a boost in style? I nodded in satisfaction, keeping my achievements hidden, and left. But what I didn't know was who understands the hard work I'm putting into greening this place. The big shots in the divine realm were watching my live stream from a god's perspective. Somewhere in the deep space far away from Douluo Continent, in the divine realm, a goddess dressed in a water-green long dress, radiating life energy, was smiling as she watched my scene. She wasn't stunningly beautiful, but gave off a particularly comfortable, life-resurrecting vibe. She turned to a man wrapped in a purple cloak beside her and said, "Little Purple, look at this little guy, not bad. He has figured out the power of life so quickly. It's almost tailor-made for my divine position." The man referred to as Little Purple had two glowing red orbs jumping around in his cloak, looking like a router, making it impossible to see his face. But his aura was terrifying. He was the god of destruction. After hearing this, he spoke in an AI-like tone. Indeed, it suits him very well. But he has other talents too. Little Green, you can keep an eye on him. If he really goes all the way down this path, your divine position heir will be secure. Goodness, upon hearing this, the goddess of life got excited and started teasing her husband. Oh? What if he really inherits my divine position? Then you'll have to be a lone, empty nester, one to you? I tell you, these two deities had already agreed to retire together, to pass on their divine positions together, emphasizing a couple's commitment to returning home together. As a result, the god of destruction, this iron-willed man, seriously replied, "Even after passing on the divine position, I can continue to stay in the divine realm." The goddess of life probably rolled her eyes to the heavens at that moment, helplessly taking her husband's hand and resting her head on his chest. You wouldn't believe it. The aura of destruction emanating from the god of destruction, which could obliterate the universe, immediately turned docile like a little kitten when it touched the goddess of life. Speaking of which, the goddess of life suddenly mentioned that this little guy's Douluo Continent is also the hometown of the sea god. When the name sea god came up, I tell you, the god of destruction's eternally unchanged router signal light flickered for a moment, although it quickly calmed down, but that displeasure was hard to hide. The goddess of life sighed. "Little Purple, how did your talks with the sea god go? Did he agree to the divine realm expansion?" "Oomph." The god of destruction snorted coldly, full of disdain. The sea god? A hypocritical little man who only knows how to guard his own little territory. He's just afraid that the divine realm expansion will diminish his influence. Keep your voice down. He's the top authority in the divine realm now. Perhaps not for long. I tell you, that pair of destruction lamps of the god of destruction once again pierced through the void and landed on me. I have no idea about the mess in the divine realm, and I have already returned to the stronghold in Tiando City. As soon as I entered, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao rushed over. Xiao Xiao was so excited. "Yuhao, you finally came back. Where have you been? If it weren't for the note you left, we would have almost called the police." Although Wang Dong didn't say anything, his eyes were filled with both blame and concern, quite complicated. "I feel so warm inside. Let me explain. Hi. I went out of town for some training yesterday and lost track of time, making you all worry. My bad. It's good to be back." Xiao Xiao waved his hand, but this matter can't just be brushed aside. "Wang Dong, and I want to eat grilled fish." As he spoke, he even slurped a bit of saliva. "Arrange it," I replied with a smile, and that settled the matter. 3 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. In the Tianhun Empire at the Seoul Guide Research Center on the 6th floor, Chun Lao and I were staring intently at a huge shell on the experimental table. Just like watching our newborn baby. Let me tell you, this thing is simply a work of art. Over a meter long, completely silver white, covered with dense runes and magic circles, shining with colorful lights. It's both cool and flashy. This is not an ordinary shell. It is the culmination of our hard work during this period, an 8th level fixed spirit-guided shell. The principle of this thing is straightforward and brutal. We didn't mess around with fancy energy conversions. We directly used the most basic runes to compress the most violent and primal elemental energies of the world into it. Just think about it. Fire and water are incompatible. At the moment of detonation, these conflicting energies will explode simultaneously in the power. TSK, although it's only 8th level, it can definitely achieve the effect of a 9th level shell. The only downside is that it's incredibly expensive. It uses only the top-tier rare metals on the continent. Otherwise, it simply wouldn't hold up. I discussed with Old Chun, and we gave it a powerful name. The Wrath of Heaven and Earth. Old Chun let out a sigh, wiped a sweat, and finally calmed down. Our Heavenly Soul Empire can also be considered to have a level 9 deterrent power. I also let out a sigh of relief, feeling quite pleased. During the process of tinkering with this thing, my soul mentor level has been rapidly increasing. and it feels like I'm just a step away from reaching level 7. However, just as we were celebrating our technical breakthrough, a conspiracy against us was brewing in the Sun and Moon Empire. In the palace of the Sun and Moon Empire, a young man in white, around 27 or 28 years old, was sitting at a desk. He appeared quite imposing, but if you were to walk behind him, you would find that both of his legs were amputated, making him a disabled person. This individual was none other than Su Tianran, the crown prince of the Sun and Moon Empire. Behind him stood a lazy and alluring girl in a red dress named Orange. Orange softly asked, "Your Highness, does His Majesty still refuse to take action against the Sky Soul Empire?" Su Tianran sneered coldly. "My father is old and timid, only seeking to avoid mistakes in his life. Can I rely on him? Huh. But I want to just sit back and watch the Sky Soul Empire commercialize soul-guiding devices. It will interfere with my plans." A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. "Orange, go summon Mr. Zhongli. I have important matters to discuss." Soon, a man with short silver hair and deep-set eyes entered with Orange. He looked quite ordinary, but his aura was extremely sinister. "Your Highness, what do you need from this leader?" He spoke without a hint of respect. Su Tianran didn't mind, smiling as he asked Orange to leave first, then handed over a letter. This Zhongli Wu was the leader of the Evil Soul Master Organization, the Holy Spirit Sect, and a level 98 Super Douluo. Zhongli Wu took the letter, and the envelope instantly turned to ash in the purple energy of his hand. After reading the letter, a smirk appeared on his lips. "Your Highness wants our Holy Spirit Sect to help you seize the technology of the Sky Soul Empire?" "Smart leader," Su Tianran said with a smile. "This matter is mutually beneficial for us. If the Sky Soul Empire succeeds, and ordinary people can use soul-guiding devices, how will you evil soul masters casually hunt ordinary people for cultivation? This would be a huge problem for your sect's development, wouldn't it?" Zhongli Wu pondered for a moment. It was indeed true. "All right, I agree to this matter." "Glad to hear it, leader." "Su Tiandan Lauet Hotitili. You better prepare the rewards for afterwards." Rest assured, Su Tianran's gaze suddenly became extremely dangerous. "And one more thing, if it's truly unattainable, then destroy it completely." Zhongli Wu snorted disdainfully and turned to leave. Watching his back, the smile on Su Tianran's face vanished, replaced by endless killing intent. He thought to himself, "Once I unify the continent, there will be no need for your group of evil soul masters to exist." That night, Zhongli Wu led a team and stealthily approached Skydo City. In Skydo City, West District, this area was a slum, completely different from the prosperity of other places. In a dilapidated house, 5 men in black robes were gathered together. On the ground lay a headless corpse, clearly the original owner of the house, while one of the black-robed figures was playing with the head like a ball. These people were truly doing nothing human. The leader was, of course, Zhongli Wu. He began assigning tasks. "Zhang Peng, how is the contact with the sleep nightmare going?" An old man with a Black King character on his forehead, Zhang Peng, answered in a deep voice that was completely at odds with his thin frame. "I've already informed him. He is gathering people and will act tonight, responsible for creating chaos." "Good," Zhongli Wu nodded. "Tonight's operation, if poisonous death appears, I will deal with it. That old fellow Lu Qingquan, Feng Ling, is up to you." A stunning woman with a fiery figure and strange red patterns at the corners of her eyes replied, "Understood." "Nangong Wan, you block other reinforcements." The one playing with the head licked his lips, the head in his hand being engulfed by blood-red soul power with a thud. "Got it. Wu Yun, you infiltrate the research center, find the method, and take it away. If you can't take it, destroy it all, leaving no witnesses." "Yes." Finally, Zhongli Wu looked at Zhang Peng. "You hold the line. Unless absolutely necessary, don't take action." Zhang Peng had once been captured by Mu En from Shrek Academy and was released because he wasn't too evil, having promised not to act again. Zhongli Wu was giving him face. "All right, everyone rest up and prepare for tonight's operation." As night fell, I had just returned to the base from the research center, and Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao had already prepared a table full of dishes waiting for me. "Yuho, you're back. If you didn't come back soon, the food would have gone cold," Xiao Xiao said with a smile. I was wondering what a good day it was today, but Wang Dong seemed a bit distracted. Xiao Xiao called her several times before she finally reacted. Xiao Xiao was a bit unhappy. "Wang Dong, what's wrong with you?" It was clearly you who suggested treating Yuhao. I immediately sensed that something was off. Wang Dong is usually very lively, but there's definitely something wrong with his state today. I asked directly, "Wang Dong, is something wrong?" Wang Dong frowned tightly and said, "Yuhao, I don't know why, but since the afternoon I've felt particularly depressed. It seems that the ultimate light soul power within me has sensed something very, very evil, and my unicorn has been restless all along. My heart skipped a beat. The only things that can make even the utmost brightness feel oppressive, besides the utmost darkness, are extremely powerful, evil soul masters. Oh no, something big has happened. Without saying a word, I instantly activated my spiritual eye. A dazzling golden light flashed by, and my immense spiritual power covered the entire Heaven Do city like a radar. The next moment, my expression changed. I saw it. A total of 6 powerful and suffocating dark evil auras were stealthily approaching the Soul Guidance Research Center. Not only that, but there were also over 100 smaller evil auras lurking throughout the city. Something's wrong. I suddenly opened my eyes, pulled out a token from my storage soul guide, and poured my soul power into it frantically. The token instantly glowed bright green, and a message had already been sent out. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao were both startled. Yuhao, what's wrong? My expression turned extremely serious. Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, you two stay at the base and don't go anywhere. A very powerful group of evil soul masters has sneaked into the city, and their target is the research center. What? Evil soul masters? Xiao Xiao exclaimed. What about you? Wang Dong stared at me intently. I have to go notify Elder Chun and the others. No way. I'm going with you. Wang Dong's eyes were red. I looked at her, softened my tone, and directly communicated with her mentally. Promise me, Wang Dong, stay here. Your safety is the most important thing to me. Wang Dong looked into my sincere eyes, her cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head. You must come back safely. I will. I smiled at her, reminded Xiao Xiao a couple of times, and then suddenly with a swish, I used the shadow shift to dash towards the palace. The base was very close to the palace, and I arrived almost instantly. Just as the guards were about to stop me, I revealed the jade pendant that Wei Tian had given me, and passed through without obstruction. I ran wildly, and soon found Iron Hand Douluo and Sky Severing Douluo. They were chatting with a middle-aged man who was extremely burly, his muscles almost bursting through his robe, but his face was as handsome as a sculpture. Iron Hand Douluo looked at me with confusion as I barged in. Yuhao, what are you doing here? I can't afford to be polite anymore, so I'll get straight to the point. Elder, something big has happened. The expressions of the 3 people present instantly became serious. I immediately recounted my discovery in detail. After hearing it, the handsome uncle's face changed dramatically, and he immediately asked, what is the strength of those evil soul masters? Who are you? I then remembered to ask. Lu Qingquan. I was taken aback. It turned out to be the guardian Douluo of the Heavenly Soul Empire, the 97th ranked Heavenly Marshal Do. Lu Qingquan. Heavenly Marshal Do, I apologize. I quickly reported the information. All of them are titled Douluo, one at level 98, one at level 97, one at level 96, and the remaining 3 are all below level 95. What? Lu Qingquan and the 2 elders simultaneously gasped. This lineup is simply luxurious enough to destroy a nation. Are you sure your perception is accurate? Lu Qingquan asked in disbelief. I stake my life on it. Elder Iron Hand quickly asked. Yuhua, have you notified the sect master? I have already informed him, but it will take time for the sect master to arrive. I'm afraid they have already arrived. No time to waste. Lu Qingquan decisively said. We need to head over immediately. You stay here. I'm going with you. I immediately retorted. You all know my strength, even if I can't win. If I want to leave, no one can stop me. Elder Iron Hand thought for a moment and nodded. Let Yuhua go. His ability to protect himself is indeed reliable. All right, then let's go together. The 4 of us instantly transformed into 4 streaks of light, rushing at the fastest speed towards the Imperial Soul Guide Research Center. Meanwhile, outside the Soul Guide Research Center, 6 figures in black robes stood openly on the street. A patrol team of soldiers spotted them and immediately approached with the latest equipped level 4 Soul Guide ray guns. Who are you? This is a forbidden area. Leave immediately. The leading captain shouted sternly. Among the 6, the gray-haired elder on the far right curled his lips into a disdainful smile. Interesting. With a gentle wave of his right hand, an almost invisible gray mist instantly penetrated the bodies of the soldiers. In the next second, apart from the captain who was still struggling, the eyes of all the other soldiers turned into a lifeless gray, as if their souls had been extracted, falling into absolute control. I'm telling you, in the next second, the scene changed dramatically. Those soldiers who had just been controlled had no light in their eyes, like AI-generated puppets, and they immediately aimed their guns at their own people. A few shots rang out, and good grief, the heads of their own brothers exploded like watermelons. Several of them fell on the spot. The only one left standing was the captain, who was completely stunned, yelling, "What are you doing?" while his gun went off wildly, shooting at the gray-haired, middle-aged man. But guess what? A layer of gray mist emerged around that man, and the lasers hit it like water guns on stones, completely ineffective. The gray-haired guy looked disdainful and said it was really boring, that he wouldn't play anymore, then released another wisp of gray mist that directly entered the captain's forehead. The captain first had a dazed expression, then his face showed sheer terror. As if he had seen the end of the universe, screamed in agony, and fell straight down, completely lifeless. With such a commotion, the alarms throughout the base instantly went off. The gray-haired man, as if nothing had happened, sucked the wisp of gray mist back from the captain's corpse, eyes closed in enjoyment, saying that the soul, filled with extreme fear, was truly delicious. I was shocked. Who understands my family? These people are truly perverted. The leader next to him, named Zhongli Wu, spoke up. "All right, Nightmare, stop playing your tricks. Send the signal. Let us get started." The one called Nightmare immediately took out a soul-guiding cannon respectfully and fired a shot into the sky. A black-purple light shot up, exploding with a loud bang, leaving a giant skull imprint in the night sky of Tiando City. I'm telling you, this thing is like a villain's rallying signal. In the next moment, hundreds of evil soul masters hiding in every corner of the city went crazy, howling as they rushed into the streets, attacking anyone they saw, turning Tiando City into a living hell. This completely poked the hornet's nest. The Imperial Police of Tiando City, their official SWAT team, mobilized entirely, flooding the streets to fight these lunatics. Over here, of course, Huo Yuhao and the others also saw it. Iron Hand Douluo was so angry that he was about to grind his teeth, but the one called LV Chinkoan remained quite calm, saying that these people were just a smokescreen, deliberately distracting our attention, while the real big shots were going to raid the Soul Guidance Research Center, and we needed to hurry over. However, Huo Yuhao's spiritual power swept across and found that the Imperial City Guard was simply unable to hold on. Evil Soul Masters were already more ferocious than ordinary Soul Masters of the same level, and their fighting style was dirty. The people from the Imperial City Guard were falling down like dumplings, one after another. Even their leader, a powerhouse at the Soul Douluo level, was being suppressed and beaten by an evil Soul Master from the opposite side, and it looked like he was about to be done for. How could this be tolerated? Huo Yuhao immediately said, "Elders, you go first. Leave these scoundrels in the city to me." Iron Hand Douluo and the others didn't waste words, just reminded him to be careful, and directly rushed towards the research center. The scene shifted to the leader of the Imperial City Guard, who was already bleeding from his mouth and about to collapse. The evil Soul Master on the opposite side wielded a blood-red long knife, laughing madly, saying something like, "Let me drain your blood obediently, and you might suffer less." The leader was also a tough nut, refusing to yield, and prepared to unleash his martial spirit's true form to fight to the death. Just as he was about to make a desperate move, let me tell you, a classic scene was about to unfold. A bright green light, so dazzling it could blind the night, shot over from a distance in a flash. And that murderous aura made people shiver even from 800 miles away. The arrogant, evil Soul Master suddenly felt as if he was filled with cement, unable to dodge at all, and watched helplessly as the green light pierced through his back. The strangest part? He didn't even have time to let out a scream before his soul was completely erased, and his body fell straight down like a marionette with its strings cut. The leader of the Imperial City Guard was stunned, and the next moment, Huo Yuhao appeared before him like a ghost. The leader was extremely excited, thinking reinforcements from the body sect had arrived. However, Yuhao poured a bucket of cold water on him. The reinforcements are still on the way, and those two titled Douluo elders have gone to a more important place. The leader was immediately filled with despair. Then what about the countless citizens in the city? Huo Yuhao looked at the tragic state of the city. His gaze turned cold, and he simply said, "As long as I am here, everything will be fine." Goodness. After he said that, the soul rings beneath his feet suddenly lit up, one white and three black, with those 3 2,000-year soul rings glowing blood red. His aura immediately reaching its peak. His spirit eyes instantly burst with golden light, and his powerful spiritual power covered the entire Heaven-Do City. A smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Found you." In his eyes, 2 beams of golden light crossed through space, shooting towards another evil Soul Master at the Soul Douluo level who was rampaging in the city. That guy just sensed something was wrong when his head exploded with a bang, like a rotten watermelon. After finishing one in a second, Huo Yuhao did not stop. and the second soul ring lit up as he shouted, "5 senses manipulation." I have to tell you, this is absolutely amazing. All the evil soul masters in the city that were slaughtering suddenly stopped their movements, and, as if they had seen their father's murderer, turned to their companions and began to madly attack each other. The people from the Imperial City Division were dumbfounded, but they reacted quickly, taking advantage of their internal conflict to harvest them one by one. The focus was on efficient clearing. Huo Yuhao maintained a wide area control while shooting golden light from his eyes, precisely targeting those stronger evil soul masters. When the last evil soul master fell, he finally withdrew his powers and turned to the still stunned leader. "The rest is up to you." After saying that, he teleported away, heading straight for the Soul Guidance Research Center. At this moment, the Soul Guidance Research Center had already entered a state of maximum alert. A layer of silvery white protective shield covered the entire area. But Zhongliwu looked at the shield with disdain. He pointed into the void, and 9 soul rings, 5 black and 4 red, appeared behind him. My goodness, what a divine configuration. He slammed his staff onto the ground, and the terrifying soul pressure made the entire protective shield ripple. Then, a pitch-black giant dragon made entirely of bones rose behind him, with green flames burning in its eye sockets. Its momentum was as if hell itself had been brought over. Zhongliwu stood on the dragon's back, waved his staff, and coldly uttered 4 words, "Fire Rain Meteor." In the next second, the entire sky turned red, and countless burning meteors with long tails rained down like a shower onto the protective shield. The silvery white shield flickered on the verge of shattering, but in the end, it held on, though its brilliance dimmed significantly. Inside the research center, Elder Chun looked at the shield, which was about to collapse. With a face so grim it could drip water, he decisively ordered everyone to move all the fixed soul guidance cannons from the warehouse, preparing to unleash a fierce counterattack the moment the shield broke. Outside, Zhongliwu smirked at his failed attack. "Interesting, but can it withstand my next strike?" He waved his staff again, and this time, a fierce wind whipped up in the sky, forming countless small tornadoes that rushed towards the protective shield. The already fragile shield was instantly covered in cracks after being hit so hard. Inside the center, everyone braced themselves, with rows of soul guidance cannons already aimed at the sky. Elder Chin shouted, "Everyone prepare!" Bang! The protective shield ultimately could not withstand it and shattered under the tornado's assault, just as Zhongliwu was about to give the order for a general attack. A furious roar came from below. Fire! In an instant, hundreds and thousands of colorful beams of light shot upwards like waterfalls flowing against the current, bombarding Zhongliwu. Elder Chen himself carried a massive crimson cannon and fired a flame beam comparable to an 8th-level soul guidance device, leading the charge. What was the result? Zhongliwu looked at the barrage of artillery fire with no change in expression. With another wave of his staff, the small tornadoes merged into a super tornado capable of tearing space apart, swallowing all the projectiles, which then exploded inside, creating a dazzling display of fireworks. Everyone fell into despair. Zhongliwu was too lazy to play anymore and transmitted a message to a few people beside him. "Make your move." Elder Chun and the others were just about to launch another volley when an unexpected change occurred. The soldiers responsible for loading the shells suddenly had their eyes turn gray, stopped their actions, drew their soul guidance beam guns, and turned to aim at the researchers behind them. Elder Chen's face changed drastically, and just as he shouted to be careful, countless beams were already fired. Many low-level soul masters were shot dead on the spot, while the higher-ups could only helplessly activate their invincible shields to survive. Haha, how does it feel to be killed by your own people? The guy named Sleep Nightmare appeared ghost-like before everyone, wearing an excited yet twisted smile. An 8th-level soul master's disciple was killed on the spot, and his eyes turned red as he roared, launching his strongest soul guidance device at the Sleep Nightmare, Douluo. But Sleep Nightmare, that guy didn't even dodge. Just as the beam was about to hit him, the scene in front of the soul master suddenly changed. He found that his attack was actually aimed at another colleague, directly piercing through that person's invincible shield and creating a large hole in their body. "Are you so confident you can find me?" A devilish voice echoed in his ear. The soul master, in a frenzy, turned around and swung his sword, but struck empty air. Just this one opening allowed a hand to unexpectedly pierce through his chest, holding a still-beating heart. What a pity! Sleep Nightmare Douluo looked at the heart in his hand, actually feeling regret for not being able to make you fall into a nightmare. Otherwise, the soul of an 8th-level soul master would be quite useful for cultivation. After saying this, he turned to the remaining soul masters, revealing an evil smile. Just as he prepared to continue the slaughter, a fire-red orb flew in at high speed, exploding in front of him with a bang, transforming into a large net made of fiery lines, instantly enveloping him. The fire net continued to shrink with rising temperatures, burning sleep nightmare Douluo, who let out a piercing scream. Elder Chen's expression turned cold as he charged forward. This 9th-level soul guidance device, the fiery net, was aimed at taking his life. Sleep nightmare Douluo could no longer endure the flames and shouted hoarsely, "Nangongwan, come out and save me." A voice that sounded quite cultured came from the shadows, laced with a hint of mockery. "Huh, sleep nightmare, you have today too." An old man with white hair and beard, looking ethereal, stepped out, completely unlike an evil soul master. "Stop the nonsense, hurry, and save me." Sleep nightmare Douluo was still screaming in the net. The one called Nangongwan leisurely revealed his soul rings, preparing to act. Elder Chen wouldn't given the chance. 9 soul rings rose around him as well, and with a flash of light in his hand, a long sword made entirely of platinum, engraved with flame patterns, appeared. His martial soul, the blazing fire, instantly attached itself to the sword, causing it to erupt with a holy and scorching light. The aura was simply the nemesis of evil soul masters. Elder Chen swung his sword, and a platinum flame sword beam shot straight at Nangongwan. Nangongwan's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly used his martial soul to defend. The holy aura from the sword beam nearly melted his martial soul, causing him to break out in a cold sweat, and he immediately weakened, panicking as he shouted, "Please, Vice Leader, intervene. Nangongwan, you are truly a waste." A cold female voice rang out. Before Elder Chen could react, a figure moving at breakneck speed was already in front of him, a single hand forming a claw that directly struck his sword. With a loud crash, Elder Chen was sent flying as if hit by a train, and blood spurted from his mouth while in midair. He looked in shock at the stunning woman before him, Fengling. She had 3 purple, 5 black, and 1 red soul rings that slowly pulsed. That 10,000-year red soul ring nearly blinded everyone's eyes. She couldn't be bothered to glance at Elder Chen, and with a wave of her right hand, a dark purple claw beam tore apart the incredibly tough fiery net, freeing sleep nightmare Douluo. "You two, deal with these small fries," Fengling ordered coldly. Elder Chen realized he had encountered a tough opponent today. A 97-level super Douluo could not be defeated merely by attribute restraint, but he still gritted his teeth, raising the holy fire sword in his hand once more. Aiming it at Fengling showed a hint of approval. Daring to raise your sword against someone with such a much higher soul power than you. You are indeed impressive. However, you still have to die. As soon as she finished speaking, the purple soul ring behind her flashed, and a pair of dark purple wings instantly unfolded. She transformed into a streak of purple lightning, charging towards Elder Chen once again. As the dust settled, Fengling was unharmed and continued to rush towards Elder Chen at an extremely fast speed. Elder Chen's expression changed drastically, and he decisively produced a golden light sphere in his hand. He threw it towards Fengling, who was charging at him. In the moment the golden light sphere left his hand, it immediately transformed into a golden light shield, enveloping Fengling. Given Fengling's speed, dodging this light shield should have been easy, but after rushing forward at such high speed, it was impossible for her to change direction now, and she was directly trapped by the light shield. Seeing Fengling trapped, Elder Chen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fengling, inside the light shield, attempted to attack it, but the shield only rippled and remained solidly confined around her. Realizing she could not break free, Fengling stopped attacking and coldly sneered. "How long can your light shield hold me? Besides, I'm not the only one here." Elder Chen's expression was grave. This light shield could hold Fengling for at most 2 minutes, and with Nangongwan and Sleep Nightmare Douluo attacking, Zhongliwu had already freed himself from the bombardment of the soul-guided cannon and was charging fiercely towards them. Elder Chen glanced at the researchers around him being slaughtered and at Zhongliwu in the sky, his face filled with grief and anger. At that moment, his thoughts turned to the storage soul-guiding device, where a powerful soul-guided cannonball lay quietly. Elder Chen gritted his teeth, wanted to take it out and detonate it, but his eyes struggled, and he ultimately trembled and set his hand down. "I still can't make a move." Elder Chen's face was filled with sorrow. He could never bring himself to take the lives of ordinary people, especially since they were all from the Heavenly Soul Empire. At this moment, a rain of fiery meteors was falling towards Elder Chen and the others from the sky. Elder Chen's eyes turned blood red, and a fiery red circular ring appeared in his hand, engraved with patterns resembling a phoenix. Just as he was about to charge up and battle Zhongliwu, he had already put life and death aside. Zhongliwu looked at the charging Elder Chun and sneered, and then trying to stop a chariot. Elder Chun threw the circular ring, which expanded rapidly in the wind, growing dozens of times its size in the blink of an eye. The phoenix patterns on the ring emitted dazzling red light. A phantom of a phoenix appeared in the sky, and the phoenix let out a cry. In the next moment, the rain of fiery meteors that were continuously falling was drawn towards that ring. As the fiery meteors entered the ring, they vanished as if entering a void. Zhongliwu was surprised to see his attack resolve in such a manner, but he still didn't take it seriously, considering the previous attack was merely child's play. However, he quickly lost his amusement when Elder Chen looked at him and smiled. Try this. Elder Chen's ninth soul ring lit up, and the faint crimson light on his body transformed into crimson flames, enveloping him without causing any harm. The crimson flames burned in the night, and Elder Chen, surrounded by them, looked like a deity in flames. He raised his finger and pointed gently at the circular ring, and all the flames wrapping around him flew towards the ring as a fiery phoenix. After using his ninth soul skill, Elder Chen's face turned pale. This soul skill had nearly exhausted all his soul power. I hope this works, Elder Chen thought, looking at the crimson flames with hope. Elder Chen's ninth soul skill was called Phoenix Power, obtained after he hunted a soul beast with Phoenix bloodline. This skill greatly enhanced the intensity of flames to the level of ultimate fire and carried the sacred aura of the phoenix. Just as the phoenix flew into the ring, the patterns on the ring became even more brilliant, and the phoenix phantom in the sky became more solid. The phoenix let out a cry, and this time the cry truly carried the aura of a phoenix, causing all flying creatures within 100 miles to fall from the sky, trembling on the ground. Even Feng Ling, whose martial soul was the evil phoenix, couldn't help but tremble slightly, incredulously staring at the phoenix in the sky and murmuring, "Impossible. How could a mere rank 93 title Douluo do this?" In the next moment, a massive pillar of fire shot out from the ring. This pillar of fire was the attack previously launched by Zhongliwu, but its power was now far greater than before. The temperature of this massive pillar had reached the level of ultimate fire, and it carried the sacred aura of the phoenix. The intense heat distorted the surrounding space, and Zhongliwu's expression changed drastically as he watched the fire pillar approach. He dared not directly confront the flames at the level of ultimate fire, especially since it also carried the sacred aura of the phoenix, which he feared the most. Even his skeletal dragon was affected by the aura of the phoenix. Zhongliwu felt the temperature around him rising and commanded the skeletal dragon to attack. The skeletal dragon beneath him let out a low growl, raising its massive head and spitting out a blue light sphere at the fire pillar. The light sphere was only the size of a human head and seemed small compared to the skeletal dragon's size. Zhongliwu raised his staff, and his soul rings flickered, pouring light into the blue light sphere, deepening its color. The elements within the light sphere multiplied countless times, approaching the level of ultimate wind. But even a slight difference meant a world of disparity. Ultimate wind. The blue light sphere collided with the fire pillar. Under the fire pillar, which had already reached the level of ultimate fire, the ultimate wind that could flatten mountains seemed unable to withstand a single blow and was extinguished in an instant. Impossible. Zhongliwu exclaimed in disbelief, unwilling to accept that his attack had been extinguished by a rank 93 title Doa. But there was no time to waste. The fire pillar was already upon him. In this urgent situation, his soul rings flickered, and a blue-red shield enveloped Zhongliwu as the skeletal dragon beneath him glowed with blue and red colors. When the fire pillar struck the shield, the fire elements on the shield quickly disintegrated under the ultimate fire, followed by the wind elements being dissolved. In the final moments, the skeletal dragon beneath him blocked the blow, but its originally dark bones were now melted by the high temperature, leaving a massive hole. Zhongliwu, now disheveled, looked at the hole on the skeletal dragon with a pained expression. Then, his face turned red with anger. He couldn't believe he was forced to such an extent. Zhongliwu, completely enraged, shouted, "Nangong Wan, sleep nightmare, kill him." Elder Chen looked at the situation in the sky and couldn't help but sigh in disappointment, then spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning even paler. The circular ring in the sky, after releasing that strike, began to crack and eventually turned to ashes, scattering with the wind. This ring was Elder Chen's life soul-guiding device, integrated with his life. To unleash that strike, he had sacrificed his life soul-guiding device. which allowed him to release an attack that could threaten Zhong Liwu, a rank 98 powerhouse. After the life soul guiding device shattered, Elder Chun fell from rank 9 Soul Master and could no longer advance unless he reforged his life soul guiding device. Nangong Wan and Sleep Nightmare Douluo, seeing Zhong Liwu's command, no longer cared about the others and charged directly at Elder Chun. At this moment, Elder Chun was severely injured and had no ability to resist. He closed his eyes, waiting for death to come. However, death did not arrive. Just as Nangong Wan and Sleep Nightmare Douluo were about to kill Elder Chun, a massive wave of palm energy surged towards them, forcing the two to dodge. But after they evaded, another beam of leg light struck them, and they were unable to dodge in time, getting hit directly. They were both sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Nangong Wan and Sleep Nightmare Douluo looked in terror at the two figures that appeared before them. One had an extraordinary palm, and the other had unusual legs. It was Tian Can and Iron Hand Douluo. "How are you, Old Chun? Are you okay?" Iron Hand Douluo asked anxiously. Elder Chun opened his eyes and saw Iron Hand Douluo and Tian Can Douluo. A smile appeared on his lips as he said, "I'll leave the rest to you." After that, Elder Chun, who had already exhausted all his strength, fainted. Chapter 97. Iron Hand and Tian can show their might. Tian Wu, sword, Lu Chinku and Iron Hand all looked at Elder Chun, who was now unconscious and bleeding, as well as the nearly slaughtered researchers. And he could no longer contain the rage in his heart. He glanced at Feng Ling, who was trapped in a light shield, and said to Tian Can Douluo, "Tian Can, let's first deal with those two evil soul masters, and then we'll handle that woman." "Okay, I'll take the lead. You take Old Chun to safety first." Tian Can Douluo replied, his tone filled with fury. Iron Hand Douluo nodded and carried Elder Chun to a safe place while Tian Can Douluo wasted no time and directly attacked the two evil soul masters. Tian Can Douluo did not use his soul rings. Instead, he instantly entered a state of unity with heaven and earth, merging his being with the world. He lightly tapped the ground with his toes, seemingly without exerting force, but in reality, he concentrated all his power in his toes and exploded forth with terrifying speed towards Nangong Wan and Sleep Nightmare Douluo. "Dodge!" Nangong Wan screamed in terror upon seeing Tian Can Douluo's overwhelming momentum. Immediately, his soul rings flickered, and he enveloped himself in a layer of green poisonous mist, fleeing into the distance. Sleep Nightmare Douluo, seeing Nangong Wan escape, cursed his ancestors in his heart. Sleep Nightmare Douluo's martial soul was Nightmare Demon, a spiritual-type martial soul, and his combat power was already weak. Coupled with the injury from Elder Chen's blazing net, he was unable to evade Tian Can Douluo's swift attack. Filled with fear, Sleep Nightmare Douluo used a spiritual attack against Tian Can Douluo, but his ability could only target lower-ranked title Douluo. It was ineffective against super Douluo level experts. However, Sleep Nightmare Douluo had no choice but to grasp at straws, or he would be left waiting for death. A gray gas flashed before Tian Can Douluo, but he was unaffected. As a level 95 super Douluo, and now in a state of unity with heaven and earth, his resistance to spiritual attacks was significantly heightened, rendering such an attack ineffective against him. Tian Can Douluo raised his right leg and kicked fiercely at Sleep Nightmare Douluo, his robust thigh carrying a gust of wind and the power of heaven and earth. Sleep Nightmare Douluo felt a piercing pain in his skin under this overwhelming aura. He was utterly powerless to resist, his face displaying sheer terror. In the next moment, an indescribable, intense pain radiated from his waist. "Oh!" He let out a heartbreaking scream, but the next second, he felt no pain at all. With that kick from Tian Can Douluo, Sleep Nightmare Douluo's body split into two. His lower half remained in place while his upper half was kicked away. One couldn't help but admire Sleep Nightmare Douluo's tenacity. Even with only his upper body remaining, he still crawled forward, trying to escape. However, it wasn't long before he bled out completely and ultimately died, leaving behind a trail of blood. Sleep Nightmare Douluo was dead. Tian Can Douluo then turned his gaze to Nangong Wan, only to find that he had already fled into the distance. Nangong Wan knew that if he didn't leave now, he would likely die before Feng Ling could escape. Nangong Wan transformed into a green mist, continuously fleeing into the distance. At this moment, he had only one thought: to escape this place of chaos as quickly as possible. If necessary, he would leave the Holy Spirit sect and hide alone. Anything was better than dying here. Seeing that Nangong Wan had fled far away, Tian Can Douluo had no intention of pursuing him. After all, what mattered most was the situation here. He looked at Feng Ling's position, where the light shield was gradually dimming. It seemed Feng Ling would soon break free. In the sky, Zhong Liwu watched as sleep nightmare Douluo died and Nangong Wan dared to escape. The anger in his heart was about to erupt. He was ready to control the bone dragon to attack and destroy everyone. Just as he was about to act, a golden long sword, carrying a terrifying momentum, slashed towards him. Zhong Liwu quickly controlled the bone dragon to dodge. After evading, Zhong Liwu was drenched in cold sweat. Had he been hit by that sword, he might have died on the spot. What a pity you managed to dodge that sword. A voice filled with regret sounded. Zhong Liwu turned to see a handsome man in a gray robe, holding a golden long sword inscribed with the words Tian Wu. Tian Wu, sword Lu Qingquan. You finally arrived, Zhong Liwu said, looking at the handsome man before him. Oh, you actually know me, Lu Qingquan replied, puzzled. Lu Qingquan had no impression of this man, but he didn't think much of it, as he was a guardian Douluo of the Tianhun Empire and had appeared in many places across the continent. It wasn't surprising that someone recognized him. Of course I know you. Today, I finally encountered an opponent with a bit of strength, Zhong Liwu said, seemingly reminiscing about how he had been forced into such a plight just moments ago. Then, Zhong Liwu's aura changed dramatically as an incredibly powerful soul power emanated from him, causing Lu Qingquan's expression to turn serious. It seems this is the level 98 evil soul master that Huo Yuhao spoke of, Lu Qingquan thought to himself. Finally warmed up. Now, let you all witness the true power of the Bone Dragon King. Zhong Liwu roared, as if to vent all the frustration he had just experienced. As his voice fell, the light around Zhong Liwu surged, and the bone dragon beneath him turned black again. The sky transformed into a mix of blue and red. Groups of fire meteors reappeared in the sky, but this time they had turned blue. Soon, groups of cyan tornadoes also emerged, the wind fueling the flames and the fire borrowing the wind's might. Those blue fire meteors, aided by the wind element, shot towards Lu Qingquan like cannonballs at high speed. The extreme temperature made the surrounding air dry, carrying a powerful oppressive force. This attack had surpassed the power of a level 98 Soul Master, reaching the level of a limit Douluo. Lu Qingquan's expression was grave. He dared not be careless in the face of this attack. His seventh soul ring flickered, and he directly summoned his martial soul true body. The Tian Wu sword in his hand broke free from his control, growing larger in the wind into a giant sword. Then his eighth and ninth soul rings flashed, and thousands of golden sword energies coalesced, continuously increasing in number, forming a waterfall of sword energy under Lu Qingquan's command. Crossing the sky, blocking in front of the imposing blue meteor shower, two attacks collided, and a dramatic change occurred in the next moment. Chapter 98. Encounter. Huo Yuhao's kill. Huo Yuhao continuously teleported towards the Soul Guidance Research Center, passing through a dense forest. His vision was extremely strong, and he could already see the Soul Guidance Research Center in the distance through the gaps in the leaves. Almost there. I hope there's still time. Huo Yuhao thought silently in his heart. Huo Yuhao continued forward, but then he stopped, his expression suddenly stern. In the next moment, a dark green figure charged towards him, and sensing the aura of the dark green poisonous mist, he immediately recognized it as one of the 6 evil soul masters. You little brat, get the hell out of the way, came the voice of Nangong Wan from within the dark green poisonous mist. Huo Yuhao, however, showed no reaction to this, instead standing quietly in place, watching Nangong Wan in the poisonous mist, his eyes sparkling with golden light. Seeing that Huo Yuhao ignored him, Nangong Wan felt a surge of anger rise within him. Having fled so disgracefully just moments ago made him furious. And now he was being disregarded by a seemingly weak boy, which only intensified his rage. Nangong Wan, in a fit of anger, laughed coldly and said, "Good kid, you don't want to move aside, do you? I'll just kill you and leave." Nangong Wan dispersed the poisonous mist around him, revealing his body. And the dark green centipede phantom behind him began to move, instantly stirring up an evil wind and a wave of dark green poisonous mist heading towards Huo Yuhao's location. A cold smile appeared on Nangong Wan's face. He seemed to envision Huo Yuhao being completely corroded by his innate poison, leaving no trace behind. Huo Yuhao, however, remained unruffled as he watched the poisonous mist approaching him. With a gentle wave of his right hand, a deep red flame appeared, transforming directly into the shape of a giant dragon. The dragon opened its mouth and directly devoured the dark green poisonous mist that was blowing towards it, evaporating the mist in the face of the flame. How is this possible? Nangong Wan shouted in disbelief. This poison mist was his innate poison, yet was so easily dealt with by this flame. Huo Yuhao, however, remained calm. This flame was a fierce fire. Once it appeared, it would continuously burn whatever was in front of it that could be ignited, and as long as there was something flammable, it would not extinguish. This type of fire was exceedingly difficult to control. If a wizard was not powerful enough, they could even injure themselves due to their inability to manage the flames. But for Huo Yuhao, these were nothing. His rich experience in the magical realm and his extremely powerful spiritual force allowed him to easily control the fierce fire. Under Huo Yuhao's command, the dragon formed from the fierce fire lunged towards Nangongwan. Faced with the fierce fire, Nangongwan did not evade. He lit up his fifth soul ring. Poison centipede. The centipede phantom behind him swayed, and an extremely intense poisonous mist whirlwind spread out in front, covering a large area. However, when this poisonous mist collided with the fierce fire, it was easily ignited, and in an instant, the poisonous mist was once again completely evaporated. Nangongwan's expression changed again. At this moment, he dared not slack off, realizing that the boy before him was probably not so simple. The centipede phantom behind him transformed into a stream of green poisonous mist and charged at the dragon formed by the fierce fire. The moment it came into contact with the fierce fire, the mist emitted a tragic howl as the centipede phantom was ignited. The poisonous mist transformed back into the centipede phantom, thrashing its body in the sky as if trying to shake off the flames, but it was futile. It was soon burned to ashes. Nangongwan's face turned pale. That centipede phantom was the manifestation of his martial soul, and now it had been directly burned to death by the fierce fire, which was not easy for him to bear. Fear filled Nangongwan's eyes, and he thought in terror, "This must be some old monster with a youthful appearance. I need to escape quickly." Just as Nangongwan was about to flee, Huo Yuhao seemed to hear his thoughts, and he cast a spell directly at Nangongwan. He want to escape? That's impossible," Huo Yuhao said with a smile as he heard Nangongwan's thoughts. Nangongwan was about to dodge when he suddenly felt a blankness in his mind, unable to make any movements. Because of this, he was directly hit by the spell. When Nangongwan regained his senses, he immediately tried to escape, only to find that his body felt as stiff as stone, making it difficult to even move a finger. Following that was the terrifying, fierce fire dragon. In this critical moment, Nangongwan activated his martial soul true body, and a strong dark green light shone. At this moment, Nangongwan transformed into a gigantic dark green centipede. He was pleasantly surprised to find that his body was no longer stiff, and he couldn't help but rejoice, finally able to move. "No, I need to run quickly." The dark green centipede that Nangongwan transformed into swam vigorously, continuously moving deeper into the forest, but the fierce fire was hot on his heels. Feeling the relentless threat behind him, Nangongwan understood that he could not escape without dealing with the fierce fire. With determination, he stopped his escape and turned around, lighting up his ninth soul ring. The originally dark green centipede transformed into a black-green one, standing tall and spitting out a deep, foul-smelling poisonous mist. This intense poisonous mist was so toxic that it even caused cracks to appear in the space around it due to the overwhelming toxicity. In the face of this powerful poisonous mist, the fierce fire, which could burn anything, also seemed extremely weak and was directly corroded. Finally, it worked. Nangongwan thought excitedly as he watched this scene. He then continued to flee deeper into the forest, knowing that after using his ninth soul skill, his soul power was nearly depleted, and if he stayed any longer, he would surely die at the hands of that old monster. He kept running forward, and to speed up his escape, he even burned his own vitality, managing to escape several hundred miles in a short time. After getting far enough away, Nangongwan paused his escape, directly exiting his martial soul true body state. Huff, huff. Nangongwan gasped for breath, his face pale, as his soul power was now completely exhausted. Finally escaped. "I didn't expect to be so unlucky today," Nangongwan said with frustration. He had thought this operation would go smoothly, especially since both the leader and the deputy leader were involved. To him, there was nothing they couldn't accomplish. But he never expected to encounter such a troublesome level 9 soul master, who had forced him to endure until reinforcements arrived and 2 super Douluos had shown up. Just as he managed to escape, he encountered another old monster with a youthful appearance. "Fortunately, I got away." Nangongwan felt the loss of vitality in his body and thought, "I need to find some people to devour and restore my soul power and vitality quickly. If I encounter more troublesome enemies, it will be a problem." Just as he was about to leave the area to search for prey, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, followed by a cold voice. "When did you develop the illusion that you could escape?" Nan Gongwan looked up in terror, and the boy he saw earlier appeared before him again. The scene around him shifted repeatedly, once again transforming into that familiar forest. Nan Gongwan trembled, wanting to escape. But at this moment, he had no way out. He knelt on the ground and said in a humble tone, "My lord, please spare me. I can be your subordinate." Huo Yuhao looked down from above, his cold gaze fixed on Nan Gongwan as he said, "Do you remember the pleas of those innocent people?" Hearing this, Nan Gongwan lifted his repeatedly bowing head and saw 2 beams of golden light. The next moment, he fell into eternal darkness. Chapter 99. Huo Yuhao arrives. A moment lasts 1,000 years after dealing with Nan Gongwan. Huo Yuhao continued towards the Soul Guide Research Center. From Nan Gongwan's mind, Huo Yuhao learned about the situation on the battlefield. The nightmare Douluo had likely been dealt with by Elder Iron Hand and Elder Tian Can. Now, Old Chun was severely injured, and with only Elder Iron Hand and Elder Tian Can left, they probably couldn't contend against that level 97 Evil Soul Master. The battle between the Tangwu, Douluo, and the level 98 Holy Spirit Church leader had no chance of victory either. Zhang Peng might also take action, along with that dark cloud. Huo Yuhao's expression was grave as he considered the information he had received from Nan Gongwan. In this situation, they had no chance of winning. As soon as Zhang Peng took action, they wouldn't even need to wait for Zhong Li to defeat El Qingquan. The situation would tilt heavily in favor of the enemies. At that time, 3 powerful evil soul masters would surround El Qingquan, and he would undoubtedly be defeated. If only the sect master could arrive, then the problem would be easily resolved, Huo Yuhao thought. However, perhaps there were other ways, Huo Yuhao murmured to himself. He had reached the outskirts of the research center and was about to enter the battle when suddenly his expression changed as he looked at the sky in the distance. El Qingquan faced the blue fire meteor crashing towards him, with a massive waterfall of golden sword energy spanning the sky. The blue fire meteor crashed directly into the waterfall, creating a large hole where it struck, dispersing the sword energy above. However, the golden sword energy seemed to be inexhaustible, replenishing itself and continuously devouring the blue fire meteor, which was ultimately consumed and extinguished. But El Qingquan's expression did not relax at all, for waiting for him were still hundreds of such blue fire meteors. Haha, El Qingquan finds it so difficult to withstand even one. How will you resist me? Zhong Liwu let out a wild laugh. Then, hundreds of fire meteors simultaneously fell towards El Qingquan. Seeing this, El Qingquan controlled the now gigantic Tianwu sword to block the meteors coming down. The massive Tianwu sword slashed at the incoming fire meteors, instantly cutting more than a dozen in half, causing them to lose their power and fall from the sky. However, the fire meteors continued to assault him, and El Qingquan found it difficult to cope. Soon, one fire meteor after another crashed onto El Qingquan's Tianwu sword, while some fell onto the waterfall of sword energy. Each time the Tianwu sword was struck by a fire meteor, El Qingquan's face turned shade paler. He endured the pain in his body and continued to swing the Tianwu sword, trying to intercept more fire meteors. Although El Qingquan's was very firm, the Tianwu sword's endurance was limited. After sustaining multiple hits, it finally could not bear the burden and shattered with a loud bang. At the moment, the Tianwu sword broke. The huge waterfall of sword energy also dissipated. El Qingquan spat out a mouthful of blood, and the Tianwu sword reappeared in his hand, though its radiance had dimmed significantly. El Qingquan's martial soul was directly shattered, and his aura had become extremely weak. He had lost all fighting power. Trembling, he raised the Tianwu sword as if he wanted to fight on, but the fire meteors in the sky showed no mercy as they ruthlessly crashed down on El Qingquan. He swung the Tianwu sword forcefully at the fire meteors. At this moment, his face was resolute. He was prepared to die here. Just as the fire meteor was about to strike him, he felt someone grab his arm, and the next second, his figure was pulled out of the range of the fire meteor's attack. Under the Tianwu crown, "Are you all right?" Huo Yuhao's voice rang in El Qingquan's ears. El Qingquan mechanically turned his head, the determination in his eyes still unbroken, but he quickly reacted. "Thank you, Yuhao, but we are likely to die here," El Qingquan said with a tone of despair. He had no fighting power left, and with Zhong Liwu's strength, they could be killed dozens of times before Do'er arrived. Actually, there's no need to be so pessimistic. Perhaps there's still a glimmer of hope? Huo Yuhao said with a smile at the corner of his mouth. "You." El Qingquan looked at Huo Yuhao with distrust in his eyes. "Since we're all going to die, why not struggle a bit?" Huo Yuhao understood El Qingquan's distrust, but didn't mind, instead smiling as he retorted. Huo Yuhao flickered and appeared in the sky, speaking. You are the Holy Spirit Church leader, Zhongliwu? Zhongliwu also looked at the person who saved El Chinquan, dressed in black attire. Although he was quite tall, his youthful face and the life aura he emanated indicated Huo Yuhao's young identity. Oh, you know me? Zhongliwu asked with confusion when he heard Huo Yuhao mention his name and identity. After all, the Holy Spirit Church was still little known on the continent, and he had never shown his face there. It was surprising that a young man could call out his name. Haha, of course I know you. I also know the purpose of your coming here, and I even know who sent you. I even know where your Holy Spirit Church headquarters is. Huo Yuhao laughed confidently. Zhongliwu looked at the confident Huo Yuhao and fell into suspicion, trying to guess Huo Yuhao's identity, but failing to find a match. Although Zhongliwu's heart was unsettled, his face remained calm, and he said lightly, "Do you think I would believe you?" Huo Yuhao fixed his gaze on Zhongliwu, enunciating each word. Sun Moon Empire. Evil Spirit Forest. Zhongliwu couldn't help but his eyes narrowed, and a storm surged in his heart. The location of the Holy Spirit Church headquarters was a closely guarded secret, known only to its worshippers, elders, and the leaders, as well as a few exceptionally gifted evil soul masters. Even the Sun Moon Empire, as an ally, did not know where the Holy Spirit Church headquarters was located. Who on earth is this kid? I must kill him. Zhongliwu thought fiercely, immediately preparing to attack and kill Huo Yuhao. Seeing Zhongliwu's drastic change in demeanor, Huo Yuhao knew the moment had come. He instantly released his soul rings, his eyes shining with a captivating golden light. The first, second, and fourth soul rings lit up simultaneously, and a massive spiritual force surged into Zhongliwu's mind, causing his brain to momentarily blank out. Zhongliwu's spiritual force quickly countered, and he regained consciousness, no longer wasting words. He controlled the Bone Dragon King beneath him to spit out a green orb. A massive wind attribute surged towards Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao's face showed fear as he was directly engulfed by the green orb and under the powerful force of the wind elements. His body was violently shredded into a mist of blood and bones. Seeing Huo Yuhao killed, Zhongliwu breathed a sigh of relief. The secrets of the Holy Spirit Church headquarters would not be leaked out this way. He was about to kill Lu Qingquan, but at that moment, he felt a wave of mental power. Although it was just a trace, it was extremely powerful. No. Zhongliwu remembered the brief moment of blankness in his mind just now. I am trapped in an illusion. Realizing this, Zhongliwu immediately mobilized his mental power. Under the influence of an enormous mental force, the scene in his eyes began to change continuously, and in the next moment, he broke free from control. He looked at the scene before him, his face showing terror as he hurriedly wanted to escape, but he found that his movements had become incredibly slow at that moment. Chapter 100. Going all out. Golden level second awakening at this moment. Huo Yuhao was floating in the air, his eyes completely transformed into a dazzling golden color, radiating a breathtaking brilliance. In the next moment, a golden vertical pupil phantom appeared behind him. The intense golden light turned the black sky into a brilliant gold. And Huo Yuhao, with his golden eyes, resembled a divine being descending to the mortal realm, exuding unparalleled majesty. The oppressive aura spread across the entire battlefield, making both Lu Qingquan and Iron Hand Douluo feel the weight of this momentum. Lu Qingquan stared at Huo Yuhao in the sky, dumbfounded, muttering to himself, perhaps he really can. Iron Hand Douluo and Sky Remnant Douluo looked at the golden vertical pupil phantom behind Huo Yuhao with wide eyes, exclaiming in shock, golden level awakening. In the sky, the changes in Huo Yuhao continued. The originally illusory vertical pupil phantom behind him gradually solidified, the color suddenly changing from the original golden to black iron, and then continuously shifting, from black iron to bronze, then to silver, and finally transforming back into that incredibly brilliant golden color. Huo Yuhao's aura also peaked at this moment, and the white, 3 black, and 4 soul rings behind him completely disappeared. The golden eyes behind him moved at this moment, enveloping Huo Yuhao's body within, and Huo Yuhao's body gradually became ethereal, as if merging with the golden eyes. Zhongliwu looked at Huo Yuhao before him. His body was already warning him that if he did not dodge, the consequences would be severe, but at that moment his body had become incredibly slow, even unable to issue commands to the Bone Dragon King. Zhongliwu's mouth slightly opened. His eyes filled with fear, his right leg slightly parted, making a gesture as if he wanted to escape. At that moment, the golden vertical pupil's light gradually spread, very gently, not even stirring a ripple in the air, yet Zhongliwu felt as if struck by lightning under the influence of this light. Zhongli Wu's eyes widened. His eyes had lost their luster, as if he were a soulless shell. The staff he had been holding turned to ashes and scattered with the wind. The green flames in the eyes of the Bone Dragon King beneath him had turned into tiny flickers, its form floating unsteadily, as if it would extinguish at any moment. Zhongli Wu and the Bone Dragon King simultaneously lost their ability to fly in the sky, falling straight down like two corpses. The massive body of the Bone Dragon King crashing to the ground, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Zhongli Wu's body also continued to fall. Feng Ling looked at this scene in shock, screaming loudly, "Zhang Peng." However, there was no need for her reminder. Zhang Peng had already moved. If he did not act now, Zhang Peng would no longer be able to stay in the Holy Spirit Church. Zhang Peng gathered his soul power, using the fastest speed to transform into a black shadow, catching the falling Zhongli Wu, thus avoiding the tragedy of Zhongli Wu plummeting from a height of 1,000 meters. As Zhang Peng caught Zhongli Wu, he looked at Huo Yuhao with shock, unable to believe that this four-ringed soul master could severely injure a level 98 Zhongli Wu. He looked at Zhongli Wu, who was still breathing but had a vacant expression, as if soulless, and he could not imagine that this attack had come from Huo Yuhao. He quickly used his soul power to gently remove Zhongli Wu from the battlefield, then threw out a golden sphere. As the golden sphere approached Zhongli Wu, it transformed into a golden shield, protecting him within. After doing all this, Zhang Peng made a decision immediately, speaking in a cold tone. "Kid, you are indeed a prodigy. I can't even imagine how strong you will be in the future, but I will not give you the chance to grow stronger. Now you have no combat power left, right? Die for me." Zhang Peng roared. Zhang Peng was indeed correct. Huo Yuhao had no combat power left at this moment. That previous strike had nearly exhausted all of Huo Yuhao's magical and mental energy, a sense of emptiness spreading throughout his body. However, Yuhao's magical energy was continuously recovering, but Zhang Peng's arrival was simply too fast, not giving him any time to recover. Zhang Peng let out a thunderous tiger roar, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. 9 soul rings rapidly rose from beneath his feet, each emitting a halo in turn. The dark clouds in the sky transformed into a massive tiger head phantom, and the 9 halos combined to form a gigantic black, fierce tiger, which relentlessly pounced towards Huo Yuhao, its sharp fangs radiating a chilling aura. At this time, however, Huo Yuhao did not show any signs of panic. His magical energy had recovered slightly. Zhang Peng looked at Huo Yuhao, who had a pale face and showed no reaction to the attack, and he was internally convinced that Huo Yuhao had no power to resist. He did not believe that a soul master could unleash such a powerful attack without any side effects. At the same time, he felt a sigh of relief in his heart. If a few more years passed and Huo Yuhao's cultivation improved again, he might not need to reach titled Douluo. If he reached Soul Sage, no one would be able to stop him. When the time came to execute this operation, the Holy Spirit Church, which massacred in the Heavenly Soul Empire, would inevitably be destroyed. The thought of having snuffed out such a genius made Zhang Peng feel excited. He fixed his gaze on Huo Yuhao, seemingly unwilling to miss the moment of Huo Yuhao's death. But in the next moment, just as the fierce tiger was about to bite Huo Yuhao's figure suddenly disappeared. Zhang Peng was taken aback and quickly scanned his surroundings, soon discovering Huo Yuhao behind him. However, at that moment, Huo Yuhao had already unleashed a spell at an extremely fast speed. A strong green light illuminated the sky, and the intense killing intent made Zhang Peng's body hair stand on end, feeling a chill. At such a close distance, combined with the rapid speed of the spell, Zhang Peng had no space to dodge. When the death curse was about to hit Zhang Peng, suddenly a strange spatial fluctuation appeared in the air, causing Zhang Peng's figure to vanish, and the death curse missed its target. Huo Yuhao looked at the vanishing Zhang Peng, instantly becoming vigilant. He used his mental power to scan the surroundings with all his might, his face turning even paler, to cast the death curse just now. He had even burned his life energy. However, this bit of life energy was nothing to Huo Yuhao, as he possessed a piece of life gold. In the next moment, Zhang Peng's figure appeared directly behind Huo Yuhao, less than a meter away. Although Huo Yuhao sensed Zhang Peng, he could not react at such a close distance. Zhang Peng's face twisted, his hand forming a claw, executing a move called Black Tiger Heart Pulling, aiming for Huo Yuhao's chest, carrying an extremely powerful momentum. It was Zhang Peng's strongest strike. However, Huo Yuhao was not alone. His second sea of consciousness, Ilex, reacted, and the Eye of Life manifested on his forehead, enveloping him in an extremely pure and powerful life force. This force continuously restored Huo Yuhao's body, but for Zhang Peng, it was quite the opposite. When Zhang Peng's black tiger claw made contact with that life force, he felt his own life force depleting rapidly. His face changed drastically as he was forced to retreat, distancing himself from the green light enveloping Huo Yuhao. His expression kept changing as he contemplated his next move. Chapter 101. Feng Ling breaks free. Poison Immortal arrives under the cover of the green light. All of Huo Yuhao's injuries were continuously healing, and the life force that had just been burned was also restored. By the time the light faded, Huo Yuhao was back to his optimal state, a mischievous smile on his face as he looked at Zhang Peng from afar and said, "Now it's my turn. Are you ready?" Although his magical and spiritual powers were not fully restored, they were more than sufficient for him to fight Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng looked at the restored Huo Yuhao, his expression grim. The moment he made contact with Huo Yuhao, his life force began to drain at an alarming rate, making him hesitant to act recklessly. This allowed Huo Yuhao to recover while Zhang Peng was significantly weakened. The sole skill he had used to evade the death curse was called Golden Cicada Shed Shell. It was a passive defensive skill that would automatically trigger when faced with an unavoidable attack. Once successfully activated, his main body would separate at the cost of 30% of his soul power and be instantly teleported to a desired location, which was why he could appear next to Huo Yuhao. Meanwhile, under the enhancement of Golden Cicada Shed Shell, he could also unleash a peak state attack at the cost of another 30% of his soul power. However, that attack had been blocked by Huo Yuhao's Blade of Life. Such a powerful soul skill naturally came with significant side effects after using it. His soul power would drop by 60%, greatly weakening his combat ability. However, Zhang Peng was not someone like Nangong Wan, who would flee from a hopeless battle. Without any fear in his eyes, he emitted a strong black light, and in the next moment his figure vanished, replaced by a gigantic black tiger. The black giant tiger Zhang Peng transformed into was more than 15 meters long, its tail raised high, adorned with a glimmering hook, and its dark purple eyes radiated fierce light. "Bring on. Today, either you die or I die," Zhang Peng roared. Just as the two were about to engage in battle, a fierce phoenix cry suddenly echoed across the battlefield. The control time of the golden barrier had ended. This time, Feng Ling learned from her previous lessons and immediately unleashed her full power without holding back. In an instant, her seventh soul ring, as dark as ink, shone brightly, enveloping Feng Ling in a rich purple-black glow. The next moment, a massive purple-black phoenix surged forth, trailing dazzling purple-black flames and countless strange ripples. This purple phoenix had blood-red eyes, appearing incredibly sinister, devoid of any regal qualities associated with phoenixes. Wherever the purple phoenix flew, the air twisted violently, and around the purple halo, countless ghostly howls echoed. Feng Ling's sharp voice rang out. After unleashing her martial soul's true form, she charged straight at Huo Yuhao, completely disregarding the two super Douluos, Iron Hand and Tian Can. Both Iron Hand and Tian Can were taken aback, and the devouring characteristic and immense evil intent emanating from Feng Ling affected the two super Douluos as well. Moreover, Feng Ling was unleashing her full power at an incredible speed. Before the two super Douluos could react, Feng Ling had already left their attack range. As they regained their wits and rushed after her with all their might, it was already too late. Feng Ling's evil phoenix true body was right in front of Huo Yuhao. The evil phoenix true body opened its mouth, ready to swallow Huo Yuhao. But this attack was ineffective against him. Just as the evil phoenix true body was about to engulf him, Huo Yuhao used Phantom Shift to escape the attack range. Reappearing on the other side of the sky, Zhang Peng, the scorpion tiger Douluo, was shocked at this scene, roaring inwardly. How is that possible? Does his teleportation have no limits? Iron Hand and Tian Can had also reached Huo Yuhao's side by now. Iron Hand asked, "Yuhao, are you okay?" "Elders, don't worry. I'm Fina. Such ordinary attacks can't threaten me," Huo Yuhao replied with a smile. Iron Hand wanted to say more, but Feng Ling's next attack was already on its way. After missing her previous attack, Feng Ling became even angrier. A piercing scream erupted as the massive evil phoenix true body suddenly released an incredibly intense purple light. Above its head, a purple sun tore through the clouds, illuminating the entire sky. A colossal purple light beam, several dozen meters in diameter, shot down from the purple sun, heading straight for Huo Yuhao and the others. Huo Yuhao's expression turned serious, and he intended to lead Iron Hand and Tian Can away from this attack. However, the next moment, his expression relaxed, even breaking into a smile. Huo Yuhao's reaction left Iron Hand and Tian in a state of anxiety, wanting to pull Huo Yuhao to escape. But before they could act, a gigantic green hand appeared in the sky. That enormous hand directly blocked the massive purple light beam, extinguishing it upon contact, easily deflecting the powerful attack. Feeling the aura from that green giant hand, Iron Hand and Tian immediately understood, looking up in surprise and shouting, "Master!" In the sky stood the master of the body sect, Poison Immortal, and behind him were 9 powerful figures rushing towards them. The 9 titled Douluo elders of the body sect. Seeing Huo Yuhao unscathed, Poison Immortal breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Huo Yuhao was the future of the body sect and could not afford to be harmed. Then Poison Immortal turned to the battlefield, observing the scattered corpses of researchers in the devastated research center. His expression turned cold, devoid of any emotion. He looked at Zhang Peng and Feng Ling and said, "A sick tiger and a fire chicken dare to wreak havoc in our Heaven Soul Empire. You shall stay here today." Zhang Peng and Feng Ling felt a surge of anger at Poison Immortal's words, but did not dare to act recklessly. They had heard of Poison Immortal's name. He was a level 98 powerhouse. However, Poison Immortal didn't care what they thought. A strong green light surged from his body, and once again, a giant green hand formed in the sky, slamming down towards Feng Ling and Zhang Peng. The two felt weak all over and could not move at all in the face of that giant hand. The aura it emanated filled them with dread. And Feng Ling exclaimed, "Limit! How can it be the limit?" As the green giant hand descended. The 2 massive martial soul true forms were instantly forced back to their original state, leaving behind a huge handprint once the green hand dissipated. In the center of the palm print, Zhang Peng and Feng Ling had returned to their original forms. Both of them were covered in blood, lying unconscious on the ground, their bones completely shattered under this palm strike. Du Buxi's gaze shifted towards Zhongli Wu, who was within the protective light shield. Just as he was about to make his move, an extremely strong dark aura emanated from a figure that blocked Du Buxi's path. Chapter 102. Dark Dragon Emperor Long Xiaoyao Huo Yuhao focused his gaze and saw that the figure blocking Du Buxi was an old man. The old man was tall, with meticulously combed silver hair and a face as rosy as that of a baby. His long eyebrows hung down on either side of his face, and his hands were clasped behind his back. He floated silently in midair, not releasing any fluctuations of soul power. Although the old man appeared normal on the surface, Huo Yuhao sensed a powerful dark attribute emanating from him. However, it was not the evil dark aura of a malevolent soul master, but a pure darkness, free from any impurities. The hidden fluctuations of soul power within him were even stronger than Du Buxi's. Huo Yuhao looked at the old man solemnly. "Another limit, Douluo?" So far, Huo Yuhao had encountered 3 limit Douluos. This old man was different from Mu'in, who was severely injured and nearing his end, and also different from Du Buxi, who had just recently broken through to the limit. The soul power within this old man was even more formidable. Du Buxi was also surprised to see the old man before him, and then he coldly mocked Long Xiaoyao. "Are you in cahoots with these evil soul masters? Have you forgotten you are from the Heavenly Soul Empire? Have you even become an evil soul master yourself?" Long Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with a hint of struggle as he replied, "I am not clear on this matter either. You can deal with the other evil soul masters here, but you cannot harm this person." He pointed at Zhongli Wu, who lay on the ground like a corpse. "Hey, Long Xiaoyao, do you think you have the right to negotiate with me now?" Du Buxi sneered. Behind Du Buxi stood 11 titled Douluos, all exuding an imposing aura. If Long Xiaoyao faced only the 11 titled Douluos, he would naturally not fear them, as the gap between a limit Doa and other titled Douluos was too great. However, now he had to contend with Du Buxi, who was comparable in strength to him. Even if Du Buxi was slightly weaker, once the battle began, he would not be able to avoid harming the unconscious Zhongli Wu. Long Xiaoyao's expression was grim as he asked, "What do you want, old poison?" Du Buxi looked at him. "Ha, what do I want? I want these evil soul masters to pay with their lives." His eyes gleamed with ferocity as his soul power surged, ready to strike. But at that moment, a strange blood-red aura emerged. Sensing this aura, Du Buxi's poised soul power became calm, and his expression turned ugly. Huo Yuhao also felt that blood-red aura. His spirit eyes glimmered with golden light as he began searching for the source of the aura. Huo Yuhao's eyes turned towards the depths of the forest. When his spiritual power reached that location, it could not advance another step. He felt an extremely powerful bloody aura piercing directly into his mind. Huo Yuhao's expression changed dramatically. few could shield his spiritual power on the continent. And combined with Du Buxi's expression, Huo Yuhao began to speculate. Another limit Douluo. It was rare for 3 limit Douluos to appear simultaneously on the continent. The foundation of the Holy Spirit Church was indeed profound, Huo Yuhao thought. Du Buxi's expression darkened as he contemplated for a moment, then said, I can let you take him away, but you must offer enough in exchange. Master, the Iron Hand Law behind him said anxiously. I know what I'm doing. We'll discuss it back at the sect. Du Buxi interrupted the Iron Hand Law directly. The Iron Hand Law could only close his mouth, feeling somewhat indignant. As with his cultivation, he could not detect the person hiding in the shadows. What do you want? Long Xiaoyao asked, relieved. 10 blueprints for level 9 soul tools and 2 pieces of 10,000-year-old soul bones. I believe these shouldn't be too difficult for you. Du Buxi cautiously stated his conditions. If the demands were too excessive, it would inevitably lead to a situation where both sides would suffer. If 3 limit Douluos fought within the Heavenly Soul Empire, and there was a ruthless evil soul master among them, the casualties would certainly be greater. All right, I can agree to that, Long Xiaoyao replied readily. However, I don't have them on me right now. I will deliver the items within 3 days, Long Xiaoyao added. Du Buxi coldly laughed. Do you think I would trust you? Someone who associates with evil soul masters? Long Xiaoyao showed no reaction to Du Buxi's mockery and spoke sincerely. I guarantee, in the name of the Dragon Emperor, that I will deliver the items to you. Seeing Long Xiaoyao's demeanor, Du Buxi furrowed his brows. After some thought, he ultimately decided to trust Long Xiaoyao. After all, Long Xiaoyao had once roamed the continent with Muon, known as the Black and White Sacred Dragons. Now, with his guarantee in the name of the Dragon Emperor, Du Buxi also saw his sincerity. Good. I agree to your terms, Du Buxi said. I will not let you down. Long Xiaoyao said seriously. Now, take your people and leave the Heavenly Soul Empire, Du Buxi said coldly. Then, as if sensing something, he flashed into the Soul Tool Research Center. In just a few seconds, he returned, holding an old man dressed in a black robe. The old man looked dignified, appearing just like an ordinary person without any characteristics of an evil soul master. However, Huo Yuhao could sense the aura of the old man, which was also dark, but carried an evil aura compared to Long Xiaoyao's purity. The old man in Du Buxi's hands had already lost his life force. It seemed Du Buxi had killed him immediately. Long Xiaoyao, however, did not care about the dead evil soul master. The only thing he was concerned about was Zhong Liwu's life or death. Long Xiaoyao gently pressed his hand against the golden protective shield, and a dark aura surged from his hand, directly shattering the protective barrier that could contain a level 97 soul master. Long Xiaoyao lifted Zhong Liwu with his soul power, and a spatial rift appeared before him. In a flash, Long Xiaoyao and Zhong Liwu left the place. At the same time, the figure filled with bloody aura in the depths of the forest also vanished. Du Buxi gazed in the direction Long Xiaoyao had left, his eyes deep in thought. Then, he floated down from the sky, landing in the huge palm print, looking at the unconscious Feng Ling and Zhang Peng in the pit. A green aura surged from his hand, and as it touched Feng Ling and Zhang Peng, it directly corroded their bodies, leaving them as nothing but bones in an instant. Huo Yuhao was shocked by the toxicity of that green gas. After all, these were 2 titled Douluos above level 95. Their bodies had been so easily corroded to nothing. It seemed that while the world had always witnessed Du Buxi's formidable physique, they had forgotten that he was also a poison attribute soul master. Chapter 103. Seriously Injured Elder Chun. Changes in the Holy Spirit Church inside an ancient and elegant palace. Elder Chun lay pale on a bed, his face covered in wrinkles, heavily creased like mountains. After making a good agreement with Poison Immortal and Long Xiaoyao, Huo Yuhao and the others began to clean up the battlefield and send the injured for treatment. According to the diagnosis of the Healing Soul Masters, the injuries of Heavenly Marshal El Chinquan were not serious. With his cultivation level, as long as he took some time to rest, he could recover. The other injured also received treatment quickly. Among them, Elder Chin's injuries were the most severe, with severe blood loss affecting his lifespan, which caused him to look so old now. However, the most serious injury for Elder Chun was still on the mental aspect. His life soul tool was connected to his life, and the destruction of the life soul tool had caused great damage to Elder Chin's spiritual sea. If the damage to the spiritual sea was not treated, Elder Chun would probably lie in bed for the rest of his life and would never wake up again. Huo Yuhao frowned as he looked at Elder Chun on the bed. The blood loss in Elder Chin's body could be easily resolved by Huo Yuhao. but he did not have a good way to deal with the damage to the mental power. Huo Yuhao fell into deep thought, and soon he thought of a way in his mind. Perhaps he could try to refine a potion, but he was worried about whether he could find the medicinal materials. However, for now, he needed to replenish the loss of life force first. With this in mind, a green light radiated from Huo Yuhao's eyes, and the eye of life on his forehead appeared. A vast life force surged into Elder Chen's body, continuously repairing the hidden injuries and deficiencies within. Soon, Elder Chen's originally pale face gradually became rosy, and his wrinkled face relaxed, returning to its original appearance. Under the infusion of life, Elder Chen's weak life aura also gradually became vigorous and stable. Huo Yuhao exhaled a breath of turbid air. Finally done, now I need to find the medicinal materials, Huo Yuhao murmured. Then Huo Yuhao walked out of the palace, where Iron Hand Douluo and Wei Tian were waiting outside. After all, Elder Chen was the only level 9 soul master in the Heavenly Soul Empire, and his importance to the empire was self-evident. Wei Tian was naturally very concerned about Elder Chen's serious injury. As for Iron Hand Douluo and Tian Douluo, they were waiting here because of their close relationship with Elder Chen. Seeing Huo Yuhao come out, Iron Hand Douluo and the others immediately approached and asked, Yuhao, how is Elder Chen's current condition? The loss of life force in Elder Chen's body has been replenished, and there is no problem maintaining his life, Huo Yuhao said. That's great, Iron Hand Douluo said happily. At this moment, Huo Yuhao suddenly changed the topic and mentioned the difficulties in Elder Chen's recovery. Yuhao, you must have a way to help Elder Chen fully recover, right? Iron Hand Douluo looked at Huo Yuhao with hopeful eyes. Even Iron Hand Douluo himself found it strange. He had clearly had the best healing soul master in the Heavenly Soul Empire diagnose him, but still felt that Huo Yuhao could heal Elder Chen. After going through a series of events with Huo Yuhao, Iron Hand Douluo had developed a trust in him, believing that Huo Yuhao could solve any problem. I do have a method, but I'm not completely sure. This matter requires His Majesty's assistance, Huo Yuhao said, then looked at Wei Tian. Hearing this, Wei Tian immediately said seriously, Elder Chen has suffered such severe injuries for the Empire. As long as it is within my power, I will do my best. It's not a big deal. I just need His Majesty to mobilize some power to find certain medicinal materials. Huo Yuhao casually mentioned the materials he needed. He then added, medicinal materials with similar properties should also be found. I need to conduct some tests. All right, I will mobilize the national resources to search for these medicinal materials. Wei Tian promised solemnly. Yuhao, there's one more thing. Poison Immortal wants you to go over, Wei Tian added. Huo Yuhao nodded and then headed to where Poison Immortal was located. At this moment, within the territory of the Sun-Moon Empire, in the Jingyang mountain range, 3 figures emerged from a spatial rift, Long Xiaoyao and Zhongli Wu, accompanied by a woman. The woman was dressed in a long black robe, and although her appearance was unclear, her graceful figure suggested that she was an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Xiaoyao, how's he doing now? The woman in black asked Long Xiaoyao. Her voice was magnetic and slightly hoarse, but it had a unique charm that easily made people feel close to her, even reverent. He is surrounded by a very powerful mental force in his spiritual sea, which has been affecting his consciousness recovery. I will try to dispel this mental force for him now, Long Xiaoyao explained to the mysterious woman. Then, a powerful mental force surged from his body into Zhongli Wu's mind. Under the influence of Long Xiaoyao's strong mental force, the mental power left by Huo Yuhao in Zhongli Wu's mind was continuously being expelled. As this mental power dissipated, Zhongli Wu gradually regained consciousness. He also used his own mental power to continuously dispel this energy. After a while, Zhongli Wu's eyes gradually regained their brilliance. He looked at Long Xiaoyao, who was dispelling the mental power for him, and said, "Thank you, Uncle Long." Long Xiaoyao did not speak, but simply nodded, then stood beside the woman in black. Upon seeing the woman in black, Zhongli Wu immediately got up from the ground and knelt on one knee, saying, "Mother." The woman in black did not respond, but quietly watched Zhongli Wu kneeling on the ground. Suddenly, she raised her hand and slapped Zhongli Wu on the face. The speed of this slap was not fast, but Zhongli Wu did not dare to dodge at all. A crisp sound of the slap echoed, and Zhongli Wu immediately knelt down and said, "Please forgive me, Mother. I should not have taken the initiative to act against the Heavenly Soul Empire. Do you think I hit you because of that?" The woman in black retorted. Zhongli Wu did not dare to answer, and the woman in black continued. "I do not oppose your actions against the Heavenly Soul Empire, but your biggest mistake was that you failed in your actions, and you actually lost to a 12-year-old kid whose cultivation is only at the Soul Master level. Upon hearing the woman in black say this, Zhongli felt somewhat unconvinced and said, "Mother, that kid distracted me with words at first, and then ambushed me with soul skills. That's how I fell for it. That kid knew the location of our Holy Spirit cult's headquarters, which is why I was distracted." Hearing Zhongli say this, the woman in black's eyes showed a fluctuation. And even Long Xiaoyao was somewhat surprised, as he knew how secretive the Holy Spirit cult's headquarters was. The woman in black pondered for a moment and said, "Let's return to the headquarters first. I'll let you off this time." "Thank you, Mother," Zhongli said joyfully. Chapter 104. The situation escalates. Various reactions just one day after Zhongli led the evil soul masters to attack the Heavenly Soul Empire. This news spread back to the major forces on the continent through spies from various factions. After all, such a large-scale attack by evil soul masters on the capital of the Heavenly Soul Empire, Heaven-Do City, was impossible to conceal. At Shrek Academy, within the Sea God Pavilion. "What? This is impossible," Xuanzi, sitting next to Mu in the conference room, exclaimed incredulously. "Xuanzi, calm down." Muin's calm voice came from the main seat. Xuanzi calmed down upon hearing Muin's voice, but he still hesitated and said, "How could such a powerful, evil soul master appear on the continent? And how could Poison Immortal have broken through so quickly? Mayor, has anyone been sent to confirm the authenticity of this matter?" Unit and ignored Xuanzi and Eshtshei Mayor. "Someone has already been sent to confirm. And the battle traces there indeed match the news," Kai Mayor said with a very certain tone. "Such a powerful evil soul master has appeared on the continent. It seems the thing I fear the most has indeed happened. And Poison Immortal, he actually broke through to limit Douluo in such a short time." Mu sighed inwardly. Hearing Kai Mayor's determined tone, even if Xuanzi felt unwilling, he had to acknowledge this fact. He was naturally worried about the powerful evil soul master. But what he was most reluctant to believe was that Poison Immortal had broken through to limit Douluo. After all, it had been less than a year since Poison Immortal had broken through from level 98 to level 99, which was hard for Xuanzi, who was at the same level as Poison Immortal, to believe. Xuanzi had naturally known how difficult it was to break through after being at level 98 for so many years. And he had been training under the Golden Ancient Tree for a long time. He believed that his cultivation progress should definitely be faster than Poison Immortal's. And he was still thinking about one day breaking through to take revenge for the humiliation suffered outside Star Luo City. But he never expected that Poison Immortal had actually broken through, which left him feeling unwilling. After accepting this fact, Xuanzi's face was filled with despair. At this moment, Muin seemed to hear Xuanzi's inner voice and said with disappointment, "Xuanzi, is your heart really so weak? Why do you always think of giving up and avoiding problems when you encounter difficulties? Why don't you think about solving things through hard work? With this attitude, how will you manage the academy in the future? You will never be able to compare with Poison Immortal." Muin finally reprimanded sternly. Xuanzi seemed to be taken aback by Muin's series of questions and stood there in a daze. But when he heard Muin's final stern reprimand, he instead felt a surge of fighting spirit arise within him. He believed he was not inferior to Poison Immortal. Seeing that Xuanzi's mindset had changed, Muin felt relieved, but then felt a wave of exhaustion. He had been struggling to protect Shrek Academy, and now he also had to take care of Xuanzi's psychological issues. After all, he was the only one in the entire Shrek Academy who could manage Xuanzi. In fact, what Muin had just said was the truth. If Xuanzi continued to hold an ambitious attitude towards cultivation, he would never be able to surpass Poison Immortal. Because given Xuanzi's circumstances, it was impossible for him to break through to limit Douluo without significant external help. With his talent, it was already unlikely. Muin had just used words to stimulate Xuanzi's fighting spirit, not wanting him to fall into despair. Because even the strongest person would greatly reduce their combat power without fighting spirit. Given the current situation, Shrek Academy was no longer suitable for acting as it had in the past, Muin thought inwardly. "Mayor, strengthen cooperation with the Heaven-Do Empire in the future and show goodwill towards them," Muin instructed Kai Mayor. "Yes, Unit Shai Mayor respectful replied." Meanwhile, in the imperial palace of the Star Luo Empire, Su Jiawei stood on a balcony, having just learned of the news from the Heaven-Do Empire. He gazed into the distance, towards the direction of Heaven-Do City. Learning that the Heaven-Do Empire had been attacked by a powerful evil soul master and had defeated the evil soul master, Su Jiawei's heart was very complicated. He both hoped for the Heaven-Do Empire's victory and did not want it to win. If the Heaven-Do Empire won, it would mean their strength had surpassed that of the Star Luo Empire, and with the power of Star Luo City, it would be impossible to withstand that level of evil soul master. Even if they could defeat them, it would come at a great cost. If the Heaven Do Empire failed, the one facing the most pressure from the Sun Moon Empire would become the Star Luo Empire. And before resolving the hidden dangers posed by the Sun Moon Empire, Su Jiawei did not want any party from the Douluo Three Kingdoms to have issues. At this moment, standing behind Su Jiawei, a woman in a court gown named Su Jujio spoke up, "Brother Huang, what should we do in the future?" Su Jiawei pondered for a moment and said, "There is no need for any major changes. Before resolving the Sun Moon Empire, the Heaven Do Empire cannot do anything else. But we also need to show some goodwill." In the prince's mansion of the Sun Moon Empire, Su Tiantian sat in a wheelchair, currently in a garden, with a figure in black kneeling at his feet. As Su Tiantian listened to the report from the figure in black, the more he heard, the tighter his brows furrowed. After the black-clothed figure finished reporting, Su Tiantian said, "All right, you may leave." The black-clothed figure stood up, respectfully bowed, and then swiftly left the garden. Su Tiantian closed his eyes. He had anticipated the current situation since Zhongli Wujiu had not returned, but hearing it for real was still shocking. It turned out that this group of evil soul masters was indeed unreliable, but had the strength of the Heaven Do Empire really reached such a level? Su Tiantian found it hard to understand. The leader of the body sect, Poison Immortal, had actually achieved a breakthrough to that realm. Su Tiantian opened his eyes and had regained his calm. It seemed the plan would have to be delayed for a while. He hoped the Heaven Do Empire's development pace would not be too fast, Su Tiantian thought inwardly. Then the two wheels of his wheelchair lit up and slowly moved, taking Su Tiantian out of the garden. At this moment, the Douling Empire was also experiencing a similar scene, but they appeared to be more anxious, as their relationship with the Heaven Do Empire was not very good. Huo Yuhao walked along the road of the palace. After passing through a long corridor, he arrived at the palace where Poison Immortal was located. As soon as Huo Yuhao arrived outside the palace, he heard Poison Immortal's voice from inside. "Yuhao, just come in." Huo Yuhao pushed the door and entered the palace. After walking a few steps forward, he saw Poison Immortal sitting on a chair. "Master," Huo Yuhao greeted. "Yuhao, come and sit down," Poison Immortal said in a gentle voice. Chapter 105. Returning to the base, Wang Dong's affection, Huo Yuhao, sat down next to Poison Immortal, who then asked, "Yuhao, how's Chun Fei doing now?" Elder Chen's vitality issue has been resolved, but the mental damage is a bit troublesome. However, I have thought a method, but it will take some time to test it to see if it is effective, Huo Yuhao explained. Poison Immortal nodded with a smile and said, I believe in you, Yuhao. You will definitely find a way to solve it." Poison Immortal then asked, "Yuhao, with your mental strength, you should have felt it last night, right?" Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao knew what Poison Immortal was asking about and recalled the situation in the dense forest last night. Then Huo Yuhao replied calmly, "Yes, I was in the dense forest and felt a very strong, bloodthirsty aura. My mental strength could not see through the situation inside." "What do you think that person's strength is?" Poison Immortal asked with a smile, as if testing Huo Yuhao. "I think it is Limit Douluo," Huo Yuhao replied with a serious expression. "That's right, it's Limit Douluo, and a very powerful one at that. If I were to face her, I would undoubtedly lose," Poison Immortal said, now with a serious expression as well. "That person's strength is actually so powerful," Huo Yuhao exclaimed in surprise at Poison Immortal's words. Poison Immortal nodded, his expression serious as he continued. "I didn't expect the Spirit Hall to have such a character. It seems my initial judgment of their strength was somewhat mistaken. Their original Limit Douluo combined with Long Xiaoyao, along with so many title-level evil soul masters, and now with their connection to the Sun Moon Empire, they are likely to make some significant moves." "Are you referring to unifying the continent?" Huo Yuhao asked. After all, the Sun Moon Empire's ambition to unify the continent is well known throughout the land. Even after their last failed action, they did not completely abandon this idea, but frequently clashed with the neighboring Heaven Do Empire and Star Luo Empire. Originally, the Sun Moon Empire had been relatively quiet in recent years, but for some reason, they have recently invested heavily in research on war-type soul tools, continuously manufacturing powerful war weapons. "That's right," Poison Immortal nodded. However, the Spirit Hall has lost 5 titled Douluos in this action, including a 97th level titled Douluo who must have suffered significant injuries. Their actions will inevitably be postponed, Poison Immortal analyzed seriously. Huo Yuhao also nodded. Title Douluos are important combat power for any force, especially the more difficult to break through evil soul masters at the title Douluo level. It will undoubtedly be harder for them to cultivate a title Douluo. But the most important ones are still Long Xiaoyao and that mysterious limit Douluo. If they join forces, I'm afraid no country can compete. The limit Douluo is already the top combat power on the continent, and evil soul masters at the limit Douluo level are even more terrifying. After speaking, Poison Immortal looked at Huo Yuhao with a hopeful tone and said, Yuhao, after this battle, I understand your strength better. You managed to deal with a 98th level evil soul master. Huo Yuhao, hearing Poison Immortal's words, showed a bitter smile and said, Actually, I only succeeded because I took advantage of his momentary distraction. If it were a real fight, I should not be his opponent. There were some things Huo Yuhao did not say. If given the chance, he was confident he could severely injure Zhong Liwu, but the chances were slim. After all, Zhong Liwu would not just stand there and take the spell Huo Yuhao launched. Poison Immortal did not care whether it was a sneak attack. He laughed heartily and said, Ha ha ha, a sneak attack? A sneak attack is also your skill. After all, you're just a soul master now. To be able to injure a 98th level evil soul master like that with a sneak attack is already incredible. After laughing, Poison Immortal's expression became serious as he said to Huo Yuhao, Yuhao, you need to focus on improving your soul power. After all, soul power is the foundation of a soul master. If you can reach title Douluo, no, if you can reach Soul Sage before that day comes, you can turn the tide of battle. Huo Yuhao also said seriously, I understand, Sect Master. I will focus on cultivation from now on. At this moment, Huo Yuhao felt a sense of urgency rising in his heart. He needed to quickly improve his strength, as he was still far from his true opponent. As long as you understand, Poison Immortal said gently. If the Sect Master has nothing else, I will take my leave. Huo Yuhao then said. Poison Immortal looked at Huo Yuhao and suddenly burst into laughter, say, Aha, fine, you can go now. You have fought all night. It's time to rest. After receiving a positive response, Huo Yuhao immediately left the palace. He then used Phantom Shift to rush towards the stronghold, as Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao were still waiting for him. If there weren't so many matters for Huo Yuhao to handle here, he would have rushed back to the stronghold right after the battle ended. It didn't take long for Huo Yuhao to return to the stronghold. He pushed the door open and immediately saw Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, who had been waiting all night. Wang Dong's face was full of worry. When she saw Huo Yuhao come in, she quickly ran towards him, throwing herself into his arms and saying with a trembling voice, It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine. Although Wang Dong did not witness the battlefield last night, she could feel the overwhelming evil and dark aura, even from such a distance. She felt a sense of oppression and heart palpitations. Huo Yuhao felt Wang Dong's trembling body and understood her feelings. He gently patted her back to comfort her, saying, It's okay, didn't I say? I will definitely come back safely. Don't leave me behind to do dangerous things alone, Wang Dong said, choked with emotion. Then you need to work hard on your cultivation. Otherwise, I can't take you with me, Huo Yuhao said with a smile. I will definitely do that, Wang Dong said as she left Huo Yuhao's embrace. At this moment, Xiao Xiao also reacted, and she exclaimed with joy, Yuhao, you finally came back. She then ran to Huo Yuhao's side, checking his hands and feet, and after confirming everything was fine, she sighed in relief and said, Great. You didn't lose any arms or legs. Huo Yuhao looked at Xiao Xiao's actions with helplessness and then said, Of course I'm fine. If I weren't, I wouldn't be here. Hee, that's true. Has everything been resolved now? Xiao Xiao asked with a smile, looking at Huo Yuhao, while Wang Dong also looked at him. It's resolved. There shouldn't be anyone causing trouble for a long time, Huo Yuhao said with a deep gaze. Chapter 106. The Trustworthy Dragon Emperor, Key Medicinal Materials Late at Night. Outside the body sect, accompanied by a spatial fluctuation, an old man appeared. The old man wore a black robe, had silver hair, and his aura was deep like an abyss. At the moment the old man appeared, another figure also emerged, an old man in a gray robe with green hair. Long Xiaoyao, you finally arrived. I thought you had become a faithless villain after becoming an evil soul master, Poison Immortal said in a mocking tone. Hearing the sarcasm in Poison Immortal's tone, Long Xiaoyao's face showed no change. He calmly replied, I was just delayed by some matters, and I have brought what you wanted. A black bracelet appeared in Long Xiaoyao's hand, which he then tossed to Poison Immortal. Poison Immortal caught the bracelet without checking its contents, since Long Xiaoyao had come here. There was no need for him to pull any tricks. After handing over the item, Long Xiaoyao intended to leave, but then seemed to remember something and turned to Poison Immortal, saying, Old Poison, you've found a great heir. When Long Xiaoyao said this, he recalled the peculiar mental power in Zhong Liwu's sea of consciousness. Even after dispersing that mental power, it took a considerable amount of effort. And this was done by a four-ring soul master. Poison Immortal sneered and then said, I certainly know that. I don't need you to praise me. Don't think about trying to kill Yuhao in advance. If Yuhao suffers any harm, I will never let you go, Poison Immortal said with a fierce glare. Don't worry. That won't happen, Long Xiaoyao assured. It better be that way, Poison Immortal said coldly. Seeing that Poison Immortal was unconcerned, Long Xiaoyao didn't mind and pretended to leave. At this moment, Poison Immortal behind him said, Long Xiaoyao, now that you are with the evil soul masters, you are dancing with wolves. Even if you haven't done anything evil yourself, because of your protection, more people will suffer. Yvonne der Ef Muen, who is known as the Black and White Saints of Dragons alongside you, feels ashamed of this title when he sees the current you. Long Xiaoyao paused for a moment and then said, How could you understand my thoughts? It's pointless. Since you've already obtained what you wanted, I'll take my leave. A wave of spatial distortion appeared, and Long Xiaoyao's figure vanished into the night. Dude Bushi stayed for a while before also leaving the place. In a laboratory, this place was different from the Soul Guide equipment lab. There were no various metal parts and Soul Guide production tables here. Instead, there were various medicinal materials, some of which were being boiled in cauldrons. The entire laboratory was filled with the scent of herbs, and Huo Yuhao was immersed in the materials, searching for the right medicinal properties. The potion Huo Yuhao was going to concoct used a recipe from the magical realm, and now he had to refine it again on the Douluo Continent. He needed to conduct trials to find medicinal materials with properties similar to the original ones in order to create an effective potion. Previously, when Huo Yuhao refined the Dragon Blood Body Strengthening Potion, it took him a while to conduct trials before he successfully created it. Huo Yuhao held up a strangely shaped herb, and golden light surged in his eyes. He first used his spiritual power to sense whether the herb's properties were similar to those of the original one, and then proceeded to refine the potion to determine if the resulting potion had the same effects. In the cauldron, a pot of silver potion was being refined, surrounded by a strange energy. This was the result of Huo Yuhao's trial work. The potion he was refining was called the Soul Restoration Potion, which was meant to repair a broken soul. However, this potion could only repair souls that were not missing any parts. If the soul was missing, this potion would be ineffective. Although Elder Chen's Sea of Spirit was harmed, on the Douluo Continent, the Sea of Spirit and the soul were closely related. Since the Soul Restoration Potion could treat a broken soul, it could naturally heal Elder Chen's injured Sea of Spirit. After observing the strange herb with his spiritual eye, Huo Yuhao placed it into the pot of silver potion. Once the herb entered the cauldron, the previously calm silver liquid suddenly began to boil, and the color of the silver liquid started to change continuously. A powerful energy was brewing, and in the next moment, that energy erupted violently. Just as the explosion was about to occur, a brilliant golden light enveloped the entire cauldron, and the originally violent force gradually calmed down under the influence of this spiritual power. The original silver liquid had lost its color and turned into a dull gray, with the strange energy completely dissipated, rendering it ordinary and ineffective. Huo Yuhao looked at the ruined potion in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. Alas, another failure, he said helplessly. Without that key herb, this potion simply can't be refined. Huo Yuhao understood the key to the potion's failure. After many days of trials, he had basically found substitutes for the other herbs on the Douluo Continent, but there was still one herb left for which he had not found a suitable substitute. I still haven't found the soul fixation herb. This potion can't be refined at all, Huo Yuhao lamented, his expression helpless. The soul fixation herb was the most crucial material for refining the soul restoration potion. Without it, the potion could not function. The soul is the most critical part of a person's body, extremely fragile, so treating soul damage requires great care. The function of the soul fixation herb is to minimize the fluctuations of the soul during the repair, preventing further harm to the soul during the restoration process. Huo Yuhao looked around the laboratory filled with herbs. This was already the third batch of materials that Wei Tian had gathered, but there was still no herb that could replace the soul fixation herb. Huo Yuhao organized the items in the laboratory and planned to leave. After all, he had already tried all the herbs here, and there was no point in staying until the new batch of herbs arrived. Just as Huo Yuhao was about to push the door to leave, the door of the laboratory was suddenly opened, and a figure rushed in. Huo Yuhao focused and saw that it was Iron Hand Douluo, who was covered in dust and looked extremely fatigued, appearing as if he had just come from a long journey. Huo Yuhao was somewhat puzzled. What had Iron Hand Douluo been up to in this state? Yuhao, take a look at this herb. Is it any good? Iron Hand Douluo took out a herb from his storage soul guide. The moment the herb appeared, Huo Yuhao felt the difference. This, Huo Yuhao exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 107. The Potion Refined, Another Ruin? Huo Yuhao hurriedly took the herb from Iron Hand Douluo's hand, his eyes shining with golden light as he examined the herb. This herb looked very peculiar. Its roots were intricately intertwined, forming a shape resembling a brain, and it displayed a bright silver color, emitting a strange fragrance. Anyone who smelled this fragrance would feel the sea of spirit calming down. After careful observation, Huo Yuhao could confirm completely that this herb was a substitute for the soul fixation herb. The peculiar fragrance was almost identical to that of the soul fixation herb. Elder, where did you find this herb? This is exactly the one we need. With it, we can refine the potion to treat Elder Chun, Huo Yuhao said, his tone filled with excitement. After all, Wei Tian had mobilized almost the entire power of the Heavenly Soul Empire without finding this herb. Yet Iron Hand Douluo had managed to find it alone. It's useful, that's good. As for how I found it, that's a long story, Iron Hand Douluo said with relief, then recounted how he discovered this herb. Initially, Wei Tian sent people to search for herbs in the Heavenly Soul Empire and quickly gathered most of the materials. But one herb was always elusive. Iron Hand Douluo thought that this herb might not grow in the Heavenly Soul Empire, but rather in other empires. Thus, he set off on a journey to find it. He first went to the Star Luo Empire, as it is located beneath the Heavenly Soul Empire, far from the extreme north and closer to the seaside, with a climate quite different from that of the Heavenly Soul Empire. The herbs that were unavailable in the Heavenly Soul Empire might be found in the Star Luo Empire. The reason he didn't go to the Sun Moon Empire was that the current timing was too sensitive. Huo Yuhao had already informed Iron Hand Douluo of the location of the Spirit Hall's headquarters, and it was impossible for Iron Hand Douluo to go there alone to search for herbs. Upon reaching the Star Luo Empire, Iron Hand Douluo quickly made progress. He discovered a clue in a market there, encountering a father and son who were herb gatherers seeking help. The son was in a coma, but upon examination, no injuries were found. His father explained that he had fallen unconscious after mistakenly consuming a certain herb. Iron Hand Douluo immediately recognized the boy's condition. He had not been harmed, but his sea of spirit had fallen into a state of stasis. It is known that when a person is alive, their sea of spirit must be in a dynamic state. A stasis in the sea of spirit only occurs in the bodies of the dead, and once it falls into stasis, the sea of spirit will quickly dissipate. However, this boy was clearly not dead. According to his father's account, it had been 7 days since the boy consumed the herb, yet his sea of spirit had not dissipated. After seeing the situation, Iron Hand Douluo immediately understood that it was caused by that medicinal herb. He also recalled the effects of the soul-fixing grass, as described by Huo Yuhao, and speculated that this herb must be related to the soul-fixing grass. He then struck a deal with the herbalist's father, stimulating the boy's spiritual sea with his mental power and ultimately awakening him. He also obtained the herb from that man and learned about its origins from the father. According to him, while gathering herbs, he unknowingly entered a relic and discovered the herb there. After he harvested the herb, the scene before him suddenly changed, and he left the relic, unable to find it again afterward. Iron Hand Douluo recalled the story told by the herbalist's father. Huo Yuhao precisely grasped the key words and furrowed his brows, thinking internally, relic? Another relic. Is this relic related to the one I heard about before? Yuhao, are you okay? Iron Hand Douluo kept calling out to Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao came out his thoughts and said, "Oh, I was just thinking about something." Then he smiled and said, "Since we have gathered all the herbs now, there is no time to lose. I will start refining the medicine now. Elder, you should go back and rest." Huo Yuhao looked at the weary Iron Hand Douluo. "All right, since that's the case, I won't disturb you," Iron Hand Douluo replied and left the laboratory directly. Huo Yuhao then immersed himself in the alchemy process again. Since he had already conducted many trials before, he quickly prepared the herbs and began the refining process. A day and night passed, and Huo Yuhao in the laboratory was still focused on the magic potion he was refining. After such a long wait, the potion finally produced its final reaction. A mysterious silvery light surrounded the potion, and a different fragrance emanated from it. Upon smelling this scent, Huo Yuhao felt a situation that was very similar, yet different from before. His spiritual sea was calm, while also feeling a cool sensation as if it were being nourished. At this moment, Huo Yuhao took out a jade bottle and used his mental power to control the refined magic potion into the bottle, preventing the medicinal effects from dissipating. I finally succeeded. Just by smelling it, the effect is so significant. Healing Elder Chen's injuries will definitely be no problem. Yuhao exhaled deeply and said, When Huo Yuhao walked out of the laboratory, he saw Iron Hand, Wei Tian, and Tian Kandao, who had rested and rushed over after receiving news from Iron Hand. Huo Yuhao smiled at them and said, I have fulfilled my mission. The medicine is ready. Now we just need Elder Chen to take it. Great. Let's hurry. Iron Hand said excitedly. The group immediately headed to the palace where Elder Chen was resting. Upon entering the palace, they looked at Elder Chen lying on the bed and faced a dilemma. How to administer the potion to him. Don't worry, I have a way, Huo Yuhao said with a smile. Hearing this, the others looked at Huo Yuhao with anticipation. Huo Yuhao then opened the bottle cap, and an unusual fragrance spread throughout the palace. Iron Hand and the others felt a wave of comfort, but the next moment, a brilliant golden light enveloped the potion. Instantly, the peculiar scent was locked inside, not a trace escaping. Huo Yuhao's eyes glowed with golden light as he controlled the silvery potion to Chun Lao's forehead. The moment the silvery potion touched Chun Lao's forehead, it directly merged into it, entering his spiritual sea. With the silvery potion's entry, Chun Lao's already battered spiritual sea gradually healed and restored under its nourishment. Huo Yuhao also controlled the potion to the severely injured areas, maximizing its effects. After a while, all the potion in the jade bottle had entered Chun Lao's spiritual sea, and Huo Yuhao ceased his control. Seeing Huo Yuhao stop, Iron Hand nervously asked, Yuhao, is it over? Yes, it's done. We just need to wait a while for the potion's effects to fully manifest, and Elder Chen will wake up, Huo Yuhao said joyfully. Great, that's wonderful. Iron Hand Douluo and Tian Kandao were both very excited. After all, Elder Chen had a very close relationship with both of them, and now that he could wake up, they were naturally very happy. Yuhao, on behalf of the Empire, I thank you, Wei Tian said, bowing to Huo Yuhao. Your Majesty, there's no need for that. Helping a professor save his own teacher is something I must do, Huo Yuhao replied with a faint smile. Haha, you're right, Yuhao, Wei Tian said, also smiling. Chapter 108 Elder Chen Awakens, Sparring He is awake. Iron Hand exclaimed in surprise as he looked at Elder Chen, who opened his eyes while lying on the bed. Standing by the bed were Huo Yuhao, Tian Kandao, and several soul masters familiar with Elder Chen. They all came to visit after hearing that Elder Chen would wake up today. Elder Chen slowly opened his eyes, squinting as if the light was a bit dazzling, and then his consciousness gradually revived. He then heard the most excited voice. Elder Chen turned his gaze toward the source of the voice and saw Iron Hand Douluo's excited face, leaving him momentarily confused. What? What is happening? Am I not dead? Did Iron Hand also die? Or am I still alive? Various thoughts emerged in Elder Chen's mind. After all, as the person involved, he clearly understood how serious his injuries were, and he had no chance of survival. He had never heard of any soul master surviving after sacrificing their own life soul-guiding device. So he was leaning towards the idea that Iron Hand was also dead. After all, under those circumstances, even if Iron Hand had rushed over, it would have just been a death sentence. Did you die too, Iron Hand? Elder Chen asked with dry lips, struggling to make a weak sound. Iron Hand was momentarily stunned upon hearing Elder Chen's words, then smiled and said, Old Chen, I'm not dead. Moreover, you're not dead either. Just look at them. He pointed to Huo Yuhao and the others. Elder Chen squinted and looked in the direction Iron Hand was pointing, first seeing Tian Kandao, then Wei Tian, and finally Huo Yuhao. When Huo Yuhao saw Elder Chen looking at him, he smiled and asked with concern, Teacher, how are you feeling now? At this moment, Elder Chen had already seen the layout of the room, looking at the living people standing around him. He also felt that his body, which should have been riddled with wounds and completely depleted, was now completely unscathed and even stronger and more vital than before. At this moment, he had already accepted the fact that he was not dead. Hearing Huo Yuhao's question, a smile unconsciously appeared on his face as he replied, I feel great. Even better than before. That's good. However, teacher, you still need to rest for a few more days, as you have been in a coma for over a month, Huo Yuhao said with concern. After saying this, Huo Yuhao revealed a mysterious smile and continued, Once you fully recover, there will be a surprise waiting for you. Old Chen smiled when he heard what Huo Yuhao said. However, he suddenly remembered something and anxiously asked, What is the situation now? What about those evil soul masters? Iron Arm Douluo laughed and said, Haha, Old Chen, you don't need to worry about that. We have already repelled that group of evil soul masters, and we only left one behind. Phew, that's good. Old Chen sighed in relief. At this moment, he suddenly felt a bit tired, and his eyes, which had just opened, closed again. Seeing this, the others thought something was wrong, and Iron-Armed Douluo anxiously asked Huo Yuhao, Yuhao, what is going on? Why did old Chun faint again? He just fell asleep. It should be the side effect of the mental recovery potion. After taking this potion, it becomes easier for him to fall into a sleep state. Huo Yuhao explained as he looked at old Chun's condition. We should leave first and let him rest for a few days. He will naturally recover to a healthy state. Huo Yuhao continued to say to the people present. Okay, then we'll leave first, Iron-Armed Douluo said. Subsequently, everyone left the room where old Chun was located, leaving only one attendant to take care of him. After Huo Yuhao left old Chun, he went directly back to the base. The experience with the poison that day served as a great reminder for him. He indeed needed to improve his spiritual power. Since he started studying soul guide devices, his progress in spiritual power had slowed down, and he had only reached level 45, which was after breaking through due to that fierce battle. Now, even Wang Dong had surpassed him and reached level 46. After absorbing that celestial herb, Wang Dong's already impressive talent became even stronger, and this was under the condition that Wang Dong had already transformed into an ultimate attribute. Similarly, after absorbing the celestial herb, Xiao Xiao had also reached level 40 after a period of cultivation. Recently, under the leadership of an elder, she went to the Stardow Forest to obtain a fourth soul ring close to 9,000 years, with her soul power reaching level 42. As for why she didn't absorb a 10,000-year soul ring, it was because Xiao Xiao's mental power cultivation was relatively low, and she couldn't withstand the soul shock brought by a 10,000-year soul ring. When Huo Yuhao entered the base, he saw Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao practicing their combat skills. Upon seeing Huo Yuhao, they stopped their training and approached him together. Wang Dong asked with concern, Yuhao, how is old Chen now? Has he woken up? Xiao Xiao also looked at Huo Yuhao with a worried expression. Although they had never met old Chen, they knew that Huo Yuhao had been going to the palace to test medicines every day for a month to save someone, and naturally, they knew that old Chen was Huo Yuhao's teacher. They felt concerned for the person Huo Yuhao was worried about. Huo Yuhao smiled, don't worry. Old Chen has woken up now and will fully recover in a few days. Were you just practicing combat skills? Huo Yuhao asked with a smile. Yeah, what is wrong? Wang Dong replied with a puzzled expression. Let us have a spar among the three of us and see how well you two have trained in your combat skills. Huo Yuhao suggested. Sure. I'll team up with Wang Dong to challenge you. Yuhao, Xiao Xiao said eagerly. All right, then it's settled. Huo Yuhao agreed with a smile. The three of them found their positions in the training ground, and Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao had fighting spirit on their faces. They had always wanted to spar with Huo Yuhao. Are you ready? Huo Yuhao asked with a smile. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao both nodded, indicating that they were ready. Then let the battle begin, Huo Yuhao announced loudly. After saying this, Huo Yuhao stood still, waiting for their actions. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao were not polite. They entered a wonderful state, which was the state of unity of heaven and man. However, their state of unity was not perfect. They did not achieve complete unity. Huo Yuhao showed an interested expression as Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao charged towards him, while Huo Yuhao calmly watched the scene. Chapter 109. The Curse and Issues of Mental Power, the Ice Emperor's Thoughts. Huo Yuhao stood calmly in the training ground as if nothing had happened, while opposite him stood Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, both sweating profusely and panting. Do you want to continue fighting? Huo Yuhao asked with a smile. No more. No matter how hard Wang Dong and I try, we can't hit you, Xiao Xiao said breathlessly. Wang Dong also looked dejected. She had already exhausted all her combat skills, but Huo Yuhao seemed like a slippery fish, always dodging their attacks perfectly. Haha, do you know why you can't hit me? Huo Yuhao laughed and then asked them. Both of them showed puzzled expressions. In their view, the reason they couldn't hit Huo Yuhao was due to the huge gap in strength. But since Huo Yuhao asked this, there must be another reason. Seeing their expressions, Huo Yuhao could guess what they were thinking. I know what you're thinking. You think you can't hit me just because of the huge strength gap, right? What if I told you that I didn't use any other powers just now? Not even my physical strength. Huo Yuhao said with a smile. How is that possible? Both of them said incredulously. Actually, it is possible. Did you enter the state of unity of heaven and man just now? Huo Yuhao asked back. Yes, what is wrong? The master of the body sect said that entering the state of unity of heaven and man can greatly enhance the power of combat skills. Wang Dong replied, confused. Is there a downside to entering the state of unity of heaven and man? Xiao Xiao also asked. There is certainly no downside to entering the state of unity of heaven and man, and it can indeed enhance the power of combat skills. But there is one point you have overlooked, Huo Yuhao explained. What is it? Wang Dong asked, puzzled. It's that your state of unity of heaven and man is not perfect. An imperfect unity of heaven and man will have no issues when fighting against someone who has team mastered it. But if you fight against someone who has perfectly mastered it, then there will be flaws everywhere. Your attacks draw on the power of heaven and earth, and all the attack trajectories can be seen through. It's precisely because of this that I can easily dodge your attacks. Huo Yuhao detailed the principle of how he dodged their attacks. Is that so? Xiao said excitedly. But how can we perfectly master the unity of heaven and man? Sister Weina said that perfect mastery relies on talent. Some people can master it easily, while others may spend their whole lives without mastering it. It seems that we aren't particularly talented, Xiao said a bit dejectedly, and Wang Dong also looked a bit down. How long have you been practicing? You've already reached this level and still say you have no talent, Huo Yuhao said, extending both hands and playfully flicking their foreheads. Both of them felt pain and covered their foreheads. Wang Dong looked at Huo Yuhao with a resentful expression and said, Yuhao, I heard Elder Jinshan say that you only learned it by watching him enter the state of unity of heaven and man. Yeah. Xiao also chimed in to support her. Ahem, I'm a bit different from you. You still need to practice well, Huo Yuhao said gently. Now I will share some of my insights about the state of harmony between heaven and man with you. After you listen carefully, you will definitely gain something. Huo Yuhao continued. The two quickly nodded, their eyes shining as they looked at Huo Yuhao. The state of harmony between heaven and man. Huo Yuhao began to elaborate on his insights. Wang Dong and Xiao were also immersed in the knowledge that Huo Yuhao was sharing. And soon Huo Yuhao imparted all his insights. All right, that's it for today. You two should reflect on it, Huo Yuhao said. After they nodded, they fell into contemplation. And seeing this, Huo Yuhao quietly left the training ground and returned to his room. After entering his room, Huo Yuhao did not start cultivating but fell into deep thought. In the battle a month ago, Huo Yuhao had discovered a problem. That was the speed at which he cast spells was still too slow. Even though he had now achieved wandless and voiceless casting, the attack speed of his spell energy had not increased much. If Huo Yuhao were still in a magic world, the current casting speed would be sufficient. After all, people in a magic world do not have outstanding physical speed and cannot dodge such high-speed spells. However, in Douluo Continent, the physical quality of soul masters is enhanced due to their martial souls and the energy absorbed from soul rings, so their reaction speed to spells is naturally faster. Currently, Huo Yuhao's spell casting speed could not be dodged by soul masters of the soul Douluo level. But those who reached the title Douluo level could dodge it if they took it seriously. Not to mention the super Douluos above level 95 and the limit Douluo at level 99. If Huo Yuhao wanted to attack them with magic, he would have to use the soul skill of the spiritual eye. However, it is also not easy for soul skills to hit and take effect, which leads to Huo Yuhao's spells being somewhat ineffective against enemies above the title Douluo level. Perhaps I can integrate the release of spells with mental power? Huo Yuhao thought of this idea in his mind. Magic in the magic world is actually powered by emotions. The stronger the emotion during casting, the more powerful the spell becomes. Mental power is also linked to emotions. The more intense the emotional fluctuations, the more intense the fluctuations in mental power. If I can combine the release of spells with mental power, then not only will the power of the spell increase, but the speed and concealment of spell casting will also improve significantly. Then the issue of spells being ineffective against high-level enemies will naturally be resolved. But how can I achieve the integration of mental power release and spell casting? Huo Yuhao fell back into thought. While Huo Yuhao was deep in thought, the Ice Emperor, who had been asleep in the sea of consciousness for a long time, woke up. She looked at Huo Yuhao, who was pondering in the sea of consciousness. A look of nostalgia flashed in the Ice Emperor's eyes, occasionally mixed with concern, as she wondered what he was thinking. At this moment, the Dream Ice Silkworm also woke up. He looked at the awake Ice Emperor, wriggled closer, and said eagerly, Ice, what are you thinking about? Tell me. I will definitely help you. The Ice Emperor shot a sidelong glance at the Dream Ice Silkworm and coldly said, Get lost. Hee, Ice, don't be so cold. Just say it, and maybe I can help you solve it? The Dream Ice Silkworm continued without losing heart. The Ice Emperor also thought that it seemed like only the Dream Ice Silkworm could speak to her around, and after considering the relationship between Dream and Huo Yuhao, she finally spoke slowly. Chapter 110. The situation regarding soul guidance devices in Huo Yuhao's room. The morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window, casting light on the floor and giving the originally cold room a touch of warmth. Huo Yuhao slowly opened his eyes, a restrained divine light flashing through his eyes, and a powerful mental force stirred, causing the furniture in the room to tremble for a moment before the room returned to calm. It really isn't that simple, Huo Yuhao thought with a bitter smile. Huo Yuhao had tried for an entire night to integrate spell casting with mental power, but he found no way to do it. However, it was just the beginning of his attempts, and it was normal not to have results. He silently decided to spend more time on this in the future. Huo Yuhao got out of bed, opened the tightly closed window to let the sunlight in, and then went to wash up. After washing up, just as he was about to go out, he heard footsteps outside the door. With his mental power, he quickly identified who it was. Outside the door stood a servant dressed in court attire, whom Huo Yuhao recognized. He was a retainer of Wei Tian, and he stopped about 5 meters in front of Huo Yuhao's door, standing there quietly waiting for Huo Yuhao to come out. Strange. Why is someone from the Emperor's side here? Huo Yuhao thought with confusion. However, he did not think too much about it, and directly walked out of the door to ask. As soon as Huo Yuhao stepped out, the servant approached him, bowed respectfully, and said, "Lord Huo, good morning." Looking at the respectful servant in front of him, Huo Yuhao smiled faintly and said, "No need for formalities. You are here to convey His Majesty's orders, right? Just speak directly." Seeing Huo Yuhao's attitude, the servant felt it was inappropriate to hesitate, so he directly said, "Lord Huo, His Majesty wishes to discuss the matter of soul guidance arrays with you. If you're free, His Majesty hopes you can come over." The servant felt a bit awkward relaying Wei Tian's words, as the Emperor's close attendant usually did not speak in this tone when delivering messages. However, he also understood Huo Yuhao's esteemed status, exceptional talent, and strength. He had also heard about the significant contribution Huo Yuhao made during the Evil Soul Master incident over a month ago. If not for Huo Yuhao, the casualties in Tiando City would have been even greater. Soul guidance arrays? Huo Yuhao thought for a moment and immediately realized. In the Evil Soul Master attack over a month ago, the losses suffered by the Soul Guidance Research Center could only be described as tragic. The protective shield of the Soul Guidance Research Center was directly damaged, and the troops that were supposed to protect the center also suffered heavy losses. More seriously, many Soul Masters were slaughtered under the attacks of 2 title OA-level Evil Soul Masters. Low-level Soul Masters had no power to fight back and were directly killed. Even many 6th to 7th level Soul Masters were killed. If it weren't for Elder Chen's timely intervention to restrain those 2 evil Soul Masters, and for Elder Tai Shou and Elder Tian arriving just in time, the casualties would have been even worse. However, the current situation was already unacceptable for the Tiando Empire. Nearly all the new generation of Soul Masters had perished. Fortunately, some individuals were not in the research center at that time, allowing them to survive. Even Elder Chun, the director of the research center, almost lost his life. If it weren't for Huo Yuhao, there would have been no one in the Tiando Empire or even the entire continent to save Elder Chun. Therefore, although this incident ended in victory for the Tiando Empire, the development of soul guidance devices had suffered a heavy blow. In a sense, Su Tianran's plan was also considered successful. The technology for the civilian use of soul guidance devices had not been lost, but the process of civilianization would inevitably be greatly slowed down. Su Tianran's plan had already achieved more than half of its intended goals. Of course, the most important thing is that many soul mentors who understood the rune array have died. Originally, there were very few soul mentors who understood the rune array, with only about 50 in the first batch who signed a contract for magic. After the massacre by the evil soul masters, only 20 remain, and some are seriously injured and have not yet recovered. In reality, only 12 people can create soul guiding devices. Knowing the current situation of the soul mentors in the Heavenly Soul Empire, Huo Yuhao also understands Wei Tian's thoughts, and he directly said, "All right, wait for me a moment. I'll be back soon." "Yes," the attendant replied respectfully. Then Huo Yuhao's body disappeared in front of the attendant, and in an instant, he arrived at the training ground. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, who were practicing combat skills, stopped their movements. "Yuhao, good morning," Wang Dong greeted with a smile. And Xiao Xiao also smiled and greeted Huo Yuhao. "Yuhao, let's have another match. This way we can progress faster," Wang Dong suggested to Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao showed an apologetic expression and said, "Sorry, Your Majesty, Wang Dong is looking for me about something, so I might not be able to practice with you today." Wang Dong's face flashed with disappointment, and then said, "Since you have something to do, then forget it. You go ahead." Huo Yuhao nodded and then returned to the attendant's side, saying directly, "All right, you lead the way." After the attendant replied, he took Huo Yuhao to where Wei Tian was located. After a short walk, the attendant brought Huo Yuhao to Wei Tian's place, still that same study. Upon arrival, the attendant said, "His Majesty said that when Lord Huo arrives, you can go straight in." Huo Yuhao pushed the door and entered the study. Wei Tian smiled upon seeing Huo Yuhao and said, "Yuhao, you finally came." "Your Majesty," Huo Yuhao gently bowed. "No need for too much courtesy," Wei Tian immediately said. "Yuhao, I'm looking for you today to discuss an important matter," Wei Tian said seriously. Wei Tian then expressed his thoughts all at once and looked at Huo Yuhao, asking in a negotiating tone, "Yuhao, what do you think?" In fact, Wei Tian's thoughts were similar to what Huo Yuhao had considered before, wanting Huo Yuhao to teach another batch of people to run array. "Of course, no problem. Your Majesty can directly choose the candidates, and I will sign contracts with them later." Huo Yuhao naturally did not oppose Wei Tian's idea. "All right, I will choose the candidates as soon as possible," Wei Tian said happily. "But can it be a few more this time?" Wei Tian asked again. "Your Majesty can bring as many as you can find," Huo Yuhao said with a smile. "That's great," Wei Tian said excitedly. "In that case, I will take my leave now," Huo Yuhao said, seeing that the matter was resolved. "Okay, then I won't disturb you," Wei Tian said with a smile. Chapter 111. The Ice Emperor's Request. After leaving Wei Tian's study, Huo Yuhao did not leave the palace directly, but headed to the place where Elder Chun lived within the palace. As soon as Huo Yuhao approached Elder Chun's palace, he saw Elder Chun, who was not lying on the bed but taking a walk outside the palace, accompanied by an attendant. At this time, his complexion was much better than when he had just woken up yesterday, and his steps were steady and strong, making it hard for anyone to think that this was a person who had been in a coma just the day before. "Teacher," Huo Yuhao greeted Elder Chun with a smile. Elder Chun turned his head to look at Huo Yuhao upon hearing his voice, and he also smiled and said, "Yuhao, you are here." "Yes, His Majesty just called me for something, and after finishing the matter, I came to see you," Huo Yuhao said with a smile. "Oh, what did His Majesty want you for?" Elder Chun asked curiously. Upon hearing their conversation, the attendant who followed Elder Chun quietly left the area. "It's about," Huo Yuhao told Elder Chun what Wei Tian had said. Alas, Elder Chun sighed heavily. A look of pain flashed in his eyes, and when he thought about the current situation of the Soul Mentors and the Heavenly Soul Empire, his heart was filled with sorrow. The dead Soul Mentors included his friends, students he had taught, and those children who had just started learning about soul guiding devices. Now, those vibrant lives have all perished, which made it hard for him to bear. He was also involved in the establishment of the Soul Guidance Research Center, and now that the center had suffered heavy losses, he could not calm his heart. "Teacher, those people have passed away. All we can do now is continue to cultivate new blood so that the Soul Guidance Research Center and the Empire's soul guiding devices can keep developing," Huo Yuhao also sighed. Huo Yuhao knew how important the Soul Guidance Research Center was to Elder Chun, but he couldn't help Elder Chun find a way out. "You brat, I'm not that weak. I don't need you to comfort me," Elder Chun suddenly said with a smile, hiding his inner feelings, as if the sad old man from earlier was not him at all. "That's good." Huo Yuhao looked at Elder Chun and didn't say much, just smiled and said, "What was the surprise you mentioned before?" Elder Chun curiously asked, changing the topic. Huo Yuhao revealed a mysterious smile, and suddenly a silver ring appeared in his hand, which he handed to Elder Chun, saying, "You can take a look for yourself." Elder Chun looked at Huo Yuhao's mysterious appearance and couldn't help but feel curious. He took the ring and probed its contents with his spiritual power. When he saw what was inside, the curious expression on his face immediately turned into shock, and he stammered, "This? Where did this come from?" Inside were the 10 blueprints for level 9 soul guiding devices and 2 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones that Poison Immortal had obtained from Long Xiaoyao. Level 9 soul guiding devices are truly rare in the Heavenly Soul Empire. Even if the Heavenly Soul Empire strives to catch up, there is still a significant gap compared to the Sun Moon Empire's level of soul guiding devices, as the years of difference cannot be made up in a short time. There is only one level 9 soul mentor in the Heavenly Soul Empire, and Elder Chun was able to break through to level 9 because he was lucky enough to discover a fragment of an ancient soul guiding device by chance. He comprehended from it for a long time before finally making the first level 9 soul guiding device. If it weren't for this, Elder Chun would probably find it difficult to break through to level 9 in his lifetime. Without the experience of predecessors, it is not easy to break through to level 9 relying solely on oneself. But now, with 10 level 9 soul guiding device blueprints, it will be much easier for the level 8 soul mentors in the Heavenly Soul Empire to break through to level 9. They can also brainstorm and create more level 9 soul guiding devices, as relying solely on Elder Chun as a soul mentor at the beginning is very difficult for innovation. After all, Elder Chen's level 9 soul guiding devices were developed based on his martial soul attributes and may not be suitable for everyone. This was obtained after the sect master negotiated with the Holy Spirit Church. At that time, the leading evil soul master had already lost consciousness, which was the perfect opportunity to kill him. The sect master intended to do so. However, a limit Doa suddenly emerged and blocked the sect master's path. And there was also a limit Doa hiding nearby, so the sect master had no choice but to let that evil soul master go, but they also provided compensation. Huo Yuhao narrated the source of the items. Old Chen clenched his fist tightly, then weakly let it go. He understood the situation at that time. The decision made by Poison was indeed correct. If those two limit Douluos had been angered and the battlefield was in the Sky Soul Empire, even more people might have died. I understand. Please thank the Poison Sect Master for us. With these blueprints, the development of soul tools in the Sky Soul Empire will go much more smoothly. Old Chen sincerely expressed his gratitude. After thanking, Old Chen changed the subject. Yuhao, you can take these 200,000-year soul bones back. Yuhao smiled and said, the sect master said that these 200,000-year soul bones should be handed over to the Soul Tool Research Center as the inheritance soul bones of the research center. You can just accept them directly. Old Chen nodded silently after hearing this. Huo Yuhao then reminded him, Teacher, don't rush to start research just because of these blueprints. Your body is fine now, but your mind is still recovering and needs to rest for another 2 days to fully recover. I understand. I want to let small losses lead to big ones. Old Chen smiled and said, That is good. Huo Yuhao also smiled. After chatting with Old Chen for a bit, Huo Yuhao left the palace and returned to the base to spar with Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, giving them some guidance. After dinner, Huo Yuhao returned to his room, planning to start practicing his mana and attempt to fuse the spell release with his spiritual power. Just as Huo Yuhao was about to begin, Tianming suddenly spoke in the sea of consciousness. Yuhao, I have something I want to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao instantly arrived at the sea of consciousness, standing there as if on solid ground. Now, his sea of consciousness resembled a real world. Tianming, what is it? Huo Yuhao asked as he stood in front of Tianming Ice Silkworm. Actually, it's not me looking for you, it's Bing Bing looking for you, Tianming Ice Silkworm chuckled. At that moment, Ice Emperor also appeared, and Huo Yuhao curiously looked at Ice Emperor and asked, Oh, Ice Emperor, do you have something to say? Just speak directly. Yuhao, I want to return to the extreme north. I left the extreme north without informing my clan, and only realized how irresponsible I was as the clan leader when I saw my clan member soul bones at the auction. Ice Emperor said with sadness and shame in her voice. Huo Yuhao replied directly, Of course you can. Speaking of which, the reason you left the extreme north was because of me, so I will definitely help you with this. Thank you, Yuhao. Ice Emperor showed a touched expression. We are one body, aren't we? Huo Yuhao said with a smile. After saying this, Huo Yuhao left the sea of consciousness, leaving Ice Emperor and Tianming Ice Silkworm behind. I told you Bing Bing that Yuhao would definitely agree, Tianming Ice Silkworm said mischievously. Ice Emperor looked at Tianming Ice Silkworm in front of her. Instead of responding, she showed a cold smile. Just now, when Yuhao said that, I remembered how you trapped me back then. Ice Emperor rubbed her fists and slowly approached Tianming Ice Silkworm. Bing Bing don't. Tianming Ice Silkworm exclaimed in fear. Chapter 112. Renewed contract, out for training in a secret room. Huo Yuhao stood solemnly in front of a group of people. In front of him were nearly 200 individuals dressed in white robes. They were not very old and looked quite youthful, most of them wearing soul master badges of level 3 to 4, and even some at level 1 or 2. These young people were the third batch of soul masters that Huo Yuhao had contracted over the past few days, and also the last batch. Each of these young people had a hint of hatred on their faces, which was not directed at Huo Yuhao, but at the evil soul masters. These young individuals were actually the disciples or descendants of soul masters who perished in the evil soul master attack. They had various reasons for not being in the Soul Tool Research Center at that time, thus escaping disaster. They held deep-seated grudges against those evil soul masters, which was also the reason for their selection by Wu Tian. Hatred is a powerful motivator. Huo Yuhao looked seriously at these individuals and then spoke. Are you ready? Everyone answered loudly at that moment. Ready? Their voices were loud and firm. Huo Yuhao nodded and, unbeknownst to Wen, a piece of paper filled with dense characters appeared in his hand. Huo Yuhao explained how to operate it. These individuals, with resolute expressions, followed Huo Yuhao's instructions without hesitation. As time passed, the paper in Huo Yuhao's hand transformed into a red light. which then dispersed into the bodies of those who had undergone the ceremony. I believe someone has already explained the purpose of this ceremony to you, so I want to elaborate further. You can now find others who have completed the contract and let them explain the production method to you. After Huo Yuhao finished speaking, he vanished from the spot. After leaving the room, Huo Yuhao spoke with Old Chun and Wu Qian before leaving the palace. However, Huo Yuhao did not return to the base in Heaven Do City, but directly left Heaven Do City, heading towards the body sect. It had been half a month since Huo Yuhao promised Ice Emperor to fulfill his promise, and it was time for him to do so. Moreover, Huo Yuhao had his own things he wanted to do, needing to leave Heaven Do City for a while. He went to the body sect to discuss his thoughts with Poison. After all, he was no longer alone but the young master of the body sect, so he could not leave so casually. Huo Yuhao used shadow movement to travel and did not take long to reach the body sect. After arriving at the body sect, he went straight to the room where Poison was located. Huo Yuhao arrived outside Poison's door, and before he could speak, Poison's voice came from inside. Yuhao, you're here. Just come in. After hearing Poison's words, Huo Yuhao pushed the door open and entered. Once inside, he discovered that there was not just Poison, but also an elder in a gray robe with well-developed muscles, golden body Douluo. Huo Yuhao was a bit surprised, but immediately greeted them. Sect Master, Elder Golden Body. Golden Body Douluo was also very happy to see Huo Yuhao. His face broke into a joyful smile as he teased. Yuhao, you haven't returned since you left the body sect last time. It's been a long time. Huo Yuhao smiled wryly in response to Golden Body Douluo's teasing. Sorry, Elder, there's just too much to handle in Heaven Do City. And with the research on soul tools, I've been stretched thin. Ha ha ha, I was just joking. You don't need to feel burdened. Golden Body Douluo laughed heartily. All right, Golden Body, stop teasing Yuhao. You must have something important to discuss today, Poison said with a smile to Golden Body Douluo. Golden Body Douluo didn't say anything more and instead looked at Huo Yuhao. Poison gently said, Yuhao, just say what you need to. Seeing this, Huo Yuhao's expression turned serious as he spoke directly. Sect Master, I would like to go out for training for a while, and I hope you can approve it. No way. Before Poison could speak, Golden Body Douluo directly rejected him. Absolutely not. Your name must have spread within the Holy Spirit cult by now. If someone from the Holy Spirit cult discovers you've left the protection of the body sect, who knows what might happen? The Golden Body Douluo said excitedly, wanting to dissuade Huo Yuhao from the idea of leaving the body sect for training. Yuhao, I also think this is not feasible. Although your strength is outstanding, the Holy Spirit cult is also very powerful, said Poison Do. Upon hearing both of them oppose him, Huo Yuhao did not feel disappointed. Instead, he maintained a calm expression. Yuhao, actually, you don't need to rush to go out for training. You can cultivate for a few more years, and once your soul power reaches Soul Sage, you can go out to train, Poison Do suggested to Huo Yuhao. After Poison Do and the Golden Body Douluo finished speaking, a smile appeared on Huo Yuhao's lips. He had anticipated this outcome and had already thought of a solution. Huo Yuhao smiled and said, Sect Master, Elders, you cannot deny that your assumptions are correct, but your premise is that I will be discovered by the Holy Spirit cult. What if I have a way to avoid being discovered? Oh, what method do you have? Poison Do asked with a puzzled expression. Huo Yuhao did not answer and instead showed a mysterious smile. In the next moment, Huo Yuhao's magical power surged, wrapping him in a deep blue aura. In just a few seconds, the deep blue aura was retracted into his body, and when Huo Yuhao's figure reappeared, both Poison Do and the Golden Body Douluo showed shocked expressions. At this moment, Huo Yuhao's appearance and clothes had not changed at all, but the aura around him had completely transformed into a very unfamiliar one. It should be noted that a soul master's aura is difficult to change because it is related to their martial soul, which is also hard to alter. Therefore, once the aura of the martial soul is remembered, it is useless for the soul master to change their appearance. However, Huo Yuhao's aura had completely changed. The ice attribute aura he carried had transformed into a fire attribute, and the spiritual attribute of his spiritual eyes had been completely hidden. This, Yuhao, how did you do it? Poison Do asked in astonishment. This is a little secret of mine. Others cannot do it. Now, should I be able to go out for training? Huo Yuhao replied with a smile. Poison Do and the Golden Body Douluo were momentarily at a loss for words, not knowing what to say. Finally, Poison Do said with a wry smile, You've already reached this level. What reason do we have to oppose you? So, I agree to this matter. However, you still have to be extremely careful. Do you understand? Poison Do then said with a serious expression. Disciple understands. Huo Yuhao replied with a smile. Chapter 113. Encounter with Long Out Yen. Farewell, after Poison Doe agreed. Huo Yuhao was further advised and imparted many experiences by the golden-bodied Douluo before he finally left Poison Doe's room. As Huo Yuhao stepped out of the room and had not walked far, he saw a tall man with long reddish-brown hair blocking his way. It was Long Outyin. Yuhao, you finally came back, Long Outyin said with some excitement in his tone. Senior brother, Huo Yuhao greeted Long Outyin with a smile. Yuhao, we haven't seen each other for so long. Let's have a spar, Long Outyin said, full of fighting spirit. Ever since he lost to Huo Yuhao, he had been diligently training to fight Huo Yuhao again. He did not want to reclaim the position of the young sect master. He just wanted to confirm his progress against the person who first defeated him. He knew that it was nearly impossible to defeat Huo Yuhao again, as Huo Yuhao's talent meant that while he was improving, Huo Yuhao was certainly improving as well, and possibly even faster. However, he was not someone who would give up easily. After Long Outyin finished speaking, his fighting spirit-filled eyes looked at Huo Yuhao, anticipating his response. All right, let's have a spar. Huo Yuhao agreed directly without hesitation. Let's spar here. There's no need to go to the Soul Arena, Huo Yuhao suggested with a smile. Okay, let's do it here. Although they were near Poison Doe's residence, Long Outyin had no reservations and agreed, as with Poison Doe's cultivation level. If he disagreed, they would have been kicked out long ago. The two moved their feet, creating distance between each other, their eyes locking onto one another. Long Outyin's face was serious, while Huo Yuhao appeared somewhat relaxed. Senior brother, are you ready? Huo Yuhao asked the serious-looking Long Outyin. Long Outyin emitted a powerful wave of soul power, fully prepared, and replied, I'm ready. The moment Long Outyin said this, a powerful wave of mental energy surged toward him. Long Outyin's expression changed dramatically, and his whole body turned into a white jade, entering a state of unity between heaven and man in an instant. Long Outyin's actions were meant to reduce the damage from the mental energy, but these actions had no effect against this powerful mental force. When the mental energy touched Long Outyin, the white jade on his body cracked inch by inch, and he immediately broke free from the state of unity, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Long Outyin looked at Huo Yuhao in horror, unable to believe that Huo Yuhao had become this much stronger. However, he did not give up. Just as Long Outyin was about to strike again, an extremely strange mental energy appeared. Long Outyin found himself in a bizarre state, with countless red demon eyes appearing in his vision, each one staring at him. He felt his movements slowed down considerably, to the point where his original attack was nearly at a standstill. He could not react at all. At this moment, Huo Yuhao had already arrived in front of him. Huo Yuhao placed the ice blade against Long Outyin's neck and smiled, saying, Senior brother, it seems that I win again this time. With that, a dazzling golden light flashed in his spiritual eyes, and Long Outyin broke free from the momentary effect. He felt that he had returned to normal and noticed Huo Yuhao right in front of him, along with the cold sensation on his neck. He smiled wryly and said, Yuhao, you have become stronger. I lost. I concede. Thank you for your kindness, Huo Yuhao said, dispersing the ice blade and cupping his hands with a smile. You're too modest, but I won't give up. Just wait for my next challenge. Long Outyin quickly composed himself and said, I will be ready anytime. Huo Yuhao replied with a smile. Senior brother, I have some matters to attend to, so I must leave now. Please say my regards to Sister Weina and Chen Lu. Huo Yuhao continued. I originally wanted to gather with you, but I didn't expect you to leave so soon, Long Outyin said with a hint of regret. I am truly sorry, Huo Yuhao said apologetically. But since you have matters to attend to, I won't keep you. Goodbye. Yuhao, Long Outyin said with a smile. Goodbye. Senior brother, Huo Yuhao replied. After saying this, Huo Yuhao's figure vanished directly in front of Long Outyin, leaving him in shock once again. Due to the time spent on the contract ceremony and returning to the body sect, when Huo Yuhao returned to Heaven Do City, it was already close to dusk. Huo Yuhao hurriedly returned to the base. Upon entering, he saw Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, who were not training but were sitting on chairs chatting. Xiao Xiao occasionally showed a look of shock, as if she had learned something incredible. Two people saw Huo Yuhao standing at the door and immediately stopped their conversation, looking very flustered. Yuhao, how long have you been back? Xiao Xiao asked casually. I just got back, Huo Yuhao replied, looking at Xiao Xiao with some curiosity. Did you hear what we were talking about? Xiao Xiao asked again. After hearing this question, Huo Yuhao continuously scanned the two of them with his eyes, making them feel quite awkward. Just as they were about to say something, Huo Yuhao smiled and said, I didn't hear anything. Are you hiding something from me? No, how could that be? We have no secrets. Xiao Xiao replied with an awkward smile. Seeing her unnatural behavior, Wang Dong couldn't help but kick Xiao Xiao. And when she noticed Huo Yuhao looking at her, she blushed. That's good, Huo Yuhao said with a smile. To Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. It seemed like Huo Yuhao hadn't noticed anything, but in reality, he knew everything. After speaking, Huo Yuhao's expression turned serious as he said, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, I have something to tell you. What is it? Wang Dong asked, noticing Huo Yuhao's seriousness. I'm afraid I have to leave here for a while. I have something very important to do, Huo Yuhao said seriously. Something very important? Wang Dong stared at Huo Yuhao. Yes, Huo Yuhao answered directly. Then go ahead. Xiao Xiao and I have nothing to do here, Wang Dong said nonchalantly, but her moist eyes betrayed her. I'm going back to my room to cultivate, Wang Dong said, and immediately left, heading back to her room. Oh no, Yuhao, you're going out again. You don't know. Xiao Xiao called out at this moment. I'm sorry, but I have to fulfill my promise to others, and it won't take long. I'll be back soon. Huo Yuhao said apologetically. Sigh, in that case, there's nothing we can do, Xiao Xiao sighed. I'll leave tomorrow morning. As for Wang Dong, sigh. You can talk to her then, Huo Yuhao said, thinking of Wang Dong, who sighed as he actually didn't want to leave. After saying that, Huo Yuhao turned and left. Chapter 114. Departure, returning to the Eyes of Ice and Fire in the morning. At the entrance of the Tang sect base in Heavendo City, Huo Yuhao was wearing a white robe and talking to Xiao Xiao, who was dressed in light blue. Goodbye, Yuhao. Remember to come back early, Xiao Xiao said reluctantly. Don't worry, I'll be back once I finish my business, Huo Yuhao replied with a smile. All right, then I'll go first, Huo Yuhao continued. However, after he finished speaking, he didn't leave immediately, but looked at the main gate of the base, as if waiting for someone, but no one appeared. Huo Yuhao sighed and was about to turn and leave when a voice called out, Don't go. A figure quickly ran out from the base. Seeing the person in front of him, Huo Yuhao smiled. Wang Dong, I thought you wouldn't come to see me off. Huo Yuhao smiled. I'm not here to see you off, Wang Dong said, her face slightly red and her tone proud. Is that so? Then I'll just leave, Huo Yuhao said with a teasing tone. He turned to leave, but Wang Dong watched him turn away. Her heart could not help but start to stir. Oh no, why is he like this? Doesn't he know I was just saying that out of anger? Is he really just going to leave like this? What if he encounters danger outside? I haven't said anything to him yet. Wang Dong's heart became increasingly chaotic. Watching Huo Yuhao turn away without mercy, tears welled up in her eyes, and her vision of Huo Yuhao became blurry. In the next moment, her blurred vision fell into darkness, and she felt her body being pulled by a hand, then crashed into a broad chest, catching a faint fragrance. Wang Dong, I will be back as soon as possible. You don't have to worry about me. Huo Yuhao's voice rang in Wang Dong's ears. Momo, Wan Zong Ziplit Sopti. Huo Yuhao smiled, gently pushed Wang Dong away, and said, Don't cry. I'm not crying, Wang Dong said stubbornly, her eyes red. Huo Yuhao didn't say anything more, but smiled gently and said, Goodbye, Wang Dong. Wang Dong looked at Huo Yuhao and stopped being stubborn, saying, Goodbye, Yuhao. There's actually one more thing But before she could finish, Huo Yuhao interrupted her. No need to say it, I know. Huo Yuhao spoke with an understanding gaze. You know, he knows everything. Wang Dong was instantly stunned. Before she could react, Huo Yuhao had already vanished from the spot, leaving Wang Dong, who was still thinking about what Huo Yuhao meant, and Xiao Xiao, who was watching from the side. At this moment, Huo Yuhao had already taken flight with his flying soul tool, soaring in the sky, with platinum wings behind him. From the fluctuations of soul power, it was already at the level of a 7th grade soul tool. Indeed, after this period of study and creation, Huo Yuhao's soul tool level had risen to the 7th grade. His originally 6th grade flying soul tool had been upgraded to the 7th grade. Huo Yuhao looked ahead. After leaving Heavendo City, he flew in one direction, which was not towards the extreme north, but towards the direction of the Eyes of Ice and Fire, a place he had visited once before. Looking at the direction of the Eyes of Ice and Fire, Huo Yuhao felt a sense of confusion. What is it that keeps attracting me? After thinking for a while, he brushed aside the confusion in his eyes. Since he was going this time, he would figure things out directly. Huo Yuhao thought resolutely. His figure quickly flew towards the Eyes of Ice and Fire. While far behind him, 2 figures watched Huo Yuhao leave. One of them spoke with worry in their tone. Sect Master, are we really not sending anyone to protect Yuhao? The other person glanced at them and said softly, Don't treat Yuhao like a child. His current strength poses no threat to him except for those at the same cultivation level as me. The person scratched their head, looking somewhat awkward, as if the sect master's words were indeed the truth. All right, let Yuhao handle it himself. After saying that, that person's figure vanished into the air, and the other person quickly followed suit and left. Huo Yuhao felt the two auras behind him disappear and smiled. The Sunset Forest was not far from Heavendo City, and with the speed of the 7th grade flying soul tool, Huo Yuhao reached it in less than an hour. Standing at the edge of the Sunset Forest, Huo Yuhao felt an even stronger sensation in his body. He sensed that something in his blood was boiling. Huo Yuhao used Phantom Shift to constantly move deeper into the Sunset Forest. However, unlike the first time he entered the Sunset Forest when he used all his strength, this time Huo Yuhao seemed much more at ease. Not only had Huo Yuhao's magical power improved, but his understanding of space had also deepened, making the distance of Phantom Shift longer and the energy consumed less. Huo Yuhao easily passed through the vast poisonous mist. As he delved deeper, he underwent more noticeable changes. A strong chill emanated from his body, even more intense than the ultimate ice. A layer of ethereal, ice-white dragon scales appeared on him. Observing the changes in his body, Huo Yuhao suddenly realized that it was the drop of dragon blood that caused this. What relationship could the Eye of Ice and Fire have with that drop of dragon blood? The Eye of Ice and Fire? I sigh. Huo Yuhao continuously speculated in his heart. Soon, he had a preliminary answer. The ice was definitely related to that drop of dragon blood, and it was highly likely that it was transformed from the fallen ice dragon. A fluctuation in space occurred, and Huo Yuhao's figure appeared directly within the Eye of Ice and Fire. Looking towards the periphery, he noticed that he had collected many herbs there before, and surprisingly, they had already grown back in less than a year. Although they were not yet mature, it was still quite astonishing. What a treasure this place is. Huo Yuhao couldn't help but exclaim while gazing at the Eye of Ice and Fire. After expressing his admiration, he slowly moved forward towards the center of the Eye of Ice and Fire, heading towards the ice-white lakeshore. As Huo Yuhao approached the lake, the fluctuations of his blood became fiercer, as if it were about to surge out. He stopped to calm his internal energy. It seemed that the divine beast, the ice dragon, had indeed fallen here. The only explanation for the powerful attraction he felt towards that drop of blood was that, if the ice was transformed from a divine beast, then what about the fire that corresponded to it? Huo Yuhao pondered. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the herbs. Chapter 115. Shocking the immortal herbs. Yuhao, you're back. A surprised voice exclaimed. Huo Yuhao looked in the direction of the sound and saw that it came from the pale pink flower growing at the intersection of the two lakes. The fragrant and delightful Yuxiang Chilua fairy herb he had previously interacted with. Did you come back to see me? Yuxiang Chilua asked excitedly, clearly wanting someone to talk to. Huo Yuhao was not surprised to hear her voice. He knew his arrival would surely attract the attention of the immortal herbs. So he smiled and said, yes. I'm back, Yuyo. It's been a long time. Yes. Ever since you left, no one has been here to talk to me. It's so boring. Yuxiang Chilua said with a tone full of sorrow. Now that I'm back, I can talk to you, right? Huo Yuhao asked with a smile. Hee, that's great. Yuxiang Chilua laughed. At that moment, another voice interrupted. Yuyo, do you really think this human brat came back just to chat with you? He probably only returned because he ran out of immortal herbs. The tone of this voice was filled with sarcasm, believing that Huo Yuhao had ulterior motives for his return. Jiao, don't talk like that. He is not that kind of person. Yuxiang Chilua rebutted against Liehua Xingjiao. Yuyo, don't be too naive. Humans are greedy. Why don't you ask this brat what his purpose is? Liehua Xingjiao sneered. Yuxiang Chilua recalled her conversations with Huo Yuhao. He indeed hadn't answered her question. Was he really back to see her? After thinking for a moment, Yuxiang Chilua asked Huo Yuhao, are you really back to see me? Or like Jiao said, came to collect immortal herbs? Faced with Yuxiang Chilua's question and Liehua Xingjiao's hostility, Huo Yuhao remained calm. Even smiling, he gently replied, Yuyo, I'm sorry, but I didn't come back just to see you. Haha, I knew it, greedy humans. Liehua Xingjiao mocked again. Upon hearing Huo Yuhao's response, Yuxiang Chilua's petals trembled, seeming saddened by the answer. However, the Yuhao paid no attention to their reactions and continued. But I didn't come for the immortal herbs either. I came here because something is attracting me, and I just wanted to explore. Haha, you think I would believe you? Humans, get out of here. Liehua Xingjiao seemed to have already determined that Huo Yuhao had malicious intentions and directly attacked him. Liehua Xingjiao's flower crown trembled violently, and dozens of fire pillars erupted from spring, transforming into various powerful beasts like tigers, leopards, and lions. The thickest fire-red pillar morphed into a female figure, resembling the one Huo Yuhao fought when he first came to the Eye of Ice and Fire. The female figure wielded a long knife, pointing it at Huo Yuhao, and the beast seemed to be guided, all charging towards him. Watching the scene, Huo Yuhao thought to herself with a cold smile, you're delivering yourself to your death. I'll take revenge for last time. At the same time, she was highly alert against Huo Yuhao's mental attacks, as she hadn't forgotten how she had been defeated last time. Jiao, don't be impulsive. Yuxiang Chilua shouted anxiously as the situation escalated. Huo Yuhao faced the oncoming beasts without a hint of panic. He didn't even move, standing still as golden light shone in his eyes. He gently raised his right hand and then pushed it forward. At that moment, all the vital energy in the Eye of Ice and Fire seemed to be under Huo Yuhao's control, and a massive vital energy carrying an incredibly strong mental force. Surge forward. As the fire-red beast came into contact with this power, they lost control, their bodies collapsing and returning to pools of water on the ground. The fire-red figure also couldn't escape, dissolving into a pool of water before the overwhelming force. Both Huo Yuhao and Yuxiang Chilua were left in shock. How is this possible? Huo Yuhao exclaimed in disbelief. But the next moment, she couldn't voice her shock. Huo Yuhao had instantly teleported in front of her, his fist enveloped in immense mental power, striking heavily towards Huo Yuhao. Stop! Yuxiang Chilua shouted in panic, trying to make Huo Yuhao halt. But he ignored her. Just then, an ice-blue light blocked Huo Yuhao's fist, and upon sensing the aura of this ice-blue energy, Huo Yuhao's eyes lit up, slowly retracting his fist. At that moment, another immortal herb awakened and spoke. Human expert, we apologize for Jiao's earlier offense, and hope you can overlook the past. If you need immortal herbs, please take them. Huo Yuhao looked towards the source of the voice. The herb was growing at the center of the ice spring, entirely ice-white, with 8 pointed white flowers on top, their cores resembling ice crystals. 8 pointed xianbing grass. Huo Yuhao recognized the type of immortal herb, having seen it in the books left by Tang San. Finally, a soul beast that could converse properly has appeared, Huo Yuhao said lightly. Huo Yuhao looked at the fire spirit Xianghua and patted its flower crown, saying, in the future, think carefully about your own strength before speaking. The fire spirit Xianghua felt humiliated by the pat on its head, but it didn't dare to retort, especially since Huo Yuhao had nearly killed it just moments ago. Huo Yuhao then scanned the celestial herbs around, and the fragrant celestial product trembled at the sight of him. Seeing it like this, Huo Yuhao couldn't help but chuckle, saying, I've already said that I'm not here for the celestial herbs, so you don't need to worry. After all, if I wanted them, there would be no need to deceive you. The fragrant celestial product couldn't help but ask, Yuhao, is what you said true? Of course it's true. Huo Yuhao replied earnestly. Jiao, see? I told you he is not that kind of person, the fragrant celestial product said excitedly. However, the fire spirit Xianghua didn't want to speak at that moment. It had nearly died earlier, and now it was being told that he wanted nothing. If you had this strength, why didn't you say so earlier? How could I dare to fight you then? The fire spirit Xianghua thought, wanting to cry, but having no tears. However, Yuhao's strength was indeed unexpected. After all, no one could have anticipated that within less than a year, his strength had risen to such a level. The octagonal ice grass was also a bit confused. It hadn't expected that Huo Yuhao really wanted nothing, that there was actually a soul master like this on the Douluo Continent. Then why are you here? The octagonal ice grass asked. Huo Yuhao didn't answer, but instead turned his gaze toward the extreme cold ice spring. Chapter 116. Ice Dragon King Soul. The octagonal ice grass looked in the direction of Huo Yuhao's gaze, feeling puzzled about the ice spring. Why do you want to find the ice spring? The temperature of the ice spring was not something humans could withstand, and it was of no use to humans either. The octagonal ice grass knew that Huo Yuhao was of the ultimate ice attribute. The ice spring could indeed assist him in his cultivation. Could it be that he was here to use the ice spring for cultivation? The octagonal ice grass thought. Are you here to use the ice spring for cultivation? The octagonal ice grass directly asked. That's none of your business, but I really have no ill intentions toward you. Huo Yuhao did not explain to the octagonal ice grass. After saying this, Huo Yuhao ignored their reactions and walked straight toward the extreme cold ice spring. The milky white spring water exuded an astonishing chill. Yet Huo Yuhao approached it with a calm expression as if he felt nothing of the cold. However, in reality, Huo Yuhao was not as calm as he appeared. In fact, the closer he got to the extreme cold ice spring, the more he felt his blood surging, with increasingly intense fluctuations that he could hardly control. Illusory ice-blue dragon scales appeared on Huo Yuhao's skin, and a powerful dragon aura spread from him. How is this possible? It's the aura of the Dragon Lord. How could the aura of the Dragon Lord appear on human? The fire spirit Xianghua exclaimed in disbelief. Dragon Lord. The fragrant Chila, celestial product said with a trembling voice. The octagonal ice grass, on the other hand, appeared relatively calm, but its trembling, icy crystal flower core betrayed its unease. As a celestial herb that grew in the extreme cold ice spring and also of the ice attribute, it felt the aura emanating from Huo Yuhao even more intensely. The octagonal ice grass was certain that the aura coming from Huo Yuhao was indeed that of the Dragon Lord. Feeling his boiling blood, Huo Yuhao paid no attention to the astonishment of the celestial herbs. He reached the edge of the ice spring and slowly crouched down, staring at the milky white ice spring before him. He gradually extended his hand into the water, which was as cold as the ultimate ice. The moment Huo Yuhao's hand made contact with the milky white spring water, the entire ice and fire yin-yang underwent a tremendous change. The previously calm cold spring suddenly began to violently fluctuate, and a powerful aura emanated from spring, accompanied by deep dragon roars. Time passed slowly, and the fluctuations of the cold spring grew stronger, with the deep dragon roars becoming increasingly close, gradually transforming from low to resounding. Such immense fluctuations caused no harm to Huo Yuhao, who had his hand in the cold spring. At the center of the cold spring, the octagonal ice grass also sensed that powerful aura rising from the spring, as if it had been summoned by something. Could it be that the Dragon Lord is really about to awaken? The octagonal ice grass thought in disbelief. Since they had gained sentience, they understood where they came from and the origins of the ice and fire yin-yang I. The ice and fire yin-yang I was born because the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King both fell at the same time, their bodies buried beneath the eye, giving rise to the ice and fire yin-yang I. After discovering the Dragon Lord located here, they had been trying to awaken him, but despite many years of effort, they had never succeeded. Now, however, the Dragon Lord was awakened by a human boy. Roar! The resounding dragon roar echoed throughout the ice and fire yin-yang I. The already violently fluctuating cold spring seemed to gather its strength at this moment, transforming the entire milky white spring water into a towering column of water that shot into the sky. The ice and fire yin-yang I, which was originally a mix of hot and cold, was now completely engulfed in coldness. In the next moment, a massive dragon soul appeared in the sky. The dragon soul was entirely ice white, with its dragon scales appearing lifelike, as if it were still alive. The ice dragon released dazzling light, and its overwhelming aura swept through the area. This powerful aura would make even a deity feel a sense of dread, but Huo Yuhao showed no signs of losing composure. In fact, he felt a sense of familiarity emanating from the dragon soul. It really is it. Huo Yuhao looked at the vividly lifelike ice dragon soul, and immediately recalled the scene he had seen in that drop of blood. The divine giant dragon was indistinguishable from the dragon soul before him. As soon as the dragon soul appeared, all the plants near the ice springs within the ice and fire yin-yang I seemed to come alive, their life force surging rapidly, and many plants began to grow at an accelerated pace. In contrast, the plants near the hot spring, such as the fire spirit Xianghua, felt a sense of oppression under the powerful cold aura, and their momentum instantly wilted. The appearance of the dragon soul not only shocked these celestial herbs, but also awakened Tianmeng Ice Worm and the Ice Emperor in Huo Yuhao's Sea of Consciousness, who were also affected by this powerful aura. Ice Dragon King, Tianmeng Ice Worm, and Ice Emperor exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, in the second consciousness sea, the figure of Ilex also appeared, gazing deeply at the Ice Dragon soul and uttering two words, divine level. The three celestial herbs looked at the dragon soul and, at that moment, disregarded their discomfort or comfort, and respectfully said in unison, "We welcome the Dragon Lord's resurrection." No need to be so formal, the dragon soul said in a fragmented voice, its tone crisp and pleasant like that of a young girl. "Thank you, Dragon Lord." The voices of the three celestial herbs were filled with excitement. However, the dragon soul paid no further attention to them, and instead turned its gaze toward Huo Yuhao, awakening because of the aura emanating from him. After it was killed, its soul has been in a deep slumber. If it weren't for Huo Yuhao coming here, its dragon soul would likely lose its consciousness over time. By then, even if the soul still exists, it would only act on instinct. "Child, where did your bloodline come from?" The Ice Dragon King spoke in a very gentle tone, seemingly carrying a hint of affection. Huo Yuhao listened to the Ice Dragon King's tone, his expression quite strange. He felt that this dragon soul might consider him its descendant. However, It was not surprising for the Ice Dragon King to have such thoughts, as due to the effects of the dragon blood body refining potion. Huo Yuhao had undergone a deep fusion with that drop of dragon blood, and even displayed characteristics of the dragon race. Huo Yuhao's expression changed. He was unsure whether to tell the truth. If he revealed the truth, would the dragon's soul change its attitude or even kill him on the spot? Chapter 117. The Gift of the Ice Dragon King. After thinking for a long time, Huo Yuhao ultimately made a decision. His expression became confused, and he vaguely replied, I don't know. I've had this bloodline power since I was young. In this situation, Huo Yuhao ultimately chose to follow his heart. It was not that he was afraid to admit it. He simply saw a better way to resolve the situation. If he were to clash with a god-level powerhouse here, the situation would undoubtedly be very unfavorable for him. The Ice Dragon King was not surprised by this answer. After all, even it did not know why a human with its bloodline aura appeared. However, it had its suspicions. It should have been that after being killed, when it fell here, its blood was contaminated by some fortunate humans. The Ice Dragon King thought of this reason. As for why it called them fortunate, it was because not everyone could withstand the blood of a divine beast. Even a titled Douluo would meet a fate of violent death if they integrated that blood into their body. Only those with an extreme ice attribute might be able to accommodate the blood of the Ice Dragon King, and even that was only a possibility. Child, you carry my bloodline. The Ice Dragon King's words had become fluent at this moment. Your bloodline? Who are you? Huo Yuhao asked innocently. Upon hearing this question from Huo Yuhao, the Ice Dragon King's eyes flashed with reminiscence. It seemed to recall events from the past, memories flashing through its mind, ultimately stopping at a blood-red figure that sparked hatred in its eyes. The hatred flashed by, and the Ice Dragon King returned to normal, saying, let me tell you about my identity then. It then posed another question. Do you know who the ancestor of Soul Beasts is? Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao fell into thought. He had seen so many soul beasts, but had never heard of who the ancestor of soul beasts was. Huo Yuhao could only shake his head to indicate he did not know. The Ice Dragon King, seeing this, did not keep him in suspense, as such secrets were indeed not something a human boy could know. It is the Dragon God, the Ice Dragon King answered. When mentioning this name, the Ice Dragon King's voice carried a hint of sorrow, but it continued. Many years ago, as the ancestor of soul beasts, the Dragon God gave birth to 9 sons, which included the 7 elemental holy dragons: water, fire, earth, wind, light, darkness, and space, along with the mountain dragon and the strongest among them, the golden dragon. They are collectively known as the 9 Dragon Lords. These 9 Dragon Lords are the strongest forces under the Dragon King's command, but due to a massive upheaval, the 9 Dragon Kings perished one after another, and ultimately, the entire dragon race was destroyed. The Ice Dragon King's tone was filled with grief and anger as it spoke. And I am the Water Dragon King among the 9 Dragon Kings. You can also call me the Ice Dragon King, it said, its tone finally calming down. The ancestor of soul beasts is actually the Dragon God? Huo Yuhao thought. But who exactly is this Dragon God? It seemed he had never heard of it. Just one of the 9 Dragon Lords under the Dragon God, each possessing God-level power after their fall. How strong must the Dragon God be? How did the dragon race meet its demise? Huo Yuhao's heart was stirred, and he never expected to learn such astonishing secrets. Nice to meet you, Ice Dragon King. Huo Yuhao clasped his hands, but still maintained his composure. The Ice Dragon King looked at Huo Yuhao with interest. Noticing that this human carrying its bloodline had remained calm from the moment it displayed its immense power and revealed its identity. Quite interesting. This child is not simple. The Ice Dragon King thought. Child, you were attracted here by my bloodline and even awakened me. I can give you a reward. I wonder what you desire? The Ice Dragon King asked Huo Yuhao. I don't need any rewards. Since I carry your bloodline, and your bloodline has brought me considerable convenience, awakening you is my repayment. So I naturally do not need any compensation, Huo Yuhao said seriously. Although the Ice Dragon King did not show any malice, Huo Yuhao still did not want to casually accept the gift of a god-level powerhouse. Even though he had the demigod-level presence of Ilex in his spiritual sea, he did not dare to act rashly. After all, he had the example of Tang San as a cautionary tale. The Ice Dragon King was surprised by Huo Yuhao's response. It did not expect someone to refuse its reward, but it immediately found it interesting. You are quite an interesting child, the Ice Dragon King said with a hint of amusement in its tone. However, what I want to give you, you cannot refuse. The Ice Dragon King's tone suddenly changed, becoming very domineering. Huo Yuhao suddenly felt his body stiffen, as if it had been frozen. He sensed the chill on his body and immediately wanted to use his Ice Emperor Scorpion martial soul to break free. But under the influence of this chill, his ultimate ice showed no response. In this situation, Huo Yuhao did not give up. His eyes shone with a brilliant golden light, and the magical power within him surged wildly. Under the influence of this power, the force that confined Huo Yuhao began to slowly dissipate. The Ice Dragon King watched as Huo Yuhao was about to break free, its eyes showing a hint of surprise, but quickly turned to a smile. Haha, how interesting. The Ice Dragon King laughed. Then, a more powerful energy once again bound Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao's face displayed a wry smile, and he soon gave up struggling, as if he had resigned himself to fate. However, in Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea, his voice rang out. Tianming, can you use your abilities now? Long ago, Tianming Iceworm had told Huo Yuhao that if he encountered an insurmountable danger, it had a way to transport him hundreds of miles away. Don't worry, Yuhao, I'm fine. Tianming Iceworm's confident voice sounded. The next moment, just as Tianming Iceworm was about to unleash its energy, Ilex's voice rang out. Yuhao, you don't need to worry. This dragon soul has no malice towards you. If it wanted to act against you, you would have been dead long ago. Of course, even if it truly acted against you, I have the confidence to deal with it. If it wants to seize your body, it still has to ask me first. Although it is God level, once it enters your spiritual sea, this is our home ground, and I am confident I can eliminate it, Ilex said with assurance. Okay, I understand. Teacher, Huo Yuhao replied, feeling relieved. At first, he was afraid that the demigod Ilex would not be able to defeat the dragon soul, which is why he wanted Tianming Iceworm to use its abilities to escape. Now that Ilex has spoken, he naturally feels no fear. Huo Yuhao watched the movements of the Ice Dragon King in front of him as its tail flicked, causing ripples in the cold spring, and a breath surged forth from the spring water. Chapter 118. The Dragon King's blood. The breath coming from the cold spring grew stronger, and the next moment, an ice-blue dragon shadow shot out from the cold spring. This dragon shadow was not formed from the milky white spring water, but was condensed from a mass of ice-blue blood. As soon as the dragon shadow appeared, Huo Yuhao's bloodline boiled again, and a feeling of desire surged within his blood. The dragon shadow resembled the Ice Dragon King, but its form was much smaller. However, the aura of the dragon shadow was not inferior to that of the Ice Dragon King. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that there was something else within the dragon shadow. After its appearance, the dragon shadow made no unnecessary movements and charged directly towards Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao looked at the dragon shadow, rushing towards him, but felt no panic at all. The dragon shadow collided with Huo Yuhao's chest, and at the moment of contact, it directly merged into Huo Yuhao's chest, the ice-blue blood entering his heart. At that moment, Huo Yuhao couldn't help but widen his eyes as a powerful force surged violently within his heart, causing all the blood in his body to flow wildly. A layer of illusory ice-white dragon scales appeared on his body, and his Ice Emperor Scorpion martial soul seemed to sense the call and uncontrollably released itself. The phantom of the Ice Emperor Scorpion appeared behind Huo Yuhao, thumping violently. His heart emitted a loud rumbling sound, and the intense fluctuations of blood energy made it difficult for him to stand, prompting him to sit cross-legged on the ground and close his eyes. The dragon blood flowed out from his heart and coursed through his entire body. With each circulation, the blood energy within Huo Yuhao became even more powerful, and even the Ice Emperor Scorpion behind him began to undergo strange changes due to the influence of the dragon blood. When the dragon shadow, formed from dragon blood, collided with Huo Yuhao and entered his body, the contents within the dragon shadow did not merge but remained behind. Inside the dragon shadow was a bone, resembling an ice-blue crystal, wrapped in a layer of ice-blue light, emanating a chilling aura, floating beside Huo Yuhao. The Ice Dragon King watched this scene, and with a thought, the floating soul bone flew towards it. The Ice Dragon King looked at this bone before it, its eyes filled with nostalgia. This bone was formed after all the power within the Ice Dragon King's body gathered in one place after its demise, and its quality had reached the divine level. Looking at this bone, it seemed to see its former splendor. After it was killed, the only remnants left were the dragon's soul and this bone. At this moment, seeing Huo Yuhao in this state, the celestial herb in the eye of ice and fire finally spoke. Dragon Master, he is a human, even though he carries your bloodline. Is it really good to help him like this? The octagonal ice crystal grass asked cautiously. Hearing this, the Ice Dragon King shifted its gaze to the octagonal ice crystal grass, and feeling the Ice Dragon King's stare, The grass couldn't help but tremble. However, the Ice Dragon King did not take any action. Although he is a human, I can see that he has a deep connection with our Soul Beast clan. Perhaps in the future, our Soul Beast clan will receive his help. Helping him increase his strength now is merely a preemptive investment. What can this human possibly do? This time, it was the Fire Phoenix saying this, its voice filled with disbelief. The Ice Dragon King remained silent. How could a 10,000-year-old celestial herb perceive anything? In the eyes of the Ice Dragon King, Huo Yuhao was filled with peculiar qualities, possessing such powerful spiritual strength at such a young age, and that high-quality power emanating from him. Moreover, there was a unique fate force enveloping him, and most importantly, the Ice Dragon King found that it could not see through Huo Yuhao at all. Octagonal, let me ask you a question. Do you think the dragon race can be revived again? The Ice Dragon King's voice was melancholic. Upon hearing this question, the octagonal ice crystal grass did not dare to respond. The Ice Dragon King sighed and said, "Alas, I already know without you saying. Our dragon race has almost been exterminated. I do not know how many true dragons remain, and I am merely surviving on a fragment of my soul." Also, at this point, the Ice Dragon King looked towards the blazing sun spring, and through the spring, it seemed to see the Fire Dragon King buried 10,000 meters below. "Fourth brother, I wonder if you can awaken again," the Ice Dragon King thought sadly. Among the 9 great dragon kings of that year, the Ice Dragon King was the youngest, being the sister of the Fire Dragon King, whom it referred to as fourth brother. The Ice Dragon King was awakened by the bloodline aura of Huo Yuhao, but it would be very difficult for the Fire Dragon King to awaken. Now that the Fire Dragon King was dead, only its divine soul remained. Without external stimulation, awakening was basically impossible. Even if nourished by the heavenly energy of the Eye of Ice and Fire, it was uncertain how long it would take to awaken. Even if it eventually awakened, its intelligence would be eroded by the long passage of time, ultimately becoming a mindless dragon soul. "Dragon Master, we owe our survival to you and the other Dragon Master. We will do our utmost to help you revive the dragon race." The octagonal ice crystal grass immediately responded upon hearing the Ice Dragon King's words. "Revive? Is it really possible to revive?" The Ice Dragon King murmured. Its eyes were filled with reminiscence, as the splendor of the dragon race back then seemed to be vivid in its mind. Yet now, the dragon race was left with only itself, struggling to survive in this world. It certainly wanted to revive the dragon race, but the reality made it dare not take action, nor could it. After all, the divine realm was still watching from above. If it showed its head, it would surely be hunted down and exterminated. This matter should not be mentioned again, or it will bring about disastrous consequences. "The dragon race can no longer be revived," the Ice Dragon King said sternly, seeing the Dragon Master angry. The octagonal ice crystal grass did not dare to say more, and the other 2 celestial herbs trembled even more. After reprimanding the octagonal ice crystal grass, the Ice Dragon King turned its gaze to Huo Yuhao, who was sitting on the ground. It knew that with Huo Yuhao's talent, he would surely become a god. "I hope you will remember my help and not repay kindness with enmity," the Ice Dragon King thought to itself. Of course, it also had other thoughts. It wanted Huo Yuhao to search for something that could awaken the Fire Dragon King. After all, it was likely that it was the only remaining dragon of the dragon race, and, as siblings, the Ice Dragon King could not sit idly by while Huo Yuhao's intelligence faded with time. The Ice Dragon King could not leave the Eye of Ice and Fire, so it could only place its hopes on Huo Yuhao, who shared its bloodline, which is why it gave Huo Yuhao its remaining essence blood to help him enhance the concentration of his bloodline. Chapter 119, Blood Energy Soul Ring, Divine Level Soul Bone Thump. Thump. The intense heartbeat echoed continuously in the Eye of Ice and Fire. Following the sound, one could see the source of the noise. Huo Yuhao had now completely transformed into an ice sculpture, encased in a layer of solid ice, and his body was undergoing strange changes. His body became completely transparent, with the flowing blood clearly visible inside. The originally red blood had now transformed into an icy blue color, and transparent dragon scales covered his exposed skin. Even more strangely, Huo Yuhao's martial soul had changed. It is known that unless a martial soul evolves, its form is almost impossible to change. Huo Yuhao's original ice blue Emperor Scorpion martial soul was already one of the top beast martial souls, and it was basically impossible for it to evolve again. Yet now, the phantom of the ice blue Emperor Scorpion behind Huo Yuhao had undergone a transformation. The pincers that were originally covered in hexagonal ice crystals resembling diamonds had now turned into pieces of ice-white dragon scales, shining with intense light. The original yellow eyes had also changed to icy blue, and the originally five-segmented green scorpion tail of the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion had now turned icy blue as well. The Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, which once had the colors of ice and green, had now become two colors, ice white and icy blue. The chill emanating from him was even stronger than before, colder than the most extreme ice, having broken through the limits of extreme ice and reached a higher realm. However, the change in the color of the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion martial soul caused dissatisfaction in the Sea of Spirits with the Ice Emperor. The original color looks better. This bloodline actually changed my original color, the Ice Emperor said angrily. In her eyes, her original color was already perfect, and no other color could compare to it. Even if the change was due to the bloodline of the Ice Dragon King, she could not accept it. Bing Bing, there's no need to be angry. You should think this way. With the help of this bloodline, Yuhao's strength has improved, right? This brings our plan closer to success. The color isn't actually that important. The Sky Dream Ice Silkworm comforted her. Although the Ice Emperor knew that the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm was right, she couldn't help it when she heard the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm say that color wasn't important. She turned to look at the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm. Her eyes filled with killing intent and slowly walked towards her. Hey, Bing Bing, what are you trying to do? The Sky Dream Ice Silkworm's panicked voice rang out. Not to mention what was happening in the Sea of Spirits. Huo Yuhao, sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly experienced a drastic change in his aura. The Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion martial soul behind him was retracted, replaced by a phantom of an ice dragon. At the moment the ice dragon appeared, Huo Yuhao's transparent skin became solid. The originally illusory dragon scales gradually became solid, and pieces of ice-white dragon scales covered Huo Yuhao's skin. At this moment, he seemed to transform into a true giant dragon, with a dragon aura even stronger than that of soul masters who possessed dragon martial souls. If Muin and Long Xiaoyao appear before Huo Yuhao, they would probably also be suppressed by this pure and powerful dragon aura. Roar! The phantom of the ice dragon behind him let out a resonant dragon roar, which echoed throughout the ice and fire duality eye, even causing violent fluctuations in the colorful poison fog of the sunset forest. After the phantom let out a dragon roar, it once again merged into Huo Yuhao's body. And at that moment, Huo Yuhao's momentum reached its peak, causing the layer of solid ice on him to shatter. The broken ice chunks flew in all directions. And the Ice Dragon King looked at this scene, a smile in its tone as it said, finally succeeded. Huo Yuhao leaped from the ground into the air, and at the same time, his body fully stretched out. The next moment, a circle of soul rings appeared behind him, followed by a second circle, a third circle. A total of 4 soul rings appeared behind Huo Yuhao. If there were any soul masters present, they would be greatly shocked, as Huo Yuhao had not even released his martial soul. Yet 4 soul rings appeared behind him, and all 4 soul rings were uniquely icy blue. Moreover, Huo Yuhao's previously handsome face had undergone a dramatic transformation. His black long hair had turned icy blue and was now fluttering in the wind, making his originally delicate features appear extremely handsome. With a straight nose, deep-set eyes, and features as if carved by a knife. Huo Yuhao's eyes also changed to icy blue, but only for a fleeting moment before returning to their original blue, with golden light flashing through them. Feeling the power surging within him, Huo Yuhao felt a refreshing sensation in his body. He sensed that his physical strength had become even more robust, and Huo Yuhao turned to look at the 4 icy blue soul rings behind him, feeling that those 4 soul rings were connected to his bloodline. These are soul rings formed from the condensation of vital blood, Huo Yuhao thought as he looked at the icy blue soul rings. During the Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament across the continent, Huo Yuhao had a feeling that something had been added to his body, but he couldn't summon that thing at all. Now, Huo Yuhao understood that the reason he couldn't summon it back then was that the concentration of his bloodline was too low. Now, having received the nourishment of the Ice Dragon King's blood, his bloodline had strengthened, and the vital blood soul rings had finally been summoned. My strength has increased again, Huo Yuhao thought excitedly. Each of these 4 soul rings possessed a powerful soul skill, undoubtedly greatly enhancing Huo Yuhao's strength. Huo Yuhao already had 3 martial souls. Although the martial soul, transformed from Ilex, couldn't attach soul rings, it still had various magical effects. With the addition of the vital blood soul rings, it was as if he had 4 martial souls, which would be hard for others to believe in Douluo Continent. Huo Yuhao's figure slowly descended from the air, and he looked at the Ice Dragon King still floating in the air, slowly bowing and clasping his hands, saying, "Thank you for the Ice Dragon King's gift. I will never forget it. The Ice Dragon King's dragon soul also spoke. No need to thank me. This is the reward for awakening me. Huo Yuhao did not respond, but he kept this gift in his heart. The Ice Dragon King then said, Child, I have something to ask of you. I wonder if you would be willing to accept. Feel free to say it, Dragon King, Huo Yuhao replied. You should know that the ice and fire duality I was formed after I and another Dragon King fell. Now that I have awakened, the other Dragon King is still in slumber. Even if I want to awaken it, I am unable to do so. Therefore, I would like to ask you to help me find something in the outside world that can awaken it. Okay, I agree, Huo Yuhao said without hesitation. The Ice Dragon King was somewhat astonished. It did not expect Huo Yuhao to agree so quickly. It hadn't even mentioned the reward it had prepared, and its tone was very sincere. It seems this child is truly different from other humans, the Ice Dragon King thought. I didn't expect you to be so straightforward. However, I will not let you work for nothing. I have already prepared a reward for you. As the Ice Dragon King spoke, a soul bone wrapped in icy blue light appeared. The moment the soul bone appeared, Huo Yuhao felt its attraction towards him. Huo Yuhao's eyes were fixed on the soul bone floating in the air, and he asked, What is this? This is a soul bone, my soul bone. The Ice Dragon King replied directly. Huo Yuhao's inner speculation was confirmed. Feeling the soul bone's attraction, he guessed that it must be related to the Ice Dragon King. The Ice Dragon King's soul bone. This is a divine-level soul bone. Huo Yuhao looked at the soul bone in the air, unable to suppress the excitement in his heart. Chapter 120. The right arm bone of the Ice Dragon King. Returning to the extreme north, the Ice Dragon King looked at Huo Yuhao, whose emotions were fluctuating, and couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. He then said, This soul bone is my reward for you. When you return to the Eye of Ice and Fire next time, regardless of whether you find the treasure to help the other Dragon King awaken, I will give you this soul bone. I will search for it diligently, Huo Yuhao said seriously. All right, I believe you, the Ice Dragon King replied calmly. The Ice Dragon King's emotions were not swayed by Huo Yuhao's promise, as it could not see through Huo Yuhao and could only trust him. This soul bone is the right arm bone. You need to leave room for the right arm bone's position, the Ice Dragon King reminded again. Thank you for the reminder. Dragon King, Huo Yuhao expressed his gratitude. Senior Ice Dragon King, may I ask how much time has passed? Huo Yuhao had been merging with the bloodline, and although he could sense the passage of time, he wasn't sure how long it had been. About 9 days have passed, the Ice Dragon King answered. 9 days have already passed. It seems it's time for me to leave, Huo Yuhao thought to himself, feeling a bitter smile. He hadn't expected to delay for so long. Then Huo Yuhao asked the Ice Dragon King, Dragon King, I have other matters to attend to. Can I leave the Eye of Ice and Fire now? In that case, you can leave now. The Ice Dragon King agreed to Huo Yuhao's request. After receiving the Ice Dragon King's response, Huo Yuhao immediately flashed away from the Eye of Ice and Fire. The Ice Dragon King watched the place where Huo Yuhao had left and sighed softly. Then he turned to the octagonal ice grass and instructed, Octagonal, from now on, you will manage the affairs within the Eye of Ice and Fire, controlling the heavenly and earthly essence to nourish the dragon soul of the Fire Dragon King. Also, you need to control the birth of the intelligence of other plants. Do not let too many intelligent 10,000-year-old beasts be born, or it will attract heavenly tribulations. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, the octagonal ice grass quickly replied. Good. As long as you understand. I will now enter a deep sleep to recover from my previous injuries. Do not awaken me unless it is extremely important, the Ice Dragon King said to the octagonal ice grass. After saying this, the Ice Dragon King's dragon soul flashed and returned to the bottom of the cold extreme ice spring, entering its dragon bone and falling into a deep sleep to slowly heal its injuries. Farewell, Dragon Master, the 3 10,000-year celestial grasses said in unison. Then the 3 celestial grasses began to control the heavenly and earthly essence of the Eye of Ice and Fire to nourish the dragon soul of the Fire Dragon King. But unfortunately, this method had minimal effect. In the greenish, poisonous miasma of the sunset forest, there was a figure traversing through it. It is known that the power of this miasma could corrode even a titled Douluo in an instant. Yet at this moment, a soul master with only 4 soul rings was strolling through it leisurely, surrounded by a layer of ice-blue light that isolated him from the miasma. Upon contact, the miasma would freeze. Huo Yuhao looked at the ground beneath him, which had turned into colorful soil, and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, how did this miasma form, and why is its toxicity so powerful? However, this miasma was insignificant in front of Huo Yuhao, who had surpassed the ultimate ice attribute. If he wished, he could even freeze the entire miasma. After seeing the situation within the miasma, Huo Yuhao did not linger, but quickly moved towards the outside of the miasma, as he had already delayed a lot of time. Huo Yuhao advanced with full effort and soon left the range of the miasma, arriving at the outskirts of the sunset forest. He stopped his progress and directly lit a bonfire at the edge. After leaving the Eye of Ice and Fire, he realized it was already night. It seemed there was no distinction between day and night in the Eye of Ice and Fire, which was always in a blend of ice and fire colors. Huo Yuhao sat cross-legged beside the bonfire, with bones left over from his earlier meal piled up under his feet. So many that they formed a small hill the size of the bonfire. My appetite has increased so much, Huo Yuhao sighed. Previously, Huo Yuhao's appetite was already considerable. But now, after the enhancement of his bloodline, it had reached an astonishing level. After his lament, Huo Yuhao's hand glowed, and a small mirror appeared in his hand. Looking at his handsome reflection in the mirror, he couldn't help but feel strange. I wonder if Wang Dong and the others will still recognize me like this? Huo Yuhao smiled bitterly. It wasn't that Huo Yuhao didn't trust them. It was just that his changes were too drastic. Not only his appearance, but even his second martial soul had changed. If Huo Yuhao didn't reveal his identity, no one would recognize him. However, this hair is too eye-catching. Huo Yuhao thought helplessly as he looked at his hair, which had turned ice blue and even emitted a faint glow in the night. Huo Yuhao extended his hand toward his hair, and deep blue magic power surged out. He gently brushed through his hair, and then he saw his originally ice blue hair turn into ordinary black. This is much better. Huo Yuhao nodded in satisfaction as he looked at his hair. Then Huo Yuhao closed his eyes, beginning to sense the changes in his Ice Emperor Scorpion martial soul and the new bloodline soul rings that had appeared. A night passed without incident. As the sun rose, its rays illuminated Huo Yuhao's face. He suddenly opened his eyes, and ice blue light burst forth, freezing the dew on the nearby plants. His body exuded a powerful bloodline force. The light in Huo Yuhao's eyes gradually dissipated, and the immense bloodline force was retracted, returning him to an ordinary appearance. Looking at the sun that had already risen, Huo Yuhao silently used a spell to cleanse the impurities from his body. It's time to set out, Huo Yuhao thought as he looked toward the direction of the extreme north. Feeling that he shouldn't linger any longer, he directly headed toward the extreme north, as the Ice Emperor had been looking forward to this for a long time. Huo Yuhao did not stop when passing through Tiando City. He didn't even rest at night. After just 2 short days, Huo Yuhao arrived at the extreme north from the sunset forest. In the white expanse of snow, snowflakes danced in the air, and the temperature here had reached a level where humans could not survive. A thinly dressed young man walked through the snow, his long hair billowing in the icy wind, revealing his handsome features. Huo Yuhao had returned to this place once again, filled with emotion. When I came here before, I was still a one-ring soul master. At that time, Huo Yuhao had to use magic power to maintain his body temperature, but now, the snowstorm could no longer make him feel the slightest bit of cold. Even if he encountered the Titan Snow Demon King, one of the 3 great kings of the extreme north, as he did last time, he would no longer feel fear. Ice Emperor, where should we go next? Huo Yuhao asked. Yuhao, the place where our Ice Blue Scorpion clan resides is very secretive. I will guide you from here, the Ice Emperor said with excitement in his voice. Okay, Huo Yuhao replied. Chapter 121, The Ice King, the Ice Blue Scorpion clan following the Ice Emperor's guidance. Huo Yuhao kept moving forward. The scenery before him kept changing, although it was still a white expanse. The terrain gradually transformed from flat plains to high mountains as Huo Yuhao walked through the canyons. Along the way, Huo Yuhao encountered no obstacles. The soul beasts in the extreme north directly fled at the faint hint of the Ice Emperor's aura that Huo Yuhao intentionally leaked, not daring to attack him at all. Having traversed another high mountain, the Ice Emperor in Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea excitedly said, Yuhao, this is the place. Huo Yuhao looked at the high mountain before him. On the surface, there seemed to be nothing unusual, but he could already sense the presence of the Ice Blue Scorpion. After all, he possessed the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion martial soul, making him very sensitive to its aura. However, in Huo Yuhao's perception, the Ice Blue Scorpions here did not seem very powerful, with the oldest among them being only around 10,000 years. Is this the outskirts of the Ice Blue Scorpion's dwelling? Huo Yuhao thought to himself. While pondering, Huo Yuhao stopped and asked the Ice Emperor, what will you do next? Leave it to me, the Ice Emperor replied excitedly. Returning to her clan kept the Ice Emperor in a state of excitement and thrill. Yuhao, release the Ice Blue Emperor scorpion, martial soul, the Ice Emperor instructed. After hearing this, Huo Yuhao released his martial soul, and the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, which had already undergone a significant transformation, emerged. The Ice Emperor looked at the martial soul and disdainfully remarked, "No matter how many times I see it, it's still so ugly." Huo Yuhao smiled wryly. The Ice Emperor had complained about it many times, but it was understandable that she preferred her original colors. "Yuhao, do not resist next," the Ice Emperor added. Huo Yuhao nodded, and after receiving his consent, the Ice Emperor began her actions. In the spiritual sea, the Ice Emperor transformed back from her human form to her spirit beast form, and the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion reappeared, radiating dazzling turquoise light that turned the golden spiritual sea into a turquoise hue. The beast form of the Ice Emperor flicked its tail, which transformed into a ball of turquoise light, flying directly upwards in the spiritual sea. Huo Yuhao immediately sensed a strange change in his martial soul. As the Ice Emperor ascended, the phantom of the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion behind Huo Yuhao underwent another transformation. Its color shifted back to its original hue, and the dragon scales on its body vanished. The original Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion appeared again, and the previously calm mountain covered in white snow began to change dramatically, with the ice and snow on the mountain shaking as if something were about to emerge from within. At this moment, the phantom of the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion behind Huo Yuhao emitted a brilliant turquoise light, within which the original phantom continuously transformed until it finally became a female figure. The woman wore a turquoise long dress and had a stunningly fair face, with 4 turquoise magical patterns on each side of her cheeks. Her long dark green hair flowed behind her, and her skin was as pure as snow, exuding a cold and elegant aura. Even as a spiritual entity, her presence carried an astonishing chill. This was the Ice Emperor's appearance in her human form. Upon her emergence, the Ice Emperor immediately spread her aura without reservation, causing the mountain before her to tremble again, and the ice and snow atop it to shake once more. The ice and snow continued to quiver until a section was completely shed, revealing a dark cave. In the next moment, an Ice Blue Scorpion crawled out from a cave, prostrating itself towards the Ice Emperor. At the same time, more caves appeared one after another, and nearly 100 Ice Blue Scorpions emerged, respectfully prostrating towards the Ice Emperor. Seeing her clan members again, the Ice Emperor couldn't help but smile, but she did not stop her actions. Her aura continued to spread. After reaching a certain point, a more intense change occurred as several powerful auras in the distance seemed to be summoned and rushed towards this place. Before long, those powerful auras arrived, led by an Ice Blue Scorpion about a meter long, which looked almost identical to the Ice Emperor's previous form, though it lacked much of her imposing presence. Behind it were 6 smaller Ice Blue Scorpions, all of which also exuded a strong aura. Upon seeing the Ice Emperor, the leading Ice Blue Scorpion immediately spoke with excitement. "Your Majesty, you have finally returned." "Yes, I have returned, Ice King," the Ice Emperor replied, equally excited. After the initial excitement, the Ice King quickly noticed that something was off with the Ice Emperor's condition and asked, trembling, "Your Majesty, why are you only left with a spiritual form? What on earth happened?" The Ice King then turned her gaze toward Huo Yuhao and angrily said, "Is it this human? All clan members, heed my command." The Ice Blue Scorpions behind the Ice King immediately took action, quickly surrounding Huo Yuhao, emanating a powerful aura and eyeing him warily, each one poised to strike. Faced with such a situation, Huo Yuhao, surrounded but unfazed, wore a faint smile. The Ice Emperor's expression darkened as she spoke sternly, "Everyone, stop immediately." Upon hearing their sovereign's command, all the clan members halted their actions, though the Ice King continued to glare at Huo Yuhao. "Ice King, it's not what you think. I was not killed by Yuhao. My condition is voluntary," the Ice Emperor explained to her concerned Ice King. "What? Voluntary? Your Majesty, why?" the Ice King asked in shock. "Sorry, it's a long story. Let's discuss it back at the clan," the Ice Emperor sighed. "All right," the Ice King readily agreed. The Ice King then led the way, with Huo Yuhao following her deeper into the territory. After some distance, they arrived at a snowy area. Ice Blue Scorpions rested on the snow, and their cultivation levels were much higher than those on the outskirts. Upon seeing the Ice King and the Ice Emperor behind Huo Yuhao, they immediately bowed respectfully. Although some Ice Blue Scorpions were surprised by the Ice Emperor's condition, none dared to question it. Huo Yuhao followed the Ice King into a cave that was much larger than the previous one they had seen, filled with solid ice. In the center lay a massive block of ice, which was milky white and emanated waves of cold. Huo Yuhao stared in astonishment at the ice block. This is a 1,000-year cold marrow. It's so large. The Ice Emperor returned to this place, her eyes filled with memories. The Ice King hurriedly asked, "Your Majesty, what exactly happened?" At the same time, she cast a hostile glance at Huo Yuhao, which made Huo Yuhao feel quite helpless. Here's what happened. The Ice Emperor began to recount her experience. Chapter 122. The Backstory, the Sorrowful Ice Emperor. So, Your Majesty chose this path because you lacked the confidence to survive the 400,000-year catastrophe? The Ice King asked after hearing the Ice Emperor's tale. That's right, the Ice Emperor replied. Then she smiled bitterly and said, I have witnessed the 400,000-year catastrophe before. With my foundation, I simply cannot withstand that level of tribulation. So I had no choice but to take this course of action. However, after the Ice Emperor finished speaking, she turned to Huo Yuhao and smiled. But now it seems that this was not a bad decision, but rather the best choice. Just based on this weak human, can he really become a god? The Ice King was skeptical of the Ice Emperor's words. Yuhao's strength exceeds your imagination. Even at my peak, it would be difficult for me to match him. The Ice Emperor reflected on Huo Yuhao's current strength. It had not been long since Huo Yuhao had gone from being a soul master with only one soul ring to now possessing such formidable power. Therefore, the Ice Emperor firmly believed that Huo Yuhao would become a god. What? The Ice King was shocked by the Ice Emperor's statement. Looking at the very handsome but ordinary breathing Huo Yuhao, the Ice King couldn't see any special traits about him. However, she did not question it further, believing that the Ice Emperor would not speak nonsense. Let's not talk about that for now. I returned this time because when I was in the human world, I attended an auction where a soul bone of one of our kin appeared. What on earth happened to the Ice King? The Ice Emperor recalled the soul bone she had seen and couldn't help but feel a surge of anger, even though that soul bone had already been retrieved by Huo Yuhao. Upon hearing this, the Ice King also remembered, and her mood suddenly became somber. She said, After you left, our kin have been searching for you, and they left the territory. Then the Ice King seemed to think of something, her tone turning sharp as she said, After that, a group of our kin encountered a gang of people in black robes. They directly attacked, causing heavy casualties among our kin. If I hadn't arrived in time, that group would probably have been wiped out. However, among those black-robed people, there was a titled Douluo with 9 rings, who possessed a bizarre centipede martial soul with terrifying poison. I couldn't capture him, and he even took away a kin's corpse. Damn those humans. If I had been there. Initially, the Ice Emperor was very angry, but soon became disheartened. She felt immense pain inside. If she had stayed in the extreme north, such things wouldn't have happened. Huo Yuhao listened to the Ice King's words, deep in thought. Black-robed people? Centipede, martial soul? Could it be him? Upon hearing these keywords, Huo Yuhao immediately recalled the evil soul master he had killed. A brilliant light surged in Huo Yuhao's hand, condensing into a figure with distinct facial features. It was the evil soul master named Nangong, one whom Huo Yuhao had killed. Is this the person you mentioned? Ice King? Huo Yuhao displayed the person's image. Both the Ice Emperor and the Ice King turned to look at Huo Yuhao, and as soon as the Ice King saw that figure, she immediately became furious and said, It's this human. Then you don't need to be angry, because I have already killed him, Huo Yuhao said calmly. What? Really? The Ice King asked in surprise. So it was that evil soul master. Then he has indeed been killed by Yuhao. And that soul bone has also been retrieved by Yuhao. The Ice Emperor also recalled the evil soul master that Huo Yuhao had killed that night. That person indeed had a centipede martial soul, and the poison was also terrifying. That's great. After hearing the Ice Emperor say this, the Ice King was also delighted. Although this incident happened because she went out to look for the Ice Emperor, as one of the leaders, she still felt guilty. Now that she learned that the kin's revenge had been avenged by Huo Yuhao, the Ice King's gaze towards him changed. She had now recognized this chosen one among them. Thank you, Huo Yuhao, the Ice King said. No need for that. You are a kin of the Ice Emperor, and I will naturally help you. Huo Yuhao replied with a smile. Ice King, I feel truly ashamed for leaving without notice and causing such changes among the kin. The Ice Emperor's face showed a look of shame. The Ice King spoke with a tone of fear. Your Majesty, you need not feel this way. You have protected the Ice Scorpion clan for hundreds of thousands of years, and it is under your protection that the Ice Scorpion clan has become so strong. Now that you have left for your own reasons, it is understandable. I believe the kin will not blame you. Hearing the Ice King say this, the Ice Emperor's expression relaxed somewhat, and her mind fell into memories, as if time had returned to when she was still a little scorpion, gradually raising her cultivation to protect her kin. The Ice Emperor couldn't help but smile. Then her expression became serious as she said, Ice King, listen to my orders. The Ice King knelt down, waiting for the Ice Emperor's command. From now on, you are the new leader of the Ice Scorpion clan. I hope you can take on this heavy responsibility, protect the safety of the kin, and let the Ice Scorpion clan prosper. The Ice Emperor spoke with a serious tone, mixed with a hint of relief. It had been 290,000 years since she took on the position of leader of the Ice Scorpion clan, as the previous leader had unfortunately fallen while crossing the calamity of 300,000 years. It was the newly reached 100,000 year Ice Emperor who took on the heavy responsibility, and she had worked hard for the development of the clan. Now, shedding the position of leader, the Ice Emperor felt a sense of relaxation and relief. Yes, leader, the Ice King said firmly. Now that the Ice Emperor has left, the only one capable of taking on the responsibility for the Ice Scorpion clan is the Ice King, who has a cultivation close to 200,000 years, and naturally, she must accept it. Now you are the leader, the Ice Emperor said with a smile. Yuhao, now that the matter has been dealt with, we can leave, the Ice Emperor said to Huo Yuhao again. Huo Yuhao nodded, but the Ice King seemed a bit anxious and said, Your Majesty, are you leaving so soon? My current state here only adds to the sorrow. It is better to leave early. The Ice Emperor smiled and said. Seeing the Ice Emperor say this, the Ice King stopped saying more, following Huo Yuhao out of the cave. Outside, the Ice Scorpions looked towards the Ice Emperor, and as the Ice Emperor looked at their faces, she felt a surge of tears. The Ice Emperor held back her tears and quickly glanced, then urged Huo Yuhao to leave. Huo Yuhao could sense the Ice Emperor's emotions. He said a word to the Ice King and then used the Flying Soul Guide to soar into the sky. The Ice King looked at the departing Ice Emperor and shouted, Farewell, leader. The Ice Emperor left without looking back, then transformed into a green light, once again entering Huo Yuhao's body, hiding in a corner of the Sea of Consciousness. Huo Yuhao looked at the Ice Emperor in the Sea of Consciousness, sighed softly, and continued to fly forward. Chapter 123. The disappearing Snow Emperor Huo Yuhao strolled through the sky, full of ice and snow. But his direction was not to leave the extreme north, but to delve deeper into it. Ice Emperor, is it in this direction? Huo Yuhao asked. In the Sea of Consciousness, the Ice Emperor's emotions had returned to normal. After adjusting her feelings quickly, she said, Yes, this is the direction. Yuhao, just continue deeper. Huo Yuhao nodded and continued to advance deeper into the extreme north. The reason Huo Yuhao was heading deeper into the extreme north was also because of the Ice Emperor's request. After the Ice Emperor adjusted her emotions yesterday, she told Huo Yuhao that there was one more thing she needed to do. The Ice Emperor said she wanted to see an old friend. But when Huo Yuhao recalled the expression on the Ice Emperor's face when she mentioned that old friend, he knew that this friend must be significant to her. In light of this situation, Huo Yuhao could only silently mourn for the heavenly dream ice Silkworm for 3 seconds. Huo Yuhao thought to himself, Tianming, it seems the person you like has someone they like. Huo Yuhao put away his thoughts and continued forward. The further he went into the extreme north, the stronger the wind and snow became, obscuring visibility and causing the temperature to drop rapidly. Huo Yuhao's eyes shone with a brilliant golden light as he used his spiritual power to scout ahead, continuing on his way. While the temperature was already ignored by Huo Yuhao, who possessed the ultimate ice and the bloodline of the Ice Dragon King, Huo Yuhao disregarded the fierce wind and snow, and after just about 4 hours, he arrived at his destination. Huo Yuhao looked ahead and saw nothing but a vast expanse of white snow. He asked in confusion, Ice Emperor, where's the person you're looking for? Let me out, Yuhao, the Ice Emperor said excitedly. The Ice Emperor used her old tricks again, reappearing behind Huo Yuhao. She released her aura once more, her face filled with excitement as she looked around, seemingly anticipating someone's arrival. However, after a while, the surroundings remained empty, with no sign of anyone. The Ice Emperor's expression turned anxious, and she couldn't help but shout, Snow Emperor, where are you? Come out quickly. But there was still no change in the surroundings, and the Ice Emperor's anxiety deepened. Yuhao comforted her, saying, Ice Emperor, you don't need to worry. The Snow Emperor, being the leader of the extreme North's 3 kings, will definitely be fine. I will use my spiritual power to help you search. That's right, Bing Bing, you don't need to worry. The Dream Eye Silkworm also spoke up at this moment. The Ice Emperor's emotions stabilized a bit. She felt that with the Snow Emperor's cultivation, she would surely be safe. She said, I'm counting on you, Yuhao. Don't worry, Huo Yuhao replied. After saying this, Huo Yuhao's gaze sharpened, and brilliant golden light surged from his spiritual eyes. Vast spiritual power pouring out as the dazzling light expanded. In just a few seconds, the spiritual power enveloped the entire extreme north. It was much stronger than the spiritual power the Dream Eye Silkworm had used to cover a third of the core area back then. Everything in the extreme north appeared in Huo Yuhao's mind. He saw the ice-blue scorpion tribe he visited yesterday, the massive figure of the Titan Snow Demon King, and all the tribes in the extreme north. However, Huo Yuhao did not find the Snow Emperor. Logically, the powerful aura released by the Snow Emperor should be as conspicuous as the sun. Yet despite his careful search, he found nothing. What on earth is going on? Could it be that something happened to the Snow Emperor? Or has she left the extreme north? Huo Yuhao was filled with doubts. Normally, a soul beast of the Snow Emperor's level would not leave the extreme north. Yet there was indeed no sign of her presence. The golden light in Huo Yuhao's eyes dissipated, and the Ice Emperor hurriedly asked, "Yuhao, did you find her?" Huo Yuhao shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, but there is no sign of the Snow Emperor in the extreme north." "What? How is that possible?" The Ice Emperor shouted, unwilling to believe it. Huo Yuhao furrowed his brows and thought for a moment before saying, "Ice Emperor, can you simulate the Snow Emperor's aura?" "I can," the Ice Emperor replied quickly. Then, the emerald green light on her body transformed, eventually becoming a pure white light. "This is the Snow Emperor's aura. Yuhao, can you find her?" the Ice Emperor asked eagerly. "I'll give it a try," Huo Yuhao said as he sensed the aura from the Ice Emperor. He had memorized the Snow Emperor's aura, and with his eyes shining with golden light, he once again enveloped the extreme north with his spiritual power. Soon, he noticed an anomaly in the northern region of the core area of the extreme north. A trace of white aura blended almost seamlessly with the wind and snow filling the extreme north, but Huo Yuhao still detected a clue. Huo Yuhao's eyes returned to normal as he said to the Ice Emperor, "I found it. There's a trace of the Snow Emperor's residual aura in a certain place." "Then let's hurry there," the Ice Emperor exclaimed with joy. Huo Yuhao nodded and sped toward the location he sensed. He moved swiftly through space, and in no time, he arrived at the spot. Huo Yuhao stood still, looking at the faint aura before him, and the Ice Emperor also gazed at it, excitedly saying, "This is the Snow Emperor's aura, but where is she now?" Huo Yuhao carefully observed the surroundings and soon discovered a clue. He raised his right hand, a flash of light appearing as it transformed into a dragon claw, which gently swept across the thick ice and snow, causing it to part as if it had a consciousness. Once the ice and snow parted, something buried beneath was revealed. It was a couple of pieces of ice-white objects, crystal clear and somewhat resembling crystal, with the Snow Emperor's aura even more intense on them. The Ice Emperor felt it too and became even more excited. Huo Yuhao crouched down and picked up a piece that looked like crystal, his eyes lighting up as he said, "This is a snow lotus, and it is a snow lotus that has reached an age of 100,000 years. The Snow Emperor must have come into contact with this snow lotus. These are just fragments of the snow lotus, and the other parts were taken away by the Snow Emperor." Huo Yuhao fell into thought. "Ice Emperor, do you know what a 100,000-year snow lotus can do?" Huo Yuhao asked. "The snow lotus is a soul beast that is very difficult to awaken intelligence. Even if it reaches 100,000 years, it may not be able to awaken intelligence, but it possesses pure essence of heaven and earth, and it seems it can." The Ice Emperor said, her expression suddenly becoming shocked as if she realized something. "It can what?" Huo Yuhao asked anxiously. "It can be used to restore one's human form," the Ice Emperor replied in a daze. "I'm so foolish. I should have thought of this earlier." "The Snow Emperor is facing a great calamity," the Ice Emperor murmured to herself. "Restoring to human form? Has the Snow Emperor restored her human form? But how much time has passed? Counting the time for transformation, can the Snow Emperor's cultivation even reach level 20 now? Did she leave the extreme north so anxiously?" Huo Yuhao was filled with questions. He shared his doubts with the Ice Emperor, who immediately said, "The Snow Lady is not such a reckless person. Even if a transformed soul beast needs to live in the human world to quickly improve its cultivation, she wouldn't leave the extreme north without any means of self-protection." "Oh, is that so? Then there may be other hidden circumstances. But it's okay. With these fragments of the snow lotus, we will be able to find the Snow Emperor," Huo Yuhao said, standing up and looking at the snow lotus fragments before him. Chapter 124, Tracking. The Line of Destiny looking at the snow lotus fragments in his hand that had closely interacted with the Snow Emperor. Huo Yuhao already had a plan in mind. "Yuhao, do you have a way to find the Snow Emperor's trace?" the Ice Emperor asked anxiously. If it were the old me, I really wouldn't have any way. But now, Huo Yuhao's lips curled into a smile. Ice Emperor, you don't need to worry. I do have a way to find the Snow Emperor's trace. But it will take some time, Huo Yuhao reassured her. Don't let anything else disturb me for a moment, Huo Yuhao instructed. The Ice Emperor nodded quickly, and Huo Yuhao entered a focused state. His gaze sharpened, and brilliant golden light radiated from his eyes. The previously calm sea of his spiritual power began to surge violently, with waves rolling and vast spiritual power surging upward. The target of this immense spiritual power was none other than the white light sphere located above Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea, a sphere condensed from the power of destiny. The power of destiny has many wonderful uses, which are beyond Huo Yuhao's current strength to grasp, but due to attribute resonance. This power of destiny, once it entered Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea, could already be utilized by him. While Huo Yuhao was comprehending the power of destiny, he also grasped some basic applications of it, one of which was finding people. He could now search for a person's location by touching items that others had come into contact with, using the residual aura on them to trace the person via the lines of destiny. At this moment, the light sphere infused with vast spiritual power finally changed, transforming once again into a mysterious white mist that then surged outward. Huo Yuhao also began to undergo a transformation. His eyes, which had been radiating golden light, now emitted a strange white light. The world before Huo Yuhao underwent a dramatic change, as the originally white expanse of the extreme north instantly transformed into a riot of colors, with countless lines of destiny filling the entire extreme north. Huo Yuhao's gaze shifted, and he first felt a familiar aura. Turning his head, he saw a green line connecting to the Ice Emperor. Looking at the vast sky filled with lines of fate, Huo Yuhao knew that trying to find the Snow Empress's line of fate was like searching for a needle in a haystack. He stopped wasting his effort, and the power of fate in his eyes surged into the snow lotus fragments in his hand. The snow lotus fragments floated into the sky, constantly fluttering and searching for the Snow Empress's line. Huo Yuhao's gaze followed the dancing snow lotus fragments, and soon they found their target. The snow lotus fragments stopped. Beside them was a very thick white line, but at that moment, the thick white line appeared quite ethereal, as if it would disappear at any moment. Found it, Huo Yuhao thought in surprise as he watched the snow lotus fragments come to a halt. He then raised his arm and reached out towards the ethereal white line. Although the two were far apart, Huo Yuhao's arm crossed the distance and directly touched the line. At the moment of contact with the white line, Huo Yuhao first felt a cold aura. Then his consciousness traveled like a spatial tunnel, with the scenery before his eyes constantly changing. His consciousness left the extreme northern region at an astonishing speed, quickly arriving within the borders of the Tiando Empire, and in the next moment, he found himself in a very unfamiliar environment, continuously shuttling through different scenes. He looked down at a vast array of buildings, numerous tall skyscrapers, and the Soul Emperor lights visible everywhere. Huo Yuhao recognized that this was the capital of the Sun-Moon Empire, Mingdu. The Snow Empress had actually come to the capital of the Sun-Moon Empire. Huo Yuhao thought in surprise. Before he could react, his consciousness continued to follow the Snow Empress's line of fate, and Huo Yuhao's vision turned dark. He saw the soil beside him and realized he was now underground. His consciousness followed the trajectory of the white line, and in the next moment, Huo Yuhao regained light. He looked at the surrounding scene and the Soul Guide experimental platform before him, realizing it was a Soul Guide laboratory. As he turned his gaze, he immediately saw a colossal object, a 15-meter-tall metal giant, inscribed with thousands of core formations. Before Huo Yuhao could observe it closely, his consciousness left once more. That was a humanoid Soul Guide. It was incredibly huge, and it seemed to be nearing completion. The Sun-Moon Empire's research on Soul Guides was indeed on a different level compared to the original Douluo tripartite. They had already advanced too far. Huo Yuhao thought in disbelief. However, Huo Yuhao did not pay too much attention to this. What he needed to do first was find the Snow Empress. He had already guessed that the Snow Empress was definitely not in the Sun-Moon Empire voluntarily. Perhaps something went wrong when she was reconstructing her human form. No wonder the line of fate was so ethereal. The scenes before his eyes kept changing, and finally, Huo Yuhao's consciousness reached the end of the Snow Empress's line of fate, revealing a sealed room, with a white tray placed in the center. On the tray was a wooden base inlaid with at least 100 colorful gemstones. On this small wooden base, a mass of pure white energy was gently fluctuating. This is the embryo of a 100,000-year soul beast. Huo Yuhao looked at the scene before him in disbelief. This is the Snow Empress. Huo Yuhao felt the aura above the god-sealing platform and could already confirm this was the Snow Empress. He never expected to have been so close to her. Just as Huo Yuhao wanted to communicate with the Snow Empress, he suddenly felt a sense of emptiness, and his consciousness instantly returned to his body located in the extreme northern region. At that moment, the Snow Empress, inside the god-sealing platform, also sensed a fluctuation of mental power, but in the next moment, it vanished without a trace. The Snow Empress thought angrily with a cold snort. She suspected it was those people from the Mingda Hall coming to study her. When Huo Yuhao's consciousness returned to the extreme northern region, he immediately felt a wave of emptiness. His mental sea was nearly depleted. He sat on the ground, pale, recovering his spirit. Crossing such a long distance to search for someone consumed an incredible amount of mental power. Even Huo Yuhao, who had reached the tangible and substantial realm, found it challenging. The Ice Emperor looked at Huo Yuhao anxiously but did not disturb him. After some time of recovery, Yuhao exhaled a breath of turbid air and opened his eyes. Seeing this, the Ice Emperor immediately asked, "Yuhao, did you find the Snow Empress?" Yuhao pondered for a moment and said, "Ice Emperor, I have found where the Snow Empress is, but her current situation is not very good. You need to be prepared." "Yuhao, go ahead." The Ice Emperor's tone was a bit choked. She knew Huo Yuhao wouldn't speak without reason, and she was already prepared. Chapter 125, Decision. Hunting the 100,000-year soul, beast Huo Yuhao then spoke up, "Ice Emperor, do you remember the 100,000-year soul beast embryo from the top auction of the Star Luo Empire?" Hearing Huo Yuhao suddenly bring up that matter, the Ice Emperor was first taken aback, about to respond, but then quickly reacted, her voice trembling as she asked, "Is that the Snow Empress?" "Exactly." Huo Yuhao nodded seriously. "How could this be? How could the Snow Empress be captured by humans?" The Ice Emperor exclaimed, unwilling to believe it. Huo Yuhao remained silent, simply watching the Ice Emperor, as he knew she understood everything but was just unwilling to accept it. In fact, considering the Snow Empress's use of the 100,000-year snow lotus to reconstruct her form, it was easy to deduce the course of events. The Snow Empress must have been captured by the god-sealing platform at a critical moment during her reconstruction. At that time, she was at her weakest, and being caught by a 9th-level soul guide was not surprising. However, the bond between the Ice Emperor and the Snow Empress was extraordinary, which is why the Ice Emperor appeared unable to accept it. After some time, the Ice Emperor's emotions calmed down. She then asked Yuhao, "What is the Snow Empress's condition now?" The Snow Empress is currently in an underground laboratory in the capital of the Sun Moon Empire, Mingdu. I'm not sure of her exact location, but her situation is relatively stable. Her life is not in danger. Huo Yuhao reported what he had seen. "That's good." The Ice Emperor finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this answer. However, the Snow Empress has now turned into a 100,000-year soul beast embryo, and she will eventually be fused with someone, Huo Yuhao reminded. Huo Yuhao speculated that the reason the Snow Empress still existed was partly because the Sun Moon Empire wanted to study the 100,000-year soul beast embryo, and partly because the person who wanted to fuse with this embryo did not have sufficient cultivation to withstand it. I remember it should have been Xiao Hongchun who bought this embryo. With his cultivation, he indeed cannot fuse with it, Huo Yuhao thought to himself. No one can fuse with the Snow Empress. They think she's only a 100,000-year soul beast, but the Snow Empress possesses 70,000 years of cultivation. Anyone who tries to fuse with her would be blown apart, the Ice Emperor said with a cold smile. But what will happen to the Snow Empress after a failure? Huo Yuhao asked at that moment. The Ice Emperor was instantly stunned. If the fusion failed, the Snow Empress would certainly lose her life, and with her character. She would never allow a human to fuse with her. She might even self-destruct before the process began. The Ice Emperor was filled with despair. Only she could understand the bond between her and the Snow Empress. She did not want to watch the Snow Empress die like this. She then turned her gaze to Huo Yuhao, her eyes filled with pleading. Huo Yuhao felt the gaze upon him and understood the Ice Empress's meaning. After he spoke about the Snow Empress's situation, he had already anticipated the Ice Empress's reaction. Huo Yuhao had thought about this matter. If he went to the Sun Moon Empire to rescue the Snow Empress, he would undoubtedly be putting himself in danger. The Holy Spirit cult's stronghold was located in the Sun Moon Empire, and there was also the highly developed soul guide technology in Mingdu, which could pose a threat to Huo Yuhao. However, after careful consideration, Huo Yuhao ultimately decided to head to the Sun Moon Empire. If he didn't go, the Ice Empress, who had a deep bond with the Snow Empress, would surely feel a prick in her heart, even if she didn't say it out loud. Then let's go to the Sun Moon Empire to rescue the Snow Empress. Huo Yuhao suddenly smiled and said, "Thank you, Yuhao," the Ice Empress said, moved. If she weren't in a spiritual state, she might have cried. "Ice Empress, I will do my best. If we can't rescue the Snow Empress, I hope you can let go of your obsession," Huo Yuhao said, giving a preemptive warning. "I understand, Yuhao. You must prioritize your safety. I don't want our plan to fail because of me," the Ice Empress replied. "Yes, I understand, Ice Empress." Huo Yuhao knew the Ice Empress was sincere in her words. She didn't want him to take risks, nor did she want to watch the Snow Empress die, so she could only let Huo Yuhao try his best. After the Ice Empress finished speaking, she returned to the Sea of Spirit. As soon as she returned, Tianming Binkan approached her and comforted her. "Bing Bing, don't worry. We must believe in Yuhao. With his abilities, he will definitely be able to rescue the Snow Empress." "Yes, I know. Tianming, please don't disturb me. I want to be alone for a while," the Ice Empress said wearily, without roughly driving Tianming Binkan away this time. She then moved to a corner alone, while Tianming Binkan looked at the Ice Empress with concern. Huo Yuhao watched this scene and couldn't help but sigh. "Alas, Tianming, you still don't know what you're about to face." After sighing, Huo Yuhao began to think about his next actions. Since he had decided to go to the Sun Moon Empire, he naturally needed to make thorough preparations. Moreover, since he had already come to the extreme north, Huo Yuhao also planned to add a soul ring to his Ice Emperor Scorpion martial soul. He had reached level 47, and after the enhancement from the Ice Dragon King's bloodline, his body could already withstand a 100,000-year soul ring. Thus, Huo Yuhao also intended to add another soul ring to his second martial soul to further enhance his strength. Huo Yuhao's figure flickered, and he left his original position, heading in a specific direction. When he had used his mental power to search for the Snow Empress's trace earlier, Huo Yuhao had already understood the distribution of soul beasts in the extreme north and had selected the 100,000-year soul beast he needed. Huo Yuhao's figure moved through the snow and quickly reached the vicinity of the 100,000-year soul beast location. Huo Yuhao stopped, using the illusory body technique to merge his body with the ice and snow, then slowly walked forward. Soon, he spotted his target. A towering 70-meter tall hairy giant was walking in the snow, leaving 3 to 4 meter footprints with each step. This was the Titan Snow Demon he had encountered during his first visit to the extreme north. But this time it was not the Titan Snow Demon King, but a 100,000-year Titan Snow Demon. From the distribution of soul beasts Huo Yuhao had observed, this was the only Titan Snow Demon that met his needs, reaching a 100,000-year cultivation, and most importantly, it was alone. If it had been among a group, Huo Yuhao wouldn't have dared to hunt it. This Titan Snow Demon was likely out searching for heavenly materials and treasures, Huo Yuhao thought. Tianming Binkan had once said that for a soul beast to break through to a 100,000-year level was not easy. It first needed a high-level bloodline, and secondly required heavenly materials and treasures to assist in cultivation, otherwise it would be difficult to break through. This Titan Snow Demon was probably just over 100,000 years, likely seeking to advance further, which is why it was out looking for heavenly materials. Encountering me is your misfortune. I need to end this quickly, or else it will be troublesome if its other kin come. Huo Yuhao contemplated the upcoming battle. Chapter 126. Titan Snow Demon's right arm bone. Huo Yuhao slowly approached the massive creature. The Titan Snow Demon sniffed the air, as it possessed the bloodline of the ancient ice god, giving it a keen sense of heavenly materials and treasures. It was this perception that allowed the Titan Snow Demon clan to remain invincible in the extreme north. As long as the clan gathered together, no one could defeat them. The Titan Snow Demon's enormous size allowed it to cover great distances with each step, but that was not an issue for Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao, originally positioned behind the Titan Snow Demon, instantly vanished, and the next moment appeared not far in front of it. Under Huo Yuhao's precise control, the space didn't ripple at all, and the 100,000-year Titan Snow Demon naturally did not notice. After reaching his position, Huo Yuhao coldly stared at the giant beast without hesitation. In an instant, he released his martial soul. The spirit irradiated dazzling golden light, and 4 soul rings, 1 golden and 3 red, rose from beneath him. The overwhelming soul rings pressed outward, causing the falling snow around to completely freeze in the face of such powerful soul power. And the snow accumulation beneath his feet was cleared away, revealing the dirt that hadn't seen the light of day for many years. The Titan Snow Demon, sensing such a violent fluctuation of soul power, became alarmed. Its originally calm face turned terrified, realizing that a human had silently appeared before it. However, what shocked it the most was not this fact, but the 4 terrifying soul rings behind Huo Yuhao. The golden soul ring made it tremble involuntarily, and it roared in its heart, "No, I must run." 100,000-year soul beast already possesses intelligence comparable to that of humans. The Titan Snow Demon knew that this person was not someone it could contend with. As thoughts raced through its mind, it turned to flee, but it was already too late, and its terrified expression was forever frozen. In an instant, 1,000 years passed. Countless magic eyes flickered, and the Titan Snow Demon's body became incredibly slow. Before it could react, the attack came once again. Mental impact. The massive mental power condensed into a brilliant golden needle, striking directly at the Titan Snow Demon's soul without any obstruction. The Titan Snow Demon's enormous body crashed to the ground, causing the nearby snow to be sent flying. And Huo Yuhao also felt the ground shake. Success, Huo Yuhao said with a smile as he withdrew his spirit eye. A blood-red soul ring slowly formed above the Titan Snow Demon's body, exuding a wild aura. Not long after, the blood-red soul ring had fully formed, and Huo Yuhao did not hesitate to release his Ice Emperor Scorpion martial soul. Without the Ice Empress's influence, the martial soul reverted to its form under the influence of the Ice Dragon King's bloodline. Huo Yuhao sat cross-legged on the ground as a 100,000-year soul ring rose behind him, adorned with 4 golden patterns, significantly more powerful than the 100,000-year soul ring before him. Huo Yuhao's soul power surged, and the blood-red soul ring was slowly drawn towards him, reaching above his head. He closed his eyes and began to absorb the soul ring. The immense power surged frantically into Huo Yuhao's body, violently rushing through his meridians, but Huo Yuhao remained unfazed. This level of impact was like a mere tickle for his already tempered body. In front of Huo Yuhao, who possessed the Ice Emperor Scorpion martial soul and the Ice Dragon King's bloodline, this 100,000-year Titan Snow Demon's soul ring was easily absorbed. The aura around Huo Yuhao surged, and the blood-red soul ring became ethereal. The fusion of the soul ring had reached its conclusion when the resentment of the 100,000-year Titan Snow Demon entered Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea. The resentment let out a long howl filled with hatred, and just as it was about to attack Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea, a flash of emerald green light appeared, and the Titan Snow Demon dissipated, leaving behind its last words. "Ice Emperor, how is that possible?" After the resentment was resolved, Huo Yuhao opened his eyes, a divine light flashing across them. He slowly stood up, and 200,000-year soul rings erupted from behind him, the violent soul power causing the snow and ice to dance wildly. Indeed, the 100,000-year soul rings were formidable. My soul power has directly reached level 50. Huo Yuhao thought in surprise after sensing his soul power. Naturally, the fusion of the 100,000-year soul rings would not only enhance soul power, but Huo Yuhao did not linger, as he knew that if other Titan Snow Demons arrived, he would not be able to leave so easily. Huo Yuhao's gaze fell upon the corpse of the 100,000-year Titan Snow Demon, where a white light emanated from its right arm. Huo Yuhao raised his hand and cast a spell. "Soul Bone, come to me." The next moment, a soul bone indeed flew out from the right arm, appearing snow-white and radiating white light. Huo Yuhao caught the soul bone and glanced at it. 100,000-year right arm bone, what a pity. He then placed the soul bone into his storage bag and swiftly left the battlefield, heading towards the direction of leaving the extreme north. After Huo Yuhao had left for a while, another Titan Snow Demon arrived at the battlefield. This Titan Snow Demon stood at a height of 100 meters, fitting the description of one of the 3 great kings of the extreme north, the Titan Snow Demon King. Seeing the long-dead, stiff body of the 100,000-year Titan Snow Demon, almost buried under the accumulated snow, it let out an angry roar. Who did this? Creatures within a radius of several hundred miles were shaken by this roar, trembling in fear that the Titan Snow Demon King would vent its anger on them. However, it was destined that the Titan Snow Demon King would not find the culprit, as the Beast Slayer had long since left the extreme north. Huo Yuhao walked along a road that, although cold, was gradually becoming green with vegetation. After absorbing the soul ring and taking the soul bone, he left the extreme north without stopping. Under the effect of phantom shifting, he quickly left the extreme north and reached its outskirts. This time, the harvest from absorbing the 100,000-year soul ring is indeed substantial. Huo Yuhao couldn't help but exclaim. After absorbing the 100,000-year soul ring, his physical quality increased once again, but that was not the greatest harvest. The biggest gain was Huo Yuhao's soul power status. Originally, his soul power had completely transformed into a viscous liquid, with some even turning into a solid state. Now, after fusing with a 100,000-year soul ring, most of his soul power had already turned into a solid state. When I fuse the 5th soul ring, I should be able to condense a soul core. Huo Yuhao estimated based on his soul power state. If what I have inside is soul power, I might already be able to condense a soul core. Huo Yuhao couldn't help but smile wryly. However, he did not feel troubled by this. Although higher quality soul power slowed down his cultivation speed, it possessed even greater power, which was crucial for Huo Yuhao's ability to use magic, as soul power also had the characteristics of magical energy. After tidying up his emotions, Huo Yuhao continued forward, as he still had many tasks to complete and could not afford to waste any time. Chapter 127, Journey to the Sun-Moon Empire, Mingda Hall at this moment. Huo Yuhao was flying in the sky, with a platinum butterfly-winged soul tool behind him shining brilliantly under the sunlight. Huo Yuhao gazed into the distance towards Heavendo City, silently saying to himself, "Sorry, but I might not be back so soon." Then he flew towards the Sun-Moon Empire without looking back. The Sun-Moon Empire is located to the west of the Heaven Soul Empire, and Huo Yuhao was rushing from the extreme north of the Heaven Soul Empire towards the Sun-Moon Empire. Soon, he reached a place where he could no longer use his flying soul tool. Huo Yuhao descended from the sky and began to walk towards the territory of the Sun-Moon Empire. He was still some distance from the border, but he could already see signs of military presence, with many traces of troop movements. Huo Yuhao advanced using phantom shifting and quickly reached the border area, where military tents appeared before him. "It seems I've arrived at a military encampment," Huo Yuhao thought to himself. There were a total of 9 military corps stationed at the border of the Heaven Soul Empire, 3 Soul Master Corps, and 4 corps stationed at the border between the Heaven Soul Empire and the Sun-Moon Empire. Of the 3 Soul Master Corps, 2 were also stationed at the border of the Sun-Moon Empire, which showed how much the Heaven Soul Empire valued the Sun-Moon Empire. As for the remaining 4 corps and 1 Soul Master Corps, 2 corps were stationed at the border of the Douluo Empire, and 2 corps along with 1 Soul Master Corps were at the border of the Star Luo Empire. However, recently, with the civilian development of soul tools in the Heaven Soul Empire, ordinary people could also use these soul tools, significantly enhancing the strength of the major military corps. As far as I know, the one stationed here should be the Northern Army Corps, Huo Yuhao pondered. Huo Yuhao made no attempt to conceal himself and walked directly towards the military encampment. Soon, patrolling soldiers spotted him, and a leading soldier immediately raised his weapon, shouting at Huo Yuhao, "Halt! Don't come any closer." Huo Yuhao did not resist and stood still, seeing that Huo Yuhao did not advance. The soldier slowly approached him and asked, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Huo Yuhao did not waste any words and directly took out a jade pendant from his pocket. The soldier thought Huo Yuhao was going to attack and immediately became alert again, pointing his soul-guided pistol at Huo Yuhao and saying, "What are you doing? Stop." However, by this time, Huo Yuhao had already revealed the item. Seeing the tense soldier, he smiled and said, "There's no need to be nervous. I mean no harm." He casually handed the jade pendant to the soldier, saying, "Give this jade pendant to your commander, and he will understand." The soldier, still very cautious, did not immediately take the jade pendant, but chose to observe it first. The jade pendant was very smooth and emitted a faint glow, appearing harmless. The soldier slowly took the pendant, feeling the coldness spread through his hand. He looked at Huo Yuhao, who was dressed in a long robe with a black base and golden patterns, his eyes full of spirit, and coupled with his extraordinarily handsome face, he looked very noble, entirely unlike a spy. "Wait here for a moment," the soldier said after pondering for a while. "You guys keep an eye on him." The leading soldier instructed the other soldiers as he left. "Yes," the other soldiers replied. Seeing the soldiers, Huo Yuhao nodded to himself. These soldiers were indeed commendable in quality. Huo Yuhao then shifted his gaze to the soul-guided pistol in the soldier's hand. At a glance, he could tell that this soul-guided pistol was different from the one he made. This soul-guided pistol had undergone many adjustments in its formation, increasing its power by at least 50%, but correspondingly, its usage time was shortened. However, this was not a big issue. The production cost of the soul-guided pistol was not high, and even if the scrapping speed increased, there would not be a supply-demand issue. Instead, the increase in power was the main point. I wonder who modified this. A good idea, Huo Yuhao thought, approving of this approach. Before long, the soldier who had just left returned, accompanied by a tall, imposing man. The man wore light blue armor, which was covered by a layer of light membrane from head to toe. Huo Yuhao's eyes lit up. This is an 8th level soul guide, and it uses a new core formation. It seems that the Soul Guide Research Center has made progress. Seeing the Soul Guide, Huo Yuhao knew that the Soul Guide Research Center had made significant advancements after multiple contracts, but he wasn't surprised. He always believed that communication was essential for faster progress. Previously, there were too few people who understood the new Soul Guide core formations at the Research Center, but now with so many new experts, they could exchange ideas and naturally improve quickly. When Ning Wu saw Huo Yuhao, he immediately approached him. Although he didn't recognize Huo Yuhao, he was familiar with that jade pendant. "This esteemed guest, please follow me." The man in blue armor invited Huo Yuhao into the military encampment. Huo Yuhao nodded and followed the man into the largest tent. Once inside, the man in blue armor immediately spoke. "Esteemed guest, hello. I am Gao Yi, the commander of the Northern Army. May I ask what brings you here?" "I am here to reach the Sun Moon Empire to carry out a secret mission, as ordered by His Majesty." "You need not ask further," Huo Yuhao said coldly. Gao Yi was taken aback, but couldn't help but remind him, "Sir, the Sun Moon Empire has detectors almost covering the entire border. As soon as you cross the border, you will be immediately detected. It may not be so easy to reach the Sun Moon Empire. Since His Majesty has sent me to carry out this mission, I naturally have methods to cross the border. You need not worry," Huo Yuhao replied with a mysterious smile. "In that case, I will not say more," Gao Yi said. "Here is your jade pendant." Gao Yi handed the pendant to Huo Yuhao. "You should have a defense map of the Sun Moon Empire's border. Please give me a copy," Huo Yuhao added. Gao Yi did not ask further and handed over the defense map he had in the tent. Huo Yuhao took the map and said, "In that case, Commander Gao, I will not disturb you any longer." After saying this, Huo Yuhao's figure vanished directly before Gao Yi, who was left shocked, staring at the empty tent. He was a Soul Douluo and had not even seen how he left. Ignoring Gao Yi's reaction, Huo Yuhao had already crossed into the Sun Moon Empire's border. He could naturally sense the detectors, but they were nothing to him. With a surge of terrifying mental power, those detectors were silently shielded. Huo Yuhao swiftly left the Sun Moon Empire's garrison area and headed towards the capital of the Sun Moon Empire, Mingdu. Chapter 128. Arriving at Mingdu, a man dressed in a plain black robe, looking worn and weary, walked through the woods outside Mingdu. The ordinary black robe and tired expression could not hide his handsome face. The handsome man gazed ahead with deep eyes, silently saying, "I've finally arrived at Mingdu." This person was Huo Yuhao, who had rushed from the Heavenly Soul Empire a few days ago. After entering the Sun Moon Empire, he found a secluded place to change his clothes and made himself look worn out to reduce the chances of being noticed. However, it seemed to have little effect. Huo Yuhao was bound to attract attention. As the sun was about to set, the evening glow illuminated Huo Yuhao, who began to move towards Mingdu. Huo Yuhao easily entered Mingdu. Unlike the other three empires, Mingdu did not have tall, sturdy city walls, but had glowing detectors everywhere. If someone intruded, an alarm would immediately sound. Huo Yuhao used his 5 senses to confuse the guards and smoothly entered Mingdu. Walking through the streets of Mingdu, Huo Yuhao observed the buildings that were completely different from those in the Heavenly Soul Empire and the Star Luo Empire, along with the soul-guided lights everywhere, which gave him a sense of familiarity. The construction in Mingdu is so advanced, it resembles what I've seen in the Muggle world on Earth. Huo Yuhao couldn't help but marvel. As he walked down the street, he immediately caught the attention of some people. A man blocked Huo Yuhao's path, wearing a sincere smile, and said, "Little brother, you're for the countryside, right? You haven't found a place to stay, have you? I know a very cheap inn. Would you like me to take you there?" The man wore a gray long robe and had some stubble on his face, looking to be in his 40s, with an ordinary appearance that seemed very kind with his smile. Huo Yuhao looked at the middle-aged man and smiled brightly, saying, "I really am from the countryside. Thank you so much, uncle. You're such a good person." Huo Yuhao acted as if he were truly a young man from the countryside arriving in Mingdu. The middle-aged man, seeing Huo Yuhao's reaction, felt reassured. "Haha, a silly country boy coming to the city. It looks like I'm about to make a big profit," the middle-aged man thought. His expression unchanged, but his heart filled with joy. He certainly wasn't a kind-hearted uncle. His daily job involved lurking near the entrances and exits of Mingdu, watching those entering the city, picking suitable targets, and then tricking the unsuspecting ones to sell them to nobles after drugging them. Huo Yuhao, being so handsome and dressed in tattered gray robes, and displaying a naive demeanor in the bustling Mingdu, led the middle-aged man to conclude that he was from the countryside. "No need to thank me. People should help each other," the middle-aged man said with a hint of nostalgia. "I also came from the countryside. Seeing you so young and brave, I feel like I'm looking at my younger self. Still, I must thank you, uncle," Huo Yuhao said. his expression even more excited, as if he were genuinely touched. No need, no need. Little brother, follow me, the middle-aged man said generously. As he spoke, he walked ahead, and Huo Yuhao followed closely. Those around who knew what the middle-aged man was up to shook their heads with sighs, knowing another young person was about to suffer. Those in the same line of work gritted their teeth in anger. Huo Yuhao followed the middle-aged man into a dimly lit alley without soul-guided lights. The middle-aged man turned with a smile and said, "Little brother, don't worry. We'll be there soon. The inn's location is a bit remote, which is why it's cheaper." "Really? Uncle, you're not trying to trick me into a remote place to drug me and sell me to nobles, are you?" Huo Yuhao said in a fearful tone. The middle-aged man froze for a moment, turning to see Huo Yuhao's half-smiling face. He instantly realized that this kid was not as naive as he seemed. But he wasn't afraid. After all, he was a desperate man. A sinister smile crept onto the middle-aged man's face, turning his previously friendly demeanor somewhat terrifying. He said, "Kid, even if you figure it out, so what? Today you mine. Old 3, old 4 come out." The middle-aged man shouted. But the dark night was eerily silent. Without a sound, the middle-aged man's expression changed dramatically as he shouted angrily, "Old 3, old 4, where the hell are you? Get out here." Huo Yuhao looked at the furious middle-aged man and gently reminded him, "Big brother, are you calling for those two?" The middle-aged man was momentarily stunned. Looking in the direction Huo Yuhao pointed, his pupils widened, and his mouth trembled slightly as his face turned pale. He saw his two brothers lying at his feet, one on the left and one on the right, blood at their lips, their eyes empty, staring at him with eerie smiles. "Boss, save me." A strange sound came from the two people beneath his feet. Get away." The middle-aged man ran frantically, trying to shake off the two beneath him, but their firm grip held him in place, unable to move an inch. The two people below began to exert force, dragging the middle-aged man towards a dark abyss. He struggled desperately, but to no avail. In his final moments, he looked at Huo Yuhao in terror and exclaimed, "Devil, you are a devil." Huo Yuhao coldly observed this scene before turning to walk towards the city center of Mingdu. He rummaged through the memories of the middle-aged man and his two brothers in his mind, eventually locking onto a location. The underground black market is interesting. I should find a time to check it out. Huo Yuhao smiled slightly. Not long after, Huo Yuhao found a hotel to stay in. After washing up, he lay on the bed, his damp hair dried by his soul power. His long black hair fell over the bed as Huo Yuhao gazed at the ceiling with his deep blue eyes. Now that he was in Mingdu, where was the Snow Empress? The most likely place was the Mingda Hall, or perhaps with the royal family. Huo Yuhao fell into deep thought. Earlier, he had used the power of fate to locate the Snow Empress. Although he knew she was underground in Mingdu, he wasn't sure of her exact location. If he used a large-scale mental detection in Mingdu, it would surely attract the attention of certain people, so Huo Yuhao decided against it. Since mental power couldn't be used on a large scale, he would have to investigate specific locations. "Let's go to Mingda Hall first. It has the most suspicion," he concluded after some thought. After making his decision, Huo Yuhao closed his eyes and entered a state of meditation. For him, he could cultivate while walking, sitting, or lying down. Chapter 129. Compound Potion. Infiltrating Mingda Hall. Huo Yuhao walked through the bustling streets of Mingdu during the day, where vendors were calling out their wares. And many students dressed in the Day and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy uniforms were heading to class. The hotel where Huo Yuhao was staying was near the Day and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, and Mingda Hall, where Huo Yuhao was headed, was part of the academy, specifically the Soul Guide Department. All soul guides in the Day and Moon Empire originated from here. And every year, various new types of soul guides were invented in Mingda Hall, making it the source of soul guides for the Empire. Mingda Hall held significant importance for the Day and Moon Empire, so both the academy and Mingda Hall were heavily guarded, making it nearly impossible for unrelated individuals to infiltrate Mingda Hall. Huo Yuhao initially considered using his 5 senses to control his way into Mingda Hall, but ultimately dismissed the idea. His mental power, combined with 5-sense manipulation, could control most people on the Douluo Continent. However, the Day and Moon Empire had various soul guides, and Huo Yuhao recalled the Mental Defense Soul Guide used by Su Jiao in the High-Level Soul Master Academy's soul fighting competition. Given the level of soul guides in the Day and Moon Empire and the presence of so many level 9 soul masters in Mingda Hall, there would definitely be even more powerful mental defense soul guides. So Huo Yuhao thought of a safer method. He looked at the students heading to the Day and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, smiled, and released his invisible mental power. Among the hurried students, One suddenly turned away from the academy and walked in a different direction, while the other students and passers-by seemed to ignore this strange student entirely. At that moment, Huo Yuhao's figure quietly vanished. In a warehouse, the student's uniform had disappeared, and he lay peacefully on the ground as if he had fallen into a dream. "I'm sorry, I'll borrow your clothes for a bit. I'll return them once I'm done," Huo Yuhao said to the person underground. At this moment, Huo Yuhao was already wearing the Day and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy uniform, and his appearance had transformed into that of the student, his aura completely altered. After making the plan, Huo Yuhao had prepared everything. He had just taken the compound potion he had long prepared, and with the addition of that student's hair, he had taken on the student's appearance. There was only an hour's time, but it was enough. Huo Yuhao smiled. He left the warehouse, blending into the crowd, and entered the Day and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Once inside, he headed straight for Mingda Hall. The student he replaced was a junior researcher in Mingda Hall, who had to attend classes there every day. Mingda Hall was vast, larger than the Soul Guide research areas of Shrek Academy and the Heavenly Soul Empire. And Huo Yuhao rushed directly to the 4th experimental zone. Huo Yuhao took out a badge from his pocket and waved it in front of the door. A beam of light flashed, and the door opened to the sides. Yuhao entered and was greeted by a large laboratory filled with various soul guides and some metal materials. In the center was a massive experimental table over 30 square meters, with a matte silver metal surface that was clean and tidy, giving a very comfortable feeling. At that moment, 3 students were gathered around a middle-aged man, watching him create soul guides while he explained things to them. When the middle-aged man saw Huo Yuhao arrive, he stopped his work, his face growing cold as he said, "Lin Yu, you're late today." Huo Yuhao showed a look of shame and said, "I'm sorry, teacher. I was held up by something." The middle-aged man looked at the ashamed Huo Yuhao and finally said, "Don't let it happen again. Come over and listen to the lecture." "Thank you, teacher," Huo Yuhao said excitedly, then ran over with a beaming face to watch the middle-aged man create soul guides, his expression serious as he attentively observed, occasionally nodding to show he was listening. In truth, his real attention had already shifted deep underground. Huo Yuhao concentrated his mental power, keeping the range focused on a laboratory, then continuously probed downward. His mental power extended deeper, 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, 400 meters, until he reached around 700 meters, where he finally detected a layer of metal wall. Found it, Huo Yuhao silently thought. The metal passage was empty, with only soul guide lamps lighting the way. After detecting the laboratory, Huo Yuhao again controlled his mental power to explore the surrounding environment. Under his probing, he quickly mapped out the underground laboratory's layout. This underground laboratory was only 1/10 the size of Mingda Hall, but was still quite large, containing 7 or 8 laboratories that were all top-secret research projects of Mingda Hall. The Snow Empress was stored in a secret storage room, guarded by 2 soul Douluo. The entrance to the underground laboratory was a hidden entryway in the core area of Mingda Hall, accessible only to senior soul guide researchers, making it impossible for Huo Yuhao, in his current guise as a student, to enter. Thus, Huo Yuhao turned his gaze to the teacher explaining things to him. This teacher was one of the senior researchers in Mingda Hall. Without making any moves, silently, Huo Yuhao cast a spell. The teacher, still earnestly explaining, suddenly blacked out and fell to the ground. The other 3 students were immediately shocked. "Teacher, what's wrong?" However, the next moment, they too fell into darkness. "Got it." Just in time, Huo Yuhao smiled. His face began to change continuously at that moment. Lin Yu's face transformed into that of Huo Yuhao. He crouched down and pulled a hair from the teacher's head, then put on the teacher's clothes. He hung a name tag on his chest, which read Chen Xing, senior researcher. After that, Huo Yuhao took out a bottle of potion and placed the hair inside, causing the potion to turn red. Huo Yuhao drank the potion in one gulp, and his face immediately scrunched up. Indeed, this compound potion is as unpleasant to drink no matter how many times. Like overcooked cabbage, his face continued to change, ultimately transforming into Chen Xing's appearance. "Now I am Chen Xing," Huo Yuhao said. "It's time to act." He turned the bodies of the fainted individuals into inconspicuous objects and placed them in a corner of the laboratory, finally hanging a "Do Not Disturb" sign at the laboratory entrance. He immediately began his next actions. He had 1 hour left. Chapter 130. Entering the underground base, Snow Emperor. In the central area of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, a tall black building stood. The black building had 25 floors, making it the tallest building in the entire Mingdu, or rather, the entire Sun Moon Empire. This was the center of the Mingda Hall, where the Hall Master and many ninth-level soul engineers had their laboratories, but its most important feature was the entrance to the underground experimental base of the Mingda Hall. At this moment, Huo Yuhao, disguised as Chen Xing, was a staff member of the underground experimental base, but merely an auxiliary researcher. Although Chen Xing was an 8th-level soul engineer, only 9th-level soul engineers could independently lead a research project in the underground base, and currently, there are only a few projects underway. Huo Yuhao walked to the bottom of the black building, and the guard on duty was already very familiar with Chen Xing, so he made no attempt to stop him, instead directly saying, "Lord Chen Xing, please enter." Huo Yuhao nodded coldly in accordance with Chen Xing's usual demeanor and then directly entered the black building. Following the route in his memory, the Yuhao advanced toward the entrance. The researchers he encountered along the way greeted him, and Huo Yuhao responded with an expressionless face. It wasn't that Huo Yuhao was afraid to show emotions. It was just that Chen Xing usually interacted with others this way. He always had a cold exterior but a warm heart, which is why he was well-liked. Huo Yuhao knew all of Chen Xing's memories, so he made no mistakes. Soon, he reached the entrance, and just as he was about to enter, an urgent voice suddenly called out from behind, "Chen Xing, wait a moment." Hearing the shout, Huo Yuhao's expression did not change as he slowly turned to look at the person who called him. It was a woman who appeared to be in her 30s, wearing a loose white lab coat that couldn't completely conceal her good figure. She wasn't extraordinarily beautiful, but she had an air of intellect about her that made her quite attractive. She ran up to Huo Yuhao with a smile and said, "Chen Xing, why did you come so early today? Don't you usually teach students at this time?" Huo Yuhao looked at her expressionlessly. In Chen Xing's memories, there was information about this woman. Her name was HuoYu, a colleague in the same project group, as Chen Xing had helped her during a family crisis. And ever since then, HuoYu often sought him out, her attitude being quite ambiguous. However, Chen Xing was absorbed in researching soul tools and did not notice HuoYu's feelings. Thinking of this, Huo Yuhao already knew how to handle it. He explained expressionlessly. Today's lecture was relatively simple, and the students learned quickly, so I came over early. After saying this, Huo Yuhao looked ahead without a hint of emotion. HuoYu, however, was not bothered by his demeanor, as she had long since gotten used to it. She continued smiling. "I see. Then let's go to the underground laboratory together." She then took down her name tag and stuck it on the black wall. A light flashed across the wall, and after confirming her identity, a crack opened in the wall, leading to a staircase downwards. She turned to Huo Yuhao and said, "Let's go down together." Huo Yuhao nodded and walked into the underground passage with HuoYu. The staircase wasn't long, and soon they reached the end, which was a long, narrow corridor. The two continued forward until they reached the end. This time, Huo Yuhao and HuoYu took out a black small tag, and a beam of light scanned the tag before sweeping over their bodies. This light scanned the soul rings and pupils of the individuals. As Mingda Hall had considered the existence of soul masters capable of disguise when building the underground experimental base, thus establishing the strictest security measures. However, they could not have imagined that there are individuals in this world who can change their soul aura. Huo Yuhao passed through this checkpoint with ease, and a gap opened in the black wall. What appeared this time was not a staircase, as the underground experimental base was situated 1,000 meters below ground. Walking would waste too much time. What appeared before Huo Yuhao and HuoYu was an iron box. After they entered, the gap automatically closed, and the iron box began to move, falling down at great speed. This thing was like an elevator, Huo Yuhao thought. He had experienced an elevator in the Muggle world before, and as it fell rapidly, just before hitting the ground, a force emerged, gently lowering the elevator to the ground. The two stepped out, and HuoYu smiled, saying, "Chen Xing, let's go back to the laboratory." "Okay," Huo Yuhao replied with a smile. When HuoYu saw Huo Yuhao, who resembled Chen Xing, smile, she was filled with surprise, but more so with happiness. Just as she was about to say something, a strange mental fluctuation appeared. HuoYu's previously cheerful expression suddenly darkened as she said, "All right, I'll head to the laboratory first." After saying this, HuoYu turned and left. While Huo Yuhao began his actions, he followed the long corridor forward, passing several corners until he arrived outside a hidden room. "Sigh, how much longer do we have to guard here? It's so boring. We can't drink or eat meat," said a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard. "Stop complaining. This is a task given to us by the Hall Master. If we offend the Hall Master, our supply of soul tools will be reduced," advised another lean middle-aged man. "And, I know, stop talking. I know I was wrong." The bearded middle-aged man hurriedly interrupted the lean middle-aged man who was about to speak. "Well, as long as you know," the lean middle-aged man said with a look of teaching a child. So these are the two soul Douluos? Huo Yuhao observed them. Seeing that there were guards, Huo Yuhao did not stop but walked directly toward the room. The two tall soul Douluos noticed Huo Yuhao walking straight toward them and were about to stop him, but the next second, they fell into a daze. Golden light shone in Huo Yuhao's eyes, and the originally aggressive two-souled Douluos returned to their original positions, continuing their conversation as if nothing had happened. Upon closer inspection, there was a barely noticeable crack on the gemstones hanging from their necks. Huo Yuhao walked beside the lean middle-aged man, took the token from his pocket, pressed it against the wall for scanning, and immediately a door appeared on the wall. Huo Yuhao swiftly entered, and inside was a sealed room. And in the center of the room was what Huo Yuhao was looking for. Looking at the Snow Empress sealed on the divine sealing platform, who was quietly staying there, Huo Yuhao raised the corners of his mouth and said, "I finally found you, Snow Empress." Chapter 131. The Snow Empress's Surprise, the Chaotic Mingda Hall. At this moment, the Snow Empress also sensed the presence of humans arriving here. The originally calm, divine, sealing platform immediately became restless, releasing an astonishing chill. Damn those humans again. Seeing more people come to disturb her, the Snow Empress was very angry. Huo Yuhao felt this power and was somewhat surprised. It seems the Snow Empress is still conscious, but I can't let her make too much noise. Winter Emperor, it's your turn to appear, Huo Yuhao said in the sea of consciousness. Okay, Yuhao, let me communicate with the Snow Empress, the Winter Emperor replied excitedly. A greenish light surged from Huo Yuhao's eyes, and the aura of the Winter Emperor quietly revealed itself. At this moment, the aura of Binger. What's going on? How could Binger be here? The Snow Empress was shocked to sense the Winter Emperor's aura. After all, she was currently on human territory. How did the Winter Emperor get here? Huo Yuhao stepped forward and slowly placed his hand on the Snow Empress. Suddenly, the consciousness of the Winter Emperor and Huo Yuhao entered a vast white space, where there was a white light cluster. As soon as the Winter Emperor entered the space, she immediately shouted, "Snow Maiden, come out quickly. I'll come and take you away." "Binger, is that really you?" The Snow Empress's voice came from the white light cluster. Then, the white light cluster began to change, gradually transforming into a human form, becoming a little girl about 2 or 3 years old, exquisitely cute and chubby, looking very adorable. Seeing this little girl, the Winter Emperor could no longer hold back and rushed over, hugging the little girl tightly, her voice filled with excitement. "Snow Empress, I finally found you." The Snow Empress was also very happy. After their excitement, they separated, and the Snow Empress asked in confusion, "Binger, how did you get here? How are you in a human's body?" The Snow Empress looked at Huo Yuhao, and the Winter Emperor did not answer, but said, "Snow Maiden, don't ask so many questions right now. We need to leave quickly. It will be troublesome if we are discovered." The Snow Empress also knew that what the Winter Emperor said was reasonable and replied, "Okay, then let South leave this place first." "Winter Emperor, return to my body," Huo Yuhao said. Huo Yuhao moved his hand away from the divine sealing platform, then picked up the divine sealing platform and put it into a storage bag. Normally, low-level soul tools cannot store high-level soul tools, but Huo Yuhao's storage bag is not a soul tool, but a product of magic. After doing all this, Huo Yuhao immediately left the secret room, then placed the token into the pocket of a thin middle-aged man. Huo Yuhao walked slowly in the corridor, with bright golden light flickering in his spiritual eyes. "Let me all fall into panic," Huo Yuhao said with a smile. A powerful spiritual force enveloped the entire underground experimental base, and those soul mentors still in the experiments were immediately controlled. A level 9 soul mentor sensed something was wrong, but before he could react, his assisting level 8 soul mentor launched an attack. Deep red soul-guiding rays shot towards their long-researched experimental results. The level 9 soul mentor watched helplessly as their hard work was destroyed, letting out an unbelievable roar. "What are you doing?" But the only response to him was dozens of soul-guiding rays, and similar scenes occurred in other laboratories, while Huo Yuhao, the instigator, had already quietly left the underground experimental base. This should be a return gift for your evil soul masters attacking the Tianhun Empire, Huo Yuhao thought as he had transformed back to his original appearance, watching the chaotic Royal Soul Mentor Academy of the Sun and Moon from a distance. Huo Yuhao had already left the Mingdu and was currently sitting in a cave in a mountain forest near Mingdu City. He sat on the ground, a flash of light in his hand, and the divine sealing platform appeared in Huo Yuhao's hand. Then he entered the Snow Empress's consciousness space again, and the Winter Emperor returned with Huo Yuhao to the vast white space. "Snow Maiden, everything is all right now," the Winter Emperor said happily. Thank you, Bing, the Snow Empress said, touched. Snow Empress, you should thank Yuhao more. He traveled thousands of miles from the Tianhan Empire to the Sun Moon Empire to save you. Regardless of the danger, the Winter Emperor explained at this time. The Snow Empress looked at Huo Yuhao, who smiled faintly, and said, Hello, Snow Empress, I am Huo Yuhao. Thank you for saving me. The Snow Empress looked at Huo Yuhao with a very complicated expression. After all, she deeply hated humans. But she was saved by a human now. You're a friend of the Winter Emperor, so naturally, you're my friend too. No need to be so polite. Huo Yuhao said. Binger, what is your relationship with this person? The Snow Empress asked in confusion upon hearing Huo Yuhao's words. The Winter Emperor smiled and said, This is a long story. The Winter Emperor recounted her relationship with Huo Yuhao, and the Snow Empress's emotions fluctuated greatly. When the Winter Emperor finished, the Snow Empress sighed and said, Binger, I didn't expect you to choose this path. However, it seems your choice was not wrong. The Snow Empress looked at Huo Yuhao. She recognized Huo Yuhao very much because the strength he displayed truly shocked her. Even she could not quietly take away a 10,000-year-old beast embryo from such a heavily guarded place. And yet he had left such a big mess for Mingda Hall. What about you? Snow Empress, how were you captured? I went to the extreme north to find you, but you disappeared. If it weren't for Yuhao finding your location through the remnant snow lotus, we would really never see you again. The Winter Emperor asked with a tone full of relief. You could find my location through the fragments of the snow lotus? The Snow Empress asked in surprise. I have my own methods, Huo Yuhao said with a smile, not revealing the method. After all, they hadn't known each other for long. The Snow Empress saw that Huo Yuhao did not speak and was not angry. Instead, she gently comforted the Winter Emperor. Binger, you don't need to be sad. Everyone has their own path. Perhaps I will become a god in the end. The Winter Emperor's tone was still a bit lost. The Snow Empress smiled helplessly, then looked at Huo Yuhao and said, Yuhao, can you help me break the divine ceiling platform? Of course, but it's not suitable here. Breaking the divine ceiling platform will make a lot of noise, so I plan to break it for you after we return to the Tianhan Empire. What do you think, Snow Empress? Huo Yuhao explained. Okay, I'll listen to you. The Snow Empress agreed, feeling that Huo Yuhao's words made sense. All right, since that's the case, Winter Emperor, you and the Snow Empress catch up. After a quarter of an hour, we will leave here, Huo Yuhao said again. After finishing speaking, Huo Yuhao left the consciousness space of the Snow Emperor, leaving behind the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor. Chapter 132. Heavy losses in the Mingda Hall, Xinglua City. Jing Hongshan sat on the office chair with a grim expression. Next to him stood a middle-aged man in a white research coat, whose expression was equally unpleasant. Jiayi, has the loss situation been compiled? Jing Hongshan asked seriously. It has been compiled, Lin Jiayi replied. Report it, Jing Hongshan said. Lin Jiayi took a deep breath and began to speak. According to our statistics, this disturbance has caused great damage to the underground experimental base. First of all, the experimental results have suffered significant destruction. The experimental products that were in the production stage were destroyed by the controlled soul masters, and almost all experimental results have been damaged to varying degrees. Fortunately, although some finished products were destroyed, paper documents were preserved, but recreating them will take a lot of time. Additionally, during the disturbance, in order to control the controlled soul masters, various degrees of harm were inflicted on those soul masters. However, the most important thing is that the mental damage suffered by those controlled soul masters will likely require a period of treatment. At this point, Lin Jiayi paused, a look of pain on his face. Jing Hongshan fell into deep thought and then said, Jiayi, continue. Have you found the source of the incident? We have found it. The incident began with a low-level researcher from the Mingda Hall who was controlled on his way to the Mingda Hall for study. When he woke up, he found himself in a warehouse, stripped of his clothes and thrown on the ground. According to the low-level researcher, he was always on his way to the academy and had not deviated from the route, and he had no idea why he ended up in the warehouse. Lin Jiayi recounted the testimony of the low-level researcher. The invader had also transformed into his appearance to enter the Mingda Hall, then knocked out Chen Xing and other students, and finally entered the underground experimental base with a senior researcher named HuoYu. Subsequently, the invader controlled the guards watching the 10,000-year soul beast embryos, easily taking the embryos out, and before leaving, controlled the underground base's soul masters to launch an attack. After a pause, Lin Jiayi continued. There's also a very strange thing. When we want to look for Chen Xing and his students, we completely could not find them. At that time, we thought that Chen Xing and the others had been completely erased, but when we took out the soul power detector, We surprisingly detected Chun Xing's aura on a flower pot, and then found the auras of several other students on other objects. We first tested them, and the results were shocking. They were completely identical to the transformed objects. If it weren't for the aura of their martial souls, we would have thought they were just plants and metals. When Lin Jiai said this, his face was filled with disbelief, as this ability to turn people into plants and metals was truly unheard of. After that, we found medical soul masters to try to turn Chun Xing and the others back into humans, but they automatically transformed back into human form. We immediately checked them, but found no abnormalities. Jing Hongqin's face was also filled with shock as he asked, "How did the invader get through the martial soul detection?" Lin Jiai replied, "We also do not know. According to HuoYu, the invader disguised himself as Chun Xing and showed no abnormalities during the martial soul detection. The detector did not issue any alarms. The invader's methods are very strange. He seems to be able to perfectly disguise himself as another person, even mimicking the aura of their martial soul. Moreover, he possesses some kind of hypnosis ability to control others, which is very advanced. Those who were hypnotized could not detect it at all, and he can turn people into plants and metals. As for whether he can turn people into other animals and objects, we still cannot ascertain. His mental power is also terrifying, according to the controlled soul masters. The reason they launched the attack was that they perceived an invasion of the Mingda Hall. The 9th level soul masters who were not controlled also suffered varying degrees of damage to their mental defense soul tools. The invader's mental power level should have reached a tangible and qualitative state, perhaps even a higher realm, and he possesses a massive amount of mental power. Jing Hongqin's expression turned very ugly. After hearing these descriptions, he could not guess who had made the move. It seemed that there was no one on the entire Douluo Continent who met the criteria. The mental power level reaching a tangible and qualitative state would mean that this person's soul power cultivation must also have surpassed Super Douluo, possibly even being a limit Douluo. Yet there was no such mental type title Douluo on the continent, and that strange ability to disguise and transform. Who exactly is this person? A storm brewed in Jing Hongqin's mind, but no matter how he thought, he could not find a corresponding individual. Have you tried to search for that person's traces in the Ming city? Jing Hongqin asked again. Lin Jiai couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile as he said, "We tried to find any clues he left behind, but with such a strange ability. He left no traces at all. Almost no one knows of his existence." Jing Hongqin nodded. He also understood that it was impossible for that invader's abilities to leave traces, but he still held on to hope. Who exactly is it? Could it be that a new, unknown force has emerged on the continent? The person's main goal seems to be the 10,000-year soul beast embryos. Otherwise, he wouldn't have attacked after obtaining the embryos. What forces are connected to the 10,000-year soul beast embryos? Sigh, the 10,000-year soul beast embryos have been stolen. I don't know how to report this. Jing Hongqin couldn't help but sigh at that moment. Lin Jiai looked at Jing Hongqin's troubled face and finally said, "The Hall Master. The royal family has sent someone. They want you to report the situation immediately." Jing Hongqin had anticipated this and said, "I understand. Jia, you can leave first. I won't be alone for a while." "Yes." Lin Jiai left Jing Hongqin's office. Sigh. A soft sound echoed. Finally arrived. Huo Yuhao had already left the territory of the Sun-Moon Empire and had now arrived in the capital of the Xinglua Empire, Xinglua City. Looking at the towering city walls before him, Huo Yuhao seemed to recall the scenes from when he participated in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Duel Tournament. However, Huo Yuhao was not here to reminisce, but had more important matters to attend to. The White Tiger Duke's mansion. Some debts need to be settled. Huo Yuhao's gaze was deep as he looked towards the direction of the White Tiger Duke's mansion. Chapter 133. The White Tiger Duke's Mansion Revenge. Huo Yuhao was sitting a roadside stall, eating noodles from a bowl with large bites. His casual way of eating contrasted sharply with his handsome appearance, attracting strange looks from passers-by. Huo Yuhao quickly finished the noodles without a care and loudly said, "Boss, check please." "Okay, 1 copper soul coin," the boss said loudly. Huo Yuhao placed the copper soul coin on the table and then turned to leave the bustling market silently. The White Tiger Duke's mansion is located in the northwest direction of Xinglua City, not too far away. After exiting the city, Huo Yuhao quickly headed in that direction. The White Tiger Duke's residence is one of the most important places in the Star Luo Empire. The royal family of the Star Luo Empire was originally the Baihu Dai family, but for certain reasons, they lost the imperial throne. However, the Su family, who seized the throne, did not carry out a complete massacre. Instead, they conferred the original royal Dai family as the White Tiger Duke. establishing the Duke's residence nearby for easier surveillance of Star Luo City. Although the Su family did not annihilate them, they remained vigilant towards the Dai family, as the Baihu martial soul of the Dai family is not weak, and if they were to merge with the yumming spirit cat of the Zhu family, they would become even more powerful. Therefore, the Su family secretly controlled the development of the White Tiger Duke's residence, and currently, only one individual, Dai Hao, who has a close relationship with the Star Luo Emperor's Su family, has broken through to the title Douluo realm, while the Zhu family only has Soldo level experts. Thus, there are no title Hua powerhouses in the White Tiger Duke's residence at this time. But even if there were, they would be no match for Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao stood in front of the White Tiger Duke's residence, looking at the ancient architecture, where every blade of grass and every tree reminded him of the days he lived here with his mother. Even though they were living on the edge of survival at that time, there were still things that Huo Yuhao cherished. With a flash, Huo Yuhao arrived in a grassy area where there was a well-maintained grave that looked very lonely. He sat beside the tombstone, gazing at the two characters Dai Hao etched on it. These were the characters his mother had insisted he carve, but Huo Yuhao felt that Dai Hao's name was not worthy to be on it. In a flash of golden light, the two characters Dai Hao on the tombstone vanished without a trace. Mother, I am not worthy of your love. A man who didn't even know when you died. One day, I will come to your grave to atone, Huo Yuhao murmured. Mother, I have finally become strong. I will not let go of anyone who has bullied us. Today is the day I take revenge for you. Although you, such a kind person, might advise me against seeking revenge, I cannot allow our enemies to live comfortably in this world. Please allow me to go against your wishes just this once. Tears seemed to shimmer in Huo Yuhao's eyes, but they evaporated in an instant. Gently stroking the rough tombstone, Huo Yuhao slowly stood up, a dazzling golden light shining in his spiritual eyes. A terrifying aura began to coalesce around him, and an unresolvable anger surged in Huo Yuhao's eyes. In a flash, Huo Yuhao's figure appeared within the White Tiger Duke's residence. As soon as he appeared, a servant of the Duke's residence spotted him and shouted, "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the White Tiger Duke's residence?" Huo Yuhao's golden eyes turned towards the servant, and the terrifying aura caused the servant to fall to the ground, warm liquid flowing from his pants. Soon, the strong guardians of the White Tiger Duke's residence heard the commotion and rushed over. Three soul Douluo appeared in the sky, sternly shouting at Huo Yuhao below, "You thief! How dare you trespass into the White Tiger Duke's residence? Surrender immediately!" Huo Yuhao smirked coldly. The people of the White Tiger Duke's residence are still so arrogant. Since that is the case, let you all feel some pain. The golden light suddenly expanded, and a massive amount of mental power swept across the entire White Tiger Duke's residence. Whether it was the three-souled Douluo in the sky or the chaotic scene in the Duke's residence, everyone was completely frozen in place, their faces showing terror but unable to move. The three-souled Douluo fell from the sky to the ground with a loud crash, stirring up a cloud of dust. They closed their eyes, fear evident on their faces as they cried out, "Spare us! Spare us!" Huo Yuhao coldly watched this scene. These old ones were the guardians of the White Tiger Duke's residence, who had always protected it without directly harming him and his mother. However, they clearly knew of their existence, but allowed Madame White Tiger and Dai Huabin to bully them. Not informing Dai Hao about these matters was also aiding and abetting the oppressors. Huo Yuhao did not intend to kill them, but he would certainly make them suffer. Next, he would deal with those who had bullied his mother. Huo Yuhao's cold voice rang out. Huo Yuhao's figure flashed, and he arrived in the kitchen of the White Tiger Duke's residence. He looked at the people frozen outside the kitchen, but did not make a move. They were not his targets. Huo Yuhao slowly walked into the kitchen and soon saw the person he was looking for, a middle-aged woman in a bright red dress, fat and looking very mean. She had been cursing just before freezing, and in front of her stood a young girl in plain clothes, looking terrified. This girl was the kitchen manager who had been instructed by Madame White Tiger to cut rations for Huo Yuhao and his mother, leading to them always being underfed. And his mother's death was closely related to this. The middle-aged woman's face turned extremely fearful as she saw Huo Yuhao approach. Realizing that Huo Yuhao could move freely, she knew he was the culprit. Huo Yuhao lightly moved his finger, and the middle-aged woman broke free from her frozen state. As soon as she could move, she immediately knelt on the ground, crying out, my lord, please don't kill me. I'm just a cook. I have nothing to do with the White Tiger Duke's residence." Tears and snot streamed down her face, showing a stark contrast to her earlier arrogant demeanor. Huo Yuhao coldly looked at the ugly middle-aged woman and slowly said, Do you remember the woman who was starved to death because you cut her rations? The middle-aged woman, crying, suddenly froze, then immediately cried out, "My lord, that was all ordered by Madam White Tiger." That vile woman was afraid of competing with other ladies for favor. So she took advantage of the Duke's absence to bully those ladies. I was just following orders. Please spare me. I ask you, do you remember that woman? What was her name? What was her child's name? Do you remember? Huo Yuhao continued to question coldly. The middle-aged woman's mind raced as she tried to recall who Huo Yuhao was referring to, but she had done so many terrible things for Madam White Tiger that she could not remember. She was still thinking when Huo Yuhao, losing patience, said, "If you can't think of it, I'll help you." That woman's name was HuoYu, and her son's name is Huo Yuhao. I am her son. You have harmed countless people while working for Madam White Tiger over the years. I don't want to say much more. Huo Yuhao's eyes shone with golden light as his cold voice rang out. You shall die. The middle-aged woman, still begging for mercy, suddenly felt her body freeze, her expression turning blank in an instant. All the terrifying punishments in the world were inflicted upon her. Her face contorted in extreme pain, her body curled up, and she let out continuous screams. "Ah, spare me. I beg you to kill me." The middle-aged woman screamed hysterically. Soon, she stopped crying out in agony and began to emit some incomprehensible cries. She had been tortured to the point of losing her sanity, descending into madness. Huo Yuhao narrowed his eyes, watching the crazed middle-aged woman. A beam of golden light shot out, and in an instant, her head exploded, ending her wretched life. Huo Yuhao slowly walked out of the kitchen, his eyes cold as he said, "On to the next one." Chapter 134. Tenfold Return Under the Blazing Sun. The once vibrant Duke White Tiger's residence has now fallen silent, as if a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone in the Duke White Tiger's residence is frozen in place. Their expressions varied, but only their eyes reveal the fear within. At this moment, a handsome young man in a black robe walks past them, and though their pupils betray their terror, they remain motionless, silently praying that this handsome youth does not set his sights on them. Huo Yuhao does not spare a glance at these people, walking straight past them, his eyes only focused on the enemies of his mother and himself. The Duke White Tiger's estate is vast, but Huo Yuhao moves slowly, as if traversing through space, and soon arrives at the residence of the Duke White Tiger's guards. With a cold glint in his eyes, Huo Yuhao gazes at the house before him. He will never forget the scene of his mother being surrounded and beaten by the 8 guards brought by Dai Huabin to protect him. Those 8 guards were Dai Huabin's personal guards, and since Shrek Academy does not allow guards, they remained at the Duke White Tiger's residence after Dai Huabin went to study at the academy, continuing to safeguard the estate. Huo Yuhao's spiritual power covers the entire Duke White Tiger's residence, so he naturally knows where those 8 people are located. In an instant, he appears inside the guardhouse. At this time, there aren't many people in the guardhouse, as most of the guards are stationed throughout the Duke White Tiger's residence, leaving only a few guard captains behind. The people Huo Yuhao is looking for are among these captains, as guards for Dai Huabin, the second son of the Duke White Tiger. Their treatment after Dai Huabin's departure would naturally not be poor. Among them, for have reached the rank of guard captain, while the others have become squad leaders, commanding several guards. Huo Yuhao's sudden appearance in the room causes a huge shock to the 6 people inside. Their eyes reveal their fear. Huo Yuhao looks at the few people before him and immediately recognizes the 4 he is searching for. He coldly states, Luo Si, Chen Kong, Wang Jie, Feng Yu. With each name Huo Yuhao utters, one of the 4 falls into fear, while the other 2 visibly relax, their pupils contracting with anxiety as if wanting to speak. But Huo Yuhao has already lost interest in them, with a flash of golden light in his eyes. The 4 who had once participated in beating his mother regain their ability to move. Feng Yu and the others kneel on the ground, begging for mercy. But before they can utter a word, they all feel a heavy punch to their abdomens. They scream, their bodies are sent flying into the air, and before they can fall to the ground, another force strikes them, sending them soaring again. The sounds of their screams echo as they soon collapse to the ground like a pile of mud. Every bone in their bodies has been shattered by Huo Yuhao's tenfold return of the injuries his mother suffered. Blood flows from the 4 of them, staining the originally gray floor, and they no longer have the strength to scream. At this level of injury, they should have long been dead. However, under Huo Yuhao's intervention, they remain conscious and retain a glimmer of life. Watching the 4 of them gasping for breath on the ground, the Yuhao delivers his final judgment. With a flash of golden light, their heads explode like fireworks, blood splattering everywhere, yet not a drop touches Huo Yuhao. The 2 survivors in the room are filled with terror, fearing that Huo Yuhao might kill them in a fit of rage. But he pays them no mind and directly leaves the room. Huo Yuhao does not waste time searching for the other four scattered throughout the Duke White Tiger's residence. With a flash of golden light in his eyes, he remains in place, waiting. Before long, for screams are heard, and several shadows fall from the sky, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. The four figures crash to the ground, and as the dust settles, four armored guards covered in dirt appear before him. These guards, as defenders of the Duke White Tiger's residence, are naturally soul masters, unlike the ones he had just controlled. Huo Yuhao does not intervene with these four, so they are free to act. The guards, being well-trained, quickly recover from their brief pain and stand up, releasing their martial souls, warily watching Huo Yuhao. Who are you? Why have you come to the Duke White Tiger's residence to commit murder? Don't you know that Xingluo City is nearby? If our Duke returns, he will not let you go. One of them, a fierce-looking man with a scarred face, gathers his courage to speak. I fear no Duke White Tiger. Today, I am here to deal with the Duke White Tiger's residence, Huo Yuhao coldly replies. The four's expressions change, and they immediately prepare to strike first. Their abilities as guards for Dai Huaban indicate they are not weak. Years have passed, and with the resources of the Duke White Tiger's residence, 3 of them have reached the rank of Soul King, with 1 at the peak of Soul Zone. Huo Yuhao watches their movements with cold eyes, not taking action. To him, people of this strength are like ants. With a thought, the 4 who were about to attack suddenly find themselves unable to move. They desperately try to move their bodies, and the Scar Man shouts in terror, "What kind of sorcery have you used?" Huo Yuhao does not respond. He moves swiftly, appearing before the Scarred Man in an instant. His originally pure white hand transforms into an ice-blue dragon claw, exuding a terrifying chill. Huo Yuhao delivers a heavy punch to the Scar Man's body. He feels a sharp pain in his abdomen, his body curling up like a cooked shrimp, his eyes bulging as if they might pop out of their sockets. The Scarred Man's body flies through the air, the sensation of weightlessness spreading throughout him. He does not even have time to scream before the bone-chilling cold sweeps over him. His abdomen glows blue, and his entire body turns into an ice sculpture. The ice sculpture falls from 4 meters high without any cushioning, shattering with a loud bang, limbs and head separating, leaving no chance of survival. The other 3 are horrified by this terrifying scene, their faces pale as they urgently plead for mercy. "My lord, spare us. We are merely guards of the Duke White Tiger's residence. We can take you to the Duchess. We know where she is. Please spare us." Huo Yuhao coldly gazes at their ugly faces. He still remembers how they had beaten his mother, and now they have become ants he can kill at will. Without saying a word, Huo Yuhao lightly waves his dragon claw, and the 3 men are turned into ice sculptures. He then dashes forward at incredible speed, striking the 3 ice sculptures with a heavy punch, turning them into a mist of ice. Chapter 135. Duchess of the Duke White Tiger. The bloody mist spreads through the air, and Huo Yuhao looks at the chaotic courtyard, feeling a hint of relief. But the revenge is not yet over. Only one remains, the Duchess of the Duke White Tiger. Huo Yuhao looks toward the location of the Duchess, the long-suppressed hatred in his heart, now unable to be contained. Huo Yuhao's figure disappears from the courtyard, and in the next moment, he arrives at the location of the Duchess of the Duke White Tiger. A huge courtyard stands at the center of the Duke of White Tiger's residence, where the reception hall is located. All important guests are received by the Duke of White Tiger here, and it is also the place for discussions. Huo Yuhao has lived in the Duke of White Tiger's residence for many years, but has only visited this place once, when he awakened his martial soul. After that moment, the lives of him and his mother changed completely. Although his mother was originally a maid, after giving birth to the Duke of White Tiger's child, her life was not too bad. At least they had food and drink, though lacking in nutrition. Before awakening his martial soul, the clan elders would protect Huo Yuhao due to his bloodline from the Duke of White Tiger's residence. If he awakened the White Tiger martial soul, he would naturally be one of the White Tiger lineage and could not be bullied. Therefore, after Huo Yuhao awakened the spirit martial soul, his and his mother's status changed completely. Losing the protection of the clan elders, the Duchess of White Tiger began to bully them without restraint, and even the servants of the Duke's residence often mistreated them. At this moment in the discussion hall, the Duchess of White Tiger sat alone, while outside the door were a dozen clan elders preparing to leave, indicating that a meeting had just concluded. Huo Yuhao walked in through the door, ignoring the frozen clan elders outside, and directly entered the discussion hall. He looked at the woman sitting in the main seat, dressed in a black long dress, appearing to be in her 30s, with a dignified demeanor. Huo Yuhao looked expressionlessly at the woman before him. Upon seeing Huo Yuhao, the Duchess's eyes showed a moment of panic, but in an instant, she was unable to move. With a wave of Huo Yuhao's arm, the Duchess returned to normal. She immediately reacted, standing up from her seat and looking at Huo Yuhao warily. Who are you? Has our Duke of White Tiger offended you in some way? Perhaps we can discuss it, the Duchess of White Tiger asked cautiously. Why I came to the Duke of White Tiger's residence is something you should ask yourself, Huo Yuhao said lightly. Although Huo Yuhao's face was calm, a murderous intent was brewing deep in his eyes. The Duchess of White Tiger looked at the handsome young man in the black robe before her and could not think of when she had offended him. Please clarify. Your Excellency, she said again. Do you remember HuoYu? Huo Yuhao said coldly. The Duchess's previously wary expression instantly turned pale upon hearing that name. She exclaimed, Who are you? How do you know that woman? The name HuoYu had always lingered in the Duchess's mind because she was the only woman who posed a threat to her. Although the Duchess of White Tiger was envious of the other women in Dai Hao's life, she had never thought of killing them, as they could not threaten her status. Only HuoYu made her feel threatened. She was Dai Hao's personal maid, taking care of him since childhood, and their relationship was very close. HuoYu even gave birth to a child for Dai Hao, so the Duchess did not dare to act recklessly until Huo Yuhao awakened his martial soul. Although the Duchess did not take direct action to kill HuoYu, she made things difficult for her in various ways, ultimately leading to her death. Dai Huabin dared to condone the guards beating Huo Yuhao because he received permission from the Duchess of White Tiger. The Duchess knew that HuoYu held a certain status in Dai Hao's heart, as she had served him since childhood and had also given birth to his child. Therefore, she did not dare to act openly, but let Dai Huabin send people to beat Huo Yuhao, anticipating that HuoYu would not allow her son to be harmed. In the end, her plan succeeded. HuoYu was severely injured, and even after being treated, she was left with lingering effects. The Duchess also instructed the servants to cut HuoYu's rations and assign her more work, ultimately causing Huo Yuhao to fall ill from overwork and die in winter. Using the memories he obtained through the mind control technique, Huo Yuhao's inner anger was about to erupt. You designed to injure HuoYu back then and made things difficult for her in various ways, leading to her death. You haven't forgotten, right? Huo Yuhao asked, suppressing his anger. The Duchess of White Tiger forced a smile and said, What are you talking about? I don't understand. Sister Yun'er's death was just an accident. It doesn't matter if you deny it. It seems you didn't handle things cleanly back then. You didn't eliminate HuoYu's son, Huo Yuhao sneered. The Duchess's heart surged with waves of panic. Her son? After HuoYu died, her son disappeared from the Duke of White Tiger's residence. Since he had only a first-level soul power, he couldn't stir up any trouble, so I didn't look for him anymore, she thought. You're joking. I was very sad about Sister Yun'er's death. Her son has been missing since she died. I even sent people to look for him, but I couldn't find him. I'm very worried about that child. The Duchess of White Tiger spoke sincerely, and anyone would find no flaws in her words. But in front of Huo Yuhao, who already knew her memories, her expression made him feel nauseous. I don't know what your relationship is with that child, but if there's a chance, let that child come home. His brothers miss him very much. The Duchess of White Tiger acted as if she were truly a mother hoping for her child's return, even tears welling in her eyes. She did not connect the handsome young man before her with Huo Yuhao, as their appearances and cultivation levels were completely different. She only thought he was related to Huo Yuhao. You are truly shameless. Huo Yuhao, furious, cursed with a laugh. You don't need to pretend anymore. I am Huo Yuhao, HuoYu's son. I already know all your tricks, Huo Yuhao said coldly. Today, no matter what you say, you will die here. I will definitely take revenge for my mother's death, Huo Yuhao added. What? You are Huo Yuhao? How is that possible? The Duchess of White Tiger exclaimed in disbelief. There are too many impossible things in this world. Don't worry, I won't kill you so quickly, Huo Yuhao said coldly. What do you want to do? The Duchess of White Tiger could no longer maintain her facade. She wanted to summon her martial soul, but found that there was not a trace of soul power in her body, and her martial soul had completely vanished. In the next moment, she fell into darkness. The pain my mother once felt, I will return it 100-fold. Huo Yuhao's cold voice echoed. The Duchess of White Tiger woke up in the dark, realizing she was wearing coarse clothes and living alone in a shabby woodshed. What happened? Where is this? She exclaimed. Before she could react, the door of the woodshed was kicked open, and a fat woman walked in, scolding, Su Qing, what time is it now? Get up and work. Do you want to die? The Duchess of White Tiger looked at the servant before her, who dared to insult her so, and immediately said, Who are you to insult me like this? Steward, take this person and teach her a lesson, and kill her. However, Her cries received no response. Instead, the fat woman, seeing that the Duchess of White Tiger was so arrogant, directly slapped her. "You shameless slacker! How dare you speak so boldly without working, and even act as a housekeeper?" The fat woman continued to curse. The Duchess of White Tiger wanted to use her martial soul to resist, but found herself completely turned into an ordinary person. Under the fat woman's oppression, she had no choice but to submit and follow her to work. Facing a pile of clothes, the Duchess of White Tiger fell into despair. As a princess of the Xingluo royal family, she had never suffered any hardships, whether in the palace or after marrying Dai Hao. After washing clothes all day, her hands were already worn out. Just as she was about to return to rest with her tired body, she encountered a child protected by guards. She immediately recognized the child as her son, Dai Huabin. She rushed over and hugged Dai Huabin, saying, "Huabin, I'm your mother. Please help me. They don't recognize me and keep tormenting me." However, Dai Huabin seemed not to recognize the Duchess of White Tiger, suddenly being hugged by a filthy woman reeking of odor. He shouted, "Help me." The guard reacted quickly and kicked the Duchess of White Tiger away, hurriedly asking, "Second young master, are you all right? Do you think I'm all right?" Dai Huabin angrily replied, looking at his soiled clothes. Then, he turned to the Duchess of White Tiger and furiously ordered, "Hit her, beat her to death." After receiving the order, the guards immediately began to beat the Duchess of White Tiger. Their fists, as big as sandbags, rained down like a storm. At that moment, the Duchess of White Tiger had the body of an ordinary person, and the excruciating pain made her cry out, "Ah, Huabin, I'm your mother. How could you let them hit me?" Hearing this, Dai Huabin became even angrier and said, "Hit her harder. Beat this crazy woman who's impersonating my mother to death." The guard struck even harder, but in the end, the Duchess of White Tiger did not die. After her injuries healed a bit, she began working again because not working would also result in being beaten. Day after day, year after year. The Duchess of White Tiger lived under such conditions for over a decade. During these years, she was always cold and hungry, with endless work awaiting her every day. Finally, on a cold winter night, the old wounds on the Duchess of White Tiger flared up, and she died alone in the woodshed. The Duchess of White Tiger opened her eyes, thinking she had to get up and work. Reflexively, she jumped up from the ground. But when she looked at the familiar scene before her, she struggled to remember. Is this the Duke of White Tiger's mansion? Then she saw Huo Yuhao and immediately said in fear, "It's you? You're the one who brought me into the illusion." Huo Yuhao sneered. "How does that experience feel?" "My mother experienced it too." Remembering her experiences in the illusion, the Duchess of White Tiger couldn't help but shiver. She stared wide-eyed at Huo Yuhao and said, "You are a devil. I'm just doing what you did. So, do you want to experience it again?" Huo Yuhao said with a smile on his face. No, just kill me." The Duchess of White Tiger cried in fear. But how could Huo Yuhao fulfill her wish? With a flash of brilliant golden light, the Duchess of White Tiger fell into the illusion once more. Chapter 136. Dying in pain, Dai Huabin, the Duchess of White Tiger, opened her eyes weakly. Her eyes already filled with bloodshot veins. She could no longer remember how many times she had woken up from the illusion. Lying on the ground, she had lost count of how many times she had awakened from the illusion. In a weak voice, she pleaded, "Please kill me." She had no idea how many times she had gone through the illusion. Although her body had not suffered any harm, her spirit had been tortured to the point of collapse. Huo Yuhao sat on a chair, looking at the miserable state of the Duchess of White Tiger without any expression. However, he was not interested in continuing. The Duchess of White Tiger had received the punishment she deserved, but he would not let her die so easily. Huo Yuhao looked down at the Duchess of White Tiger with cold eyes and said, "Do you really want me to kill you?" The Duchess of White Tiger's eyes lit up with hope, and she hurriedly said, "Yes, please kill me. Don't worry, I will kill you." Huo Yuhao smiled and replied, "And I will also kill your son Dai Huabin, and your son Dai Yaohing as well." Huo Yuhao's tone became chilling. With every name Huo Yuhao mentioned, the Duchess of White Tiger's body trembled. Finally, she found some strength and desperately tried to claw at Huo Yuhao, cursing, "You bastard, if you dare to touch my children, I will kill you. You and your mother are both bastards." Huo Yuhao's eyes flashed with cold light as he ruthlessly said, "Did you not think about today when you had Dai Huabin beat me and plotted against my mother? I won't spare either of you." The Duchess of White Tiger wanted to say something else, but Huo Yuhao did not give her the chance. A powerful mental force surged into the Duchess of White Tiger's brain, instantly turning it into a mush, and her soul was obliterated by Huo Yuhao. The Duchess of White Tiger's eyes widened, her face pale, with resentment and anger in her eyes, dying in a tragic state. Looking at the deceased Duchess of White Tiger, Huo Yuhao felt a slight relief of the hatred deep within him. However, he did not completely let go because there were still those who had not received their due punishment. Dai Huabin, I wonder if you're ready? The magic power I left on you must be quite interesting, right? A smile crept onto Huo Yuhao's lips as he looked towards Shrek Academy. At this moment, thousands of miles away at Shrek Academy, Dai Huabin, dressed in a purple school uniform, was strolling by the sea god lake with Zhu Lu. Dai Huabin was now 14 years old. When he enrolled at Shrek Academy, he had already reached level 37, and by the time of the soul fighting competition, he was close to level 40. After suffering a devastating defeat in the soul fighting competition, Dai Huabin began to train hard. He had now added the 4th ring, and his soul power had reached level 43. Among the third-year students, only Ning Tian from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School could match his soul power. However, at this moment, the youthful Dai Huabin did not have the vigor typical of a youth. Instead, his face was clouded with gloom. Zhu Lu looked at the perpetually gloomy Dai Huabin, her face filled with worry. She couldn't help but say, Huabin, what's wrong with you lately? Is it because of that Huo Yuhao? Upon hearing Huo Yuhao's name, Dai Huabin's eyes instantly filled with rage. Every time he remembered the humiliation Huo Yuhao had brought him, he wanted to tear Huo Yuhao apart. Yet, Huo Yuhao's formidable strength made him feel an involuntary fear. Zhu Lu, haven't I told you not to mention that name in front of me? Dai Huabin suppressed his anger and said. Seeing Dai Huabin get angry, Zhu Lu immediately said, I am sorry, Huabin, you misspoke. Then she added with concern, Huabin, I'm really worried about you. You've been training so hard without giving your body any time to rest. Your body will eventually not be able to take it. Hearing Zhu Lu's heartfelt words, Dai Huabin's anger dissipated considerably. He softened his tone and said, I'm sorry, Zhu Lu. I was wrong just now. I will take care of my health. Zhu Lu was immediately happy when she heard Dai Huabin say this, and she said, It's okay, Huabin. I don't mind. Then, Zhu Lu seemed to remember something, and her fair cheeks gradually turned rosy. She shyly said, Huabin, when are we going to do what Madam mentioned? I heard Madam say that if we do that, the fusion degree of our martial soul fusion skill will also improve. After she finished speaking, Zhu Lu directly lowered her head. Upon hearing this, Dai Huabin's expression became somewhat unpleasant, as the matter Zhu Lu referred to was naturally those things between a man and a woman. When Dai Huabin got injured and returned to the White Tiger Duke's residence to recover last time, the Duchess had mentioned this to the two of them. Young boys and girls on the Douluo Continent are generally precocious, so they can engage in sexual relations around the age of 14 or 15. Moreover, since the White Tiger martial soul and the Nethercat martial soul have a connection, if they engage in sexual relations, it could improve the fusion degree of their martial souls. Although the Duchess was not the owner of the Nethercat martial soul, she was aware of this. So she brought it up to Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu. In the past, even if it was just to enhance the fusion degree of their martial soul fusion skill, Dai Huabin would have immediately engaged with Zhu Lu. However, now Dai Huabin just wanted to avoid it. After he healed, he returned to Shrek Academy, and soon he noticed something was wrong with himself. His younger brother was unresponsive. When he was recovering at the White Tiger Duke's residence, his brother had no response, and he thought it was due to his injuries. But after he healed, there was still no reaction. At that moment, Dai Huabin began to panic. At his age, he should be full of vigor, yet he had no response. He secretly went to Shrek City to find a woman, but no matter how the woman stimulated him, he remained unresponsive. He sought out healing soul masters, but none could identify the problem. After realizing he couldn't be treated, Dai Huabin's temperament grew increasingly gloomy. And even this outing was something Zhu Lu had to plead for a long time. Dai Huabin forced a smile and said, Zhu Lu, there's no need to rush that matter. We should focus on our cultivation for now. Upon hearing Dai Huabin's refusal, Zhu Lu immediately looked up and said, Huabin, this won't hinder our cultivation. We can still improve the fusion degree of our martial soul, which will make our martial soul fusion skill even more powerful. Hearing Zhu Lu's words, Dai Huabin felt even more irritated and excitedly said, All right, Zhu Lu, let's not talk about this anymore. I'll come to you when I'm ready. Zhu Lu's expression dimmed as she lowered her head and said with a smile, Dai Huabin continued, As long as you know, I'm leaving now. Just as he was about to leave, he felt a pain in his chest and knelt on one knee on the ground. Zhu Lu saw this and rushed over, concerned, saying, Huabin, what's wrong? Are you okay? Dai Huabin knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Just now, his heart had suddenly hurt, and he felt as if he had lost something important. Now the pain had subsided, but he still felt a sense of panic inside. I'm fine, Dai Huabin said breathlessly. Huabin, Let me take you to find a healing soul master, Zhu Lu said anxiously. Dai Wabin nodded, and Zhu Lu immediately rushed toward Shrek Academy's medical room at the fastest speed. Chapter 137, Dai Luoli. Leaving the Star Luo Empire, Huo Yuhao walked into the devastated White Tiger Duke's residence, where every blade of grass and tree made him feel disgusted. Those servants who had been harsh and cruel to his mother, the places that had humiliated her. Such a place had no reason to exist, Huo Yuhao thought to himself. A brilliant golden light shone in Huo Yuhao's eyes as his spiritual power enveloped the entire White Tiger Duke's residence, intending to move the remaining people out to avoid harming them. Although he had no good feelings towards them, he would not vent his anger on them because of the Duchess. Under the influence of his vast spiritual power, Huo Yuhao clearly saw every person's face and soon discovered a familiar one. Oh, it's actually him, Huo Yuhao said in surprise. In the next second, he disappeared and appeared beside that person. Huo Yuhao looked at the boy in front of him. His appearance was quite ordinary, looking about 12 or 13 years old, with a hint of coldness between his brows. However, the coldness on his face had completely vanished at this moment. The boy was suddenly frozen in place. His eyes filled with fear upon seeing the handsome youth appear before him. Huo Yuhao looked at this boy and couldn't help but recall the days he spent living in the White Tiger Duke's residence. Almost everyone there had treated him and his mother very poorly. Even those who showed them some kindness did not dare to express it due to the Duchess's tyranny, and they even bullied the two of them along with the crowd. At that time, only a few people showed them kindness, one of whom was the boy's mother, who was the concubine of the White Tiger Duke, Dai Hao. She was also a woman despised by the Duchess. But the Duchess was not as cruel to her as she was to HuoYu. She only secretly set some traps for her. This concubine had taken good care of Huo Yuhao and his mother, often sending them food and clothing during the early years after Huo Yuhao was born. She had even held Huo Yuhao before, but after the Duchess found out about this, their contact was severed. He remembered that this lady also had a son, named Dai Luoli, who was just 1 year younger than him. Huo Yuhao had seen him once, and if he wasn't mistaken, this was the boy in front of him now. Huo Yuhao waved his hand to release the boy from his confinement and asked with a faint smile, "What is your name?" Once the boy was released, he immediately retreated a distance and asked warily, "Who are you?" Seeing his vigilant demeanor, Huo Yuhao couldn't help but chuckle. He directly said, "You're Dai Luoli, right? How is your mother doing now?" Upon hearing Huo Yuhao mention his name and ask about his mother, Dai Luoli became even more vigilant. He initially planned to say nothing, but when Huo Yuhao's voice reached his ears, he found himself answering involuntarily, "Yes, I'm Dai Luoli. My mother passed away a year ago." After Dai Luoli said this, he immediately reacted, panic flashing across his face as he exclaimed, "What did you do to me?" Huo Yuhao, however, ignored the panicking Dai Luoli and fell into silence. Then he let out a deep sigh. "Ah, I didn't expect this. Don't worry. I mean you no harm," Huo Yuhao said softly. Yet, Dai Luoli did not lower his guard, still watching Huo Yuhao cautiously. This time, he did not speak, fearing a repeat of what had just happened. Huo Yuhao couldn't help but chuckle, but he felt some admiration for Dai Luoli's reaction. He then spoke again. "I have something to give you." Huo Yuhao slowly walked towards Dai Luoli, who became increasingly anxious and released his martial soul. A layer of white light shone from him, and suddenly his body expanded rapidly, his muscles visibly bulging, and white fur sprouting all over. His clothes were stretched tight. A solitary yellow soul ring appeared behind Dai Luoli. Huo Yuhao frowned. Now that Dai Luoli was 12 years old, his soul power had not yet reached level 20, indicating that his talent was not particularly good. However, Huo Yuhao did not look down on Dai Luoli. After all, if he had not crossed over to the world of magic and met Tianming and the others, with his talent, he would only be at a little over level 10 now. It was just that with Dai Luoli's cultivation level, life in the White Tiger Duke's mansion would probably not be very good. The only benefit was that he awakened the White Tiger martial soul. However, his White Tiger martial soul seemed a bit different. Huo Yuhao could see at a glance that Dai Luoli's White Tiger martial soul was not as simple as it appeared. It contained a power that had not yet been activated. As Huo Yuhao moved closer, Dai Luoli shouted in terror, "Don't come any closer." Huo Yuhao, however, turned a deaf ear. Dai Luoli hurriedly used his first soul skill, White Tiger Shield, and a layer of white light enveloped his skin. Dai Luoli punched towards Huo Yuhao, but in Huo Yuhao's eyes, the punch was light and lacked any power. Huo Yuhao gently raised his hand and caught Dai Luoli's fist, and with a slight force, the light shield on Dai Luoli shattered. With a smile, Huo Yuhao said, "Why is your strength so small? Haven't you eaten?" Dai Luoli's face turned red. and he used all his strength to try to pull his hand away from Huo Yuhao's grasp. But Huo Yuhao seemed unfazed, casually holding onto his hand. What do you want to do? If you want to kill me, just do it. Douluo roared. Huo Yuhao revealed a faint smile and nodded slightly, saying not bad, quite spirited. But you must be mistaken. Didn't I say I have something to give you? At this moment, Douluo's face changed to one of surprise. He did not expect that this person was telling the truth. At this point, he no longer doubted that Huo Yuhao was trying to deceive him, as no one would try to trick someone who was completely defenseless. Just as Douluo was about to speak, Huo Yuhao suddenly struck him with a palm. Feeling the strong gust of wind from the strike, Douluo thought in despair. I've been tricked. He really intends to kill me. Huo Yuhao's palm carried a powerful spiritual force and moved at astonishing speed. But just as it was about to hit Douluo, all the force dissipated. Gently pressing against Douluo's forehead, Douluo felt a powerful force spread from his forehead throughout his body, and he felt extremely comfortable. The next second, his vision went black, and he lost consciousness. A brilliant golden light emanated from Huo Yuhao's hand, enveloping Douluo's entire body, and at this moment, Douluo's martial soul underwent a tremendous transformation. Huo Yuhao felt Douluo's martial soul gradually changing and continued to channel his spiritual power. With the stimulation of Huo Yuhao's powerful spiritual force, the changes in Douluo's martial soul became more and more apparent. A very strong spiritual force awakened from Douluo's martial soul, and the white light around him became even more intense. As I expected, it is a white tiger martial soul with spiritual attributes. Because it has not completely mutated, my younger brother's cultivation talent is so poor. Huo Yuhao thought to himself as he watched Douluo gradually awaken. As time passed, the changes in Douluo became more evident. The originally unconscious Douluo suddenly opened his eyes, and a blood-red pupil appeared next to his originally black pupil. Douluo let out an angry roar, and the white light behind him gradually turned blood-red, with a blood-colored tiger shadow appearing behind him. Douluo's soul power aura underwent a dramatic change, reaching the level of a great soul master, and his martial soul's potential had been fully tapped. Seeing this, Huo Yuhao slowly withdrew his spiritual power, and the brilliant golden light gradually faded from Douluo's body. Douluo lost the support of the energy and fell to the ground, and the abnormal phenomenon around him disappeared. Huo Yuhao looked at the Douluo lying on the ground and carefully examined his meridians. Although Douluo had eaten better than Huo Yuhao when he was young, the condition of his meridians was not good, with many of them blocked. Huo Yuhao's gaze sharpened, and Douluo's body floated up again, his back facing Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao placed his palm on his back, and green life energy continuously surged into Douluo's body. This life force was very powerful yet gentle, and after entering Douluo's body, it continuously widened his meridians, clearing out the impurities within. Before long, Douluo's meridians were completely unblocked, and their width had increased. Compared to before, where the meridians were like a small stream, they had now transformed into a large river. Huo Yuhao stopped channeling the life force and let Douluo lie on the ground. His spiritual eye lit up with brilliance, and spiritual power surged out. Douluo, lying on the ground, seemed to have been stimulated by something and quickly opened his eyes, jumping up from the ground. What's going on? How am I not dead? That old monster didn't he kill me? Douluo stood on the ground, shaking his head in shock as he looked around. He thought that he was definitely dead under Huo Yuhao's palm, but unexpectedly, he had survived. However, before he could feel happy, a voice filled with amusement came from nearby. You're so happy that you're not dead? Didn't I say I have something to give you? You even call me an old monster. Do you hate me that much? Douluo turned to look and saw that terrifying figure again. The joy on his face immediately froze, and he forced a smile, saying, Hee, Senior is joking. How could I dare to insult you? Huo Yuhao stood behind Douluo, still smiling as he said, Don't call me senior, just call me brother. After all, I'm not much older than you. Hearing this, Douluo secretly cursed, old monster still pretending to be young. However, he forced a smile and replied, Yes, you are my brother. Huo Yuhao saw through his insincerity but did not expose it. Instead, he said, Didn't I say I have something to give you? How do you feel about your body now? Upon hearing this, Douluo became a bit nervous. He was afraid that Huo Yuhao had left something terrifying in him. However, when he seriously sensed his body, he fell into shock. How is this possible? Douluo said incredulously. He was so shocked because he found that his original level 18 soul power had reached the level 20 limit, and there was still plenty of soul power remaining. After adding the second ring, he would definitely exceed level 20. What shocked him even more was the wide meridians in his body, like a great river, allowing soul power to flow without obstruction, a sensation he had never experienced before. After feeling this, Luoli looked at Huo Yuhao with a somewhat complex expression and asked, "Who exactly are you? Why are you helping me like this?" At this point, Luoli completely believed Huo Yuhao's words, but he could not understand how he had crossed paths with such a powerful individual who would help him like this. Huo Yuhao, however, did not answer and smiled as he said, "Aren't you going to take a look at your martial soul?" Luoli was taken aback, then obediently released his martial soul. Luoli's muscles bulged again, and fur appeared on his body. However, the originally black and white fur had now turned blood red. A blood tiger shadow appeared behind him, its eyes filled with ferocity, moving as if it had a soul. "How is this possible? My martial soul!" Luoli exclaimed in shock as he looked at the drastically changed appearance of his martial soul. "How is it? How about this gift?" Huo Yuhao asked with a smile. "Senior, please take me as your disciple." At this moment, Luoli unexpectedly knelt on the ground and bowed his head devoutly. In his view, this powerful senior must have put in so much effort to help him enhance his talent and even awaken his martial soul again for a reason. Being treated this way must mean that he wanted to take him as a disciple. After all, what could a first-ring soul master like him have that was worth scheming for? Huo Yuhao looked at Luoli, who was kneeling on the ground, with some astonishment. He didn't expect Luoli to think in that direction. Huo Yuhao then spoke. "Do you know why I came to the White Tiger Duke's mansion?" Luoli surprisingly answered, as if it was a matter of course. "Isn't it to take me as your disciple?" Huo Yuhao couldn't help but laugh inwardly in helplessness, thinking, he really is still a child. Then Huo Yuhao's expression turned serious as he said, "Luoli, I came to the White Tiger Duke's mansion because there is a grudge between the mansion and me. I am here for revenge." Luoli was shocked and looked up at Huo Yuhao. Seeing his expression, Huo Yuhao directly explained what had happened. As Luoli listened to Huo Yuhao's words, his expression became increasingly shocked, and his mouth opened wide in disbelief. Until Huo Yuhao finished speaking, he stammered and asked, "So you really are my brother?" "That's right." Huo Yuhao nodded. "Back then, when I was at the White Tiger Duke's mansion, your mother helped me and my mother. I have always remembered this kindness, so I acknowledge you as my brother," Huo Yuhao explained. "Then how is the madam now?" Luoli asked cautiously. Huo Yuhao sneered. "She has gone where she should go." Upon hearing Huo Yuhao's tone, Luoli knew that the White Tiger Duke's wife was in grave danger. However, he didn't say much and even felt a slight sense of satisfaction, as the White Tiger Duke's wife had often targeted their mother and son. "Brother, will you treat father like this in the future?" Luoli asked again. Hearing Luoli call him brother, Huo Yuhao showed a look of appreciation in his eyes. However, upon hearing Luoli's question, his expression turned cold as he replied, "You don't need to concern yourself with this. It's a matter between him and me." Luoli opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately closed it. He then changed the topic, saying, "Brother, what are you planning to do next?" Huo Yuhao's expression cleared a bit as he replied, "I previously joined the body sect. After finishing this matter, I will return to the sect. Do you want to leave with me?" Upon hearing Huo Yuhao's invitation, Luoli looked very hesitant and finally said, "No, brother. I want to stay in the White Tiger Duke's mansion." Luoli looked at Huo Yuhao cautiously, but Huo Yuhao did not feel disappointed. After all, Luoli had lived in the White Tiger Duke's mansion for so many years. How could he leave with someone he had just met? Even if that person was his brother? Huo Yuhao smiled and said, "Staying here is fine too. Your martial soul has completely mutated, and your talent has become stronger. The elders of the White Tiger lineage will also do their best to cultivate you." Luoli expressed his gratitude, saying, "Brother, thank you. No need, but you might need to find a new place to live," Huo Yuhao said with a mysterious smile. "What?" Luoli asked in confusion. The next moment, a force lifted Luoli's body, and 4 ice blue soul rings appeared behind Huo Yuhao, a chilling aura spreading out as the temperature around them rapidly dropped. Dragon scales covered Huo Yuhao's body, his arm transformed into a dragon claw, and the first ice blue blood soul ring emitted a blue light. 2 large bulges formed on Huo Yuhao's back, and his clothes shattered with a loud bang, revealing 2 gigantic ice blue dragon wings. This was Huo Yuhao's first blood soul skill, Ice Dragon Wings. This soul skill allowed Huo Yuhao to fly, and his speed could reach the level of a limit Douluo. Huo Yuhao flapped his wings and immediately soared into the sky. lifting Douluo Li beside him with his spirit. It was Douluo Li's first time flying in the air, and looking down at the tiny white Tiger Duke's mansion made him feel a bit scared. Nevertheless, he still asked, "Brother, what are you going to do?" Huo Yuhao did not answer directly, but instead asked, "Douluo Li, does the white Tiger Duke have anything you want to remember him by?" Douluo Li was taken aback, then began to think, shaking his head and saying no. He felt a bit sad as he spoke. After his mother passed away, the white Tiger Duke's wife had burned all of his mother's belongings, and the place where his mother used to live was now occupied by others. Douluo Li had desperately tried to stop it, but with his first-ring strength, he couldn't even defeat the guards of the white Tiger Duke's mansion, let alone stop those people. He could only watch helplessly as his mother's belongings were destroyed and the room was taken over by others. The things he cherished had been destroyed by the white Tiger Duke's wife. If not for his low strength and the father he admired, he would have left the white Tiger Duke's mansion long ago. "That's good," Huo Yuhao said with a smile. Douluo Li recalled what Huo Yuhao had said about finding a new place to live, and he quickly guessed what Huo Yuhao was about to do. He hesitantly asked, "Brother, are you going to destroy the white Tiger Duke's mansion?" "That's right," Huo Yuhao said expressionlessly. He then said no more. His spirit eye emitted a brilliant golden light, and a massive amount of spiritual power surged out. Huo Yuhao used his spiritual power to throw out figures from the white Tiger Duke's mansion one by one. In a short time, the once massive white Tiger Duke's mansion was empty. Douluo Li stared in shock at this scene. Seeing Huo Yuhao's power as having reached an unfathomable level, he felt that even a title de law would not be able to accomplish what Huo Yuhao was doing now. After the white Tiger Duke's mansion was cleared out, Huo Yuhao looked coldly at the enormous area of the mansion below, feeling no emotion in his heart. This place, which harbored countless filth, no longer needed to exist. Heartless words, akin to the will of heaven, escaped Huo Yuhao's lips. "I seal for 1,000 miles. The second blood soul ring behind Huo Yuhao shone brightly, and he let out a dragon's roar towards the sky. The temperature in the air dropped rapidly, and the moisture in the air condensed into tiny ice cubes, yet they did not fall from the sky. Instead, they froze in midair, and all living things within the coverage of the soul skill were frozen at that moment. Douluo Li, protected by Huo Yuhao's spiritual power, still felt that his body was already frozen stiff. At this moment, even time seemed to freeze, with only Huo Yuhao remaining able to move. Huo Yuhao's eyes shone with an ice-blue light, and the dragon scales on his body sparkled in the sunlight as he suddenly flapped his dragon wings. All the coldness in the air surged toward the white Tiger Duke's mansion, and those frozen entities began to move again, but their bodies remained cold and stiff. The white Tiger Duke's mansion was enveloped in a layer of ice-blue mist, and in an instant, every inch of land and every building was covered with a layer of solid ice, appearing like ice-carved structures from above. After the white Tiger Duke's mansion was completely frozen, the temperature within 100 miles of the mansion dropped rapidly. Fortunately, there were no residential houses nearby. Otherwise, they would have suffered greatly. However, the white Tiger Duke's mansion did not last long. Huo Yuhao made another move, letting out a dragon roar that caused all the nearby trees to sway wildly and even the ground to tremble. Under the terrifying sound waves and the control of Huo Yuhao, the already frozen Duke Baihu's mansion shattered loudly, with all the buildings turning into chunks of broken ice. After finishing these actions, Huo Yuhao brought Douluo Li back to the surface, retracting the blood soul rings behind him, and the dragon-like features on his body disappeared. Though his black hair turned back to ice blue, Douluo Li, with his arms crossed and teeth chattering, seemed greatly affected by the cold air generated from witnessing Huo Yuhao using his soul skill at such close range. Huo Yuhao placed his hand on Douluo Li's shoulder, and Douluo Li felt a warm current dissolving the coldness within him, instantly feeling much better. After recovering, Douluo Li asked in shock, "Brother, what is your cultivation level now?" The things Huo Yuhao had just done left him utterly astonished. That kind of power was not something a human could possess. It must be the power of a deity. Huo Yuhao revealed a mysterious smile and said, "Did you not see? I am now a 4-ring soul master, but my cultivation has already reached level 50. Douluo Li, not believing Huo Yuhao's words, how could a soul master be that strong? However, since Huo Yuhao didn't elaborate, he chose not to ask further. Huo Yuhao then said, "Luo Li, I have to leave now." "So soon?" Douluo Li said reluctantly. Although their time together was short, the familial affection Huo Yuhao brought him filled him with joy, something he hadn't felt for a long time since his mother passed away. All good things must come to an end, so don't be sad. Work hard on your cultivation. And if you need anything, You can come to the Heavenly Soul Empire to find me, Huo Yuhao said with a smile. I will definitely work hard on my cultivation, Douluo said firmly. That's good to hear. Before I leave, let me give you something, Huo Yuhao said. Huo Yuhao's mental power surged out, and the people from the Duke Baihu's mansion in the distance suddenly felt a pain in their heads and fainted. Huo Yuhao turned and said, I have erased their memories of seeing you with me. This way, no one will make things difficult for you after I leave. Brother, thank you, Douluo said excitedly, touched by Huo Yuhao's thoughtful consideration. I'll teach you a method to cultivate mental power. Your martial soul has a mental attribute, and strengthening your mental power will greatly help your strength. After saying this, Huo Yuhao pointed his finger at Dai Luoli's forehead. Dai Luoli felt a flood of information pouring into his mind, firmly imprinting it in his memory, making it impossible for him to forget. After the memory transmission ended, Dai Luoli opened his eyes, filled with surprise. This method of training mental power was so powerful. Just as he was about to thank Huo Yuhao, he found himself alone. As Huo Yuhao's figure had already disappeared, Dai Luoli felt a sense of loss, but he didn't forget his words. He quickly gathered himself and stepped forward to lie down beside the unconscious people of the Duke Baihu's mansion. Chapter 139, The Return Journey. News spreads Huo Yuhao soared in the sky, his ice-blue dragon wings shining brightly in the sunlight, like a true dragon soaring through the air. At this point, Huo Yuhao had already entered the territory of the Heavenly Soul Empire. Only 3 hours had passed since he left the Duke Baihu's mansion, and he flapped his dragon wings to fly forward. Yuhao, are we going to the extreme north now? The Ice Emperor asked in the Sea of Spirits. That's right. We'll first go to the extreme north to release the Snow Emperor, and once our situation stabilizes, we will leave, Huo Yuhao replied. Thank you, Yuhao, the Ice Emperor said gratefully. Of course, I will keep my promise, Huo Yuhao said with a smile. After the two finished speaking, Huo Yuhao's figure had already flown a considerable distance. Someone should have discovered what happened at the Duke Baihu's mansion by now, Huo Yuhao thought silently. Meanwhile, the situation at the Duke Baihu's mansion was exactly as Huo Yuhao anticipated. 2 hours after Huo Yuhao left, the remaining survivors of the Duke Baihu's mansion also woke up. Upon waking, they looked at the completely destroyed Duke Baihu's mansion, even though they had witnessed the entire process of Huo Yuhao's actions. The shock in their hearts could not be calmed. The Duke Baihu's mansion was enormous, covering an area of 3,000 acres, and the number of people living there was countless. Huo Yuhao had directly thrown out nearly everyone from the mansion and then destroyed such a vast estate. The power displayed was simply unimaginable. After the initial shock, the first to wake up at the Duke Baihu's mansion was the highest-ranking member of the Baihu Duke lineage, an elder named Dai Fengyu. He immediately awakened the other elders. As those elders looked at the ruins that were once the Duke Baihu's mansion, it took them a long time to react. Once they regained their composure, all the elders had serious expressions. One elder murmured in fear. Who did we offend to attract such a powerful being? After calming down, the other elders also felt a late-arriving fear. They had lived in luxury and had never felt death so close. The feeling of being unable to move and being at the mercy of others instilled a deep sense of terror in them. At this moment, Dai Fengyu calmly said, You don't need to be afraid. In the eyes of that powerful being, we are no more than ants, easily killed at will. However, since that powerful being did not kill us before, it means he does not care about us. If he doesn't care, he won't kill us. After hearing Dai Fengyu's analysis, the other elders also realized that it was indeed the overwhelming power of that being that had caused them such great fear that they had momentarily failed to react. The great elder is right. One elder said happily, as if they had escaped death. Yes, we were unable to move, yet that powerful being did not kill us. And when destroying the mansion, he even threw us out first, which shows he didn't want to kill us at all. Another elder said, But that powerful being came to the Duke Baihu's mansion. Besides destroying it, he must have done something else. Dai Fengyu pondered within. That powerful being could not have come to the Duke Baihu's mansion just to destroy it. Dai Fengyu recalled what that powerful being had done. I saw him when he was in the council hall. After he entered the hall, he appeared in midair after a while. Dai Fengyu recalled Huo Yuhao's actions. The council hall? What is in the council hall? Dai Fengyu murmured as he paced. Dai Fengyu, disturbed by the earlier events, could not remember who was in the council hall for a moment. At this time, an elder nearby reminded him. Su Qing seems to be inside. Su Qing. Dai Fengyu's eyes widened immediately. Wake everyone up right now. We need to count the numbers. Dai Fengyu shouted loudly. Hearing this, the already awakened elders immediately began to act, waking those with higher powers who were still unconscious. and then urging them to wake others. As more people woke up, the speed of awakening increased. Within nearly an hour, all the people of the Duke Baihu's mansion present had been awakened, and Dai Loli also groggily opened his eyes, pretending to have been unconscious for a long time. As expected, Su Qing is probably in grave danger now. Dai Fengyu guessed the fate of the Baihu Duchess after awakening everyone, but not seeing her. Then Dai Fengyu looked at the two remaining guards standing in front of him, his brows tightly knitted as he asked, "What happened? Where are the other four?" "They have been killed," one of the guards replied, his voice trembling. The tragic deaths of the four left a deep shadow in the hearts of the two. "Killed? How they die?" "Dai Fengyu, pressed urgently." The guard recalled what had happened earlier, trembling as he recounted what he had seen. After listening, Dai Fengyu's brow furrowed even deeper. That powerful being had brutally murdered the four guards, and then killed Su Qing, the Duchess of the White Tiger. What connection could there be between them? Dai Fengyu pondered. "I will count the numbers before making any plans," he thought. "Butler, guards, take your people and count the numbers." Dai Fengyu commanded loudly. "Yes," the butler and the guards replied in unison. As the butler and the guards began their investigation, they clarified how many were present and how many were missing, though it was already dark by the time they finished. The butler and the captain of the guards returned to Dai Fengyu's side, and he immediately asked, "What is the situation?" The butler answered, after the investigation, "A total of 10 people are missing. 8 were from the guard team, 4 of whom were captains, along with the head of the kitchen, and lastly, the Duchess." "Do you know the connection between these people?" Dai Fengyu asked. The butler hesitated. "Speak quickly. If you keep stuttering, I will kill you," Dai Fengyu said sternly. Feeling the pressure from Dai Fengyu, the butler's face turned pale, and he no longer dared to hide the truth, immediately saying, "I will tell you. These people are related to the Duchess. The head of the kitchen was personally arranged by her, and the 8 guards were previously the protectors of the second young master. All of them are related to Su Qing and Hua Bin. It seems they have grievances stemming from their mother-son relationship," Dai Fengyu thought. "What have they done to provoke such great trouble for the Duke of the White Tiger's household?" Dai Fengyu said through gritted teeth. "This matter is no longer just about the Duke's household. We must notify the royal family." Dai Fengyu contemplated. "You stay here. I will go to the palace to inform His Majesty immediately," Dai Fengyu said loudly, then quickly headed towards the location of Xinglua City. An hour later, the palace of Xinglua City was brightly lit, and Su Jiawei led a large group of soldiers and several royal attendants out of the city in a grand procession. Such a huge commotion naturally drew the attention of others, and soon many people gathered at what had become a ruin of the Duke of the White Tiger's household. The events that transpired at the Duke's household quickly spread throughout the entire Douluo Continent. Chapter 140. Breaking the Seal of the Divine Platform. The Snow Empress is freed in the depths of the extreme north. Snow fell from the sky, and Huo Yuhao stood in the snow. A vacuum area formed around him, preventing any snow from falling on him. "Snow Empress, are you ready?" Huo Yuhao asked, looking at the divine platform in his hand. "I am ready," the Snow Empress replied, her voice a bit excited. After all, she had previously planned to self-destruct and perish with those people, never imagining she would have a chance to escape. "All right, in that case, I will break the divine platform for you," Huo Yuhao said solemnly. Golden light shone brightly in Huo Yuhao's eyes as he looked at the divine platform, which was a level 9 soul tool. Otherwise, it would not be able to seal the Snow Empress. Every soul tool has a core formation, and as long as the core formation is destroyed, even the most solid soul tool will be rendered useless. Under the probing of his mental strength, Huo Yuhao had already figured out all the core formation pathways within the divine platform, and he had found the key point of the core formation. "This is it," Huo Yuhao thought as he looked at the core formation. 2 beams of dazzling golden light shot from his spiritual eyes, striking the most critical part of the divine platform. In an instant, the core formation that was operating collapsed entirely. The pale golden light shield that had trapped the Snow Empress dissipated, and she immediately broke free from it. A massive energy burst forth, and a white gas flew out. The extreme north was originally a vast expanse of white, so the white color should not stand out much. But this white gas was so striking that it could easily be distinguished from the white snow. After the appearance of this white gas, the snowflakes falling from the sky began to dance wildly, and the snowflakes on the ground also swirled into the air, surrounding the white gas as if they were fondly approaching it. Huo Yuhao watched the scene in the sky and could not help but exclaim, "No wonder she is the ice goddess favored by snow." The Snow Empress is a being formed from the purest ice attribute elemental energy in the core area of the extreme north. After countless years of nurturing, She developed her own thoughts and wisdom, becoming an intelligent being, inherently pure elemental matter, and naturally favored by ice and snow. The snow continued to swirl, slowly coalescing into a human form around the white gas. The moment the human form was successfully formed, the purest ice attribute energy in the extreme north gathered together. The heavens and earth suddenly changed color. An immense ice attribute elemental energy poured like a funnel into the body, formed by the ice and snow. The ice and snow body emitted an astonishing white light, and the originally snow-like body gradually came to life, culminating in the formation of a true human. Huo Yuhao looked at the snow empress in the sky, momentarily mesmerized, but quickly regained his composure. This was not due to a lack of willpower, but because the snow empress in the snow was simply too beautiful, and the pure aura surrounding her was extremely captivating. The snow empress appeared human, with long, pure white hair cascading down her back to her feet, and sky-blue eyes that were ethereal and transparent, as if they could see through everything in the world. Her slender and flawless figure was perfect, and although her white dress had no decorations, it made her seem so noble and stunning. She was meticulous, like a cold plum blossom in winter, standing out from the crowd, proud against the snow and frost. At this moment, the snow empress floated in the air, her cold face breaking into a smile that seemed to make the entire world pale in comparison. She slowly flew in front of Huo Yuhao and said, "Thank you, Yuhao." Huo Yuhao looked at the snow empress before him, his eyes also showing a moment of astonishment. He smiled and said, "I'm also entrusted by the Ice Emperor, but I'm very happy that you can recover." The snow empress smiled back, and Huo Yuhao continued, "Ice Emperor, you can come out now." A green light appeared behind Huo Yuhao, and the next moment, the Ice Emperor's figure appeared behind him. The Ice Emperor looked at the Snow Empress before her and said happily, "Snow Empress, you are finally free. I also have to thank you, but..." The Snow Empress said gently, looking at the Ice Emperor. It's all thanks to you, Hao. I just spoke a few words," the Ice Emperor said, clearly different from her usual cold demeanor, like a little girl in front of the Snow Empress. The Snow Empress smiled as she looked at the Ice Emperor, her eyes revealing unusual feelings. Huo Yuhao had completely confirmed the relationship between the two beings at this moment, and he could only mourn for the Heavenly Dream Ice Worm. "Heavenly Dream, you really have it tough," Huo Yuhao sighed. The Snow Empress and the Ice Empress were talking, while Huo Yuhao watched the Snow Empress nearby. His brows slightly furrowed. Something seems off with the Snow Empress. Although she appeared fine, Huo Yuhao felt that her body seemed somewhat ethereal. He asked, "Snow Empress, what is your current situation?" The Ice Empress immediately became a bit anxious and asked, "Snow Empress, is there something wrong with your body?" The Snow Empress smiled wryly and replied, "As expected, I can't hide it from you. I can't maintain my current state for long. Since the remaking began, it's hard to pause. I can only temporarily maintain my human form with the natural energy of the extreme north. I will soon have to start the remaking process again." Hearing this, the Ice Empress breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't a big issue after all. However, she still asked, "How much time do you have left, Snow Empress?" The Snow Empress said, "About an hour." The two resumed their conversation, putting the remaking aside. However, time passed quickly, and the Snow Empress's time was up. Her body, made of ice and snow, began to slowly dissipate. With a smile, the Snow Empress said, "Binger Yuhao, goodbye." As her body scattered, only a white orb formed from condensed gas remained in the air, emitting a faint glow. With each fluctuation of the light, the ice and snow also rippled. Now all that was left was to wait. Huo Yuhao looked at the white orb and said, "I leave it to you." "Thank you, Yuhao." The Ice Empress expressed her gratitude. Last time, the Snow Empress was sealed by someone using the God Sealing platform during her remaking. So this time Huo Yuhao and the Ice Empress stayed here to protect the Snow Empress from being disturbed by others. Huo Yuhao waved his arm, and deep blue magical energy surged out, causing the ice and snow below to begin moving. In just a minute, a house made of ice and snow was completed. Huo Yuhao entered it, and the various pieces of furniture were also made from condensed ice and snow. Huo Yuhao sat cross-legged on the ice bed and began to cultivate, his mental power enveloping the area where the Snow Empress was remaking. He would be able to respond immediately to any disturbances. Chapter 141. The 6-year-old Snow Empress deep in the extreme north, where human presence was rare, a human house unexpectedly appeared, which was quite strange. A man dressed in white, with a tall stature and long ice-blue hair, walked out of the room, standing in the snow as if merging with the entire world. The Snow Empress should be nearly done with her remaking, Huo Yuhao thought as he observed the phenomenon in the sky. The white light mass formed by the Snow Empress had grown larger, continuously absorbing the ice attribute natural energy from the surroundings. As the natural energy infused into it, the white mass became denser, covered in patterns, resembling a white egg. The patterns on the white mass began to light up gradually, and, as they did, the fluctuations of natural energy became more intense, with the ice attribute natural energy rushing into the white orb like a whale swallowing its prey. With such a massive influx of natural energy, the patterns on the white orb were almost entirely lit up in an instant, and at that moment, a dramatic change occurred. The white orb suddenly began to spin rapidly, with the natural energy also swirling around it, quickly forming a massive white tornado. The pull of the enormous white tornado was terrifying. In an instant, all the descending ice and snow in the core area of the extreme north was sucked into it. The core area of the extreme north, which had not stopped snowing for an unknown period, experienced a bizarre cessation of snow due to the appearance of this white tornado. Huo Yuhao stood beside the white tornado, unaffected, like a mountain firmly rooted in place. However, his house was unfortunately destroyed, swept away by the white tornado. Such a huge commotion naturally attracted the attention of other creatures in the extreme north, and several powerful auras were rushing toward this direction. However, none of this affected the transforming Snow Empress. The white tornado underwent a significant change, suddenly emitting a strong white light. At that moment, the tornado stopped spinning, and the ice and snow in the world began to fall again. The natural energy attached to the tornado completely dissipated, and the gigantic ice tornado collapsed in an instant, revealing the white orb at its center, which had completely transformed into a white egg. A white crack quietly appeared on the immaculate surface of the egg, quickly expanding, and at that moment, the egg began to split open. At the moment the egg cracked into two halves, a tremendous force erupted, cutting off the falling snow in the world. Under the influence of this force, the snowflakes above could not fall, leaving a vacuum zone in the middle. The powerful soul beasts rushing toward this direction were also overturned by this energy, while Huo Yuhao, at the center of the force, remained unmoved like a mountain. But at this moment, a faint golden light radiated from Huo Yuhao's body, enveloping him, indicating the power of this energy. A small white and pink hand stretched out from the eggshell. The hand looked delicate and translucent, resembling a plump and cute little hand. Then, another small foot emerged from the eggshell, and soon, the head of the Snow Empress directly popped out, with the eggshell still stuck around her neck. The Snow Empress revealed her appearance after remaking. Her silver-white hair had a slight curl, and her deep blue eyes were captivating, like the depths of the ocean. At this moment, the Snow Empress looked like a baby just a few months old. After her head emerged, she surprisingly bent down to bite at the eggshell around her neck. Once the eggshell entered her mouth, it instantly transformed into the purest ice attribute energy. The Snow Empress smiled, her adorable demeanor making those who saw her unable to help but smile back. Huo Yuhao watched the Snow Empress in the sky and noticed that after she took a bite of the eggshell, her body grew a little. At that moment, the Snow Empress in the sky began to feast. With each piece of eggshell she consumed, her body grew a little larger, and by the time she finished the eggshell, she had grown to resemble a 6-year-old girl. The Snow Empress had somehow put on a white robe, and although her expression was cold, it only made her look more adorable rather than intimidating. The Snow Empress flew down from the sky and landed beside Huo Yuhao, her chubby face breaking into a smile. "I did it. Thank you, Yuhao, for protecting me. It's good that you succeeded." Huo Yuhao replied with a smile as he looked at the Snow Empress. "But Snow Empress, do you need to awaken your martial soul after your remaking?" Huo Yuhao asked curiously. "I should need to. Although I can still use my power now, it feels very difficult, as if something is obstructing me. It should be because my martial soul hasn't awakened," the Snow Empress said, frowning as she explained her situation. "Well then, let me help you awaken your martial soul," Huo Yuhao said with a smile. He took out a white crystal ball from his storage bag, which was embedded with 6 black stones. The Snow Empress was surprised. She hadn't expected Huo Yuhao to carry a martial soul awakening device with him, but she was also pleased as it saved her more time. "Snow Empress, place your hand on the crystal ball," Huo Yuhao instructed. The Snow Empress followed the instructions and placed her pure white hands on the crystal ball. Huo Yuhao focused his soul power on the crystal ball, and it immediately emitted a golden light, transforming into a light shield that enveloped the Snow Empress. The golden light entered her body, and she trembled as a human-shaped shadow appeared behind her, resembling a stunningly beautiful but cold-faced woman. This was the form of the Snow Empress before her recultivation. "Ice Sky, Snow Woman Martial Soul," Huo Yuhao said, looking at the shadow behind her. He then put away the awakening martial soul crystal ball and asked the Snow Empress, "How do you feel now?" "Very good. Using my power has become smooth. I can now condense my first soul ring," the Snow Empress replied. Each soul beast, after transforming, possesses innate full soul power, allowing the Snow Empress to condense a soul ring. So Huo Yuhao wasn't surprised. However, he then said, "Snow Empress, you might need to wait a while before condensing your soul ring." The Snow Empress was a bit confused. Her perception wasn't as keen as before after the transformation. But the tremor from the ground made her realize something was wrong. She and Huo Yuhao looked in the direction of the tremor, and several massive creatures appeared before them. Chapter 142. Atai and Xiaobai before them were two gigantic soul beasts. One was an exceptionally large ice bear, its massive body resembling a small hill. Even with all four limbs on the ground, it stood over 15 meters tall, with thick fur that was white with a faint silver sheen. The other was a terrifyingly large soul beast that bore a striking resemblance to a human, with long arms and covered in long, snow-white fur. Its face was also somewhat human-like, but with many wrinkles on its forehead and grayish-blue skin, along with two enormous tusks. Standing over 120 meters tall, this was the Titan Snow Demon King that Huo Yuhao had seen before. The two soul beasts looked at Huo Yuhao and the young Snow Empress, and the ice bear was the first to speak in a hesitant tone. "Is that you, Snow Empress?" The Snow Empress smiled at the two soul beasts and replied, "It's me, Xiaobai." She then turned to the Titan Snow Demon King and said, "Atai, long time no see. Xiaobai Atai?" It seems the Snow Empress has a close relationship with these two soul beasts, and they seem to respect her greatly. Huo Yuhao thought as he listened to the Snow Empress's words. The two beasts sensed the aura of the young Snow Empress and recognized her familiar voice, understanding that the little girl before them was indeed the previously extraordinary and powerful Snow Empress. "Snow Empress, what happened to you? How did you end up like this?" Xiaobai asked anxiously, trembling. "I'm fine. You don't need to worry," the Snow Empress comforted, placing her small hand on the Ice Bear King's nose. Xiaobai lowered his massive body, bringing his head closer to the Snow Empress, while the Titan Snow Demon King remained calm, having already guessed what had happened to her. "Snow Empress, did you choose to recultivate into a human?" The Titan Snow Demon King asked with a complex tone. The Snow Empress smiled and said, "That's right. I chose to recultivate into a human." "Why, Snow Empress? Isn't it good for us to be soul beasts together?" Xiaobai asked excitedly. The Snow Empress looked at the agitated Xiaobai with a sense of helplessness. She understood his feelings. Ever since she had rescued him and raised him, Xiaobai had regarded her as his mother. "Xiaobai, you should know that my time is running out. With my power, I cannot survive the great calamity of 700,000 years. If I don't make a change, I'll only face death in the calamity. Do you wish for me to die in the great calamity?" The Snow Empress said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai immediately replied anxiously, "I don't want the Snow Empress to die." The Snow Empress continued to stroke Xiaobai's fur and said, "I don't want to either. But I'm not afraid of death. I just don't want to die without meaning. So I chose to recultivate into a human, aiming for that realm. If I die then, I can die without regrets." Both the Ice Bear King Xiaobai and the Titan Snow Demon King Atai fell silent upon hearing this response. After a moment of silence, the Titan Snow Demon King looked at Huo Yuhao beside the Snow Empress. "Snow Empress, who is this human?" the Titan Snow Demon King asked. Xiaobai also looked curious, and the Snow Empress replied, "This is Yuhao. He is a friend of mine and the Ice Emperor." "A friend? This human is your friend?" "Also, it seems the Ice Emperor has gone missing. Her people were hunted down by some humans while searching for her," the Titan Snow Demon King said in surprise. It was evident that he was shocked to hear that Huo Yuhao was a friend of the Snow Empress and Ice Emperor, given the previously poor attitude of both towards humans. "This is a long story," the Snow Empress said, looking at Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao nodded, and then a greenish-blue light shone behind him, revealing the figure of the Ice Emperor. After appearing, the Ice Emperor greeted the two soul beasts, saying, "Xiaobai, Atai, long time no see." The two beasts stared in shock at the Ice Emperor's spirit form appearing behind Huo Yuhao. The Titan Snow Demon King asked in astonishment, "Snow Empress, what happened to you? How did you end up like this?" The Titan Snow Demon King's gaze then turned dangerously towards Huo Yuhao, as he suspected that this human had killed the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor noticed the Titan Snow Demon King's thoughts and said, "Atai, it's not what you think. I followed Yuhao willingly. My situation is similar to the Snow Empress. My time is also running out, and I have no assurance of surviving the great calamity. However, due to a chance, I was able to retain my consciousness and become Yuhao's martial soul, which is why I am like this now. The Titan Snow Demon King fell into silence, suddenly feeling a sense of melancholy. With the Snow Empress having transformed and the Ice Emperor becoming a human martial soul, he was now the only one left of the three great kings of the extreme north. It seemed there was also this foolish bear. He glanced at the Ice Bear King Xiaobai, who was still enjoying the Snow Empress's petting and seemingly unaware of anything else, and couldn't help but feel a deep sadness. The Snow Empress stopped stroking Xiaobai, who was initially comfortable but suddenly felt a bit unaccustomed. Ignoring Xiaobai's reaction, the Snow Empress said seriously, "Atai, I originally planned to wait until my recultivation was complete before finding you, but since you are here, I will tell you now." The Titan Snow Demon King knelt on one knee, looking at the Snow Empress with a serious expression. The Snow Empress continued, "Atai, I hereby announce that the position of the Master of the Extreme North Ice Field will be inherited by you from now on. I hope you can protect the Extreme North Ice Field in my stead." Snow Empress, The Titan Snow Demon King's voice trembled, but it was not with excitement. It was filled with sorrow. The Snow Emperor smiled and said, "Atai, although you can be a bit rough around the edges, you are kind-hearted and righteous, never using your strength to oppress other tribes. Over the years, you have followed me and have achieved many accomplishments. You have truly grown up. Every action of yours has been under my watchful eye. I am very relieved that you will inherit the position of Master of the Extreme North Ice Field. Although I will stay in the Extreme North for a while longer, soul beasts eventually have to go to the human world for recultivation, and I will have to leave when the time comes. Atai, I am counting on you." Tears appeared in the eyes of the Titan Snow Demon King as he realized that the Snow Empress was speaking the truth. He solemnly said, "Snow Empress, I will help you guard the Extreme North. When you return from your recultivation, you will still be the Master of the Extreme North." The Ice Bear King, Little White, beside him showed an unwilling expression, but he would not refute the Snow Empress's thoughts. Even though the Snow Empress's strength was no longer there, he still regarded her as his mother. Chapter 143. Leaving the Extreme North. Deep in the Extreme North, a strange scene unfolded. A gigantic ice bear and a giant Titan Snow Demon were kneeling in front of a 5- or 6-year-old girl, with a handsome young man in white standing beside them. The Snow Empress, seeing that the Titan Snow Demon King agreed, smiled lightly and said, "Atai, thank you for being willing to take on this heavy burden. This is what I should do," the Titan Snow Demon King said, lowering his head. Little White, the Ice Bear King, saw this scene and rubbed his enormous head against the Snow Empress, asking, "Snow Empress, what about me? What should I do?" The Snow Empress stroked Little White's fur and suddenly became serious, saying, "Little White, will you listen to me?" Seeing the Snow Empress so serious, Little White hurriedly replied, "Of course I will listen to you, Snow Empress." Seeing Little White's expression, the Snow Empress's face softened as she slowly said, "Little White, I know that you and Atai have had some friction. You feel dissatisfied because I have given the position of the Master of the Extreme North to Atai, right?" The Snow Empress fixed her gaze on Little White's eyes, and Little White's gaze became evasive. In a weak and uncertain tone, he said, I have no dissatisfaction." "Really?" the Snow Empress asked, looking at him closely. Little White opened his mouth slightly, wanting to speak, but when he saw the Snow Empress's eyes, he couldn't say anything. He lowered his head and mumbled, "Yes, I'm a bit dissatisfied. Why should he be the Master of the Extreme North? I wanted to be the one, just so he wouldn't be." Little White said childishly. The Titan Snow Demon King looked at Little White's demeanor and deliberately puffed out his chest proudly. Little White immediately bared his fangs at the Titan Snow Demon King, looking fierce, and the Titan Snow Demon King met his gaze defiantly. Huo Yuhao watched this scene with a strange expression, while the Snow Empress's face turned serious, revealing a dangerous expression. The originally tense two beasts lowered their heads in fear upon seeing the Snow Empress's demeanor. "Little White, Atai, before I have even left the Extreme North, you're already like this. If I leave, will the Extreme North split into 2 factions and start civil war? Do you still regard me?" the Snow Empress asked sternly. "Or do you think that after I recultivate and lose my power, you can rebel?" "No, it's no Empress. That's not what we mean. Regardless of whether you have power or not, you will always be the Master of the Extreme North," the Titan Snow Demon King hurriedly said while kneeling on the ground. Little White also immediately knelt down, saying, "Snow Empress, that's not what I mean. I just. Little White was so anxious that he couldn't speak. The Snow Empress then asked Little White, "Didn't you say you would listen to me?" "Yes, I will listen to you. Little White hurriedly replied. The Snow Empress's expression softened slightly as she said, Little White, I know your loyalty, but can you really avoid conflict with Atai? I will definitely listen to you and not have conflicts with him, Little White said firmly. Looking at Little White's determination, the Snow Empress turned to the Titan Snow Demon King and said, Atai, I hope you can also put aside past grievances and not have conflicts with Little White. I will, the Titan Snow Demon King respectfully replied. The Snow Empress patted Little White's head and said, Little White, you must also do this, understand? I understand, Snow Empress, Little White said seriously. I believe in you. You are the most obedient child, aren't you? The Snow Empress said with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Little White immediately beamed with joy. After resolving the conflict between the two beasts, the Snow Empress's worries were also alleviated, and she smiled, saying, I will stay for a while longer before leaving the extreme north, and I will rely on both of you to protect it. I will definitely protect you, Snow Empress. The Titan Snow Demon King said immediately. Me too, Little White chimed in eagerly. The Snow Empress nodded slightly, and, seeing that she had resolved the matter, Huo Yuhao spoke up, Snow Empress, since you have resolved the issue, it's time for me to leave the extreme north. Upon hearing this, the Snow Empress's face flashed with reluctance. Then she said, Yuhao, since you have things to do, you should leave the extreme north now. However, can I find you when I am about to leave the extreme north of the human world? Huo Yuhao smiled and said, Of course, you're always welcome. The Ice Empress also wants to meet you. The Snow Empress smiled, and then Huo Yuhao, pondering something, released his bloodline soul ring. His right hand immediately transformed into a claw covered in dragon scales, exuding pure dragon-like blood. The Titan Snow Demon King and Little White could not help but change their expressions upon sensing Huo Yuhao's aura. The Titan Snow Demon King felt his bloodline suppressed, and he was shocked at heart, as he had the bloodline of the ancient ice god, yet he felt pressure from Huo Yuhao. The Snow Empress remained calm, having long been acquainted with Huo Yuhao's Ice Dragon King bloodline. The scales in Huo Yuhao's hand emitted a glow, and then with a thought, a piece of ice blue scale fell into his hand. Huo Yuhao handed the scale to the Snow Empress and said, Snow Empress, when you go to the human world, inject your soul power into this, and I will be able to find your location. The Snow Empress took the scale, looking at the scale that still retained Huo Yuhao's aura, and said, Thank you, Yuhao. Huo Yuhao replied, No need to thank me. We are friends. I will take my leave now. Then, Huo Yuhao quietly disappeared before the Snow Empress and the others. And the Titan Snow Demon King and Little White did not see how he left, their hearts filled with astonishment. Snow Empress, who exactly is this human, to have such pure dragon blood? The Titan Snow Demon King asked. The Snow Empress looked at the place where Huo Yuhao had vanished, her eyes deep as she said, I'm not sure, but he is indeed a very powerful person. Otherwise, Binger would not have chosen him. The Snow Empress stood in place for a while, before saying, Atai can go back first. Little White, I will go with you to your clan. Okay, Snow Empress, Little White said happily. Then he lay down on the ground, indicating for the Snow Empress to sit on his back. The Snow Empress, not being polite, climbed directly onto him. After the Snow Empress settled, Little White immediately ran quickly towards his clan. The Titan Snow Demon King also obeyed the Snow Empress's command and ran toward his clan. On the other side, Huo Yuhao flapped his 2 pairs of dragon wings behind him, flying at high speed toward the direction of the Heavenly Soul Empire. Finally, everything was resolved, and he could finally go back. A joyful expression appeared on Huo Yuhao's face. Chapter 144. Misunderstanding. Wang Dong in the sky, an ice blue figure flashed by, and wherever this ice blue figure passed, a strong airflow was stirred up, its speed so fast that one could not see its form, only a blurred shadow. When Huo Yuhao used the Ice Dragon God Wings, his speed could reach the limit of a Douluo, and when he flew with all his might, he could go even faster. At such a fast speed, Huo Yuhao had only taken 3 hours to reach the vicinity of Tiando City. He put away his dragon wings and then walked toward the city, as flying in with the dragon wings would be too conspicuous. As Huo Yuhao strolled through Tiando City, heading towards the base of the body sect, a hint of anxiety appeared on his otherwise calm face. I wonder if Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, as well as the sect master and elders, will recognize me? Huo Yuhao thought to himself. Huo Yuhao's appearance had changed drastically, and even his second martial soul had transformed. If he didn't actively reveal his identity, no one would recognize him. Meanwhile, at the body sect's base, there were also 2 young girls deep in thought and concern. Inside one of the rooms, 2 girls were having a conversation. One of the girls wore a light green long dress. She was tall and had a gentle, graceful demeanor, looking fresh and beautiful. This was Xiao Xiao. With the passage of time, Xiao Xiao had now turned 15. Girls develop faster than boys. And given the influence of martial souls on girls in Douluo Continent, her development was naturally quicker. Xiao Xiao had grown from a cute girl into a gentle and beautiful young woman. At this moment, Xiao Xiao was comforting another girl beside her. This girl was even more beautiful, dressed in a white long dress. She had large pink-blue eyes, long curled eyelashes, a slender figure, and her pink-blue long hair cascaded down her back. The pure white dress accentuated her flawless features, making her look like a goddess, with rosy lips that seemed to glisten. However, the beautiful girl's face was now marked by a look of worry, her brows furrowed, making one feel a pang of sympathy. All right, Donger, don't worry. If Yuhao sees you, he will definitely like you. How could he dislike you? But I lied to him. He won't blame me for this, will he? Wang Donger said with an anxious expression. Don't worry, he won't, Xiao Xiao said helplessly. This wasn't the first time Xiao Xiao had comforted Wang Dong. Ever since Wang Donger revealed her identity to her, and then Huo Yuhao left, Wang Donger had reverted to her female identity. Their relationship had naturally grown much closer, and Wang Donger had shared her worries with Xiao Xiao. She was very concerned that Huo Yuhao would blame her for deceiving him, so Xiao Xiao often comforted her. However, after a while, Wang Donger reverted to her original appearance. Yuhao, when are you coming back? Xiao Xiao sighed inwardly, without mentioning the two girls in a room who were lost in their own thoughts. Huo Yuhao had already arrived at the entrance of the body sex base. Before he could enter, a person in blue clothing blocked his way. Seeing the blue clothing, Huo Yuhao immediately recognized the person's identity. Just as he was about to speak, the person spoke first. Please stop. This is a private area. Unrelated individuals, please stay away. The blue-clad person said sternly. Huo Yuhao smiled and said, Are you from the Royal City Division? Hearing Huo Yuhao call out his identity, the blue-clad person did not show any change in expression and replied flatly, It is no secret that the Royal City Division is in Tiando City. Even if you know, it doesn't matter. Leave here immediately. What if I have this? Huo Yuhao produced a token from his hand, which had the ancient characters for body engraved on it. The blue-clad person looked at the token in Huo Yuhao's hand and immediately realized he had stopped the wrong person. He quickly said, I apologize. I was not aware of your identity. However, he still maintained an official demeanor and did not bow or show deference due to Huo Yuhao's identity as a member of the body sect. Huo Yuhao was quite satisfied with the unyielding attitude of the blue-clad person. His impression of the Royal City Division was very positive. Whether it was during the previous Soul Master attack, when they bravely protected civilians, or this unyielding blue-clad person now. It's all right. You were just doing your job, Huo Yuhao said with a smile, not blaming him. He then pushed the door and walked into the base. No one came out to stop him, as the body sect base was generally empty. Most of the elders of the body sect would spend their time in the royal palace, only occasionally resting at the base. Currently, the elders were in the royal palace, so only Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao were present at the base. Huo Yuhao walked into the base without concealment. Looking at the familiar surroundings, a mix of familiarity and strangeness surged within him. It has been over a year since I last came back, Huo Yuhao sighed. Huo Yuhao had come to Tiando City at the age of 12 and lived there for over a year before leaving at 13. He could have returned to Tiando City sooner, but because he stayed behind to protect the Snow Empress during her reconstruction, he delayed for nearly 7 months. Coupled with the time spent traveling and handling matters, he had spent over a year on this journey. Now, returning to Tiando City at the age of 14, Huo Yuhao was still lamenting the passage of time when two figures appeared in front of him. Who are you, and why did you intrude here? Xiao Xiao, dressed in a light green long dress, asked sternly. Wang Donger, in a white long dress, stood beside Xiao Xiao, also looking serious as she watched this intruder into the body sex base. Huo Yuhao looked at the two girls before him and immediately recognized their identities. Looking at Wang Donger in the white dress, his heart raced. He felt a wave of excitement that he had never experienced before. Huo Yuhao had seen many beautiful women, whether it was Jiang Nanan or the Snow Empress, who were rare beauties, but none had made him feel this way. Because of his feeling, Huo Yuhao stared at Wang Donger, momentarily lost in thought. Wang Donger's brows furrowed. She disliked being looked at like that. Xiao Xiao directly scolded. Hey, you pervert. If you keep staring at her, I won't be polite. Huo Yuhao snapped back to reality at the scolding, appearing on his face as he didn't understand why he reacted this way. He then smiled and asked, Xiao Xiao, don't you recognize me? Hearing this, Xiao Xiao carefully looked at the Huo Yuhao in front of her. He wore white clothing, had starry eyes, and long black hair, with striking deep blue eyes. Xiao Xiao did not recall knowing such a person. Wang Donger was also looking at Huo Yuhao seriously. She hadn't reacted at first, but now that she looked closely, the Huo Yuhao before her seemed increasingly familiar. Moreover, Wang Donger felt a very strong attraction to him. She had only felt this sensation with Huo Yuhao. After all, they shared an unprecedented 100 fusion of martial souls, a bond that no one could compare to. Wang Donger suddenly realized that the handsome young man before her was indeed Huo Yuhao, although she didn't know why his appearance had changed. The attraction of their martial souls was undeniable. Wang Donger's fair face flushed a deep red. She wasn't prepared to meet Huo Yuhao, and she immediately turned and rushed back to her room. "Hey, Donger, what are you doing?" Xiao Xiao said anxiously as she watched Wang Donger run away. However, Xiao Xiao did not leave. Instead, she turned to Huo Yuhao and loudly asked, "Hey, who exactly are you? If you don't speak up, don't blame me for taking action." As she said this, Xiao Xiao summoned her martial soul, and 4 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, appeared behind her, along with a large black cauldron. Huo Yuhao, seeing the tense atmosphere in front of him, felt helpless. It was normal for Xiao Xiao not to recognize him, so he decided not to keep her in suspense. His eyes shone with a brilliant golden light as he used his long-lost first soul skill, mental detection sharing. "Xiao Xiao, it's me," Huo Yuhao said. Seeing the changes in front of her, Xiao Xiao immediately recognized who he was. "You are Yuhao," she exclaimed in shock. "That's right, it's me. I'm Huo Yuhao," he replied with a faint smile. Chapter 145. The flustered Xiao Xiao in the courtyard of the body sex base. A gentle girl in a light green dress showed a surprised expression as she sat across from a handsome man in white. "Yuhao, what happened? Why you look like this?" Xiao Xiao asked, her tone filled with astonishment. She examined Huo Yuhao from head to toe, realizing that he did resemble the old Huo Yuhao, but he had become so much more handsome that she didn't recognize him right away. "This is a long story," Huo Yuhao said with a smile. He then explained the reason for his change in appearance. But he didn't mention the Ice Dragon King or the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Ai, simply attributing the change to the awakening of his bloodline. Xiao Xiao's expression turned to one of understanding. She didn't find it strange. After all, with Huo Yuhao's talent, having dragon blood was not surprising. It actually explained his powerful abilities. Xiao Xiao looked at Huo Yuhao's face again and sighed. "Although you look great now, I still feel more familiar with the old Yuhao. I'm a bit unaccustomed to this." Huo Yuhao felt a bit touched seeing Xiao Xiao sigh. After all, people are naturally inclined to love beautiful things, and only those close to them would reminisce about their once ordinary selves. What about Wang Dong? Can she accept the new me? Huo Yuhao felt a hint of fear, a feeling he had never experienced before. Suppressing his thoughts, Huo Yuhao smiled and said, "Haha, who says it's bad that I became handsome?" Xiao Xiao looked at Huo Yuhao's face again and suddenly smiled, jokingly saying, "It does seem like you look better now." Huo Yuhao's face turned dark immediately, and upon seeing his expression, Xiao Xiao burst into laughter. Watching the happy Xiao Xiao, Huo Yuhao also smiled. It had been a long time since he felt such leisurely moments with friends. A fleeting image of Wang Dong in men's clothing with short hair flashed through Huo Yuhao's mind, but it quickly transformed into Wang Dong in a white long dress with long pink hair. "Are we really just friends?" Huo Yuhao pondered. "Hey, Yuhao, Yuhao." Xiao Xiao's voice rang in his ears. Huo Yuhao came back to his senses and asked curiously, "What's wrong, Xiao Xiao? What were you thinking just now? You seemed so lost in thought that you didn't hear me calling you." Xiao Xiao asked, puzzled. Huo Yuhao replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing. Just thinking about things that happened during our previous training." "Oh, I see," Xiao Xiao said. Then Huo Yuhao, with a puzzled expression, asked Xiao Xiao, "Where did Wang Dong go? Why hasn't she shown up yet?" However, deep in Huo Yuhao's eyes, there was a clear understanding, showing no signs of confusion. As he already knew that the girl who had just appeared was Wang Dong, he just didn't plan to say it outright. Xiao Xiao's face immediately turned anxious upon hearing this. Where's Wang Dong?" She stammered, unable to find her words, because Wang Dong had told her not to mention her situation if Huo Yuhao returned. But she hadn't expected Huo Yuhao to come back so quickly. She hadn't thought of how to explain it yet. "What is wrong? Did something happen?" Huo Yuhao continued to ask. Hearing his probing, Xiao Xiao's mind raced as she searched for a reason to deflect. Wang Dong she. Xiao Xiao hesitated. Seeing her like this, Huo Yuhao couldn't help but facepalm. Then he tentatively said, "Is Wang Dong back home? I don't sense her presence here." Xiao Xiao immediately replied, Yes. Wang Dong had something to do and went home." Huo Yuhao said somewhat speechlessly if she went home. Why were you struggling to say it? Xiao, feeling embarrassed, replied. I just didn't think of it for a moment. That's good. Did she say when she would come back? Huo Yuhao asked. She didn't say, but she should be back once she's done with her business. Xiao fibbed after finding a reason. Oh, is that so? Huo Yuhao said. Then he asked again, Xiao, who was that girl by your side just now? How did she end up in the body sex base? Xiao's face turned anxious again, but she quickly provided an explanation. She is my friend. I brought her here to hang out for a bit. It should be fine, right? Huo Yuhao nodded in realization, saying, Oh, I see. Since she is your friend, it's no problem for her to be here. This isn't a highly confidential place, just a resting area. That's good, Xiao said absently. Huo Yuhao suddenly asked, Xiao, have you eaten yet? Xiao instinctively replied, Not yet. Then I'll go cook. I haven't been back for so long. I'll make a meal for you. It's a pity Wang Dong isn't here, Huo Yuhao said with a gentle smile. Great. Hearing that Huo Yuhao would cook, Xiao said happily. Then you should get ready, Xiao urged. You can call your friend to eat with us later. Huo Yuhao finished speaking and left the courtyard. Xiao immediately ran to find Wang Dong, who had just left. At that moment, Wang Dong was lying on her bed, burying herself in the blanket, her fair cheeks flushed as she muttered, Why did he come back so soon? I'm not ready yet. Yuhao wouldn't he have discovered that I'm Wang Dong? Would he? How should I explain this to him? And why has he changed to look like this? He looked better before. Thoughts raced through Wang Dong's mind one after another. Just then, there was a knock on her room door. Wang Dong quickly got up from the bed, tidied her messy hair and long dress, and cautiously asked, Who is it? It's me, Donger. Hurry and open the door. Xiao's urgent voice came from outside. Hearing it was Xiao, Wang Dong immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it's not Yuhao, Wang Dong thought. Okay, Xiao, I'm coming to open the door now, she said as she jogged to the door and opened it. After the door opened, Xiao immediately entered the room and locked the door. Chapter 146. Wang Donger's determination as soon as Xiao closed the door. Wang Donger quickly grabbed her hand and asked anxiously, How is it, Xiao? Yuhao shouldn't have recognized me, right? Xiao looked at Wang Donger with a resentful expression and said, Donger, you knew he was Yuhao long ago. Why didn't you tell me? I was about to confront him. Wang Donger's face showed a hint of embarrassment as she replied, I was just too nervous. Xiao still had a dissatisfied look, crossing her arms over her chest and slightly raising her head, appearing upset. Wang Donger immediately stepped forward to hug Xiao's arm, acting cute and saying, Xiao, please forgive me. I know I was wrong. I'm begging you. Seeing Wang Donger's appearance, Xiao's little resentment dissipated, and she helplessly said, Fine, I forgive you. I knew Xiao is the best. Wang Donger smiled and said, Xiao, tell me quickly, did Yuhao notice anything? Wang Donger hurriedly asked as she saw Xiao calm down. Xiao sat down on a stool in the center of the room, took a sip of tea, and said, Yuhao didn't notice. He even asked where you went. That's good. Wang Donger breathed a sigh of relief. However, at the same time, she felt a bit disappointed because she was the first to expose someone. This conflicting emotion filled Wang Donger's mind. Wang Donger then asked, What did you say? I said you went home, Xiao replied. Did Yuhao suspect anything? Wang Donger asked nervously. No, he believed it. But you had to ask who you are. I said you're my friend. Xiao recounted what had happened earlier. Xiao, you're really smart. Wang Donger complimented with a beaming smile. Of course. Xiao said matter-of-factly. Then Xiao seemed to think of something and said, By the way, Donger, Yuhao said he would cook himself and asked me to call you to eat together. Wang Donger immediately became flustered and said, What should I do? Why don't you leave now? Xiao helplessly said, Dong, why are you so silly when it comes to anything related to Yuhao? If you leave now, you won't be able to come back. Wang Donger still looked confused and asked, What do you mean, Xiao? Xiao looked at Wang Donger, who was lost in her feelings and seemed to have lost her basic intelligence, and explained, Yuhao will be here for a long time after he comes back. If you don't even dare to see him now, how will you have the courage to see him later? Wang Donger also realized that if she left now, she would have to change back into male clothes to return. In that case, her relationship with Huo Yuhao would forever remain as friends, and Wang Donger didn't want that. Wang Donger's expression became determined, and after thinking it through, she said, Xiao, I've made up my mind. I want to see Yuhao and confess about this matter. I can't keep avoiding it. Xiao smiled and said, That's more like it. Avoiding is not the Wang Donger I know. Then you will go with me to eat later, Xiao said. Okay, I'm ready, Wang Donger said, her confidence a bit lacking. While Wang Donger and Xiao were talking, Huo Yuhao had already arrived at the market in Tiano City. Looking at the bustling market in front of him, Huo Yuhao felt a bit excited. This market was not new to him. He had come here before with Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao when he was cooking. So after arriving, Huo Yuhao quickly began to buy the ingredients he needed, and soon he had everything he needed. Just as Huo Yuhao was about to leave the market, a girl appeared in front of him. Huo Yuhao stopped and quietly watched the person in front of him. Hey, Xiaoqing, don't run. What if you get lost with so many people here? A beautiful girl with a ponytail hurriedly said. In front of the girl was a small girl running quickly, looking about 7 or 8 years old, and she had a happy expression on her face. Xiaoqing smiled and turned back, saying, Teacher Xiaoya, I won't get lost. Besides, I'm a soul master, so I'm not afraid of bad people. Teacher, Xiaoya quickly caught up with the little girl and sternly said, Being a soul master doesn't matter. You can't handle bad people as child. You have to stay by the sect master's side, understand? The little girl caught. Didn't argue, but honestly replied, I understand. That's good. What does Xiaoqing want to eat today? I'll buy it for you, okay? Teacher, Xiaoya said. Okay. I want to eat blue feather chicken. Xiaoqing said happily. All right, I'll buy it for you. Teacher, Xiaoya said with a smile. The two walked past Huo Yuhao without interacting with him. Huo Yuhao watched the pair leave and thought to himself, Sister Xiaoya, it seems you're quite satisfied with your current life. Huo Yuhao could see that Tangya was genuinely happy earlier. The little girl named Xiaoqing was only 7 years old, but had already become a soul master, which must mean she was a genius with innate full soul power. Perhaps the Tang sect would be revived under the hands of Sister Xiaoya and that girl. Who knows? Huo Yuhao thought, but that no longer concerns me. Huo Yuhao turned and left, heading towards the base. Huo Yuhao was not concerned about the fate of the Tang sect. He wouldn't blame the Tang sect because of Tang San. Even if the Tang sect really revived, he probably wouldn't be in Douluo Continent by then. Moreover, if they stubbornly clung to hidden weapons without seeking change, relying solely on one genius soul master would not be enough to revive the Tang sect. Huo Yuhao quickly returned to the headquarters of the body sect. Standing in the kitchen, he held a kitchen knife and felt a bit out of practice. During the year of training, although he cooked for himself, it was mostly grilled fish and grilled meat, and he hadn't properly cooked any dishes, so it was natural to feel a bit rusty. However, once Huo Yuhao started cooking, he quickly got into the groove, and the feeling of awkwardness completely disappeared. With his smooth operations, delicious and fragrant dishes were soon ready. All right, now I can go call them. Huo Yuhao thought as he looked at the dishes in front of him. Huo Yuhao walked out of the kitchen towards Wang Donger's room. To him, the positions of Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao were as obvious as fireflies in the night. Wang Dong, I wonder if you will speak? Huo Yuhao thought to himself. Huo Yuhao smiled. If you don't speak, then let me do the talking. Leave of absence notice the author has something to attend to and does not have time to update, so I'm sorry to take a day off. Chapter 147. The hearts of both after Huo Yuhao made all the preparations. He slowly walked towards the room where Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao were. However, before going there, Huo Yuhao purposely checked each room. Arriving at the room where Wang Donger originally stayed, Huo Yuhao said from outside, Xiao Xiao, are you two inside? The food is ready. Let's eat together. The two inside the room were startled by Huo Yuhao's voice. Xiao Xiao quickly replied, okay, we know. Yuhao, please wait for us. Okay, but how did you end up in Wang Dong's room, Xiao Xiao? Huo Yuhao seemed confused as he asked. In the room, Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao immediately became flustered upon hearing Huo Yuhao's question. That's right, I'm not Wang Dong now. Wang Donger finally reacted at that moment. She had been living here when Huo Yuhao was not around. After all, this was originally her room, so she naturally ran back here. However, the situation was different now. Huo Yuhao didn't know she was Wang Dong. What should we do, Xiao Xiao? Wang Dongya asked anxiously. Xiao Xiao hurriedly replied. I thought my room was too hot because of the sunlight, so I suggested switching rooms with Wang Dong. Since Wang Dong has the light attribute, this room suits her well, so we just swapped. I see, Huo Yuhao said, feeling relieved. You two should get ready quickly. I'll wait for you at the dining area. Huo Yuhao said. Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao relaxed as they heard Huo Yuhao's footsteps gradually fading away. Donger, are you ready? Xiao asked Wang Dongya. Wang Donger took a deep breath, her expression gradually becoming determined. She nodded vigorously and said, I'm ready. Seeing Wang Donger's demeanor, Xiao Xiao knew she had made up her mind. The two then prepared a bit more before leaving the room. At that moment, Huo Yuhao was sitting on a stool, with several dishes of fragrant and delicious food laid out on the table in front of him. As Huo Yuhao looked at the food, he felt a sense of unease and some joy within him, a feeling he had never experienced before, whether in the magic world or on Douluo Continent. It was a strange feeling, but it seemed quite nice, Huo Yuhao thought with a smile. Not long after, Wang Dong'er and Xiao Xiao arrived. Wang Dongye, walking behind Xiao Xiao, seemed a bit shy. Seeing this, Huo Yuhao stood up from the stool. Xiao Xiao introduced, Yuhua, this is my friend, Wang Dong'er. Wang Dongye? HuoYu looked closely at Wang Dong'er. Upon hearing her name mentioned by Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong'er felt a bit nervous, thinking, could it be that Yuhua has recognized me? This name sounds quite similar to Wang Dong. Huo Yuhao suddenly smiled and said, Wang Dong, it's nice to meet you. I'm Huo Yuhao, also a friend of Xiao Xiao. Wang Dong'er put on a smile and said, nice to meet you too. Let's eat together, Huo Yuhao said with a smile. Wang Dongye nodded gently in agreement. But Xiao Xiao, unable to wait, quickly sat down and said, stop talking, let's eat. Wang Dong'er and Huo Yuhao exchanged helpless glances and sat down to start eating. While Xiao Xiao began to feast immediately. She praised delicious. Yuhua, your cooking is still so good. I haven't had it in a long time. Unlike Xiao Xiao, Wang Dong'er ate with much more elegance, but her occasional habits revealed that she was not usually like this, making her seem a bit constrained. Huo Yuhao watched the constrained Wang Dong'er and secretly chuckled. After all, Wang Dong wasn't like this when eating. Although she wasn't as bold as Xiao Xiao, she wouldn't be this reserved either. Wang Dong'er was also feeling quite uncomfortable. She loved eating Huo Yuhao's dishes, but after becoming a girl again, she felt constrained around him. Sigh, I want to eat more. It's all gone. Wang Dong'er lamented inwardly as she looked at the dishes being devoured by Xiao Xiao. Dong'er, can I call you that? Huo Yuhao suddenly said. Wang Dong'er, who was still lamenting inwardly, was startled by the sudden question. However, she quickly composed herself, adjusted her hair, and replied, sure. Huo Yuhao smiled and said, then I'll call you Dong. Dong'er, have you ever met Wang Dong? Huo Yuhao asked casually. Wang Dong'er felt a bit panicked inside, but her face showed no change as she smiled and calmly replied, no, but I've heard Xiao Xiao mention her. Huo Yuhao continued, you should meet her. Not only does her name sound similar to yours, but her hair is the same color as yours, and they even look quite alike. Wang Dong'er forced a smile and said, is that so? Then I really should meet her. It's true. When I first saw you, I thought you were Wang Dong's sister or something, Huo Yuhao said. Wang Dong'er smiled tightly, inwardly screaming, how stupid. Wang Dong is me, and Wang Dong'er is also me. How could you not recognize it? You're usually so smart. Huo Yuhao looked at Wang Dong'er's stiff face and felt very happy. But he quickly restrained his smile and became serious again. Soon, the three of them finished eating, and the table was cleared of food. However, it was more accurate to say that Xiao Xiao finished it all. Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong'er both had their own thoughts, so they didn't eat much, and naturally. The food was consumed by Xiao Xiao, who had no thoughts and found it easy to eat. I'm so full, Xiao Xiao said, patting her round belly. Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong'er remained silent, looking at other places, while Xiao Xiao smiled mysteriously at their expressions. Hee hee. These two are usually so direct. Now, they can't even look at each other. This won't do, Xiao Xiao pondered. She looked at the two, her eyes darting around, and then she patted her belly and said, oh, I'm so full. How about we go for a walk to digest a bit? Huo Yuhao glanced at Xiao Xiao and then said, sure, let's go for a walk. What do you think, Dong'er? Sure, Wang Dong'er replied with a smile. Then let's go. Yuhua's been gone for so long. We should really take a good look around Tiantou City, Xiao Xiao said. The three of them left the restaurant directly, heading towards the bustling night market of Tiantou City, planning to clean up the tableware after they returned. Chapter 148. The Two Solitude. I already knew. During the year and more that Huo Yuhao had been away from Tiantou City, there had been significant changes. Tiantou City, the capital of the Tianhun Empire, was an ancient city that had existed over 10,000 years ago. Previously, the buildings and roads here exuded an ancient charm, but now Tiantou City had undergone other changes. The three strolled through Tiantou City, and Huo Yuhao showed a look of surprise on his face. Unlike the daytime, the night revealed the changes of Tiantou City more vividly. The white soul guide lights illuminated the ground, piercing through the darkness and lighting the path for pedestrians. They were still near the base of the body sect, a very remote place, but even here there were now soul guide lights. This was unimaginable in the original Tiantou City, where only the areas around the palace had soul guide lights, and only in crowded places. Now, even the remote parts of Tiantou City had them. Huo Yuhao looked at the soul guide lights above, his spiritual eyes seeing through the core formation within. These soul guide lights were indeed products of the rune formation. It seemed that the development of the Soul Guide Research Center had been quite good over the past year, Huo Yuhao thought to himself. After walking for a while, the three of them arrived at the night market. As soon as they arrived, they immediately felt the bustling atmosphere. On both sides of the night market, there were various snack stalls selling specialty snacks from Tiando City and snacks from different regions of the Tiangong Empire, with the sounds of vendors calling out filling the air. As they walked along, Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger remained silent. Only Xiao Xiao was talking. "Hey, Yuhao, look at this." Xiao Xiao pointed to a shop that was still open. Huo Yuhao turned back to look, and inside the brightly lit shop was a strange metallic object. This peculiar black rectangular object resembled a metal coffin. While others might not have noticed its intricacies, Huo Yuhao's spiritual eyes revealed the secrets of this black box. Inside the black box were 4 metal wheels, connected by a rune core formation. Once the rune core formation was activated, the 4 wheels would spring out. At the same time, after the infusion of elemental energy, the front sides and front of the metal box would become transparent, forming 2 windows through which the outside could be seen. The reason for this was that the box was not entirely made of metal. In some places, a special material was used. As long as energy was injected, it would become transparent, but this transparency was from the inside out, meaning that outside people couldn't see inside. Is this a version of a car from Douluo Continent? Huo Yuhao thought after seeing the structure of the metallic object. Yuhao, do you know about this? While you were gone for more than half a year, the Soul Guidance Research Center brought this out. They said this thing could move on its own. But many people didn't believe it. When they tested it, it really could move, but this thing is not for sale. It's just a model. Xiao Xiao introduced the object to Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao nodded, realizing that the development of the Soul Guidance Research Center was faster than he had imagined. But this matter was not the most important thing. He glanced at Wang Donger and found that she was also looking at him. The two quickly averted their gazes, causing Huo Yuhao's heart to race and his breathing to become somewhat erratic, while Wang Donger's face turned red. Xiao Xiao watched the two and couldn't help but chuckle to herself. They are really interesting together. But at this rate, who knows how long it will take for them. I need to help them out. Xiao Xiao thought to herself. Let's continue walking and see what's ahead, Xiao Xiao suggested. All right, let's keep going, Huo Yuhao replied. And the 3 continued forward. However, after only a few steps, Xiao Xiao suddenly clutched her stomach and said, I have a stomachache. I need to go to the restroom. You two can look around for a bit. I'll go now. After saying that, Xiao Xiao ran off immediately. Wang Donger, seeing this, anxiously called out Xiao Xiao, but Xiao Xiao was already far away and didn't hear her. Even if she did, she probably wouldn't have stayed. Huo Yuhao looked at the departing Xiao Xiao and then turned to Wang Donger, saying, let's walk together. Okay, Wang Donger replied nervously, clipping his skirt tightly. At this moment, Xiao Xiao hid among the crowd, quietly watching Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger. You two better get together. I've sacrificed my image to help you. Xiao Xiao thought excitedly. Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger continued walking forward, and without Xiao Xiao beside them, they became even quieter, walking silently. What should I do? What should I do? How can I handle this? Xiao Xiao really just ran off. Wang Donger complained inwardly. She didn't know what to do, although she had made up her mind beforehand. When she was actually with Huo Yuhao, her mind went blank. Wang Donger followed closely behind Huo Yuhao, staring at her toes, when suddenly Huo Yuhao stopped, and she accidentally bumped into his back. Ouch! Wang Donger exclaimed, covering her nose. Huo Yuhao turned around to look at Wang Donger, and feeling his intense gaze. She lowered her hand from her nose, her heart racing and her face heating up. What is he going to do? Does he recognize me? Should I confess first? Wang Donger was in turmoil, her thoughts racing, but finally, she made up her mind. I have something to tell you. I have something to tell you too. They both said in unison. They were both surprised and looked at each other. Huo Yuhao smiled and said, you go first. Wang Donger nodded vigorously, took a deep breath, and said, Yuhao, actually, I am Wang Dong, and I'm a girl. Wang Donger tightly closed her eyes, waiting for Huo Yuhao's reaction, but after a while, he still didn't speak. Unable to hold back, she opened her eyes and saw Huo Yuhao smiling at her. Huo Yuhao looked at Wang Donger gently and said, actually, I already knew. The moment you appeared in front of me, I recognized you. How could I forget the aura of your martial soul? Wang Donger was surprised, then nervously asked, will you blame me? Yuhao, after all, I've been disguising myself as a boy to deceive you. Huo Yuhao laughed heartily, and Wang Donger anxiously pressed. Hurry up and say something. Huo Yuhao stopped laughing and looked at Wang Donger seriously, saying no. How could I blame you? Wang Donger sat in relief, thinking, as long as he doesn't blame me, that's good. Huo Yuhao then smiled again and said, Wang Dong, actually I knew you were a girl long ago. I know. Didn't you just say that? Wang Donger asked in confusion, not understanding why Huo Yuhao was repeating himself. That's not what I meant. What I meant by I knew is that I knew even earlier, Huo Yuhao explained. He had known for a long time. Wang Donger's face turned red with shame. And she could hardly ask, when did you find out? When we first fused our martial souls, I realized you were a girl. I just saw you were trying to hide it, so I didn't say anything, Huo Yuhao said. Wang Donger's face was flushed, and she was at a loss for words. But at this point, there was no room for her to hesitate anymore. She took a deep breath to suppress her embarrassment, preparing to confess her feelings. But at that moment, Huo Yuhao spoke first, saying, Donger, I like you. You like me? Wang Donger's face turned crimson, her heart racing as if it might leap out of her chest at any moment. I've always felt a very close connection to you. Being with you makes me very comfortable and happy. At first, I thought it was because of our martial soul fusion skill. Since we have a perfect fusion, it's normal to feel close. But later, I realized that this feeling wasn't just due to the martial soul fusion skill. It was influenced by something else. After you and Xiao Xiao came to find me, that feeling became even stronger. Later, during the attack by the evil soul masters, when I felt the emotions you expressed, I realized what that feeling was. Ilikiyu, Vongdongar. I wonder what you think. Huo Yuhao said a lot in one breath. After he finished, he looked at Wang Donger with gentle eyes, knowing the outcome already, yet still feeling a bit anxious inside. Wang Donger's face turned red, and, at that moment, she felt dizzy, overwhelmed by what Huo Yuhao had said. So, Yuhao likes me too. This thought echoed in Wang Donger's mind. After Huo Yuhao left, and she changed back into her female attire, the tension and anxiety she felt about being rejected by him vanished when she heard those words. And she felt a wave of relief. Then, a sweet sensation filled her heart, an indescribable feeling. Wang Donger felt happy and joyful. But this emotion was still insufficient to describe her current mood. She looked up at Huo Yuhao's gentle gaze, and at that moment, her eyes seemed to be misty with tears. She didn't speak, but directly threw herself into Huo Yuhao's embrace. Huo Yuhao smiled and held her tightly. Chapter 149. Unique romance. Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger embraced each other on the bustling street, feeling each other's warmth. Although Wang Donger didn't answer Huo Yuhao's question, their bodies were close enough that they could hear each other's heartbeats, and at that moment, all questions had answers. Success. Xiao Xiao, who had been observing from the shadows, exclaimed in surprise, drawing strange looks from passers-by. Huo Yuhao leaned down close to Wang Donger's ear and whispered, Let us go back. Wang Donger nodded gently. Huo Yuhao took Wang Donger's hand, and in the blink of an eye, they left the place. Xiao Xiao watched them leave, and then happily returned to her sex base. The moonlight was like water, shimmering on the surface of the lake. Through the thin mist of the night, a mysterious scene unfolded before them. A gentle breeze brushed across the lake, creating ripples, and the water reflected the silver light of the moon, while the willows by the lakeside swayed in the light wind. A pavilion stood majestically in the center of the lake. This was a lakeside known as Moon Goddess Lake, near Tiando City, said to be formed from a tear of the goddess of the moon. However, it was merely a legend. Many had come to seek its miracles and find remnants left by the gods, but they all returned empty-handed, and gradually, it became neglected. But at this moment, it welcomed new visitors, as two figures appeared silently atop the pavilion. Wang Donger held Huo Yuhao's hand, her face flushed. After she grasped Huo Yuhao's hand, she felt herself continuously traversing space, and, in the next second, she arrived at this place. She gazed at the lake shrouded in mist, shimmering with silver under the moonlight, and the mysterious and romantic atmosphere made her unable to help but exclaim, So beautiful! Huo Yuhao looked tenderly at Wang Donger, standing in front of him without speaking. Feeling Huo Yuhao's gaze, Wang Donger's face turned even redder, as she couldn't help but turn her head and pout. Why are you staring at me all the time? Because you're beautiful, Huo Yuhao replied matter-of-factly. Upon hearing Huo Yuhao's straightforward words, Wang Donger felt extremely shy, but more joy than anything else. She knew she was beautiful. After changing back into her female attire, many had praised her beauty, but Huo Yuhao was different. Huo Yuhao looked at Wang Donger's charming appearance, and, almost unconsciously, leaned his head closer to her. Wang Donger watched as Huo Yuhao drew nearer. Her mind went blank, and she nervously closed her eyes. Huo Yuhao's lips touched her cool ones, and they both immersed themselves in this wonderful sensation. After a long time, they parted, and Wang Donger suddenly pushed Huo Yuhao away. Her face flushed. She pouted, You bad guy, you big pervert. Huo Yuhao, however, showed no signs of embarrassment and instead looked puzzled, saying, But aren't we a couple? Isn't it normal to do this? Wang Donger was speechless with anger. She glared at Huo Yuhao and turned her body away, pretending to be upset. However, she wasn't really angry. She was just a bit shy and didn't know what to do. Huo Yuhao smiled, but didn't rush to comfort Wang Donger. Instead, he took out some items from his storage device and placed them on the ground. Then his spiritual power spread out, and in an instant, the calm surface of Moon Goddess Lake rippled. A sphere of water flew up from the lake bottom, containing dozens of silver fish. These fish were about 30 centimeters long, covered in shimmering silver scales that emitted a faint glow, looking both beautiful and mystical. This was the specialty of Moon Goddess Lake, known as Moon Goddess fish, a very rare type of fish. Its flesh was as smooth as silk, melting in the mouth, providing a unique taste experience. After being discovered, many came to catch these fish, but very few succeeded because they lived at the bottom of Moon Goddess Lake and were incredibly fast, comparable to the speed of a Soul King. Huo Yuhao quickly prepared the Moon Goddess fish and then lit a fire to grill it. Min Vila, Wang Dong grumbled inwardly. Idiot Yuhao, why aren't you coming to comfort me? If you comfort me, I'll forgive you. Then she heard various sounds behind her. Her curiosity piqued. A peculiar fragrance wafted into her nose, intensifying her hunger as she hadn't eaten enough. Wang Donger swallowed hard, her face revealing her desire for grilled fish. And she could no longer hold back. As she was about to turn around, she comforted herself. I'm just going to scold him. I don't want to eat grilled fish. No, I want to scold him because he hasn't comforted me. Yes, that's it. Just as she was about to turn back, the aroma became even stronger, and Huo Yuhao's voice rang in her ears. Donger, eat up. Huo Yuhao placed the grilled fish in front of her and gently patted Wang Donger's hair, saying, You didn't eat enough earlier, did you? Feeling Huo Yuhao's warm hand, Wang Donger instinctively nodded. Huo Yuhao smiled and said, Since we've cleared things up, you don't have to be as reserved when eating in front of me anymore. After all, I like you just the way you are. Tears welled up in Wang Donger's eyes, and Huo Yuhao gently touched her forehead, saying, Okay, stop crying, eat up. Huo Yuhao brought the grilled Moon Goddess fish to Wang Donger's mouth, and she couldn't help but open her mouth and take a bite. The flavor burst in her mouth, and she instinctively took the grilled fish. It's delicious, Wang Donger exclaimed, savoring the taste. Soon, she finished off a whole grilled fish, and looking at the remaining skeleton, she gazed at Huo Yuhao with longing eyes and said, Yuhao, I want more. Seeing Wang Donger looking like a greedy cat, Huo Yuhao showed a doting gaze and said, Okay, I'll grill you more. Huo Yuhao returned to the grill to cook more fish, and Wang Donger followed him, watching intently as he focused on grilling. Love surged in her heart. At that moment, neither of them spoke, enjoying the unique romance that belonged only to them. Once the fish was done, Wang Donger devoured it, and seeing how much she loved his grilled fish, Huo Yuhao felt a sense of joy in his heart. Chapter 150. Recounting the past, how HuoYu the round moon was bright and luminous, like a night lamp hanging in the sky, casting a silver veil over the pavilion in the center of Moon God Lake. Huo Yuhao sat on the bench in the pavilion, while Wang Donger sat beside him, resting her head on his shoulder, the two of them cuddling together. Yuhao, what do you think Xiao Xiao is doing now? We just left like this. Would she be worried? Wang Donger asked with a worried expression. Huo Yuhao chuckled and said, Don't you know? The reason Xiao Xiao left is to give us some alone time. While we were talking, she was peeking at us from the side. Oh, easy, Wang Donger realized. Wang Donger also came to understand that Xiao Xiao, being a four-ring soul master, wouldn't really be worried about having an upset stomach from eating too much. However, her expression then became somewhat troubled, as if she had something to say but hesitated. Huo Yuhao noticed her difficulty and said directly, Donger, if you have something to say, just say it. There's no need for us to keep secrets. Upon hearing this, Wang Donger stopped hesitating and spoke up. Yuhao, can you come home with me for a visit? Home? You mean HuoYu sect? Huo Yuhao asked, maintaining a calm expression. Yes, it's HuoYu sect. My uncle and second uncle said that once you have decided on someone, you should bring them home. Would you be willing to come back to HuoYu sect with me? Wang Donger asked hopefully. Although Huo Yuhao's expression remained steady, he was deep in thought. To be honest, he was not inclined to go to HuoYu sect because it posed a certain danger for him. The uncles Wang Donger mentioned were representatives of Tang San in the Douluo Continent. Not to mention whether Tang San had left any arrangements at HuoYu sect. Even if they were two limit Douluo level beings, Huo Yuhao would find it difficult to handle. Seeing that Huo Yuhao was slow to respond, Wang Donger's face showed some disappointment. At this moment, Huo Yuhao smiled and said, All right, I'll go back to HuoYu sect with you. After all, we have confirmed our relationship. and I definitely need to meet your elders. However, it may take some time before I can go. I still have many things to handle. Wang Donger smiled and said happily, I knew you would agree. You're so nice, Yuhao. It's fine to go later. They won't rush. Looking at the beaming Wang Donger, Huo Yuhao found it hard to voice the truth. He sighed inwardly, thinking, I can only wait for a suitable opportunity to bring it up. When he first discovered that Wang Donger had a soul deficiency, Huo Yuhao felt a sympathetic connection due to their shared suffering. However, now he felt a deep pain and wanted to find a way to restore Wang Donger's soul. Yet, he was at a loss regarding the issue of her soul. Although there were methods in the magical realm to repair damaged souls, they only targeted shattered souls, not missing ones. The last time Elder Chen's soul was shattered, he could be treated with a mental repair potion, while Wang Donger's soul was directly missing half, making such methods impossible to apply. Huo Yuhao had once consulted Ilex, who was a demigod proficient in necromancy and likely had deeper insights into souls. However, the answer he received left him disappointed. Although Ilex was skilled in necromancy, he specialized in controlling souls rather than healing and repairing them, so he had no solutions for Wang Donger. With that thought, Huo Yuhao decided to stop pondering it, as no amount of thinking would conjure a solution from thin air. He then spoke up again, Donger, can you tell me about the situation at HuoYu sect? After all, I want to make a good impression on your elders. And what about your uncles? What's the story there? Huo Yuhao asked, puzzled. Wang Donger, not suspecting anything, began to explain HuoYu sect has about 300 direct disciples, all of whom possess the HuoYu Hammer martial soul, and over 100 collateral descendants. However, I don't have much contact with them. They all respected me since childhood and never really played with me. They only saw me as the young master. I didn't have a single friend in HuoYu sect. As she spoke, her tone became somewhat melancholic. Huo Yuhao comforted her, saying, all right, don't be sad. Don't you have Xiao Xiao and those friends from the body sect now? Wang Donger turned her gaze to Huo Yuhao and asked, what about you? What do you think I am? Huo Yuhao shrugged and said, what do you think? Wang Donger's face instantly turned red, and she whispered, big bad guy. However, this playful exchange lightened the mood, and she continued, in HuoYu sect, my only true elders are my uncle and second uncle. As for why I call them that, it's because I don't know where my father is. My uncle and second uncle are my father's brothers, but I've never met my dad or mom. When I ask my uncle and second uncle about them, they say my parents have gone far away. Growing up, I could guess that my parents probably. Wang Donger's voice choked up, and Huo Yuhao hurriedly comforted her, saying whatever he could to cheer her up. However, he remained skeptical about the whereabouts of Wang Donger's parents. Wang Donger possessed 3 martial souls and had a connection to Tang San. After all, being used as a pawn by someone like Tang San suggested her identity was likely not simple. Also, what exactly was Wang Donger's third martial soul? Huo Yuhao still had not figured it out. He had once asked Wang Donger, but she herself was unsure about her third martial soul's nature. However, since her third martial soul could match with Ilex, a demigod with divine consciousness, it was very likely that its quality was also divine level. Because of this divine martial soul, Yuhao even suspected that Wang Donger might be Tang San's daughter, given her identity as the young master of HuoYu sect, along with her uncle and second uncle status, all pointing towards a connection to Tang San. Yet he ultimately dismissed this thought, as he felt no father would tear their daughter's soul in half, indicating that Wang Donger's identity might have other possibilities. Wang Donger quickly finished recounting the matters of HuoYu sect, and then looked at Huo Yuhao, saying, Yuhao, what about you? You haven't told me about your family yet. Can you share that with me? Wang Donger looked at Huo Yuhao with anticipation. Upon hearing her question, Huo Yuhao's eyes flickered with memories. He looked at Wang Donger and smiled, saying, my family matters? Since you want to know, I'll tell you. Chapter 151. Getting to know each other. I'm sorry, Yuhao. I didn't know Andy was. Wang Donger looked at Huo Yuhao with teary eyes, filled with heartache. Wang Donger did not expect that Huo Yuhao had such a difficult childhood, which made her feel very sorry for him. It's all right, I don't blame you. Huo Yuhao reassured her. Yuhao, we must take revenge. That Duchess of the White Tiger and Dai Huabin caused Annie's death. We can't let them off the hook. Wang Donger said coldly. After hearing about Huo Yuhao's past, she now understood why he was so ruthless every time he fought Dai Huabin. She realized why Huo Yuhao acted that way. Wang Donger now even felt that Huo Yuhao had been too lenient before, which was truly unfair to Dai Huabin. Huo Yuhao's eyes were deep as he looked at the calm lake of Pingu Well and said, I have already taken my revenge. Now only Dai Huabin and that person remain. Wang Donger, upon hearing this, widened her eyes, recalling what she had heard a few months ago. So it was you who did that. Wang Dongya exclaimed in surprise. Oh, has this matter spread already? But that's normal. After all, it has been more than 7 months. Huo Yuhao replied. The Duke of the White Tiger's residence in the Star Luo Empire was destroyed, but at that time only a few people died, including the Duchess of the White Tiger. Such a significant event naturally spread quickly across the Douluo Continent. Many speculated at the time that the Duchess had offended someone, which led to such calamity. That incident happened over 7 months ago, yet the Duke of the White Tiger's residence had not been rebuilt. Instead, the Duke's people were settled in Star Luo City. After all, no one could guarantee that the person who destroyed the Duke's residence wouldn't strike again and destroy it after reconstruction. When Wang Donger heard this news at that time, she was also very surprised, as the Duke of the White Tiger's residence was quite renowned on the Douluo Continent, and its destruction was truly shocking. However, since the Haotian sect had been hidden away, they had lost contact with many forces on the Douluo Continent, and Wang Donger was not interested in these matters. So she quickly put it out of her mind. That's great. When we encounter Dai Huabin next time, let's beat him up first, and then kill him to avenge Andy. Wang Donger said, waving her fists as if Dai Huabin were right in front of her. HuoYu looked at Wang Donger, who was showing a fierce expression while waving her fists, and smiled, feeling touched. All right, we will beat him up then, Huo Yuhao chuckled. Huo Yuhao stood up, pulling Wang Donger with him, and turned to her, saying, okay, it's getting late. Let's head back now. Wang Donger nodded lightly. With a thought from Huo Yuhao, their figures vanished from the pavilion, and not long after, their figures appeared out of thin air at the silent headquarters of the body sect. Huo Yuhao looked at Wang Donger beside him and grinned, saying, Donger, are we going to your place or mine today? No way. Wang Donger immediately shook off Huo Yuhao's hand, her face turning red as she shouted, we can't do this. I'm leaving first. Wang Donger denied loudly, then quickly ran towards her room, trying to escape Huo Yuhao's gaze. Huo Yuhao watched Wang Donger leave, his face full of smiles. After standing for a moment, he turned and walked towards the dining room to clean up the mess they had left behind today. Wang Donger quickly ran into her room, not turning on the lights, and dashed into the dark room, quickly closing the door and leaning against it. Her heart raced, and in the stillness of the night, her heartbeat was so pronounced. She then ran to the bed and threw herself onto the quilt, reflecting on what had happened that evening, and a smile unconsciously appeared on her face. Unable to help herself, Wang Donger began to roll around on the bed, her youthful demeanor evident at that moment. Tonight would undoubtedly be a sleepless night for her. As the sun rose, morning light streamed through the window and illuminated Wang Donger, who was still wearing the white dress from the previous night, her powder blue hair somewhat disheveled. The white quilt was also quite messy, with Wang Donger sprawled across the bed, looking as if she had fallen asleep in that position. Under the warm sunlight, her long, curled eyelashes fluttered slightly, as if she was about to wake up, but it was just a slight movement. Eventually, she had to wake up. As someone who wouldn't let her sleep had arrived, a knock on the door sounded, not too loud, but startled Wang Donger awake instantly. Who is it? Wang Donger asked groggily. It's me, Xiao Xiao. Donger, hurry and open the door. Xiao Xiao's urgent voice came from outside the door. Wang Donger helplessly opened her eyes, got up from the bed, and opened the door. Xiao Xiao rushed in, and Wang Donger lay back down on the bed, still half asleep. After sitting down, Xiao Xiao, full of excitement, asked, so how was it, Donger? Where did you and Yuhao go yesterday? When did you come back? Wang Donger looked at the excited Xiao Xiao and asked with some confusion, don't you know when we came back? Last night, I found a hotel to stay at, so I wouldn't disturb you, Xiao Xiao explained with a giggle. Oh, stop asking about that. Quickly tell me what happened yesterday, Xiao Xiao asked curiously. Nothing happened. I just had grilled fish with Yuhao, Wang Donger said, lying on the bed with her eyes closed. Huh? Is that so? Was it that simple? Xiao Xiao said disappointedly. What else did you expect? Wang Donger replied, feeling speechless. Didn't you do that thing? Xiao Xiao asked tentatively. That thing? A still sleepy Wang Donger asked in confusion. Xiao Xiao, feeling a bit helpless, leaned in closer and whispered in Wang Donger's ear. After hearing this, Wang Donger suddenly opened her eyes wide and loudly denied, no. How could we do that? Xiao Xiao teased. Really not? Wang Donger sat up with a flushed face and said, no, that kind of thing can only be done after getting married. I know that. I'm just teasing you. It seems our Donger is still pure, Xiao Xiao said with a smile. Wang Donger looked at Xiao Xiao's expression and couldn't help but pull her onto the bed. The two girls began to playfully wrestle. Just then, the Yuhao's voice came from outside the door. Donger, Xiao Xiao, come out for breakfast. The two girls immediately stopped their playful fighting. Wang Donger looked at her current appearance and called out to the door, okay, Yuhao, wait for me a moment. Chapter 152. Returning to the body sect at this moment. Huo Yuhao was traversing through space, moving in one direction, which was towards the body sect. It had been 2 days since Huo Yuhao returned to Tiando City, and his return had not caused much of a stir. After all, if Huo Yuhao didn't want people to know, no one could discover his whereabouts. In these 2 days, Huo Yuhao did not engage in any other activities, only accompanying Wang Donger to do some ordinary couple things. However, Huo Yuhao did not forget the most important thing. His current priority was to improve his strength, as strength was the foundation of everything. A god whose depth was unknown loomed over him, and if he did not quickly enhance his power, the outcomes would not be good for those whose lives were tied to him, like Tianming and the Ice Emperor, or the one connected to him, Ilex. Moreover, there was Wang Donger, who had been schemed against by Tang San. Therefore, after 2 days, Huo Yuhao decided not to linger any longer and set off directly back to the body sect, planning to resolve his 5th spirit ring issue. He had reached level 50 for quite some time, but at that time, he had to assist the Snow Emperor's protector in his reconstruction, so he hadn't added a spirit ring. Now that he had the time, he naturally needed to break through quickly. However, the place where he intended to add the spirit ring was somewhat dangerous, so he planned to find Dagubu to accompany him in hunting for spirit rings. Huo Yuhao traversed through space and quickly arrived at the body sect. He entered the body sect silently, and no one noticed his arrival, not even Dubusi, the limit Douluo. After all, Huo Yuhao had not wasted the more than 7 months in the far north. He had deeply cultivated all his abilities during that time. After arriving on the Douluo Continent, Huo Yuhao's magical cultivation made significant progress. He had already mastered the use of magic, but in the magic world, the power of magic always had its limitations. Upon returning to the Douluo Continent, the upper limit of magic had clearly become much higher. Huo Yuhao attempted to once again merge magic with spiritual power, and this time he made some progress. After his magical power reached the level 50 limit, he felt that his magical power had almost completely solidified. If this were the case for anyone else, they would undoubtedly find it impossible to cultivate. As solidified soul power or magical power cannot flow, and without flow, there could be no progress. However, for Huo Yuhao, there was no obstacle. With his powerful control, he could manipulate the subtle magical power through his spiritual power to allow it to flow again. Yet, Huo Yuhao discovered another turning point in the situation. He found that when his magical power was solidified, the combination of spiritual power and magical power was even tighter, and magical power served as the medium for casting spells. It was precisely because of this that Huo Yuhao discovered the method of combining spiritual power with magic casting, which is the soul core. After arriving at the body sect, Huo Yuhao also learned the profound methods of cultivating soul power, one of which is the soul core. The soul core is something that can only be condensed when a soul master as soul power reaches a certain level. As the soul power within the body transitions from liquid to solid as it continues to increase, just like Huo Yuhao's current situation. Generally, soul masters on the Douluo Continent condense their soul cores when they reach the tidal Douluo level. But Huo Yuhao could condense his soul core at the Soul King level because the quality of his magical power far exceeds that of soul power. And Huo Yuhao's total amount of soul power is also far higher than his own level. Huo Yuhao planned to condense his first soul core, which is a spiritual attribute soul core, at level 50, using magical power as the foundation and merging it with spiritual power. Once the soul core was condensed, the issue of merging spiritual power and magic release would naturally be resolved. As Huo Yuhao walked through the body sect, he saw Long Aoyan and Vina practicing in the training area, but no one noticed him as he passed by. After observing for a moment, Huo Yuhao directly left for the place where Dubusi was located. Dubusi was standing on a high mountain, gazing at the distant scenery, his gaze deep and his whole being merging with heaven and earth. Everything within a 10-meter radius of him was in a state of stillness. With a thought, the surrounding world resumed its motion, and a smile appeared on his face. This was his deeper understanding of the unity of man and nature. In this state, he could control the operation of the world in a small area, making the entire environment within that range serve him. Perhaps this state could no longer be called the unity of man and nature, as it was not about unity but control. Congratulations, Sect Master, for creating a new battle technique. Dubusi was startled. Someone had silently approached him. He turned around and saw a handsome young man he had never seen before. Without any fluctuations of soul power, like an ordinary person, his expression initially became serious. After all, someone who could silently approach him from behind could not be simple. However, the more he looked at the person in front of him, the more familiar he felt. Are you Yuhao? Dubuzi asked uncertainty. Huo Yuhao's appearance had changed dramatically due to his bloodline, but it was still based on his original face, so anyone familiar with Huo Yuhao could discern clues. Dubuzi was uncertain, because Huo Yuhao currently had no aura of any martial soul. But Huo Yuhao had previously shown him a method to alter the aura of a martial soul, which is why he was unsure of the identity of the person before him. Yes, it is me, Huo Yuhao replied. Huo Yuhao released his spiritual eye, and the moment it was unleashed, Dubuzi could confirm the identity of the person in front of him. Dubuzi breathed a sigh of relief and walked over to Huo Yuhao, patting his shoulder and saying, you finally returned. It seems you gained quite a lot from your journey, Yuhao. Even I can't see through you now. Master, you flatter me. I've just made some progress. Huo Yuhao said with a smile. You are too modest. Come, let's go back and talk, Dubuzi said with a smile. The two figures flickered and disappeared from the mountaintop. The next second, they appeared in Dubuzi's room. Dubuzi looked at Huo Yuhao in amazement and said, Yuhao, your mastery of spatial power has reached this level. It's just practice makes perfect, Huo Yuhao replied. Dubuzi looked at Huo Yuhao with satisfaction and said, Yuhao, sit down. Tell me about your experiences during your journey. Chapter 153. The Evil Emperor and the Holy Spirit Cult. You mean to say that you alone took the 10,000-year-soul beast embryos auctioned by the Mingda Hall from their underground experimental base, and also destroyed the important experimental results of the Mingda Hall, and left the Sun-Moon Empire unscathed? Dubuzi asked incredulously, his face filled with shock. After all, the Mingda Hall is the largest soul guide research center on the entire Douluo Continent, representing the highest level of soul guide technology in the entire Douluo Continent. The Mingda Hall has countless soul power detection devices, and any soul master attempting to invade the Mingda Hall would be detected immediately, followed by attacks from all the high-level soul engineers in the Mingda Hall. For Dubuzi, if he wanted to take something from the Mingda Hall, it would naturally be easy. However, achieving the covert and calm manner in which Huo Yuhao did was impossible. A battle would inevitably occur before he could leave. Huo Yuhao nodded, confirming Dubuzi's words, and Dubuzi looked at Huo Yuhao, speechless. He had once hoped that Huo Yuhao would grow stronger in the future, making the body sect even more powerful and protecting the Heavenly Soul Empire from the invasion of the Sun-Moon Empire. He had no doubt that Huo Yuhao could achieve this goal. It was just a matter of time. Initially, he thought that Huo Yuhao would need to reach the Soul Sage level to be invincible on the Douluo Continent. Although it sounded unbelievable, it was true because Huo Yuhao had already been able to defeat a level 98 Evil Soul Master when he was at the Soul Sect level. He would undoubtedly become even stronger after reaching the Soul Sage level. However, it seemed that Huo Yuhao did not need to reach the Soul Sage level to accomplish this, as he realized he could not see through Huo Yuhao at all, and the aura that Huo Yuhao inadvertently revealed already made him feel threatened. A look of relief appeared on Dubuzi's face as he gazed at Huo Yuhao, and he sighed, Yuhao, your rate of growth truly exceeds my imagination. Perhaps in another 10 years, you will reach the limit Douluo level, or even glimpse the realm of the divine. Our body sect, while claiming to be favored by the gods, has yet to see a true deity. Who knows, a true deity might really emerge in our generation. Dubuzi laughed heartily at this point, looking very happy. Huo Yuhao's face also revealed a smile. The divine realm was not distant for him. He knew he would inevitably reach the level of a deity, but for Huo Yuhao, the divine realm was far from enough. This was because what he needed to deal with was not an ordinary deity, but one who had become a god 10,000 years ago. Tang San's power would certainly not be that simple. Huo Yuhao needed even more powerful strength to counterbalance Tang San. Master, I have one more thing to tell you. Huo Yuhao's expression became somewhat serious. Oh, what is it? Just say it directly. Dubuzi looked at Huo Yuhao's serious demeanor with a hint of curiosity. Huo Yuhao spoke of the destruction of the White Tiger Duke's mansion and the conflict between him and the White Tiger Duke's mansion. After all, the destruction of the White Tiger Duke's mansion could be said to have completely ruined the relationship between the body sect and the Star Luo Empire, which was no small matter. However, after Dubuzi listened, he had no reaction at all, and even a hint of dissatisfaction appeared on his face. He said solemnly, Yuhao, why didn't you tell me about this sooner? Do you not trust the sect? Or do you not trust me? What is that White Tiger Duke's mansion? How dare they oppress the young master of our body sect? You should have told me earlier. I could have wiped out the White Tiger Duke's mansion directly. If the Star Luo Empire dares to intervene, then it's time for the Star Luo Empire to change its master. If other forces come to intervene, we could just hide again. Du Busi said domineeringly. Looking at the imposing Du Busi, Huo Yuhao's face showed a touch of emotion. He had already guessed Du Busi's attitude and did not doubt the truth of Du Busi's words. The body sect could indeed do such things for its disciples. Huo Yuhao forced a smile and said, "Sect Master, of course I trust the body sect and believe in you." Huo Yuhao's face turned serious again as he continued. "But how can the revenge for my mother be resolved by someone else's hands? As her son, I must help my mother take revenge. Only then can I comfort her spirit in heaven." Having said this, Du Busi had nothing more to say. In fact, he understood this reasoning as well. But he still hoped that Huo Yuhao would tell the sect if he had any matters. Du Busi smiled wryly and said, "HuoYu, however, it's good that you've avenged her. In the future, if there are matters, you can tell the sect. Although you may not need the sect's help with your current strength. The sect will always be your backing. After all, I still have a few years left in this old body." Du Busi earnestly advised. At this moment, Huo Yuhao smiled and said, "What the sect master said is right. Just in time, I have something that needs your help." Upon hearing this, Du Busi immediately perked up and hurriedly asked, "What is it?" "I have reached level 50 and need to hunt a soul ring," Huo Yuhao said. Du Busi asked with some confusion, "Yuhao, you haven't added your 5th soul ring yet?" Huo Yuhao smiled wryly and said, "Actually, I reached level 50 a long time ago, but I was delayed for a long time due to certain reasons. After finishing that matter, I rushed back to Skydo City." "I see. So you mean you're going to hunt a soul ring?" Du Busi asked. "Indeed, but the place for this soul ring hunt is somewhat special," Huo Yuhao replied. "Special? What is so special about it? Aren't you going to the Star-Do Great Forest to hunt the soul ring?" Du Busi asked, even more puzzled. Huo Yuhao explained. "The soul ring I want to add can only be found in the Sun Moon Empire, and that place is also very dangerous." Upon hearing Sun Moon Empire, Du Busi immediately thought of what Huo Yuhao was referring to. He said, "You're talking about the evil forest? The evil eye soul beast is indeed suitable for you. That place is indeed dangerous. After all, the evil emperor, ranked second among the 10 fierce beings, is in the evil forest." Huo Yuhao's face became somewhat serious as he continued. "The danger of the evil forest doesn't stop there. During the last attack by the evil soul masters, I got information from one of the evil soul masters that their main base is located within the evil forest. The main base of the evil soul masters is actually in the evil forest? No wonder no one has been able to find them. But how did the evil emperor allow them to be there?" Du Busi asked, surprised and confused. "It is said that those evil soul masters reached some sort of agreement with the evil emperor to establish their base there, but the specifics are unclear. Probably only the leader and those 2 limit Douluos among the evil soul masters know," Yuhao explained. "However, at that time, I disrupted the mind of that evil soul master leader with information about their main base, and now that they know their base location has been exposed, I don't know if they will change their base." Huo Yuhao said uncertainly at this point. "There is indeed such a possibility. However, we can't gamble on that possibility. I will accompany you to the evil forest to hunt the soul ring. This way, I can also ensure your safety," Du Busi said. "Yuhao, when do you plan to go?" Du Busi asked. "In 2 days, I still need to meet with Elder Chun," Huo Yuhao replied. "Okay, we'll set off in 2 days." Du Busi said. Chapter 154. The lively research center. The bright moonlight spilled into the courtyard, and Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger sat on the stone bench in the courtyard. Wang Donger was holding Huo Yuhao's arm, leaning on his shoulder. "Yuhao, have you already talked to the sect master?" Wang Donger asked. "I've already discussed it. We plan to set off in 2 days. I intend to meet Elder Chin tomorrow. Do you want to come with me?" Huo Yuhao asked softly. "Sure." Wang Donger replied quickly. "All right, then we'll go together tomorrow," Huo Yuhao said. After Wang Donger finished speaking, she looked closely at Huo Yuhao and then said in a plaintive voice, "Aren't you really going to take me to hunt the soul ring?" Huo Yuhao felt somewhat helpless. It wasn't that he didn't want to take Wang Donger to hunt the soul ring, but this time the hunt was not exactly safe. If the evil soul masters had not changed their base, or if the evil emperor was alerted, a great battle would inevitably occur. At that time, if he were distracted by protecting someone, it would definitely have a significant impact on his strength. So the final decision was for Huo Yuhao and Du Busi to go together. "Donger, you know that this soul ring hunt carries certain risks, so it's better that you don't go." Yuhao comforted her. "Don't worry, I'll be back soon. With the speed of me and the sect master, if everything goes smoothly, I can return in less than 3 days." Wang Donger looked at Huo Yuhao with doubt and said, "Yuhao, you said you would be back quickly last time you went out for training." Huo Yuhao immediately felt a bit awkward and said, "That time was because some unforeseen circumstances came up, which delayed a lot of time. This time, it definitely won't happen." Wang Donger looked at Huo Yuhao with concern and said, "You must come back safely." "Okay, I definitely will," Huo Yuhao assured. The rising sun hung high in the sky, radiating warm light and awakening all sleeping things. The sunlight shone on the dark-colored walls of the Soul Guidance Research Center, emitting a dark sheen. At this time, many researchers were entering the Soul Guidance Research Center one after another. Those researchers in white coats passed through a colorless light membrane to enter. Upon contact with the white light membrane, each person was scanned, and anyone trying to sneak in would be immediately detected. At this moment, the Soul Guidance Research Center has made a new research achievement, which is a special detection machine that allows individuals to inject their soul power into it in advance so that the machine can remember the aura of the Soul Master. Later, during detection, it can distinguish whether it is the person themselves, which undoubtedly strengthens the security aspect of the research center. The Soul Guidance Research Center has already been rebuilt. During the last attack by the evil Soul Masters, the center suffered significant damage. Not only was the external Soul Guidance shield system destroyed, but the center itself was also damaged by Zhongli Wu's soul skills. And some of the research materials and soul guidance devices inside were also damaged. At that time, the Soul Guidance Research Center could be described as a wasteland. After more than a year of reconstruction, the center has finally completed its rebuilding and has been completely transformed. The previously destroyed Soul Guidance shield system has also been reconstructed. The original dozen white towers have now turned into pillars made of black metal, intricately carved with complex patterns. The natural energy of heaven and earth is continuously absorbed into the black pillars, and the stored soul power is enough to astonish the people of Douluo Continent. This is a new type of soul guidance shield system modified using the rune symbol core array, relying on the rune symbol array to absorb the natural energy of heaven and earth and create a massive storage device to store this energy. When needed, the energy can be released to form a powerful protective shield, and the vast amount of natural energy contained within is sufficient to withstand any attack from soul masters below the limit Douluo level. Even a limit Douluo would find it difficult to break through this shield easily. Under normal circumstances, this new soul guidance shield system only uses the rune symbol array to filter and store the natural energy. If a crisis occurs, it can also activate the overload mode, rapidly absorbing unfiltered natural energy to form a shield. In this state, unless the shield is broken with a fatal blow, the natural energy will continuously form the shield. However, after using overload mode, the current metal device can only last for 2 days before it becomes completely unusable. At this moment, a handsome young man in a black robe and a stunning young woman in a white dress arrived at the entrance of the Soul Guidance Research Center, attracting the attention of researchers entering the center. A team of soldiers approached, and the leading soldier asked, "Who are you? This is a military-restricted area. If there's nothing urgent, please leave quickly." Huo Yuhao looked at the soldier in front of him. The soldiers now were different from before when they only had a new soul guidance pistol. The soldiers guarding the Soul Guidance Research Center had undergone significant changes. They were no longer wearing the ordinary armor of the past, but a set of pure black armor, surrounded by a dark aura, with strands of soul power flowing over the armor. In addition to the soul guidance pistol, they also carried a white short stick that was infused with soul power. Huo Yuhao nodded secretly, then looked at the soldier in front of him, recognizing who he was at a glance. Huo Yuhao smiled and said, "Captain Li, don't you remember me?" Captain Li carefully looked at the person in front of him, recognizing Huo Yuhao's familiar features and those deep blue eyes. His expression became excited, and he trembled as he said, "You are Lord Huo?" Huo Yuhao smiled and nodded, and seeing Huo Yuhao's acknowledgement, Captain Li excitedly said, "Lord Huo, you have finally returned. I haven't seen you at the Soul Guidance Research Center for a long time. I was out for a while on some matters. I'm back now to check on Elder Chun." Huo Yuhao replied with a smile. "I see," Captain Li said, realizing. "May I ask who this is?" Captain Li looked at Wang Donger beside Huo Yuhao. "She is my girlfriend, named Wang Donger," Huo Yuhao said, looking at Wang Donger. "Hello, Captain Li." Wang Donger greeted with a smile. "I've met Lady Huo," Captain Li said respectfully. Wang Donger's face instantly turned red, but she did not refute. "In that case, I won't keep you, Lord Huo. Please come in," Captain Li said at that moment. Huo Yuhao smiled and nodded, taking Wang Donger's hand as they passed through the light membrane, which showed no reaction. Captain Li looked at Huo Yuhao's departing figure with a face full of respect. At this moment, a young soldier beside him asked, "Captain, is that really Lord Huo? Why does he look different from the portraits we've seen?" Captain Li turned and gave the soldier a hard knock on the head, then said, "Don't question my judgment. No one understands Lord Huo better than I do, understand?" The young soldier, feeling pain, stood straight and replied, "Yes, Captain." Captain Li ignored him and instead looked in the direction Huo Yuhao left, fully convinced that the person was indeed Huo Yuhao, as he would never forget the one who provided a way out for ordinary soldiers. Even if his appearance had changed significantly, he would also never forget how Huo Yuhao defeated that formidable enemy on that bloody night. That extraordinary demeanor was truly unforgettable. Chapter 155. Meeting Elder Chun again. Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger entered the Soul Guidance Research Center, and the researchers along the way looked at the two unfamiliar individuals with curious glances. However, they did not take any action to stop them because the detectors did not trigger any alarms, so naturally, there would be no issue. Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger entered the Soul Guidance Research Center without any hindrance. Huo Yuhao took out a token, which was the token he used to enter and exit the Soul Guidance Research Center before. He placed the token on the wall, and, as before, the wall opened a door. He and Wang Donger followed the stairs to the highest level. Huo Yuhao observed the various floors of the Soul Guidance Research Center. After the reconstruction, the interior of the center had not changed much and was still as it was before. However, on another front, there had been significant changes. The number of young researchers had increased, with most of them being boys and girls around 14 or 15 years old. They were learning about soul guidance devices under the guidance of the older researchers. Huo Yuhao looked at the facilities and research projects in the Soul Guidance Research Center, and almost every one of them bore traces of the rune symbol array. It seems the Soul Guidance Research Center has conducted in-depth research on the rune symbol array. Huo Yuhao thought as he looked at the Soul Guidance Research Center before him. Wang Donger looked at the soul guidance researchers and various soul guidance devices with a somewhat pale complexion. Huo Yuhao placed his hand on Wang Dong, injecting soul power into her and using his mental power to protect her. After Huo Yuhao did all this, Wang Donger's pale face improved. Huo Yuhao asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "I'm much better now," Wang Donger smiled and replied. "Shall I send you home first?" Huo Yuhao asked. "No need, I'm not that serious. Don't underestimate me." Wang Dong pouted. Huo Yuhao smiled helplessly, ultimately not sending Wang Donger back. However, he felt quite puzzled about Wang Donger's aversion to soul guidance devices. Clearly, she had no issues using the soul guidance devices he made. Yet, whenever she came into contact with devices made by others, she would feel repulsed, and in severe cases, her body would even feel unwell. Huo Yuhao checked Wang Donger's body, but there were no issues. Ultimately, he pinpointed the problem to Wang Donger's soul, which was the only problematic aspect about her. Moreover, Wang Donger's psychological feelings were likely caused by her soul, and the only person who had come into contact with her soul was that sea god, Tang San. Huo Yuhao sneered inwardly. His hidden weapon was defeated by the soul-guiding device, and he imposed his disdain for soul-guiding devices onto others. What a disgusting god. Huo Yuhao suppressed his inner disgust and continued forward with Wang Donger until they quickly arrived at the top floor of the Soul Guiding Research Center, where Elder Chun was located. The top floor was still divided into two areas as before. After arriving, Huo Yuhao did not hesitate and directly walked towards the Soul Guiding production area, as he sensed Elder Chun's aura was there. Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger entered the production area, where many researchers were engaged in their studies. Their entrance did not cause any stir. It was as if the researchers did not see them, allowing them to walk towards the independent production area where Elder Chun was. Huo Yuhao lightly touched the door of the independent experimental area, and the silver door opened silently. Inside, Elder Chun was engrossed in making a soul-guiding device. On the experimental table in front of him was a 2-meter-long, 1-meter-wide silver rod, resembling the soul-protecting shield system outside the research center. The silver rod also had many complex patterns, but less than half of its surface was adorned with designs. A large portion remained uncarved. Elder Chun was inscribing the formations on it, completely absorbed in his work, so much so that he did not notice Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger's entrance. Huo Yuhao lightly tapped on the door, producing a crisp sound. Hearing the noise, Elder Chun turned around and saw Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger. He straightened up and said coldly, "Didn't I say not to disturb me while I'm working in the independent lab? Who brought you two here? If you want to learn about soul-guiding devices, leave immediately and go find a mentor on the first floor. I've said before that I want to take disciples." Huo Yuhao looked at the indifferent Elder Chun and couldn't help but smile wryly, to think he regarded them as people trying to use connections to get apprenticed. Wang Donger couldn't help but giggle, covering her mouth at Huo Yuhao's expression. Huo Yuhao helplessly said, "Teacher, it's me, Huo Yuhao." Elder Chun's brows furrowed, and displeasure arose within him. Someone was impersonating Huo Yuhao. Just as he was about to reprimand, he suddenly felt the scene before him change. Elder Chen widened his eyes in shock, staring at the unfamiliar young man before him, and exclaimed, "Is it really you, Yuhao? How did you change to look like this?" "It's me. I've become like this for certain reasons," Huo Yuhao replied. Elder Chen walked towards Huo Yuhao, examining him closely, and a smile broke through his previously rigid and cold expression. "It really is you, Yuhao? Who is this?" Elder Chen asked, looking at Wang Donger. Huo Yuhao raised a hand he was holding with Wang Donger. Elder Chen realized and smiled, saying, "You kid, you've already got a girlfriend without telling your teacher." Wang Donger nervously smiled and said, "Hello, teacher." Elder Chen looked at the stunningly beautiful girl before him, and he was quite satisfied with his disciple's partner. Nodding and smiling at Wang Dong, Elder Chen took out a bracelet from his storage soul-guiding device, featuring a pattern resembling a phoenix. He handed the bracelet to Wang Dong, saying, "I don't have much to give you. This soul-guiding device I made is for you. You can keep this soul-guiding device with you. It can save your life at a critical moment." Huo Yuhao saw that the bracelet had already reached the 9th level and noticed that Wang Donger showed no signs of discomfort as she directly put on the bracelet that Elder Chen had handed her. "Thank you, teacher," Wang Donger said with a smile. "As long as you like it," Elder Chen replied with a smile. Huo Yuhao looked at Wang Donger with some concern, but she gave him a look indicating that everything was fine. Huo Yuhao understood her thoughts and didn't say anything further. At this moment, Elder Chen seemed to think of something. He excitedly pulled Huo Yuhao and said, "Yuhao, come take a look at this soul-guiding device." Chapter 156. National Guardian Needle. Huo Yuhao was pulled by Elder Chen to the soul-guiding experimental table, looking at the massive silver rod before him. Elder Chen then introduced, "Yuhao, this is the latest research achievement of the Soul Guiding Research Center. The core formation of this soul-guiding device is the rune symbol formation you studied, but many other formations have been added on top of this core formation. Once activated, this soul-guiding device can continuously absorb the energy of heaven and earth through formations, storing it within. The core formation, along with the soul power output device added inside, can maximize the power of the energy from heaven and earth. This soul-guiding device can strike all enemies within a 50-kilometer radius as soon as it is activated, and only a super Douluo with a cultivation level above 95 can evade it due to its incredible speed. Moreover, its power can reach the full force of a super Douluo's attack, and even a limit Douluo would not fare well if hit. Once the energy storage is complete, it can fire 10 attacks of such power. Most importantly, although this soul-guiding device has reached the 9th level, it does not require a title Douluo to use, as long as someone knows how to activate it. Even an ordinary person can wield this powerful soul-guiding device. I named this soul-guiding device the Pillar of National Defense, meaning it is the weapon to protect the Heavenly Soul Empire. Elder Chen spoke with excitement, noting that such a powerful soul-guiding device could be used by ordinary people. And if more could be produced, it would undoubtedly be a huge enhancement for the Heavenly Soul Empire. After finishing, Elder Chen added, of course, if it is used by a soul master, the power of this soul-guiding device will be even greater, as soul masters with spiritual power can aim at enemies more accurately. Huo Yuhao's eyes lit up, looking at the black rod before him, as he clearly saw all the formations within. Indeed, as Elder Chen said, aside from the core rune symbol formation, the rest consisted of the soul power output device. Such a structure could maximize the power of the released energy, and under the support of such formations, it was not surprising that it could achieve the power Elder Chen described. However, to accommodate so many formations and energy, the required metal would have to be stronger than what was needed for the Heaven and Earth Fury fixed soul-guiding cannonball that he and Elder Chen had made before. Such a soul-guiding device must require extremely precious materials, Huo Yuhao said after examining it. Elder Chen smiled wryly and said, "That's right. With the current metals of the Heavenly Soul Empire, even if we used all of them, we could only make 3 pillars of national defense." Yuhao pondered for a moment and said, "Can we simplify the formations inside to reduce the power of this soul-guiding device to around the 6th or 7th level? This way, we could lower the required metal quality and expand production. If we could equip several soul master teams with it, it would also provide a huge boost to the combat strength of the Heavenly Soul Empire." Chen Lao nodded in agreement and said, "Actually, we thought of this method a long time ago. However, even simplifying the formation is not something an average soul master can accomplish. At least a level 7 or 8 soul master is required to create this soul guide. And you know the current situation at the research center. It is simply unable to mass produce such soul guides like the Pillar of National Defense. After hearing this, Huo Yuhao sighed. There was nothing he could do to solve this situation. The current Soul Guide Research Center is almost entirely composed of young people, and even with full support, it would be impossible to see quick results. Cultivating high-level soul masters is not something that can be achieved overnight. After Chun Lao finished speaking, he asked Huo Yuhao, "Are you back this time to research soul guides?" Chun Lao's tone was filled with anticipation. He hoped deeply that Huo Yuhao could return. After all, Huo Yuhao's talent in creating soul guides was astonishing, and he believed Huo Yuhao could become the first level 10 soul master in Douluo Continent. Moreover, all the research achievements at the Soul Guide Research Center were based on the rune formation that Huo Yuhao created. Having the return of this creator would undoubtedly accelerate the pace of research. Huo Yuhao sensed the expectation in Chun Lao's tone, but he might not be able to fulfill Chun Lao's hopes. Huo Yuhao smiled wryly and said, "Sorry, teacher, but I may not be able to return to research soul guides for a while." Chun Lao noticed Huo Yuhao's difficulties and asked, "Is there something wrong? Is it because the body sect doesn't allow you to study soul guides? If that's the case, I can talk to the poison sect master." Huo Yuhao shook his head and said, "It's not the body sect's issue. It's my own problem. I am very interested in soul guides, but I have more pressing matters to attend to. I must quickly improve my strength." Chun Lao looked at Huo Yuhao, intending to persuade him again. But when he saw the determination in Huo Yuhao's eyes, he realized that Huo Yuhao's mind could not be changed. Chun Lao sighed deeply. "Yuhao, since that's the case, you should act according to your thoughts. However, don't completely give up on soul guides. They still greatly enhance strength. You may not create soul guides in the future, but your research must continue." A notebook appeared in Chun Lao's hand, and he handed it to Huo Yuhao, saying with a sigh, "Yuhao, actually, when you went out to train, I already anticipated today's situation. So, on the day you left, I started writing this notebook. It records all my experiences in creating soul guides and my insights into them. With your talent, even without anyone teaching you, you can become a level 9 soul master using this notebook." Huo Yuhao looked at Chun Lao, touched. He didn't expect Chun Lao to prepare this for him so early. Huo Yuhao took the notebook and bowed deeply to Chun Lao. Chun Lao looked at Huo Yuhao with satisfaction, tears shimmering in his eyes. He only had Huo Yuhao as his disciple in his life, and this disciple had become his greatest pride. "Thank you, teacher," Huo Yuhao said. Chun Lao, with tears in his eyes, jokingly scolded, "Since you don't plan to return to the Soul Guide Research Center, then hurry and leave. Don't disturb me while I research soul guides." Huo Yuhao smiled and said, "Then we'll be leaving now. Teacher, take care." Huo Yuhao took Wang Donger's hand and walked outside. Chun Lao watched Huo Yuhao's departing figure, feeling mixed emotions, but soon adjusted his mood and immersed himself in engraving the soul guide formations again. Chapter 157. Before departure at noon, in the base of the body sect, Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger sat in a pavilion. Wang Donger looked a bit uncomfortable, as she had been wearing the bracelet given by Chun Lao. Huo Yuhao looked at Wang Donger with concern and said, "Donger, take off the bracelet and give it to me." Wang Donger shook her head and said, "No, this was given to me by your teacher. If I take it off, it would be disrespectful to him." Wang Donger thought Huo Yuhao wanted her to take it off because of her physical discomfort. Huo Yuhao couldn't help but hug the understanding Wang Donger and said, "That's not what I meant. I can modify the bracelet, infusing it with my aura, so it won't be uncomfortable for you when you wear it." Wang Donger smiled with surprise and said, "That would be great. It's a win-win situation." She took off the bracelet and handed it to Huo Yuhao. A bit worried as she asked, "Yuhao, how long will it take you to finish the modification? Will it delay your time?" Huo Yuhao smiled and ruffled Wang Donger's long hair, saying, "Don't worry. The notes my teacher gave me contain the method for making this soul guide, knowing the blueprint and the production process. A day is enough for me to make the modifications." "That's good," Wang Donger said happily. Then she looked at Huo Yuhao and said, "You must come back safely." "Don't worry," Huo Yuhao said softly. Just as Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger were being affectionate, a voice came over. "Hey Yuhao, you're back and didn't he come to see us? Do you not consider us friends anymore?" Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger turned towards the voice, and the one leading was Long Outyin, who had short red hair and a tall stature. Following Long Outyin were Vina, Wang Yinfeng, and of course Xiao Xiao, who was beside Vina. Huo Yuhao showed a helpless expression upon seeing them. The reason he hadn't gone to see Long Outyin and the others when he returned to the body sect was that he knew if Long Outyin found out he was back, he would definitely come looking for him to spar. It wasn't that Huo Yuhao looked down on Long Outyin or didn't want to spar. It was just that the gap between them was too great, and the only outcome of their sparring would be Long Outyin's crushing defeat. Huo Yuhao was afraid that this would undermine Long Outyan's confidence. However, since he had already met them now, Huo Yuhao felt very happy in his heart, as it had indeed been a long time since they last met. Senior brother Long, senior sister Vina, and everyone, it's been a long time, Huo Yuhao said with a smile. He then explained, I didn't mean to avoid you. I just have to leave in 2 days, and I'll be back soon. So I wanted to find you later. Long Outyan and the others walked over to Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger. After hearing this explanation, Long Outyan didn't pursue the matter any further. Vina approached Wang Donger with a smile and said, Donger, congratulations. Wang Donger smiled and said, Thank you, Sister Vina. Vina then pulled Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao aside to talk quietly. Yuhao, how long have you been back? Long Outyan asked. About 7 days, Huo Yuhao replied. You're leaving for Tiando City tomorrow? What's the rush? Long Outyan asked, puzzled. I need to add my 5th spirit ring. I've been stuck at level 50 for a long time, Huo Yuhao said. Oh, you haven't broken through level 50 yet? Long Outyan said in surprise. Some things delayed me, Huo Yuhao replied. Disappointment flashed in Long Outyan's eyes. In this past year, his strength had been continually improving, but Huo Yuhao, due to various matters, had not added his 5th ring. This made Long Outyan feel embarrassed to even bring up his request to spar. Long Outyan thought for a moment, then smiled wryly and said, I originally wanted to spar with you, but given the current situation, let's forget it. After you add your 5th soul ring, we can spar again. Long Outyan looked at Huo Yuhao seriously. Huo Yuhao was surprised that Long Outyan had thought this far. He couldn't help but feel a bit startled. He opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't speak about his own situation. Huo Yuhao also appreciated Long Outyan's fighting spirit, and he said with a serious face, All right. Senior brother Long, after I add my 5th ring, let's spar again. Long Outyan smiled and said, Good, then it's settled. Long Outyan continued, Since that's the case, we'll take our leave. Who said we were leaving? Vina's clear voice came. Hearing Vina's objection, Long Outyan scratched his head in confusion and said, Nana, I've already made plans with Yuhao. It seems like there's nothing else to do, right? Vina rolled her eyes at Long Outyan and said, Did you come here just to fight with Yuhao? Long Outyan looked innocent, as if his expression said, Isn't that so? Vina helplessly facepalmed. She was really defeated by her martial-obsessed fiancé, so she simply stopped looking at Long Outyan. Vina directly smiled at Huo Yuhao and said, Yuhao, I've always heard Xiao Xiao say you cook really well. I wonder if you'd be willing to treat us? Huo Yuhao was taken aback, but quickly nodded and said, Of course. Let's all stay and have a meal together. Huo Yuhao had a very good impression of his fellow disciples from the body sect. There were no intrigues among them. And after he became the young sect master, almost everyone sincerely regarded him as such. Vina, being of royal descent, couldn't possibly have no thoughts of her own. So previously she provoked Huo Yuhao for Long Outyan, mixed with her worries for Long Outyan and testing Huo Yuhao's intentions. However, after that, she also regarded Huo Yuhao as the young sect master, and became good friends with Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao, without any other intentions. After all, one of the greatest supports for the Tianhun Empire now was Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao stood up, looked at the current sky, and said, It's just the right time for lunch, so I'll go prepare. I'll accompany the young sect master. I also know a little cooking skill. The person speaking was Chun Yu, whose martial soul was wings. Having someone help will make it quicker, Huo Yuhao said with a smile. Then Huo Yuhao turned his gaze to Gu Tong, who was standing aside, and said, Gu Tong, you come with me too. Huh? I can't cook. Gu Tong was surprised that Huo Yuhao suddenly called him and quickly exclaimed, I didn't ask you to cook. Didn't I say I would guide you in cultivating your martial soul? I've never had the chance until now. So I can guide you today, Huo Yuhao said. All right, I'll come, Gu Tong said excitedly. He didn't expect Huo Yuhao to remember this matter, and he was naturally very happy to receive Huo Yuhao's guidance. Then let's go together, Huo Yuhao said. Chapter 158, Tree of Life. Target, Evil Spirit Forest in the dense woods. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, forming spots of light on the ground. A gentle breeze blew through the leaves, making a rustling sound as the spots of light moved with it. Huo Yuhao stood in the woods, feeling the gentle breeze against his face as he continued forward. The vitality in the air became increasingly strong, and the leaves and grass on the ground grew lush and green. Huo Yuhao quickly arrived at a place where a vast expanse of lush grass appeared before him, with a towering tree ahead. The vitality here was so rich that it could be compared to the depths of the Stardew Forest. The grass and trees seemed to sense someone's arrival, swaying their bodies as if welcoming the visitor, and the towering trees' leaves danced continuously. Huo Yuhao took a deep breath, feeling the abundant life force. and looked at the grass and trees around him with a look of surprise in his eyes. I didn't expect my earlier casual act to elevate this place to another level. Some of the plants here have actually developed a bit of consciousness and possess the potential to become soul beasts, Huo Yuhao thought in amazement. Huo Yuhao finally turned his gaze to the towering tree, the core plant of this area. It was this tree that, after receiving Huo Yuhao's life force nourishment, developed intelligence and became a soul beast, using its own life force to nourish the plants here, leading to today's scene. Huo Yuhao approached the tree, extended his hand to touch the trunk, and sighed, "I hope you can grow safely. It's not easy for you to become a soul beast." At this moment, the tree's branches drooped down, gently brushing against Huo Yuhao's cheek, as if it were acting coyly. Huo Yuhao felt the tree's affection and couldn't help but smile. Although he was still a bit astonished, after all, he suddenly had a soul beast child. Huo Yuhao's hand glowed with green light, and the life gold contained almost endless life force, which he slowly infused into the tree. The tree emitted a greenish glow, and its momentum continued to rise. After some time, Huo Yuhao stopped the infusion of life force, as it had reached the tree's capacity limit, and this amount of life force output was merely a drop in the bucket for the life gold. As the light faded, the tree had completely transformed. Its massive trunk became lush and vibrant, shimmering with a hint of golden light, and its leaves resembled green gemstones. Huo Yuhao's hand, which was touching the trunk, suddenly heard a voice, "Dad." Huo Yuhao patted the trunk and said, "Keep practicing well, but your current appearance is too ostentatious." Huo Yuhao's magical power surged, and deep blue magic enveloped the entire tree, transforming it from its original gem-like appearance into an ordinary-looking tree. "Much better now. From now on, you'll be called the Tree of Life. How about that?" Huo Yuhao asked with a smile. The branches of the Tree of Life swayed in agreement, and Huo Yuhao also stroked it. After a while, Huo Yuhao said, "I have to go now. You need to hide well." After saying that, Huo Yuhao's figure flickered and he left the woods directly, unaware that everything that happened here was being watched by a pair of invisible green eyes. Huo Yuhao had now arrived at the place he had agreed upon with Immortal Poison. On a towering peak, Immortal Poison was standing at the edge of a cliff, overlooking the scenery below. "Sec Master, I'm here." Huo Yuhao's voice came from behind. Immortal Poison turned around and saw Huo Yuhao had already arrived behind him. This time, Immortal Poison did not show any surprise, as he already knew how formidable Huo Yuhao's concealment ability was. "All right, since that's the case, let's set off now. So your little girlfriend doesn't wait too long," Immortal Poison said playfully. Huo Yuhao smiled helplessly. Immortal Poison actually already knew Wang Dong'er's identity, but he had never exposed it. The two began their journey, departing from near Heaven-Do City towards the direction of the evil spirit forest in the Sun Moon Empire. Ice-blue dragon wings appeared behind Huo Yuhao, and as he flapped the wings, his speed became extremely fast, even seemingly surpassing Immortal Poison beside him. Poison Immortal was shocked as he looked at the dragon wings behind Huo Yuhao. Even though Huo Yuhao had mentioned bloodlines to him before, he was still astonished when he actually saw the dragon wings. The two of them hurried along and soon crossed the border of the Sun Moon Empire. Their appearance did not cause any commotion. The heavily guarded border was easily breached without any alarms being triggered. The evil spirit forest was the largest forest in the Sun Moon Empire. Although its area was not as vast as the Stardew Forest, its danger level was not insignificant. This was because the evil spirit forest was home to a group of powerful soul beasts known as the Evil Eyes. This type of soul beast was unique to the evil spirit forest and possessed very strong innate abilities. The Evil Emperor, ranked second among the top 10 soul beasts, was the leader of the Evil Eye clan and had an exaggerated cultivation age of 800,000 years. As the sky gradually darkened and dusk approached, Huo Yuhao and Poison Immortal finally reached the evil spirit forest, located in the western region of the Sun Moon Empire. It was very close to the ocean at the empire's edge, which is why Huo Yuhao and Poison Immortal took a relatively long time to arrive. The evil spirit forest was closer to the north, and, as far as the eye could see, it was almost entirely coniferous forests. Huo Yuhao and Poison Immortal hovered in the air, looking down at the trees below. From above, the branches and leaves appeared almost black and gray, a dark expanse that brought an immediate sense of oppression even before entering. "Master, let's go in directly," Huo Yuhao said. "All right, go quickly and come back soon," Poison Immortal replied. The two of them charged directly into the evil spirit forest. With their strength, they did not need to worry about the time, whether day or night. They could come and go freely. Once inside the evil spirit forest, Huo Yuhao continuously used his spiritual power to search for suitable soul beasts nearby. Although he found a few evil eyes, none met his needs. This time, Huo Yuhao was looking for a 100,000-year-old evil eye. So the two continued deeper into the forest. As the trees became denser, the soul beasts that Huo Yuhao sensed became fewer, but their strength grew stronger. Soon, Huo Yuhao discovered the soul beast he needed. He looked in a direction and turned to Poison Immortal, saying, "Master, I've found it. Follow me." Poison Immortal stopped searching and flew with Huo Yuhao toward the direction he sensed. Chapter 159. Purely Spiritual Attribute, Evil Eye. Enraged Evil Emperor deep in the evil spirit forest. Huo Yuhao and Poison Immortal rushed forward and soon spotted Huo Yuhao's target. A terrifying silver-white light appeared among the trees ahead, standing out starkly against the dark forest. A terrifying wave of spiritual power emanated from that silver-white light. The soul beast radiating the silver-white light sensed Huo Yuhao and Poison Immortal's arrival and immediately launched an attack, sending a terrifying silver-white light hurtling towards them, its overwhelming spiritual power enough to make even a super Douluo change color. However, this powerful spiritual force did not elicit any reaction from Huo Yuhao and Poison Immortal. Huo Yuhao's eyes shimmered with a brilliant golden light, and a beam of dazzling golden light shot out, dissipating the imposing silver-white spiritual attack into nothingness. Huo Yuhao and Poison Immortal continued forward without hindrance, and soon they saw their target. It was a very bizarre-looking soul beast, floating in the air, resembling a balloon. Unfortunately, what was floating was not a balloon, but a gigantic eye with a diameter of about 1 meter, appearing silver-white. Surrounding this giant eye were clusters of brown patterns, soft in appearance, with 6 tentacles dangling down to the ground, trailing long. The areas contacted by the tentacles became somewhat distorted, and the terrifying spiritual power made the space feel as if it could barely withstand it. All 6 tentacles were silver-white, and the giant eye was directed at Huo Yuhao and Poison Immortal. Poison Immortal looked at the evil eye before him, surprised, and said, "This is actually a purely spiritual attribute evil eye." No wonder Poison Immortal was so astonished. Purely attribute evil eyes were exceedingly rare. In the evil eye species, the fewer the attributes, the stronger the power. Purely attribute evil eyes were seldom seen, and purely spiritual attribute evil eyes were even more scarce. This was because the leader of the Evil Eye clan, the Evil Emperor, was a purely spiritual attribute evil eye, possessing a singularly spiritual attribute. Specializing in spiritual attributes, it could unleash a myriad of spiritual soul skills, and its attack range was so terrifying that even the Beast God Emperor could not compare. Huo Yuhao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at the evil eye before him. This purely spiritual attribute evil eye was undoubtedly the most suitable for Huo Yuhao. However, Huo Yuhao did not act recklessly, as he knew that the purely spiritual attribute evil eye was very likely a direct descendant of the Evil Emperor or even a successor cultivated by the Evil Emperor. If he were to directly hunt it down, it would surely provoke the Evil Emperor's wrath, making it troublesome to escape later. Realizing this, Huo Yuhao's expression became calm, and he transmitted to Poison Immortal, "Master, wait a moment. I will knock this evil eye unconscious and take it away without letting it absorb a soul ring here. I'm worried." Huo Yuhao explained his thoughts to Poison Immortal, who nodded in agreement. While Huo Yuhao and Poison Immortal were discussing without regard for their surroundings, the evil eye they faced became completely enraged. Strange, twisted light patterns spread outwards, as if the brown patterns around its head were becoming illusory. Everything within a radius of hundreds of meters began to twist as well. The spiritual power field, a talent soul skill of the Evil Eye clan, would suppress any opponent whose spiritual power was weaker than its own. Depending on the opponent's cultivation and spiritual power, the suppressed would experience dizziness, sluggishness, fatigue, despair, weakness, and other various states. This was one of the Evil Eye clan's most adept control abilities. Huo Yuhao felt this wave of spiritual power, and brilliant golden spiritual power spread from his spiritual eye. The Evil Eye's spiritual power field was directly shattered by Huo Yuhao's attack. Huo Yuhao's gaze turned toward the distant fire evil overlord. In an instant, his eyes transformed into a sea of dazzling gold, transparent like glass. The terrifying spiritual power turned the area within 10 meters around Huo Yuhao into a golden ocean, and the silver-white evil eye dimmed in comparison. Before the evil eye could react, a massive wave of spiritual power surged towards it. The evil eye displayed a human-like fear, wanting to escape and resist. But it became incredibly slow, unable to respond at all. The powerful spiritual force surged into the evil eye's spiritual sea, and in an instant, the evil eye lost consciousness. Its massive body collapsing helplessly to the ground, its 6 tentacles lying limply. The gigantic eye also closed, and Huo Yuhao, moving like lightning, reached out and grabbed the evil eye's enormous body, placing it directly into his storage bag. Then, a mixed blue and gold light appeared in his eyes, shooting out and striking a dark black tree. The dark black tree began to change, ultimately transforming into the form of that silver-white evil eye, exuding the same aura, completely indistinguishable from the original. The tree turned evil eye floated in the air. Poison Immortal was astonished at this scene, completely unable to discern what method had been used. Huo Yuhao looked at this scene with satisfaction. Just now, he had directly used his spiritual power to release magic, which was the result of his initial fusion of spiritual power and magic. Now, Huo Yuhao can release some magic without gestures or silently reciting spells. He only needs a thought. He wasted no time, directly leaving his original position after putting the evil eye into his storage bag, and Dubu Shi, too shocked to care, quickly left the spot. The two of them continuously traversed through space, and in an instant, they had exited the range of the evil spirit forest. After Huo Yuhao and Dubu Shi left, a tremendous change occurred in the evil spirit forest. A shocking red light shot up into the sky, a beam of light rising to over 1,000 meters high. The clouds and mist in the sky quickly gathered around this massive light beam, which broke through the cloud layer and rendered everything around it blood red. As the mist gradually dispersed, a giant blood-colored eye appeared. The enormous red eye did not linger and immediately vanished from the sky, arriving in front of Huo Yuhao, who had transformed the giant tree into a silvery evil eye. Its deep red tentacles slowly reached out towards the silvery evil eye, and when the tentacles made contact, the silvery evil eye instantly transformed back into a dark black giant tree. Looking at the lifeless dark black giant tree before him, the evil emperor roared, "Who is it? My child!" In an instant, the dark black giant tree was dissolved by dark red light, and a massive red glow directly consumed the kilometer-diameter forest, melting the ground and creating a 10-meter deep pit. The terrifying spiritual power completely covered the evil spirit forest, but found no abnormalities, although the evil emperor was furious. It was of no use. The red in the sky gradually faded, the blood light retracted, and returned to the core of the evil spirit forest. A strong sense of sorrow also emanated from that place, and the powerful emotional fluctuations seemed to permeate the entire forest, causing countless soul beasts to weep. The terrifying spiritual power left in the destroyed forest and ground had temporarily turned these areas into forbidden zones. Anyone, be it human or soul beast, would feel mental harm when approaching these areas devastated by the red light. The culprit had already returned to the evil spirit forest. Chapter 160, Merging the Soul Ring. Beginning to condense the soul core within the territory of the Sun-Moon Empire at the edge of the Jingyang mountain range, in a hidden cave. Huo Yuhao and Dubu Shi were inside. Dubu Shi looked at Huo Yuhao in shock. Huo Yuhao's earlier methods were truly astonishing. Though he had many questions and curiosities, he ultimately did not voice them. Huo Yuhao took out the evil eye tyrant from his storage bag, and instantly the cave felt a bit cramped. Golden spiritual energy surged out, enveloping the silvery evil eye tyrant, and its body began to dissolve like ice and snow. The evil eye tyrant did not let out any screams, directly losing its life in a state of unconsciousness. Once its body completely melted away, a silver diamond-shaped crystal and a small silvery soul bone floated in the air. Huo Yuhao reached out to grab the crystal, noticing that the soul ring had not appeared, indicating that the evil eye tyrant was not yet dead. He thought of the 200,000-year head soul bone. Dubu Shi, watching this scene, said, "Yuhao, quickly absorb the soul ring and soul bone. I'll guard you from outside." Huo Yuhao nodded tightly, holding the soul bone. "Okay, I'll start merging now." Huo Yuhao sat down on the ground with the soul bone, and Dubu Shi flashed outside the cave to keep watch. Huo Yuhao slowly closed his eyes, and the golden spiritual power surged into the soul bone. The soul bone, produced by the 200,000-year pure spiritual attribute evil eye tyrant, contained vast amounts of spiritual and soul power. When the spiritual power made contact with the soul bone, the spiritual and soul power within it was fully activated, and the silver soul bone emitted a dazzling silver light. Huo Yuhao released his grip on the soul bone. The silver soul bone floated up, and slowly drifted towards his forehead under Huo Yuhao's control. At the moment of contact with his forehead, the silver soul bone transformed into a liquid and entered Huo Yuhao's forehead. A silver light radiated from his forehead, quickly enveloping his entire body. The moment the soul bone entered his forehead, a cool sensation spread throughout Huo Yuhao's mind. The massive spiritual power continuously washed over Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea, and that refreshing feeling persisted. After Huo Yuhao's already vast and solid spiritual power experienced this spiritual energy wash, it began to slowly expand. As Huo Yuhao merged the soul ring, the silver diamond-shaped crystal emitted a frantic voice. "Damn human, you actually killed me. You dare to merge my soul bone. My father will not let you off." Huo Yuhao did not respond. He merely sent out a strand of golden spiritual power that wrapped around the silver crystal, causing it to fall silent immediately, unable to make any sound. As time flowed by, the sun outside had set, plunging the entire world into darkness, while the dim cave emitted a dazzling silver light. Floating above Huo Yuhao's head was a small silver evil eye tyrant phantom, which suddenly rushed into his forehead. In that instant, Huo Yuhao opened his eyes, which gleamed with silver and golden hues, a terrifying spirit brewing in his gaze, but it gradually calmed down. Huo Yuhao exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling the condition of his body. After merging with this soul bone, his long-stagnant spiritual power had once again received a significant boost. His internal soul power had also solidified completely. Now, even if he wanted to continue cultivating, it would be somewhat troublesome. It seemed that now was the time to condense the soul core, Huo Yuhao thought as he felt his current soul power. Huo Yuhao looked at the silver, diamond-shaped crystal in his hand, and his spiritual power surged out, causing the soul within the crystal to vanish in an instant, without even leaving time for a farewell. At the moment the soul perished, the silver crystal shattered, and a blood-red soul ring appeared, adorned with 2 golden patterns, emitting a terrifying soul power that thickened the air. Huo Yuhao did not hesitate, and directly used his magical power to draw the blood-red soul ring towards him. The blood-red light enveloping Huo Yuhao, making him appear somewhat fearsome. First, the immense soul power continuously surged into Huo Yuhao's limbs and bones. The soul power from a 200,000-year soul beast was so vast that even a super Douluo would find it hard to bear. However, it seemed easy for Huo Yuhao, as the bloodline of the Ice Dragon King had already strengthened his body to a terrifying extent. Next came the impact from absorbing the soul of a 200,000-year soul beast. Although it was not Huo Yuhao's first time absorbing a soul ring over 100,000 years, this time was completely different from before, as the Tianming Ice Worm and Ice Emperor had no lingering resentment after death. A violent and unwilling spirit filled with hatred surged into Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea, and its terrifying momentum seemed poised to tear apart Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea. However, the stability of Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea exceeded expectations. In the face of this powerful resentment, only some waves appeared in his spiritual sea. Huo Yuhao had long ago reached the realm of tangible and substantial, and after being reinforced by the golden of living beings and the recent soul bone, he had now reached the peak of this realm. The next step would be divine consciousness, but that final step would not be so easily breached. The terrifying resentment had no way to affect Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea. The spiritual sea stirred up a wave that directly shattered the resentment. Huo Yuhao's body absorbed the energy of the 200,000-year soul ring like a whale swallowing the sea, and his aura continuously rose. Finally, as the sky approached noon, his absorption of the soul ring came to an end. 5 soul rings appeared behind Huo Yuhao, a golden first ring, followed by 3 red rings, and lastly, a blood-red ring with 2 golden patterns. The 5 soul rings pulsated behind him. At this moment, Huo Yuhao's long-stagnant soul power finally broke through. After being stuck at a bottleneck for a long time, he absorbed a 200,000-year soul ring, and his power directly broke through to level 60. Huo Yuhao smiled wryly. It seems I need to find a suitable soul beast again, but this time it won't be so easy. At level 60, the soul rings Huo Yuhao needed to acquire would undoubtedly require a higher age, and such mental-type soul beasts were hard to find. If he went to the evil forest again, he would definitely be discovered by the evil emperor. He could only think of a way after some time. Huo Yuhao thought helplessly. Then Huo Yuhao's gaze sharpened, and he thought seriously. It's time to condense the soul core. Huo Yuhao focused entirely on mobilizing the soul power within him. The deep blue soul power was mixed with brilliant golden energy, swirling to form a vortex, continuously attracting nearby soul power. Chapter 161. Successful condensation under Huo Yuhao's control. The deep blue soul power accelerated, forming a small vortex in his hand. After the vortex formed, its speed continued to increase. Soon, the elemental energy in the cave was almost completely absorbed, and the elemental energy transformed the gaseous soul power in Huo Yuhao's hand into a liquid state. But this was not enough. Huo Yuhao's eyes shone with brilliant golden light, and the speed of the liquid vortex in his hand continued to accelerate. The powerful gravitational pull drew the elemental energy from above the cave, creating a massive vortex in the sky. danger.Watch watched the phenomenon in the sky and immediately understood that things were not simple. His face was shocked as he said, "This is condensing the soul core. This is too fast. This child Yuhao is too reckless." danger was not shocked because Huo Yuhao was condensing the soul core. Even though Huo Yuhao was only at the Soul King level, he definitely had the ability to condense the soul core. However, the speed at which he was doing it was simply too fast. Even danger himself, when he reached the title Douluo level, was very cautious while condensing the soul core. At this moment, with the massive infusion, the deep blue soul power in Huo Yuhao's hand completely transformed from liquid to solid. The twisted light patterns around the solid soul power became increasingly apparent, and the intense suction not only attracted the elemental energy, but also absorbed Huo Yuhao's own soul power. During this absorption process, Huo Yuhao had to continuously inject his soul power to strengthen the solid soul power. After the solid soul power was formed, it continued to absorb Huo Yuhao's soul power, and he took this opportunity to inject his mental power into it. Huo Yuhao's brilliant golden mental power surged forth, and the originally deep blue solid soul power gradually changed color, turning a light golden hue. As time passed, it transformed from light gold to brilliant gold, and the combination of brilliant gold and deep blue formed a magnificent blue-gold color. The blue-gold solid soul power resembled a blue-gold gemstone, emanating a captivating glow. However, this enchanting blue-gold gemstone carried a deadly danger. Around the blue-gold solid soul power, small spatial cracks began to appear. The spatial cracks also turned blue-gold, and within that blue-gold, the black of the spatial rifts was faintly visible. Huo Yuhao looked at the solid soul power in surprise, as he could see that the current blue-gold solid soul power was continuously devouring the spatial energy within those cracks. As the spatial energy was devoured, the spatial rifts grew larger and larger, and the terrifying spatial force pulled at Huo Yuhao's mental power. However, Huo Yuhao's mental power was as solid as a rock and remained unaffected. The spatial cracks gradually strengthened, and numerous spatial rifts appeared around the blue-gold solid soul power, which were also being absorbed by the solid soul power. The rotation speed of the solid soul power approached its limit, and everything around it distorted completely. The intense spatial fluctuations caused the cave to shake violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. Just as Huo Yuhao was about to be distracted and take action, a powerful green soul power stabilized the entire cave. danger acted at that moment. Huo Yuhao breathed a sigh of relief. Even he felt it was very dangerous to be distracted at such a critical moment. Huo Yuhao quickly injected his mental power and soul power into the blue-gold solid soul power at the fastest speed. After injecting almost all his mental power and soul power, Huo Yuhao's face turned slightly pale. At that moment, after absorbing a large amount of mental power and elemental energy, the solid soul power finally underwent a change. The solid soul power trembled slightly, and in that instant, the solid soul power that had been spinning rapidly suddenly came to a halt, transitioning from extreme motion to extreme stillness in a split second. Huo Yuhao felt a strange sensation, as if a gentle spatial force wrapped around him, making him feel as if he was in the starry sky. But in the next moment, he fell from the starry sky, and in an instant, the entire space collapsed. That gentle spatial force instantly turned violent, tearing at Huo Yuhao's body as if it wanted to completely shatter him. Just as the spatial force was about to tear him apart, ice-blue dragon scales appeared on his body. Under the protection of the dragon scales, Huo Yuhao remained unscathed. After withstanding the onslaught of the spatial force, Huo Yuhao found himself back in the cave once again, and the solid soul power before him had already changed its appearance. The blue-gold solid soul power had disappeared, leaving only a terrifying black hole. The terrifying suction emanating from the black hole made Huo Yuhao feel as if his very soul was being pulled. Within the swirling black hole lay endless darkness and an infinite unknown. Although Huo Yuhao could not perceive the properties within the black hole, he could distinctly feel the close connection between himself and the black hole. Around the black hole, illusory eyes appeared, each glowing with blue-gold light. At this moment, Huo Yuhao's soul power and mental power completely merged into one, becoming manifest. Although the black hole carried terrifying suction, it showed no signs of losing control. Huo Yuhao's soul power had completely recovered at this point, and his mental power had reached its peak. The next step was to accommodate this soul core. Huo Yuhao thought as he looked at the black hole before him. Huo Yuhao focused his mind and used his soul power to draw the soul core closer. As he felt the pull, the black hole also began to draw in, flying toward Huo Yuhao's direction. When the black hole reached Huo Yuhao, it had already shrunk to the size of his eye. The next moment, the Eye of Life quietly appeared on Huo Yuhao's forehead. Like the size of the Eye of Life, the black hole entered Huo Yuhao's brow without any obstruction. At the moment it entered his brow, Huo Yuhao suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 terrifying blue-gold beams shot out from his eyes. 5 terrifying soul rings appeared behind him, and the overwhelming soul power swept through the entire cave. If it weren't for Du Buji stabilizing the cave, it would have likely collapsed directly. At the same time, a massive vertical pupil phantom appeared behind Huo Yuhao. Unlike the brilliant golden phantom that had appeared before, this phantom had turned blue gold. A more terrifying attraction emerged, forming a huge whirlpool outside the cave, causing even the immortal poison outside to change color. This was because he discovered that in the face of this terrifying suction, the soul power within his body was also fluctuating. Although it was not enough to burst out completely, it should be noted that the immortal poison was an extreme Douluo. The blue-golden vertical eye gradually turned into a black hole, and Huo Yuhao's body directly floated in the air, his hair dancing and his eyes emitting blue-golden light like a celestial being. As time passed, a blue-golden soul core slowly began to take shape in Yuhao's sea of consciousness. But just as the soul core was about to be fully formed, a change occurred. Chapter 162. Fate Soul Core? Invader? As the soul core was about to be completed, the long-forgotten power of fate that had been dormant in Huo Yuhao stirred. The power of fate had entered his sea of consciousness after Huo Yuhao merged with the Emperor Beast, and in the sea of consciousness, the power of fate seemed to be tamed by Huo Yuhao, transforming into a white light sphere that hung in the sea of consciousness. When Huo Yuhao wanted to use or comprehend it, it showed no signs of resistance. However, at this critical moment, it suddenly moved without warning. The power of fate rushed towards the nearly completed soul core at an extremely fast speed. Huo Yuhao's expression changed drastically as he tried to stop it, but his control had no effect on the power of fate. At the same moment, the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm, Ice Emperor, and Elix also made their moves in the sea of consciousness, trying to intercept the uncontrollable power of fate, but they underestimated its strength. Under the interception of the 3, although the power of fate faced some obstacles, it only delayed for an instant before it charged straight towards the soul core that was about to be successfully formed. Huo Yuhao could only watch helplessly as this scene unfolded, resigning himself to fate. After all, there had never been a precedent on the Douluo Continent for such a situation to occur before the soul core was formed, and he could not predict whether it was good or bad. At the moment the power of fate entered the soul core, Yuhao nervously watched, but the drastic change he anticipated did not happen. The blue-golden soul core continued to steadily condense, but a layer of white gas appeared on the surface of the soul core, which was the power of fate from earlier. Huo Yuhao couldn't help but utter 2 words. Is this it? He had not expected that the earlier significant movement of the power of fate would ultimately not cause any ripples. However, he felt more relieved, as he had prepared for the worst. After all, if the soul core failed to condense, it would explode in his sea of consciousness. And an explosion in the black hole of the sea of consciousness would kill even a god. However, Huo Yuhao did not let his guard down and kept a close eye on the soul core that was condensing in front of him. The soul core was continuously being constructed, and the power of fate kept merging into it. Soon, the soul core was completed, presenting a blue-golden soul core, shrouded in a layer of white gas, making it look very mysterious. Huo Yuhao's heart finally relaxed. The soul core had been successfully condensed without any danger. But before he could rejoice, another change occurred. The power of fate enveloping the soul core suddenly trembled, and the soul core began to resonate. In the next moment, Huo Yuhao felt his soul directly detach from his body, exposing his soul to the air. Huo Yuhao's soul, separated from his body, looked down at his own body, and a peculiar sensation spread throughout him. Although he was in a soul state, he felt as if he had merged with nature. To be precise, it was not just nature, but the entire Douluo Continent. Whether it was trees, flying birds, beasts, or even the immortal poison outside, everything on the Douluo Continent merged with him, and he felt that the entire Douluo Continent was gazing at him with a gentle look. At that moment, he felt that he was no longer human, but the Douluo Continent itself. Huo Yuhao was shocked by this feeling, incredulously saying, "What is happening?" In the next moment, his soul soared upwards, directly penetrating the cave and the trees that blocked him, shooting straight up into the sky at such speed that even extreme Douluo could not match. Soon, Huo Yuhao's soul reached a very high altitude. The raging gale swept past Huo Yuhao's soul body but caused no harm. A layer of white gas enveloped his soul. Huo Yuhao looked down at the gas surrounding his body and said in confusion, "What do you want, power of fate?" The power of fate showed no intention of harming him, but Huo Yuhao could not understand what it was trying to do. Huo Yuhao's soul continued to fly upwards, and then he experienced a sense of weightlessness. He looked around, and all he saw was darkness, with dots of light scattered in the gloom. There was no sound around him, and the silence was frightening. Those light points were very dazzling. Huo Yuhao wanted to see them clearly, but felt a sharp pain in his eyes. He dared not look at them anymore, and turned his gaze to other places. Various scenes appeared before his eyes, and he thought in disbelief. This is beyond the Douluo Continent. This is the universe. These terrifying sights he had never seen before made Huo Yuhao finally realize that he was no longer on the Douluo Continent. Where am I now? Huo Yuhao hurriedly searched for the silhouette of the Douluo Continent. Looking down, he saw a huge, oval-shaped spherical object. Huo Yuhao looked at this planet, wanted to see the situation inside. This time, he faced no obstacles. Everything on this planet was reflected in his mind, and at that moment, Huo Yuhao felt as if he could see the entire Douluo Continent. He saw the immortal poison, who was guarding him and didn't realize he was missing. Saw Wang Donger waiting for his return in Heaven Do City. Saw Shrek Academy, and saw Haotian Sect. Everything was in Huo Yuhao's mind, but suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his brain, and he returned to reality. Even though his spiritual power was already very strong, try to perceive everything on a planet was still somewhat overwhelming. After recovering, he looked at the Douluo Continent again, and at that moment, a huge eye appeared above the Douluo Continent. That eye was cold and emotionless, carrying a sense of timelessness. However, when Huo Yuhao looked at it, the emotionless eye surprisingly revealed a gentle expression. As their gazes met, Huo Yuhao felt as if he had entered a strange realm. A pure white space appeared before his eyes, radiating a comforting aura. In the next second, other colors appeared in this pure white space. A dark golden light and a blue light emerged. After the appearance of these two distinct colors, they continuously occupied the pure white space, which struggled to resist, retreating to a corner to gather strength. Huo Yuhao watched this scene, and for some reason, a feeling of anger arose deep within him. He wanted to eliminate those two invading colors and drive them out of the pure white space. In the next second, the scenery before Huo Yuhao changed again, and he returned to the starry sky. Huo Yuhao looked at the huge eye before him. His emotions stirred, and he couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" The massive eye did not respond, only looking at him gently. Huo Yuhao felt a dizzying sensation, and his soul body flew once more, losing consciousness in the next moment. Chapter 163. Powerful soul skill, stagnant spiritual power in the Jingyang Mountains of the Sun Moon Empire, within a dark cave. Two dazzling golden lights suddenly appeared, captivating the heart and carrying a terrifying allure. If one could see clearly, they would find that these two terrifying golden lights originated from a pair of human eyes. What is going on? The golden light in Huo Yuhao's eyes dissipated, and he spoke to himself with great confusion. Everything that had just happened had shocked him deeply. The boundless starry sky, the terrifying stars, and that gigantic eye. What exactly was that pure white space? And what were those two invading colors? The dark golden aura seemed familiar. Countless thoughts surged within Huo Yuhao whenever he thought of the invaded pure white space. A sense of sorrow and indignation welled up in his heart, a feeling that puzzled him greatly. Why was he so angry about the invasion of that pure white space? What connection did that pure white space have with him? What relationship did that gigantic eye have with him? He must clarify all of this. Huo Yuhao thought firmly. He had a premonition that if he could figure out the identity of the eye, then other doubts would also be resolved. Huo Yuhao stood up from the ground, feeling the changes within him. His consciousness entered the sea of spirit and looked at the soul core, which floated quietly like a gem. The soul core was surrounded by the power of destiny, and as Huo Yuhao gazed at this white power of destiny, vast information continuously flooded into his mind. Huo Yuhao's eyes entered a state of daze as he absorbed the transmitted information. This time, the feeling was completely different from the last. He saw all the beings of Douluo Continent, countless lines of destiny intertwined among all things, and as Huo Yuhao looked at these lines, he could actually see scenes unfolding within them, from birth to the awakening of martial souls, then to marriage and having children, and finally returning to the earth. Yuhao, are you okay? The voice of the heavenly dream, ice Silkworm, rang in his ears. Huo Yuhao suddenly snapped out of that state. This time, his soul did not feel any pain because not all information was injected into his mind. Rather, it was selectively transmitted. I'm Fine, Tianming. Huo Yuhao replied as he turned his head. At this moment, both the heavenly dream, ice Silkworm, and the ice emperor were anxiously watching him. The power of destiny swirled in Huo Yuhao's eyes, devoid of any emotion. Seeing the change in Huo Yuhao's eyes made the heavenly dream, ice Silkworm, tremble, and the ice emperor felt a wave of fear. Noticing the heavenly dream, ice Silkworm's terror, the power of destiny in Huo Yuhao's eyes slowly dissipated, returning to his normal deep blue gaze. Seeing Huo Yuhao return to normal, the trembling body of the heavenly dream, ice Silkworm stabilized, and he sighed in relief, saying, Yuhao, it's good that you're okay. After you successfully condensed the soul core, you lost consciousness directly. No matter how we called you, you didn't respond. If it weren't for your body and sea of spirit being fine, we would have thought you were dead. The heavenly dream, ice Silkworm, said with a tone of relief. Yes, there was a small issue just now, but it has been resolved, Huo Yuhao explained. It's good that there's no problem. Yuhao, now that you've condensed the soul core and added the fifth soul ring, your strength has taken a big step forward, the heavenly dream, ice Silkworm, said happily. Huo Yuhao also smiled, as the heavenly dream, ice Silkworm, was right. Condensing the soul core had greatly enhanced his strength. First, his spiritual power and spell casting had completely merged, making spell casting faster and more concealed. The spell effects infused within his spiritual power undoubtedly made it hard to defend against. Secondly, after condensing the soul core, Huo Yuhao's mana recovery speed had become even more powerful. His original mana recovery speed was already terrifying. Previously, when Huo Yuhao exhausted his mana in one go, there would be a vacuum period where his mana would not recover for a while. Although he could fully recover in about 10 breaths, it was still very dangerous during that vacuum period when faced with powerful enemies. With the soul core, Huo Yuhao's mana recovery no longer had a vacuum period. In fact, it could be said that his mana would never run dry, as it would immediately recover the instant it was consumed. During the condensation of the soul core, Huo Yuhao also made significant progress in comprehending spatial power. After the soul core condensed, it could operate autonomously, and even if he did not cultivate mana, it would continuously improve. Additionally, after absorbing the fifth soul ring, Yuhao's mana had reached the bottleneck of level 59, and his spiritual power had reached the peak of being both tangible and qualitative. Moreover, this fifth soul skill, as expected of the 200,000-year-old mental attribute Evil Eye, boasted such a powerful soul skill. After understanding his fifth soul skill, Huo Yuhao couldn't help but exclaim. Huo Yuhao's fifth soul skill was called Mental Destruction Light. Upon releasing this soul skill, a vast amount of spiritual power transformed into a light of destruction. At the moment of contact with the light of destruction, anything would be obliterated in an instant, and both body and soul would perish without any chance of survival. Furthermore, this soul ring also provided a domain soul skill called Mental Power Field, which was the innate soul skill of the Evil Eye clan. After using the soul skill, depending on the cultivation level and spiritual power, the suppressed would experience different states such as dizziness, sluggishness, fatigue, despair, and weakness. The soul bone also carried 2 soul skills, both of which were very powerful. After sorting out his gains from this experience, Huo Yuhao began to worry about one thing. His spiritual power had now reached a bottleneck, and no matter how he practiced, there was no sign of improvement. Tianming, I'm going to find teacher, Huo Yuhao said. At this moment, Only Ilex could give him advice on spiritual power cultivation. Huo Yuhao's figure flashed and directly arrived in the second sea of consciousness. As soon as he appeared, he saw Ilex smiling at him, as if he had known Huo Yuhao would come here. "Teacher," Huo Yuhao said respectfully. Ilex nodded slightly and smiled, saying, "Yuhao, do you want to know how to break through your spiritual power to divine consciousness?" Huo Yuhao nodded directly, and Ilex didn't keep him in suspense, saying, "Yuhao, breaking through spiritual power to divine level sounds simple, but is difficult to accomplish. To break through spiritual power to divine level, there are two conditions. One is that the total amount of spiritual power reaches the divine level, and the second is that the comprehension of spiritual power also reaches the divine level. The first condition is necessary. If the first is not fulfilled, then even if the second is completed, the spiritual power cannot transform into divine consciousness. The comprehension of spiritual power is not a problem for you, but raising the total amount to the divine level is a bit difficult, and it requires external help." Huo Yuhao nodded. He understood that the so-called external help referred to soul rings, soul bones, or other things that could enhance the total amount of spiritual power. He had only broken through to his current level of spiritual power after integrating the 200,000-year-old soul bone and soul ring. Huo Yuhao pondered. The first person he thought of was the Evil Eye Clan's patriarch, the Evil Emperor, because on Douluo Continent, the one with the largest total amount of spiritual power should be the Evil Emperor. However, there was no need to rush. He could hunt the Evil Emperor when he reached level 70, Huo Yuhao thought. "Thank you for your guidance, teacher," Huo Yuhao said. Ilex laughed heartily and said, "Haha, what kind of guidance is this? It's just a few words." After speaking, Ilex's face showed a look of guilt as he said, "Yuhao, as your teacher, I haven't been able to teach you my skills due to health reasons. How about I take this opportunity to teach you the necromancy I'm good at?" "Thank you, teacher, for passing on your teachings," Huo Yuhao said happily. Ilex nodded with a smile and then said with a grin, "But it seems that it won't be possible now. Let's start once you return to Tiando City." "Why?" Huo Yuhao asked in confusion. "Someone outside is waiting for you. He's quite worried right now. If you don't go out soon, he might just barge in." Ilex laughed. Huo Yuhao immediately reacted, and the expression on his face became quite interesting. He quickly left the sea of consciousness and returned to his body. Chapter 164. A stronger attraction outside the cave. Duhushing looked anxiously at the entrance. It had been 5 days since Huo Yuhao began to condense his soul core. In fact, 5 days is not enough time for an ordinary person to condense a soul core, as it takes much longer just to solidify soul power in the first step. When Duhushing condensed his own soul core, it took him nearly half a month for this step. However, Huo Yuhao completed this step in less than a day, and the subsequent steps were also completed at an extremely fast pace. Logically speaking, Huo Yuhao should have completed the condensation of his soul core long ago. Duhushing had indeed sensed the aura of the black hole at that time, but after the aura disappeared, Huo Yuhao suddenly lost all presence. Moreover, there was a full 2 days without any aura emanating. If it weren't for Duhushing's belief in Huo Yuhao's strength, he would have rushed in right away. What on earth is going on? Duhushing thought anxiously. Huo Yuhao sat cross-legged on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes, quickly stood up, and walked towards the cave entrance. With a swift movement, Huo Yuhao crossed the sealed cave and appeared outside. Duhushing's anxious expression turned into one of surprise upon seeing Huo Yuhao. He abandoned the soul power maintaining the cave and rushed to Huo Yuhao's side at the fastest speed, causing the cave, which was already on the verge of collapse, to crumble loudly. "Yuhao, are you okay?" Duhushing grabbed Huo Yuhao's shoulders and looked at him closely, asking anxiously. Huo Yuhao felt very touched and smiled as he said, "Don't worry, Sect Master, I'm fine." "That's good." Duhushing sighed in relief, looking at Huo Yuhao, who was intact. Huo Yuhao showed a guilty expression and said, "I'm sorry. Sect Master, there was some trouble when I was condensing the soul core, so I couldn't notify you." "Ha, what's that?" "As long as you're fine, it's okay. A failure in condensing the soul core is nothing to worry about." Duhushing laughed heartily. "However, Yuhao, there was indeed a problem with your process of condensing the soul core. You shouldn't have." Duhushing was about to impart his experience to Huo Yuhao when Huo Yuhao interrupted with a smile. "Who said I failed?" 2 black whirlpools appeared in Huo Yuhao's eyes, and a terrifying mental power emerged. Duhushing couldn't help but change color in front of this mental power, and at the same time, black cracks appeared in the surrounding space. A blue-golden sphere of light suddenly appeared, causing those spatial cracks to rapidly open up, and the soul power sphere in the center began to collapse inward, forming a small black hole instantly. Du Hushing watched this scene in astonishment, then immediately turned to joy. And as Huo Yuhao's mind moved, the blue golden sphere disappeared, and the black hole vanished from space. Good, good. Du Hushing's face flushed as he repeated the word good twice. Just after condensing the soul core, you can control soul power of a black hole so easily. Yuhao, you are indeed a true genius, Du Hushing praised. What is your soul power level now? How many levels have you broken through? Du Hushing asked again. After absorbing the 5th soul ring, Huo Yuhao's soul power level must have broken through. Huo Yuhao smiled wryly. I've directly broken through to the bottleneck of level 59. Du Hushing was taken aback. He didn't expect that Huo Yuhao would break through to 59 in one go. He immediately said, then let's go find a soul ring now. Huo Yuhao shook his head and said, finding a suitable soul beast for me now is probably not easy. We just hunted a 200,000-year-old evil eye in the evil spirit forest, and evil emperor is likely concentrating fully, waiting for our return. Going back to the evil spirit forest would be like a sheep entering a tiger's den. I already know where the most suitable soul beast for me is, but it's quite far away. I plan to go hunt it after some time, Huo Yuhao said. Du Hushing nodded and said, since you have your own plans, then do as you wish. If you need any help, just come to me directly. Okay, Huo Yuhao nodded. Now that everything is done, let's set off back. Your little girlfriend is probably waiting anxiously, Du Hushing teased. The two then set off on the road back to the Heavenly Soul Empire. This time, they did not fly using soul power but directly used spatial power to continuously traverse through space. Huo Yuhao kept moving through space, and as they approached the Heavenly Soul Empire, his gaze did not turn towards Tiando City, but instead towards Shrek Academy, located in the southern part of the Heavenly Soul Empire. It wasn't that Huo Yuhao was nostalgic for Shrek Academy, but after seeing that giant eye again, the attraction of Shrek Academy to him became even stronger. While at Shrek Academy, Huo Yuhao could feel the pull from the Sea God Lake, but at that time, his strength was insufficient, so he did not rashly ascend the Sea God Pavilion to search for what attracted him. After withdrawing from Shrek Academy, the attraction became much weaker for him, and, at a distance, he could hardly feel it at all. However now, even while still within the borders of the Sun Moon Empire, he could feel the attraction coming from the Sea God Pavilion of Shrek Academy. What on earth is there in the Sea God Pavilion? Could it be that golden ancient tree? Huo Yuhao speculated internally. No matter what it is, I must go to the Sea God Pavilion at least once. Huo Yuhao thought firmly. Now, there was no one at Shrek Academy who could stop Huo Yuhao. An 89th level Xuanzang and a severely injured Moon might not even be able to detect Huo Yuhao's presence, let alone stop him. As the two traversed through space, they quickly arrived at Tiando City. The sky was still bright, and it took them less than 2 hours to return to Tiando City without using full strength. Yuhao, you go back. I'll head back to the body sect first, Du Hushing said. After speaking, he disappeared before Huo Yuhao could respond, leaving Huo Yuhao alone at the spot. Huo Yuhao closed his open mouth. He had originally wanted to invite Du Hushing to dinner. Huo Yuhao shook his head with a wry smile and also vanished in a flash, appearing in the base of the body sect the next moment. Wang Donger stood by the window, dressed in training clothes and glistening with sweat, looking as if she had just finished her training. She gazed at the clear sky with endless longing in her eyes. Huo Yuhao stood behind her, a look of heartache on his face. But soon, a smile appeared, for he was back now. I don't know. Who is this beautiful lady missing? A voice filled with a smile rang out behind Wang Dong. Hearing the familiar voice, Wang Donger immediately turned around, and her eyes sparkled as she saw the figure in front of her. She ran straight toward the person she had been thinking about day and night, who opened their arms to embrace her. Chapter 165. Necromancy, the undead demiplane in the Heaven Do City, within the stronghold of the body sect. Huo Yuhao sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed as if he were cultivating, but in reality, he was in a sea of consciousness. Ilex floated in the sea of consciousness, and Huo Yuhao stood before him, as Ilex imparted knowledge of necromancy. Necromancy is actually just one branch of magic from my world. It is not terrifying at all, and is, in fact, a form of magic that is closest to the essence and origin of humanity. All research related to necromancy is based on life. The original necromancy was the result of humanity's struggle against the laws of nature to extend their own lives. However, as the research on necromancy deepened, a small portion of necromancers gradually strayed from the original path. They used necromancy to enhance themselves, depriving other life forms of their vitality or other things through slaughter to strengthen themselves. Do you know what the most important aspect of necromancy is? Ilex asked. Life. Huo Yuhao replied with certainty. There is no doubt that life is extremely important to necromancy. You are correct, Ilex said. Light illuminates the earth, allowing life to be born. Sunlight and water are the core necessities for the survival of the initial forms of life, while necromancy studies the power of death. One is life, the other is death. But in reality, they are merely two poles of life. Life and death are not only repellent. Under certain circumstances, they can also attract each other, with the two poles giving rise to one another. Thus, life is crucial to necromancy. Next, I will teach you about necromancy, Ilex said. Ilex then began to explain the profound and complex aspects of necromancy, and Huo Yuhao felt as if he had entered another world. Time passed slowly, and Ilex's narration gradually slowed down until it came to a complete stop. Yuhao, do you remember? Ilex asked with a smile. I've memorized everything. Huo Yuhao replied. Good. Ilex nodded with a smile. Yuhao, do you want to experience the world of the undead? Ilex said with a mysterious smile. The world of the undead? Huo Yuhao was a bit puzzled. Although he was unclear about Ilex's meaning, he knew that Ilex wouldn't speak without reason, so he expressed his anticipation, saying, Yes. In that case, I will take you to see it. After all, that place is something you will inherit in the future. Ilex smiled. Ilex raised his hand and waved in the air, quickly sketching out a gray six-pointed star pattern. After the six-pointed star was drawn, it emanated a chilling aura that raised the hairs on one's body. It was a coldness filled with dead silence. The six-pointed star emitted a dazzling gray light, and in the next moment, a gray beam enveloped Huo Yuhao and Ilex, and their figures vanished from the sea of consciousness in an instant. In the gray light, Huo Yuhao felt the sensation of space, a feeling of being pulled by the space, and he did not resist. He felt his body lighten, and when he opened his eyes again, a completely different world presented itself before him. What came into view was a dimly lit world, where a bizarre sun hung in the sky, entirely black and surrounded by mysterious purple glow. This world's terrain was uneven, and as far as the eye could see, there were no plants, only the dark soil that looked as if it had been stained with black ink. A chilling aura continuously surged from all directions. This is an incomplete world, Huo Yuhao exclaimed. Such a space could indeed be created using the Shadowless Stretch spell, but Huo Yuhao could not create a land space like this, as it involved more than just space. That's right, this is an incomplete world. This world has land, but no sky, and lacks many of the rules that a true world possesses, such as the absence of light elements here. I call this incomplete world the undead demiplane. Years ago, I created this demiplane to research a more perfect form of necromancy, and it has now existed for over 1,000 years, Ilex said with a tone of reminiscence. Let's go, Yuhao. Let's take a look at the undead creatures here, Ilex said, putting away his nostalgia. Ilex walked forward, and Huo Yuhao followed closely behind him. They climbed up a hillside, and upon reaching the top, a more spectacular scene appeared before them. Below the hillside, a large number of white skeletal remains turned their heads in unison, and in their eye sockets burned crimson soul flames, numbering in the hundreds. Upon seeing the two, the skeletons immediately charged toward them, but Huo Yuhao and Ilex showed no reaction to this scene. Ilex spoke slowly, explaining, These skeletons are the weakest undead creatures in the demiplane, and there are 12 stronger types of undead above them. At that moment, the hundreds of skeletons had reached their front, and Ilex lightly waved his hand, causing the soul flames in the skeleton's eyes to vanish, leaving them standing still without any reaction. Let's continue forward, Ilex said. Huo Yuhao nodded, and the two continued on their way. After they left, the soul flames in the skeletons were reignited, but they did not dare to provoke Ilex and Huo Yuhao anymore. Under Ilex's guidance, they encountered other, more powerful undead creatures, and soon the two returned to the sea of consciousness. Yuhao, I will now teach you how to enter the demiplane. If you encounter an insurmountable danger, you can retreat into the demiplane to hide, Ilex instructed. I understand, teacher, Yuhao replied. Ilex nodded and transmitted a piece of information into Huo Yuhao's mind. Huo Yuhao closed his eyes to feel the information in his mind, and in an instant, he learned the method. Ilex smiled as he looked at Huo Yuhao and said, Yuhao, I have now imparted necromancy to you. The next step is for you to comprehend it yourself. Huo Yuhao nodded to indicate his understanding, and the next moment, he disappeared from the sea of consciousness, returning to his own body. Necromancy is truly a powerful form of magic, Huo Yuhao exclaimed. He had witnessed many forms of magic in a magical world, but none had the shocking impact of necromancy. However, the drawbacks were also quite obvious, as it rapidly consumed life force. But for me, who possesses the golden life spirit, this is not an issue. Huo Yuhao smiled, and then immersed himself in the comprehension of necromancy. Chapter 166. Journey to Shrek Academy. What? Yuhao, you want to go back to Shrek Academy? Are you crazy? When you were in Star Luo City, that Xuanzi even tried to capture you to take you back to Shrek Academy. And now you want to go there voluntarily? Xiao Xiao exclaimed in disbelief. She couldn't believe that Huo Yuhao would take the initiative to go to Shrek Academy. Wasn't he afraid of going there and never coming back? Wang Donger also looked at Huo Yuhao with a worried expression. After all, she and Xiao Xiao had been in the Shrek Academy formation at that time, so they naturally knew how much those people valued Shrek Academy. Huo Yuhao had broken their honor, and if he went there alone, he would definitely be attacked by a group. She reached out and tugged at Huo Yuhao's sleeve. Her eyes firm as she said, Yuhao, don't go. If you really have to go, then take me with you. Huo Yuhao looked at the two of them, feeling touched inside. He smiled and said, Are you underestimating my strength? Am I going to Shrek Academy as a lamb entering a tiger's den? Huo Yuhao stood up and walked towards the door. Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao looked at his actions in confusion. At this moment, Huo Yuhao turned around and smiled, saying, Come with me. Why are you still standing there? Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao immediately got up and followed Huo Yuhao outside the room, and the three of them walked together towards the training ground. All right here, Huo Yuhao said. Xiao Xiao looked at the training ground in front of her and asked in confusion, Yuhao, do you want to show us your strength? I know you're strong, but you're just a 5-ring Soul King right now. Facing Xiao Xiao's question, Huo Yuhao confidently replied, Who said a Soul King can't defeat a level 98 title Douluo? Huo Yuhao's eyes narrowed, and he stepped forward lightly with his right foot, but the entire base trembled under the force of that step. Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao, being so close, felt their hearts tremble as well. In the next moment, a dazzling golden light appeared in Huo Yuhao's eyes, and a terrifying soul power erupted from him. Under the influence of this powerful soul power, the space itself began to warp. A soul ring appeared behind Huo Yuhao, a golden soul ring that made his aura even more powerful, while the terrifying soul power also carried a hint of spiritual power, although that spiritual power seemed weak. Once it appeared, Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao felt their spiritual seas tremble. If it weren't for Huo Yuhao having no malicious intent and even trying to restrain it, they might have suffered damage to their spiritual seas immediately. Then, a more terrifying scene unfolded as a blood-red soul ring appeared behind Huo Yuhao, followed by another one. And one by one, the blood-red soul rings emerged, each time making his aura grow stronger. After all 5 soul rings fully appeared, the sky above Huo Yuhao's head was completely illuminated in blood red, and the area of the red clouds continued to expand until it covered half of Heaven-Do City. This terrifying celestial phenomenon made everyone in Heaven-Do City tremble with fear. Whether ordinary people or soul masters, all felt fear at the strange sight in the sky. In the palace, Wei Tian looked at the blood clouds in the sky with a solemn expression. He could also feel the terrifying threat emanating from those blood clouds. Just as he was about to command those around him to investigate, the blood clouds in the sky suddenly disappeared in an instant. He stared in surprise at this scene, and just as he was about to speak, he was momentarily stunned. After regaining his composure, he thought, Why am I here? Shouldn't I be dealing with official business? This scene occurred for everyone in Heaven-Do City. In the base of the body sect, the golden and 4 red soul rings behind Huo Yuhao were quietly suspended behind him, but they no longer had the previous imposing aura. If it weren't for their frightening colors, they might not even attract attention. Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao looked at Huo Yuhao in front of them, recalling the feeling from just now. At that moment, Huo Yuhao seemed like a god, while they felt like ants that could be trampled to death. At this moment, a blue-gold energy appeared, silently entering Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao's bodies. The two felt a coolness in their bodies and spiritual seas, awakening directly from the previous aura. Yuhao, how did you do that? Xiao Xiao rushed forward to look at the terrifying soul rings behind Huo Yuhao. Now, I believe you can safely come out of Shrek Academy. Xiao Xiao said, impressed. The strength and aura Huo Yuhao had just displayed far exceeded that of Xuanzi, the level 98 title Douluo, and was even much stronger than the aura he had when he had just broken through to limit Douluo. Wang Donger was also shocked by Huo Yuhao's strength. But more than that, she felt proud. After all, Huo Yuhao was her man. However, Wang Donger still asked in confusion, Yuhao, why do you absolutely have to go to Shrek Academy? I can't explain it clearly right now. There is something in Shrek Academy that is attracting me, but I don't know exactly what it is. However, I have a premonition that once I go to Shrek Academy, all my problems will be resolved, Huo Yuhao said. Looking in the direction of Shrek Academy, with deep eyes. Soon, as time passed, the sky was completely dark. Huo Yuhao was in his room, contemplating the necromancy magic taught by Ilex. He planned to go directly to Shrek Academy's Sea God Pavilion tonight to uncover the truth and solve the various doubts he had after returning to the Douluo Continent. Just as Huo Yuhao was still pondering the necromancy magic, a figure appeared outside his room. Wang Donger stood at the door of Huo Yuhao's room, about to knock. When Huo Yuhao spoke first, "Donger, just come in." Upon hearing this, Wang Donger pushed the door open and entered, not questioning how Huo Yuhao knew she was there. Huo Yuhao had already opened his eyes, sitting on the stool in his room. He looked at Wang Donger as she entered and smiled. "What's wrong, Donger? Did you come to find me so late for something?" Huo Yuhao's tone was teasing, seemingly implying something, and Wang Donger blushed, realizing that coming to his room so late was indeed a bit inappropriate. However, she still stubbornly said, "What's wrong with me coming here? We are a couple. Isn't it normal for me to come here?" "Oh, really?" Huo Yuhao suddenly appeared in front of Wang Dong. The two locked eyes, their noses almost touching, their breaths brushing against each other's faces. Wang Donger couldn't help but close her eyes. But instead of receiving Huo Yuhao's kiss, she felt herself being enveloped in a warm and broad embrace, and a voice whispered in her ear, "Let's go together." Chapter 167, Mad Demon Dai Wabin. Returning to the old place at Shrek Academy, in the student training area. It was already deep into the night, and logically, there shouldn't be anyone in the training area at this time, but recently, it was an exception. In the training area, a boy dressed in Shrek Academy's purple uniform was currently sparring with two other students also dressed in purple uniforms. One of the boys in purple had white and black hair sprouting from him, and his hair was also white and black. For soul rings appeared behind him, 2 yellow and 2 purple. The two boys opposite him had 3 soul rings behind them, and the two of them were sparring with the boy with 4 rings. The 2 3-ring boys looked very similar, and with their identical martial souls, it was easy to guess that they were a pair of twin brothers. After unleashing their martial souls, white scales appeared on the bodies of the 2 brothers. 2 brothers joined forces to battle the boy in purple. But under the fierce onslaught of the purple-clad youth, they were struggling to hold their ground. The boy in purple attacked ruthlessly, aiming for vital points, causing the 2 brothers to feel somewhat restrained and hesitant to strike. In such a situation, they quickly exposed a flaw. One of them was struck hard by the boy in purple, sending him flying backward and spitting out a mouthful of blood. "HuoYu!" the other boy shouted. He no longer entangled himself with the purple-clad boy and rushed towards his brother, squatting down to check on his injuries, seeing that his brother's chest had even caved in. He turned to glare at the boy in purple and said, "Dai Huabin, how can you be so brutal? We're just here to train with you. Do you want to kill HuoYu? No wonder no one in the academy wants to spar with you." Dai Huabin sneered and replied, "He's just too weak. If he gets killed, it's only to be expected. Besides, you guys are paid for this." "You." The boy stood up, clenching his fists, angrily staring at Dai Huabin. "Want to make a move? Then come at me. I'm still not done with the fun," Dai Huabin said coldly, indifferent. The boy thought of Dai Huabin's ferocity, knowing that with his brother injured, he would definitely not be able to defeat Dai Huabin, so he relaxed his fists. He picked up his brother, planning to find a healing soul master, but as he was leaving, he turned and said with a cold smile, "Dai Huabin, all you have left is money. After all, someone has none." The boy didn't finish his sentence, but Dai Huabin already knew what he was going to say. His eyes turned instantly red, and a fierce aura emanated from him as he spat out through gritted teeth, "You're asking for death." Just as Dai Huabin was about to act, the boy coldly laughed and said, "I've already left the training area. If you act now, it would be against the school rules. Do you want to be expelled from the academy?" Dai Huabin suddenly rushed toward the boy, but his figure abruptly halted. He glared fiercely at the boy, his vicious gaze causing the boy to feel a chill. "You can only act wild here," the boy mocked, then quickly left, knowing that Dai Huabin seemed on the verge of losing control. Dai Huabin stood there, watching, his eyes red as he stared at the 2 departing figures, his anger brewing endlessly. Dai Huabin howled to the sky. Then, he rushed toward a wooden dummy in the training area at lightning speed, striking it with his fists without using his martial soul, until his fists were bloodied and bruised. Dai Huabin's hands trembled continuously, and at that moment, a voice came from behind him, "Huabin, go back." Dai Huabin turned to see the person who spoke was wearing the blood-red attire of Shrek Academy's inner courtyard. The person was tall and bore a resemblance to Dai Huabin. It was his older brother, Dai Yaoheng. "If you train without regard for your body like this, it will only lead to your body being depleted, ultimately harming your talent. It's just not worth it," Dai Yaoheng advised. "Mind your own business." Dai Huabin replied ungratefully. Dai Yaoheng frowned and looked at Dai Huabin, saying, with your current attitude, don't even think about avenging our mother. You might end up ruining your own body. Hearing Dai Yaoheng mention their mother, Dai Huabin fell silent, standing there without a word. Seeing this, Dai Yaoheng stopped talking and directly left the outer courtyard's training ground. Outside Shrek City, on a hillside, Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger were standing on the hillside, looking at the long-lost city. After deciding in the room, they headed straight for Shrek Academy, which was within the territory of the Heaven Do Empire. With Huo Yuhao's speed, it didn't take long for them to arrive outside Shrek City. Dong, let's go into the city now, Huo Yuhao said. Okay, no time to lose, Wang Donger replied. Huo Yuhao took Wang Donger's hand and directly used Shadow Shift to enter Shrek City without alerting any city defenses. Soon, they arrived outside Shrek Academy. Huo Yuhao stood at the entrance, quietly probing the situation inside the academy with his spiritual power. After a while, he got a good grasp of the academy situation. All right, let's go in now, Huo Yuhao said with a smile. Wang Donger nodded, and Huo Yuhao pulled her hand as they walked into Shrek Academy, wrapping her in a layer of spiritual power to conceal her presence. The two walked leisurely through Shrek Academy. In the deep night, there were no students around, making it exceptionally quiet. Wang Donger looked at the familiar scenery and couldn't help but exclaim, the scenery of Shrek Academy hasn't changed at all. Although the teaching methods are outdated, the view is still nice. Hearing this, Huo Yuhao shook his head with a smile, but Wang Donger pointed to a direction and said, Yuhao, look. Huo Yuhao followed her gaze. It was a white dormitory building, the very place where he and Wang Donger stayed while at Shrek Academy. Yuhao, do you remember when we first met? Wang Donger asked expectantly. Huo Yuhao recalled that moment and smiled, saying, of course I remember. Back then, you were still in disguise as a boy, and you were quite arrogant when you first came, making so many demands right away and, don't say it anymore. Wang Donger blushed and covered Huo Yuhao's mouth. I was just worried about my identity being discovered, Wang Donger said shyly. Huo Yuhao looked at her with a playful smile, and Wang Donger hurriedly changed the subject, saying, Yuhao, let us hurry to the Sea God Pavilion. If we wait until dawn, it won't be good. Huo Yuhao decided not to press her further. He looked toward the direction of the Sea God Pavilion and said, all right, let us head to the Sea God Pavilion now. Chapter 168. The Golden Ancient Tree Shrek Academy, Sea God Pavilion. This was once the safest place on the entire Douluo Continent. But the current generation of elders in the Sea God Pavilion of Shrek Academy really isn't up to par. Aside from a critically ill moon, there was only one rank 98 Xuanzi left. Such strength was indeed top tier on the Douluo Continent. But with the emergence of the evil spirit master and the Holy Spirit cult, as well as the Sun and Moon Empire capable of producing soul tools that threaten limit Douluo, Shrek Academy has become somewhat disadvantaged. Moreover, after the recent events at the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy, Shrek has indeed declined compared to its previous glory. Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger quietly appeared at the Sea God Pavilion, a place that was once the safest on the Douluo Continent. Yet no one noticed the intruder's arrival. Upon arriving at the Sea God Pavilion, Huo Yuhao felt the strange attraction peak. He was now completely certain that the source of that attraction was the Golden Ancient Tree before him. The Golden Ancient Tree is a tree that contains immense life force, capable of continuously absorbing the world's natural energy and condensing it within itself. This, in turn, alters the surrounding environment, making cultivation around the Golden Ancient Tree much more effective. After Tang San discovered the Golden Ancient Tree, it was directly transplanted to Shrek Academy, and later, the Sea God Pavilion was built around it. The current Golden Ancient Tree was completely different from before. What appeared before Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger was a 3-story small building, the structure itself brown and entirely wooden, exuding an ancient charm intertwined with a hint of weariness. If you look closely, you can find that the wood of this small building has a sheen similar to grease. This small building is 10 meters high, and directly above the entrance on the first floor, there hangs a black plaque with 3 gilded characters indicating its identity, Sea God Pavilion. This ancient golden tree has been transformed into this, Huo Yuhao thought as he looked at the small building. At this moment, Wang Donger felt a wave of comfort after arriving at Sea God Island. She sensed the immense elemental energy of heaven and earth that the island possessed. This is the result of the ancient golden tree absorbing elemental energy for thousands of years. Let's go in, Huo Yuhao said. Then, the two of them flashed and arrived at the entrance of Sea God Pavilion. Huo Yuhao intended to enter directly, but when he reached the entrance, a faint golden membrane suddenly appeared, blocking him and Wang Donger outside. Huo Yuhao looked at the membrane before him and smiled, saying, "How interesting. It actually has self-protection, but it seems to lack an alarm function." Huo Yuhao placed his hand on the membrane, intending to use a method with less impact to break through it. But to his surprise, an astonishing thing happened. The membrane that had just blocked them disintegrated automatically upon contact with his hand. Huo Yuhao looked at this scene in amazement. He didn't expect such a thing to happen, but he quickly guessed the reason. Could it be that? Huo Yuhao recalled that giant eye. However, he didn't think too much about it and directly led Wang Donger inside. After all, there was no one in Shrek Academy who could threaten him. Once inside Sea God Pavilion, a massive conference table appeared before Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger, with dozens of chairs placed around it, each made of the same material as Sea God Pavilion. Huo Yuhao looked at the unremarkable conference room and knew that this was not the core area of Sea God Pavilion, so it wasn't the place he wanted to find. Sensing the place that attracted him, he took Wang Donger's hand, and then the two of them flashed, disappearing from the first floor of Sea God Pavilion. In the next moment, they arrived in a spacious hall that was over 100 meters long and square-shaped. On both sides of the hall, there were several corridors leading to unknown destinations. There were no windows here, everything was sealed, yet the air was very fresh. Inside the hall, statues stood tall, resembling those at the entrance of Shrek Academy, depicting Tang San and several other members of the original Shrek's 7 monsters. Hee, Tang San. Huo Yuhao sneered as he looked at Tang San's statue. Huo Yuhao pulled Wang Donger toward one of the corridors, and, as they passed by, Wang Donger glanced at the first room in the corridor and said, "Yuhao, I sense a strong aura of light in that room." Huo Yuhao also looked at that room, and indeed felt a rich aura of light inside. He turned to Wang Donger and asked, "Shall we go in and take a look?" However, Wang Donger replied, "Let's not. Let's find the place you want to go first. If there's a chance later, we can come back." "All right," Huo Yuhao nodded. He continued forward with Wang Donger and soon reached the end of the corridor. At the end of the corridor was a door, which was different from the other rooms. The door appeared to be carved into the tree wall, with only a doorknob on it, and it could not be opened at all, looking as if the sculptor had stopped carving when they reached this point. Huo Yuhao looked at the door that couldn't even be called a door and was certain that what attracted him was behind it. So, even though he knew the door couldn't be opened, he placed his hand on the doorknob and pushed forward. To his surprise, the door that couldn't be opened easily swung open, and the moment it did, a strange mental light enveloped Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger, causing their figures to disappear from Sea God Pavilion. Just after this strange light appeared and Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger vanished, an old man dressed in a white robe, standing with his waist almost bent at a 90-degree angle and leaning on a cane for support, appeared. Upon his arrival, he scanned the area with powerful mental force. But no matter how he searched, he could not find any trace. What is going on? How could the ancient golden tree suddenly fluctuate? Moon thought with great confusion. In the past, unless he personally triggered the ancient golden tree, it would never show any fluctuations. However, this sudden fluctuation was very strange. Has someone intruded into Sea God Pavilion? Moon speculated, but he quickly dismissed this idea. He did not believe that anyone could evade his perception. Even someone of the same rank as him, a limit Douluo, couldn't he do it? Moon stroked the tree wall of the ancient golden tree, pondering the doubts in his heart. Meanwhile, Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger had left the ancient golden tree and arrived at a peculiar place. Chapter 169. The Will of the Douluo Plain, Child of Destiny in a Pure White Space. The once unchanging expanse was once again broken. A strange spatial fluctuation appeared. In the next moment, a male figure emerged, Huo Yuhao, who had previously been within the ancient golden tree, while Wang Donger was nowhere to be found. Is this it? Huo Yuhao looked at the pure white space he had seen before. After recognizing where he was, he immediately noticed that Wang Donger had disappeared. His powerful mental force spread, but it only extended about 10 meters before stagnating, unable to advance further. Huo Yuhao's expression darkened as he realized he couldn't use his mental force. He shouted directly, "You called me here. Is this how you treat me? Where have you hidden Dong?" Upon hearing Huo Yuhao's words, the pure white space changed again, and a transparent light curtain appeared before him, displaying an image. In the image, Wang Donger's figure appeared. She was also in a pure white space, but was currently unconscious, lying on the ground like a sleeping beauty. Huo Yuhao stared intently at the screen and saw that Wang Donger was breathing steadily and had no injuries. So he finally let out a sigh of relief. "Don't worry, she's fine. If you want to understand everything, just keep moving forward," an ethereal voice said. After seeing that Wang Donger was unharmed and hearing this ethereal voice, Huo Yuhao realized that the owner of this place had no malicious intent toward them. Otherwise, the two of them would have probably perished silently long ago. Huo Yuhao stepped forward, following the voice's guidance, continuing to walk ahead. Before his eyes was an expanse of pure white. Those places seemed empty, yet also seemed to encompass everything, existing in a very peculiar state. Looking at this strange place, Huo Yuhao involuntarily fell into contemplation, as if various principles flashed through his mind. However, even while immersed in this state, his feet continued to move forward. Huo Yuhao walked forward in this state for an unknown amount of time until a massive white sphere of light appeared before him. The enormous white sphere emitted brilliance. Surrounded by white mist, and a thread of white light detached from the sphere and entered Huo Yuhao's body. Huo Yuhao suddenly broke free from that wonderful state, and he was shocked to perceive his own spiritual power. After falling into that state, he felt that his completely stagnant spiritual power was actually growing at an extremely fast rate. And the amount of growth during that brief period was already close to what he had gained from absorbing the 200,000-year head spirit bone. While Huo Yuhao was still in shock, the large white light ball emitted a voice. "We finally meet." Huo Yuhao looked up at the giant light ball in front of him, and a sense of familiarity surged in his heart. Looking at the light ball made him feel as if he were seeing a relative. Huo Yuhao opened his mouth to speak, but before he could say anything, the white light ball emitted a fierce brilliance. Under the illumination of the light, the confusion on his face gradually transformed into understanding. "So you are the will of the Douluo Continent," Huo Yuhao said. "Yes, my child," the gentle voice of the will of the plane replied. Huo Yuhao was not surprised by its address. All beings of the Douluo Continent could be called its children. "I wonder why you summoned me here. Is there something you need? Can you really answer my doubts?" Huo Yuhao asked. The will of the plane fell silent for a moment and said, "I need your help." "My child, help?" Huo Yuhao thought, puzzled. He couldn't think of anything that even the will of the plane couldn't solve. So how could a Soul King of the Fifth Ring solve it? However, Huo Yuhao quickly realized the problem. Could it be the two rays of light that invaded this place? He recalled the scene he had seen earlier. "That's right, just as you thought." The will of the plane seemed to see through Huo Yuhao's heart and spoke directly. "Why do you think I can solve this matter?" Huo Yuhao calmly asked, without panicking at being seen through. "I don't think you can solve this matter, but I have placed all my hopes on you. I can only hope that you can resolve it." The voice of the will of the plane remained gentle, as if the gambler who had placed all his bets was not itself. "What does placing a bet mean?" Huo Yuhao asked seriously. "Do you know why you crossed into another world?" The will of the plane asked. When Huo Yuhao heard this question, he already knew the answer, but his expression still changed involuntarily. The fact that he crossed into the magic world was his biggest secret. He had not revealed this secret to anyone after returning to the Douluo Continent, and he did not plan to in the future. Now that his biggest secret had been exposed, he couldn't help but change his expression. Moreover, he had previously thought that his crossing was a fortuitous coincidence. But now someone was telling him it was its doing. How could he remain calm? Huo Yuhao took a deep breath to calm himself and asked, "Why did you choose me?" "This is not my choice. It is the choice of the entire Douluo plane. Although I am the will of the plane, I cannot decide everything in the Douluo plane. Your appearance is the choice of the entire Douluo plane. You are the child of destiny born of the Douluo plane." The will of the plane stated in a gentle voice. "I am the child of destiny of the Douluo plane?" Huo Yuhao was stunned, but upon careful reflection, he could see the clues. Ever since he returned to the Douluo Continent from the magic world, his cultivation journey had been smooth sailing, with no life-threatening incidents occurring at all. When it came to his first spirit ring, the Heaven Dream Ice Silkworm, a million-year spirit beast, had taken the initiative to become his first ring. Later, he was helped to obtain the Ice Emperor as his second martial soul, and the demigod Ilex became his teacher. All of these seemed to be the treatment of a child of destiny, although some of it was due to his own magical cultivation. It must be said that if it weren't for his identity as a child of destiny, his strength could not have improved so quickly. Moreover, the reason he could cross into the magic world was also because of the will of the plane's intervention. Huo Yuhao's expression was somewhat complex, but the will of the plane then said, "Child, you need not feel discouraged. Your success is due to your will and belief. This is also the reason for the choice of the Douluo plane. Moreover, who can say that other achievers did not rely on the help of destiny? Even Tang San, who is well known throughout the Douluo Continent, relied on destiny." Hearing the name Tang San, Huo Yuhao immediately asked, "Is Tang San also the child of destiny of the Douluo plane?" "Yes and no. The will of the plain said mysteriously. Do you want to hear a story from me? The will of the plain asked. I'm all ears, Huo Yuhao replied. Chapter 170. The Truth Revealed. God King in the Douluo Continent 10,000 years ago, there also appeared a child of destiny, just like now. That person's name was Tang San. However, this child of destiny died directly in infancy due to the intervention of a powerful being. Yet, Tang San did not disappear from the Douluo Continent. A soul from another world occupied Tang San's body in the Douluo Continent. This Tang San is the one you are familiar with now, and his appearance changed the fate of the entire Douluo Continent. With the help of the Douluo Continent's destiny and that powerful being in the shadows, he ultimately became a god. I originally thought that the help he received from the destiny of the Douluo Continent would be returned to the Douluo Continent after he became a god. But things did not develop that way. After becoming a god, Tang San found the divine positions on the Douluo Continent and handed them over to his friends for inheritance, transplanting the core of life of the Douluo Continent, the Golden Tree, to Shrek Academy. He also set up many means on the Douluo Continent to try to control the entire Douluo Continent, and I was the biggest obstacle to achieving this goal. Therefore, he had his parents invade this place, trying to completely eradicate my consciousness so that his father could become the master of the plane, and the core of life would also become his mother. The will of the plane recounted this story in a tone devoid of any emotion. It then continued, and you're the true child of destiny of the Douluo plane, born from the sense of crisis perceived by the entire Douluo plane. However, the entire Douluo plane has been basically monitored by Tang San, so your birth naturally could not escape his eyes. Therefore, he had long prepared for you. Although I did not know his entire plan, his actions on the Douluo Continent allowed me to discover some clues. That is why I used the origin of the Douluo plane, hiding it from Tang San, to send you to another world, hoping to find a glimmer of hope. You have not disappointed me. Your achievements in the other world have astonished me. At this moment, Huo Yuhao's heart was already in turmoil. The Tang San known throughout the Douluo Continent actually came from another world and wanted to seize control of the Douluo Continent. What Tang San was doing now was completely different from the pure and noble image sung of him on the Douluo Continent. Having received the help of the Douluo Continent's destiny, he did not think of giving back, but instead wanted to erase the will of the Douluo Continent. This was entirely the face of a petty villain who repays kindness with malice, and Huo Yuhao now understood why Tang San wanted to scheme against him. Because he was the child of destiny of the Douluo Continent and the last hope for the will of the Douluo plane to save itself, Tang San, wanting the control of the Douluo plane, would naturally not allow Huo Yuhao to grow up. So that's how it is, Huo Yuhao said, enlightened. Do you know Donger's identity? Huo Yuhao asked again. He knew that Wang Donger was part of Tang San's scheme, but he couldn't figure out the relationship between Wang Donger and Tang San. Who did the divine level martial soul from Wang Donger's 3 lives martial soul inherit from? Are you sure you want to know her identity? The plains will ask. Huo Yuhao did not hesitate and said directly, yes. Although he knew Wang Donger's identity was not simple, he was not afraid to find out, because no matter what her identity was, his feelings for her would not change. Wang Donger possesses a divine-level martial soul, which you should already be aware of, the plains will said. Huo Yuhao nodded. He had learned about this a long time ago. The plains will continued. She possesses a divine-level martial soul, and only gods can inherit divine-level martial souls. Additionally, she has the bloodlines of the blue silver emperor and the soft-bone rabbit. The voice of the plains will pause before continuing. Most importantly, her divine-level martial soul is called Sea God. Huo Yuhao looked at the plains in disbelief. He knew the other party would not deceive him, but such a result was hard to believe. Donger is Tang San's daughter? Huo Yuhao said incredulously. How is that possible? If she is Tang San's daughter, then why was she used as a pawn? And how could her soul be torn apart if she is Tang San's daughter? Huo Yuhao voiced his inner doubts. After Huo Yuhao expressed these thoughts, the plains fell silent, as if it did not exist. Huo Yuhao understood the meaning of the plains will. Wang Donger was indeed Tang San's daughter. It was impossible for Tang San, who had been monitoring Douluo Continent, not to notice that his daughter had her soul torn apart and was thrown onto Douluo Continent. Therefore, the only possibility left was why Wang Donger became a pawn used against him, and why her soul was torn apart. Huo Yuhao forced a smile, but deep inside, he was filled with rage. He couldn't help but curse, Tang San, that beast. The only possibility was that Wang Donger, Tang San's daughter, had her soul torn apart by Tang San himself, and was placed on Douluo Continent as a pawn to scheme against Huo Yuhao. Do you know where the other half of Donger's soul is? Huo Yuhao hurriedly asked. I don't know. Tang San has been very secretive about this. and I am actually just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. I'm not clear about many of his arrangements. The plains will answer directly. Huo Yuhao felt a bit disappointed. He knew the plains was speaking the truth. After all, it was also struggling for its own survival. You don't need to be disappointed. Since Tang San has split Wang Donger soul in half, it is naturally also to scheme against you. One day, she will come looking for you herself, the plains will said. Do you know Tang San's strength? Huo Yuhao asked after a moment of silence. Huo Yuhao understood that he and Tang San had reached a life-and-death stage. Tang San would definitely not let him and the Douluo plains will go. Whether for himself, the plains will, or Wang Donger, he had to be prepared to fight Tang San. Tang San is currently at the level of a God King, the plains will said. God King? Huo Yuhao's expression changed. Although he had never heard of this level, he could feel the power of this realm. After all, being a king among gods must be incredibly powerful. Seeing Huo Yuhao's confusion, the plains will explained, after breaking through level 99 on Douluo Continent, one becomes a god. After becoming a god, there are further levels. God Priest, Tier 3 God, Tier 2 God, Tier 1 God, and God King. Huo Yuhao's face grew heavy. Tang San's strength far exceeded his imagination. He only had the strength of the fifth ring, which was worlds apart from Tang San. However, he did not plan to give up so easily. He was not just carrying his own fate. A God King? One day, I will make you understand that even a God King cannot do as he pleases. Huo Yuhao's gaze was resolute. Chapter 171, New Goals in the Pure White Space. Huo Yuhao and the plains will continue their conversation. The plains will look at Huo Yuhao's expression and understood his determination. Child, since you have made your decision, you need to be prepared to fight against Tang San. Although your current strength is quite impressive, it is still not enough to confront Tang San's arrangements. Do you know those two so-called big uncles of Wang Donger and the HuoYu sect? The plains will ask. Huo Yuhao nodded to indicate he understood. The plains will continue. Those two, or rather beasts, were originally soul beasts residing in the Stardow Forest. They were sacrificed to Tang San 1,000 years ago to become soul rings. And after Tang San became a god, he resurrected them. After their resurrection, they reached the divine level. According to the rules, gods are not allowed to interfere with the affairs of the lower realms. Then why can Tang San interfere with Douluo Continent? Huo Yuhao asked, puzzled. What Tang San is doing on Douluo Continent shows no signs of adhering to the rules, the plains will said. There are indeed rules, but Tang San is a god king. As far as I know, there are 5 god kings in the god realm. As long as Tang San does not make his actions too obvious and does not get discovered, he will not face any trouble. Huo Yuhao realized that, indeed, no matter where it is, strength is the most important factor. With the strength of a god king, Tang San is undoubtedly at the top, even in the god realm. However, perhaps this could be a way to escape Tang San's surveillance over Douluo Continent, Huo Yuhao thought. There are 5 god kings in the god realm. He did not believe that they were all like one family. Where there are people, there will be struggles. He did not believe that the other god kings would allow Tang San to act recklessly and disrupt the rules of the god realm. If he could inform one of the god kings about what Tang San was doing on Douluo Continent, even if he could not threaten Tang San's life, he could still make Tang San suffer a great loss. The plains will continued. Tang San has somehow sealed the divine level power of those 2 resurrected soul beasts, turning them into the limit Douluo of Douluo Continent. Those 2 soul beasts are the most powerful combatants among the limit Douluo, and in a crisis, they might be able to unleash divine level power. Huo Yuhao's expression grew solemn. If that were the case, these 2 soul beasts would indeed be difficult for him to handle now. He could deal with one limit Douluo, but he could not kill him. However, he would have no chance against 2 top limit Douluo, not to mention limit Douluo capable of unleashing divine level power. It seemed he could not go to the HuoYu sect so soon, at least not before reaching the 7th ring. Huo Yuhao contemplated. The plains will had finished speaking, and Huo Yuhao then expressed his thoughts. After listening, the plains will pondered for a moment and said, this is indeed a very good idea, and it is relatively simple to implement. You carry the aura of a deity, not Tang San's aura, but that of a deity who uses life force. Huo Yuhao was surprised. He had not expected to have caught the attention of a deity. He immediately asked, how can I contact that deity? I'm not sure either. The plains will replied straightforwardly. Huo Yuhao was taken aback. He did not expect the plains will to be so blunt, but he soon realized that asking the plains will about this was futile. If the plains will had a way to communicate with deities, it would not be in its current predicament. You only need to improve your strength now. Once your strength is sufficient for the gods to consider you as their successor, they will naturally come to seek you out. The will of the plane said, based on what it had previously witnessed. I understand, Huo Yuhao said. This is now the only way, and we can't place all our hopes on the gods. If that god is in cahoots with Tang San, then Huo Yuhao would be in danger. Therefore, strength is the foundation of everything, Huo Yuhao thought. At this moment, the will of the plane spoke again. Do you have any other questions? Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao pondered for a moment and asked seriously, there is one last question. If you know the answer, please tell me. Is there any interference from Tang San regarding my mother's situation? And is my mother truly dead? The matter of your mother's death did not involve Tang San. It was a natural outcome of events, the will of the plane replied. Huo Yuhao breathed a sigh of relief. At least his mother did not die because of Tang San's schemes against him. However, the will of the plane continued. Huo Yuhao's heart tightened as it went on. After your mother died, her soul was taken away by Tang San. I am not clear about the current situation. His mother's soul was taken by Tang San. Huo Yuhao did not expect such a thing to happen, and his heart was filled with disbelief and guilt towards his mother. Because of him, his mother's soul was taken away by Tang San, and now he did not know what situation she was facing. The matter concerning HuoYu left Huo Yuhao at a loss, unsure of what to do next. HuoYu held an indescribable position in his heart, which was why Huo Yuhao lost his reason. Silence. The will of the plane issued a deafening sound. Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao immediately regained his composure, and his expression turned calm once more. He began to think about the current situation with a clear mind. His mother's soul being taken by Tang San was undoubtedly a scheme to calculate against him. Tang San used Donger to set a trap, and his ultimate goal must be to make me and Donger a couple. That way, I would become his son-in-law and directly join his camp. Thus, I would not resist him for the sake of the Douluo Plains will. Therefore, to achieve this situation, he would definitely not harm my mother. Because she is his last card to control me, he certainly would not let me lose my final attachment, as that would only lead to a situation where we would be irreconcilable. So now my mother is safe. Huo Yuhao relaxed at this moment. As long as Tang San wanted to control him, then his mother would be safe. Seeing that Huo Yuhao had calmed down, the will of the plane did not say more. Thank you for clarifying my doubts. From now on, no matter the reason, I will fight against Tang San to the end, Huo Yuhao said firmly. Now, please send me out, Huo Yuhao requested. Don't be in a hurry. Your mental power has reached a bottleneck. If you rely on yourself to break through, it might take a lot of time. So let me help you a bit, the will of the plane said. In the next moment, the will of the plane emitted a dazzling white light that instantly enveloped Huo Yuhao completely. Under the warm embrace of the light, Huo Yuhao felt a wave of warmth, which made him involuntarily close his eyes. And the white light continuously surged into his sea of consciousness. Chapter 172. Transformation, divine consciousness in the pure white space where the will of the plane resided. Huo Yuhao, dressed in a white robe, sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes tightly closed, surrounded by a layer of white light. He had been sitting here for an unknown amount of time, and as time passed, the aura around him grew stronger. The dazzling white light gradually dimmed, replaced by another kind of radiance. Huo Yuhao's eyes suddenly opened, and brilliant golden light burst forth from his spiritual eyes. That vast mental power was like an ocean that would never run dry, quickly illuminating the pure white space in a brilliant gold, with such immense spiritual energy pouring out. The golden light in Huo Yuhao's spiritual eyes remained unchanged, radiating a breathtakingly powerful force. In the next moment, Huo Yuhao, who had opened his eyes, closed them again. The brilliant golden mental energy that had coiled in the pure white space surged toward Huo Yuhao like an arrow released from a bow. Soon, the vast golden mental energy enveloped Huo Yuhao, covering him in a golden light, transforming him into a golden statue. When the brilliant golden light completely gathered around him, his figure became completely unrecognizable, as the golden mental energy had turned into a solid form. If someone were to see him, they would only think it was a massive chunk of gold. Such a huge change did not only occur in the outside world. Huo Yuhao, wrapped in mental energy, was also undergoing drastic changes. Huo Yuhao's long silent sea of consciousness began to churn. The terrifying waves rising in the sea of consciousness, which was already vast, began to expand wildly. Such a huge commotion woke up the dream ice silkworm and the ice emperor within the sea of consciousness. The ice emperor looked at the drastically changing sea of consciousness and couldn't help but ask, "Dream, what is happening?" Looking at the changes before him, the dream ice silkworm's expression became dreamy as he replied, "Yuhua's mental power is undergoing a transformation." Transformation? The Ice Emperor was a bit confused. However, she quickly realized, her eyes widening in disbelief as she said, "Are you saying Yuhua's mental power is transforming into divine consciousness? Didn't you say it would take a long time for Yuhua to elevate his total mental power to the divine level?" That's right. Now Yuhua's mental power is rapidly increasing, and his total mental power will soon reach the divine level. Once he reaches the divine level, based on Yuhua's comprehension of divine consciousness, he will certainly achieve divine consciousness in the first instance, the dream-eyed Silkworm said with longing. After Yuhua entered the golden ancient tree, we completely lost the ability to sense the outside world. Yuhua very likely obtained an incredible opportunity during this time, which is why he can so quickly elevate his total mental power to the divine level, the dream-eyed Silkworm speculated. The Ice Emperor wanted to say something else, but the next moment she was rendered speechless as an even greater change occurred. On the other side, in Huo Yuhao's second sea of consciousness, the figure of Ilex appeared. He looked at the drastic changes in the sea of consciousness, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. The originally turbulent golden ocean calmed down, but a more bizarre change occurred. The boundless sea of consciousness began to solidify like the mental power wrapping around Huo Yuhao, quickly forming a vast golden land. However, this state did not last long. The vast golden surface of mental energy began to experience violent fluctuations, with countless solidified mental energies continuously converging toward the center. Before long, the originally vast golden surface had disappeared by more than half, and in the middle of the sea of consciousness appeared a gigantic golden sphere, occupying almost half of the space. Moreover, this enormous golden sphere continued to grow larger. As time passed, the golden surface completely vanished, and the sphere became incredibly large, nearly occupying the entire sea of consciousness. Dream, will this thing continue to grow? The Ice Emperor asked. Tianming Bankan looked at the precarious land beneath his feet and forced a smile, saying, "I'm not sure either. After all, I haven't experienced the transformation of consciousness." Bingdi felt a bit helpless. If this thing grew larger, there would be no place for the two of them to take refuge. "Don't worry. This ball won't get any bigger." Electus's figure appeared by their side, without them noticing. "The transformation is about to begin," Electus said, looking at the massive golden ball. Indeed, as Electus said, in the next moment, the huge golden ball began to spin uncontrollably, its speed creating a terrifying storm in the sea of consciousness. Just as Electus frowned and was about to act to protect Tianming and Bingdi, a thin, almost invisible membrane of light wrapped around them, preventing the terrifying storm from harming them in the slightest. As the golden ball continued to spin, its surface began to shrink continuously, and the entire sphere transitioned from solid to transparent, revealing a small figure at its center. The outer layer of golden light was continuously absorbed by the shadow within, and in an instant, the ball, which had nearly filled the entire sea of consciousness, shrank to just 1/10 of its original size. At this moment, the face of the shadow inside was revealed, and it was none other than Huo Yuhao. However, this was a miniature version of Huo Yuhao, about 5 inches in size. Little Huo Yuhao had his eyes tightly closed, his body curled up, yet such a tiny body seemed like a bottomless pit, continuously absorbing the golden ball until it was completely consumed, revealing the figure of little Huo Yuhao. Little Huo Yuhao radiated a strong golden light. He revealed himself, but still did not awaken. Instead, he kept opening his mouth as if he hadn't eaten enough. At that moment, a stream of golden mental power surged into the sea of consciousness. As soon as this golden mental power appeared, it was absorbed by little Huo Yuhao, and the substantial mental power surrounding Huo Yuhao continued to dissolve. When a substantial mental power enveloping Huo Yuhao was completely dissolved, little Huo Yuhao finally opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, a dazzling golden light burst forth, turning the entire sea of consciousness into a golden world. This golden light was the same as before, but completely different, as it represented a higher level of power. Both Tianming, Bingkan, and Bingdi, as well as Electus, felt a wave of comfort. Their soul bodies were continuously nourished under this golden light. After opening his eyes, little Huo Yuhao began to fly around the sea of consciousness. And as he flew, the sea of consciousness expanded again. The once depleted sea of consciousness began to fill with water, and soon the entire sea of consciousness was filled. Wherever little Huo Yuhao flew, tender leaves began to sprout, and astonishingly, something beyond the spiritual body appeared in the sea of consciousness. At this moment, Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness resembled a true world. After a while, when the sea of consciousness had expanded to a certain extent, little Huo Yuhao finally stopped flying. In the next instant, he appeared before Electus and the others. Little Huo Yuhao's figure kept growing larger until it returned to its original size and then stopped. At this time, Huo Yuhao's soul body radiated a brilliant golden light, and Tianming, Bingcan, and Bingdi stood before the now-grown Huo Yuhao, feeling a terrifying pressure. Teacher Tianming Bingdi. I did it, Huo Yuhao said with a smile. Chapter 173. Encountering Moon in Huo Yuhao's Sea of Consciousness, Electus looked at Huo Yuhao, who had achieved the transformation of consciousness, with a gratified smile. Yuhao, I didn't expect you to achieve consciousness so quickly, Electus couldn't help but exclaim. I didn't expect it either. This encounter has left me at a loss for words, Huo Yuhao said with a bitter smile. Electus smiled and said, some things you need to clarify to have a better course of action. After saying this, Electus patted Huo Yuhao on the shoulder and said, Yuhao, keep up the good work. That's right, Yuhao, keep working hard. No matter who our enemy is, we can defeat him, Tianming Bingcan also said at this moment. After these years of interaction, Tianming Bingcan was no longer like at the beginning, thinking of fleeing at the mention of a powerful enemy. Bingdi also looked at Huo Yuhao with determined eyes, expressing his unwavering support. Huo Yuhao smiled, feeling an indescribable sensation in his heart at that moment. The burdens he had carried within had put immense pressure on him. Now that he had achieved consciousness, although he was still far from Tang San's realm, he could finally catch his breath. Next, it was time to break through to the divine level, Huo Yuhao silently thought. Huo Yuhao nodded firmly at Electus and the others, then directly disappeared from the sea of consciousness. The moment he returned to his physical body, Huo Yuhao opened his eyes, his spiritual eyes radiating a terrifying aura, the golden light seeming to penetrate one's sea of consciousness. Soon, the golden light in Huo Yuhao's eyes dissipated, and he stood up, looking at the pure white space around him. Now, the pure white space in his eyes had changed once again. What should have been a pure white space appeared vibrant and colorful in his eyes, containing the various laws of the Douluo Continent, which constructed Douluo Continent. Huo Yuhao took in all the mysteries, and his understanding of these laws was crucial for both soul power cultivation and magic. Child, it seems you have succeeded. The voice of the will of the plane echoed. Huo Yuhao stopped his contemplation upon hearing the voice, deeply bowing and saying, thank you for your gift. We are one, the will of the plane responded. Now that you have completed your transformation, it is time to leave, the will of the plane continued. In the next moment, before Huo Yuhao could react, he felt his body lighten and began to traverse through space, while a piece of information appeared in his mind. You carry the bloodline of the dragon race. This can be one of your assets against Tang San. There's a place on Douluo Continent that can enhance your bloodline. You can go there. Then, the will of the Douluo plane transmitted the location of that place into Huo Yuhao's mind, as well as sending Wang Donger away. After Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger left, the originally calm, pure white space underwent terrifying changes. The once pure white space was quickly occupied by horrifying dark golden light and blue golden light, representing that the massive light sphere of the will of the plane could only shrink to one side of the pure white space. Deep within the dark golden light was a terrifying blood-red aura, and the two types of light occupied half of the pure white space, continuously spreading forward at a certain speed. The will of the plane emitted a faint white light, appearing very weak in front of those two lights. Child, I hope you can grow quickly, the will of the plane thought silently. At this moment, Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger had once again reunited within the golden ancient tree. But Wang Donger was still unconscious, so Huo Yuhao held her in his arms. Their appearance was immediately noticed by Moon, who was stroking the golden ancient tree, and Huo Yuhao also recognized the person before him at the first moment. Huo Yuhao didn't expect to be so unlucky as to directly encounter Moon. He had no way to hide from such a sudden event. At this moment, Moon was also cautiously watching the suddenly appearing man and woman in front of him. The fact that these two had appeared in the golden ancient tree without any prior indication made even him, a limit Doa, feel a jolt of surprise. Could the earlier fluctuations have been caused by them? Moon recalled the disturbances that had just occurred here. Seeing that he had been discovered, Huo Yuhao decided not to escape, as he had never regarded someone like Moon as a threat, especially now that his spiritual power had transformed into divine consciousness. After a moment of silence, Moon was the first to speak. I don't know who you are, but why did you intrude into the Sea God Pavilion of Shrek Academy without permission? Huo Yuhao smirked provocatively and replied, so what if I intruded? Is Shrek Academy a very dangerous place? His tone was filled with disdain for Shrek Academy, clearly not taking it seriously at all. However, Moon did not get angry at Huo Yuhao's attitude. He could not help but furrow his brows and said, "Intruding into someone else's territory, this doesn't seem like the behavior of a strong person, does it?" Judging by their sudden appearance, without any fluctuations, it was evident that the man in front of him was not an ordinary opponent. Thus, Moon refrained from acting impulsively and decided to test the waters with words first. As he observed the calm demeanor of Huo Yuhao, Moon couldn't help but think to himself, "Not everyone is as brainless as Xuanzai. No need to say more. Since you have discovered me, it seems that a fight is inevitable. Let's see the true strength of the renowned dragon god, Douluo Moon." Huo Yuhao, feeling lazy to waste words, said directly. After speaking, Huo Yuhao's figure disappeared into the golden ancient tree because he did not want to damage it. Moon looked at Huo Yuhao, who had left directly, and his face turned ugly, as he had not even reacted before Huo Yuhao had vanished. Now he was even more certain that Huo Yuhao's strength far exceeded his own. Where on earth did this person come from? I can't see through his strength at all, Moon thought in confusion. However, the next moment he also appeared outside the golden ancient tree, flying above the sea god lake, knowing that if he didn't fight this battle, Huo Yuhao would not leave easily. At this moment, Huo Yuhao was flying above the sea god lake without relying on the dragon wings, as a divine consciousness lifted him into the air, allowing him to fly even before reaching the soul sage level. Wang Donger had now disappeared from Huo Yuhao's arms. To avoid accidentally injuring her in the upcoming battle, Huo Yuhao placed her into a storage bag made with a Wuhan shrink spell. The space created by the Wuhan shrink spell was livable for humans, so Huo Yuhao did not need to worry about Wang Donger's condition. Chapter 174. Easily defeated Shrek Academy. Sea God Lake. Unlike the daytime Sea God Lake, the night version was exceptionally tranquil. The water of the Sea God Lake at night exuded a beauty that was crystal clear, as if all impurities had been filtered out, leaving only the pure night and moonlight. However, this tranquil atmosphere was broken tonight, as two people were confronting each other above the Sea God Lake. Looking at Huo Yuhao, who remained composed and showed no sign of pressure, Moon finally asked, "Are you really going to make a move at Shrek Academy? You should know that this time, it is you who is in the wrong for intruding into the Sea God Pavilion." Moon looked at Huo Yuhao's expression, hoping that Huo Yuhao would leave Shrek Academy, as his body was already insufficient to support a battle. He knew that if he fought this person again, his time to survive would surely decrease significantly, which is why he was being so verbose in trying to persuade Huo Yuhao to leave. The Sea God Pavilion of Shrek Academy? As far as I know, the Sea God Pavilion was built based on the Golden Ancient Tree. When did the Golden Ancient Tree become your Shrek Academy's possession? Huo Yuhao sneered. He had understood the intention behind Tang San bringing the Golden Ancient Tree to Shrek after learning that it was the core of life in Douluo Continent, and that Tang San had his parents seize the position of the master of Douluo Continent and the core of life. It was nothing more than Tang San not wanting anyone to interrupt his grand plan, placing it within Shrek Academy, protected by Shrek Academy's strong individuals, naturally prevented any outsiders from approaching the Golden Ancient Tree. If Huo Yuhao weren't strong enough now, it would have taken considerable effort just to get close to the Golden Ancient Tree. What do you mean? The Golden Ancient Tree was transplanted to Shrek Academy by the ancestors of Tang San 10,000 years ago. It has been growing there for 10,000 years, so naturally, it belongs to Shrek. Moon frowned and said, "Hey, Tang San, just an ungrateful thief." Huo Yuhao retorted disdainfully. Upon hearing Huo Yuhao insult Tang San, Moon was about to rebut, but before he could, Huo Yuhao spoke first. "All right, I'm too lazy to waste words with you. Let's just get started." Huo Yuhao immediately assumed a fighting stance, forcing Moon to swallow the words he was about to say and also take a defensive posture. Huo Yuhao's eyes glowed with a brilliant golden light, and a surge of violent soul power suddenly erupted, distorting space in the face of his fierce soul power, causing the previously calm lake's surface to rise in huge waves. Moon's expression turned grim as he felt pressure from this soul power. He then released his martial soul, and a dragon's roar echoed as a fierce platinum light erupted from him. 9 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, black, 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 red, 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 appeared behind him, and his aura surged explosively. At the same time, a golden dragon phantom appeared behind him, illuminating the entire sky. The terrifying aura of the two awakened the entire Shrek Academy. The elders in the Sea God Pavilion flew out from within, looking at the two people confronting each other above the Sea God Lake. The lights in Shrek Academy were immediately turned on, and all the students were awakened from their dreams. But after waking, They were shaken by the aura of Huo Yuhao and Moon, feeling dizzy and pale. Behind Moon in the sea god pavilion, all the elders appeared, with a middle-aged woman at the forefront. At this moment, Yin Shaozhe came to the woman's side, his expression serious as he asked, "Elder Song, do you know the identity of the person confronting the teacher?" Elder Song shook her head solemnly, saying, "I also do not know this person's identity. There doesn't seem to be anyone on the continent who can match Moon Lao." After speaking, she looked back, searching for a certain person's figure, but after a thorough search, she found nothing. Turning her face, she said with a grim expression, "Where did Xuanzai go?" At this moment, Yin Shaozhe speculated, Elder Xuanzai might have gone somewhere to drink. "Quickly call someone to find him," Elder Song said, her face turning ashen. "Yes, I will send someone right now," Yin Shaozhe hurriedly replied. Meanwhile, the two confronting each other in the air were also conversing. "Are you from the body sect?" Moon asked. Upon seeing the brilliant golden light in Huo Yuhao's eyes, he realized that Huo Yuhao's martial soul was the body martial soul. And with such powerful strength, he could only think of the body sect. "That's right, I am from the body sect." Huo Yuhao directly admitted his identity. "The sect master of the body sect, Poison Immortal, is an old acquaintance of mine. Our Shrek Academy and the body sect have always kept to ourselves. Perhaps we can resolve this conflict peacefully," Moon said, still not giving up. "Yulong Shundo Luo's killing of my previous sect master, Dubai Sea, is well known throughout the entire Douluo Continent. Can we really call it?" Huo Yuhao retorted. This time, Huo Yuhao did not linger, and two golden lights shot out from his spiritual eyes. Mental shock. This was the first time Huo Yuhao used mental shock after achieving divine consciousness. The power of his mental shock had become terrifying. The two golden lights directly distorted space, leaving two golden trails in the air, shimmering with black spatial power that could not heal for a long time. Muon's face changed dramatically, and he hurriedly used his mental power to condense a thick barrier in front of him. At the same time, his seventh soul ring shimmered, and he directly activated his martial soul, true form. Muon's figure disappeared, replaced by a massive dragon covered in white scales, radiating golden light, with a sacred aura emanating from its body. As Muon activated his martial soul, true form, Huo Yuhao's mental shock had already reached him, easily piercing through the barrier Muon had created, and charging towards the sacred dragon with undiminished power. Seeing this, Muon directly used his eighth soul skill, with the soul ring shining as a force was injected into the dragon's body, causing the dragon to let out a roar. Sacred Dragon Shield. A massive platinum-colored light shield enveloped the dragon. This soul skill was Muon's life-saving technique, capable of reducing any form of attack damage by 80%. The mental shock collided with the shield formed by the soul skill and pierced through it. Although the power of the mental shock was greatly reduced after breaking through, it still posed a threat to Muon. There was a significant gap between divine consciousness and mental power, and even the weakened 80% was still something Muon could not withstand. The mental shock directly struck the dragon's body, causing the dragon to be hit as if by lightning, its body twisting in pain as it let out a roar. In the next moment, Muon's figure appeared, directly reverting from his martial soul true form to his original state, revealing a pale Muon, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, already unconscious and falling straight towards the sea god lake. "Mu Lao, teacher!" A shout came from the direction of the sea god pavilion's elders, and a blue figure rushed over at high speed to catch Muon. Huo Yuhao looked at the unconscious Muon with disappointment and said, "Is this the dragon god Douluo? So weak." Huo Yuhao's voice was not loud, but everyone present was either a title Douluo or a super Douluo-level powerhouse. So they heard Huo Yuhao's words clearly. The people from the sea god pavilion glared at Huo Yuhao, but he ignored their gazes as they were simply too weak. Huo Yuhao originally intended to leave, but at that moment, a powerful aura came from behind him. Chapter 175, Violently Beating Xuanzi. The bright moon was high in the sky, and it was deep night. All over Douluo Continent, everything was quiet, while Shrek City was brightly lit, with nearly all the students and residents awake. The commotion from Huo Yuhao and Muon's battle had awakened the entire Shrek City. At that moment, in a tavern that operated all day in Shrek City, an elderly man dressed in tattered white robes, with a face covered in messy white beard and glistening with an oily sheen, was lying on the tavern table, reeking of alcohol. This elderly man was Xuanzi. The enormous commotion outside did not wake him. As a title Douluo at level 98, his body was filled with powerful soul power, which normally would not be affected by alcohol. However, as the owner of the Tao Tai Divine Bull Martial Soul, Xuanzi had a desire to try any food in the world, so he deliberately controlled his body while drinking to truly experience the effects of alcohol. Because of this, Xuanzi had not woken up, and all the other customers in the tavern had left, leaving only Xuanzi alone, lying on the table like a dead pig due to drunkenness. At this moment, an anxious figure burst through the tavern door. The person, wearing a Shrek Academy teacher's outfit and with a scholarly aura, rushed into the tavern and immediately saw Xuanzi lying on the table. He quickly ran over and said, Elder Xian, wake up. The person called out urgently to the drunken Xuanzi. Xuanzi, in a daze, looked at the person beside him and said, Wang Yan, what is the matter? Wang Yan, seeing Xuanzi awake, hurriedly told him what had happened at Shrek Academy. Upon hearing this, Xuanzi's eyes widened, and he immediately sobered up, while terrifying soul power surged through his body once again. The violent soul power erupted, and Wang Yan, standing next to Xuanzi, was caught off guard and was directly knocked over. The tables, chairs, and wine bottles in the entire tavern shattered with a loud crash. At this moment, Xuanzi's eyes emitted an astonishing divine light. He no longer resembled the drunken man from before. Ignoring Wang Yan, who was still in the tavern, Xuanzi's soul power surged, and he disappeared from the tavern, heading towards Shrek Academy. A furious roar came from behind Huo Yuhao. The people in front of Huo Yuhao could not help but show surprise at this scene, as the one who launched a surprise attack from behind Huo Yuhao was Xuanzi, who had just arrived at Shrek Academy. Upon seeing Mu In defeated and unconscious, Xuanzi directly attacked Huo Yuhao in anger, with a yellowish light radiating from his hand, striking fiercely at the back of Huo Yuhao's head. Just as everyone expected Huo Yuhao to die from Xuanzi's sneak attack, a smile appeared on Huo Yuhao's face. In fact, he had sensed Xuanzi's arrival long ago. Under the coverage of his divine consciousness, he could see every movement in Shrek City. Xuanzi saw his attack about to hit Huo Yuhao and could not help but smile, as this was an enemy that even Mu In could not defeat. Yet now he was about to die at his hands. As for whether it was a sneak attack, Xuanzi did not care. As long as someone was killed within Shrek Academy, it would be considered a fair and just defeat. At the moment the yellowish light from his palm was about to strike Huo Yuhao, Yuhao's figure vanished without a trace, and Xuanzi's full force strike landed in empty air. Impossible! Xuanzi exclaimed in disbelief. Behind him, the elders of the Sea God Pavilion were equally astonished, and after Xuanzi's full force attack missed, his body surged uncontrollably forward. It was not until he had charged forward several dozen meters that he barely stabilized himself. After stabilizing, his face turned pale, as missing a full force strike was not a pleasant experience. However, before he could recover, Yan Xiaozhi shouted, Elder Xian, be careful. Before Xuanzi could react, he felt a sharp pain in his face. This punch twisted Xuanzi's face, and under the immense force, his body was sent crashing into the sea god lake, creating huge waves. Huo Yuhao floated in the air, retracting his fist, and disdainfully said, You think you can sneak attack me? You're not even qualified. Then Huo Yuhao turned his gaze towards the elders of the Sea God Pavilion, and, sensing Huo Yuhao's gaze, Song Lao and others immediately showed signs of alertness. Song Lao warily asked, May I know who you are? Did we from Shrek Academy offend you in any way? If so, please state your conditions, and we will definitely meet your demands. Just as Huo Yuhao was about to speak, the water of the sea god lake suddenly surged violently, and in the next moment, a massive creature appeared on the surface of the lake. The colossal creature, with the body of a goat, eyes under its armpits, tiger teeth, and human claws, along with a pair of enormous bull horns, measures over 30 meters in length. It is the true form of Xuanzi's martial soul, the gluttonous divine bull. The gluttonous divine bull's eyes are crimson, and a yellowish light sphere gathers between its horns, shooting directly towards Huo Yuhao. However, Huo Yuhao remains unfazed, his consciousness stirring as he instantly casts a spell, Armor of Protection. An invisible barrier blocks the yellowish light sphere and rebounds it at high speed. Xuanzi, transformed into the gluttonous divine bull, is startled and quickly reacts by shooting another light sphere to block the rebounding one. When the two spheres collide, a terrifying storm erupts, creating a black crack in the air that continuously swallows the surrounding air, causing the massive body of the gluttonous divine bull to stagger backward. Huo Yuhao, however, remains unaffected, still floating in the air. He looks at Xuanzi, who dares to attack him, and says, It seems you haven't learned your lesson. I guess it's time to settle things from the soul fighting competition. After saying this, Huo Yuhao disappears, reappearing in front of the gluttonous divine bull, delivering a heavy punch to its massive body, his hand shimmering with ice-blue dragon scales. Huo Yuhao's speed is so fast that Xuanzai cannot evade it. Under the force of this punch, Xuanzai's enormous body is directly dented, and blood splatters into the air, falling into the sea god lake. The painful roar echoes throughout Shrek City. However, this is not the end. Huo Yuhao flashes again, arriving in the direction Xuanzai is being sent flying, and delivers another heavy punch. Xuanzai sprays blood once more. With this punch, Xuanzai reverts from his martial soul true form back to his human shape, now unconscious from the intense pain. Meanwhile, Elder Song and others, still stunned by the rapid events, do not manage to catch the unconscious Xuanzai until the last moment, just before he falls into the sea god lake. Chapter 176. All spells unleashed. Elder Song catches Xuanzai and hand him over to Yin Xiaozhe and others for care, then looks up at Huo Yuhao in the air, intending to speak. However, Huo Yuhao speaks first, his expression emotionless. I originally planned to spar with Muon and then leave Shrek Academy, but I didn't expect someone to try to kill me with a sneak attack. Upon hearing this, the elders from the Sea God Pavilion immediately feel a chill. They know Huo Yuhao's anger has risen, and he might strike at them. What do you want to do? Elder Song asks, feigning calmness. Huo Yuhao suddenly smiles, but to Elder Song and the others, his smile is terrifying. Huo Yuhao says, "You don't need to be so afraid. I'm not a devil and won't kill you." They all breathe a sigh of relief, but then Huo Yuhao continues, "However, I will still teach you a lesson." Elder Song and the others immediately tense up, but Huo Yuhao does not wait for their reaction. A terrifying wave of consciousness erupts. In an instant, the entire Shrek City falls into a standstill, with everyone's bodies frozen in place. Huo Yuhao looks at the varied expressions of the crowd, his consciousness and magical power surging wildly, and in the next moment, he releases his spells. As thousands of spells are unleashed, dozens of magical energies appear in the sky. Deep blue energy streaking across the sky like meteors falling from above, rushing towards the tidal Douluo at Shrek Academy at incredible speed. The simultaneous release of spells is a technique Huo Yuhao comprehended after condensing his soul core. After condensing his soul core, his mental power and spell release have completely fused, allowing him to unleash spells directly through his mind. Simultaneously releasing multiple spells tests one's control over magical power and its intensity, which was easy for Huo Yuhao before. Therefore, he successfully mastered the method of releasing multiple spells at once. And now, with the achievement of his consciousness, this control has been enhanced unprecedentedly. Dozens of spells directly hit all tidal Douluo present at Shrek Academy. The elders hovering over the sea god lake look on in terror at the spells flying toward them, unable to make any moves. In the next moment, everyone struck by the spells sees darkness and falls into unconsciousness, losing control of their bodies and plummeting into the sea god lake like dumplings. Huo Yuhao watches this scene expressionlessly, his figure becoming illusory and disappearing from Shrek Academy. The moment he vanishes, everyone in Shrek City regains their ability to move. At this time, a woman who has been observing the situation shouts, "Inner courtyard disciples, come with me to rescue the elders." "Yes, senior sister." Behind the woman, referred to as senior sister, are the disciples from the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy. 3 days later, at Shrek Academy, Sea God Pavilion. "Lucienne, you did very well this time." Elder Song praises the woman before her. "This is what I should do." "Yes, you're a good child. You may leave now. I have other matters to attend to," Elder Song says with a satisfied expression. "Then I will take my leave." Zhang Luxian turns to exit but then hesitates and asks, "Elder Song, how is Mu Lao doing now?" A flicker of worry passes through Elder Song's eyes as she smiles and replies, "Don't worry, Mu Lao is fine." Although Elder Song says he is fine, Zhang Luxian still looks a bit concerned, but she turns and leaves the Sea God Pavilion. After watching Zhang Luxian leave, Elder Song flashes and directly arrives at the second floor of the Sea God Pavilion. She walks through a long corridor and approaches a room, pushing the door open. As she opens the door, an incredibly rich aura of light rushes at her, filling the room with pure and dense light elements. Countless stems hang down from the ceiling, almost covering every corner of the room's walls and floor, all of them golden in color, emanating a strong aura of light. In the center of the room, a round cushion glows with a faint golden light, continuously radiating a rich aura of light. Mu In sits cross-legged on the cushion with his eyes closed. And under the influence of the light aura, a layer of illusory, white dragon scales appears on him, while a youthful woman with white hair stands beside him. "Old Lin, how is Mu Lao's condition now?" Elder Song asks. Lin Huoyuan's expression is grim as she replies, not good. Mu Lao's body has no new injuries, but his spirit has been severely damaged by that person's attack. Can Mu Lao wake up? Elder Song asks, unwilling to accept the situation. Old Zhuang said. Lin Huoyuan is about to answer when a weak voice comes from behind her. Don't worry, I'm fine. They turn in shock to see Mu and has already opened his eyes, sitting cross-legged on the cushion. Elder Song rushes to Mu's side, joyfully exclaiming, Mu Lao, you finally woke up. What is the situation at the academy? Mu indirectly asks. Elder Song quickly informs Mu In of the current situation, and Mu In sighs upon hearing it. You must ensure that Xuanzai is treated well. He is the guarantee of Shrek Academy. Old Song and Lin Huoyuan had tears in their eyes upon hearing what Old Mu said. They knew that Old Mu's time was limited. In another room filled with earth elements, Yin Xiaozhe and an elderly man were present. On the futon in the room sat Xuanzi's body, who was currently in a coma. Zhuang Lao, how is Xuanzi's condition now? Yin Xiaozhe asked. Zhuang Lao was a healing-type super law among the elders of the Sea God Pavilion, with his rank reaching level 95. His martial soul was named the Tree of Life with the title Life. Zhuang Lao sat cross-legged in front of Xuanzi, a green light appearing in his hand as he placed it on Xuanzi's chest. The green light entered Xuanzi's body, and his injuries gradually healed. However, Zhuang Lao's expression soon became grim as he spoke. Xuanzi's external injuries have been treated, but all the bones inside his body are broken. And there is a cold soul power that prevents me from healing Xuanzi's injuries. What kind of soul power can obstruct the healing of your Tree of Life, martial soul? Is it the extreme ice? Yin Xiaozhe asked, astonished. Zhuang Lao shook his head gravely. No, it's not extreme ice. This is a power even more terrifying than extreme ice. What? Yin Xiaozhe exclaimed in shock. He never expected that there could be an ice attribute even stronger than extreme ice. Xuanzi's injuries are likely not to heal quickly. I will have to gradually wear away this soul power. This process will take over a year, during which Xuanzi will probably have to lie in bed the entire time. Zhuang Lao pedit. Hearing this result, Yin Xiaozhe's expression turned sorrowful. With both pillars of Shrek Academy so heavily injured, he felt lost about what would happen to the academy in the future. Chapter 177. The Snow Empress's Message in a Luxurious Hotel in Shrek City. The morning sun shone through the uncurtained windows, casting light on the soft down carpet and bed. A stunning girl dressed in a white long dress, with long pink-blue hair, was lying on the bed. Her eyes were tightly closed, and under the sunlight, she seemed very comfortable, revealing a sweet smile on her face. Huo Yuhao stood quietly by the window, watching the busy vendors below. The vendors in Shrek City had already begun their activities, occupying good spots early in the morning. The events that happened 3 days ago had long been forgotten by them, as they viewed it as matters for important figures, believing it didn't concern their own lives. After teaching Mu on Xuanzi and the elders of the Sea God Pavilion a lesson, Huo Yuhao didn't rush to leave, but chose to stay in a hotel because he noticed that Wang Donger showed no signs of waking up. The will of the plane seemed to have used some means to keep Wang Donger in a coma, and after checking her physical condition, Huo Yuhao realized that her body was filled with light elemental energy. It was precisely because of this light elemental energy that Wang Donger couldn't awaken, as fully digesting this energy required a large amount of physical energy, leaving her unable to wake up. However, after noticing this, Huo Yuhao used his own magical power to help Wang Donger refine the light elemental energy in her body. With Huo Yuhao's assistance, the refining progress of the light elements within Wang Donger was rapid. After taking in the busy scenes below, Huo Yuhao turned around, his eyes lighting up with joy, as Wang Donger had finally awakened. Wang Donger opened her eyes, which sparkled brilliantly, showing no signs of having been in a coma for 3 days. Dongya, you're finally awake. Huo Yuhao's delighted voice rang in her ears. Wang Donger turned around in surprise, directly leaping into Huo Yuhao's arms, and said, Yuhao. Huo Yuhao smiled as he held Wang Donger tightly, saying, You've been in a coma for 3 days. How do you feel now? Wang Donger felt her body and, with a surprised expression, said, Yuhao, my soul power has broken through to Soul Emperor. I was only at level 53 before. What exactly happened? Wang Dongya asked in astonishment. Do you have no memory of what happened before? Huo Yuhao asked, puzzled. After we opened the door of the Sea God Pavilion, I felt like I entered a space filled with light elements. Before I could react, I fell into a coma, and I don't know what happened after that. Wang Donger tried to recall. Huo Yuhao understood from Wang Donger's experience that the will of the plane intentionally prevented her from knowing of its existence. as her identity was too sensitive. Yuhao, do you know what happened afterward? Wang Donger asked curiously, looking at Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao looked at Wang Donger's face and instinctively opened his mouth to respond, but then he thought of Tang San. He completely trusted Wang Donger. However, he had witnessed Tang San's despicable means, knowing that a tiger does not eat its cubs, yet Tang San could use his own daughter as a pawn. So it was very possible that he left some means on Wang Donger. Moreover, if he told Wang Donger the truth, revealed her identity as Tang San's daughter, and that her father had personally torn her soul apart to use her as a pawn, telling her that her father was her eternal enemy, Huo Yuhao found it impossible to speak, at least until he could resolve Wang Donger's soul issue. He couldn't bring himself to say anything, so at that moment, he hesitated. Wang Donger noticed Huo Yuhao's hesitation and felt a bit disappointed, but she didn't doubt him and smiled, saying, "It's okay, Yuhao. Just tell me when you're ready." Huo Yuhao couldn't help but hold Wang Donger tighter, and they both fell silent. Time flew by, and 3 months had passed in the blink of an eye. Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger had returned to the body sect. On their way back from Shrek Academy, they had also visited the Stardow Forest, where Huo Yuhao hunted a 6-soul ring for Wang Dong. It was a 5,000-year-old light, a tribute soul beast. And after absorbing the soul ring, Wang Donger directly broke through to level 63, gaining a powerful soul skill. Inside Huo Yuhao's room at the body sect, he sat cross-legged on the bed, his body covered with a layer of strange gray light that also revealed a faint golden glow. The aura of the undead and the sacred coexisted within this light. Huo Yuhao opened his eyes, and the sacred golden light shot out from them. In the next moment, a circle of gray soul rings quietly rose from under his feet, filled with a sense of dead silence. As it appeared, the originally sunlit room instantly lost its color, and a tall, majestic figure emerged behind Huo Yuhao, its outline visible, but its features unclear, emanating endless majesty. Then, something even more extraordinary happened. The blurry figure behind Huo Yuhao slowly became clear, eventually revealing an elderly man in a black robe, who looked just like Ilex. When his appearance was fully revealed, the illusion seemed to transform into a living being, taking a step forward to stand before Huo Yuhao. "That's right, Yuhao, you have now initially mastered the Necromancer Sacred Law. Back in the day, I also relied on my original identity as the Son of Light to merge necromancy with the attributes of light and holiness," Ilex remarked, looking at Huo Yuhao, who had reached this point with admiration. "Back then, teacher, you relied on yourself to gradually merge necromancy with the holy attributes of light, paving a new path for cultivation. I only succeeded in my studies under your guidance. How could I possibly compare to you?" Huo Yuhao said with a smile. Ilex smiled widely and said, "You." Both of them wore smiles, but suddenly Huo Yuhao felt a stir in his bloodline. This indicated that the dragon scale he had given away was activated. He had only given the dragon scale to one person, and that was the Snow Empress. Is the Snow Empress coming to the human world to absorb human energy for cultivation now? Huo Yuhao thought with some curiosity. After all, it had only been about 4 months since he left the extreme north. How much could the Snow Empress have improved in her cultivation? He thought to himself that he would know when he went to take a look. "Teacher, Huo Yuhao explained this matter to Ilex. Chapter 178. Gathering soul rings after the Snow Empress sent a message to Huo Yuhao. He immediately informed the Ice Empress about the Snow Empress's impending arrival and promptly headed towards the extreme north. "Yuho, is the Snow Empress really coming?" the Ice Empress said with excitement. "Yes, the dragon scale I gave her has been activated. With the protection of the Titan Snow Demon King and the Ice Bear King in the extreme north, there shouldn't be any situations requiring rescue due to danger," Huo Yuhao calmly analyzed. "That's good," the Ice Empress said happily. Huo Yuhao felt a bit uncomfortable hearing the Ice Empress in such a cheerful tone, because she usually maintained a cold demeanor without much expression. It seemed that only the Snow Empress could make her like this. "Tianming, when will you react?" Huo Yuhao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Unfortunately, Tianming Iceworm couldn't hear Huo Yuhao's thoughts and was still flattering the smiling Ice Empress. However, whether Tianming was unaware or pretending not to know, only Tianming Iceworm was clear about it. Huo Yuhao was constantly traversing through space without causing any spatial fluctuations. After achieving spiritual consciousness and gathering his soul core, he gained a deeper understanding of spatial power, making the effect of phantom shift even stronger, with the distance he could cross increasing exponentially. In just a quarter of an hour, Huo Yuhao had crossed hundreds of miles, and the scene before him changed to a snowy expanse, with the temperature dropping sharply. Upon reaching the extreme north, Huo Yuhao did not stop and continued deeper toward the location of his dragon scale. Deep in the extreme north, a massive ice bear was lying on the ground, its eyes half closed in a look of utter enjoyment. Looking at the bear's head revealed a peculiar scene. A girl in a white long dress, with delicate features and skin whiter than snow, emanating a cool aura, sat barefoot on the massive head of the ice bear. She appeared to be around 10 years old, gently stroking the bear's huge head while playing with a piece of ice-blue dragon scale, which emitted a ghostly blue light. Not a single snowflake from the dense ice and snow in the extreme north landed on the scale. A force kept the snowflakes at bay. I've already infused soul power into the scale. I wonder if Yuhao has sensed it? Let's wait a bit, after all. It will take some time for him to arrive, the Snow Empress thought silently, while sitting on Xiaobai's head. Snow Empress, are you really leaving the extreme north? The Ice Bear King Xiaobai said with a low, reluctant tone. Yes, I have to leave. Xiaobai, I've already recultivated, and if I stay in the extreme north, I won't be able to continue improving my strength, the Snow Empress explained. But I can't bear to part with you. How about I recultivate too? I want to stay by your side, Xiaobai said eagerly. No, the Snow Empress said with a serious expression. If we both recultivate, who will protect the extreme north? Moreover, whether this path will succeed is still unknown. You cannot try recklessly, do you understand? I understand, Xiaobai said sullenly. Seeing this, the Snow Empress's tone softened as she said, all right, just because I'm leaving the extreme north doesn't mean I want to come back. I will visit often because you are my family, and here are my subjects. After saying this, the Snow Empress stood up and looked at the vast extreme north. A sense of reluctance crossed her eyes. This was the place where she had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. How could she not feel reluctant to leave? However, for a more important matter, she had to leave, so the reluctance in her eyes quickly turned into determination. She sat back on Xiaobai's head, intending to call Xiaobai to return since Huo Yuhao probably wouldn't arrive so soon, and she didn't want to wait idly. Snow Empress, I'm here. Upon hearing this voice, the Snow Empress turned in surprise and saw the person she had thought would take some time to arrive, dressed in a white robe, with handsome features devoid of any flaws and a smile on his face. Huo Yuhao was floating in the air, illuminated by sunlight like a celestial being. Huo Yuhao looked at the Snow Empress sitting on the Ice Bear King's head, his eyes showing some surprise. For months ago, when the Snow Empress had successfully recultivated, she looked about 6 years old, but now she had directly transformed into a 12 or 13-year-old girl. Moreover, sensing the Snow Empress's current level, Huo Yuhao was astonished to find that she had already reached level 39. In just about 4 months, the Snow Empress had gone from level 10 to 39. Indeed, a soul beast that had lived for 700,000 years had such rapid progress in recultivation. Is the cultivation speed of recultivated soul beasts related to their original level? Huo Yuhao speculated. Yuhao, how did you get here so quickly? The Snow Empress asked in surprise. She had just sent a message not long ago, and Huo Yuhao had already arrived in the extreme north. Even in her prime, she hadn't been able to reach this speed. Could it be that Yuhao's cultivation had improved again? The Snow Empress thought inwardly. I recently gained some insights into spatial power, Huo Yuhao said with a faint smile. After saying this, Huo Yuhao flashed directly to the Snow Empress's side and greeted the Ice Bear King below, saying, Xiaobai, long time no see. The Ice Bear King responded disinterestedly. Xiaobai knew that Huo Yuhao's arrival meant that the Snow Empress was going to leave, so of course, he was unhappy. Huo Yuhao understood its feelings and didn't take it to heart. After all, its family member was about to leave, and it was normal for it to feel a bit emotional. Snow Empress, are you ready? Huo Yuhao asked. I'm ready. After reaching the Soul Master level, I felt a kind of blockage during cultivation. It's time for me to go to the human world to cultivate, the Snow Empress explained. Huo Yuhao nodded. In that case, it was indeed time to go to the human world for cultivation. Yuhao, can you let me out? The Ice Empress asked. Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao directly released his spiritual sea, and the Ice Empress immediately emerged from it. A woman in a green long dress appeared behind Huo Yuhao. The Ice Empress now looked very lifelike, and relying on Huo Yuhao's spiritual consciousness, she had also become stronger and more real. Snow Empress. The Ice Empress rushed towards the Snow Empress as soon as she came out, directly hugging her. The Snow Empress, feeling this genuine touch, asked in surprise, what has happened to you? How? The Ice Empress happily replied, it's Yuhao. Yuhao has transformed his spiritual power into spiritual consciousness. What? Spiritual consciousness? The Snow Emperor said in disbelief. She looked at Huo Yuhao, who nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, the Snow Emperor had already believed it. She looked at the Ice Emperor with a mix of envy and various emotions. "Binger, you chose the right person," was all the Snow Emperor could say in the end. Chapter 179. The Curious Snow Emperor. Deep in the extreme north, the Snow Emperor was stroking the fur of Xiao Bai, her face filled with helplessness. "Snow Emperor, are you leaving now? Can't you stay a little longer?" Although she knew it was impossible, Xiao Bai still said reluctantly. "No," the Snow Emperor replied directly. "All right," Xiao Bai said gloomily. "Goodbye, Xiao Bai," the Snow Emperor said with a reluctant tone. She turned her head to survey the extreme north, silently saying in her heart, "Goodbye, extreme north ice field. Let's go, Yuhao," the Snow Emperor said to Huo Yuhao. "Before we leave, I will help you conceal the aura of your soul beast. Otherwise, it would be easy for human powerhouses to detect you," Huo Yuhao said with a serious expression. "You have a way to conceal the aura of a transformed soul beast?" the Snow Emperor asked, somewhat incredulously. "It is well known that all transformed soul beasts on the Douluo Continent carry the original aura of their soul beast, and titled Douluo can easily see through the identity of transformed soul beasts. Moreover, the aura of a soul beast cannot be concealed. Only after reaching level 70 can a transformed soul beast truly undergo a metamorphosis and become a real human." At this moment, Huo Yuhao claimed he could conceal the aura of a transformed soul beast, and the Snow Emperor couldn't believe it for a moment. She tentatively asked, "Is it because of divine consciousness?" This was the only thing the Snow Emperor could think of that could influence the aura of a soul beast. After all, she completely did not understand the realm of the divine. Perhaps divine consciousness could indeed conceal the aura of a soul beast. However, Huo Yuhao directly shook his head, indicating it was not due to divine consciousness, and then smiled and said, "It's not divine consciousness. I have other methods. How about trying it?" Huo Yuhao asked with a faint smile. "Okay, I believe you," the Snow Emperor said, looking into Huo Yuhao's eyes. Huo Yuhao was somewhat surprised, but without hesitation, he placed his hand on the Snow Emperor's head, and deep blue magic power surged out, instantly enveloping the Snow Emperor. The Snow Emperor's eyes widened. As she was wrapped in magic power, she felt a peculiar sensation. It seemed that something inside her was being changed, but did not seem to have completely changed. "All right," Huo Yuhao retracted his hand and said with a smile. "Is that it?" the Snow Emperor said with lingering anticipation. Huo Yuhao was somewhat speechless. He felt that after the Snow Emperor had transformed into a little girl, even her original mentality had changed significantly, as if she were a real teenager. Of course, concealing the aura of a soul beast doesn't take much time, Huo Yuhao said naturally. However, you are only superficially changed. The aura of the transformed soul beast in your body will not completely disappear until you reach level 70, Huo Yuhao continued to explain. "Is there a risk of being discovered?" the Snow Emperor asked with some concern. "Besides the gods, no one can see through your identity," Huo Yuhao said confidently. "That's good. Then let's leave now," the Snow Emperor said, feeling relieved. "Hold my hand," Huo Yuhao said. The Snow Emperor obediently grabbed Huo Yuhao's hand, and their figures disappeared from the extreme north. Xiao Bai looked at the disappearing figure of the Snow Emperor, filled with reluctance and loss, and then slowly got up to leave this sorrowful place. In Tiando City, in a bustling area. "Snow Emperor, how are you feeling now?" Huo Yuhao asked the Snow Emperor beside him. Looking at the endless flow of people in front of her, the Snow Emperor felt her body. The blocked soul power within her had become smooth after arriving in the human world, and her stagnant soul power was continuously rising. "I can cultivate my soul power again," the Snow Emperor said happily. "That's good," Huo Yuhao said with a faint smile. "Shall we go back now?" Huo Yuhao suggested. Before coming, he had already told the Snow Emperor about the base of the body sect. After all, with the Ice Emperor around, the Snow Emperor would likely choose to stay with the Ice Emperor. "Can I go shopping?" The Snow Emperor looked at the lively crowd eagerly and asked. Huo Yuhao helplessly thought that she really seemed like a child now, but seeing the Snow Emperor's eager eyes, he ultimately nodded. After all, how long could a transformed soul beast little girl really shop? However, Huo Yuhao quickly regretted it. Women's shopping abilities would not change for any other reason. As the sun set, the afterglow of the sunset cast a yellow hue over the streets. The vendors on the streets gradually packed up and returned home. The Snow Emperor was already excitedly shopping on the street, while Huo Yuhao followed behind her, looking somewhat tired. "Yuhao, let's go check out what's ahead," the Snow Emperor said excitedly. Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao couldn't help but rub his forehead. Seeing this, the Snow Emperor looked down and said sadly, "Is it not possible?" "Sure," Huo Yuhao forced a smile and said, "Great." The Snow Emperor said happily, but a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. Finally, the two returned to the body sect base late at night. At this time, Huo Yuhao's ring was already filled with the things the Snow Emperor had bought while shopping. "Yuhao, you're finally back." A cheerful voice sounded, and then someone directly pounced into Huo Yuhao's arms. Afterward, Wang Donger emerged from Huo Yuhao's embrace and smiled at the Snow Emperor behind Huo Yuhao. "Are you the Snow Girl? Nice to meet you, I'm Wang Donger." A flicker of surprise flashed in the Snow Emperor's eyes. Huo Yuhao then said, "Don't worry, Donger can be completely trusted." When the Snow Emperor sent a message, Huo Yuhao had already discussed this matter with Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao, but he did not mention the Snow Emperor's identity as a soul beast because he could not disregard the Snow Emperor's wishes and reveal her identity. So he only said that the Snow Emperor was a friend of his who needed to stay here for a while. The Snow Emperor also smiled and said, "Nice to meet you. I'm the Snow Girl. You can call me Schwerer." Since Huo Yuhao said that this girl could be trusted, the Snow Emperor naturally would not doubt it. "Where is Xiao Xiao?" Huo Yuhao asked in confusion. "She went to find Sister Weina. She probably won't be back until tomorrow." Wang Donger explained it. At this time, Wang Donger enthusiastically took the Snow Emperor's hand and said, "Schwerer, come with me. I've already prepared your room for you." The Snow Emperor gladly followed Wang Donger to her room. Huo Yuhao looked at the two getting along well and breathed a sigh of relief. It would be quite difficult if they didn't get along. The Snow Emperor should be approaching level 40 now. This is a good opportunity for me to observe. Huo Yuhao thought to himself. Recently, Huo Yuhao had been pondering why soul beasts could condense their own soul rings while humans could not. Perhaps the arrival of the Snow Emperor would give him the answer. Chapter 180. Observation and Principles in Tiando City, within the body sect base. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed since the Snow Emperor arrived at the body sect base, and she had also met Xiao Xiao. Because Xiao Xiao's original personality was very cheerful, she got along well with the Snow Emperor. 3 girls of similar ages quickly became friends. After all, not considering the Snow Empress's age before her recultivation, she now looks only about 11 or 12 years old, just a year or two apart from Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao. After arriving in the human world, the Snow Empress's soul power cultivation progressed rapidly, and in just 3 days, she broke through to the next level of soul power, advancing to level 40. "Yuhua, I can now condense my soul ring," the Snow Empress informed Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao's eyes lit up as he said, "Great, I'll protect you." He expanded his spiritual sense to hide the room, while the Snow Empress sat down on the floor and began to condense her 4th soul ring. After a soul beast undergoes recultivation, all soul rings formed before reaching level 70 are condensed by itself. Only the 7th to the 9th rings require the hunting of soul beasts. Huo Yuhao knew this knowledge, but he had not thought about it in detail before. Now he began to contemplate these matters. Because soul beast resources are limited while the number of soul masters requiring additional soul rings is constantly increasing, and with the advancement of the times, the number of soul masters will inevitably grow. Additionally, with the development of soul guide technology, ordinary people can also inflict damage on soul beasts, and human desires are endless. One day, soul beasts will face extinction. However, Yuhao's research into methods for self-condensing soul rings was not entirely for the sake of the survival of soul beasts. The primary issue that prompted him to think about this was his own soul ring attachment problem. His 5th soul ring had already attached to a 200,000 year soul beast. But how many years should the 6th, 7th, or even the 9th soul rings attach to? And for his 2nd martial soul, he had only just attached the 2nd soul ring. What kind of soul beast should he look for the remaining 7 soul rings? For Huo Yuhao, improving his strength was of utmost importance, because only by having the strength to compete with or even surpass Tang San could he save his mother, help Douluo Continent out of its current predicament, and protect Wang Donger. Therefore, he had his own considerations regarding soul ring attachments. His soul rings could not have a lower age limit than his previous ones, as the lower the age of the soul rings obtained later, the less they would enhance him. Thus, he began researching the problem of self-condensing soul rings. During this time, he went to the Soul Beast Forest in Tiando City, killed a few low-level soul beasts, and observed the soul ring condensation process. He found that soul rings are condensed from the energy within soul beasts after their death, and that energy is also formed from the soul beasts absorbing the world's spiritual energy for cultivation. Thus, the essence of soul rings is the world's spiritual energy. This conclusion had actually been reached by scholars many years ago. After confirming it, Huo Yuhao began to observe the condensation method, but it was completely elusive. After a soul beast dies without consciousness, the soul ring is not self-condensed. Rather, there's an invisible rule that condenses the energy into a soul ring. After failing to achieve results from studying soul beasts, Huo Yuhao thought of the recultivated Snow Empress. Unlike the unconscious soul beasts after death, recultivated soul beasts need to condense their soul rings by themselves, making her the best subject for observation. Just then, the Snow Empress sent him a message that she was coming to the human realm, so Huo Yuhao hurriedly brought her over. As Huo Yuhao was contemplating, the Snow Empress had already begun condensing her soul ring. Seeing this, Huo Yuhao quickly focused his mind and carefully observed the changes in the Snow Empress's body. The moment the Snow Empress began to condense, a humanoid shadow appeared behind her. The shadow wore a white dress without any adornments, yet it made her appear meticulous, like wax, snow, and cold plum blossoms, outstanding and unique, just as the Snow Empress had looked before. After the shadow appeared, the temperature in the entire room plummeted rapidly, and everything in the room was covered with a layer of frost, with only Huo Yuhao unaffected. As the shadow appeared, the world's spiritual energy began to continuously condense towards the Snow Empress, and her body began to emit a white glow, with immense ice attribute energy manifesting within her. Then, the energy within the Snow Empress was activated, continuously converging towards the shadow behind her, which also began to solidify as the energy gathered. Finally, the shadow completely solidified, now resembling a real person, exuding a terrifying aura, once again showcasing the grandeur of the former lord of the extreme north, the Snow Empress. As she transformed into a solidified form, 3 soul rings appeared behind the Snow Empress. All 3 rings were pure black, and after the 3rd soul ring, another soul ring began to condense and take shape. The immense energy within the Snow Empress was continuously outputting, and a black soul ring had already begun to take shape. Huo Yuhao's spiritual eyes gleamed with golden light as he observed the scene before him. In Huo Yuhao's eyes, the power contained within the Snow Empress was converging along a peculiar trajectory, but this trajectory was somewhat difficult to comprehend, even for Huo Yuhao with his spiritual awareness. He could not fully remember it. Huo Yuhao estimated that only when he truly reached level 100 and became a god could he instantly grasp the secrets within. For now, he could only remember part of it, but that was enough for him. After all, the Snow Empress still had 2 opportunities to condense soul rings, which was enough for him to remember the trajectory. And there was also Ilex, who possessed spiritual awareness. The 2 of them could surely pool their thoughts to uncover the mysteries. As Huo Yuhao observed the conclusion of the process, the Snow Empress's soul ring had already been successfully condensed, and the 4th soul ring quietly appeared behind her. This soul ring was still black, but contained even more powerful soul power. The Snow Empress opened her eyes, and the figure behind her also opened its eyes simultaneously. 2 beams of divine light shot out, and the figure behind her directly merged into the Snow Empress's body, disappearing without a trace. The 4 black soul rings remained quietly behind the Snow Empress, who felt her strength had improved but did not have overly joyful emotions, as she was still far from her peak state. So, Yuhua, did you gain anything? The Snow Empress asked as she retracted the soul rings behind her. The Snow Empress fully supported Huo Yuhao's thoughts, as she herself was a member of the Soul Beast clan and naturally hoped for its continuation. If Huo Yuhao really figured out the method, it would be a tremendous boon for Soul Beasts, and the conflict between Soul Beasts and Soul Masters could also be resolved. I have some insights, but they are not yet complete, Huo Yuhao replied. Then come observe again when I condense my soul ring next time, the Snow Empress suggested. All right. I also hope this method can come to fruition, Huo Yuhao said with a smile. Chapter 181. Setting sail at the main sect of the body sect. In the back mountain. Sect Master, I plan to go to sea to search for my 6th soul ring, Huo Yuhao said to the immortal Poison. Is it the soul beast you mentioned before? Poison asked. That's right, that soul beast lives in the deep sea, Huo Yuhao explained. Do you need my help? Poison asked. He felt that Huo Yuhao had become even more unfathomable. Perhaps Huo Yuhao's strength had already surpassed his own, which is why he asked. Thank you, Sect Master. But I can't handle that soul beast, Huo Yuhao replied with a faint smile. Ha, good. Since you say so, I won't interfere, Poison laughed heartily. However, be sure to pay attention to safety while you're out. The sea is an area of Douluo Continent that has not been fully explored, and there may be many unknown dangers within, Poison reminded with concern. I understand. I will be extra careful at sea, Huo Yuhao said with a serious expression. All right, since that's the case, you should go prepare, said Dubusi. Then I'll take my leave, said Huo Yuhao. He then disappeared from the spot. Dubuzi watched Huo Yuhao, who had already vanished, and suddenly felt a bit lost. He considered himself Huo Yuhao's protector, but it seemed that Huo Yuhao no longer needed him. Setting aside the disappointed Dubuzi, Huo Yuhao had already returned to Tiando City. He had prepared everything for this sea trip. However, since this journey would take a considerable amount of time, Huo Yuhao decided to inform Dubuzi in advance to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. This time, in addition to searching for soul rings, Huo Yuhao also planned to go to the place that the will of the plane had informed him about, where he could enhance his dragon bloodline. Furthermore, there was a possibility of finding items that could fulfill the promises made to the Ice Dragon King. When Huo Yuhao returned to the headquarters of the body sect, he saw Wang Donger, Xiao Xiao, and Xue Di waiting eagerly at the entrance. Yuhao, how'd it go? Xiao Xiao asked anxiously. I've already said it. We can leave now, Huo Yuhao replied. Oh, that's great. We can set sail, Xiao Xiao said joyfully. Wang Donger also looked happy, but her joy was not just about going to sea. She was excited to do things with Huo Yuhao. Xue Di appeared more composed. As a former soul beast of 700,000 years, she understood the dangers of the sea very well. Don't be too happy too soon. We're not going on vacation. This time we're going to the deep sea, which is very dangerous. Do you remember the promise you made to me? Huo Yuhao said at this moment. I remember. When we reach the deep sea, we need to enter the spatial bag directly, Xiao Xiao immediately replied. Huo Yuhao nodded and then turned to Wang Donger, asking Donger, is everything in the spatial bag ready? It's ready, Wang Dong said. The spatial bag was specially prepared by Huo Yuhao for this operation. He used silk spun by a top-level spatial soul beast, the spatial silkworm, and then applied the seamless expansion spell for spatial expansion. With the enhancement of such top materials, the space he created was vast and stable, almost the size of half of Tiando City. After entering the deep sea area, he would let Wang Donger and the others enter the spatial bag, ensuring their safety. All right, then let's set off now, Huo Yuhao said with a smile. Huo Yuhao headed towards the direction of the Sun-Moon Empire, using spatial power to directly cross the border of the Sun-Moon Empire. The sea area he was heading to was located in the southwestern direction of Douluo Continent. The nearest port in that southwestern direction was the Sun-Moon Port, located south of the Sun-Moon Empire. Therefore, Huo Yuhao planned to first reach Sun-Moon Port and find a ship to set sail. Since the sea area he was going to was too deep and dangerous, ordinary boats would not venture there. Thus, Huo Yuhao had already made preparations before setting sail. He arrived at Sun-Moon Port in no time. Sun-Moon Port was the largest port in the Sun-Moon Empire. Upon arriving, he was greeted by a wide road leading to huge docks where hundreds of large cargo ships were anchored, resembling metal beasts quietly docked at the pier. Strong dockworkers were busy unloading and loading goods. The items came from various empires. Despite tense national relations, trade continued, as maritime trade was a significant source of benefits for the countries. Huo Yuhao walked past busy sailors and noisy vendors, his handsome face in a white robe, flawless and distinctly different from the port's atmosphere, yet it did not attract any attention. He directly approached a deserted dock where no one passed by and no ships were docked, taking out the ship he had prepared earlier. In an instant, a large ship appeared, its entire body white and looking magnificent, with smooth and elegant lines, perfectly combining functionality and aesthetics. This ship was a soul guide ship specially made by Huo Yuhao for this journey. It was ranked at level 7, but equipped with defensive devices capable of withstanding attacks from tidal level soul beasts, and it was incredibly fast, capable of traveling 1,000 miles a day. Well, Yuhao boarded the ship and stood at the bow. With a flicker of soul power injected into the ship's body, it immediately emitted a white light, and the natural energy of the sea began to gather. The ship slowly started moving, and its speed increased rapidly. Huo Yuhao took out the sea chart he had prepared earlier and steered the ship towards their destination. The soul guide ship sped forward at an incredible pace without letting Huo Yuhao feel much wind, as the strong sea breeze was shielded outside. However, a hint of salty sea breeze wafting into Huo Yuhao's nose still brought him a peculiar feeling. Huo Yuhao left the bow and went to the cabin to take out a small silver-white bag, channeling his magical power into the small bag. The next moment, the small silver bag glowed brightly, and 3 figures appeared in the cabin, namely Wang Donger and the others. Xiao Xiao looked around the environment and happily asked, Yuhao, are we already at sea? That's right, we are already at sea, Huo Yuhao replied with a smile. I want to go outside and take a look, Xiao Xiao said excitedly. After saying that, Xiao Xiao ran out, curious about everything at sea since it was her first time. At this moment, Di said, I'm going to practice. After saying this, Di went to the room in the cabin, having already prepared everything on the ship before setting sail, so she could directly settle in. Chapter 182. Blue Ring Magic. Chapter. On the vast, boundless sea, a giant white ship sped across the waters at lightning speed, cutting through the waves below and forming a long trail, though the water quickly returned to its original state. Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger, along with the others, were admiring the scenery from the ship's bow. The sea resembled a giant copper mirror, shining brilliantly under the sunlight. The waves gently lapped against the ship's hull like soft musical notes, making one feel relaxed and at ease. Huo Yuhao couldn't help but close his eyes, seemingly gaining insight in front of this pleasant scenery, and a strange aura began to emanate from him. Yuhao, has he fallen into enlightenment? Xiao Xiao said in surprise. That's right, let's not disturb him. You can go back first. I'll keep an eye on Yuhao here, Wang Donger said. Okay, Xiao Xiao playfully elongated her voice as she laughed, then pulled Di away from the deck, while Wang Donger shot Xiao Xiao a fierce glare. Her face slightly flushed. At this moment, Huo Yuhao was immersed in enlightenment. As his mental power realm improved, the frequency of his enlightenment experiences had decreased significantly, so each enlightenment brought him substantial benefits. In this state of enlightenment, the problems he previously couldn't understand began to make sense. Time passed minute by minute, and soon the day turned into night on the sea. Huo Yuhao also emerged from his state of enlightenment, his eyes radiating a brilliant golden light filled with clarity, and he couldn't help but exclaim, so that's how it is. Huo Yuhao, in a state of sudden realization, had some clues about the issue of self-consolidation of soul rings. However, to truly perfect it would require more time, as it involved world rules and wasn't easy to resolve. Have you been waiting for a long time? Huo Yuhao turned to Wang Donger and smiled. If I haven't. Wang Donger pouted. All right, you haven't waited. Huo Yuhao laughed. He walked towards Wang Donger, about to say something more, when suddenly the white energy shield surrounding the ship experienced strong fluctuations. Huo Yuhao's expression sharpened. He knew an unexpected guest had arrived. He said to Wang Donger, wait here for a moment. I'll go check what's going on. Okay, be careful, Wang Donger said with concern. Don't worry, it's just a 10,000-year soul beast, Huo Yuhao replied with a smile. Through his spiritual probe, Huo Yuhao already knew what was attacking the ship. He flashed and appeared outside the white energy shield. Looking down, he saw an octopus with a body about 2 meters wide, shaped like a hammer with a round body. Its surface was primarily golden yellow, interspersed with cyan blue spots and circular patterns, which emitted dazzling blue light. This was a blue-ringed demon octopus. He hadn't expected to encounter this soul beast. Huo Yuhao thought curiously as he looked at the octopus below. The blue-ringed demon octopus is a highly poisonous soul beast that secretes a toxic substance. Ordinary people would die immediately upon direct contact with its body, with no medicine to save them. For soul masters, if they did not receive timely healing from a soul saint or higher, they would also face death. Now, the blue-ringed demon octopus before Huo Yuhao had reached 10,000 years, making its poison even more terrifying. Even a super Douluo would die if they came in contact with its venom without prompt treatment. However, what puzzled Huo Yuhao was that the blue-ringed demon octopus was very shy by nature. It usually hid among the deep-sea reefs and only came out to hunt at night. It would not actively attack unless provoked. So why was it attacking a ship now? As Huo Yuhao pondered, the blue-ringed demon octopus spoke. Human, leave this sea area. Do not proceed any further. Ahead is not a place you can venture. Was it warning me of danger ahead? Huo Yuhao was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected a soul beast to care about human safety. It seems the name of this blue-ringed demon octopus is quite misleading. Huo Yuhao sighed. Though grateful for the blue-ringed demon octopus's warning, he would not change his objective, nor did he believe there was anything ahead that could threaten him. Thank you for your kindness, but I have my reasons to go forward, Huo Yuhao said firmly. The blue circular patterns on the blue-ringed demon octopus's body shimmered beautifully as it fell silent. Not continuing to persuade Huo Yuhao, after a moment, the blue-ringed demon octopus said, then do as you wish. It then sank directly to the seabed, retreating back into the crevices of the rocks, avoiding everything around it. This soul beast is quite interesting, Huo Yuhao thought with a smile as he watched the blue-ringed octopus leave. He flashed back to the ship, and after this incident, his desire to research the method of self-consolidation of soul rings grew even stronger. Huo Yuhao returned to the deck, and Wang Donger hurriedly asked, Yuhao, how did it go? Did you resolve it? It's resolved, but it was quite interesting, Huo Yuhao replied with a smile. Oh, What happened? Wang Dongya asked curiously. Huo Yuhao recounted the events to Wang Donger, who showed a surprised expression afterward. She hadn't expected a 10,000-year-old beast with intelligence to show goodwill towards humans. Generally, soul beasts with intelligence do not have a good attitude towards humans, as they are accustomed to witnessing humans hunt their kind before gaining intelligence. There are actually such soul beasts. Wang Dongya exclaimed. I didn't expect it either. Maybe it's because it has lived in the deep sea for so long without humans hunting soul beasts here, Huo Yuhao speculated. Yuhao, do you think soul beasts on Douluo Continent will go extinct in the future? Wang Dongya suddenly asked. Why do you think that? Huo Yuhao asked with a smile in return. Wang Donger expressed her thoughts, which were quite similar to Huo Yuhao's. Human greed would push soul beasts towards extinction. Huo Yuhao gently stroked Wang Donger's hair and said softly, Don't worry. I believe such things won't happen. I won't let it happen. Wang Donger looked up at Huo Yuhao, her eyes shining with a smile as she said, I believe you. Huo Yuhao took Wang Donger and headed towards the cabin, saying, Let's go eat. You've waited for me so long. You haven't had dinner yet, right? Xiao Xiao and Schwer haven't eaten either? Wang Dongya reminded. We'll cook first, then go call them. Huo Yuhao said with a smile. Okay. Wang Dongya replied happily. Chapter 183. The ability of the guardian beast after the previous warning from the blue-ringed demon octopus. Huo Yuhao continued forward without any obstruction, which was quite strange. Huo Yuhao had already ventured deep into the southwestern sea area, where there were thousands of terrifying sea soul beasts, including dozens of 10,000-year soul beasts. Yet, not a single soul beast disturbed Huo Yuhao's ship. These soul beasts remained quietly at the seabed, showing no significant actions. Even their hunting seemed cautious, as if afraid of disturbing something. Upon seeing this, Huo Yuhao understood that he was not far from his destination. Standing on the deck, Huo Yuhao noticed that the originally boundless sea ahead was shrouded in thick fog, resembling white ghosts that obscured the distant ocean beneath its veil. It seemed as if everything was swallowed by this magical mist, leaving only vaguely discernible objects nearby. Huo Yuhao's eyes emitted a brilliant golden light as he swiftly entered the cabin, where Wang Donger and the others were resting. Dongad, Xiu, Suad? We've arrived at the destination. Next, I need to put the ship into the spatial bag. Otherwise, this ship won't withstand the soul beast attack, Huo Yuhao said directly. All right, let's go into the spatial bag now, Xiao Xiao said with a serious expression. Huo Yuhao took out the spatial bag and infused it with magical energy, causing a spatial vortex to appear. Xiao Xiao and Schwer entered the spatial bag, while Wang Donger remained standing in place, not entering the bag. Yuhao, are we leaving now? Wang Donger said eagerly. That's right. We leave now, Huo Yuhao replied with a smile. Is your gear ready? He asked again. It's ready. I've already put on the soul guiding device you gave me, Wang Donger said. Although Huo Yuhao was confident in his strength, he still insisted that Wang Donger equip her defensive soul guiding device to prepare for any unlikely accidents. Then let's leave the ship first, Huo Yuhao said, grabbing Wang Donger and flashing out of the cabin. Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger appeared directly in the air. At this moment, a wing had already appeared behind Wang Dong, as beautiful as the wings of her bright goddess butterfly. This soul-guided flying device was made by Huo Yuhao when he advanced to a level 6 soul master, and he later gave it to Wang Donger. As his soul master level increased, he continuously improved this flying soul-guided device, and now its level had reached level 8, with very low requirements for the soul power of the soul master, allowing Wang Donger to use this soul-guided device. Huo Yuhao looked at the ships below, and with a flash of light in his hand, the huge ships below disappeared without a trace. After putting away the ships, Huo Yuhao turned to look at Wang Dong. Wang Donger nodded seriously, and Huo Yuhao pulled her as they dashed directly into the mist in front of them. Once they entered the mist, visibility dropped sharply. With his spiritual eyes and divine sense, Huo Yuhao was not affected at all, but Wang Donger could not see anything except for herself and Huo Yuhao. Dongya, how are you feeling now? Huo Yuhao asked with concern. Don't worry, Yuhao. I'm fine, Wang Donger replied. Huo Yuhao's spiritual eyes flashed, and he directly used spiritual detection sharing, making everything in front of Wang Donger suddenly clear. Actually, I have my own ways, even without spiritual detection sharing, Wang Donger murmured. Oh, what methods do you have? Our Donga? Huo Yuhao asked with a smile. Just watch, Yuhao, Wang Donger said. After Wang Donger finished speaking, she extended her right hand, and a dazzling platinum light emanated from her palm. In the next moment, a small figure appeared in her hand. It was the long-awaited bright unicorn. As soon as the bright unicorn appeared, The nearby mist was instantly dispelled, and Wang Donger could see clearly. However, the changes were not over yet. The bright unicorn in Wang Donger's hand grew larger against the wind, soon reaching the size it had as a soul beast. Then, 2 platinum lights appeared on the back of the bright unicorn, which was covered in pure white feathers. In the next moment, those 2 lights transformed into solid, beautiful wings with lovely V-shaped halos. It's the wings of the bright goddess butterfly, Huo Yuhao exclaimed, surprised at the scene before him. How about that? Am I impressive? Wang Donger said proudly. Wang Donger then sat on the back of the bright unicorn, which flapped its wings and floated in the air, the light it emitted breaking through the surrounding mist. Is this a new ability that has emerged from your deeper fusion with your guardian beast? Huo Yuhao speculated. Huh, you guessed it, Wang Donger said disappointedly. Huo Yuhao laughed as he ruffled Wang Donger's hair. As Wang Donger's guardian beast, the bright unicorn naturally could not only exist as a summoned beast. As Wang Donger's cultivation improved, her fusion with the bright unicorn became closer. Now, Wang Donger could use the bright unicorn's abilities without relying on a soul ring, and the bright unicorn had also gained the energy of the bright goddess butterfly martial soul, which was reflected in these wings. Since you have a way, let's continue forward, Huo Yuhao said with a smile. Wang Donger replied. The 2 of them, along with the beast, continued deeper into the mist. The deeper they went, the thicker the mist became, and their vision turned darker, eventually transforming into a terrifying dark green. Donger, be careful. There's poison in this mist. Use your soul power to repel the poisonous mist, Huo Yuhao reminded. Okay, I understand, Wang Donger said with a serious expression. The bright unicorn beneath Wang Donger also heard the conversation between them and immediately released a light shield to envelop Wang Donger, dissolving the dark green, poisonous mist upon contact. Huo Yuhao, however, did not take any protective measures as he flew ahead, and the poisonous mist actively avoided him, not daring to come into contact with him. As they delved deeper, Wang Donger's expression turned to one of shock, and her steps came to a halt. Huo Yuhao, on the other hand, looked at the scene before him without changing his expression, as if he had anticipated everything. Pale skeletons floated on the surface of the sea, most of which were fish corpses, with a few human remains and wreckage of ships. These remnants floated on the water's surface, colliding with each other in the waves. But not a single piece of wreckage left this area, because there was a force at the edge of the dark green, poisonous mist that imprisoned these remnants here. Huo Yuhao looked down at the sea surface, and his luminous spiritual eyes pierced through the depths, revealing the colossal creature hidden beneath the sea. Chapter 184, Ghost Lantern Demon Fish. Dong, it seems we have arrived. Huo Yuhao retracted his gaze. He had already seen the enormous entity concealed beneath this sea area with his spiritual eyes. What should we do now? Wang Donger asked. What should we do? Of course. We wake this big guy up, Huo Yuhao replied with a smile. Shall we try our martial soul fusion technique? Huo Yuhao proposed. Sure, Wang Donger said happily. She was also very glad to be able to help Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao flashed to Wang Donger's side, and she dismounted from the bright unicorn's back as Huo Yuhao directly embraced her. The moment their bodies touched, dazzling ice blue and dark golden light erupted, and the 2 lights intertwined, causing their bodies to quietly disappear. A terrifying wave of soul power emerged, and the dark green, poisonous mist was directly dispersed before this formidable soul power, revealing a vast vacuum zone. A thick, icy mist suddenly surged upward from the glowing sphere formed by Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger's fusion, resembling the sudden rise of a mushroom cloud, with an indescribable majesty appearing within the icy mist. Immediately after, a tall figure quietly emerged behind the light, standing about 2 meters tall with a slender and majestic build. Long black hair cascaded over his shoulders, and his magnificent ice blue robe was adorned with ice blue dragon scales that emitted a dazzling glow. There was also a vertical ice blue dragon scale on his forehead, resembling a vertical pupil. One of his eyes was emerald green, while the other was ice blue. Both eyes sparkled like jewels, filled with endless majesty, and he looked almost identical to Huo Yuhao. Once this figure appeared, the swirling icy mist rushed towards the glowing sphere formed by Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger, and the massive figure reached out toward the sphere. Instantly, the sphere transformed into a giant hammer, its head ice blue, but each end had a sharp protrusion that was emerald green. The hammer's handle looked as if it were covered in dark golden dragon scales. At the moment it appeared, a unique wailing sound resonated in the air, as if the very air was crying because of its presence. The sharp protrusions on both sides of the hammer head glowed with emerald green light, while the hammer head itself radiated ice blue light, and the handles sparkled with dark golden dragon scales, all three colors erupting simultaneously. A terrifying dragon roar echoed. The hammer's handle unleashed a formidable dragon might, and in the next moment, a giant dragon image burst forth from the handle, its massive body soaring in the air, unleashing endless icy mist, which immediately froze the sea below. After the dragon spirit danced, it charged directly towards the giant hammer, merging into it, causing the hammer to emit a terrifying ice blue glow. The massive figure resembling Huo Yuhao swung a giant hammer at this moment, and the hammer traced an ice blue line in the air with a hint of black substance on it. However, the sea-like substance had already stopped moving. The terrifying cold created a thick ice layer hundreds of meters deep on the sea. The next second, the giant hammer struck the ice surface with a bang. The crisp sound rang out, and the hundreds of meters deep ice layer seemed so fragile in the face of this immense force. When the hammer fell, the seawater directly disappeared, revealing the terrifying spirit beast figure beneath 10,000 meters of sea. It was a massive and horrifying monster fish. This terrifying monster fish was about 150 meters long, its body round like a ball, covered in sharp spikes like steel needles, and its belly bulged as if pregnant. Its head was enormous, almost occupying half of its body, with a huge protrusion at the center. From this protrusion extended a tentacle-like appendage, which had a round ball at its tip, currently emanating golden light, resembling a lantern. At this moment, the vanished dragon's spirit reappeared, rushing rapidly towards the giant beast below. The passage where the seawater disappeared was the best route for the dragon spirit. Wherever it passed, the seawater on both sides turned into solid ice, and the terrifying giant beast below opened its eyes, which it had not closed for an unknown period. It looked towards the direction of the dragon spirit with extreme fear, and at this moment, the golden lantern on its body shone brightly, causing the seawater to ripple continuously, and a terrifying psychic fluctuation emerged. This spirit beast was named the Ghost Lantern Demon Fish, a dominant presence in the southwestern sea region. This type of spirit beast had a strong body, and its spikes could help defend against most spirit beast attacks. However, the strong body and protective spikes were not its most formidable means. The most terrifying aspect of the Ghost Lantern Demon Fish was its chilling psychic attribute. The psychic power of the Ghost Lantern Demon Fish was extraordinarily terrifying, and the lantern on its head was the core of its psychic power. The light emitted by the lantern could unconsciously attract creatures nearby, and eventually, those attracted spirit beasts would be drained of their life force and psychic energy without realizing it. A 100,000-year-old Ghost Lantern Demon Fish could control a sea area of up to 1,000 miles, attracting all creatures with psychic power lower than its own, ultimately draining their life and psychic energy. The Ghost Lantern Demon Fish, such a spirit beast, directly took away most of the food from other spirit beasts, naturally inciting the anger of many ocean spirit beasts, leading to a wave of hunting frenzy against the Ghost Lantern Demon Fish. After that hunting frenzy, the number of Ghost Lantern Demon Fish sharply decreased, and the remaining ones were restricted to a specific sea area, unable to leave. The Ghost Lantern Demon Fish, currently present, was the leader of its clan, with a terrifying cultivation of 350,000 years. In the past, when all the sea clans united against it, it fought desperately as the leader, but it was still futile, as the other clan leaders were even stronger, watching its kin perish one after another. Ultimately, it chose to compromise. Its clan members were restricted to other sea areas, while it was imprisoned here to atone for 5,000 years. Thus, it fell into a deep slumber here and did not notice the arrival of Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger. Now, the terrifying aura of the dragon spirit directly awakened it from its deep slumber. The lantern, emitting terrifying psychic power, shot out a pure golden ray, formed solely from concentrated psychic energy, heading straight for the dragon spirit. After the psychic light beam was fired, the originally dazzling light suddenly dimmed, as if a lantern was about to burn out. This strike exhausted the psychic energy the Ghost Lantern Demon Fish had accumulated during its 30,000 years of slumber, nearly draining it completely. Where did this terrifying human come from? How could I provoke such a strong enemy after all these years of slumber? The Ghost Lantern Demon Fish roared in confusion within. The psychic light beam collided with the dragon spirit, and the dragon spirit let out a roar, fiercely striking the light beam with its claws. The terrifying cold and immense force directly shattered the front end of the psychic light beam. The remaining psychic energy crashed directly into the dragon spirit, causing it to become somewhat ethereal. The dragon spirit howled to the sky and continued to strike the light beam with its dragon claws, directly dispersing the remaining beam. It then charged towards the ghost lantern demon fish, which began to flee after firing the light beam. But its massive and heavy body had not gotten far before the dragon spirit caught up. The dragon spirit crashed violently into the tail of the ghost lantern demon fish, breaking all the spikes covering its tail. The ghost lantern demon fish let out a painful roar. Its tail had completely lost sensation, turning ice blue, resembling a massive block of ice. Chapter 185. Annihilation. The tail of the ghost lantern demon fish had completely lost sensation, but the coldness was invading the other parts of its body. If these cold currents were allowed to remain in its body, the entire ghost lantern demon fish would turn into solid ice. What the hell is this thing? The ghost lantern demon fish roared angrily within. I can't let this go on. The ghost lantern demon fish thought fiercely, knowing that if it did not make a decision soon, it would really meet its end here today. The lantern on its head, which had dimmed, once again emitted brilliant golden light under the ghost lantern demon fish's strain. And the dazzling lantern shot out a tiny beam of light that swayed like a rootless floating weed in the sea breeze. However, the sea breeze seemed to know the ghost lantern demon fish's intentions. The thin line floated towards the ice-blue solid tail area of the ghost lantern demon fish, gently touching the tail. There was no sound, and it seemed there were no changes. The thin line passed directly through the thick tail covered in spikes, and then vanished between heaven and earth. At this moment, the ghost lantern demon fish used all its strength to swim deep into the sea, intending to escape from this terrifying human. It understood that it was impossible to contend with Huo Yuhao's power. As the ghost lantern demon fish swam quickly, its tail underwent an astonishing transformation under the rapid motion. Its tail actually fell off and sank into the deep sea. The wound on its tail was smooth, and no blood flowed out. The terrifying coldness also detached from its body. The massive ghost lantern demon fish, now swimming at extreme speed, created gigantic waves in the ocean. Such a huge commotion directly alarmed the spirit beasts lurking in this sea region. Deep in the sea, a large octopus looked at the rapidly swimming ghost lantern demon fish above, a look of terror appearing on its face. What is going on? It's not yet time for the atonement to end. How did the ghost lantern demon fish king escape? Is it going to violate the previous agreement and declare war against the other clans again? The massive octopus thought in disbelief. After this thought emerged, the octopus did not dare to act recklessly. It directly dove down to hide its massive body, fearing that the ghost lantern demon fish king might kill it to establish dominance. Other spirit beasts that saw the ghost lantern demon fish king also hid in unison, completely unaware that the ghost lantern demon fish king they feared was actually being hunted. Meanwhile, the ghost lantern demon fish king cast aside all those so-called agreements. When its life was at stake, what was the point of adhering to any appointment? This was the true reflection of the ghost lantern demon fish king's current mindset. As the ghost lantern demon fish fled, Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger also released their martial soul fusion technique, causing Huo Yuhao's massive phantom to disappear, and their figures appeared in turn. At this moment, Huo Yuhao was holding Wang Dong, whose face was somewhat pale as her soul power had been completely exhausted after using this martial soul fusion skill, while Huo Yuhao appeared calm. Dongya, you should rest here for a bit. Huo Yuhao infused his spiritual power into Wang Donger, and her complexion gradually became rosy. Okay, Yuhao, you need to be careful, Wang Donger said as she sat directly on the previously summoned light unicorn. Don't worry, it will be resolved soon, Huo Yuhao replied with a smile. Huo Yuhao turned his gaze toward the direction where the ghost lantern demon fish king was fleeing and said with a smile, Do you really think you can escape like this? How naive! A violent surge of spiritual power erupted from Huo Yuhao, causing huge waves on the surface of the sea, and then 5 terrifying soul rings appeared behind him. Red, 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 5 red soul rings, the last of which bore 2 golden patterns. This terrifying configuration of soul rings even caused a change in the weather. The originally clear blue sky was directly reflected in blood red. Even though the ghost lantern demon fish king had already fled far away, it still felt the terrifying aura behind it. It exerted all its strength to accelerate again, wanting to escape to a further place. However, all this was futile in Huo Yuhao's eyes. A golden light shone in Huo Yuhao's eyes as a dangerous aura spread. But a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he said, You are the first soul beast to try this soul skill. Behind Huo Yuhao, the blood-red soul rings with 2 golden patterns emitted a dazzling light. In the space behind him, An illusory silver eyeball appeared out of nowhere, which was the appearance of his fifth soul ring, the pure spiritual evil Eye Tyrant. Once the shadow of the evil Eye Tyrant appeared, the sea within a radius of several hundred miles became distorted. The original sea level in this area actually dropped 3 meters, forming a stark contrast with the surrounding sea level. Under this force, even the seawater was dissolved, and a brilliant golden light spread across the sea. Yuhao's mind stirred, and the golden mist in the sky instantly condensed into a thick beam of light, which then shot toward the fleeing Ghost Lantern Demon Fish King at an extremely fast speed. The Ghost Lantern Demon Fish King had a very powerful spiritual perception and naturally sensed the mental attack coming from behind. It used all its strength, but still could not shake off the feeling of crisis. The Ghost Lantern Demon Fish King roared. It stopped its fleeing body, deciding not to run anymore, because it already understood that whether it escaped this attack or not, it could not escape the hunt of that human. The Ghost Lantern Demon Fish King gathered all its strength, and the ghost lantern on its head emitted an extreme golden light, while deep within the brilliant gold, a pale white color seemed to foreshadow the final fate of the Ghost Lantern Demon Fish King. In an instant, a sphere of light was condensed and collided with a thick beam of light, but this sphere, which gathered all the power of the Ghost Lantern Demon Fish King, appeared utterly fragile before the beam. As if unimpeded, the sphere was directly dissolved, and the beam struck the massive body of the Ghost Lantern Demon Fish King. The body, which was originally known for its hardness in the ocean, was dissolved in an instant, spreading from the point of impact throughout its entire body. The Ghost Lantern Demon Fish King looked at Huo Yuhao, and its spiritual energy surged as it emitted its final words. "What is your name?" The resentful voice of the Ghost Lantern Demon Fish King appeared in Huo Yuhao's mind. "My name is Huo Yuhao," Huo Yuhao replied directly. Upon receiving the answer, the Ghost Lantern Demon Fish King closed its enormous eyes and faced death calmly. It did not ask Huo Yuhao why it was killed. As this was the fate of almost every soul beast, it simply came a bit late. At this moment, the massive body of the Ghost Lantern Demon Fish King had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a blood-red soul ring with 3 golden patterns and a glowing object wrapped in golden light floating in the air. Huo Yuhao looked at this scene from a distance. Chapter 186, The Sixth Soul Ring. Fusion complete, it turned out that the Ghost Lantern Demon Fish King did not break the agreement, but was being hunted. At this point, the giant octopus finally understood what had happened earlier. But who exactly was this person? How could they so easily hunt down the Ghost Lantern Demon Fish King? The giant octopus thought in disbelief while hiding at the bottom of the sea. "No, I must quickly inform my master," the giant octopus thought. However, just as it was about to act, Huo Yuhao suddenly turned his eyes toward its direction, as if his spiritual eyes could see through the water and space to spot the octopus hiding in the water. The giant octopus instantly felt an overwhelming sense of danger enveloping it. It realized that if it dared to move even a step, it would immediately meet the same fate as the Ghost Lantern Demon Fish King. Understanding this, the giant octopus trembled all over and lay flat against the rocks on the sea floor, not daring to move an inch. He, an interesting soul beast, and a queen? Perhaps we will meet again in the future, Huo Yuhao thought with a smile as he read the thoughts in the giant octopus's mind. Meanwhile, Wang Donger watched the scene of the Ghost Lantern Demon Fish King's demise. Although she was already aware of Huo Yuhao's terrifying strength, she was still shocked and slightly opened her mouth. "Is it over?" Wang Donger said as she recovered from her astonishment. "It's over," Huo Yuhao said. "Dongya. Next I will absorb the soul ring. Do you want to return to the spatial bag?" Huo Yuhao asked. "No, I want to help you guard," Wang Donger said firmly. "All right, then stay by my side. But don't stay too far from me, okay?" Huo Yuhao said gently. "Okay," Wang Donger replied happily. Huo Yuhao took Wang Donger's arm and instantly flashed to the place where the Ghost Lantern Demon Fish King had died. The blood-red soul ring cast their faces in a blood-red hue, and as Wang Donger felt the terrifying aura emanating from the blood-colored soul ring, she couldn't help but express her concern. "Yuhao, is it really okay to absorb this soul ring?" "It will be fine," Huo Yuhao said with a smile. After he finished speaking, he reached out and took the object wrapped in golden light. The light instantly absorbed into Huo Yuhao's hand. "Oh!" Upon touching it, Huo Yuhao realized something was off and voiced his confusion. "What is wrong?" Wang Dongya asked curiously. "I'm just a bit surprised. This thing isn't a soul bone," Huo Yuhao said with a smile. He then loosened his grip, revealing a small orb radiating golden light, resembling a miniature version of the lantern on the Ghost Lantern Demon Fish King's head. "What is this thing?" Wang Donger asked in confusion as she looked at the orb. Previously, Wang Donger also thought this object was a soul bone, since killing a 100,000-year-old soul beast would definitely yield a soul bone, which is common knowledge among soul masters in Douluo Continent. However, the orb in front of them did not appear to be a soul bone. Huo Yuhao smiled and said, "This is the core of the Ghost Lantern Demon Fish King's spiritual power. The spiritual power contained within it can already rival that of a super Douluo, and this is after the Ghost Lantern Demon Fish King lost most of its spiritual power upon death. You can take this, Donger. It will enhance your spiritual training speed. And this orb also carries a soul skill called Absolute Mental Defense. It can resist any mental type soul skill, regardless of the level of the soul master who casts it. However, it can only be used once a month, as it requires a month to recharge after use." Huo Yuhao handed the orb to Wang Dong. "No, you are a spiritual type soul master. This thing will benefit you even more." Wang Donger refused. "This thing is completely useless to me now. After all, I have already dealt with its owner," Huo Yuhao said with a faint smile. Wang Donger thought about it and agreed, so she put away the bead. Seeing Wang Donger putting away the bead, Huo Yuhao sat down cross-legged in midair. Although there was nothing below, he remained as steady as a mountain, floating in the air. Wang Donger, sitting on the light unicorn, watched Huo Yuhao while also keeping a vigilant eye on the surroundings to prevent other soul beasts from disturbing him. However, there was no need to be so cautious, as the soul beasts in the nearby area had basically fled after witnessing Huo Yuhao's terrifying might, leaving only a big octopus shivering and hiding at the bottom of the sea. Huo Yuhao's magical power surged, instantly attracting the soul ring. The blood-red glow completely enveloped him. A massive amount of soul power surged into Huo Yuhao's body, which he thoroughly absorbed, strengthening his body and continuously enhancing his soul power. The powerful origin of mental power also poured into Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness, but the enhancement from the mental power origin of a 350,000-year soul beast was quite minimal for him, because the difference in quality between mental power and spiritual consciousness is too great. Ordinary enhancements to mental power have a negligible effect on spiritual consciousness. To further improve, a larger amount of mental power origin would be necessary. Huo Yuhao absorbed the soul ring from the 350,000-year fierce beast smoothly, without even encountering soul fluctuations. As a mental-type soul beast, the mental fluctuations from the Ghost Lantern Demon Fish King should have been more intense. Why were there no mental fluctuations at all now? Huo Yuhao speculated that the Ghost Lantern Demon Fish King must have ignited its own soul in its final resistance, resulting in the current situation. The blood-red soul ring behind Huo Yuhao slowly merged into his body, the original blood-red light disappearing as Huo Yuhao gradually opened his eyes. In the next moment, 5 terrifying blood-red soul rings appeared instantly behind Huo Yuhao, and an even more terrifying aura emanated, a streak of blood-red light appearing after the 5th soul ring. A more terrifying soul ring, adorned with 3 golden patterns, condensed and formed. The 6th soul ring was successfully absorbed. Huo Yuhao felt the abundant magical power within him and couldn't help but smile. After absorbing this 350,000-year soul ring, Huo Yuhao's soul power directly broke through, reaching level 65. As Huo Yuhao's level increased, higher quality magical power required more soul power to convert, and a significant portion of soul power was used to strengthen his body. Therefore, even after absorbing the 350,000-year soul ring, it was no longer possible for Huo Yuhao to break through to a higher level as he had done before. This soul skill? So that's how it is. Huo Yuhao realized some things when sensing the soul skill generated by the soul ring provided by the Ghost Lantern Demon Fish King. Yuhao. At this moment, Wang Dong rode over on the light unicorn. Huo Yuhao turned around, smiling as he said, "Donga, you finished merging so quickly." Wang Dong happily replied. "How long has it been?" "It's been 2 days and 2 nights," Wang Dong said. "That is indeed a bit quick." Huo Yuhao nodded. "Now that the first task is completed, we can fully experience life at sea." Huo Yuhao continued with a smile. Chapter 187, Ultimate Mental Amplification. Dragon Valley in the morning on the vast ocean, mist and sunlight intertwined, forming beautiful rays of light. The waves shimmered under the sunlight, displaying various colors, beautiful and spectacular. Not far away on the sea, ripples danced, resembling stars scattered across the ocean. Seagulls circled in the air, emitting crisp calls, adding a touch of vitality to the seaside morning. A large white ship quietly floated on the surface of the sea, the flowing water not moving an inch. A layer of white light keeping all the seawater at bay. Inside the cabin, Huo Yuhao sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes closed as he practiced his magical power, deeply contemplating the gains from absorbing the soul ring yesterday. After absorbing the soul ring, Huo Yuhao had already understood the effect of the soul skill within it. The soul skill provided by the Ghost Lantern Demon Fish King was called Ultimate Mental Amplification. The effect of this soul skill was that after use, it could amplify the user's original mental power tenfold. It was precisely because of this terrifying soul skill that the Ghost Lantern Demon Fish King could dominate a sea area with its mental power. Huo Yuhao also understood why the Ghost Lantern Demon Fish King had not used its soul skills during their previous battle, opting instead for pure mental power attacks. This was because this was the Ghost Lantern Demon Fish King's strongest attack method, and with the Ghost Lantern Demon Fish King's level of mental power, it could naturally sense Huo Yuhao's terrifying spiritual consciousness, hence it did not use its proud hypnosis skill. After obtaining this soul skill, Huo Yuhao immediately experimented with it, and the results shocked him. He had originally thought that a skill aimed at amplifying mental power would have minimal effect on him, who had already transformed his mental power into spiritual consciousness. However, after using this soul skill, Huo Yuhao was astonished to find that his spiritual consciousness had actually doubled. He did not expect this soul skill to have such a terrifying effect. The quality of spiritual consciousness is far superior to that of mental power, and being able to directly double mental power could already be called a divine skill. While Huo Yuhao was still experiencing the soul skill, there was a knock at his door. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Yuhao, are you awake? Wang Donger asked from outside the door. Donga, what's the matter? Huo Yuhao asked as he got up from the bed. It seems like it's time for us to set off. Have you forgotten? Wang Donger asked with a teasing tone. Upon hearing Wang Donger's words, Huo Yuhao instantly showed a look of realization. He had been so busy with cultivation these days that he had completely forgotten about other matters. Huo Yuhao's figure flashed, appearing behind Wang Donger, and he directly took her hand, smiling as he said, There are too many things, and I forgot about this matter. Let's set off now. Okay, Wang Donger said happily. Huo Yuhao took Wang Donger directly to the deck, and as they appeared, they saw Shui Di and Xiao Xiao already standing on the deck. Yuhao, are we setting off now? Xiao Xiao asked. That's right, Huo Yuhao smiled. Yay, we're going to explore a new continent. Xiao Xiao shouted excitedly. Although Shui Di did not speak, her expression also revealed curiosity. After all, she had never discovered a new continent before, and whether there were various new soul beasts and different customs, there was unknown. Seeing everyone's high spirits, Huo Yuhao said nothing more and directly controlled the ship to set sail, continuing to head southwest. Huo Yuhao followed the coordinates given to him by the will of the plane, and that new continent was located in the southwest direction of the Douluo Continent. Moreover, the thing that could enhance Huo Yuhao's dragon bloodline was on that continent. The white giant ship sped across the sea, creating huge waves. Huo Yuhao had been piloting the giant ship for about 3 days now, and as the ship ventured deeper into the sea, the scenery and creatures around them were constantly changing. Soul beasts that were not found in the nearby waters of the Douluo Continent appeared, and the temperature gradually became warmer. The life at sea is actually quite boring. After a few days of novelty, Xiao Xiao has lost the initial passion she had. Now that she has gotten used to the scenery at sea, she has gone straight to the cabin to cultivate, while Shui Di has been in the cabin practicing as well, only occasionally going out to look at the scenery. With Shui Di's hard work, combined with the terrifying soul power accumulated within her, her cultivation has progressed rapidly. She is now at level 46. Just a month and a half after breaking through to Soul Master. During the 3 days of sailing at sea, Huo Yuhao and the others hardly encountered any soul beast attacks, as Huo Yuhao constantly spread the aura of the killer, which intimidated the nearby soul beasts into inaction. Only a few foolish soul beasts dared to attack, but they were easily dealt with by Huo Yuhao. Another day passed without them noticing. That night, in Huo Yuhao's room, Wang Donger and Huo Yuhao pressed their palms together, and the strange light from their merged powers rippled around them. Wang Donger's soul power began to grow rapidly after merging, while Huo Yuhao's magic showed no signs of change. Just as they were immersed in their cultivation, Huo Yuhao, while scanning the outside with his spiritual sense, couldn't help but open his eyes, excitement evident in his bright gaze. Wang Dongia, sensing Huo Yuhao's emotional shift through their martial soul fusion, also opened her eyes and asked in confusion, Yuhao, what happened? Huo Yuhao smiled and said, Dong, I think we found a new continent. Really? Wang Dongia asked excitedly. Yes, we should arrive there tomorrow morning, Huo Yuhao replied with a smile. That's great, Wang Donger said. After all, she was just a girl in her teens, and accomplishing something that no one else on the Douluo Continent had achieved naturally excited her. Yuhao, I'll go tell Xiao Xiao and Shuer this news, Wang Donger said excitedly before immediately running out of the room. Huo Yuhao watched her back, a smile forming on his face. He walked towards the deck, and soon heard Xiao Zhao's excited voice from behind. Standing on the deck, the cold sea breeze brushed against Huo Yuhao's cheeks, and his hair danced in the wind. What's the situation up there? But nothing can stop me from enhancing my strength, Huo Yuhao thought firmly, gazing at the ocean under the dark night sky. At that moment, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky, and Huo Yuhao turned to walk back into the cabin. Long Valley, I'm coming. Chapter 188. New continent in a deeply remote area of the southwestern sea of the Douluo Continent. There lies a continent that has never been discovered by the people of Douluo Continent, known as the Star Continent. This continent has been isolated at sea for hundreds of thousands of years, undisturbed and peaceful, but now its tranquility is destined to be broken. On the coast of the Star Continent, a small fishing village is built here. The villagers wear tattered, coarse clothes, and their skin is tanned, looking gaunt and malnourished. On the surface of the sea far from the small fishing village, a small fishing boat is being manned by 4 middle-aged strong men, their veins bulging and faces flushed as they pull on a large net. Looking into the net, one can see a completely black swordfish about 3 meters long. Its mouth resembles a sharp spear, extending over a third of its body, and its surface glimmers with a black sheen. Even though the swordfish is trapped in the net, it is still full of energy, thrashing left and right, trying to break free and escape. The net seems to be made of an unknown material, as it shows no signs of damage despite the swordfish's sharp mouth attacking it, remaining firmly in place. Old Luo, hurry up, one of the middle-aged men shouted angrily. His face flushed. Okay, I know. Old Luo replied loudly. I'll count to 3, and then I'll let go. You all have to hold on tight. Old Luo explained loudly. Got it. The other 3 replied in unison. 3, 2, 1. After Old Luo finished counting, he immediately let go of his hand. At the moment Old Luo released his grip, the remaining 3 quickly grabbed the net, but lacking one person, they could not hold it at all. Feeling their restraining force diminish, the swordfish's struggles intensified, and the 3 men could only barely hold on with all their might. After letting go, Old Luo summoned his martial soul. A wave of soul power surged, and 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow, appeared behind him, while a harpoon formed in his hand. After summoning his martial soul, Old Luo immediately used his second soul skill, the yellow soul ring shining brightly. The harpoon was enveloped in a white light, and it became incredibly sharp in an instant. Old Luo used all his strength, his face contorted, to stab at the swordfish in the net, the harpoon clanging against the swordfish's body, creating a sound of metal striking metal. However, the swordfish's tough skin still bled. Though it was not life-threatening, the pain made the swordfish even more frantic, and its sharp long mouth emitted a black light, directly slicing through the net that had previously restrained it. At the moment the net tore, the swordfish shot out like lightning, swimming away into the distance. As the swordfish broke free, the 3 men on the fishing boat collapsed onto the deck, gasping for breath, having exhausted themselves in the struggle. Damn it! Old Luo cursed angrily, his face grim. He had not expected the swordfish to have such means, directly slicing through the carefully prepared net. At this moment, the 3 men, having regained their breath, approached Old Luo, and one of the muscular men with short hair said, It's okay, Old Luo, this swordfish, which is nearly 1,000 years old, is not something we can catch. The other 2 nodded in agreement, and seeing his 3 old companions like this, Old Luo couldn't help but smile bitterly. He said, Old Zhang, it doesn't matter that I didn't catch the swordfish, but your daughter is still waiting for you to save her. What will happen now that we didn't catch that swordfish? Upon hearing this, Old Zhang's face showed a pained expression, and he lowered his head, unable to speak. Old Luo sighed, patting Old Zhang on the shoulder. Don't worry, us brothers will help you. That's right, we'll help you, the other 2 chimed in. Thank you, thank you, Old Zhang said, feeling the warmth of his brothers, his eyes brimming with tears, just as the 4 brothers were deep in their bond. An astonishing scene unfolded. The escaped swordfish suddenly floated to the surface, hovering in the air, flying towards the 4 men. The one among the 4 who faced the direction of the swordfish's escape looked at this scene in disbelief, pointing at the floating swordfish and stammering, that, there. Hearing the voice, Old Luo and the others turned to look at their stunned companion, and they too fell into shock. This scene was beyond their imagination, and fear arose in their hearts. In the next moment, the 3 men simultaneously knelt down, chanting in unison, "Lord Sea God, please bless us. Lord Sea God, please bless us." At this moment, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong quietly appeared, floating in the air, looking at the four middle-aged men kneeling before them in prayer, their faces showing strange expressions. Hearing the words of blessing from the sea god spoken by the four people, Huo Yuhao's expression changed instantly. He did not expect that Tang San's faith had already spread to this continent. It seems that Tang San's influence on the Douluo Continent has penetrated deeply into the marrow, Huo Yuhao thought to himself. However, Huo Yuhao did not continue to ponder, but instead focused his gaze on the four people in front of him. After Wang Dong saw the appearance of the few, she expressed some disappointment and said, "Yuhao, are these really the people from this continent? They seem no different from us." Huo Yuhao chuckled and replied, "They live in this world just like us. They are not aliens, so how could they be that different? At most, there are differences in skin color, language, and culture." Wang Dong nodded awkwardly, and their conversation turned into unintelligible murmurs in the ears of the four. This only heightened their fear. At this moment, Huo Yuhao commanded, "Lift your heads." Although the four did not understand Huo Yuhao's words, they obediently raised their heads under the influence of his spiritual sense. When they saw the handsome young man and the beautiful girl in front of them, their fear lessened a bit. Huo Yuhao directly read their memories and, in an instant, learned the language of this continent and understood its knowledge. Tianqing Continent? Huo Yuhao thought after viewing the memories. "This fish is a gift for you," Huo Yuhao said. After finishing, he directly threw the swordfish that was floating in the air onto the small boat of the four, causing their bodies to sway. The four, looking at the swordfish that had already fainted on the boat, felt a sense of disbelief. "Are we dreaming? Lao Luo Mumu?" The others were also in a daze. And then Lao Luo looked in the direction where Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong had just been, wanting to thank them, but that place was already empty. "Was that a god?" Lao Zhang asked. "To us, they are indeed gods," Lao Luo said firmly. Chapter 189, Indigenous People. Space Rift. After Huo Yuhao obtained Lao Luo and the others' memories, he had a basic understanding of the Tianqing Continent. There are three major powers on the Tianqing Continent: the nine-tailed fox Su family, the dragon wolf Hua family, and the flame dragonly family. The entire Tianqing Continent is under the control of these three families, with land, population, and resources completely divided among them. The strengths of the three families are relatively balanced, so no countries have been formed here. In this situation, other small and medium-sized families are forced to join the three major families, and all soul master resources are controlled by the large families. Commoners, or casual soul masters, have almost no living space and can only become slaves. The cultivation of soul power on the Tianqing Continent is also very backward. There has never been a super Douluo, and even titled Douluos are few and far between. Among the three major families, there is only one titled Douluo. The development of soul guide devices is even more behind. They only use the existing soul guide devices, and only soul masters above soul sage can possess them. However, these matters are merely the memories of Lao Luo and the other low-level fishermen, so they cannot be fully trusted. Huo Yuhao did not care much about these things. He only wanted to find the entrance to the Dragon Valley. According to the information from the Will of the Plane, the entrance to the Dragon Valley is a space rift, and finding that space rift will lead to the Dragon Valley. Huo Yuhao pulled Wang Dong and floated above a forest of soul beasts, his spiritual eyes emitting dazzling golden light, and his vast spiritual sense directly covered the entire Tianqing Continent. Every blade of grass and tree on the Tianqing Continent appeared in his mind, and he discovered that most of the soul beasts in the forest below carried a dragon aura, clearly influenced by the Dragon Valley. Huo Yuhao then found that there were actually many large and small space rifts throughout the Tianqing Continent, and nearly every space rift contained a spatial secret realm similar to the Dragon Valley. What is going on with the Tianqing Continent? Huo Yuhao wondered. It is known that there are only a few spatial secret realms on Douluo Continent, and they are hard to discover. Yet there are so many space rifts on this Tianqing Continent, and they are exposed. After probing with his spiritual sense for a while without any findings, he decided not to search further, as the most important thing now is to find the Dragon Valley. Huo Yuhao concentrated all his energy on those space rifts, and when he reached a mountain with an altitude of at least 2,000 meters, he discovered something unusual. On the towering peak, a few patches of white snow accumulated at the summit, and in this seemingly uninhabitable place, there was a stone house built on top. Above the stone house, a faint black rift appeared, with an ancient and peculiar formation covering the rift, sealing the space rift. At that moment, An invisible giant vertical pupil appeared in front of the peak, closely watching the black rift. This should be the place, Huo Yuhao thought. When Huo Yuhao used his spiritual sense to see the rift, it looked completely different from its original appearance. In his eyes, the black space rift was surrounded by colorful light, and that colorful light contained endless majesty, making the bloodline of the Ice Dragon King within him involuntarily submit. Thus, Huo Yuhao could confirm that this was the space rift leading to the Dragon Valley secret realm, as the Ice Dragon King bloodline in him had already guided him. The brilliant golden light slowly dissipated from his eyes as Huo Yuhao withdrew his spiritual sense while calming the restless bloodline in his body, and the ice blue scales on him gradually disappeared. Upon seeing the space rift, his bloodline surged, and that impulse was even harder to suppress than when he first saw the Ice Dragon King. Dragon Valley, the burial place of dragon corpses. What exactly is there that even the bloodline of the Ice Dragon King cannot resist submitting? Huo Yuhao murmured. Yuhao, what are you saying? Wang Donger asked with some confusion, unable to hear clearly. It's nothing. I've already found the place we need to go, Huo Yuhao said with a smile. That's great, Wang Donger said happily after hearing Huo Yuhao's words. Let's go directly, Huo Yuhao said. Huo Yuhao took Wang Donger's hand, and his spiritual sense once again enveloped the entire Tianqing continent. In an instant, the figures of the two appeared at the mountain where the Dragon Valley space rift was located. Their arrival did not attract anyone's attention because Huo Yuhao had already concealed their presence with his spiritual sense. This mountain is called Jinlong Mountain, located in the northern region of the Tianqing continent. Legend has it that a true dragon once appeared here, and there are rumors that the ancestors of the Flame Dragonly family and the Dragon Wolf Hua family, who currently dominate the Tianqing continent, once obtained opportunities here. Both families have also stationed personnel around Jinlong Mountain to prevent others from entering this space rift. Is this the place? Wang Donger thought as she looked at the huge space rift in front of her. Huo Yuhao also looked at the space rift before them. In the next moment, the two appeared in front of the spatial rift, which was marked by an ancient formation. This formation? Huo Yuhao felt a sense of familiarity looking at the formation in front of him, but he had never seen this formation before. Huo Yuhao gently placed his hand on the formation, and a strange white light appeared. Suddenly, he felt a rapid heartbeat, and that strange attraction reappeared. Each time the white halo rippled, his heart would contract, and his heartbeat became noticeably stronger than usual. Blood surged vigorously, and with the sound of strong heartbeat, Huo Yuhao felt as if the blood vessels within him were about to ignite. He did not control it and allowed the blood to surge freely, as ice-blue dragon scales instantly covered his body. Yuhao, are you okay? Wang Donger asked worriedly as she watched Huo Yuhao's transformation. Don't worry, I'm fine, Huo Yuhao replied with a smile. He somewhat enjoyed the feeling of power surging within his body, and in the next moment, a dramatic change occurred. Huo Yuhao's body began to swell and grow larger, and massive ice-blue dragon wings appeared on his back. In an instant, he transformed into an ice-blue giant dragon, measuring 50 meters in length. A terrifying chill instantly condensed the water vapor in the clouds, turning it into hail that fell from the sky. The overwhelming aura also rendered Huo Yuhao's concealment ineffective, and his dragon form appeared in the air. The indigenous people stationed below looked up at the terrifying giant dragon in the sky, already frozen in shock. So there really is a true dragon here. One of the guards muttered in disbelief. Donger, get on my back, Huo Yuhao communicated telepathically in his dragon form. Wang Donger immediately climbed onto Huo Yuhao's back, and in the next moment, the formation of the spatial rift tore open, revealing a black spatial crack, and with a flash of colorful light, the two figures disappeared. Did a woman just ride on the dragon and then vanish? One guard asked incredulously to a companion nearby. That's right, the calm guard beside him replied. What should we do now? The Still Days guard asked. Go inform the family head, the calm guard said as he quickly rushed toward the family's direction. Hey, wait for me. The Still Days guard quickly regained his senses and used all his strength to run in that direction. Meanwhile, spies from the Li and Hua families had already returned to their clans to relay the news. Chapter 190, The Burial Ground of Dragons. Dragon clouds in a hilly area surrounded by vegetation that was not particularly lush. A thin mist lingered over the landscape, obscuring the view of the distant scenery. Suddenly, a gust of hurricane wind appeared, blowing away the mist before revealing a massive object descending from the sky, landing on a small hill. A giant ice-blue dragon, about 50 meters long, had a stunning young girl riding on its back, a strange combination of dragon and maiden. Is this Dragon Valley? Huo Yuhao thought as he looked at the scene before him. Just as Huo Yuhao was observing, he felt a special energy invisibly repelling his body. Try to force him out. Huo Yuhao immediately summoned his internal power to try to shake off the force repelling him from Dragon Valley. Huo Yuhao snorted coldly. Golden light appeared in his eyes, and with terrifying mental power, he instantly blocked the spatial force that was repelling him, and shielded Wang Donger from the repulsion as well. After doing so, Huo Yuhao transformed back to his original form, and Wang Donger released her light goddess butterfly martial soul, slowly descending in the air. Dongya, how do you feel now? Huo Yuhao asked with concern. I'm fine, but there was a force that kept repelling me just now, Wang Donger said, frowning. Huo Yuhao furrowed his brow in thought. It seems that what Donger and I are experiencing is the same. This must be a rule of this secret realm. But what exactly is the rule? Is it related to soul power levels? Do you get expelled from Dragon Valley if you exceed a certain level? Huo Yuhao could not fully determine what the rules of Dragon Valley were, and the force was still constantly disturbing the barrier he had established with his mental power. This strange energy was like a stubborn parasite. Although not strong, it was very troublesome, and even Huo Yuhao could not completely resolve it with his mental power. I currently have the bloodline of the Ice Dragon King, yet I cannot immune myself from the rules of Dragon Valley. It seems that the creator of this space must have been in a hurry and did not consider these factors at all. Huo Yuhao speculated about the rules here. Dongya, let's move forward and take a look, Huo Yuhao said. Okay, Wang Dongya replied. The two held hands as they walked forward, with Huo Yuhao using his mental power to protect them while also observing their surroundings. He noticed that there were no signs of other creatures nearby, so he pulled Wang Donger along to continue. As they walked further, a sense of sadness emerged in Huo Yuhao's heart. He felt his Ice Dragon King's bloodline tremble, as if mourning for the dragon clan that had died here. As they walked through Dragon Valley, Huo Yuhao quickly noticed that the gravity here was different from the outside world, approximately 5 times stronger. However, this slight increase in gravity was nothing for Huo Yuhao, who possessed the bloodline of a Dragon King, and Wang Donger, who had a super-aged fusion soul ring. Soon, they exited the hilly area and found themselves in front of a vast plain, where strange clouds floated about 100 meters above the ground. The colors of the clouds varied: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, all present. Moreover, upon seeing those clouds, Huo Yuhao felt a strong sense of familiarity. It seemed that each cloud contained special energy. Strangely, he felt a powerful affinity for these clouds. What are these clouds? Wang Dongya asked, looking at the peculiar clouds in confusion. These are the products that arise after the death of the dragon clan, containing the power of true dragons, Huo Yuhao explained, observing the clouds that somewhat resembled dragons. This is the burial ground of the dragon clan, Huo Yuhao said. The burial ground of the dragon clan. Wang Dongya exclaimed in surprise. On the Douluo Continent, true dragons were rare, with only a few known, such as the Emperor Heaven, the head of the top 10 fierce beasts, and Ziji, also among the top 10 fierce beasts. True dragons were also powerful representatives on the Douluo Continent, and it turned out that this was the burial ground of the dragon clan. Who could have killed such powerful dragons? Donger, release your light goddess butterfly martial soul, Huo Yuhao said at that moment. Although Wang Donger was puzzled by Huo Yuhao's sudden request, she still released her martial soul, emitting a strong platinum light, revealing an extreme light attribute. At the same time, Huo Yuhao also released the aura of the Ice Dragon King from his body. At that moment, the previously calm dragon clouds suddenly surged violently, rushing toward Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger at an incredible speed. Wang Donger became alert upon seeing this. She was unsure if these dragon clouds posed any danger. It's okay, Donger, the dragon clouds are beneficial to us, Huo Yuhao reminded her. After hearing this, Wang Donger lowered her guard, and almost all the dragon clouds rushed toward the two of them, enveloping them in an instant. From the outside, the dragon clouds surrounding Wang Donger were almost all radiating light attributes, while those enveloping Huo Yuhao were of various colors, possessing a range of attributes. Initially, Huo Yuhao felt a wave of intense heat within his body, as if every limb and bone was being ironed, an indescribable comfort. He knew this was the fire attribute dragon cloud. Logically speaking, fire attributes should clash with his ice attributes, and shouldn't he feel this comfortable? But when the fire attribute dragon cloud sensed the Ice Dragon King's bloodline within him, it became docile, willingly transforming into energy to nourish Huo Yuhao. Next, there's the ethereal sensation brought by the wind attribute dragon clouds, the gentle feeling from the water element, the heavy sensation from the earth element, and various other feelings from different attributes. These dragon clouds mainly consist of 7 elemental attributes: water, fire, earth, wind, light, darkness, and space, with a small number of other attributes, such as the mental attribute that Huo Yuhao needs. After passing through Huo Yuhao's body, those dragon clouds carried a faint ice blue and brilliant golden color. The light attribute dragon clouds beside Wang Dong, after passing through her body, made the light attribute within her even stronger. However, the sheer size of the dragon clouds soon saturated her internal abilities, forcing her to sit down and digest the energy within her body. Huo Yuhao also entered a state of cultivation, digesting the various elemental abilities that continuously merged into his body while comprehending the elemental mysteries contained within the dragon clouds. While the two were being nourished by the dragon clouds, the outside of the Dragon Valley was already surrounded by many indigenous people of the Tianqing continent. Are you saying that the formation seal here was just opened, and a giant dragon took a girl into the spatial rift? Asked a dignified middle-aged man in luxurious clothing with a prominent mustache. That's right, that giant dragon is about 50 meters long, and the girl is riding on its back. And the dragon has an ice attribute, said the comm guard from earlier. The middle-aged man in luxurious clothing looked at the frost-covered vegetation around him and the hail that had fallen to the ground, realizing that the guard's words were not false. As a servant of the Hua family, he also did not have the guts to deceive himself. Well, let's wait here. The middle-aged man in Hua clothing suddenly smiled and said, "It's a big deal that a secret realm that hasn't been opened for many years has been unlocked." He planned to wait here for the people inside to come out. While the middle-aged man was thinking this, several teams of people walked out from the dense forest in the distance. Chapter 191. The Three Families Gather. Energy Dragon Soul. Hua family head, such a big event happened. Why didn't you call us 2 families to discuss it? A charming female voice came. Yeah, old Hua. You wouldn't want to enjoy it alone, would you? A rough male voice followed. The head of the Hua family, Hua Tian, looked at the man and woman appearing in front of him, and his face turned gloomy, secretly cursing. They came so quickly from so far away. The woman appeared to be middle-aged, dressed in a black long dress, with silver hair cascading quietly behind her. She had a stunningly beautiful face, but a slight wrinkle at the corner of her eye, due to age, marred her beauty. Her figure was voluptuous and tall, exuding a natural allure that captivated those around her. Next to her was a middle-aged man in a black robe, his muscles bulging tightly under the fabric. With a short red haircut, Hua Tian's gloom quickly faded, and he smiled, saying, I just came here first because the family land is closer to True Dragon Mountain. To check things out for you too. After all, we have to confirm the authenticity of the news before notifying you, right? Can't let you two make a trip for nothing." Upon hearing Hua Tian's shameless words, the heads of the Su family and Li family, Su Yunhan and Li Yan, secretly cursed the old wolf's shamelessness but smiled on their faces. The Hua family head is truly noble. Li Yan exclaimed. "Thank you, Hua family head, for coming here to investigate for us," Su Yunhan said softly. Ha ha, it's just a small effort." Hua Tian laughed shamelessly. "So, what did the Hua family head uncover?" Li Yan asked in a rough voice. "Unfortunately, there were no gains. I believe your spies have already informed you of the other information," Hua Tian said with a look of regret. "So that means we can only wait here?" Su Yunhan asked. "That's right," Hua Tian replied directly. After the two finished speaking, they fell silent. Seeing this, Li Yan also did not speak further and maintained the silence in tacit agreement. No one asked why they thought that the giant dragon and the girl would come out again, as no one would give up even a 1 in a million chance. Among the 3 families, the ancestors of the Hua and Li families had once entered the Dragon Valley by chance and obtained great fortunes, thus establishing their current families. Now that the Dragon Valley secret realm had been opened again, they naturally would not miss this opportunity. The Su family had never gained any fortune in the Dragon Valley, relying solely on their top martial soul, the nine-tailed fox, to hold a place in the Tianqing continent. And they would certainly not sit idly by while the other 2 families enjoyed the opportunity of the Dragon Valley alone. Thus, the heads of the 3 major families of the Tianqing continent gathered at True Dragon Mountain, waiting for an uncertain opportunity. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Valley, the dragon clouds on Wang Dong had dwindled significantly since the light attribute dragon race was relatively rare. Although the dragon clouds had mostly been consumed, Wang Dong, filled with energy, continued to refine her inner energy. On the other hand, Huo Yuhao, wrapped in various elemental dragon clouds, found that the dragon clouds beside him had completely disappeared, and the dragon clouds reappearing in the sky were dyed with brilliant golden and ice blue colors. Huo Yuhao slowly opened his eyes, then waved his hand, causing various elements in the world to converge in his palm. The originally repulsive or violent elements became incredibly gentle in his hand. Not bad, Huo Yuhao smiled as he looked at the gentle elements in his hand. The once wild and difficult to control elements had become docile in his grasp, leaving Huo Yuhao with a strange feeling. Moreover, after being nourished by the dragon clouds, not only had his control over the elements strengthened, but his already powerful physique had also been further enhanced. Most importantly, after being nourished by those ice attribute dragon clouds, his bloodline power had also increased slightly. Huo Yuhao clenched his palm, causing the elements in his hand to dissipate. He turned to look at Wang Dong, who was still sitting cross-legged refining her inner energy, and directly transmitted his soul power into her body, accelerating her refinement speed through their soul power fusion. With Huo Yuhao's help, Wang Dong quickly refined the energy within her body and awakened from her cultivation, radiating rich light attribute energy from her body. After Wang Dong woke up and sorted out the changes in her inner energy, the two continued on their journey deeper into the Dragon Valley. As they walked, they discovered some dragon clouds that had not been absorbed yet and would stop to absorb them. With each continuous absorption, Huo Yuhao's understanding of various elements deepened, and the concentration of his bloodline gradually strengthened. The deepening concentration allowed Huo Yuhao to notice subtle changes in his body. When using his bloodline power, the ice-blue dragon scales that appeared on him became sharper, the cold air grew stronger, and the soul skills carried by his blood energy soul ring became more powerful. Continuing deeper, Huo Yuhao used his spiritual sense to scout the surroundings, soon making a new discovery. Within his spiritual sense range, a dragon-shaped soul beast appeared, surrounded by an invisible flame, covered in fiery red scales, with a single prominent fiery red horn on its head, resembling a unicorn dragon. However, strangely, this unicorn dragon was not solid, but appeared as a transparent fiery red, looking like an energy form. An energy form unicorn fire dragon? Huo Yuhao thought curiously. The two of them walked continuously to the place where the energy state unicorn fire dragon was located. Wang Donger looked surprised at the strange unicorn fire dragon in front of her. Yuhao, what is this thing? Wang Dongya asked it. I'm not sure, but we'll find out if we try, Huo Yuhao said with a smile. After Huo Yuhao finished speaking and was about to take action, the unicorn fire dragon noticed the two of them and let out a roar, charging directly at Huo Yuhao. Seeing this, Huo Yuhao immediately used a spell. His formless spiritual sense spread out, and the energy body of the unicorn fire dragon, originally solid, exploded without any reaction. After the energy incarnation of the unicorn fire dragon shattered, it transformed into streams of light flying away. Those streams of light surged towards Huo Yuhao's body. Huo Yuhao reached out and grabbed, directly condensing those streams of light in his hand, which then formed a fiery red energy. Pure fire attribute energy. Huo Yuhao said after observing the energy in his hand. He then swallowed the energy ball directly, while Wang Donger looked at Huo Yuhao with concern, but Huo Yuhao smiled. It's fine, this thing is pure energy. After defeating that kind of energy dragon soul, this energy will be absorbed directly by the body, Huo Yuhao explained. Chapter 192, Space Dragon. 10 days, a 5-meter-long energy state Earth Dragon, covered in white scales, was rushing towards Wang Donger at high speed. At this moment, Wang Donger held a dark golden, long-handled war hammer in her hand, the hammerhead shaped like a cylinder, nearly 2 feet tall, with ancient patterns on the dark golden hammerhead, and a terrifying thick aura contained within it. She faced the energy dragon soul, attacking her without any panic, turning her body slightly and swinging the HuoYu hammer behind her with both hands. Immediately after, her delicate body twisted back around, and the HuoYu hammer spun in the air, bringing with it a terrifying gust of wind, smashing down on the Earth Dragon. With a loud crash, the Earth Dragon's soul let out a mournful cry, then transformed into streams of light that entered Wang Donger's body. The two had been walking in the Dragon Valley for a day and a night. The area of the Dragon Valley was larger than they had imagined, and they hadn't yet reached the place Huo Yuhao was looking for. Huo Yuhao had considered using his spiritual sense to scan the entire Dragon Valley, but found that a strange energy limited his spiritual sense to a certain range. He couldn't even use the spatial power on a large scale, only able to perform small-range spatial movements, ultimately having to walk forward honestly. During this day, they encountered many energy dragon souls, but all were weak earth dragon souls, posing no threat to the two. They easily defeated these energy dragon souls, and the energy from them was absorbed, enhancing their physical strength. However, this energy dragon soul was actually inferior to the enhancement they received from Long Yun. Huo Yuhao speculated that it was because these were all earth dragon souls. So far, they had not encountered the soul of a true dragon. Moreover, this was the burial ground of the dragon clan, yet they had not seen any dragon bones, which was also strange. Huo Yuhao couldn't resolve these doubts for now and could only follow the guidance of the Ice Dragon King's bloodline, continuously walking in one direction. Soon, a forest appeared in front of them. Wang Donger exclaimed with joy, "Yuhao, we finally walked out of the plain." Huo Yuhao, however, remained calm inside because he had already seen the forest ahead with his spiritual sense. The two entered the forest, and as they did, the number of dragon souls they encountered began to increase, but the vast majority were still weak earth dragons, easily dealt with by Wang Donger. Huo Yuhao did not take action, as these earth dragon souls did not provide much improvement for him. In the forest, Wang Donger wielded the Haotian hammer to smash the energy dragon souls that dared to attack, while Huo Yuhao observed the movements around them, preventing any sudden appearances of energy dragon souls. After progressing for a while, Huo Yuhao's expression suddenly changed dramatically. He instantly teleported to Wang Donger's side, and their figures disappeared. Before Wang Donger could react, they had already teleported behind her. In the next moment, a sharp claw swept through the spot where Wang Donger had just been, leaving 3 deep scratches on the ground, and nearby trees snapped in response. A massive figure appeared after that attack. A black spatial rift opened, and then a huge, translucent dragon claw reached out, followed by the body of a giant dragon. When the giant dragon fully emerged from the rift, Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger finally saw its appearance clearly. It was about 30 meters long, with its wings spread out behind it, its entire body shimmering with a silvery light and a long tail trailing behind. Its front claws were incredibly sharp, and when its sole body trembled, strands of black light appeared in the air. Is this the space dragon? Huo Yuhao thought as he looked at the giant dragon in front of him. He then turned to Wang Donger, who was still a bit dazed. She hadn't reacted when Huo Yuhao took her away, and now, seeing the giant dragon before her, she felt a bit frightened. "Are you okay, Dong?" Huo Yuhao asked. "I'm fine, thanks to you, Yuhao," Wang Donger replied gratefully. "That's good. Now step back. I'll handle this dragon soul," Huo Yuhao said. Wang Donger obediently stepped back. Huo Yuhao looked at the giant dragon soul in front of him, also speculating about its identity. A dragon clan that could skillfully and covertly use spatial power was very likely a space dragon. It was said that space dragons traveled through space, only appearing during the transition of spaces and used spatial power to an extraordinary degree. However, Huo Yuhao felt no fear in facing this space dragon soul, as its strength was evidently diminished. The way it utilized spatial power had been significantly weakened, otherwise it wouldn't have allowed Huo Yuhao to detect it. Space dragon soul. Interesting, Huo Yuhao smiled as he looked at the space dragon soul. Avada Kedavra. A shocking green light appeared, followed by a violent killing intent. A chilling aura wrapped around powerful energy, charging directly at the space dragon soul. Huo Yuhao's sudden strike caught the space dragon off guard, and before it could escape into the space, it was hit by the terrifying killing curse. The space dragon let out a mournful cry, and its massive body instantly dissipated. Silver-white streams of light burst forth, and all rushed towards Huo Yuhao. As the silver-white streams of light entered him, Huo Yuhao immediately fell into a wonderful state. "Donger, I need some time," Huo Yuhao said before sinking into deep meditation. Seeing Huo Yuhao, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground in deep meditation, Wang Donger stood vigilantly beside him, protecting him. After absorbing the energy of the space dragon soul, Huo Yuhao felt a strange spatial power enter his body, making him unable to help but immerse himself in it for comprehension. He had a feeling that, after this comprehension, his understanding of spatial power would definitely deepen. He didn't know how long it had been when Huo Yuhao slowly opened his eyes, the silver-white spatial power flickering in his gaze. "Yuhao, you're awake," Wang Donger's voice rang in Huo Yuhao's ears. Huo Yuhao stood up with a smile and asked Dong, "How long has it been?" "About 3 days," Wang Donger replied after thinking for a moment. Because there is no real day and night in Long Valley, Wang Donger can only use other timing methods to get a specific time. 3 days have passed, which means we have been in Long Valley for about 5 days, Huo Yuhao said with a serious expression. "What's wrong, Yuhao?" Wang Donger asked in confusion. "We actually cannot stay in Long Valley. It's only because I am using my spiritual consciousness that we can remain here. My spiritual consciousness can only sustain here for about 10 days, and 5 days have already passed. It seems we need to speed up, Huo Yuhao explained. After hearing this, Wang Dong'er felt a bit worried because she knew Huo Yuhao had not found the place they were looking for yet. Let's set off now. We must find that place before we leave, Wang Dong'er said immediately. Chapter 193, Dragon Tomb. Mountain Dragon King, after Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong'er absorbed the energy of the space dragon soul, they continued to move forward. But this time their speed was much faster than before. After absorbing the energy of the space dragon soul, Huo Yuhao's understanding of spatial power deepened again, and he was now able to perform long-distance spatial movement in Long Valley. On their way, they encountered several true dragon souls. But those dragon souls did not possess the special abilities of the space dragon, so Huo Yuhao easily dealt with them using the bloodline of the Ice Dragon King. With their accelerated speed, they quickly reached their destination. A vast valley appeared before them, completely collapsed inward, and although it was called a valley, it resembled a basin more. Huo Yuhao's expression changed slightly, as the intense fluctuations of his bloodline made him realize that this was the place he was looking for. Dongya, let's go take a look ahead, Huo Yuhao said. He then took Wang Dong'er and walked forward. The two stood on the edge of the valley and looked down. The valley below seemed endless, and in the distance, there was a dim haze with faint mist. In the 1,000-meter-deep valley, countless enormous bones covered the entire valley, and a wild and desolate aura filled the air. Looking at the countless dragon bones in the valley, an indescribable sorrow surged in Huo Yuhao's heart, and the strong bloodline made pieces of ice-blue dragon scales rise, merging with his own skin. A low dragon roar emanated from Huo Yuhao's body, filled with anger and unwillingness, echoing throughout the valley. Huo Yuhao understood that this was the anger and unwillingness of the Ice Dragon King's bloodline toward the death of its kin. He turned to Wang Dong'er and said, Dong'er, let's go down and take a look. Wang Dong'er nodded, and a wave of mental power enveloped both of them as they flew down to the valley. As they landed, a sense of desolation came from all directions, as if it were about to solidify their minds. Once Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong'er truly entered the valley, they could better sense the shock of the numerous dragon bones. Each massive dragon bone was at least several dozen meters tall, with some towering hundreds of meters. The bones had faint patterns, and terrifying energy fluctuations lingered in the air. Huo Yuhao couldn't help but touch the exposed dragon bones, while Wang Dong'er was directly stunned by the surrounding giant bones, leaning against Huo Yuhao's side. Huo Yuhao took Wang Dong'er's hand and continued deeper into the valley. The further they went, the larger the bones became, and, at the same time, they could hear intermittent dragon roars, as if they had returned to the battlefield of the past. Under the terrifying dragon roars, Wang Dong'er's face gradually turned pale, and Huo Yuhao immediately released the aura of the Ice Dragon King, enveloping Wang Dong'er within it, which improved her complexion. Huo Yuhao felt the sorrowful aura nearby. Besides the continuous fluctuations of his bloodline, a trace of sorrow and unwillingness also emerged in his heart, but this emotion was quickly extinguished, as he had enough to deal with himself. A force capable of destroying such a powerful dragon race must be even more terrifying. One Tang San was already difficult for him to withstand, let alone a force that could annihilate the dragon race. Therefore, Huo Yuhao did not care too much about why the dragon race suffered such a catastrophe. Although the Ice Dragon King had given him the gift of the bloodline, the relationship between them was more transactional, and Huo Yuhao had been searching for a way to awaken the Fire Dragon King. Of course, if the strength allowed, Huo Yuhao would be willing to help the dragon race, but he would not do so at the cost of his life. Huo Yuhao pulled Wang Dong'er deeper into the valley, and a heavy aura enveloped them. Upon feeling this heavy aura, a sense of intimacy emerged from the bloodline power within Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao walked toward the source of the heavy aura, and soon a gigantic skeleton appeared before them. This skeleton was over 1,000 meters tall, and its overall color was brownish. Unlike other areas of Long Valley, the unparalleled heavy aura made the gravity in a radius of several thousand meters significantly greater than in other places. It lacked dragon wings and had an extremely robust body, especially its limbs, which were as thick as pillars supporting the sky. Moreover, there was a massive crack running from head to tail in the center of the skeleton, indicating that such a gigantic body had been cleaved in half by a sharp weapon. Seeing this wound, Huo Yuhao couldn't help but recall the blood-red figure he had seen in the Ice Dragon King's blood. What kind of dragon is this? Huo Yuhao thought in confusion as he looked at the massive skeleton before him. From its bones and aura alone, he could not identify a corresponding dragon type. Yuhao, this seems to be the Mountain Dragon King, Wang Donger said uncertainly. Mountain Dragon King? Huo Yuhao questioned, as he had never heard of such a dragon type before. I saw it in an ancient text from the Huoyan sect. It recorded an ancient legend. The legend states that long, long ago, the dragon god was born in the universe and then wandered in the universe, ultimately finding a planet to begin procreation. Afterward, the dragon god created his people on that planet, which were his initial offspring. There were originally only 9 of them, later known as the 9 Great Dragon Kings. The 9 Great Dragon Kings? Which 9? Huo Yuhao asked. Water, fire, earth, wind, light, darkness, space-time, and lastly, the Mountain Dragon King, Wang Donger explained. The one in front of us should be the Mountain Dragon King, because according to the legend, the planet the dragon god sought was covered by the ocean. And in the end, the Mountain Dragon King and his kin transformed into the mountains and continents of the planet, providing a place for the dragon race to thrive. The heavy aura emitted by this bone in front of us is exactly in line with the Mountain Dragon King, Wang Donger added. I see, the 9 Great Dragon Kings, Huo Yuhao said, understanding. So, the Water Dragon King and Fire Dragon King in the Eye of Ice and Fire, as well as the Mountain Dragon King appearing here, are all part of the 9 Great Dragon Kings, and they have all fallen. Then, have the other Dragon Kings also fallen? Huo Yuhao pondered in his heart. Huo Yuhao gently stroked the Mountain Dragon King's bones, and then said, Donger, stay close to me. Let's continue to explore ahead. Wang Donger complied and followed closely, and the two soon bypassed the massive skeleton of the Mountain Dragon King, quickly making new discoveries. Chapter 194, Dragon God Dragon Soul. After bypassing the enormous skeleton of the Mountain Dragon King, as he walked forward for a distance, a massive pit with a diameter of over 10,000 meters suddenly appeared, collapsing downward. Huo Yuhao walked towards the edge of the pit, and a deadly attraction tempted him to look down. He leaned over and saw a valley that was 1,000 meters deep. A huge mass of colorful light was constantly flickering, and the intense brightness made it impossible for Huo Yuhao to see what was inside. Is this also a dragon soul? Huo Yuhao thought to himself. Then, a brilliant golden light surged in his eyes as he tried to see the scene inside, but suddenly a sharp pain shot through his eyes, and 2 drops of blood flowed out. Yuhao, are you okay? Wang Donger asked anxiously. Huo Yuhao was shocked. This was the first time he had encountered something that could resist his spiritual sense and even backlash against him, especially in the Dragon Valley, where all dragon souls possessed only a fraction of their former strength. What on earth is this? How powerful was its strength in life? Could this be the dragon soul of the dragon god? Huo Yuhao thought in disbelief. Hearing Wang Donger's concerned inquiry, the Yuhao shook his head and replied, Fina, Dongat? After pondering for a moment, he said, Donger, you should return to the spatial bag. I plan to go down and take a look. No, I want to go with you, Wang Donger insisted firmly. Huo Yuhao looked at Wang Donger's determined expression and eventually nodded. Having someone willing to accompany him on this adventure filled Huo Yuhao's heart with gratitude. Donger, come here, Huo Yuhao said. Wang Donger walked over, and Huo Yuhao took her hand and jumped directly into the valley. As they were about to touch the colorful halo, the halo seemed to have consciousness and automatically parted to let them in. Once inside the colorful halo, Huo Yuhao finally saw the true form of what was within. It was a gigantic dragon soul. This dragon soul was twice the size of the Mountain Dragon King, radiating with colorful light, and even its scales were in a rainbow pattern. It appeared that the scales on its body were irregular, with each piece having a different shape, yet they harmonized perfectly, resembling countless gems embedded together. The colorful dragon soul raised its head, emanating a strange aura from its soul body. Huo Yuhao felt as if the bloodline of the Ice Dragon King within him was about to burst forth, and under the influence of the bloodline, he developed a sense of admiration for the colorful dragon soul before him. This feeling undoubtedly confirmed to Huo Yuhao that the colorful dragon soul was indeed the dragon soul of the dragon god. The dragon god has also passed away. The dragon race has truly been completely annihilated, Huo Yuhao thought. Huo Yuhao slowly extended his hand towards the dragon soul of the dragon god. As he approached, icy blue dragon scales uncontrollably appeared on his hand, and soon his entire body was covered in icy blue dragon scales. Huo Yuhao now exuded the aura of a dragon, and the moment his hand touched the body of the dragon god's dragon soul, the massive dragon soul seemed to come alive, with an exhilarating dragon roar resonating throughout the Dragon Valley. All the dragon souls wandering in the Dragon Valley instantly prostrated themselves on the ground. and all the dragon souls within the dragon tomb seemed to awaken, trembling slightly as if trying to stand up. Then he felt his body enter an unknown space, and soon after, a scene appeared before him again. It was another blood-red figure. He watched as the figure pointed towards the sky, and a blood-red giant sword, appearing as if it could pierce the heavens, slashed down towards him. The next moment, he returned to the space of the Dragon Valley. Huff, huff. Huo Yuhao half knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. The blood sword that pierced the heavens was even more terrifying than what he had seen in the blood of the Ice Dragon King, making Huo Yuhao feel as if he were experiencing it firsthand. Who exactly was that blood-red figure? Did he annihilate the dragon race? Huo Yuhao thought, puzzled. While Huo Yuhao was still contemplating, an even more astonishing event occurred. The massive dragon soul of the dragon god began to unleash its colorful light towards Huo Yuhao wildly. An overwhelming force surging forth. Wang Donger, who had originally wanted to help Huo Yuhao, was knocked unconscious by this powerful force. However, a golden light emerged from her body, emitting waves of dragon roars that enveloped her, protecting her from the harm of the colorful light. Huo Yuhao did not evade the approaching colorful light, as he could sense that it was harmless to him. The colorful light surged into Huo Yuhao's body. His aura increased geometrically, and icy blue dragon scales covered him entirely. A giant dragon phantom draped in icy blue dragon scales appeared behind Huo Yuhao. As the colorful light poured in, the dragon phantom became increasingly solid, and the icy blue scales gradually took on a hint of rainbow. Huo Yuhao's bloodline concentration skyrocketed to its peak, and there were even some other things added to his bloodline. The icy blue giant dragon phantom had now fully taken shape. It let out a dragon roar towards the sky, and the rolling dragon roars caused the entire small world to tremble violently. The terrifying pressure caused the surrounding cliffs of the Dragon Valley to collapse. In the next moment, the giant dragon's body disappeared into the sky, replaced by Huo Yuhao, who was now dressed in white robes. Huo Yuhao's eyes shone with colorful light, and there were some changes in the power of his bloodline. If one could see Huo Yuhao's blood at this moment, they would find that the original icy blue was now mixed with colorful hues, and that colorful hue was even stronger than the predominating icy blue. Huo Yuhao reached out to capture the two diamond-shaped crystals, one silver and one gold, that were floating in the air, and they flew directly into his hands. Leave of absence notice sorry. The author returned home late today and did not have time to write the novel. I will take a day off, and I sincerely apologize. Chapter 195. Silver Dragon in the Douluo Continent, at the core of the Stardow Forest. The sky was clear, and the blue was as fresh as a wash. The bright sunlight shone on the Stardow Forest, causing it to radiate a strong life force. Deep within the forest, in a place so dense with tall trees that sunlight could not penetrate, there was a vast lake. The water was crystal clear to the bottom, pure as a piece of blue crystal, exuding immense vitality. And deep within this massive lake of life, in an extremely concealed space, a dragon over 1,000 meters long lay asleep. The giant dragon was covered in silver-white scales, with a pair of enormous dragon wings on its back. The aura emanating from it was enough to make the strongest beings of the Douluo Continent tremble. However, the silver-white scales carried a hint of a bloody aura, seemingly eroding its body continuously, forcing it into a deep slumber. At that moment, the silver dragon seemed to sense something and slowly opened its eyes, revealing silver-white irises filled with incredulity. Then a faint voice emerged, Dragon God. Starry Sky Continent, Dragon Valley. Dragon bones littered the ground, chaotically exposed beneath the vast valley. After what had just happened, the dragon bones seemed somewhat different. The patterns on them flickered with light, as if they possessed a kind of spirituality. A small figure hovered in the air above Dragon Valley. Huo Yuhao looked at the two diamond-shaped crystals floating in his hands. One was silver, the other gold, both radiating light. The interior of the golden crystal was filled with a violent blood-red hue, an extremely powerful force seemingly ready to destroy everything in front of him. The silver crystal contained the essence of various elements, with all the turbulent elements merging into one, without any conflict. Is this the extreme power and elemental control of the dragon god? Huo Yuhao muttered to himself while looking at the two crystals. He stored the two crystals away and, with a flash, appeared beside Wang Dong. At that moment, Wang Donger was enveloped in a layer of golden light, her eyes tightly shut, appearing unscathed. Seeing Wang Donger safe and sound, Huo Yuhao breathed a sigh of relief. He reached out and tapped the golden light. which immediately receded back into Wang Donger's body. Huo Yuhao then infused a bit of his magic power into her. Wang Donger's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she woke up shortly after. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw Huo Yuhao smiling at her, and she immediately threw herself into his arms, anxiously asking, "Yuhao, are you okay?" "Don't worry, I'm not only fine, but also gained great benefits," Huo Yuhao replied with a smile. "That's good," Wang Donger said with relief. "Yuhao, what was that dragon soul just now? Could it be the dragon god?" Wang Donger had read stories about the dragon god, and now that they were in Dragon Valley and encountered the legendary mountain dragon king, it wasn't too unbelievable for the dragon god's soul to exist here. "You guessed right. That was indeed the dragon god's soul," Huo Yuhao confirmed. "What happened just now? Wang Dongia usket cool usli. I absorbed the dragon god's soul," Huo Yuhao stated. Wang Donger's eyes widened in surprise as she explored Huo Yuhao's body and asked curiously, "So have you become a dragon god now?" Huo Yuhao smiled helplessly and said, "It's not that simple. I just gained a little benefit." "I see," Wang Donger said, sounding a bit disappointed. Huo Yuhao reached out to touch Wang Donger's hair and then said, "Donger, we should leave now. Right, isn't it almost time?" Wang Donger finally realized they had a time limit in Dragon Valley. "No, we no longer have a time limit here in Dragon Valley," Huo Yuhao replied with a smile. After absorbing the power of the dragon god's soul, Huo Yuhao could now utilize that power to remain in the Dragon Valley space indefinitely, no longer needing to worry about the valley's laws rejecting him. However, even without a time limit, it's still time for us to leave, Huo Yuhao said. Then, Huo Yuhao stood in the valley, looking at the dragon bodies exposed outside, feeling a surge of emotions within. Having absorbed the power of the dragon god's soul, the intensity of the dragon bloodline within him had become even more powerful and thick than an ordinary true dragon, reaching a strength comparable to that of a dragon king, and its quality seemed even higher. Having received so many benefits from the dragon clan, Huo Yuhao could no longer ignore everything the dragon clan had suffered. Another thing to do, Huo Yuhao thought with a wry smile. "Yuhao, are we leaving now?" Wang Dongya usket. "Wait a minute, I need to do something first," Huo Yuhao said. "Now let me do something for you." Huo Yuhao slowly floated into the air and said. A deafening dragon roar erupted from Huo Yuhao's mouth. The dragon roar resonated throughout the entire valley, and under its influence, almost all the dragon bones erupted with intense light. Following that, ethereal, almost invisible dragon souls emerged from the Dragon Valley, rising up and letting out dragon roars. The sound of the dragon roars was filled with sorrow and desolation. Huo Yuhao suddenly erupted with a strong golden light, enveloping the entire valley in an instant. The next moment, the soil beneath each dragon bone began to part automatically, and those dragon bones fell into the pits. After all the dragon bones had fallen into the pits, the surface soil gradually began to close up, and within a short time, all the dragon bones were buried beneath the earth. After finishing this, the golden light on Huo Yuhao slowly faded, and the next moment he appeared directly beside Wang Donger. At this time, the unwillingness and sorrowful aura in Dragon Valley disappeared, and the entire Dragon Valley graveyard trembled gently. A layer of hazy light mist rising from beneath the ground. "What is this?" Huo Yuhao looked at the scene in surprise. Then the mist coalesced into a colorful halo, quietly swirling around him. A soft, warm feeling surrounded him, as if there were countless dragon roars, but instead of sorrow, there was only happiness and joy. As Huo Yuhao sensed these emotions, a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. The colorful halo wrapped around Huo Yuhao's right wrist and slowly condensed into a droplet shape, containing 9 colors of crystal beads. Then, a 9-colored thin chain quietly connected, transforming it into a bracelet that wound around his wrist, emitting a faint glow. Huo Yuhao raised his hand to look at the colorful bracelet, which contained wonderful power. "Donger, we can leave now," Huo Yuhao said. Wang Donger took Huo Yuhao's hand, and Huo Yuhao did not linger further. He gently raised his hand, and the 9-colored bracelet emitted light, wrapping the two of them in light before they disappeared from Dragon Valley. Chapter 196. Leaving Dragon Valley Starry Sky Continent, outside Dragon Valley, beneath the True Dragon Mountain. At this time, the area beneath True Dragon Mountain was no longer as desolate as before. 3 camps had appeared in a triangular formation at 3 directions beneath True Dragon Mountain, each with 5 to 7 people keeping watch for any changes in the spatial fissure above True Dragon Mountain. Now, it had been 7 days since Hua Tian and the others had come to wait at the foot of True Dragon Mountain, and the spatial fissure of Dragon Valley remained unchanged as before. However, after so many days of waiting, The emotions of Hua Tian and his companions had not diminished. They still sent people to wait outside the fissure of Dragon Valley for that elusive opportunity. However, they only spent a small portion of their time here, while most of the time was spent having their subordinates stay behind, as they were heads of large families and naturally could not abandon all their affairs to guard here. At night, Hua Tian arrived at the foot of True Dragon Mountain, just like the previous days. He looked at the spatial fissure in the sky that emitted a faint light and couldn't help but sigh. Ancestral forefather, how did you enter that place? Then he arrived at the tent where his subordinates were stationed. His arrival was quickly noticed, and the two guards standing outside the tent respectfully said, "Greetings, master." Hua Tian nodded and then walked into the tent. Inside the tent, there was a middle-aged man wearing a black long robe and having short black hair, who bore some resemblance to Hua Tian. "Big brother, you're here," the middle-aged man said. Has there been any change with Yunfei today?" Hua Tian asked. "No change. It's pretty much the same as the last few days." Hua Yunfei shook his head and replied. Upon hearing this, Hua Tian did not show any disappointment, as it was within his expectations. He said, "All right, you continue to watch here and inform me immediately if anything happens." "Okay, big brother," Hua Yunfei replied. As Hua Tian turned to leave, a sudden breeze caused the tent to rustle, and the door of the tent was lifted by the wind, letting in a rainbow of light through the gaps. The expressions of the two inside the tent changed slightly, and before they could react, a terrifying aura emanated. The wind grew stronger, and in the next moment, the tent they were in was directly blown away. The two were exposed in the open air, the rainbow light reflecting on their faces, and looking around they could see that the tents of the other two families had also disappeared. Su Yunhan and Li Yin were also staring at the phenomenon in the sky. The once calm space fracture in the sky now burst forth with dazzling rainbow light, and the ancient and complex formation above the fracture was being unraveled at this moment. "Finally, it has come," Hua Tian said excitedly as he looked at the phenomenon in the sky. Su Yunhan and Li Yan's expressions were equally excited, and soon the formation above the space fracture was completely unraveled, and two figures appeared in the sky. As the two appeared, the rainbow light gradually dissipated. What was even more shocking was that the black fracture in the sky was slowly healing. After a short while, the black fracture completely vanished from the sky, and the original formation had also disappeared. "What is happening? Where did the space fracture go?" Hua Tian looked at the changes in the sky in disbelief. His expression twisted slightly. This was the space fracture of Long Valley, the place where their ancestors obtained opportunities and where they would obtain opportunities in the future. Now that the space fracture had directly disappeared, how could he not feel anger and shock? He then looked at the man and woman in the sky and suppressed his emotions, loudly asking, "Who are you two? Where have you hidden the entrance to the secret realm left by my ancestors?" At this time, Li Yin, stationed on the other side, scolded loudly, "Nonsense. This is the secret realm left by our ancestors. When did it become yours, Hua family?" Upon hearing Li Yan's disrespectful words, the gloomy expression on Hua Tian's face flickered. He then transmitted his voice to Li Yin, saying, "Brother Li, what is most important now is to find out the reason for the disappearance of the secret realm. Not to argue about this matter. We need to stand united against external threats." Li Yin snurta coldly. However, he did not say anything further, tacitly agreeing with Hua Tian's words. Su Yunhan had been silent all along, but had already quietly stood by Hua Tian's side. Wang Donger looked at the few people below, still not understanding the situation. Why did these people start shouting as soon as they saw them appear? However, looking at their expressions, Wang Donger also knew that they were not friendly. "Yuhao, what is that person saying?" Wang Donger asked in confusion. Wang Donger could not understand the language of the natives of the Tianqian continent, so naturally, she did not comprehend what Hua Tian had just said. Huo Yuhao smiled, and then translated Hua Tian's words to Wang Donger. After hearing it, Wang Donger immediately expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, "What is this person talking about? This is clearly the graveyard of the Dragon Clan. When did it become their family? Yes. No worries, I'll handle these people," Huo Yuhao said with a smile, patting Wang Donger's hair. Huo Yuhao also smiled when he heard Hua Tian claim that the Long Valley secret realm was left by their ancestors. There are always some shameless people who treat places they have visited as their own possessions. Who are you? What qualification do you have to say that this secret realm belongs to your ancestors? Just because you stumbled in once, you treat it as your own? Huo Yuhao directly asked coldly. Hearing a young brat speak to him like this, Hua Tian's heart ignited with anger. He was the master of the Hua family. Who in the Tianqian continent did not know him? How dare this young brat provoke him like this? You little brat, you actually dare to speak like this? I originally wanted to have a good talk with you, but it seems unnecessary now. Hua Tian said coldly. Hua Tian exerted force under his feet and charged straight into the sky. Then, soul rings rose from behind him. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. The terrifying aura belonging to a titled Douluo spread out, and his body began to change. His previously ordinary physique instantly became robust, his head taking on a wolf-like shape, and his lips protruding, revealing sharp white fangs. However, instead of growing hair, purple scales emerged from his body, presenting a peculiar oval shape covering his entire body, making his already inflated body exceed 2 meters, filled with a powerful sense of strength. Dragon-type martial soul? Huo Yuhao couldn't help but smile. He actually dared to use a martial soul with dragon bloodline in front of him. After his martial soul manifested, Hua Tian charged directly at Huo Yuhao. While Li Yin and Su Yunhan watched the situation above and did not rashly attack Huo Yuhao. Chapter 197. Unbearable to strike back. Hua Tian's eyes flashed with purple light, and his speed suddenly increased, with the glow of his second soul ring shining brightly. His body flickered rapidly 7 times. A pair of wolf claws glimmered with sharpness, and his figure transformed into 7 purple lights filled with a sense of deathly pressure. The terrifying purple light shot towards Huo Yuhao, who faced the attack of a titled Douluo as if it were nothing. He merely waved his right hand lightly, and the terrifying purple light dissipated into nothingness. Old man, it seems you have ruled over the Tianxin continent for too long, treating everything here as your own. Since you are so rude, I will let you see today what it means to have people beyond people, heavens beyond heavens, Huo Yuhao said indifferently. Upon hearing Huo Yuhao's words, Hua Tian's anger intensified. But before he could strike again, Huo Yuhao had already appeared right in front of him. When did this happen? Looking at Huo Yuhao, who was so close, Hua Tian was filled with shock. He was a titled Douluo, yet he had failed to see Huo Yuhao's movements clearly. Huo Yuhao ignored Hua Tian's inner thoughts and directly threw a heavy punch. His originally fair fist was now completely wrapped in ice blue scales, and the terrifying punch created a loud bang in the air. Hua Tian's hair flew wildly, and his face was immediately scratched by the wind generated by the punch, as he found himself frozen in place, unable to move in the face of this terrifying attack. The terrifying fist struck Hua Tian's head, and the sound of bones shattering echoed as Hua Tian's body seemed to pierce through space, directly disappearing from the spot. Boom, 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 krek, krek. The forest ahead made a huge noise as Hua Tian's body crashed into the trees like a broken sack, smashing all the trees he hit with immense force. A deep chasm, 3 meters deep, appeared in the place where Hua Tian flew over, with a hint of icy blue aura lingering in it. In the blink of an eye, a large area of the forest was knocked down. Hua Tian's body was thrown to the ground, his head now sunken in, blood gushing out. Even as a titled Douluo with strong vitality, Hua Tian was now breathing heavily, but he was not completely dead yet. At this moment, he looked at Huo Yuhao with bloodshot eyes, filled with disbelief. He never expected there would be someone so powerful in the Douluo Continent. He moved his lips, wanting to ask about Huo Yuhao's identity. However, before he could speak, a wave of weakness washed over him, and ultimately he could only unwillingly close his eyes. At this moment, everyone present, except for Wang Dong, was in a daze, unable to comprehend what had just happened. The once imposing Hua Tian, one of the 3 great powerhouses of the Douluo Continent, had just been killed by an unknown boy with a single punch. Su Yuhan's mind had completely lost any thoughts of seizing the opportunity of the Dragon Valley. She directly knelt on the ground and respectfully said, "Respected overseas powerhouse, please forgive our offense." Li Yin also reacted, immediately kneeling on the ground, flattering, "Respected powerhouse, the previous attack was just Hua Tian's idea. We are innocent." Other people present saw their master kneeling and naturally followed suit, including Hua Tian's brother, Hua Yunfei. After all, circumstances were stronger than individuals, and opposing Huo Yuhao now would undoubtedly mean certain death. Huo Yuhao flashed and appeared right in front of Su Yuhan. He assessed the kneeling Su Yuhan, who immediately felt as if she was being targeted by a powerful soul beast, as if she would die at any moment. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Huo Yuhao. However, the next moment, she felt the pressure on her body ease, and the sense of impending death disappeared. Huo Yuhao was now smiling and asked, "How did you know I came from overseas?" "Because there are no soul masters as powerful as you on the Douluo Continent." who can easily kill Hua Tian. Your strength is already beyond that of anyone from the Douluo Continent. Su Yuhan respectfully replied, lowering her head. Is that all? What if I were a hidden powerhouse? Huo Yuhao asked again. It's not just because of that. My martial soul is the nine-tailed fox, which has a special innate ability to sense others' auras. You do not possess the aura of a soul master from the Douluo Continent. Su Yuhan revealed everything without hiding any information. Sans signora, an interesting martial soul, Huo Yuhao chuckled. Huo Yuhao did not continue talking to Su Yuhan, but walked towards Li Yan. Li Yan, the head of one of the three major families on the Douluo Continent, was trembling uncontrollably as Huo Yuhao approached. Huo Yuhao stood in front of Li Yan, looking at the now trembling man, smiling as he asked, Did you just say that the secret realm space was left by your ancestors? No, I was just making a small joke. My ancestor only entered that secret realm once and gained a bit of fortune. That secret realm is a blessed land, not belonging to our family, Li Yan hurriedly replied, fearing that a delayed response would lead to the same fate as Hua Tian. Hee, you are quite perceptive, Huo Yuhao sneered. What you say is true, Li Yan flattered. Huo Yuhao looked at the man who changed his attitude so quickly and couldn't help but sigh at how these big shots value their lives. But he did not intend to let him off so easily. So it was a joke, Huo Yuhao said. Yes, Li Yan nodded vigorously. But this joke has made me very unhappy. I despise those who rely on their own strength to forcibly seize what belongs to others, Huo Yuhao coldly remarked. After saying this, before Li Yan could respond, Huo Yuhao kicked out, directly hitting Li Yan's stomach. Li Yan was immediately sent flying, and, after flying several dozen meters, he finally came to a stop. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his internal organs severely injured, but he still endured the pain and got up. Thank you for your mercy, my lord, Li Yan said respectfully. Huo Yuhao ignored him and then looked around, asking Hua Yunfei, who was kneeling on the ground, Don't you hate me for killing your brother? It was all my brother's own doing. I ask you to show mercy and spare the Hua family. Hua Yunfei immediately replied. Huo Yuhao gave him a deep look and then said, You are a smart person. The next moment, Huo Yuhao returned to Wang Donger's side, and their figures disappeared. Chapter 198. Return Trip, New Ideas on the Douluo Continent, in a nine-tailed city of the Su family, in a tavern. Have you heard? The head of the Hua family, the dragon wolf Hua Tian, was killed by someone, a passerby whispered. I've heard about it too. Now our city lord Su and the Li family are dividing the Hua family's power. The new head of the Hua family, Hua Yunfei, is currently leading the Hua family to resist attacks from other forces. His friend replied, I never expected this. The power structure of the three major families in the Douluo Continent, which has lasted so long, has been broken like this. After this, the Hua family will probably cease to exist, the passerby side. Yeah, I wonder who killed the dragon wolf Douluo. Could it be that City Lord Su and the head of the Li family joined forces? The friend agreed. Should be careful. If the patrolling people hear you, you're in trouble, the passerby said in a low voice. The two quieted down, looked around to ensure no one was paying attention to them, and then quietly left the bustling tavern. In the highest level of the tavern, in an independent private room, for people, 3 women and 1 man, were sitting on stools talking. They were Huo Yuhao, Wang Donger, and others. Even from such a distance, they could hear the content of the 2 men's conversation. After Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger left the Dragon Valley and killed Hua Tian, they did not leave the Douluo Continent directly. Instead, they stayed to explore, as Xiao Zhao's desire to explore the new continent had not yet been fulfilled. During this time, they had already visited the Dragon Wolf City, where the Hua family was located, and the Flame Dragon City, where the Li family was based. And now they had arrived at their last stop, the nine-tailed city of the Su family. Wearing a light green long dress, Xiao Zhao smiled and said, Yuhao, it seems that what you did has already spread throughout the Douluo Continent. As expected, after all, he is one of the 3 great powerhouses of the Douluo Continent. Huo Yuhao, dressed in black, smiled. What 3 great powerhouses? Wasn't he taken down by you with a single punch? Xiao Zhao replied, speechlessly. Huo Yuhao smiled and shook his head without saying anything. At this moment, Wang Donger, smiling, said, Xiao Zhao, didn't you say you wanted to explore Nine-Tailed City? Let's go now. Sure. Let's go right now, Xiao Zhao said excitedly. Wang Donger then pulled Xiao Zhao and Shui Di out for a stroll, while Huo Yuhao stayed in the inn. Watching the 3 depart, Huo Yuhao did not feel worried. As with Wang Donger as sole emperor-level strength, combined with her ultimate light attribute and the massive energy absorbed in the Dragon Valley, she was already extremely powerful. Furthermore, she had integrated the left leg bone of the 100,000 year holy light Pegasus that Huo Yuhao had given her, bringing her strength to a terrifying level. If she used the butterfly God domain, even a tidal Douluo would not intimidate her. Not to mention, she also had a 700,000 year transformed soul beast, Shui by her side. Therefore, their safety did not concern Huo Yuhao. Of course, even if danger arose, he could reach them in time. Huo Yuhao stood up, looking out from the window on the top floor at the scenery of Nine-Tailed City, but he did not feel any pleasure from the view. After the events in the Dragon Valley, he had other thoughts on his mind, particularly regarding the Dragon Clan. Although the Dragon Clan had been destroyed, some still survived, such as the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King of the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang-I. Their physical bodies had been destroyed, but the remnants of their dragon souls still held god-level power. This undoubtedly greatly aided Huo Yuhao's plans to resist Tang San and help the Douluo Continent escape Tang San's threat. Perhaps I can cooperate with the Dragon Clan, and the Emperor of the Stardow Forest might know something about the Dragon Clan. It seems I should make a trip to the Stardow Forest. After all, I still need to avenge Tianmeng, and there is also the mythical beast. Was there another way? I should ask Tianmeng first, Huo Yuhao thought. With this in mind, Huo Yuhao stopped his unnecessary thinking and decided to wait until he returned to the Douluo Continent for a real conclusion. Huo Yuhao directly immersed himself in cultivation. He had gained tremendous benefits in the Dragon Valley and needed a lot of time to comprehend them. Huo Yuhao's whole body surged with blood energy, and illusory ice-blue dragon scales appeared on his skin, with a faint rainbow glow flowing above. 3 days passed quietly. During these 3 days, Huo Yuhao accompanied Wang Dong and the others on a tour of Nine-Tailed City, and everyone felt quite satisfied. Now it was time for them to leave. Huo Yuhao and the others packed their belongings and were about to depart when Huo Yuhao suddenly stopped and spoke to the empty space ahead. "Since you're here, don't hide. Come out," Huo Yuhao said. After he finished speaking, 2 figures appeared from the distorted air in front of him. One was dressed in a white long dress, with a curvaceous figure, and the other wore a black robe, tall and muscular, yet his face was very pale. The newcomers were Su Yunhan and Li Yan. "It seems I can't hide from your keen eyes, my lord," Su Yunhan praised in a charming voice. "Your gaze is like a torch, instantly detecting the hiding of little people. Truly impressive," Li Yan added, unwilling to be outdone. Huo Yuhao looked at the two before him, his face devoid of expression, and directly asked, "Aren't you too busy dividing up the Huo family's territory? How do you have time to come here?" "My lord jokes. Those matters are nowhere near as important as visiting you. Without you, how could we so easily acquire the Huo family's territory?" Su Yunhan said respectfully. "What the Su family head said is correct. We owe our opportunity to you, my lord. So we came today to offer the Huo family's resources to you as a token of our gratitude," Li Yan explained, then bowed and presented a ring. Huo Yuhao looked at the respectful two and their offered resources, but had no thoughts on it. He directly said, "No need. I'm leaving the Stardow Continent now, and you need not worry about anything or try to curry favor with me." Upon hearing Huo Yuhao's words, the two were delighted, thinking that this ruthless god was finally leaving. After realizing that Huo Yuhao had not left the Stardow Continent, they had assumed he was settling down here. So after dividing the Huo family's territory, they rushed to visit Huo Yuhao. After all, if Huo Yuhao did not nod in approval, no matter how they divided those things, they would not actually belong to them. Huo Yuhao only needed to lift a finger to reclaim everything. Therefore, they handed over all the Huo family's resources to Huo Yuhao, hoping to exchange it for peace, and had already accepted the loss of their dominant position in the Stardow Continent. Now that Huo Yuhao said he was leaving, how could they not feel overjoyed? However, they quickly composed themselves, and Su Yunhan respectfully said, "My lord misunderstands. We simply came to express our gratitude, not to curry favor with you." Huo Yuhao remained silent, merely glancing at the two. In the next moment, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong vanished before them. Chapter 199. Returning to the continent, Douluo Continent, Stardow Forest. Beside the azure life lake, a soul beast resembling a lion, but vastly different, lay there listlessly. A soul beast that could appear in the core of the Stardow Forest and lay openly beside the life lake was exceedingly rare. And the one before us was the emperor mythical beast of the Stardow Forest, the three-eyed golden lion. The three-eyed golden lion lazily lay by the lake, its golden eyes staring vacantly into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. At this moment, a figure quietly appeared beside the three-eyed golden lion, a stunning human woman. She had long, emerald green hair cascading down her back, with similarly colored eyes and a tall, slender figure. Dressed in a water green long dress that perfectly outlined her graceful body, her snow-white arms, as tender as lotus roots, were exposed. Most notably, she had a pair of wings on her back, wings seemingly carved from gemstones. These wings were emerald green, each feather appearing dazzling and vibrant, filled with the breath of life, accentuating her beauty akin to that of a nature goddess. The beautiful woman looked at the three-eyed golden lion lying on the ground and couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. She slowly crouched down and, without hesitation, sat on the ground. She reached out to stroke the three-eyed golden lion's head, gently asking, "What's wrong with our mythical beast? Why you always seem so troubled? If you have something on your mind, you can tell Aunt Bai Ji. Maybe Aunt Bai Ji can help you solve it," Bai Ji said, softly patting the three-eyed golden lion's fur in a coaxing tone. "I'm fine, Aunt Bai Ji. I just feel a bit bored," the three-eyed golden lion replied, snapping back to reality. "Really nothing is wrong?" Bai Ji's gentle gaze studied the three-eyed golden lion's eyes, feeling a bit guilty under Bai Ji's gaze. The three-eyed golden lion buried its head and did not answer her question. "Sigh." Bai Ji sighed, knowing that the three-eyed golden lion would not reveal the true reason. After chatting with the three-eyed golden lion for a while, she got up and left the life lake, leaving the three-eyed golden lion alone there. Once she sensed that Bai Ji had left, the three-eyed golden lion raised its head again, looking in a certain direction, silently murmuring a name in its heart. Huo Yuhao. Meanwhile, in a place undetectable to the three-eyed golden lion, two figures were observing her. One of them was Bijia, who had just been beside the three-eyed golden lion, and the other was a man dressed in a black robe. The man's features were rugged and stern, with long black hair cascading down his back, reaching all the way to his heels, neither more nor less. Among his full head of black hair, two strands of golden hair were particularly eye-catching, quietly hanging in front of him. His aura was deep and vast, like a towering mountain. However, such a powerful man was now looking at the three-eyed golden lion on the ground with a hint of tenderness in his eyes. "Ditian, do you really think there's no problem with you in this state?" Bijia said with a worried expression. "It's been like this ever since that incident. What exactly happened back then?" Bijia speculated. "Don't worry. No matter what happened, as long as we don't leave the Stardew Forest, we can ensure her safety," Ditian said. The blazing sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting down on the rolling waves of the sea. The noon sea seemed to be ignited, shimmering with golden light. Beautiful yet mysterious. In the southwestern sea area of Douluo Continent, a large white ship was sailing across the sea, moving rapidly towards the land. The sole beasts in the ocean saw the massive object passing overhead and all dove to the seabed to hide. On the deck, Huo Yuhao was lying on a recliner with his eyes closed, looking as if he were asleep. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that the surrounding natural energy was continuously being absorbed by him. At that moment, Wang Donger, Xiao Xiao, and Snow Empress also walked out of the cabin and lay down beside Huo Yuhao on the recliner. "Yuhao, have we returned to the sea area of Douluo Continent?" Wang Donger asked after lying down. Huo Yuhao opened his eyes, a subtle light flickering within. He turned his head and smiled. "That's right. We've arrived at the sea area of Douluo Continent. In about 2 days, we can return to the Sun and Moon port where we set off." "That's great. Finally, we can go back to Douluo Continent. I wanted to return for so long. It's so boring at sea," Xiao Xiao said happily. "You were the most eager to go out to sea back then. Why are you so anxious to return now?" Wang Dongya teased it. "Hee, I just want to play a little back then. Now I realize how boring it is at sea. I had to stay in the cabin all the time, and I was afraid of encountering powerful sea soul beasts if I went too far. It's better to be in Heavendoe City," Xiao Xiao complained with a frown. "Ha ha!" Everyone laughed at Xiao Xiao's expression. "Don't worry, we'll be back to Douluo Continent soon," Huo Yuhao said with a smile. After 2 days of sailing, the white giant ship finally returned to the Sun and Moon port where Huo Yuhao and the others had set off. The Sun and Moon port was as bustling as ever, with trade ships coming and going endlessly. Upon arriving, Huo Yuhao couldn't even find a place to dock, so he directly stored the giant ship in his spatial bag. Because Huo Yuhao had already concealed the ship using his divine sense before reaching the Sun and Moon port, it did not attract any attention. After storing the ship, Huo Yuhao used spatial power to take Wang Donger and the others towards Heavendoe City. After merging with the dragon god's dragon soul and absorbing the spatial dragon's dragon soul, Huo Yuhao's mastery of spatial power was extraordinary. If it weren't for the rush, Huo Yuhao could have directly taken Wang Donger and the others back to Douluo Continent from the star Luo Continent using spatial power, and it wouldn't take more than a quarter of an hour. Not long after, Huo Yuhao had returned to the base of the body sect. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar place before him, Huo Yuhao and the others felt as if they had returned from a different world. Finally back. Tonight, I'm going to have a good sleep on my ship, and then I'll go for a nice stroll in Heaven Do City. The things on Douluo Continent are really too bland, Xiao Xiao said before rushing into the base. Snow Empress also walked in, while Huo Yuhao said to Wang Dong, Dong, you go back first. I'll go tell the sect master that I'm back. Okay, you hurry back, Wang Dong replied. Chapter 200. A new method in the bamboo forest at the back mountain of the body sect. Poison Immortal stood beside a stone table deep in the bamboo grove, surrounded by an aura of mystery, as if he were in harmony with the universe, yet also drifting outside of it. However, this mysterious aura did not last long and dissipated in an instant. Poison Immortal's gaze became clear, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly, saying, It seems there's still no way. Just as Poison Immortal was speaking to himself, a figure appeared before him. Poison Immortal immediately noticed the sudden appearance of the figure, and a look of vigilance appeared on his face, but it quickly turned into joy. Sectmaster, you're back, Huo Yuhao said with a gentle smile. Good boy. It seems your strength has advanced again, Poison Immortal said with joy in his eyes. Just a little progress, Huo Yuhao replied with a smile. Ha ha yo. Poison Immortal laughed heartily. Did you have any new and interesting experiences at sea? Tell me about it, Poison Immortal asked with a smile. You've been to more places than I have. Do you really need me to tell you these things? Huo Yuhao joked. Hearing this, Poison Immortal laughed as well. And Huo Yuhao then shared his experiences at sea, but he omitted the events regarding the Dragon Valley. Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment appeared on Poison Immortal's face, and he exclaimed in surprise, The Douluo Continent? I didn't expect there to be another new continent outside of Douluo Continent. It seems I've lived for so long, but explored far too little of the world. Is a cultivation method on the Douluo Continent different from ours? Poison Immortal asked curiously. Not really. However, their cultivation methods are much more backward. I estimate they are similar to Douluo Continent from 10,000 years ago, or rather, they should be behind Douluo Continent from 10,000 years ago, as there isn't even a super Douluo present in the Douluo Continent, Huo Yuhao explained. I see. So the Douluo Continent is nothing special, Poison Immortal said. Let's go back first and talk slowly. Also, Yuhao, you haven't been at the body sect for a long time. The elders and disciples have missed you very much. Why don't you stay tonight and catch up with everyone? Poison Immortal said with a smile. Huo Yuhao also felt that he hadn't spent time with everyone at the body sect for a long time. Names like Elder Jean and Elder Tai came to his mind. Sure, I'll stay. It's been a while since I've seen them, Huo Yuhao readily agreed. Great. I'll have someone prepare right away. This will be a welcome back feast for you. You should also call Donger, Xiao Xiao, and the others over, Poison Immortal said happily. Huo Yuhao then went back to bring Wang Donger, Xiao Xiao, and Snow Empress over. And Poison Immortal also invited Wei Tian from the Royal Palace and Elder Chun from the Soul Guide Research Center. Initially, Elder Chun wanted to decline because he was busy researching soul tools, but as soon as he heard Huo Yuhao's name, he immediately set aside his research and came over. Soon, night fell, and Huo Yuhao looked at the familiar figures of the banquet. His body and mind, which had been tense all along, finally relaxed at this moment. A smile appeared at the corners of Huo Yuhao's mouth as he silently thought to himself, This feeling is quite nice. That leisurely time always passed quickly. After the banquet, Huo Yuhao quickly returned to his original pace of life. Following the incident at sea, the Snow Empress, who had been diligently cultivating, had reached the bottleneck of level 50. When the Snow Empress was condensing her soul ring, the Yuhao observed once again. This observation undoubtedly brought significant progress to Huo Yuhao's research. He estimated that after some time, he would be able to thoroughly study the matter of self-condensing soul rings. On this day, Huo Yuhao was practicing in his room as usual, but his brows furrowed as if he had encountered a difficult problem. At that moment, the long-silent Elix suddenly transmitted, Yuhao, enter the sea of spirit. Huo Yuhao was puzzled. Elix had not spoken for a while, and had specifically instructed Huo Yuhao not to disturb him unless there was something urgent, as he seemed to be researching something. Could it be that the teacher has made progress in his research? Huo Yuhao speculated. He then directly entered the sea of spirit, and upon entering, he saw Elix smiling. Teacher, is there something you need? Huo Yuhao asked. Yuhao, do you remember what I said when you became my disciple? Elix asked with a smile. As soon as Elix mentioned this, Huo Yuhao immediately recalled the situation at that time. He remembered that Elix had said he had some insights regarding the method of soul ring attachment and would bring him good news. Teacher, do you have new insights on soul ring attachment? Huo Yuhao said excitedly. Huo Yuhao was so excited because the problem that had been troubling him was precisely the issue of self-condensing soul rings. After this period of research and observation, he was indeed close to solving the problem of self-condensing soul rings. However, after the method was created, there was a significant issue. This method was only applicable to Huo Yuhao alone. This was because to self-condense a soul ring, the primary requirement was to control the elemental energy of heaven and earth. Controlling the elemental energy required an incredibly formidable mental power. Huo Yuhao estimated that one needed to reach the realm of substantial and qualitative mental power, and how many people on Douluo Continent could achieve that. Even if they reached that realm, they probably wouldn't need to condense soul rings, so the method Huo Yuhao created could be said to be suitable only for him. Others simply cannot do it, because on Douluo Continent, no one could cultivate mental power to the substantial and qualitative realm before reaching the titled Da level like Huo Yuhao. Lowering the standard was also extremely difficult. Huo Yuhao currently had no clues. Now that Alex had an idea, how could he not be excited? However, at that moment, Alex poured cold water on him. Yuhao, it's not what you think. My method is different from your self-condensing soul ring method. Huo Yuhao felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this, but he quickly became happy again as he thought that with Alex's new method as a reference, perhaps he would have some clues to lower the standard. Teacher, what is your method? Huo Yuhao asked eagerly. Seeing Huo Yuhao's expression, Alex smiled and did not keep him in suspense, directly explaining his idea. Huo Yuhao listened carefully to every word, afraid of missing anything. Chapter 201. The Method of Soul Spirits. Fusion of soul spirits in the vast and boundless sea of spirit. Huo Yuhao and Alex floated above the sea. Huo Yuhao focused intently on listening to Alex's explanation of the method, and soon he grasped the general idea. Alex's new method was based on his magic system from another world. After researching the soul beast system of Douluo Continent, he understood that this distorted cultivation method would inevitably lead to the destruction of one party. Therefore, Alex began to attempt to merge the magic system he had studied for a long time with the soul ring system of Douluo Continent, aiming to change this distorted cultivation method. After years of research, Alex finally understood the key to it. He utilized the contract magic from the other world and the necromancy he had studied for a long time, while also drawing inspiration from the symbiotic state of the sky dream Iceworm and Huo Yuhao. Alex created a new method of soul ring attachment, which he named the method of soul spirits. This method is based on contract magic, allowing humans and soul beasts to sign a contract. After the contract is signed, the soul beast will transform into a soul ring for humans and provide a soul ring. But all of this exists in Alex's theory and has not yet been put into practice, so Alex could not be completely certain. Once a soul beast becomes a soul spirit, it will remain in the soul master's body in the form of mental power. As long as the soul master is alive, the soul spirit will not perish, and it can also appear during battles to assist the soul master. This seems very similar to the guardian beast on Dong. Huo Yuhao thought after considering this effect. Huo Yuhao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he heard Alex's method. There were many aspects worth referencing. Soon, Alex clearly explained the method of soul spirits. After finishing, he revealed a wry smile and said, however, this method cannot completely resolve the tense relationship between soul masters and soul beasts, and the signing of the contract must be voluntary on both sides to succeed. Such a flaw made this method difficult to promote. In fact, even merging a soul spirit for one person was quite troublesome, as the relationship between soul beasts and soul masters was too tense. Moreover, most low-level soul beasts lacked intelligence and might not even understand the contract. Huo Yuhao smiled and said, Teacher, you are just in the initial creation phase. Naturally, there will be many shortcomings. As long as you continue to delve deeper into the research, these flaws will definitely be resolved. Alex smiled upon hearing this. He understood this principle himself, but hearing his student's encouragement made him feel happy. His student had matured, but in Alex's memory, Huo Yuhao never seemed to have been immature. No matter what kind of situation or environment he faced, he could always remain calm. In fact, after witnessing Huo Yuhao's skills that were different from those of Douluo Continent, he had already guessed that Huo Yuhao might be someone from another world or had spent some time in another world. However, Huo Yuhao did not speak of it, and they maintained a tacit understanding not to inquire further. Yuhao, does the method of soul spirits help with your self-condensing soul ring method? Alex asked happily. Of course it helps, and it helps a lot, Huo Yuhao said, his eyes shining. That's good, Alex smiled. I will now pass the method of soul spirits to you. You can sign contracts with that little bug and little scorpion. In the future, they can come out to help during battles, but I think you might not need it. Alex said with a smile. Upon hearing Alex's last sentence, Huo Yuhao also smiled, as his current strength indeed did not require assistance from other entities. However, since there is this method, Huo Yuhao also planned to ask for the opinions of Tianming and Bingdi. When he heard about this method, Huo Yuhao immediately thought of the Ice Dragon King's dragon soul in the Eye of Ice and Fire. Perhaps he could go find her to talk. Huo Yuhao thought to himself. The next day, in the Sea of Spirit, Huo Yuhao informed Tianming, Bingcan, and Bingdi about the soul spirit method researched by Ilex. How about it? Tianming, do you and Bingdi want to become soul spirits? If you don't want to become soul spirits, there is no need to force it. Huo Yuhao said with a faint smile. Of course we are willing. Tianming Bingcan said excitedly, and Bingdi also nodded with an excited expression. Yuhao, after we become your wisdom soul rings, it will actually be no different from being in a soul spirit state. Moreover, becoming a soul spirit allows us to leave your body and go back to the outside world, which is completely beneficial to us. Tianming Bingcan explained their reasons for agreeing. Huo Yuhao smiled. Since both Tianming and Bingdi agreed, he naturally had no reason to oppose. So, who do you plan to go first? Huo Yuhao asked with a smile. Let Bing go first. Tianming Bingcan said directly. Tianming, you go first. I'm not in such a hurry as you are. Haven't you always wanted to go to the outside world? Bingdi directly refused. Hee, Bing, you understand me. So I want to be polite, Tianming Bingcan said with a smile. Yuhao, I'll go first. Tianming Bingcan said. Okay, Huo Yuhao nodded. Then, Huo Yuhao directly recited the contract spell given to him by Ilex. The previously fluctuating sea of spirit gradually calmed down under Huo Yuhao's spell. Tianming Bingcan stopped speaking and quietly floated there. Huo Yuhao's eyes gradually turned golden, and his right hand raised, sketching runes in the air that floated towards Tianming Bingcan. As the two were performing the ritual, Ilex's figure silently appeared. Observing the process of the ritual, Tianming Bingcan slowly closed his eyes, and with each rune landing on him, his form began to change continuously, first transforming from a human shape back into a silkworm baby form, and then continuously shrinking from the giant silkworm baby form. During this process, Huo Yuhao also felt other changes. Tianming Bingcan was detaching from his original spiritual source, truly leaving those spiritual sources in his sea of spirit. However, the spiritual sources left behind seemed a bit inadequate. Long ago, Tianming Bingcan's spiritual source had been almost completely absorbed by Huo Yuhao, leaving only a small part in Tianming Bingcan's body. As the spiritual source detached, Tianming Bingcan's huge body kept shrinking but became more solid because he had completely fused with Huo Yuhao. His consciousness was undoubtedly stronger than his original spiritual source. With the last rune entering Tianming Bingcan's body, a vertical pupil mark appeared on his forehead, and the soul spirit ritual was complete. Chapter 202, Fusion complete. Life reflection shield in the base of the body sect in Tiando City. Huo Yuhao was currently cultivating in his room. The room inside and outside was very quiet, but the air in the room was subtly fluctuating. Huo Yuhao opened his eyes and suddenly smiled, saying, How is it, Tianming? I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Yuhao, a voice came from the empty room, apart from Huo Yuhao. Then, a small figure slowly appeared on the table in Huo Yuhao's room. The figure was only about 6 or 7 inches long, resembling a silkworm the size of a pinky finger. Its body was as translucent as white jade, and with slight movements, it even emitted a faint fragrance. This was a mini version of Tianming Bingcan, but this tiny body radiated immense vitality. I feel fine. Now that I've left your body, my own body 1T collapse, but if I go too far from your body, the energy supply will be insufficient. Tianming Bingcan said. That's good, Huo Yuhao replied. Yuhao, where did Bingdi go? Tianming Bingcan asked curiously. She is with the Snow Empress now, Huo Yuhao answered directly. Oh, I see, Tianming Bingcan said. Yuhao, summon your soul ring. I have a very powerful soul skill to show you, Tianming Bingcan said eagerly. Oh, what soul skill? Huo Yuhao asked with a smile. Huo Yuhao then summoned his soul ring, and a peculiar soul ring along with 5 red soul rings appeared, enveloping the entire room in red light, but not a trace of momentum leaked out. At this moment, Huo Yuhao's first soul ring underwent a marvelous transformation. The original golden soul ring now turned into a strange object. A soul ring is a ring-shaped image formed by the condensation of light. The light is transparent, merely differing in color and brightness. However, at this moment, Huo Yuhao's first soul ring was no longer a light ring. Huo Yuhao reached out and touched the different golden soul ring, feeling a cold touch. This soul ring had now turned into a physical entity. Although he had known this beforehand, the physical soul ring was still surprising to Huo Yuhao. Yuhao, look at me, Tianming Binkan said. Huo Yuhao turned his gaze to Tianming Binkan, and upon seeing Huo Yuhao looking, Tianming Binkan immediately began to demonstrate his soul skill. Tianming Binkan twisted his body and landed on the solidified first soul ring. In an instant, his body turned golden and began to circle around the solidified first soul ring. As Tianming Binkan circled, the soul ring burst forth with intense golden light, then flew up and hovered above Huo Yuhao's head. It suddenly shot forward, and a layer of golden light membrane covered the soul ring, transforming into a golden shield with a diameter of 0.5 meter, floating in front of Huo Yuhao. How is it, Yuhao? This soul skill is called Life Reflection Shield, Tianming Binkan said proudly. After using this soul skill, whether it's a spiritual attack or a physical attack, it will be reflected by this shield. When rebounding, if the opponent's strength is lower than yours, it will be fully reflected. If the opponent's strength is higher than yours, it will be partially reflected. The remaining part, although you still have to bear it, the Life Reflection Shield will disperse the portion of the attack you have to endure, using my vitality to bear it. Tianming Binkan explained the effect of the soul skill. After finishing the explanation, Tianming Binkan proudly asked, so Yuhao, isn't my soul skill useless? Huo Yuhao smiled helplessly. It seemed that Tianming Binkan still remembered when he said its soul skill was useless. He chuckled and said, not useless. This soul skill is very powerful. It seems Tianming also has real strength. Of course, I'm the only million-year soul beast in the Douluo Continent, so my strength is naturally unmatched. Tianming Binkan boasted unabashedly. Also, Yuhao, this soul skill is constructed based on your Sea of Spirit as a framework. With the strength of your Sea of Spirit, you can use it as many times as you want. Tianming Binkan said excitedly. That's great, Huo Yuhao said with a smile. Hee, now you know my prowess, right? Tianming Binkan said proudly. Yuhao, I won't have a Sea of Spirit anymore in the future. It's too stuffy here. I want to stay outside from now on, said Tianming Binkan. As long as you're happy, it's fine, replied Huo Yuhao nonchalantly. Then I'll go find Bing Bing to play, Tianming Binkan said. After that, Tianming Binkan transformed into a beam of light and vanished, leaving only Huo Yuhao in the room. Huo Yuhao resumed his cultivation. Although the soul skill demonstrated by Tianming Binkan had dazzled him, he did not intend to use it. Because when he needed to use that move, it would certainly be at a time when he was unable to resist, and if he could not withstand the attack, Tianming Binkan, even using all its life force, would not be able to resist it either. Naturally, he would not sacrifice Tianming's life to save himself. After contemplating this matter, Huo Yuhao began to study how to reduce the difficulty of self-condensing soul rings. The method of soul spirits had given him great inspiration. The contract magic in the method of soul spirits inspired him. The reason soul beasts can transform into soul spirits relies on the medium of contract magic. Why can't the condensation of heaven and earth's vitality use a medium as well? When he thought of this, Huo Yuhao immediately thought of the rune array of runes, which is undoubtedly the best medium to control the condensation of heaven and earth's vitality. As long as he could create a soul guide device that assists soul masters in condensing heaven and earth's vitality, combined with Huo Yuhao's method of condensing soul rings, then the problem of self-condensing soul rings would naturally be solved. However, making a soul guide device is simple. But how can one establish a connection between heaven and earth's vitality and the soul master? Huo Yuhao pondered. Even if the heaven and earth's vitality is condensed by the soul guide, it would automatically dissipate once the soul guide loses its effect. And soul masters cannot turn the condensed heaven and earth's vitality into soul rings. Perhaps he could start with mental power or use other magic. One method after another flashed through Huo Yuhao's mind, but he still couldn't find a good solution. Sigh. I'll go to the research center tomorrow and see if there are any methods. Huo Yuhao thought with a sigh. He then fell back into his cultivation again. After returning from Longgu, Huo Yuhao's magical power cultivation progressed rapidly. After absorbing the dragon god's dragon soul, Huo Yuhao could now absorb any elemental energy from the world for cultivation. Directly absorbing the violent heaven and earth's vitality was merely a tickle for Huo Yuhao's strong physique. In the next moment, two crystals appeared, one silver and one gold, their colors merging into a rainbow hue. The rainbow light enveloped Huo Yuhao as he closed his eyes to comprehend the mysteries within. Chapter 203. Return to the Ice and Fire 2 element near Tindo City in the Sunset Forest. Terrifying poisonous miasma permeated the Sunset Forest, a place with few soul beasts, and it had long been ignored. However, today someone came to break the tranquility here. In the depths of the Sunset Forest, the scenery remained unchanged, with the sky above the valley displaying a strange rainbow color. The entire valley was filled with a rich life aura, nurturing countless plants of various colors, bearing abundant fruits and exuding treasures. In the center of these plants, there was a clearly defined lake. One side of the lake was ice white, while the other side was fire red, with halos swirling and blending together, remarkably extraordinary. The heaven and earth's vitality exhibited a peculiar state, all converging into a vortex flowing toward the fiery red spring. Among the numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures, 3 of them emitted a faint glow: a light pink large flower, a fire red plant, and an ice white flower. So boring. How much longer do we have to stay like this? It would be great if someone could come here and play with me, said the light pink large flower. Yuyo, stop complaining. Haven't we been here for so many years? Why are you acting like this now? Liuhua Xingjiao replied. Back then, we were always asleep, but now we are wide awake. Of course it's different, Jiao Jiao, Yuyo Qingluo Xianpin retorted. I won't bother with you. I'll focus on condensing the heaven and earth's vitality, Liuhua Xingjiao said. Seeing this, Yuyo Qingshan Xianpin also calmed down and continued to gather the heaven and earth's vitality flowing toward the fiery red spring. Meanwhile, the octagonal ice grass ignored their quarrel, concentrating on gathering the heaven and earth's vitality to nourish the Dragon King's dragon soul. While the 3 immortal herbs were diligently working, a figure suddenly appeared in the ice and fire 2 element eye, his presence so ethereal that no one noticed. This person was Huo Yuhao. After finding the path to reduce the difficulty of self-condensing soul rings, he directly informed Elder Chun of this idea. Elder Chun was naturally very excited upon hearing this method, as it could change the entire Douluo Continent. Therefore, Elder Chun quickly immersed himself in research, while Huo Yuhao, after providing the idea, did not concern himself with the matter any further. He continued to devote himself to magical power cultivation and comprehension of laws. After a period of training, Huo Yuhao completely absorbed the accumulated dragon soul energy within him, and his magical power reached the bottleneck of level 70. After reaching level 70, Huo Yuhao did not immediately go to attach soul rings, but first went to the ice and fire 2 element eye. Since his second martial soul had only attached 2 soul rings, Huo Yuhao planned to first attach soul rings to his second martial soul. His physique had already reached a standard close to divine level, so there was naturally no need to worry about the risk of exploding his body. As for why he didn't condense the soul rings himself, that was naturally because there was a better option. After all, even if Huo Yuhao could condense soul rings by himself, he could at most condense a million-year soul ring, which could not compare to the soul rings transformed from divine beasts. Yuyo, long time no see. Huo Yuhao smiled and greeted the 3 immortal herbs, who were still busy. The 3 immortal herbs were startled upon hearing the voice, turning toward the source of the sound, and upon seeing who it was, they all sighed in relief. Yuhao, you're here. Yuyo Qingshan Xianpin exclaimed joyfully. Liuhua Xingjiao snorted coldly upon seeing Huo Yuhao. Respected descendant of the Dragon Lord, welcome your arrival, said the octagonal ice grass respectfully. That's right, I'm back again. It's been a long time, Yuyo, said Huo Yuhao, ignoring the differing attitudes of the 3. Are you here to visit me? Yuyo Qingshan Xianpin asked with anticipation. Unfortunately, no. I came here to find His Excellency the Ice Dragon King, Huo Yuhao replied apologetically. I knew it, but I'm still very happy you came. I'm so bored here. Yuyo Qingshan Xianpin started to feel disappointed, but soon became happy again. Are you going to awaken the Dragon Lord? Asked the octagonal ice grass. That's right, Huo Yuhao answered. Then please do it yourself, Your Excellency, said the octagonal ice grass. Huo Yuhao nodded, and then his body underwent a violent transformation. Ice blue dragon scales covered his entire body, and 7 ice blue soul rings interspersed with rainbow colors appeared behind him. In an instant, Huo Yuhao resembled a giant dragon awakening. With no visible soul ring lights flashing on him, his body began to swell, and a pair of enormous wings spread out behind him. Soon, He transformed into a giant dragon shimmering with ice dragon blue light, measuring over 20 meters in length. The ice blue dragon scales sparkled under the sunlight, and strands of rainbow light swirled around his body, a terrifying aura sweeping across the entire ice and fire two-element eye. This is impossible. It's even more powerful than the Dragon Lord's aura. The octagonal ice grass exclaimed in disbelief while looking at the giant dragon in the sky. Now transformed into a giant dragon, Huo Yuhao exudes an aura even more powerful than that of the Ice Dragon King in its dragon soul state. However, this is not Huo Yuhao's strongest form. If he were to exert his full strength, his dragon body could reach an astonishing 500 meters. Although it doesn't compare to the 1,000-meter dragon body with the blessing of the dragon god's dragon soul, it is already incredibly powerful, far beyond what the Ice Dragon King, with its empty dragon soul, can match. Under the pressure of Huo Yuhao's imposing aura, the crimson spring water became dim, and the fiery phoenix also felt a wave of discomfort. Huo Yuhao's aura spread throughout the eye of ice and fire, and below the icy spring. A massive dragon valley emitted a faint glow. Upon sensing this aura, the faint light suddenly became brilliant. Soon, a dragon soul appeared, floating above the dragon bones. Its eyes filled with shock. She never expected to feel such an aura again. "Father God, is that you?" the Ice Dragon King murmured. She then soared into the sky. While outside, Huo Yuhao and the others saw the icy spring experience violent fluctuations, with a surge of spring water shooting up into the air, scattering across the eye of ice and fire. The Ice Dragon King's dragon soul also appeared in the sky, gazing at the giant dragon opposite her. Feeling the aura emanating from it, the colorful light confirmed that her perception was not mistaken. Seeing that the Ice Dragon King had appeared, Huo Yuhao directly dissipated his dragon form and reverted to his human appearance. The Ice Dragon King looked at Huo Yuhao, her expression complex. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke, asking, "Where did the dragon god aura on you come from?" Hearing this question, Huo Yuhao was not surprised. He had long guessed that the Ice Dragon King would inquire about it. "I wonder if you know about the Dragon Valley?" "It is the burial ground of the dragon race," Huo Yuhao replied. "The burial ground of the dragon race?" The Ice Dragon King listened to this unfamiliar name, a sense of desolation suddenly rising within her. The Dragon Tomb, the Dragon Tomb. She recalled the strength of their dragon race in the past, and now. The Ice Dragon King fell into memories, but soon she composed herself and said, "The Dragon Tomb did exist when I died, but it may not be the same place as the Dragon Valley you mentioned." Huo Yuhao also displayed a knowing expression. After all, the dragon god's dragon soul was inside the Dragon Valley, and all the dragon bones were exposed to the outside world, clearly not resembling something that had been constructed in advance. Huo Yuhao speculated that perhaps after the dragon god was defeated, he used his last bit of power to relocate all the fallen dragon race's remains to the Dragon Tomb, forming this unique space known as the Dragon Valley. The dragon race exists outside of Douluo Continent, on a continent called Starry Sky. On the Starry Sky continent, there are many spatial rifts, and within each spatial rift, there's a small world, with the Dragon Valley being one of them. When I went out to sea searching for soul rings, I serendipitously arrived at the Starry Sky continent and, guided by my bloodline, found the Dragon Valley space, Huo Yuhao explained. "What did you see inside?" The Ice Dragon King asked cautiously. Inside, there were only the remains of the dragon race, all exposed to the wilderness. In the sky floated dragon clouds infused with the aura of the dragon race, and many dragon souls wandered through the space. Huo Yuhao recounted the conditions in the Dragon Valley. Upon hearing this, the Ice Dragon King felt even more sorrowful. Her kin had not found peace after death, and even their bones had not been buried. "It was in the Dragon Valley that I discovered the dragon soul of the dragon god. The moment I came into contact with the dragon god's dragon soul, its power surged directly into my body, leaving me no chance to resist," Huo Yuhao continued. "Does the dragon soul of the dragon god still have consciousness?" The Ice Dragon King asked expectantly. However, Huo Yuhao shook his head, saying, "Unfortunately, the dragon soul has lost its consciousness and left no information behind." The Ice Dragon King fell silent again, although she already knew the answer. Hearing Huo Yuhao state, it made her feel an immense sense of loss. As the dragon god, if even he had perished, what hope was there for the dragon race? "So why have you come today?" the Ice Dragon King asked as she composed herself again. "I want to cooperate with the dragon race," Huo Yuhao stated bluntly. "Cooperate with the dragon race?" The Ice Dragon King was taken aback at first. Then, in a dejected tone, she said, "The dragon race? Is there still a dragon race?" The dragon race has been annihilated. How can you cooperate with something that no longer exists? The Ice Dragon King's despondent mood caused the three immortal herbs present to also feel downcast, and Huo Yuhao frowned as well. It seemed that confirming the dragon god's death was a significant blow to her. Huo Yuhao thought to himself. However, he did not intend to give up so easily. He suddenly smiled and said, "What? As the Dragon King of the dragon race, are you just going to give up like this? Are you going to stand by and watch your kin's tragic fate? Don't you want to take revenge on the divine realm?" The Ice Dragon King did not become angry at Huo Yuhao's mocking tone. Instead, she calmly replied, "Revenge? Do you know the strength of the divine realm? Even the father god was killed, let alone now that I am just one dragon soul remaining." "No, there's also me," Huo Yuhao said. "You, human. You absorbed the dragon soul of the father god, significantly enhancing your bloodline, even surpassing my peak period in bloodline concentration. But you have not grown strong enough. Wanting to resist the divine realm is like a mayfly trying to shake a tree, even if you grow stronger. As soon as you show any hostility to the divine realm, the 5 divine kings will mercilessly crush you. Moreover, why would you help the dragon race resist the divine realm? With your talent, becoming a god is not a problem at all," the Ice Dragon King asked in confusion. "Because I have an enemy in the divine realm, and that person is a divine king," Huo Yuhao said coldly. "A divine king? How did you offend such a powerful enemy?" The Ice Dragon King exclaimed in surprise. It is known that the dragon god of that year was only at the divine king level, although the dragon god was immensely powerful and different from ordinary divine kings. He was still at the divine king level, but because of his strength, he was called the king of divine kings, and she herself was only a first-level god back then. "I did not offend him. Rather, he schemed against me," Huo Yuhao said. He then revealed Tang San's conspiracy, and the Ice Dragon King gradually put away her dejection, listening intently to Huo Yuhao's account. Soon, Huo Yuhao clarified everything, leaving nothing hidden, for he knew that only with a common enemy could there be a foundation for cooperation. "You just felt that with just us, we cannot contend with the divine realm. What if I told you that the dragon god has not truly died?" Huo Yuhao said. "What do you mean?" the Ice Dragon King asked anxiously. Huo Yuhao immediately opened his mouth, and then 2 diamond-shaped crystals appeared in his hands, 1 gold and 1 silver. The 2 crystals began to vibrate as soon as they appeared, as if wanting to break free from Huo Yuhao's hands. However, a ray of colorful light appeared in Huo Yuhao's hand, and the 2 crystals immediately calmed down. "This is..." The Ice Dragon King looked at the 2 crystals in shock. As the child of the dragon god, she had previously been in close contact with the dragon god, so she naturally knew what the 2 crystals were. These 2 powers represent the fundamental powers of the dragon god. The silver crystal represents elemental power, which includes the 9 attributes of water, fire, earth, wind, light, darkness, space, time, and stability. The golden crystal represents absolute power, possessing the ability to destroy everything. You should have seen it just now. Both of these crystals exhibited a certain degree of consciousness after appearing, as if something was attracting them. The silver crystal reacted more violently, and the direction it wanted to go was the Stardow Forest. Huo Yuhao looked at the Ice Dragon King and asked, "What do you mean? And what is the Stardow Forest?" The Ice Dragon King replied with confusion. Huo Yuhao sighed, realizing he had forgotten that the Ice Dragon King had never left the Eye of Ice and Fire. So she naturally didn't know about the existence of the Stardow Forest. The Stardow Forest is the largest soul beast forest in the Douluo Continent, and within it, there are 2 pure-blood dragon clans. The name of that pure-blood dragon clan is Tion, and their race is the Golden-Eyed Black Dragon, Huo Yuhao explained. Golden-Eyed Black Dragon. The Ice Dragon King was somewhat surprised. "What's wrong?" Huo Yuhao asked. "It's nothing. I just didn't expect the existence of the Golden-Eyed Black Dragon clan. Please continue." The Ice Dragon King shook her head and said, Chapter 205, Agreement Fusion. The silver crystal is one of the cores of the dragon god's power, and there are places in the Stardow Forest that attract the silver crystal. "What do you think might be in the Stardow Forest?" Huo Yuhao asked. Huo Yuhao stated his point so clearly that the Ice Dragon King understood his meaning. She became somewhat excited and asked, "Are you saying the dragon god is in the Stardow Forest?" "It may not necessarily be the dragon god. It could be something or someone related to the dragon god. However, I suspect it should be something related to one aspect of the dragon god. As only the elemental representative, the silver crystal, is being attracted," Huo Yuhao expressed his conjecture. "Are you sure?" the Ice Dragon King asked hopefully, as no one wished for the existence of the dragon god more than she did. "Not certain," Huo Yuhao replied honestly. He did not hide his thoughts, as he could clearly feel the attraction the Stardow Forest had for the silver crystal. but he could not completely confirm whether there was truly something related to the dragon god. Upon hearing Huo Yuhao's words, the Ice Dragon King's previously high spirits calmed down, and Huo Yuhao felt a bit disappointed, thinking she was about to give up again. However, he then saw the Ice Dragon King's dejected mood lift, and she suddenly said, "What do you mean by cooperation? How are we going to cooperate?" Huo Yuhao was somewhat surprised. The Ice Dragon King's attitude had changed too quickly. However, he did not delve deeper because he could sense her sincerity. "Tianming, Ice Emperor, come out," Huo Yuhao said at this moment. After he finished speaking, a white light and a turquoise light appeared, and the next moment, two small figures appeared on Huo Yuhao's shoulders. On Huo Yuhao's left shoulder was a scorpion about 6 inches long, with pincers shining like diamonds, and its tail had 5 segments, each of them turquoise. On his right shoulder was a miniature version of the Tianming Ice Silkworm, its chubby body wriggling on Huo Yuhao's shoulder. The Ice Dragon King initially did not react to the two small creatures on Huo Yuhao's shoulders, but when she sensed their state, she was shocked. Is this a body condensed from spiritual power? Were these two soul beasts? The Ice Dragon King asked. "This is precisely the matter for which I want to cooperate with you," Huo Yuhao replied. Then Huo Yuhao explained the states of the Tianming Ice Silkworm and the Ice Emperor and told the Ice Dragon King about the Soul Spirit method. The Ice Dragon King was deeply astonished upon hearing this. Such a method was unheard of to her before. If it weren't for the Tianming Ice Silkworm and Ice Emperor appearing before her in this strange state, she would find it hard to believe. The Ice Dragon King turned her gaze to Huo Yuhao and then asked, "Do you want me to become your soul spirit?" "Exactly," Huo Yuhao replied directly. The Ice Dragon King fell silent while looking at Huo Yuhao, and at that moment, the entire Eye of Ice and Fire fell into silence, with the 3 immortal herbs also daring not to make any sound. After a period of silence, the Ice Dragon King finally spoke again. "I can become your soul spirit." Huo Yuhao smiled, but at that moment, the Ice Dragon King added, "However, I have one condition." "What is it?" Huo Yuhao asked. "Awaken the Fire Dragon King and help him resurrect when there is a chance. I can become your soul spirit, but the Dragon Clan must have hope." The Ice Dragon King stated her condition. "All right, I agree," Huo Yuhao said readily. Even if the Ice Dragon King hadn't made these requests, he would still help the Dragon Clan. "Then let's begin now," the Ice Dragon King said. After the Ice Dragon King finished speaking, Huo Yuhao directly recited the incantation, and a series of complex and marvelous golden runes swirled in the sky. Then, under Huo Yuhao's control, a golden rune flew towards the Ice Dragon King. When the rune touched the Ice Dragon King, it did not immediately merge into her soul, but was isolated by a layer of ice blue light shield. The Ice Dragon King looked at the golden rune before her, gradually letting go of her pride. In her eyes now was only the desire for the revival of the Dragon Clan and the anger towards the divine realm. After Huo Yuhao mentioned the possible situation in the Stardew Forest, it gave the Ice Dragon King a glimmer of hope. It was this glimmer of hope that made the Ice Dragon King consider taking a chance. After all, the Dragon Clan was almost completely devoid of anything now. With only one pure-blood Dragon Clan remaining in the Stardew Forest, and herself and her 4th brother having 2 broken dragon souls, which would eventually perish. Since that was the case, why not take a chance? This was one of the reasons why the Ice Dragon King agreed to cooperate with Huo Yuhao. Another reason was Huo Yuhao's talent. Among those the Ice Dragon King had seen, Huo Yuhao's talent was definitely top-notch. Huo Yuhao was only around 16 years old and already possessed strength comparable to her current state. In fact, saying it was comparable was just the Ice Dragon King's estimation. As after Huo Yuhao returned this time, the Ice Dragon King found that she could no longer see through Huo Yuhao's strength. Moreover, a subtle pressure emanated from Huo Yuhao. Although influenced by the power of the Dragon God and Dragon Souls, the Ice Dragon King felt that more of the pressure came from other auras. And he also carries my bloodline. Thinking of this, the last trace of resistance in the Ice Dragon King's heart vanished, and the ice blue light shield on her soul disappeared, allowing the golden rune to merge into her soul. As the golden rune merged, the Ice Dragon King's soul established a connection with Huo Yuhao, and her dragon's soul slightly shrank, becoming more solid. Then, a series of runes entered the Ice Dragon King's body, and the connection between the two grew even tighter. Powerful energy surged into Huo Yuhao's body, and ice blue dragon scales appeared on his skin. The Ice Emperor Scorpion Martial Soul appeared behind Huo Yuhao, followed by 2 soul rings. The already drastically changed Ice Emperor Scorpion Martial Soul's ice blue dragon scales became even more radiant. At this moment, the last golden rune merged into the Ice Dragon King's soul, and her soul body had solidified to the point of being indistinguishable from a real physical body. The Ice Dragon King controlled her solidified dragon body to fly into the sky, and a terrifying dragon roar echoed throughout the sunset forest, causing all soul beasts to involuntarily prostrate on the ground. In this moment, the Ice Dragon King of years past seemed to reappear. The Ice Dragon King's massive dragon body soared straight into the sky, then suddenly turned sharply towards Huo Yuhao below. At the moment the gigantic dragon body collided with Huo Yuhao, it directly merged into Huo Yuhao's body. Watching the disappearance of the Ice Dragon King's dragon form, the celestial herbs in the Ice Fire 2 instrument's eyes withered, as if mourning the Ice Dragon King's disappearance. Chapter 206. Divine Body Becoming Deep Within the Stardow Forest. The Lake of Life lay smooth as a mirror, the light green water resembling the most beautiful natural jade, shimmering with a vibrant green glow. Surrounding the lake, towering ancient trees reached up into the clouds. A light mist hovered over the lake's surface, and the humid air was filled with the unique fragrance of plants. In the depths of the lake, a massive silver dragon opened its eyes again, having sensed a familiar aura that awakened it from its slumber. "Is it you, Ice Dragon?" A gentle voice echoed. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the sunset forest, the soul contract between Huo Yuhao and the Ice Dragon King had already been completed. After the Ice Dragon King's body entered Huo Yuhao, he was enveloped in an ice-blue glow, as if encased in a shell. Inside the shell, Huo Yuhao was being nourished by a powerful force. Although the Ice Dragon King was currently weakened, her soul and divine power were undoubtedly at the level of a first-tier god. The quality of a first-tier god's divine consciousness and power was unimaginable. After entering Huo Yuhao's body, his original magical power was continuously evolving, growing even more powerful and approaching the level of divine power. Meanwhile, under the nourishment of divine power, Huo Yuhao's body was also becoming stronger, nearing the state of a divine body. Divine body, divine consciousness, and divine power are the three necessary conditions for becoming a god. And Huo Yuhao had already achieved divine consciousness. Now, the divine body and divine power were not far from him. After all, Huo Yuhao was still at the soul sage level. The merging with the Ice Dragon King also further enhanced Huo Yuhao's bloodline as the fusion deepened. Boom! A terrifying rumble echoed within Huo Yuhao's body, and in the next moment, a tremendous transformation occurred within him. His interior transformed into an ice-blue world, with veins morphing into crisscrossing ice-blue lines and muscles becoming solid gold. His bones turned as transparent as gems with ice-blue clarity, and one could even see the flowing bone marrow inside like mercury. With each breath, ice-blue blood circulated within him, eventually converging towards his heart, from where it was pumped throughout his body. As the blood gathered and flowed, strange entities resembling ice-blue light bands hovered around his chest. And at the core of these golden light bands, a crystal about the size of a thumbnail, shaped like a diamond, quietly floated there. Once the crystal was fully formed, Huo Yuhao suddenly emitted a sound like a bang, as if something had shattered. The ice-blue scales on his body suddenly vanished, revealing his skin as white as jade. At this moment, his skin radiated a golden glow, and the fluctuations from his breathing caused the air to distort, with wisps of black light spreading through the atmosphere. At the moment the blood energy solidified into crystal, Yuhao's divine body was finally complete. After the Ice Dragon King's divine consciousness merged with Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea, Huo Yuhao's previously stagnant divine consciousness made another leap forward. The divine consciousness of a first-tier god expanded Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea dozens of times, raising the level of his divine consciousness even higher. Day and night passed in rapid succession, and soon 3 months had gone by. At this point, the Ice Fire 2 instrument's eyes had returned to calm. Only an ice-blue egg remained suspended between Yangchuan and Bingquan, covered in dragon scales, exuding pressure upon approach. Jiao Jiao, when do you think Yuhao and the Dragon Lord will complete their fusion? The fragrant Qi Luo celestial herb inquired, gazing at the egg that had shown no change for a month. I don't know either, Liu Hua Xing Jiaoshi replied. Sigh. The fragrant Qi Luo celestial herb sighed. At this moment, the octagonal Xian ice grass spoke up. Soon. Sigh. Octagonal. Do you know when Yuhao will wake up? And when is soon? The fragrant Qi Luo celestial herb asked in surprise. Soon is before the octagonal Xian ice grass could finish. The ice-blue egg that had been calm for 3 months began to stir. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of the eggshell breaking echoed continuously. With each sound, a chill emerged, and the originally balanced ice fire 2 instruments' eyes were suddenly overtaken by cold, causing Liu Hua Xing Jiaoshu and other fire attribute, celestial herbs, to curl up uncomfortably. As the eggshell continued to crack, a gap quickly appeared, and ice blue light shone through, with dragon shadows flickering within. In the next moment, the entire eggshell exploded, shattering and flying off in all directions, while a small dragon appeared in the air. This little dragon looked just like the Ice Dragon King, only smaller in size. "That is the Dragon Lord," Octagonal Xian Ice Grass exclaimed excitedly. The fragrant Qi Luo, celestial herb, was also very happy upon seeing the Ice Dragon King. But when it started to look for Huo Yuhao's figure, it became puzzled. "Strange, where did Yuhao go?" The fragrant Qi Luo, celestial herb wondered. At this moment, the small dragon began to grow larger, and soon it transformed into a gigantic dragon 50 meters long, its ice blue scales shimmering brightly, with a rainbow of colors swirling around its body. The giant dragon soared above the Ice Fire 2 instrument's eyes as the rainbow light quietly enveloped the area. Under the influence of the rainbow light, the originally cold Ice Fire 2 instruments regained their balance. Meanwhile, deep within Yanshuan, a slight disturbance occurred upon sensing the colorful aura, but quickly settled down. After flying in a circle, the giant dragon gently descended into the Ice Fire 2 instrument's eyes. "Welcome, Dragon Lord." Octagonal Xian Ice Grass, fragrant Qi Luo, celestial herb, and Liuhua Xing Jiao Shu respectfully said. The giant dragon looked at the celestial herbs below and spoke. "I am not your Dragon Lord." The voice of the Dragon Lord came out masculine, startling the 3 celestial herbs. "Yuhao, is that you?" The fragrant Qi Luo, celestial herb exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, it is me," Huo Yuhao said with a smile. "Your Excellency, what is your current state? Where is the Dragon Lord?" Octagonal Xian Ice Grass asked anxiously. "I am currently in the true form of my martial soul. As for your Dragon Lord, let her come out and speak for herself," Huo Yuhao explained. Then, from Huo Yuhao's gigantic dragon body, an ice blue light point appeared, and in the next moment, a small dragon emerged, looking exactly like Huo Yuhao's transformed giant dragon. The octagonal Xian Ice Grass breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the familiar figure. After the Ice Dragon King appeared, she thoroughly felt her current body, which resembled her real form almost perfectly. Most importantly, she could now leave the Ice Fire 2 instrument's eyes. "Octagonal, there's no need to worry. The fusion went very smoothly." The Ice Dragon King reassured the octagonal Xian Ice Grass. "As long as the Dragon Lord is safe," octagonal Xian Ice Grass said. As a celestial herb nurtured and grown by the Ice Dragon King's body, octagonal Xian Ice Grass held the deepest feelings for her. "Octagonal, according to the agreement between me and Yuhao, next, he will awaken the Fire Dragon King. After I leave, you need to assist the Fire Dragon King in managing the Eye of Ice and Fire. Do you understand?" The Ice Dragon King instructed the octagonal Xianbing Grass. "I understand, Dragon Lord. I will obey your command," the octagonal Xianbing Grass replied respectfully. Chapter 207. The Awakening of the Fire Dragon King. Reunion of siblings in the Sunset Forest. Within the Eye of Ice and Fire. Upon hearing the words of the octagonal Xianbing Grass, the Ice Dragon King revealed a gratified smile. She then turned her gaze to Huo Yuhao, who nodded in understanding. Now that he had completed the soul fusion with the Ice Dragon King, he should fulfill his promise. A flash of ice blue light appeared, and the figure of the giant dragon vanished, reappearing as Huo Yuhao. His ice blue hair reached his waist, and he wore a white robe adorned with dragon patterns of the ice dragon color, his blue eyes resembling the color of the sky. Huo Yuhao floated down from the sky, then removed the colorful bracelet. Although he had not tested its effects, the bracelet could communicate with the dragon souls in the Dragon Valley, enabling the use of their powers, indicating its extraordinary nature. Moreover, he had received this bracelet after helping to bury the dragon bones, which contained the recognition and gratitude of the dragon clan. Huo Yuhao believed this item could awaken the Fire Dragon King. Upon seeing the necklace in Huo Yuhao's hand, the Ice Dragon King was immediately taken aback. "This is the tears of the dragon god," she exclaimed in shock. The tears of the dragon god were not actual tears shed by the dragon god, but a divine artifact. This artifact had existed since the ancient times of the dragon clan, and its appearance was subject to harsh conditions, making it rare throughout the long history of the dragon race. The conditions for its emergence required the acknowledgement of a large number of dragon clan members, but most importantly, the recognition of the dragon god. In ancient times, the dragon clan was the most powerful race between heaven and earth, which naturally led to pride among its members. Gaining the acknowledgement of dragon clan members was challenging, and obtaining the recognition of the dragon god was even more difficult. Throughout the long history of the dragon clan, only 3 individuals had acquired this artifact, all of whom were members of the dragon clan. Now, Huo Yuhao had, as a human, gained the acknowledgement of both the dragon clan and the dragon god, leaving the Ice Dragon King astonished. The tears of the dragon god? Does the dragon king know what this bracelet is? Huo Yuhao asked curiously upon seeing the Ice Dragon King's reaction, indicating she certainly knew something. This bracelet is called the Tears of the Dragon God, and it is a divine artifact. The Ice Dragon King explained the origins of the Tears of the Dragon God to Huo Yuhao. After hearing this, Huo Yuhao's expression changed to one of realization. No wonder this bracelet could open the entrance to the Dragon Valley and summon the dragon souls to fight. With this newfound confidence in Huo Yuhao's ability to awaken the Fire Dragon King, the Ice Dragon King recognized that this divine artifact had a powerful effect on dragons in a soul state. After understanding the tears of the dragon god, Huo Yuhao did not delay any further. A dazzling golden light shone in his eyes as his immense spiritual consciousness directly entered the tears of the dragon god. Instantly, the tears of the dragon god erupted with dazzling multicolored light, outshining both the sun spring and the ice spring. The next moment, a black crack appeared in the sky. Through the crack, a vast valley could be seen, filled with mounded graves where the remains of the dragon clan were buried. Is this the Dragon Valley? The Ice Dragon King stared blankly at the graves within the valley. In this valley, there was a familiar aura: Mountain Dragon King, Wind Dragon King, those once familiar clan members and siblings. For you, I will try again, the Ice Dragon King thought, tears glistening in her eyes. At that moment, from each grave in the Dragon Valley, dragon souls began to appear in the air. They seemed to sense Huo Yuhao's call, and streams of energy shot out through the spatial crack. The energies gathered together, transforming into a dazzling array of colors, and after releasing their energy, the dragon souls became somewhat ethereal before diving back into their graves. Thank you. Yuhao silently expressed his gratitude. He then controlled the multicolored energy contributed by the dragon souls, directing it toward the sun spring. As the multicolored energy entered the sun spring, changes began to occur within it. The massive fire-red dragon bones lay buried deep at the bottom of the sun spring, emanating a scorching aura. The extreme temperature was the reason for the sun spring's emergence. The dragon bones emitted a faint fire-red glow, as if breathing in the air. As the multicolored light drew closer, the glow from the dragon bones gradually became dazzling. Roars of dragon cries echoed from the bones, filled with anger and unwillingness, which slowly transformed into reminiscence as the multicolored light approached. As time passed, the multicolored light finally made contact with the dragon bones, and, at that moment, the radiance from the bones reached its peak. A terrifying dragon roar erupted from the sun spring. Fourth brother, you have finally awakened. The Ice Dragon King thought excitedly upon hearing the roar. The water in the sun spring surged violently, the extremely hot spring water almost bursting forth. The dragon's roar continued, growing clearer, and the fluctuations in the sun spring intensified. The next second, a column of water shot into the sky, soaring over 100 meters high. The temperature in the air suddenly rose, causing the moisture in the air to evaporate instantly, creating steam that filled the sky. After a while, the water column fell back down, ready to splash onto the fairy herbs in the Eye of Ice and Fire and the trees of the Sunset Forest. At that moment, Huo Yuhao moved his hand slightly, and a force gathered all the scattered water from the sun spring back into it. At this moment, the dragon soul of the Fire Dragon King finally appeared. It was a massive dragon, approximately 100 meters long, covered in fiery red scales, each emitting a scorching aura. Just standing there, the temperature it radiated distorted the air. Wherever its fire-red pupils gazed, the heat melted everything in sight. This was the Fire Dragon King, one of the 9 Dragon Kings. After appearing, the Fire Dragon King scrutinized Huo Yuhao, as he was the only one present who made him feel pressure. Fourth brother, you have finally awakened. The Ice Dragon King suddenly pounced towards the Fire Dragon King, speaking excitedly. Upon hearing this voice, the Fire Dragon King's expression softened, and a look of affection flashed in his eyes. He retracted his scorching aura, transforming his form as his dragon body gradually faded, revealing a human figure. The human form of the Fire Dragon King was strikingly handsome, clad in fiery red battle armor adorned with red dragon scales. His strong physique made him appear incredibly imposing, with waist-length fire-red hair, and even his eyebrows were fire-red. The Fire Dragon King opened his arms, waiting for the Ice Dragon King, who then flew into his wide embrace. In that moment, the emotions in their hearts were beyond words. Chapter 208, The Other Half. Divine Realm watching the deeply affectionate scene between the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. Huo Yuhao did not interrupt. The siblings embraced, savoring this moment of joy. However, this moment did not last long, as there were still more important matters to address. The Ice Dragon King flew out of the Fire Dragon King's embrace and transformed into her human form. The Ice Dragon King, resembling a human, possesses a stunningly cold beauty, with proud eyes and a captivating fair complexion. Her long ice-blue hair flows down her back. Her skin is as pure as ice and snow, with a translucent quality, and beneath the surface, a faint blue light flows. She has a tall and slender figure, yet does not appear weak. Beneath her delicate frame lies explosive energy, giving her a sense of agility. Fourth brother, this is Yuhao, the Ice Dragon King introduced. Hello, Fire Dragon King, Huo Yuhao said politely. The Fire Dragon King looked at Huo Yuhao, who had ice-blue hair and wore a white robe, and sensed the familiar yet more powerful bloodline aura emanating from him. The Fire Dragon King hesitantly asked, "Are you the son of the ninth sister?" Hearing this question from the Fire Dragon King, both Huo Yuhao and the Ice Dragon King fell into a daze. The Ice Dragon King's face turned slightly red as she hurriedly said, "Fourth brother, what are you talking about? Yuhao is not my offspring. He just happened to inherit my bloodline." Huo Yuhao's expression also showed a mix of amusement and helplessness as he said, "I am indeed not the son of the Ice Dragon King." Although the Ice Dragon King and Huo Yuhao had explained, the Fire Dragon King still looked at them with suspicion. The explanation given by the Ice Dragon King was simply too far-fetched. If it was merely by chance that he obtained the bloodline, how could the bloodline within Huo Yuhao be so strong, even surpassing that of the Ice Dragon King, the bloodline's owner? Even he felt a faint pressure. So what exactly is his identity? The power of his bloodline is so strong, and he also harbors an even more powerful force, the Fire Dragon King questioned in confusion. The Ice Dragon King fell silent, and then began to explain Huo Yuhao's identity to the Fire Dragon King. "Fourth brother, do you know how you awakened?" The Ice Dragon King asked. "I'm not sure. I felt a force entering my dragon soul while I was in a daze. It seemed to carry the aura of the Father God and other clan members. It was under the nourishment of that force that I was able to awaken." The Fire Dragon King recalled the moment of his awakening. "That force came from Yuhao's summoning," the Ice Dragon King said. "What?" The Fire Dragon King exclaimed in surprise. "Yuhao summoned the Dragon Soul's power from the Dragon Valley, using that power to awaken you," the Ice Dragon King explained. She then recounted everything Huo Yuhao had done in the Dragon Valley, including absorbing the Dragon God's Dragon Soul and obtaining the Dragon God's tears. Upon hearing these incredible events, the Fire Dragon King was utterly shocked, but he caught on to the most important point. Trembling, the Fire Dragon King asked, "Has the Father God already died?" The sadness in the Ice Dragon King's eyes was evident. Her silence was the best answer. The Fire Dragon King closed his eyes, trying to digest this news. As the King of Gods, the strongest god, the Dragon God had actually died, which was something he could not accept. The Dragon God was not only the strongest, but also his closest kin. However, perhaps there was still hope. The Ice Dragon King said to the pained Fire Dragon King. The Fire Dragon King opened his eyes and quickly asked, "What hope?" The Ice Dragon King shared what she had discussed with Huo Yuhao, and the Fire Dragon King looked at him. At that moment, Huo Yuhao also showed the two core powers of the Dragon God to the Fire Dragon King. After seeing them, the Fire Dragon King's eyes ignited with hope as he murmured, I see. So this was what the Father God meant at that time." The Ice Dragon King was somewhat puzzled. She did not quite understand what the Fire Dragon King was saying. "For brother, what are you talking about? Did the Father God say something to you?" the Ice Dragon King asked in confusion. The Fire Dragon King's eyes reflected memories as he slowly spoke. "Back then, I followed the Father God in a battle, and no one could withstand our march. The Father God's power was unmatched. However, such battles caused discontent among many races. I knew that the hatred from these wars would eventually erupt, and that would be the time of the Father God's death. Although the Father God was the strongest God King, death still seemed far away for him. But we all know that even a God King has an end to their lifespan. So I asked the Father God this question. The Father God looked at me with a confident smile and said, I will not die, whether by being killed or reaching the end of my lifespan. because I am immortal and indestructible. At that time, I thought the Father God meant that he was so powerful that he wouldn't be killed and that he was confident he could break through the God King realm. But I felt something was off, so I consulted the Dragon Prince. The Dragon Prince told me the answer, but he was also uncertain at the time. What was the answer? The Ice Dragon King asked anxiously, with Huo Yuhao listening attentively. The Dragon Prince told me that the Father God is immortal and indestructible because he was birthed from the chaotic energy at the time of creation. Nothing can cause him to die, neither time nor power. Even if the Father God is defeated, he will only be split into two parts, the Fire Dragon King said. Is it the two core powers of the Father God? The Ice Dragon King guessed. Yes, it's those two powers. The Father God embodies both destruction and creation. This is the most primordial and core power in the universe. When I saw the silver crystal being attracted, I could confirm that this statement was true. The one located in the Stardow Forest should be the Father God's power of creation, representing his wisdom and kindness, the Fire Dragon King speculated. If we can merge the Father God's two powers again, he can reappear, right? The Ice Dragon King asked excitedly. Theoretically, yes, the Fire Dragon King speculated. As long as there's a possibility, the Ice Dragon King said excitedly. Yuhao, can you feel the attraction to the other core power? The Ice Dragon King asked hopefully, and the Fire Dragon King also looked at Huo Yuhao with anticipation. Looking at the two hopeful dragons, Huo Yuhao shook his head and said, no, I can't feel any attraction to the golden core. It feels the same no matter where I am. The two dragons lowered their heads in disappointment, but Huo Yuhao continued. Actually, this is a strange phenomenon. If it were truly on the Douluo Continent, there would definitely be some reaction, but the golden core shows no reaction, which means the dragon god's destructive power is not on the Douluo Continent. He did not continue, but the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King understood what he meant. In the Divine Realm. Chapter 209. Leaving the Ice and Fire Duality Eye in the Sunset Forest at the Ice and Fire Duality Eye. The Divine Realm. The Fire Dragon King murmured. The Ice Dragon King's expression also turned grim. If it were on the Douluo Continent, there might still be a chance to merge the two powers of the Dragon God and bring him back to the world. But now, with the embodiment of the destructive power in the Divine Realm, they had almost no chance of reviving the Dragon God. Even if both the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings returned to their peak state, it would be useless in front of the Divine Realm. And with the existence of the Divine Realm's core, they could not possibly conceal their actions from the gods of the Divine Realm to find the embodiment of the Dragon God's destructive power. Why is it necessary to revive the Dragon God? Huo Yuhao asked, seeing the expressions of the two dragons. The Fire Dragon King was still immersed in disappointment. Hearing Huo Yuhao's question, a nameless anger rose in his heart. He glared at Huo Yuhao and said, do you know how strong the strength of the Divine Realm is? Without the Dragon God, how could we possibly compete with the Divine Realm? Huo Yuhao calmly looked at the furious eyes of the Fire Dragon King, slightly parted his lips, and slowly said, it's very simple. I will become the Dragon God. You become the Dragon God? Do you know how powerful the Dragon God is? What makes you think you can become the Dragon God? The Fire Dragon King shouted angrily upon hearing Huo Yuhao's light words. The Ice Dragon King, however, showed no anger. She lowered her head as if pondering something. I'll ask you a question. How long has the Dragon God been cultivating? Huo Yuhao asked calmly. This question left the Fire Dragon King momentarily speechless. How long has the Dragon God been cultivating? The Fire Dragon King did not know, and neither did the Ice Dragon King. Perhaps only the Dragon God himself could not remember the exact number. Since the Dragon God was born, he had gone through a long period of cultivation, ultimately reaching the realm of the Divine King. Then the Dragon God found a suitable Dragon God and created the 9 Dragon Kings for the dragon race to reproduce. This is the well-known legend. Huowever, no one knows the specifics of the world, but it can be confirmed that the years of cultivation for the Dragon God must not have been short. Seeing that neither dragon answered, Huo Yuhao continued. The Dragon God must have cultivated for a long time to become the strongest Divine King, with the support of strong talent. Of course, the time spent cultivating also plays a role. Do you know how long I've been cultivating? Huo Yuhao asked again. I don't know, the Fire Dragon King replied. He truly did not know how long Huo Yuhao had been cultivating, but he believed that the time Huo Yuhao spent to reach his current strength could not be short. 16 years. I have only cultivated for 16 years, Huo Yuhao answered. In fact, if you count the time spent in the magic world, Huo Yuhao's cultivation time is more than 16 years. But saying 16 years is not a lie, as he has indeed only cultivated his martial soul for 16 years. 16 years? How is that possible? The Fire Dragon King exclaimed in disbelief. In the Fire Dragon King's perception, Huo Yuhao was stronger than he was now, which indicated that Huo Yuhao's strength must have reached the divine level. Achieving divine level strength in 16 years is unimaginable for anyone. The 9 Dragon Kings did not reach divine level when they were created. They also reached divine level only after a long period of cultivation. Fourth brother, what Yuhao said is true. The Ice Dragon King then spoke up. The Fire Dragon King looked at the Ice Dragon King, who explained, when I first met Yuhao, his strength was only at the Soul Zone level. At that time, he was only 11 or 12 years old, and that is why I chose him. The Fire Dragon King fell silent. Huo Yuhao's talent had indeed caught his attention. After a moment of silence, the Fire Dragon King spoke again. Your talent is indeed very strong, but I don't believe anyone can reach the strength of the Father God. Why should we think that future generations cannot surpass the strength of their predecessors? Just because others cannot do it does not mean I cannot do it. And I must do it, Huo Yuhao said firmly at this moment. The strong confidence he exuded made both the Fire Dragon King and the Ice Dragon King unable to help but glance at him. The Ice Dragon King suddenly smiled, as she understood that her choice was not wrong. Ninth sister, what did you mean when you said you chose him? The Fire Dragon King asked. Fourth brother, before you awakened, I had already reached an agreement with Yuhao. I had become Yuhao's soul spirit, and Yuhao has promised to help the dragon race take revenge on the divine realm. The Ice Dragon King revealed the content of their cooperation. What is a soul spirit? The Fire Dragon King asked in confusion. A soul spirit is. The Ice Dragon King carefully explained the principles of soul spirits to the Fire Dragon King. Upon hearing that his sister, one of the 9 Dragon Kings of the dragon race, had become a human soul spirit, the Fire Dragon King did not feel anger. He understood that even their awakening relied on Huo Yuhao. Therefore, he had no right to feel angry. He only felt a sense of sorrow. Such a powerful dragon race had already declined to this point after the fall of the dragon god. Earlier, he had been so agitated because Huo Yuhao had said that the dragon god was his father and the person he respected the most. After Huo Yuhao's words, he also understood that the current dragon race could only rely on this human boy. He looked at Huo Yuhao and, after a moment of silence, said, Please take good care of Ninth Sister. Huo Yuhao looked at the Fire Dragon King, who was revealing genuine feelings, and his expression became serious as he spoke. As long as I'm alive, she will be safe. The Fire Dragon King nodded and then turned to walk towards Yanchuan, his armored, sturdy body seeming to become a bit stooped. The Ice Dragon King worriedly walked towards the Fire Dragon King, standing behind him and saying, Fourth brother, are you okay? The Fire Dragon King turned around, smiling as he said, Do you think I'm that weak? The hope of the dragon race will depend on you now. But don't push yourself too hard, understand? I will take care of the Ice Fire 2EI and wait for you to come back. Tears welled up in the Ice Dragon King's eyes as she suddenly jumped into the Fire Dragon King's arms, just like when they were young. Yuhao, are you really going to leave the Ice Fire 2EI now? Yoxiang Chilua asked reluctantly. Yes, I have been at the Ice Fire 2EI for a long time. It's time to leave. After all, there are more important matters to attend to. Huo Yuhao explained. I understand, Yoxiang Chilua said with a downcast expression. Then goodbye, Yu, Bajiao, and Jiao. Huo Yuhao said with a smile. Goodbye, Yuhao. Yoxiang Chilua and Bajiao Xininggrass said, while Liehua Xingjiao Shu silently said goodbye as well. After bidding farewell, Huo Yuhao's figure directly disappeared from the Ice Fire 2EI. At that moment, an invisible figure appeared beside Yanchuan, watching the place where Huo Yuhao had left. Goodbye, fourth sister. The Dragon Race. Chapter 210. Ice Dragon King's right arm bone. Dragon Core Tiando City, headquarters of the body sect. After leaving the Ice Fire 2EI, Huo Yuhao went directly back to the headquarters, and his long absence naturally drew the displeasure of Wang Donger. After Huo Yuhao explained the importance of the matter to her, Wang Donger did not blame Huo Yuhao. However, Huo Yuhao still accompanied Wang Donger for a few days. At this time, in the woods outside Tiando City, Huo Yuhao was in the forest, his eyes tightly closed as he felt the changes within his body. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of a violent heartbeat echoed through the quiet forest, and the ice-blue blood flowed rapidly in his body, a layer of blood-red aura spreading outside. The nearby trees began to move without wind, and the dust on the ground seemed to be attracted and floated up. Then, Huo Yuhao suddenly opened his eyes. His right hand slowly raised. This gentle action caused all the trees to change direction, and the floating dust gathered around his fist. Huo Yuhao looked ahead and gently pushed his fist forward. Boom! 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 The sound of air explosions kept coming. The next moment, crack! Crack! A sound echoed as Huo Yuhao looked down at the ground before him. which was cracking continuously and extending forward. The trees ahead were neither broken nor blown away. Instead, they all turned into fine powder. Soon, a fissure 50 meters long and 30 meters deep appeared before Huo Yuhao, with a large amount of tree debris scattered around it in the sky. Where the punch wind passed, terrifying black cracks emerged, and at those black cracks, air was continuously flowing away, causing the scattered tree debris to disappear as it passed through the black cracks. What is happening? A soldier on the city wall of Tiando City shouted. Just a moment ago, while he was on duty, he suddenly heard many terrifying explosions. And then he saw a large area of forest in the distance disappear completely. Is there a powerful soul master fighting there? I need to hurry and notify the captain. The soldier muttered, just as he was about to turn and go down. A person in black metal armor descended from the sky, landing in front of him, and said, "No need to notify me. I estimate the entire Tiando City is already aware." "Captain," the soldier exclaimed in surprise. "I'll go take a look. You stay here on guard," the captain said. After speaking, the captain's black armor emitted a glow, and a pair of wings appeared behind him as he flew toward the source of the sound. The soldier watched his commanding officer fly away, expressing envy as he said, "When will I also have such a soul-guiding device?" Many intelligence personnel in Tiando City also began to take action, heading toward the location of the incident. In the forest, Huo Yuhao looked at the terrifying destructive power before him and nodded with satisfaction. Just using 20% of his power had already resulted in such strong destruction. Indeed, it was worthy of being the divine body with dragon bloodline. Huo Yuhao smiled and said, "The Dragon Clan is known for its physical strength, and with the bloodline of the Ice Dragon King and the absorption of the Dragon God's dragon soul power, Huo Yuhao's physical strength became even more terrifying after achieving his body. Huo Yuhao felt that if he exerted his full strength, he could likely turn the entire Douluo star into a scene of devastation. He believed that his physical strength was definitely beyond the initial divine level, but without a reference, he couldn't determine his true realm. Furthermore, the core within him had greatly enhanced his physical strength after condensing. Huo Yuhao sensed the core in his body. The core formed from the condensed Dragon Clan's bloodline power will be called the Dragon Core from now on. Huo Yuhao named the core in his body. He then looked at the destroyed land and forest before him. A yellow light appeared in his hand, and he brought his palms together, causing the yellow light to spread out. As the yellow light spread, the cracked ground below began to close rapidly, and before long, the terrifying fissure had returned to its original state. After repairing the land, Huo Yuhao waved his right hand, and the black cracks in the air disappeared. The trees that had been shattered now restored themselves under the influence of a peculiar silver light, as if they had never been destroyed. My comprehension of the power of time has become more proficient, Huo Yuhao thought. After finishing these tasks, Huo Yuhao disappeared into the forest. Shortly after he vanished, those who came to investigate arrived at the forest, staring blankly at the intact trees before them. After leaving the forest, Huo Yuhao did not return to the headquarters of the body sect, but instead used spatial power to arrive in the ocean tens of thousands of miles away. The huge commotion he had caused attracted so many reconnaissance personnel, and Huo Yuhao knew he couldn't experiment near Tiando City anymore. So he deliberately came to the ocean far away. Here, he wouldn't be disturbed. Huo Yuhao's eyes sparkled with a brilliant golden light, instantly enveloping the sea area within a 10,000-meter radius. In this powerful force, both strong and weak soul beasts fled. Now I can experiment with soul skills without worry. Huo Yuhao smiled with satisfaction. After Huo Yuhao fused with the Ice Dragon King soul, the Ice Green Emperor Scorpion Martial soul, which originally had only 2 soul rings, instantly gained 7 soul rings. The Ice Dragon King soul directly provided him with 7 soul rings, and Huo Yuhao could feel that the Ice Dragon King soul could provide even more soul rings. This meant that Huo Yuhao would no longer need to add other soul rings to the Ice Green Emperor Scorpion Martial soul after reaching a bottleneck. The Ice Dragon King soul would automatically generate soul rings. Additionally, after fusing with the Ice Dragon King soul, the Ice Green Emperor Scorpion Martial soul underwent a strange transformation. Under the influence of the Ice Dragon King's bloodline, the Ice Green Emperor Scorpion Martial soul had already changed in form. Now, with the fusion of the Ice Dragon King's soul and the enhancement of the Ice Dragon King's bloodline, the Ice Green Emperor Scorpion Martial soul had actually transformed into 2 forms. One was the original Ice Green Emperor Scorpion Martial soul, and the other was the Ice Dragon King Martial soul. However, although there were 2 forms, the soul rings were still shared. Only the state of the martial soul's true body had changed. Let's test the soul bone skill, Huo Yuhao thought. While fusing with the Ice Dragon King soul, Huo Yuhao also conveniently fused with the left arm bone of the Ice Dragon King. The soul ring produced by a level 1 divine grade soul beast provided Huo Yuhao with very powerful soul skills. Ice blue light shone from Huo Yuhao's right arm, releasing terrifying cold air. Except for Huo Yuhao, no one knew what happened in this sea area. Later, the sea spanning thousands of miles was directly frozen for over 100 years. Anyone who came within 5,000 meters of this sea area would be frozen by the cold air. Chapter 211. Condensing the Seventh Soul Ring. Scaring off Zhong Liwu in Tiando City, at the headquarters of the body sect. In Huo Yuhao's room, he was sitting cross-legged on his bed, cultivating. After a day of experimentation and practice, Huo Yuhao had completely mastered the surging power within him. The divine body and divine consciousness had been achieved, leaving only divine power. Huo Yuhao thought silently. After absorbing the Ice Dragon King's soul, the originally high-quality mana in Huo Yuhao's body had received a boost in quality. Although it had not yet reached the level of divine power, it was already very close. Huo Yuhao estimated that as long as he fused one more soul ring, he could elevate his mana to a level comparable to divine power. Moreover, Huo Yuhao did not feel the limits of his mana. Generally, after becoming a god, soul masters would convert their soul power into divine power. The next step would be the accumulation of divine power. But Huo Yuhao felt that his mana seemed not to have reached its limit. Perhaps after accumulating to a certain extent, his mana would undergo significant changes. Perhaps one day, it could evolve once again, Huo Yuhao dreamed in his heart. However, the most important thing now was still to condense the soul ring, Huo Yuhao thought again. In fact, after fusing with the Ice Dragon King's soul, Huo Yuhao's mana had already broken through the bottleneck, reaching level 75. Although the level increase was not significant, the astonishing quality was already enough to be compared to an ordinary level 3 god, according to the Ice Dragon King's estimation. Coupled with the powerful magic and soul skills Huo Yuhao possessed, as well as his terrifying mental strength, he would not be at a disadvantage against a level 2 god. As for level 1 gods, it was difficult to compete, as level 1 gods had already mastered a certain powerful rule that could not be surpassed merely through strength in other aspects. Then, Huo Yuhao's figure flashed, and he directly left the main base of the body sect. The next moment, he arrived at the highest peak of the Heavenly Soul Empire, the Heavenly God Peak. As the highest peak of the Heavenly Soul Empire, the height reaches 17,500 meters. At such a height, the summit is covered in snow all year round, and the thickness of the snow has reached a terrifying level. Huo Yuhao stood on the snow-covered summit, but his feet did not sink into the snow, as if he had no weight at all. Standing at the top of the snowy mountain, it was silent, as if he was at the pinnacle of the world. The wind whistled past his ears, yet did not make Huo Yuhao feel any cold. The summit of Heavenly God Peak can be said to be one of the most uninhabited places in the Heavenly Soul Empire, because even in the colder regions of the extreme north, there are traces of soul beasts and humans. However, there were no activities of soul beasts on Heavenly God Peak, so there were also no human soul masters hunting soul beasts here. Although some people had explored Heavenly God Peak before, they returned empty-handed. Gradually, due to the difficulty of climbing and the many who returned without success, it became a place rarely visited, only occasionally attracting a few who wanted to reach the summit. Thus, it became the best place for Huo Yuhao to condense his soul rings. Huo Yuhao ignored the falling snow and howling cold wind and directly sat cross-legged on the peak, beginning to condense the seventh soul ring for his spirit, martial soul. As soon as Huo Yuhao began to condense the soul ring, the wind and snow falling on the summit formed a funnel shape, rushing towards Huo Yuhao at the center of the funnel. The natural energy within a radius of 10,000 miles was completely attracted to Huo Yuhao. This time, Huo Yuhao planned to condense a million-year soul ring for his spirit, martial soul. After all, the seventh soul ring affects the strength of the martial soul's true body, and Huo Yuhao certainly wanted to choose the most powerful soul ring. And a higher age soul ring could also allow for faster growth of his spiritual power. However, the energy required to condense a million-year soul ring was enormous, and the time needed was quite long. Even someone like Huo Yuhao, who possessed a powerful spiritual consciousness, would require about a month to condense it. Time passed quickly, and soon half a month had gone by. At this time, the natural energy that had been attracted was close to becoming substantial, forming a huge cover in the sky, enveloping the sky within 1,000 miles. Such a terrifying phenomenon naturally attracted the attention of many people, and Huo Yuhao's intention to remain inconspicuous failed. at the edge of the giant cover. For figures dressed in black robes were conversing. Master, what exactly is this? It is formed from pure natural energy. And what is that layer of golden light above? A deep voice came from one of the black-robed figures, asking the figure standing in front. Before the master could respond, another figure in a black robe, looking very small and thin, spoke directly. If you want to know what it is, it's simple, just try it. After speaking, he reached out to touch the golden light cover. The master frowned and was about to stop him when his hand had already made contact with the golden light. At the moment of contact, the golden light did not change at all, and the thin black-robed man sneered, just about to speak. At that moment, the golden light cover seemed to awaken, and a streak of golden light shot out, transforming into a tiny golden needle. Then, in a flash, it pierced straight into the thin black-robed man's temple. The thin black-robed man let out a scream and then lost consciousness, falling directly to the ground. The nearby black-robed person reacted quickly and caught him, then sensed the condition of the thin black-robed man's body, saying in a grave tone, "Master, his sea of consciousness has suffered severe damage." However, at this moment, their master did not respond, but fell into a daze, sensing a familiar aura from the earlier spiritual power. It's him, the master murmured. Years ago, he had lost consciousness after being hit by a soul skill from a young boy. If it weren't for his Uncle Long intervening at that time, he would have suffered a serious blow. Even though someone had come to save him, his sea of consciousness had sustained significant damage, taking a long time to recover. Because of this, he had left a shadow on that boy, and after years of cultivation, that boy's strength must have greatly increased. The power to cause such a phenomenon must be extraordinarily strong. His mind raced, and he quickly made a decision. "We need to leave now. Hurry," the master shouted. After speaking, he flew off into the distance, and the other subordinates immediately followed. Meanwhile, in other areas beneath the giant cover, many people were observing the phenomenon, including representatives from various major forces across the continent. Because this was within the territory of the Heavenly Soul Empire, many other forces wanted to enter, and Wei Tian naturally could not outright refuse, as that would offend those forces. Therefore, Wei Tian called upon the undying poison to suppress the situation. And the appearance of the undying poison made these forces much more compliant, as he could be considered the strongest on the surface of Douluo Continent. And no one dared to touch the dignity of the undying poison. Chapter 212. Gathering of forces all below Heavenly God Peak. There were many tents set up, with people coming in and out of each tent. The tents were enveloped in a faint golden light, not from the sunlight, but from the radiance emitted by the giant cover in the sky. At this moment, within the largest tent among those, representatives from all major forces on the continent were gathered. Inside the big tent, there was a not too large table, with 2 stools placed on either side and 1 stool at the front, while there was no way to place one opposite. At this time, the seats at the long table were all filled. Sitting in the first seat on the right was a robust middle-aged man in a dark blue robe, with short black hair and a strong, chiseled face. His dark blue robe bore a terrifying dark blue giant dragon, which shimmered with endless electric light. Opposite him sat a man with a refined appearance, straight nose, and square mouth, dressed in a pure white robe that looked immaculate. He appeared to be in his 40s, with gentle eyes, looking like an ordinary person, with soft black hair cascading down his back. Behind him stood an old man with gray hair, sharp eyes, standing straight like a long sword. Next to the dark blue-robed man sat a woman dressed in luxurious clothing, exuding nobility and with a voluptuous figure, looking like a member of royalty. Beside the white-robed man was a middle-aged man in a platinum robe. Sitting in the main seat was the undying poison, dressed in black robes and with long black hair. After such a significant event occurred at Heavenly God Peak, the undying poison had naturally noticed it long ago, but he did not take any action because he had already been informed before Huo Yuhao began condensing his soul ring. As for the people attracted here, the undying poison also did not plan to remind them of the true situation, as he wanted to give these people a good warning. In recent years, after achieving the limit Douluo title, the undying poison had received many overtures from various forces, but these were mostly superficial, while behind the scenes, almost all forces were coveting the Heavenly Soul Empire's technology for the civilian use of soul tools. After the invention of the civilian use soul tools, it had already attracted the attention of major forces, and once the Heavenly Soul Empire began mass production, it made all major forces swarm to it. Almost no country can refuse the enormous economic benefits brought by the civilianization of soul guides, along with the significant enhancement of military strength it brings. However, With the existence of the invincible extreme Duo, Poison Immortal, and the record of defeating a 97th level evil soul master, no one dares to act rashly. Since they cannot take action openly, these forces resort to covert operations, as it is impossible for an extreme Duo like Poison Immortal to concern himself with these underhanded matters. While the assassins carrying out the theft missions possess considerable strength, through the relentless efforts of these forces, they indeed managed to steal some information. But no force could replicate the formations. Nevertheless, they continued to attempt to obtain more. This process naturally led to numerous casualties, including intelligence personnel from various major forces and researchers from research centers. Those who understood the formations in the research centers were absolutely trustworthy. But some intelligence personnel resorted to harming the families of the researchers, forcing them to reveal secrets, resulting in the deaths of the researchers. After these events, the Empire naturally strengthened the protection of researchers and their families. But even with the great manpower of various forces, researchers still suffered casualties. This situation naturally enraged Old Chun, and Wei Tian was also furious. While they were pondering how to deter the major forces, the phenomenon caused by the soul rings condensed by Huo Yuhao provided them with an opportunity. Thus, Wei Tian took the chance to spread the news that there were rare materials emerging at the Heavenly God Peak, attracting the major forces. After the news spread, some came to investigate, and with the terrifying phenomena currently occurring at the Heavenly God Peak, no one would believe that rare materials were not present. The camp fell into an eerie silence, as the strongest present, Poison Immortal, who was also the host, remained silent, causing the others to hesitate to speak. After a moment of silence, Poison Immortal finally spoke. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, Star Luo Empire, Do Ling Empire. You all came quite promptly when there were benefits to be had. Haha, Poison Crown is joking, said a woman from the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. We're just here to see what has happened at the Heavenly God Peak. Such a terrifying phenomenon could be due to the emergence of rare materials, but might also indicate the arrival of evil beings. If it's the former, then it's all well and good. If it's the latter, we certainly cannot stand by idly. What Sect Master Ning says is correct. Poison Crown has misunderstood us, said a plump woman. Though the other two did not speak, they nodded in agreement. Poison Immortal remained silent, only staring at Ning Quan, who had just spoken. Under Poison Immortal's calm gaze, Ning Quan felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, causing his body to tremble involuntarily, a cold sweat forming on his forehead. The gray-haired elder behind him sensed the situation and released a sharp aura, akin to a long sword about to be unsheathed. Ning Quan struggled against the pressure, subtly signaling the elder behind him not to act. Upon seeing Ning Quan's gesture, the elder also regained his composure. At this moment, Poison Immortal withdrew his gaze, and Ning Quan immediately felt the pressure dissipate. Poison Immortal then said, "The 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect is indeed worthy of its origins in commerce. Your tongue is quite clever. Poison Crown is joking." Ning Quan forced a smile and replied. Poison Immortal then stood up, his expression devoid of emotion as he scanned the 4 present, his gaze carrying immense pressure, causing the others to turn pale. "You can wait here, or fight for those so-called rare materials. I won't interfere. You can rely on your own abilities. But do not harm the citizens of the Heavenly Soul Empire. Otherwise, Poison Immortal coldly snorted. "Will the Poison Sect Master personally intervene?" asked a woman named Shui Ling from the Do Ling Empire cautiously. "I will not intervene. Naturally, someone will act when the time comes." Poison Immortal replied expressionlessly before vanishing directly from the tent. After Poison Immortal left, the 4 present breathed a sigh of relief. "Everyone, I am unwell, so I will take my leave," Ning Quan said. Without waiting for the others to respond, he immediately exited the tent. The remaining 3 also chose not to linger in the tent, bidding farewell to each other before leaving. Chapter 213 Countdown Heavenly Soul Empire, above Heavenly God Peak. At this moment, the lid formed by the convergence of the world's energy had already melted away more than half, leaving only a portion above Heavenly God Peak, which covered the entire summit. The lid had undergone a significant transformation. The golden light above had now become substantial, bathing the entire Heavenly God Peak in golden brilliance. Under the intense golden light, the scene at the summit became completely obscured. Anyone who tried to approach would be knocked unconscious by the fierce golden light, suffering severe damage to their mental sea. 1,000 meters away from the peak of Heavenly God Peak, 2 figures were floating in the air, dressed in a white robe. Ning Quan's elegant and amiable face was now pale, indicating the tremendous pressure Poison Immortal had exerted on him the previous day. However, more importantly, the gap in strength between the two was immense. Although the 9-treasure glazed tile sect had changed from the 7-treasure glazed tile sect 10,000 years ago, the reality was that it was only Ning Rongrong who had purified her martial soul into the 9-treasure glazed tower 10,000 years ago. Moreover, Ning Rongrong did not leave any bloodline behind, so the members of the 9-treasure glazed tile sect still possessed the 7-treasure glazed tower martial soul, and their soul power could not advance beyond the 79th level. Facing a 99th level extreme, even a hint of aura was unbearable for a soul saint, let alone a support-type soul master with poorer physical qualities. Uncle Feng, do you think there are really rare materials on Heavenly God Peak? Ning Quan asked the dust wind standing behind him. I'm not sure. I can't see what's inside Heavenly God Peak, but judging from such a terrifying phenomenon and aura, the things here are incredibly powerful. Dust Wind pondered for a moment before replying. If even you can't see through it, even if they are rare materials, can we really obtain them? Ning Quan said with a serious expression. As long as you want them, I will do my best to seize them, Dust Wind replied calmly, seemingly unfazed by any pressure, but rather feeling somewhat eager to try. By the way, Xiao Quan, do you know why Shrek Academy and the Sun Moon Empire haven't sent anyone here? Dust Wind asked curiously. Upon hearing this question, a serious expression returned to Ning Quan's face, and he began to speak. The Sun Moon Empire is certainly aware of the news here, as it is not far from the border of the two countries. At that time, the Sun Moon Empire sent people to negotiate with the Heavenly Soul Empire. But after the previous attack that stirred the continent, the Heavenly Soul Empire and the Sun Moon Empire had already torn apart their facade in secret. Hence, during the negotiations, Poison Immortal directly appeared and sent the Sun Moon Empire's people back, with only one person returning from the 10 who came. After a pause, Ning Quan continued. As for Shrek Academy, according to the news relayed back from the academy there, it seems that a great battle occurred at Shrek Academy, one that the entire Shrek city sensed. However, no one knows who the fighters were. What can be confirmed is that Shrek Academy was defeated. I see, what a pity. I originally wanted to spar with that old coot Schwanzi. Dust Wind sighed in disappointment. However, it seems that I could spar with Poison Immortal. Back in the day, Poison Immortal and I both advanced to level 98 around the same time, and our matches were always evenly matched. Now, he has achieved extreme Douluo, and we haven't sparred since. Chen Feng said eagerly. Ning Quan looked at the eager Chen Feng and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, feeling helpless. Uncle Chen is great in every way except for being too combative. Every time he sees a strong opponent, he wants to fight. It seems that his secluded life in the sect has made him restless for a long time. Ning Quan looked at the God Peak, which was completely obscured by golden light and couldn't be seen clearly. He shook his head and sighed. Soon, the two left the vicinity of God Peak. According to the rate at which the heavenly and earthly essence in the air was disappearing, it would probably take about another week for all the phenomena to completely vanish, which would be their moment to act. As they departed, several others also vanished into the sky, all waiting for an opportunity. After the few disappeared, two robust figures appeared in the air. Master, what do you think the expressions of those people would be if they knew the truth here? The Golden Body Elder asked with a smile. Ha, I don't care about their expressions. Is everything ready with the Golden Body? Poison Immortal asked after a hearty laugh. It's all set, guaranteed to give them a big surprise, the Golden Body Douluo said, a dangerous smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Time flew by quickly, and 7 days passed just like that. The sun's rays shone down on the earth again, and all the covers formed by the heavenly and earthly essence in the sky had disappeared, leaving only the shining golden light on the mountaintop. At this moment, everyone gathered in the sky, waiting for the moment when the golden light would disappear. In the center of the light, Huo Yuhao was about to complete the process of condensation. After a month of gathering heavenly and earthly essence, the energy needed for the million-year spirit ring had finally been collected. Huo Yuhao was now covered in a layer of golden light, formed from extremely pure heavenly and earthly essence. During the process of condensing the spirit ring, Huo Yuhao could sense what was happening around him, including the situation of Zhong Liwu and Ning Quan. Huo Yuhao didn't feel too much dissatisfaction about being used in the plan by Wei Tian, as Poison Immortal had discussed it with him beforehand. Although Huo Yuhao was already in the process of condensing the spirit ring, his spiritual consciousness could still communicate with others, as condensing the spirit ring wouldn't consume much of his mental energy. After communicating with Poison Immortal, he received a positive response and agreed to Wei Tian's plan. Ning Quan, Chen Feng, Yu Feilong, Xueling, and Su Xingkong reappeared, and behind Xueling and Su Xingkong were two night people who had not shown themselves before. It should be about time, Poison Immortal thought silently while hidden in shadows. As the tense atmosphere continued, a distant voice rang out. Gather. Instantly, a terrifying suction force appeared, pulling all the heavenly and earthly essence in the sky towards God Peak. The faces of Ning Quan and the others changed in shock, as the terrifying suction was also pulling at their bodies. They exerted all their soul power to stabilize themselves, barely resisting the powerful pull. Ning Quan, Soul Saja, naturally couldn't withstand it. He shouted in panic, Uncle Feng. Before he could finish, Chen Feng had already acted, enveloping both of them in a white shield, continuously outputting his soul power to maintain the shield and prevent it from shattering under the terrifying suction. Once they stabilized, the seven looked solemnly at the top of God Peak. Uncle Feng, what was that voice just now? Could it be that the treasures at the top of God Peak are not heavenly materials and earthly treasures, but rather a powerful being in seclusion? Ning Quan asked with a mix of excitement and seriousness, his eyes still carrying a hint of fear. If it hadn't been for Chun Feng's timely reaction, he didn't know what would have awaited him. Chun Feng shook his head, his expression grave, and said, It's possible. I think the news about heavenly materials and earthly treasures might have been deliberately released by the Heaven Do Empire to lure us here. Ning Quan, upon hearing this possibility, didn't appear overly panicked. He had suspected this possibility when coming to the Heaven Do Empire, so he was fully prepared. At least the 9-treasure glazed tile sect wouldn't suffer losses. Uncle Feng, can we leave now? Ning Quan asked. No, Chun Feng shook his head. If I disperse the shield now, we will immediately be sucked towards the peak of God Peak. Chun Feng explained. It seems we are trapped here. Now we can only wait for the person at the peak to appear, Ning Quan said with a bitter smile. Meanwhile, several others in the sky were also in a similar situation, their expressions grim as they hadn't expected such a powerful individual in the Heaven Do Empire besides Poison Immortal. Hidden in the shadows, Poison Immortal was also wrapped in a layer of green light, and he sighed with a wry smile. Yuhao, this kid is truly extraordinarily strong now. Soon, the heavenly and earthly essence within 1,000 miles was absorbed, and at this moment, Huo Yuhao, sitting cross-legged at the peak, opened his eyes, and terrifying golden light shot out from them. Instantly, 2 beams of light shot forward, leaving deep trails in the air, and black light spread throughout. The speed of the light beams was so fast that the 7 people in the air didn't have time to react. The golden beams flashed past, leaving them in a daze, as if their spiritual seas had been struck by a heavy blow. Blood flowed from Ning Quan's mouth and nose, and he fell into a coma. If it hadn't been for Chun Feng's timely intervention to catch him, he would have already plummeted to the ground. While Chun Feng himself turned pale. Who is this person? How can they possess such powerful mental strength that just passing by can cause such great harm? Chun Feng thought in disbelief. At this moment, Huo Yuhao, who had opened his eyes, slightly parted his lips and uttered another word. Condense. In an instant, the words became reality, and the heavenly and earthly essence that had been attracted over, along with the essence that had already gathered in his body, began to condense within Huo Yuhao. Soul rings appeared behind Huo Yuhao. Golden, red, red, red. 6 soul rings emerged, and after the 6th soul ring, a phantasmal golden ring began to take shape. As the heavenly and earthly essence continuously poured into the illusory golden ring, it gradually became solid. With Huo Yuhao's fine control, the heavenly and earthly essence rapidly flowed into the soul ring. Due to the continuous influx of heavenly and earthly essence, the golden light at the peak of God Peak slowly began to disappear. And soon, Huo Yuhao's figure gradually became visible. The 6 still conscious individuals watched the peak intently, eager to know the identity of the person at the top. In the next moment, the golden light that had enveloped them for nearly a month finally vanished, and Huo Yuhao's figure completely appeared before everyone. He was tall, over 1.90 meters, with a handsome and elegant appearance, exuding a remarkable aura, and his eyes were clear, as if they could reflect the universe itself. He possessed an otherworldly presence, as if he were not of this world, with pairs of golden eyes that seemed to contain the ultimate truths of heaven and earth, and deep within his eyes was a hint of ice blue, like ancient ice that could freeze everything. The few were captivated by Huo Yuhao's extraordinary appearance and didn't immediately notice the terrifying configuration of soul rings behind him. Once they realized it, they fell into extreme shock. Soul Sage, how is this possible? Who is this person? This terrifying soul ring configuration. This cannot possibly be a human soul ring, Shuling exclaimed loudly. The others did not shout along with him, but their dazed expressions and stiff bodies had already revealed their shock. What a kid, no wonder he is so strong, the hidden Du Hudong said with a smile. Chun Feng infused soul power into Ning Quan, and soon Ning Quan woke up. He originally wanted to understand what had just happened, but he was also drawn to the terrifying figure of Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao at the peak did not pay attention to the shock of these people. He was focused on condensing the seventh soul ring, with time passing second by second. Although Ning Quan and the others wanted to escape, as soon as they moved their bodies, they felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Their instincts told them that if they left, they would die. Finally, the golden light on Huo Yuhao completely disappeared, and at that moment, the seventh soul ring behind Huo Yuhao formed. Gold, red, 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 red. Gold. 7 soul rings appeared behind Huo Yuhao. The terrifying soul rings condensed without leaking a trace of soul power, showcasing Huo Yuhao's formidable control over his soul power. Huo Yuhao did not retract the soul rings behind him. Instead, he looked at Ning Quan and the other 7. Huo Yuhao's eyes were very calm, devoid of any power. Yet to Ning Quan and the others, they felt an extreme terror. Just being looked at made their skin tingle, and their heads began to ache faintly. They almost all lowered their heads, not daring to meet Huo Yuhao's gaze, except for Chun Feng, who stood tall like a sword with his chest out. Even though he felt pain from his spiritual sea, he showed no intention of bowing his head. Huo Yuhao looked at the sword-like elder with approval in his eyes, and he retracted his pressure, causing the others to relax immediately. Huo Yuhao said lightly, "Why have you come to disturb my closed-door training?" The group was startled, and Ning Quan, suppressing his discomfort, said, "This strong one, you've misunderstood. We are not." Before he could finish, Huo Yuhao directly interrupted him. "No need to say more. I don't want to know what you're here for." Ning Quan immediately shut his mouth, fearing that saying the wrong thing would anger such a powerful individual. Although the person in front of them was only a soul sage, everyone had witnessed his terrifying strength. And naturally, no one dared to act recklessly. Huo Yuhao expressionlessly scanned the group before slowly speaking. "You can all come at me together. As long as you can make me happy, you can leave. Otherwise, you'll all stay here." Hearing this, the group was shocked. They did not want to engage the person before them in combat, and they exchanged glances as if discussing something. However, Huo Yuhao could see through their thoughts and spoke again. "Are you thinking of escaping?" The group looked at Huo Yuhao in disbelief, and he said calmly, "Even if you want to run, you will die." Chapter 215, All Spells End. Turn the hand to suppress the cold words of Huo Yuhao echoed in Ning Quan and the others' ears. They looked at Huo Yuhao's icy expression, understanding that leaving peacefully today was impossible. It seemed this matter could not end well. Since they were doomed either way, they might as well fight. Yu Feilong thought fiercely. The others also made their decisions internally. They exchanged glances, and then aside from Ning Quan, Shuling, and Su Shinkong, the others rushed towards Huo Yuhao at the same time. The first to charge was Yu Feilong. He dashed towards Huo Yuhao at incredible speed, and as he moved, deep dragon roars echoed from within him. A brilliant blue light suddenly shone from Yu Feilong's forehead, and then the blue light rapidly spread throughout his body. Strands of blue-purple lightning erupted like small snakes, swirling around him. Soon, Yu Feilong's body was covered in blue-purple dragon scales, and his hands transformed into dragon claws. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Red. 9 soul rings appeared behind him. The 7th soul ring behind him flickered, and his body began to swell. A pair of enormous wings spread from his back, and in no time, he transformed into a giant dragon, over 15 meters long, shimmering with blue-purple lightning. Faced with a strong opponent like Huo Yuhao, Yu Feilong had no thoughts of testing the waters and directly unleashed his martial soul's true form. Meanwhile, Chun Feng had also made his move. Chun Feng's ancestor was the sword master Chun Xin from the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School 1,000 years ago. However, he was not a direct descendant, but rather a brother's lineage. Therefore, Chun Feng's martial soul was undoubtedly the 7-killing sword. But it was not an ordinary 7-killing sword. Upon awakening, Chun Feng's martial soul underwent a beneficial mutation. At this moment, Chun Feng also released his martial soul. A violent wind suddenly appeared, and the powerful gust caused Chun Feng's gray robe to flutter. In the next moment, a green light surged in Chun Feng's hand, and a sharp aura followed. A long sword slowly formed in Chun Feng's hand. The sword was 4 feet 3 inches long, 3 inches wide, and the hilt was 1 foot 2 inches long. The long sword presented a bright blue color, with a faint green light swirling around the blade. After the long sword appeared, the violent wind suddenly stopped, as if all the wind elements were absorbed by this long sword. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red, red. 9 even more terrifying soul rings appeared. The wind-killing sword. I haven't seen this sword in many years, Du Hudong said with a tone of nostalgia from the shadows. Back then, Du Hudong and Chun Feng had both broken through at the same time, and after sparring, there was no clear winner. Due to various circumstances, they had not sparred again, and now Du Hudong had broken through to ultimate duel, unable to spar with Chun Feng. What a pity. Chun Feng is a person of integrity, but his stance is different from mine, Du Hudong thought. At this moment, the two black-clad individuals who had just appeared also revealed their true identities. The black-clad figure following Su Shinkong was an old woman who appeared to be at least 80 years old, with all white hair, dressed in a long red dress that shone alongside her snowy white hair. Her gaze was somewhat gloomy, and her azure blue eyes radiated brilliance. A terrifying aura was released from the old woman, enveloping her in blue light, and a mesmerizing song echoed in the air. As the old woman was enveloped in blue light, her body began to transform. The wrinkles on her face gradually disappeared, and the skin on her hands and face became smooth and fair. Her snowy white hair gradually changed to a water blue color, and her feet transformed into a fishtail. In almost an instant, the old woman transformed into a stunning mermaid draped in water blue long robes, with 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and 1 red soul ring appearing. The black-clad figure that had previously been behind Shuling also revealed itself. It was an elderly man who looked around 90 years old, with all white hair and an exceptionally tall stature. His eyes radiated golden light, and a blazing sun appeared behind him, instantly raising the surrounding temperature. Tianyang and Man Yi, these 2 old fools really don't know when to give up, Du Hudong said, narrowing his eyes at the 2. Meanwhile, Ning Quan and the other 3 at the back also released their respective martial souls. Ning Quan manifested the 7-treasure glazed tile school's martial soul with 7 soul rings, while Shuling's entire body radiated a green color, exuding a life force. Su Shinkong had an illusory star crown appearing above his head. Then, they all used their soul skills to assist the 4 in front. The 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda shot out several streams of light into the bodies of the people in front, instantly increasing their momentum again, with a faint golden light enveloping them to enhance their defense. Roar! The giant dragon transformed from Yu Feilong let out a roar. The 9th spirit ring behind him flickered, and a circle of blue-purple lightning suddenly erupted from his body, spreading nearly 1,000 meters away. Within this range, the air seemed to have completely transformed into a world of thunder and lightning, with countless golden blue-purple electric lights wreaking havoc, some of which were even viscous like liquid. And there were even some spherical lightning bolts raging within. Then, the lightning that spread nearly 1,000 meters began to condense at an extremely fast speed, almost instantly gathering all of it into his gigantic dragon claw. Yu Tianlong then threw the lightning ball at Huo Yuhao with all his might, as if tossing a snowball. At the same time, Chun Feng also struck, enveloped in blue light, transforming into a giant sword, absorbing the wind elements within a radius of 10,000 miles. The giant sword, carrying terrifying sword energy, slashed towards Huo Yuhao. Tianyang Doa and Man Yi also used their most powerful spirit skills to attack Huo Yuhao. The terrifying lightning ball released plasma that left horrifying ravines in the air, while the terrifying wind elements carried endless sword energy charging towards Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao floated in the sky, watching these attacks that were almost within reach, yet showing no signs of panic. Just as the attacks were about to hit him, Huo Yuhao slowly spoke. All spells come to an end. The voice reached everyone's ears, releasing a terrifying aura from Huo Yuhao. It was as if a gentle breeze blew by, brushing against Ning Quan and the others' cheeks, leaving them in a daze. Then they felt that their soul power was completely uncontrollable, and everyone fell out of their martial spirit true body state, plummeting straight down from the sky. Meanwhile, those powerful attacks also dissipated into nothingness under this gentle breeze. 2 week. Chapter 216. And remaining matters in the Heavenly Soul Empire, beneath the Heavenly God Peak. Bang, bang, bang. A series of loud noises echoed, and a large amount of gray dust stirred in the air. The strongest figures from various factions, important characters on the Douluo Continent, fell to the ground like dumplings without any protection. This Poison Immortal stared blankly at this scene. He knew Huo Yuhao could easily deal with these people, but he didn't expect it to be so effortless. Just a single sentence subdued everyone. Yuhao, you truly astonish me, Poison Immortal murmured with a bitter smile. Just now, Poison Immortal couldn't see what spirit skill Huo Yuhao used to resolve the others. He felt that even if he faced Huo Yuhao's attack, he might end up with the same fate as Chun Feng and the others. Floating in the air, Huo Yuhao, after reflecting on the weakness of Chun Feng and the others, also showed a satisfied expression, but it wasn't satisfaction with Chun Feng and the others. It was satisfaction with his own magic. After returning to the Douluo Continent for so long, Huo Yuhao had already integrated and transformed magic and spirit skills. All spells come to an end was an extremely powerful spell in the magic world. And it was a group spell because the magic power required to cast this spell was too strong for one person to release alone. When he was in the magic world, Huo Yuhao only knew of 3 people who could independently cast this spell. One was Dumbledore, another was Grindelwald, and the last was himself. After the spell is released, it can dispel magic within a certain range, and after Huo Yuhao's modification, all spells come to an end can be used to dispel spirit skills released by spirit masters or any attacks, while also imprisoning the opponent's soul power for a period of time. The stronger the dispelled attack, the more energy consumed. The energy consumed to dispel Chun Feng and the others' attacks was merely a drop in the bucket for Huo Yuhao. After condensing the 7th spirit ring, Huo Yuhao's magical power had improved again, reaching level 77. The million-year spirit ring only improved his magical power by 2 levels, which was unimaginable to others. But for Huo Yuhao, it was quite normal. Originally high-quality magical power became even more advanced after merging with the Ice Dragon King spirit. Naturally incomparable to soul power that was several levels lower. An increase of 2 levels was also within Huo Yuhao's expectations. It seems I must seek higher quality or more energy sources. Otherwise, relying solely on absorbing the energy of heaven and earth and spirit rings. I don't know how long it will take to elevate my soul power to the level of a limit, Huo Yuhao pondered. At this moment, Poison Immortal also stepped forward, flying to Huo Yuhao's side. Yuhao, it seems your strength has reached a level I can't comprehend, Poison Immortal remarked, looking at Huo Yuhao. I'm just a step ahead, Huo Yuhao replied with a smile. Have you become a god yet, Yuhao? Poison Immortal asked curiously. Not yet. I'm still far from that, Huo Yuhao replied honestly. How powerful can a true god be? Poison Immortal said with a hint of yearning. Well, Yuhao didn't speak. In fact, he currently possessed the strength to rival deities, and he was not a low-level divine official. But it was true that he had not become a god. Then Huo Yuhao looked at the fallen and immobile Chun Feng and the others, asking, Master, how should we deal with these people? Poison Immortal suppressed his emotions and looked at the motionless people on the ground with a cold smile, saying, These people dare to come to the Heavenly Soul Empire. So they shouldn't think of leaving easily. Their families have caused significant losses to the Soul Guidance Research Center. They cannot be easily let go. A dangerous glint flickered in Huo Yuhao's eyes. After all, he had strong feelings for the Soul Guidance Research Center, where many of Huo Yuhao's acquaintances and friends were, and his teacher was also there. Don't worry, we don't need to worry about this matter. Wei Tian has already arranged everything, and others have started to act. Poison Immortal said with a smile. That's good, Huo Yuhao nodded. All right, you should head back. You've been gone for so long. Your little girlfriend must be waiting anxiously. Hurry back to keep her company, and I'll handle the rest, Poison Immortal joked. Okay, then I'll take my leave, master, Huo Yuhao said before disappearing into the air. After Huo Yuhao left, the immobile people on the ground began to regain their movement. But they still could not use their soul power. A golden energy firmly imprisoned their soul power. Once they regained their movement, Chun Feng crawled up from the ground, disregarding the dust on his body, and immediately rushed to Ning Quan's side, helping the unconscious Ning Quan up. Xiao Quan, Chun Feng called several times. But Ning Quan still did not wake up. Unable to use his soul power, he looked a bit pale as he used bone palpation techniques to examine Ning Quan's condition, quickly determining that most of Ning Quan's bones were shattered, and there was also some damage to his internal organs. Chun Feng thought. Meanwhile, Yu Tianlong and Tian Yangduo and others also stood up, and among those present, only Ning Quan was severely injured. After all, except for Ning Quan, the others had all reached the tidal Douluo level. Even if they couldn't use their soul power, their physical bodies were still very strong. Falling from 10,000 meters in the air would make them feel uncomfortable, but it wouldn't cause any serious injuries or make them faint. How are you feeling? At this moment, Poison Immortal had quietly appeared beside them. When the others saw Poison Immortal, They instinctively wanted to get angry, but upon thinking of his strength, they suppressed their anger. However, Chun Feng, who had previously sparred with Poison Immortal, did not have such thoughts. He glared at Poison Immortal and said, "Poison, old monster. What do you mean? Why did you trick us here?" Poison Immortal looked at Chun Feng expressionlessly and said, "Chun Feng, I won't hold your attitude against you this time because of our past friendship. As for why I tricked you, what did I trick you? You all came here voluntarily." Chun Feng's tone faltered, for the truth was indeed that they had come here on their own. "So what do you want now?" Chun Feng asked. "That depends on your sincerity," Poison Immortal said ambiguously. Then, regardless of their feelings, Poison Immortal waved his sleeve, and a green energy wrapped around the group, flying them toward the sky. Chapter 217. The actions of the God of Destruction in the God Realm, amidst a sea of clouds. The clouds surged like rolling waves. And deep within, two figures were conversing, seemingly exchanging information. "Xiao Zi, are you really not worried about Tang San being pressured so much by you lately?" The goddess of life, enveloped in a golden blue life force, said with a worried expression. "Worried? How many years has it been since Tang San entered the God Realm? Even if he inherited the position of the God of Shura, he still wouldn't be able to withstand our combined strength." The God of Destruction replied disdainfully amidst the clouds. "Moreover, Tang San has left so many small moves on Douluo Continent. Does he really think he is flawless? Once I gather all the evidence, I will strip him of his law enforcement position," the God of Destruction added. As he spoke, a wave of aura leaked out, and the surroundings turned deep purple. If one observed closely, they would notice that the water molecules around his body would instantly disintegrate into nothingness, and the deep purple glow became even more profound. The goddess of life frowned, and her life aura surged, instantly neutralizing the rampant destructive power, returning the clouds to calmness. "Xiao Lu, how is that little guy on Douluo Continent doing?" After a moment of silence, the God of Destruction asked. Speaking of Huo Yuhao, a look of surprise appeared on the goddess of life's face as she said, "Xiao Zi, you might not believe it, but that little guy's progress is truly astonishing." "Oh, even you find it astonishing? It seems his talent is indeed impressive," the God of Destruction agreed, looking at the surprised expression of the goddess of life. "So what level is his strength at now?" The God of Destruction asked again. "In just 2 short years, his strength can already rival that of an ordinary second-level god," the goddess of life said. "Second-level god?" A look of astonishment flashed in the God of Destruction's eyes. While a second-level god was nothing to him, such strength appearing in a lower realm youth was indeed surprising. "Has he reached his limit?" the God of Destruction asked curiously. "Not yet. He is currently probably at the Soul Sage level on Douluo Continent," the goddess of life explained. The God of Destruction fell silent for a moment, feeling shocked by Huo Yuhao's talent, but at the same time, he felt regret for him, because the current God realm could no longer accommodate more gods. Even if Huo Yuhao's strength had reached that level, it would be difficult for him to ascend to the God realm. He also felt regret for other geniuses like Huo Yuhao, who, despite having reached a certain level of strength, could not become a god due to the selfishness of a god and could not ascend to the God realm. Tang San, the God of Destruction, muttered in his heart. The goddess of life reached out, holding the hand of the God of Destruction, and softly said, "Xiao Zi, no matter what, I will be with you." The God of Destruction silently tightened his grip on the goddess of life's delicate hand. The goddess of life leaned against the God of Destruction and, after a while, said regretfully, "But it's a pity that the little guy's cultivation direction is not specialized in life force, but rather involves various elements, which may not be very suitable for my position as the goddess of life. Perhaps this child's path will be opened up by himself," the God of Destruction said. "It should be so," the goddess of life replied. "What about Xiao Qi?" the goddess of life asked. Tang San's actions towards Xiao Qi make him unworthy to be a law enforcement god, let alone a father to Xiao Qi. Now that Xiao Qi is with that child, she should be safe on Douluo Continent. Moreover, Tang San has done other things on Douluo Continent, but the influence of Tang San on Douluo Continent is too deep, and there are many things I still cannot see clearly. While the goddess of life and the God of Destruction were conversing in another part of the God realm, in a room on the top floor of the God realm council. "Damn Destruction, why is he watching me so closely?" Tang San cursed with a grim expression in the room. Recently, every time the God of Destruction came to observe while Tang San was in charge of the God realm's central authority, it prevented him from viewing the situation on Douluo Continent. Did the God of Destruction discover something on Douluo Continent? Otherwise, why would he do this? Tang San speculated with a grim expression. Douluo Continent was his stronghold, And the reason for his rapid increase in strength over the years was largely due to the immense belief power provided by the faith left on Douluo Continent. Moreover, his grand plan was still being implemented on Douluo Continent, and his father and mother were also on Douluo Continent. In Shaoqi, he wondered how the situation was on Douluo Continent now. The fate of the Child of Destiny had already deviated. No, I need to quickly contact the Ming and Heir Ming on Douluo Continent. I cannot let anything affect my plans. Tang San thought decisively. On Douluo Continent, in the Heaven Do Empire, after a month away from the Heaven Do city, Huo Yuhao returned here. Huo Yuhao hid in the air, looking down at the bustling city. He didn't linger too long and quickly flashed to the base of the body sect, in Wang Donger's room. At this moment, Wang Donger was wearing a white training uniform, sitting cross-legged on the bed, cultivating her soul power. Huo Yuhao quietly appeared in front of Wang Dong. Looking at Wang Donger, who was seriously cultivating, he slowly walked towards her and placed his hand on hers, merging their powers together instantly. When Wang Donger felt someone touch her, she instinctively was startled and was about to open her eyes, but then felt a familiar power surge into her body. A smile appeared on Wang Donger's face as she tightly grasped the hand that was touching her. Time passed, and soon both of them awakened from their cultivation state. Yuhao. Wang Donger opened her eyes, looking at Huo Yuhao, who was so close, and smiled before directly pouncing into his arms. Huo Yuhao smiled and held Wang Donger tightly. Wang Donger raised her head from Huo Yuhao's embrace and said, Yuhao, you still remember to come back? I had no choice. It really took too long to condense the soul ring, Huo Yuhao said with a wry smile. I'll forgive you this time, Wang Donger said with a smile. You're still the best, Donger, Huo Yuhao said while stroking Wang Donger's hair with a laugh. What do you mean you're Dong? You didn't even come back to HuoYu sect with me. Wang Donger retorted with a cute huff as she got out of Huo Yuhao's embrace. We're going back to HuoYu sect in 4 days, how about that? Huo Yuhao said directly. What? Really? Wang Donger asked in surprise. Of course it's true. Huo Yuhao confirmed with a smile. Yuhao, you're the best. Wang Donger exclaimed joyfully. Wang Donger then jumped into Huo Yuhao's arms, while Huo Yuhao gazed deeply in the direction of HuoYu sect. It's time. Chapter 218. Journey to HuoYu sect in the Tang Do city. At the headquarters of the body sect. 3 days later, in Wang Donger's room, Wang Donger, Xiao Xiao, and Snow Empress were chatting together. Dongye, are you bringing Yuhao back to HuoYu sect? Xiao Xiao asked with wide eyes. Yes, Yuhao said we would go back today, Wang Donger replied with a blooming smile. So after you meet your parents, when will you get married? Xiao Xiao asked curiously, with Snow Empress looking at Wang Donger with curiosity as well. Hearing this question, Wang Donger's face immediately turned red, and she hurriedly said, What marriage? That's way too fast. Don't you want to marry Yuhao? Xiao Xiao asked with a mischievous smile. It's not that I don't want to. Wang Donger was about to say something, but suddenly thought of something, causing her face to turn even redder. She then pounced on Xiao Xiao with a playful growl, saying, You naughty Xiao Xiao, how dare you tease me? The two then began to playfully wrestle, while Snow Empress watched them as if nothing was happening. While the three were playing, Huo Yuhao had already arrived at the Soul Guidance Research Center, where his figure quietly appeared in the large white laboratory. As soon as Huo Yuhao appeared, he saw Elder Chun, who was immersed in soul guidance research. Huo Yuhao directly called out, Teacher. As Huo Yuhao's voice rang out, Elder Chun awakened from his research, showing a surprised expression as he looked at Huo Yuhao. Yuhao, you're here. How is your research going, teacher? Huo Yuhao asked with a smile. When it came to research, Elder Chin's expression became excited. He quickly pulled Huo Yuhao over and pointed at his research results, saying, Yuhao, look, the idea you proposed before has yielded some results. Huo Yuhao looked at what Elder Chin was pointing to. It was something resembling a white canister about 3 meters long, with a space inside that looked like it could accommodate 2 to 3 people. The inside was filled with array runes, and there was an inward spiral indentation at the top of the canister, which was connected to a long silken thread that glowed with a silver light, the material of which was indiscernible. Is this the machine for condensing the world's elemental energy? Huo Yuhao thought, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the strange soul guidance device. Under his spiritual perception, the structure of the device became clear, revealing both its strengths and weaknesses. Although this machine could condense the world's elemental energy, the connection with the Soul Master was still quite weak, and the dangling thread was undoubtedly the link between the soul guidance device and the Soul Master. However, this thread was entirely inadequate for the task, despite its special material. Its function was minimal, insufficient even for a Soul Master to condense a 10-year soul ring. After Huo Yuhao observed it, He pointed out this issue directly. Elder Chen was not surprised that Huo Yuhao could pinpoint the problem so accurately. He had long recognized his disciple's talent. You're right, Yuhao. This research is stuck here. We've searched through almost all materials, but haven't found anything that can significantly link to the world's elemental energy, Elder Chen said somewhat dejectedly. Elder Chen then asked expectantly, Yuhao, do you have any ideas? Huo Yuhao furrowed his brows as he looked at the soul guidance device. He thought he might have a way to help with the manufacturing aspect, but he felt somewhat powerless regarding the lack of crucial materials. However, Huo Yuhao quickly thought of a solution. Since Douluo Continent lacked suitable materials, perhaps other continents might have them. Douluo Star was not just Douluo Continent. Yuhao discovered that there was also the Dragon Valley and Heavenly Star Continent, and besides these two, there must be other continents as well. Huo Yuhao felt that there might be suitable materials hidden among them. I have an idea, but it might take some time, Huo Yuhao said with a smile. That's great. As long as there's a way, time isn't an issue, Elder Chen said happily. The two then discussed other issues regarding soul guidance devices. Although Huo Yuhao had followed Elder Chen's advice and did not create a soul guidance device, he still researched them in his spare time in the world. With Huo Yuhao's powerful spiritual perception, researching soul guidance devices was certainly not difficult for him. So Elder Chen felt greatly benefited after their exchange. After their discussion, Huo Yuhao asked, Teacher, how is that matter being handled? Although Huo Yuhao didn't state it explicitly, Elder Chen immediately understood what Huo Yuhao was referring to. Elder Chen smiled and said, It has been mostly taken care of. After all, the key figures of those forces are in our hands. And they won't dare to disturb the research center in the future. Plus, they've paid quite a hefty price. Hearing this news, Huo Yuhao also smiled and said, That's good. The scene shifted. After Huo Yuhao left the Soul Guidance Research Center, he returned to the Soul Guidance Research Center. And at this time, Wang Donger was already ready. Yuhao, are we setting off now? Wang Dongya asked agali. Let's set off now, Huo Yuhao replied with a smile. Goodbye, Xiao Xiao, Snow Empress. It will probably take us a while to come back, Huo Yuhao said as he bid farewell to the two. Hee Yuhao, you and Donger just go back. Snow Empress, and I will take care of the house and wait for your return, Xiao Xiao said with a wink and a smile. Huo Yuhao nodded with a smile, then took Wang Donger's hand, and in the next moment, their figures vanished from the body sect's headquarters. The location of HuoYu sect is not far from Tangdo City. Under Wang Donger's guidance, the two quickly arrived at their destination. Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger's figures appeared out of thin air. Wang Donger looked at the scene before her and happily said, Yuhao, HuoYu sect is right on that mountain ahead. Huo Yuhao looked ahead. In the distance, a large mountain appeared in his sight. This mountain was not only majestic, but also looked quite steep, with almost 3 sides of the mountain wall standing upright like they were chiseled by a knife. Only one side was relatively gentle, but compared to the other 3 sides, it was still only slightly less steep, with some vegetation growing on that side. This steep peak was the highest among the surrounding undulating mountains. The highest peaks among the other mountains barely reached the waist of this steep mountain. This was the location of HuoYu sect, and upon arriving here, Huo Yuhao felt a strange sensation. It seemed that Tang San had left quite a few tricks here. Huo Yuhao estimated inwardly. Chapter 219. The Mysterious Pearl 3 days ago. At HuoYu sect. Brother, when do you think Xiao Dong will come back? Is she with that guy? A rough voice echoed from a deep room in the HuoYu fortress. She will naturally return when it's time. If she has decided on that guy, she will bring him back for us to see, another voice replied. When Xiao Dong brings that guy back, let's see how I deal with him. The rough voice said fiercely again. Don't go too far, or else Xiao Dong might just ignore you, second dad, another voice warned. Don't worry, brother, I know my limits, the rough voice said again. Also, brother, we haven't been able to contact Tang San for the past 2 years, and we can't inform him about Xiao Dong leaving Shrek Academy. What should we do now? The rough voice suddenly asked again. The other voice was silent for a moment before speaking. Let's wait and see. We'll wait for Tang San to contact us. Right now, the problems he's facing have nothing to do with us. That's true. If we had problems, that guy Tang San definitely wouldn't let us off the hook. Now that he's become a God King, he's long forgotten how we helped him back then. I think if he weren't worried about Xiao Wu's feelings, he probably wouldn't let us off either. After all, Xiao Dong is his daughter, and he can treat her like this. The rough voice was full of complaints, with a hint of fear hidden within. You. Another voice was about to say something more, but at that moment, sensing something, a terrifying blue-green light appeared, and the person's eyes showed surprise. Don't say anything. Tang San's aura has returned. The other voice hurriedly reprimanded. The rough voice immediately fell silent, and the two figures vanished. The next moment, they appeared in a secret chamber located beneath the HuoYu sect fortress. This chamber was enormous, with solid stone walls inscribed with intricate runes all around. In the center of the chamber was a peculiar pool of water. The pool appeared to be about 500 meters in diameter, and in the center of the pool was a triangular platform with a strange stone pillar standing tall. The pillar was shaped like a cone, with a special sculpture carved at the top, and countless complex patterns were engraved on its surface. It seemed to emit an invisible and peculiar energy. At that moment, the strange pillar was radiating a blue-gold light, and an overwhelming aura filled the entire chamber, making it impossible to resist bowing in submission. The two figures appeared directly in the chamber, and upon feeling this aura, they knelt on one knee and respectfully said, "We pay our respects to Lord Sea God. Deming, Ming, there's no need for such formalities." The voice of Tang San came from the strange pillar. You can say that, but it sounds rehearsed," Ming muttered to himself. However, on the surface, the two stood up and said, "Thank you, Lord Sea God." Tang San did not pay attention to their formalities and spoke with some urgency. "Deming, what is the current situation on the Douluo Continent? Is Shaoqi already by that person's side?" Upon hearing the question, Deming immediately reported the situation. "Everything is normal on the Douluo Continent, but Shaoqi has left Shrek Academy and is now with that person," Deming said. Deming was not lying. It was just that the current Huo Yuhao had not revealed his strength, and, in his view, the development of the forces and soul-guided devices on the Douluo Continent was insignificant to the gods. Tang San did not react much upon hearing that Shaoqi had left Shrek Academy. After all, the fate trajectory of the Child of Destiny had undergone a huge change, and it was not surprising that she left Shrek Academy. As long as Shaoqi was still by the side of the Child of Destiny, that was enough. "That's good." Tang San sighed in relief and said, "Deming, I have encountered some trouble in the Divine Realm, and I probably won't have time to contact you for a while. Now I have something to give you. When Shaoqi brings that person back, give this to him," Tang San said quickly. After Tang San finished speaking, the strange pillar emitted an intense blue-gold light, and then a blue-gold vortex appeared, from which a golden light orb emerged. The orb slowly flew towards Deming, who reached out to catch it. When the orb reached his hand, it transformed into a golden pearl. After the golden pearl was delivered, the blue-gold light emitted by the strange pillar also disappeared, returning to an ordinary stone pillar. "What is this?" Deming looked at the golden pearl in his hand. The pearl was dark gold in color and did not seem extraordinary at first glance, but upon closer inspection, one could see the divine light that was immediately retracted. "Brother, has he already left?" Ming asked cautiously. "He has left," Deming said, putting the pearl away. "It seems that Tang San is facing quite a big trouble. He used to interfere with the Douluo Continent without a care," Ming said gleefully. "Aren't you afraid Tang San will come back?" Deming said irritably, and Ming closed his mouth sulkily. "It seems that the conflict between Tang San and the God of Destruction has intensified. After all, in the Divine Realm, only the God of Destruction can balance Tang San," Deming thought to himself. Time returned to the present, and Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger had arrived at the foot of the HuoYu sect mountain. "Yuhao, let's go up," Wang Donger said with a smile. "Okay," Huo Yuhao replied with a smile. The two climbed the mountain path for 2 days, and soon they reached a high point on the mountain. Before long, everything in front of them was shrouded in mist, obscuring their view. "Yuhao, let's keep going," Wang Donger said. As they lifted their feet to continue onward, gray figures silently emerged from a mist. These people looked spirited, aged between 25 and 35, and full of vitality. Their eyes were bright and sharp, and there were more than 20 of them, quickly forming a neat formation. "We greet the young sect master." The gray-clad individuals knelt respectfully on one knee. "No need for formalities," Wang Donger said with an authoritative expression. "You all return. Yuhao and I will go to the HuoYu fortress ourselves." Wang Donger commanded them. "Understood." The gray-clad individuals responded loudly. Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger continued deeper into the mist. Chapter 220. Investigating the HuoYu fortress, the two continued forward until they reached their destination. "Yuhao, we've arrived," Wang Donger pointed excitedly at the height above. Huo Yuhao looked up, and about 300 meters above them, floating above the sea of clouds, was a magnificent castle. The gray castle exuded an ancient aura and seemed to stand tall against the sky. Amidst the drifting clouds in such a steep mountain area, there stood such a castle. Huo Yuhao gazed at the castle ahead, even without using his spiritual sense. He could clearly see the 3 large characters on the archway of the towering castle, HuoYu Fortress. This is the place where the HuoYu sect is located. Looking at this ancient castle, it seems to have existed for over 10,000 years. The two people inside should be left by Tang San. And what exactly is beneath the bunker that even my spiritual consciousness cannot see clearly? Huo Yuhao has already seen everything except for what is beneath the bunker. However, there's no need to dwell on it. He can just ask those two soul beasts later. Huo Yuhao thought to himself, Yuhao, let's go in. I'll take you to meet my uncle and second uncle, Wang Donger said happily. All right, let's go in, Huo Yuhao smiled. Huo Yuhao held Wang Donger's hand and walked forward, soon arriving at HuoYu Fortress. Just as they were about to step inside, the archway opened automatically. After the archway opened, a figure walked out from within. It was a very sturdy middle-aged man with a head of short hair as sharp as steel needles. He had a dignified appearance, and his strong, chiseled face looked as if it had been carved by a knife and axe. His eyes were brownish yellow, with a faint golden light flickering within. His gray robe could hardly conceal his well-defined muscles. Titan great ape, Huo Yuhao thought as he looked at the man before him. Finally back, Xiao Dong. I thought after you got a boyfriend, you wouldn't want me and your elder brother anymore. The man exclaimed loudly as he looked at Wang Donger. Upon hearing this, Wang Donger's face immediately turned red. She pouted and said, Second uncle, what are you saying? If you keep saying that, I'm going to get angry. Hearing this, Ming immediately got anxious and hurriedly said, Xiao Dong, don't be angry. Second uncle was just joking. Wang Donger looked at Ming's anxious expression and chuckled. Second uncle, I was just joking too. How could I get angry at you? Wang Donger stepped forward and linked her arm with Ming's, looking at Huo Yuhao and saying, Second uncle, this is Yuhao. While Wang Donger was introducing, Huo Yuhao was also observing the sturdy man in front of him. However, he felt a bit puzzled inside, because before meeting Wang Donger's uncle and second uncle, he had already guessed about these two individuals. In his assumption, these two soul beasts, as Tang San's subordinates, naturally knew Wang Donger's true identity and were aware of Tang San's actions. Therefore, these two should be executing Tang San's orders and should have no feelings for Wang Donger. However, when Huo Yuhao actually saw them, he discovered that the soul beast feelings for Wang Donger were genuine. It seems that things are not as simple as I thought, but I can see for myself. Huo Yuhao activated his spiritual consciousness and used the simplest method, the divine mind seizing thought, without intending to test, but to directly read memories. However, when he tried to read the memories with his spiritual consciousness, a flash of blood-red light appeared. And Huo Yuhao felt as if he were in an endless sea of blood, with a bloody aura filling his nostrils. In Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness, the blood-red energy surged in. Under the influence of this blood-red aura, cracks began to appear in his sea of consciousness. The figures of Ilex and the Ice Dragon King, among others, also emerged in the sea of consciousness. The Ice Dragon King recognized the familiar power that was continuously damaging the sea of consciousness. She gritted her teeth and said with hatred, Shura God. At this moment, Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness did not remain passive. A terrifying golden light erupted within the sea of consciousness, instantly dissolving the blood-red aura. After all, although this blood-red aura was powerful, it was like a rootless floating weed. How could it harm Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness? After resolving the blood-red aura in his sea of consciousness, Huo Yuhao looked back at Ming, feeling a bit disappointed as he thought, it really isn't that simple. Tang San must have left some means on both of them. While Huo Yuhao was pondering, Ming, after Wang Donger's introduction, looked at Huo Yuhao with an unfriendly expression, and a strong pressure bore down on Huo Yuhao. Faced with such a powerful pressure, Huo Yuhao remained calm, his face still carrying a smile, and politely said, Uncle, hello. Ming huffed in dissatisfaction as he looked at Huo Yuhao's calm demeanor. Second uncle, what are you doing? Wang Donger said disapprovingly. Only then did Ming retract his pressure and turn to walk into the castle, saying, Don't bring that kid in. Wang Donger made a face at Ming's back and then explained to Huo Yuhao, Yuhao, don't mind him. Don't be fooled by how second uncle looks. He actually means no harm. Don't worry, I understand. As the saying goes, the father-in-law grows to dislike the son-in-law the more he sees him. After all, their little cotton-padded jacket has been taken by me, so it's normal for them to have their concerns, Huo Yuhao joked. Shameless, you're not even a son-in-law yet, Wang Donger laughed. She then took Huo Yuhao into the castle. Inside the castle, there were no luxurious decorations. The overall layout was primarily in gray and black. Occasionally, there were traces of green, with stairs on both sides leading to higher places. The castle structure was not very complex, with 3 floors but a large area. Yuhao. The first floor is for the sex members, The second floor is for receiving guests and where the elders live, and the third floor is where my uncle, second uncle, and I live. Wang Donger excitedly introduced the place she had lived in. So where will I stay? Will I be living with you? Huo Yuhao teased. You'll stay in the guest room, Wang Donger said, her face turning red, and after saying that, she ran away. Huo Yuhao smiled as he watched Wang Donger's retreating figure, while also using his spiritual consciousness to observe various things inside Haoyan Fortress, not noticing any issues. The only problem was the secret room located below. At this moment, Wang Donger had already run up to the third floor. She looked down at Huo Yuhao, who was still on the first floor, and playfully said, Yuhao, hurry up. Okay, Huo Yuhao replied with a smile as he looked up. Chapter 221. True Feelings in the Ancient Haoyan Fortress. Upon hearing Wang Donger's call, Huo Yuhao also walked towards the third floor. Soon, Huo Yuhao had reached the third floor, which had only 3 rooms. After Huo Yuhao arrived, Wang Donger pulled him toward one of the rooms. You can stay here tonight, Wang Donger said, her face a bit flushed. Huo Yuhao looked at Wang Donger's rosy cheeks, and then pushed open the stone door in front of him. What appeared before him was a room of moderate size, with a bed, table, and chairs all carved from stone, and the wardrobe was the same, arranged quite simply. However, all the furniture and bedding were covered with light blue fabric, making it seem as if he had entered a light blue ocean. Seeing the room's arrangement, Huo Yuhao immediately understood whose room it was. He turned to Wang Donger with a smile and said, If I stay here, where will you sleep? What do you think? Wang Donger replied, her face turning bright red. Huo Yuhao did not respond, but instead looked at Wang Donger with a teasing smile. Wang Donger couldn't take it anymore and said, I'm ignoring you, before running away. After Wang Donger left, Huo Yuhao finally retracted his smile and looked around the room where Wang Donger had lived, feeling quite curious about the place where she had spent her childhood. When Wang Donger brought Huo Yuhao to her room, Deming and Erming were also paying attention to them. Seeing Wang Donger take Huo Yuhao into her room, Erming immediately became anxious and said, Big brother, Xiao Dong took that kid to her room. Deming appeared relatively calm, but his clenched fists revealed his inner turmoil. However, he still pretended to be calm and said, Don't worry, Xiao Dong knows her limits. They're going to stay in the same room now, Erming said eagerly, pacing back and forth like an ant on a hot pan. Don't rush, we'll talk to Xiao Dong tonight, and everything will be fine, Deming said flatly, his expression unchanged. Erming, you just tested that kid. What was his reaction? Deming asked at that moment. Hearing this question, Erming stopped moving. His expression turned somewhat puzzled as he said, The situation just now was strange. I tried to test that kid with my aura, but he had no reaction, as if he didn't feel anything. But looking at his cultivation level, he's only a soul sage, close to a soul, duh. There's no reason he could block my aura. After hearing this, Deming's face also showed some confusion. He naturally believed Erming's judgment wouldn't be wrong. But how could a soul sage's cultivation block Erming's aura? After pondering for a moment, Deming spoke. This kid is called the Son of the Plain by Tang San, so it's not surprising that he has some extraordinary ability to withstand your aura. We don't need to test him anymore. He is Tang San's chosen husband for Shao Qi, and we have no possibility of changing that. As long as we do what Tang San instructed, we will be fine. Erming, after hearing this, said anxiously, Big brother, are we really going to just watch Tang San turn Xiao Dong back into Shao Qi? What else can we do? Do you want to resist Tang San? Deming said calmly, turning his back. Erming opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, he helplessly closed his mouth and stood there dejectedly. A sad atmosphere filled the room. For Erming, Wang Donger was truly his daughter. When Xiao Wu was pregnant, he and Deming had already been sent back to Douluo Continent by Tang San. So after Xiao Wu's daughter was born, he and Deming had never met her. Only knowing her name was Shao Qi. By the time she was 6, Shao Qi had lived in the divine realm, and after a few years came to Douluo Continent and transformed into Wang Donger. It was also Wang Donger who had always called them both big uncle and second uncle. Deming felt this sadness, and his tall body couldn't help but tremble. However, he still comforted. Shao Qi and Xiao Dong are actually the same person. You don't have to be so sad. The restoration of her soul isn't necessarily a bad thing for Xiao Dong. The same person? Big brother, do you think Tang San will let Donger's memories dominate? If they can't dominate, is Donger really still Donga? Erming scoffed and then asked. Stop talking, Deming suddenly said. Xiao Dong is back today and is looking for us outside. Deming changed the topic. He then walked directly out of the room, and Erming understood that his big brother didn't want to see that kind of scene, but they had no way to refuse Tang San's orders. Of course, the most important thing was that their sister Xiao Wu must also hope her daughter, Xiao Qi, could return. Xiao Dong, we are sorry for you, Ming silently said in his heart. He then followed Ming out, and the two quickly found Wang Donger, who had been looking for them. At that moment, their faces bore warm smiles, as if the two sad individuals just now were not them. Big uncle, second uncle, why are you here? I've been looking for you for a long time, Wang Donger happily said upon seeing the two. We were just discussing something with your second uncle. Why aren't you with your little boyfriend? You came to find us old men? Damig Zhoket. Second uncle, what are you talking about? Of course, it's more important for you two to be with me. And you two are not old men. Just now second uncle even used his aura to test you how. Wang Donger said with a pout. Xiao Dong, your second uncle just wants to help you keep watch. After all, we can't let our Donger be deceived. Deming said to ease the situation. Yuhao would deceive me, Wang Donger huffed. All right, he won't deceive you, Deming said helplessly. Let's go, big uncle. Second uncle, I'll take you to meet Yuhao, Wang Donger said at that time. What's the rush to meet him now? We'll see him again at dinner tonight. Deming said. Oh, is that so? Then we'll see him tonight, Wang Donger agreed. Then I'll go first, big uncle, second uncle, Wang Donger said and turned to leave. At this moment, Deming quickly stopped her. Donger, don't go yet. Wang Donger stopped and asked curiously, what's wrong? Ahem. Deming cleared his throat and said somewhat awkwardly, Donger, did you take that kid to your room? I'm telling you, you're not married yet, so you can't. Before Deming could finish, Wang Donger's face turned red and she shouted, I know. Then she ran away. Sigh, this child, Deming said, watching Wang Donger's retreating figure with a helpless smile. Chapter 222, Disobedience, the Right Decision. As time passed, the HuoYu fortress, shrouded in clouds and mist, was soon enveloped in the night. Figures in gray robes walked through the fortress, lighting all the lamps, and soon the entire HuoYu fortress was brightly lit. At this moment, on the third floor of HuoYu fortress, in Wang Donger's room, Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger were sitting in chairs talking. Yuhao, are you nervous? Wang Donger smiled at Huo Yuhao, seemingly wanting to see a nervous expression on his face. However, Huo Yuhao showed no signs of nervousness at all. He smiled and said, what am I nervous about? Their daughter has already been taken away by me. If they don't agree, I'll elope with you to a place where they can't find us. If you want to elope, I won't agree, Wang Donger huffed. But her face did indeed carry an uncontainable smile. Huo Yuhao was also very happy, and then he hugged Wang Donger, who was sitting beside him, and said, don't worry, with how outstanding I am, your big uncle and second uncle will definitely agree. Wang Donger responded while buried in Huo Yuhao's embrace. As the two were enjoying their moment, a knock sounded on the stone door. Young master, the food is ready. The Grand Master instructed me to inform you to come for dinner. A voice came from outside. Okay, I got it, Wang Donger replied loudly. After that, she looked at Huo Yuhao and said, let's go down, Yuhao. All right, it seems my ugly son-in-law is finally going to meet the father-in-law, Huo Yuhao said with a smile. Stop joking. Wang Donger rolled her eyes at Huo Yuhao and said irritably. The two went down from the third floor, and then, under Wang Donger's guidance, they arrived at the first floor. After passing through a corridor on the first floor, they came to a quaint stone door. Wang Donger pushed the stone door open and pulled Huo Yuhao inside. Behind the stone door is a room that is not particularly large, with decorations similar to those in other parts of HuoYu fortress, primarily in gray and azure tones. In the center of the room stands a long stone table, with many stone benches on either side, but at this moment, only two people are seated. Sitting in the main seat is a middle-aged man with long azure hair, cascading over his broad, imposing shoulders. His eyes are also azure when they open and close. Those seemingly plain eyes possess an indescribable special quality. There seems to be an unmistakable aura of suppressed power emanating from him, his body clad in white martial attire, exuding a strong sense of oppression. The middle-aged man has been scrutinizing Huo Yuhao since the moment he entered, while Huo Yuhao is also observing the man before him. In Huo Yuhao's eyes, the aura of this middle-aged man is as deep as the ocean, even more powerful than that of the Titan giant ape. At this moment, Huo Yuhao realizes his identity. Indeed, it is the azure bull python, Huo Yuhao silently thought. Uncle, second uncle, Wang Donger greeted. Uncle, second uncle, Huo Yuhao also said, as Wang Donger had already informed him how to address them before coming. Come sit here, Deming nodded and said. Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger walked over. Initially, they intended to sit beside Ming, but Deming said, you sit here. He then pointed to an empty seat beside him. Huo Yuhao was taken aback but still sat down directly. Huo Yuhao sat comfortably beside Deming, showing no signs of nervousness. Deming observed Huo Yuhao's expression and silently nodded in approval. The few of them did not speak at the dining table, and soon several disciples opened the stone door and brought in a variety of dishes. As cups clinked and conversations flowed, dinner quickly came to an end. During the meal, Deming and Ming did not make things difficult for Huo Yuhao, appearing to have accepted him as their son-in-law. Afterward, the two spoke to Huo Yuhao about many things, all concerning Wang Donger, instructing him to take good care of her. Huo Yuhao listened to their sincere words, feeling their genuine affection and concern for Wang Donger, but he could also sense the underlying sadness beneath their hidden love. After dinner, Wang Donger and Huo Yuhao returned to their room. Yuhao, I feel a little reluctant. After I leave, it will just be uncle and second uncle, Wang Donger said, her eyes reddening. It's okay. We are in Heavendo City, so close to HuoYu's sect. We can visit them often. Huo Yuhao comforted, patting her back. All right. We need to come back often in the future, Wang Dong said. Yuhao, let me tell you about my childhood, Wang Donger said. Sure, go ahead. Huo Yuhao smiled and replied. That night, Wang Donger recounted the story of her relationship with Deming and Ming, how when she first arrived, she faced two strangers, and how their meticulous care and love helped her gradually adjust to life here. Wang Donger narrated attentively, while Huo Yuhao listened earnestly. Outside the room, two figures watching over them couldn't help but have their eyes redden as well. As Wang Donger continued talking, she eventually fell asleep. Huo Yuhao gently carried her to bed and tucked her in. Afterward, he moved to the window, which was arched and covered with a layer of crystal glass. Huo Yuhao gazed down at the rolling sea of clouds, his emotions churning within. Outside Wang Donger's room, the two figures vanished quietly as she finished her storytelling. On the third floor, in another larger room, Deming and Ming appeared, both looking very downcast. After hearing Wang Donger's heartfelt words, their inner turmoil deepened. They did not want to lose Wang Donger, but Tang San's orders were impossible to defy. Even if they disobeyed, it might not save her. Brother, I don't want Donger to disappear, Ming said in a muffled voice. Deming lowered his head, falling into silence. After a long pause, Deming finally spoke, his voice strange, as if squeezed from his throat. I don't want her to disappear either. Once he said this, it seemed as if a burden had been lifted. Deming raised his head, his eyes shining with determination, and Ming smiled. After the two made their decision, another voice echoed in their room. Your decision is correct. Chapter 223. Reaching a consensus, cooperation. The night was deep, and the sky was adorned with diamond-like stars. The crescent moon caressed the Milky Way, casting a soft glow on HuoYu Fortress, adding a touch of mystery to the ancient building that had stood for millennia. On the third floor of HuoYu Fortress, in a room with only two people, a third person's voice suddenly sounded. Deming and Ming both looked startled, but it was not fear they felt. It was shock. Their strength was at the pinnacle of Douluo Continent, yet they had not noticed anyone enter this room. Deming's gaze swept around, finding nothing unusual. However, he did not relax. He cautiously approached Ming and said warily, May I ask who you are? Why have you intruded on our HuoYu sect? Actually, I entered quite openly, and we even had dinner together, the voice replied with a hint of laughter. Deming and Ming's expressions grew even more shocked as they realized who this person was. At that moment, Huo Yuhao's figure slowly materialized, smiling at the two men, saying, Uncle, second uncle, good evening. Yuhao, I didn't expect you to have such strength, Deming said gravely, looking at Huo Yuhao. No wonder you weren't afraid of my aura, Ming said, realization dawning on him. The Huo Yuhao who had appeared before them was at the soul sage level, but now he was completely inscrutable, and just standing there exerted an almost imperceptible pressure on them. After all, I didn't know how you two feel about Donger and me, so naturally, I couldn't reveal all my strength, Huo Yuhao explained with a smile. You heard what we just said, right? Deming asked. Yes, I heard everything. I was watching you while you were eavesdropping outside Donger's room, Huo Yuhao replied. Huo Yuhao leisurely walked over to a chair and sat down. Deming looked at his demeanor and asked curiously, Don't you have anything you want to ask us? Ask what? Huo Yuhao countered. About Donger's soul being incomplete? Or about Tang San's plan? Or perhaps what you intend to do to me, the chosen of fate in Douluo Continent? Huo Yuhao asked with a smile that was not quite a smile. With every question that escaped Huo Yuhao's lips, the expressions on Deming and Ming's faces shifted, becoming more shocked. How could you possibly know these things? Ming exclaimed in disbelief. Deming also appeared shocked, as these matters should only be known to him and Ming on Douluo Continent. Where did Huo Yuhao learn about these things? If I didn't know, what would you do? Or rather, what did Tang San tell you to do to me? Huo Yuhao asked with a smile. Daming and Erming did not speak because they were unsure of Huo Yuhao's attitude. After all, since Huo Yuhao already knew these things, he must also be aware that Wang Dong'er is Tang San's daughter. Now that Huo Yuhao is together with Wang Dong'er, what was his purpose for coming to HuoYu's sect? What was his attitude toward Wang Dong? Since you already know these things, how dare you come to HuoYu's sect? Aren't you afraid that Tang San left something behind here? Daming had now put away his shock and asked calmly. In response to this question, Huo Yuhao looked directly at the two before finally speaking slowly after a moment of silence. Because I don't want to wait for Tang San to come looking for me. Since I dare to come here, I naturally have means to deal with Tang San. Moreover, as far as I know, gods cannot casually interfere with the lower realms. Although Tang San doesn't seem to be someone who follows the rules, he wouldn't dare to act openly, right? Daming looked at the confident Huo Yuhao and fell silent. Because what Huo Yuhao said was indeed a fact, and Tang San's current situation was even more troublesome, leaving him with no opportunity to interfere with matters on Douluo Continent. So what is your purpose? Do you want to kill us? Erming stared at Huo Yuhao and asked. No, Huo Yuhao directly shook his head. After understanding Daming and Erming's feelings for Wang Dong'er and hearing their conversation, he realized that the two in front of him could be trusted. Because wanting to protect Wang Dong'er was already contrary to Tang San's plan, they had already stood on the same front as Huo Yuhao, which is why Huo Yuhao appeared so openly here. I am here to seek cooperation with you, Huo Yuhao said. I see your feelings for Dong'er. Dong'er is currently in a residual soul state, and after merging, it will inevitably be her consciousness as Tang San's daughter that dominates. I believe you wouldn't want such a thing to happen. I also don't want that. I love Dong'er, not anyone else. And Tang San wants to seize control of Douluo Continent. As the son of Douluo Continent's fate, I will not sit idly by. Resisting Tang San is our only choice. And that's why I came to seek your cooperation. Huo Yuhao looked at the two, speaking word by word. Do you know what level of strength Tang San possesses? Daming did not immediately agree to cooperate, but posed a question to Huo Yuhao. God King, Huo Yuhao said lightly, showing no fear. As if the God King were nothing remarkable. Do you know how powerful a God King is? Erming glared at Huo Yuhao and asked. I know, but so what? Just because Tang San is strong. Do you want to watch Dong'er disappear? Huo Yuhao stood up and retorted. Of course not. My brother, and I will not let Xiao Dong disappear. Erming quickly refuted. At this point, Daming also understood that since he and Erming chose to protect Wang Dong'er's consciousness, they had no choice but to follow the path Huo Yuhao just mentioned. You are right. We only have this path left. The still silent Daming finally spoke. We can cooperate, but I must make it clear in advance that in the divine realm, our strength is negligible and cannot do anything to counter Tang San, Daming said directly. I don't need you to take action. You only need to tell me what you know, Huo Yuhao said. Daming nodded and then asked, what do you want to know? Everything, whether it is about the divine realm or Douluo Continent, as long as it is related to Tang San, Huo Yuhao said seriously. Daming thought for a moment, and then began to recount matters relating to Tang San. Chapter 224, The Origin of the Holy Spirit Cult, Warning. 10,000 years ago, we sacrificed ourselves to Tang San. After he became a god, he resurrected us. We originally thought we would stay in the divine realm forever. However, it wasn't long before Tang San said he had something for us to assist with on Douluo Continent, and then we were sent to Douluo Continent. Daming recounted how they returned to Douluo Continent. And from that moment on, Tang San began to lay plans on Douluo Continent. After becoming a god, if it is a first-level god, they can bring 2 people into the divine realm. If it is a second-level god, they cannot bring anyone into the divine realm. Tang San ascended to the divine realm as the sea god, a first-level god who can bring 2 people into the divine realm. But Xiao Wu entered the divine realm in another form, so she did not take up a spot. However, Tang San did not bring his parents to the divine realm using those 2 spots, but left them on Douluo Continent. His goal was to have his parents seize control of Douluo Continent. His mother, the Blue-Silver Emperor, aimed to take the position of the life core of the Douluo plane, while his father aimed to take the position of the master of the Douluo Continent. We were to obey their commands on Douluo Continent, but we lost contact with them thousands of years ago, and we were also unclear about their whereabouts, Daming recalled. They are now seizing the will of the life core and the plane's master, Huo Yuhao said with a cold smile. I see, Daming said in realization. After you came to Douluo Continent, what specific tasks did you carry out for Tang San? Huo Yuhao asked at this time. Actually, most of the time we were in HuoYu's sect, secretly using the power of HuoYu's sect to promote the belief in the sea god. Tang San only commanded us to take action a few times. Once was to find those evil soul masters on Douluo Continent, gather them together, and form an organization. He also transmitted doctrines to me. That evil soul master sect is called the Holy Spirit cult. Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao's eyes narrowed, and then he asked, "The Holy Spirit cult was established by Tang San? Why'd he do this? Do you know the specific situation of the Holy Spirit cult now?" "Yes. After we completed these tasks, we didn't pay any attention to the current situation of the Holy Spirit cult. We are also unclear about it. As for why Tang San did this, we do not know either," Daming explained. Seeing this, Huo Yuhao did not pursue the matter further, but instead asked, "What about the other few times?" "Another time was when Donger came here, and the last time was a few years ago, when Tang San transmitted something from the divine realm and instructed us to collect the soul of a woman near the Duke of White Tiger's residence." As soon as Daming said this, Huo Yuhao understood who he was talking about and suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with killing intent, and a terrifying aura became evident. Daming and Erming felt an indescribable pressure under this aura, and Huo Yuhao realized this, retracting his aura, and his expression gradually returned to calm. Huo Yuhao sat back down and fell into silence, and Daming and Erming then understood that the identity of that woman was extraordinary. "Yuhao, who is that woman?" Daming asked cautiously. "She is my mother," Huo Yuhao replied. "I'm sorry, we didn't know at the time," Daming and Erming said with guilt. They understood the importance of mother to Huo Yuhao. After all, just mentioning it had already changed the expression of Huo Yuhao, who could remain calm even when dealing with Tang San. "It's okay. Since Tang San wants to control me, he won't harm my mother. At least my mother is safe for now," Huo Yuhao said calmly. Daming and Erming did not offer any words of comfort because they knew that any consolation would be useless, and both of them considered themselves accomplices. "What about the situation in the divine realm?" Huo Yuhao broke the silence and asked. "In the divine realm, Tang San's strength is among the top. It's not that Tang San is exceptionally gifted and has directly surpassed the other veteran gods, but rather that Tang San is not an ordinary deity," Daming continued. Huo Yuhao looked at Daming with a curious expression, and Daming went on. "Tang San is not only the sea god, he also has another divine position, which is the Shura god position. It is this divine position that allowed Tang San to become a god king. When Tang San inherited his divine position back then, he initially inherited the first level sea god position, but another god king also set his sights on Tang San, and in the end, they used Tang San's twin martial souls to have him inherit the dual divine positions." "I see," Huo Yuhao murmured. The blood-red power that had invaded his spiritual sea must have been Tang San's Shura divine power, while the previous blue-golden divine power was Tang San's sea god divine power. Furthermore, Tang San's Shura divine position is the law enforcer of the divine realm. This is precisely why Tang San controls the core of the divine realm and can interfere with Douluo Continent without restraint. However, Tang San is not the only one in power in the divine realm. There are 5 god kings. They're the god kings of goodness, evil, life, destruction, and Shura. Among them, the god kings of goodness and evil are the newest inheritors and have the weakest power, while the god kings of life and destruction are veteran god kings and are also a couple. In the divine realm, the god of destruction has always been at odds with Tang San. In recent years, the conflict between the god of destruction and Tang San seems to have intensified, which is why Tang San has had no opportunity to interfere with Douluo Continent in recent years and has even been very hurried in his communications with us. Daming explained about the divine realm. It was at this point that Huo Yuhao understood why his strength had progressed so quickly in recent years without any impact. Tang San is currently restrained. I must seize this time, Huo Yuhao silently thought. Daming was unaware of Huo Yuhao's thoughts and continued to narrate the matters concerning the divine realm, but soon concluded since his time in the divine realm was not long. However, this information had already given Huo Yuhao some understanding of the divine realm. Actually, a few days ago, Tang San contacted us once, and he was very urgent at that time. It was then that Tang San told me that he could not contact us recently, Daming said finally. What did Tang San say then? Huo Yuhao asked anxiously. Tang San asked about the situation in Douluo Continent and also about you and Donger. And he even transmitted this from the divine realm, Daming said as a golden orb appeared in his hand. Huo Yuhao looked at the orb, feeling a sudden thump in his heart. The power of fate and his divine consciousness within him were continuously warning him to stay away from this orb. What exactly is this? Huo Yuhao thought in amazement as he looked at the orb in front of him. Something that could trigger simultaneous warnings from his divine consciousness and power of fate must be extremely dangerous. This item was sent over by Tang San, and he asked me to give this orb to you, Daming said, looking at Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao stared at the golden orb, and after a moment of silence, suddenly smiled and said, "It seems this item was specially prepared by Tang San to deal with me. Although I don't know what is inside this orb. The fact that Tang San transmitted it when he couldn't influence Douluo Continent must mean that this orb has the effect of stabilizing the situation." Daming expressed his thoughts, and Huo Yuhao nodded in agreement. He then looked at the orb in Daming's hand, the brilliant golden light shining in his eyes. At that moment, the appearance of the orb in his eyes changed completely. The golden orb had transformed into a blue-golden color. Huo Yuhao's divine consciousness surged as he looked into the orb's interior, and the next moment, he felt himself falling into an indescribable situation. Huo Yuhao felt as if he were in a blue-golden ocean. Although there was no one in front of him, countless voices appeared in his ears. "Please bless Lord Sea God for a good year of weather. Those who seek the Sea God ask for more fish catches this year. Please, Lord Sea God, show your spirit and let my child recover quickly." The prayers of countless people echoed in Huo Yuhao's ears, and then a grand voice resounded. "I have already known the sufferings of all beings. Believing in the Sea God can lead one out of suffering." Upon hearing this voice, Huo Yuhao already knew that the speaker was Tang San. He revealed a mocking smile and thought to himself, "Most of the suffering on Douluo Continent was caused by you, the Sea God, yet you still have the face to say such things here." Then he trembled all over, and a terrifying repulsive force emerged, separating the blue-golden power around him and forming a vacuum zone around him. However, Huo Yuhao's actions did not stop. A terrifying ice-blue power began to surge from him, and a trace of blue-golden power clung to that ice-blue energy. After expelling all the blue-golden energy from his body, Huo Yuhao stopped the outpouring of energy and revealed a cold smile as he looked at the empty space in front of him and said, "What's wrong? Tang San, are you afraid to come out?" After Huo Yuhao finished speaking, there was still no change in front of him. He did not give up and continued, "It seems you, Tang San, are just a petty person. You relied on the fortune of Douluo Continent to grow, and after obtaining the title of God King, you didn't think of giving back. Instead, you want to seize control of Douluo Continent. Now, in order to take Douluo Continent, you even use your own daughter as bait. And you established the Holy Spirit cult on Douluo Continent, causing countless suffering. Do you deserve to be a God King?" Huo Yuhao shouted angrily at the empty space. And as he did, the previously empty space began to gradually change. The blue-golden light distorted, and the next moment, a figure appeared before Huo Yuhao. The person wore a luxurious blue robe, had long water-blue hair like a waterfall, looked to be in his 20s, and had a very handsome face. However, at this moment, his handsome face was extremely somber. He looked at Huo Yuhao and then spoke with a tone full of killing intent. "I originally wanted to give you some dignity, but you dare to insult this God King. You are seeking death." Faced with the killing intent from Tang San, Huo Yuhao showed no fear on his face and coldly laughed. "Seeking death? We shall see if you have that ability, Tang San." Seeing that Huo Yuhao was still speaking insolently, Tang San's anger grew even more, and without wasting any words, he directly attacked. His right hand opened, and a completely golden trident appeared in his hand. The tines on the left and right sides of the trident were relatively thin, while the central main blade was 2 feet long and half a foot wide, looking more like a sword. The Sea God's trident. Huo Yuhao muttered as he looked at the trident in Tang San's hand. Indefinite wind wave. Huo Yuhao pointed the trident in his hand toward the sky. Then a strange golden halo appeared in the sky. The first golden halo rushed towards Huo Yuhao immediately after it appeared. Huo Yuhao looked at the halo without dodging, allowing it to envelop him. After that, Tang San continued to wield the Sea God trident in his hand, swirling it left and right, creating layer upon layer of golden halos that instantly illuminated the sky in gold. Tang San pointed the trident at Huo Yuhao, and all the golden halos surrounded him, a binding force immobilizing Huo Yuhao in place. Looking at Huo Yuhao, who was trapped, Tang San said expressionlessly, "Although I don't know how you gained strength comparable to a second-level god so quickly if I let you go for some time. Perhaps even I wouldn't be able to control you. But now you have no chance." "Oh, no chance, huh? Are you so sure?" Huo Yuhao replied with a calm smile, showing no sense of being in danger. "Haha, you really don't know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. The skill I'm using is called Unstable Wind Wave, the strongest binding skill. Once it hits the opponent, no matter how strong they are, they cannot move an inch for 8 seconds. In the divine realm, it is known as the #1 control skill. Even a God King cannot break free within 8 seconds. let alone a mere soul sage like you. Tang San laughed at Huo Yuhao's ignorance. Originally, I wanted to change your thoughts with this power of belief to make you useful to me. But since you don't recognize the situation, you will become my puppet. I won't kill you. I will erase your consciousness and implant thoughts of loyalty to me. So you can still be my good son-in-law, Tang San said in a cold tone. Tang San, you are really arrogant. You've been a god king for too long and have lost the necessary caution, Huo Yuhao said. After Huo Yuhao finished speaking, before Tang San could react, a terrifying deep blue energy erupted from within Huo Yuhao, and under the influence of that deep blue light, the golden light was rapidly dissolving. All spells come to an end. Huo Yuhao asked while floating in the air. If you were here in your true form, I would certainly have nowhere to escape. But you are merely a strand of divine consciousness. What do you rely on to act so arrogantly here? Tang San, looking at Huo Yuhao, who had broken free from the unstable wind wave, was so shocked that he couldn't speak. After learning unstable wind wave from the previous sea god, he had never missed a target, and now this soul skill had actually been broken by someone who had not yet ascended. After the initial shock, Tang San quickly regained his composure and said to Huo Yuhao in the air, although I don't know what trick you use to break the unstable wind wave. The gap in strength is something you cannot bridge. Even divine consciousness is enough to deal with you. After Tang San finished speaking, he directly launched an attack. Tang San raised the sea god trident in his hand and began to move it rapidly, turning the trident into a series of afterimages, forming numerous golden shadows in the air. Then, with a wave of his right hand, the endless golden light shadows, like golden clouds, descended upon Huo Yuhao. When the light shadows touched Huo Yuhao, they exploded violently, creating a terrifying pressure. Tang San finally revealed a smile as he looked at the scene. I hope you don't die here directly. Otherwise, it will be quite difficult to piece you back together, Tang San said. Tang San quietly watched the explosion scene before him. This move was called 1,000 Years of Empty Serenity. After using it, countless trident shadows could envelop the enemy, and the moment the shadows touched the enemy, they would explode, destroying them. Under Tang San's control, countless light shadows exploded almost instantaneously, but when the explosion's mist dissipated in Tang San looked for Huo Yuhao. He found that Huo Yuhao's previous position was already empty. How is this possible? Where did he go? Tang San thought in surprise. He then used his divine consciousness to scan every corner of the space, wanting to find Huo Yuhao's figure. After all, under his control, Huo Yuhao couldn't have escaped silently. As the master of this place, Tang San quickly examined every area but still did not see Huo Yuhao's trace. Could it be that someone else intervened? Was it the god of destruction or someone else? Tang San's face turned ugly as he thought. Besides the intervention of other gods, he couldn't understand why Huo Yuhao had suddenly vanished. To have such a good opportunity and still let someone dare to intervene, that person is asking for death. Tang San thought with killing intent. Now he had to let the Ming and Air Ming return the pearl to his true body. But how should he operate now? Tang San fell into deep thought. While he was pondering, a formation was slowly taking shape beneath his feet, and once formed, it inevitably leaked a trace of energy. Tang San immediately sensed this trace of energy, and his face changed dramatically as he shouted, "Not good." In the next moment, endless blue and gold light erupted from Tang San's body, and the scene before him changed in an instant. In a space that had originally contained only himself, 3 figures appeared, and beneath his feet, a dark gray magic circle had been formed. Tang San, you have been a god king for too long, and you only just now realize you were in an illusion, Huo Yuhao said mockingly. You are the current god of Shura? You are really too weak. Since you have inherited his divine position for so long, let you repay a bit of your sins. The Ice Dragon King shouted angrily at Tang San. Beside the Ice Dragon King was the gray-robed Ilex. Tang San's face turned extremely ugly at this moment. He knew he had fallen into a predicament. Although the energy he had just released had broken through the illusion, he was immediately blocked by a layer of dark gray light shield before he could escape any significant distance, with no way to dissipate. Tang San darkly looked at Huo Yuhao and the Ice Dragon King's figures and said, Huo Yuhao, you actually mix with the remnants of the Dragon Clan. If the Divine Realm finds out, they will certainly kill you on the spot. Then let them come, Huo Yuhao said indifferently. Hearing the term remnants of the Dragon Clan, the Ice Dragon King instantly became even angrier and shouted, the gods of the Divine Realm slaughtered our Dragon Clan. One day we will make you pay the price. Tang San scoffed at the Ice Dragon King's words. The once powerful Dragon Clan had been destroyed by the Divine Realm, let alone the now weakened remnants. Tang San ignored Huo Yuhao and the Ice Dragon King and instead turned to Ilex and said, "This friend, I am the Sea God and the God King Ashura in the Divine Realm, I." Before Tang San could finish, Ilex interrupted, saying, I previously devoured your divine consciousness." Tang San immediately recalled the divine consciousness that had disappeared earlier and glared at Ilex, saying, "So it was you. I wonder if this stronger strand of divine consciousness will taste better," Ilex said curiously. At this point, Tang San had given up on the idea of persuading them. The three before him could not be swayed. He then swung the Sea God trident in his hand, and the terrifying trident light struck the barrier of the magic circle. Bang! A sound like metal striking stone rang out. The golden trident light vanished, but the magic circle remained completely unharmed. "Damn it," Tang San cursed inwardly. "You don't need to struggle. You cannot break free," Huo Yuhao said. "Even if your main body injects you with more powerful energy, it can only be comparable to a first-level god. So how could you possibly break free from the formation set by the three of us?" Alex said at this moment. Tang San also realized that he could not escape. He put away the Sea God trident and resolutely said, "If you have the guts, just kill me." Huo Yuhao looked at Tang San's posture, and his originally indifferent face suddenly revealed a smile. "Tang San, are you thinking that as long as we eliminate this strand of your divine consciousness, your main body in the divine realm will directly take action and kill me?" Huo Yuhao asked. Tang San's expression stiffened, and he did not answer Huo Yuhao's question. Huo Yuhao continued with a smile. "If you thought of that, how could I not? Don't worry, I won't kill you. What awaits you next is endless torment. We will seal you and trap you in a small space. Then every day we will use this undead flame to torment you. What do you think?" Huo Yuhao asked with a smile, holding a gray flame in his hand. That warm smile in Tang San's eyes, however, looked like that of a devil. Tang San felt the threat of the flame to his divine consciousness as he looked at the undead flame, and his expression grew even uglier. Huo Yuhao did not give him a chance to react. He and Alex disappeared directly from the space of the golden orb. After Huo Yuhao and the others left, the magic array where Tang San was located was instantly filled with gray flames, which burned Tang San's divine consciousness. The excruciating pain made Tang San clench his teeth involuntarily. Yuhao! The urgent voices of Daming and Erming rang in Huo Yuhao's ears, and at that moment, the brilliant golden light in Huo Yuhao's eyes gradually dissipated. Chapter 227. The Attention of the Divine Realm. Once the brilliant golden light completely vanished, Huo Yuhao's eyes regained their brilliance. Daming immediately asked, "Yuhao, are you okay?" At the same time, he discreetly pulled Erming back a short distance, his gaze wary as he looked at Huo Yuhao. After all, Huo Yuhao had made contact with the orb sent by Tang San with his divine consciousness, and it was hard to guarantee that Huo Yuhao was not affected, especially since the two of them had witnessed Tang San's methods of controlling people's hearts. Now that Huo Yuhao was aware of their betrayal against Tang San, if he were to be controlled by Tang San, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Don't worry, I wasn't controlled by Tang San. Otherwise, if I acted directly, you wouldn't be able to stop me," Huo Yuhao said, seeing their thoughts. Upon hearing this, Daming and Erming did not lower their guard, but instead pulled Erming further away. "Do you have any way to prove that you weren't controlled?" Daming asked Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao felt a bit helpless, but understood that being cautious wasn't wrong. He directly reached out and took the orb that was still in Daming's hand. Daming became even more vigilant, but Huo Yuhao ignored him and directly injected his magical power into the orb. The orb immediately emitted light, and a light curtain appeared. Erming looked at the scene in the light curtain and exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible?" Daming's eyes were also filled with shock, because what appeared before them was Tang San's figure. At that moment, Tang San was trapped in a gray-white magic array, surrounded by gray flames, and the expression of pain was evident on his face. Daming had not seen such an expression on Tang San's face for a long time. The last time was when Tang San had not yet become a god. "You actually trapped Tang San?" Daming asked in disbelief. "To be precise, it's Tang San's divine consciousness." Huo Yuhao corrected. "How did you do it?" Daming continued to ask. "Just use some small tricks," Huo Yuhao said with a smile. After all, this was just Tang San's divine consciousness. If he couldn't deal with even that, how could he talk about dealing with Tang San himself? Huo Yuhao said. Hearing this, Daming and Erming calmed down. "What you said is right. Perhaps Tang San isn't that terrifying after all," Daming said with a smile. Although they had only resolved Tang San's divine consciousness for Daming and Erming, who were used to Tang San's invincible demeanor, it was undoubtedly a boost to their confidence in resisting Tang San. After a moment of happiness, Daming then collected his smile and asked Huo Yuhao, Yuhao, what are you planning to do next? Huo Yuhao replied directly, increase my strength. Now that Tang San has no time to pay attention to Douluo Continent. It's the best time to enhance my strength. I must use this time to elevate my power to a new level, at least to enter the divine realm. Yes, you're right, Daming nodded in agreement. But there probably aren't any places on Douluo Continent where you can enhance your strength now. Most of the divine position inheritances on Douluo Continent have already been taken away by Tang San. Your current strength is probably at the level of a second-level god, right? Daming inquired. That's right, Huo Yuhao said without hiding it. But I may have a way to enhance my strength, so you don't need to worry, Huo Yuhao added. That's good, Daming sighed in relief. After all, Huo Yuhao was their only hope against Tang San. If Huo Yuhao's strength stagnated, then what awaited them would be Tang San's annihilation. Since the matter has been resolved, I will take my leave now, Huo Yuhao said. As soon as Huo Yuhao finished speaking, he made to leave, but Daming and Erming both said at the same time, don't go yet. Is there something else? Huo Yuhao turned and looked at them in confusion. Don't tell Donger about this yet, Daming spoke first. The expressions of the two were somewhat awkward. Although they had decided to resist Tang San to protect Wang Donger, they had previously entertained the idea of letting Wang Donger's consciousness disappear. They were worried that Wang Donger would be too greatly affected if she learned the truth, and they didn't want their relationship with her to suffer a rift. Huo Yuhao understood their thoughts as he looked at them and said, don't worry, I won't tell Donger now, but this matter will have to be told to her eventually. Then let's talk about it later, Daming said with a bitter smile. Huo Yuhao looked at them seriously for a moment and then nodded in agreement. After Huo Yuhao left Daming's room, he went directly back to the room where Wang Donger was. At this moment, Wang Donger was still asleep. Because in the space of that orb, the flow of time seemed to have slowed down. A long time had passed inside the orb. But not much time had gone by outside. Huo Yuhao looked at Wang Donger's sleeping face, and a gentle smile unconsciously appeared on his face. He then returned to the window, where a golden orb appeared in his hand, and he gazed at it as if he could see Tang San inside. What a pity. Huo Yuhao sighed. Originally, when Huo Yuhao captured Tang San's divine consciousness, he intended to use soul capture to read the memories of this strand of divine consciousness. But this divine consciousness was set with a restriction by Tang San. As soon as Huo Yuhao made a move, it would self-destruct. What was the method to contact the divine realm? According to Daming and Erming, Tang San found the Sea God's inheritance on Douluo Continent and obtained the Sea God's 9 trials, becoming the Sea God after passing the trials. Now that there is no longer a divine inheritance on Douluo Continent, the only way for me to connect with the gods is to let them reach out to me. Tang San gained the attention of Ashura God King through his talent, but my current talent and strength have far surpassed Tang San's. Yet I have not received any divine inheritance. What is going on? And why hasn't the life God King, who left a trace on me as mentioned by the plane consciousness, ever contacted me? Huo Yuhao thought in confusion. Little did he know, in a mysterious valley above the divine realm, flowers bloomed and grasses grew in order. Towering trees shaded the sunlight, and a few colorful clouds floated above the valley, creating a stunning sight. In that valley, a young man with golden hair wore a look of helplessness on his face, as if his eyes could see through time and space. Sai, what kind of genius is this kid? I only looked away for a moment, and he has already reached such strength. At least he hasn't become a god yet, so there is still a way. But does he really want to inherit my divine position? Chapter 228. The Pouch. Leaving Haotian sect as the sun rose, the morning glow filled the sky, and the sun slowly climbed above the horizon, casting golden rays over the earth, awakening all living things with vitality. The sunlight illuminated the Haotian sect, bringing some life to the ancient building, while the candle flames lit the previous night had now turned into wisps of smoke floating in the air. In Haotian Fortress, on the 3rd floor, Wang Donger lay asleep on the bed with her hair disheveled, a sweet smile still lingering on her face, as if she had just had a beautiful dream the night before. Dongar, uikupe, Dongar, uikupe. A gentle voice rang in Wang Donger's ears. At the sound of the gentle call, her brows lightly trembled, and as she opened her eyes, she saw Huo Yuhao leaning against the bedside, smiling at her. You're awake? Huo Yuhao asked with a smile. And Wang Donger replied softly. It's time for breakfast, go wash up quickly. Uncle and second uncle are waiting for you. Huo Yuhao said. Okay, Wang Donger said, her face slightly flushed. I'll go down and wait for you, Huo Yuhao said with a smile. Huo Yuhao turned and left the room, and as soon as he left, Wang Donger jumped up from the bed. Did I sleep in the same bed as Yuhao last night? Why is he right in front of me as soon as I open my eyes? Ah! Wang Dongye exclaimed SHYLY. She covered her cheeks with her hands and muttered, I just wanted Yuhao to rest in my room, but I didn't mean for him to sleep in the same bed as me. At this moment, Huo Yuhao had already arrived on the first floor. Deming and Ming smiled upon seeing him. How is it? Has Donger woken up? Deming asked. She is awake. She should be coming down soon. Huo Yuhao replied with a smile. Then while we have this time, let me tell you something. Deming said. Oh, what is it? Huo Yuhao asked in confusion. He didn't expect Deming still had something to say, but he didn't doubt their sincerity in opposing Tang San. He was just a bit puzzled as to why they were only mentioning it now. Deming took out a pouch from his arms and handed it to Huo Yuhao, saying, Yuhao, this thing was given to me by Tang San. He said that when Donger finds a partner, she should give this to him. This thing was handed to us when Donger first arrived on Douluo Continent. The restrictions on it aren't too difficult. You just need to have a certain level of mental strength to open it. As for whether there's any danger inside, Ming, and I can't see through it. Whether you want to take it or not is up to you. Huo Yuhao looked at the ordinary pouch in Deming's hand. When he saw the pouch, his destiny, power, and spiritual sense did not give a warning like they did when he saw that bead yesterday. Huo Yuhao used his spiritual sense to probe inside and found that there was indeed no danger, just the simple restrictions as Deming had said. It seems Tang San didn't tamper with this thing, Huo Yuhao thought to himself. I'll take this. Huo Yuhao directly took the pouch from Deming's hand. As Huo Yuhao took the pouch, Wang Donger happened to come down from the third floor. She looked at the three men huddled together with curiosity and asked, Uncle, second uncle, and Yuhao, what are you three talking about? Of course we're talking about you. We're asking you how to take good care of you. Deming replied directly without fluster. I don't need Yuhao to take care of me. We're taking care of each other. Wang Donger said playfully. All right, enough of that. Come over for breakfast. Deming said directly. Wang Donger stuck out her tongue and ran to the dining table, sitting next to Huo Yuhao. During breakfast, Deming, Ming, and Huo Yuhao chatted a lot, while Wang Donger found it hard to join in, making it seem like the three of them were the ones who had been living together as family. This atmosphere made Wang Donger look at the three of them with a strange expression. After breakfast, Wang Donger took Huo Yuhao back to the room. As soon as they entered the room, Wang Donger asked with a puzzled expression, why do you and uncle and second uncle look so familiar with each other? Did you say something behind my back? Huo Yuhao remained calm, smiling as he replied, how is that possible? Last night, I fell asleep right after you finished telling me the story. I had no time to chat with your two uncles. As for why we seem so familiar, it must be because I get along well with your two uncles. Wang Donger's face turned a bit red when she heard slept together, but she still pressed on. Is that true? You're not lying to me, are you? When I first mentioned you to uncle and second uncle, they said they would teach you a lesson. That was because they hadn't seen me at the time. Now that they see how excellent I am, it's only natural that we get along well. Huo Yuhao said with a smile. I can't argue with you. Wang Dongye hofft lightly. However, Wang Donger didn't dwell on such trivial matters. In the following days, Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger stayed in HuoYu Fortress, and Wang Donger took Huo Yuhao to explore all the places in HuoYu Fortress. Deming and Ming also took Huo Yuhao to the secret room beneath HuoYu Fortress, but without Tang San's consciousness descending. The pillar was just an ordinary pillar with no divine anomalies. However, after examining it, Huo Yuhao still set up some things around the pillar. The next time Tang San wanted to descend, although he couldn't severely injure him, he could still make him suffer a bit. 7 days later, outside HuoYu Fortress. Uncle, second uncle, goodbye. Wang Donger said with a hint of sadness. Deming and Ming patted Wang Donger's head, smiling as they said, silly girl, it's just going back to Heavendo City. There's no need to be so sad. You can come back to HuoYu sect anytime. I will definitely come back often. Wang Dongye nodded vigorously. Goodbye, uncle and second uncle. Huo Yuhao said with a smile. Goodbye, Yuhao. Deming and Ming both said. After the two finished speaking, they subtly nodded at Huo Yuhao, who also nodded in response. After bidding farewell, Huo Yuhao took Wang Donger's hand, and the two of them vanished into thin air. Deming and Ming saw the two disappear, and the smiles on their faces faded, replaced by sadness and worry. Big brother, can Yuhao really do it? Ming asked anxiously. Deming looked towards the place where Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger had vanished, and said, if even Yuhao can't do it, then I can't think of anyone who can. Besides, we have no other choice now. Chapter 229, In the Pouch. Heartbroken red in the city of Tiando, at the body sect, time flew by, and it was already the second day since Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger returned. In Huo Yuhao's room, He held the pouch that Deming had given him. It was time to see what was inside. Huo Yuhao thought as he looked at the pouch. A brilliant golden light surged from Huo Yuhao's eyes, and with a softening sound. A strange golden light emanated from the entrance of the pouch, which then quietly transformed into a green hue, before becoming fine points of light that slowly disappeared. Once the light faded, the pouch returned to its ordinary appearance, but in an instant, the restrictions on the pouch were broken by Huo Yuhao. This is indeed a rather weak restriction, roughly equivalent to the strength of a Soul Master-S ability. It seems that Tang San had considered this when passing down the pouch, Huo Yuhao thought with a cold smile. It seemed that Tang San had started plotting against him. The child of fate, long ago. But you have ultimately miscalculated, Huo Yuhao said with a mocking tone. He then turned his gaze to the open pouch and reached inside to pull out a piece of parchment. The parchment was very ancient in style. Huo Yuhao shook it open. It was very large, at least twice the size of regular letter paper. The edges of the parchment were irregular, looking as if it had not been cut after being made from animal skin, which enhanced its original antiquity. The parchment was divided into two parts. The top appeared to be a letter, while the bottom was a map. Huo Yuhao first unfolded the map, and his eyes narrowed immediately, as he was very familiar with the location depicted, having been there several times. This is the Eye of Ice and Fire, Huo Yuhao thought. He was surprised that Tang San had included the map of the Eye of Ice and Fire in this pouch. Huo Yuhao thought it was unlikely for Tang San, given his character, to disclose the location of such a treasure to others. However, he reconsidered and found it somewhat reasonable. After all, if his plan succeeded, he would become Tang San's son-in-law, so it made sense for him to share the information about this treasure. After glancing at the map, Huo Yuhao set it aside since he was already quite familiar with the Eye of Ice and Fire. He opened the letter, and, as he read its contents, his brows gradually furrowed. Yuhao, when you see this letter, I believe you will have the ability to accomplish this task. After much hesitation, I have decided to entrust this matter to you. When I give this pouch to Donger, tell her that only when she is certain you can become her future husband. Donger was born in the HuoYu sect, and from a young age, she has been physically weak due to congenital deficiencies. To help her body improve, Huo Yuhao quickly finished reading all the information, murmuring, congenital deficiencies? Is it really congenital deficiencies, or is it the aftermath of a torn soul? No wonder Donger had suffered such severe soul injuries while showing no outward signs. It turned out that Tang San had used his divine power to suppress her injuries. After reading Tang San's account of Wang Donger's situation, Huo Yuhao understood that it was not caused by congenital deficiencies, but rather due to severe soul damage. And that Heartbroken Red must refer to the divine herb, Heartbroken Red, Huo Yuhao thought to himself. Since Donger is now 15, by the time she turns 20, the power Tang San left on her will disappear. Although there are still 5 years left, it's best to resolve Donger's issues as soon as possible. It seems that Heartbroken Red was not discovered by Wang back then. I need to go to the Eye of Ice and Fire and ask the 8 corners about it. Huo Yuhao made a decisive decision. With a flash, Huo Yuhao vanished, as he needed to resolve Wang Donger's condition as soon as possible. In the next moment, Huo Yuhao's figure appeared directly in the Eye of Ice and Fire. Yuhao, you're here. The fragrant and beautiful Yuxiang Chilua exclaimed joyfully. Huo Yuhao nodded and smiled at her, just as Yang Chuan transformed and the figure of the Fire Dragon King appeared before Huo Yuhao. Yuhao, you must have something to discuss. The Fire Dragon King asked directly. That's right, I need a divine herb, Huo Yuhao stated plainly. Oh, with your strength, can a divine herb still work for you? The Fire Dragon King asked curiously. It's not for me, it's for my partner. She has a serious injury that needs this divine herb for treatment. Huo Yuhao explained. I understand. Yuxiang, guide Yuhao there, the Fire Dragon King said. Yes, Dragon Lord, Yuxiang Chilua said happily. Yuhao, go to the place where the Ice Spring and Yang Spring meet, Yuxiang Chilua instructed. Huo Yuhao walked forward to a large black stone, arriving at a fragile-looking white flower that seemed as if a gust of wind could blow it down. The white flower resembled a peony, but was even more delicate. It had no fragrance, no other adornments, not even a single leaf. What remained was just a faint blood-red hue, filled with sorrow. Heartbroken Red, Huo Yuhao silently thought. He then crouched down, recalling the moments he shared with Wang Donger, her genuine emotions during the Soul Master attack, her expression when he confessed to her, and many other occurrences between them. With a sudden wow, he spat out a mouthful of ice-blue blood, splattering it onto the surface of Heartbroken Red. Instantly, the Heartbroken Red trembled violently. The ice-blue blood began to freeze the moment it appeared, But with a thought from Huo Yuhao, the blood melted again, becoming fresh blood. The blood gradually merged into the flower, and the bloodstains on the petals that represented sorrow slowly faded away. Then, the flower detached from the black stone, and at the moment of its detachment, in the valley, all the flowers around the Eye of Ice and Fire, including Yuxiangchua, Lihua, Xingjiao, Shu, Bajiu, Xianbing grass, and other divine herbs, all closed and drooped down, as if bowing to their king. The white flower quietly floated to Huo Yuhao, gently pressing against its cheek, as if it had found its beloved, radiating a jade-like luster. Chapter 230. Healing Huo Yuhao looked at the white flower in his hand, which was affectionately pressed against his face. It worked. Huo Yuhao smiled and said. Huo Yuhao directly put the small white flower into the spatial bag, then looked at the fragrant and beautiful fairy product, smiling as he said, "Thank you, HuoYu. It's no problem," the fragrant and beautiful fairy product replied with a smile. "In that case, I'll take my leave. Please thank Lord Fire Dragon for me," Huo Yuhao said afterward. After finishing his words, Huo Yuhao vanished from the Eye of Ice and Fire, and the next moment, he returned directly to the headquarters of the body sect. Upon returning to the headquarters, Huo Yuhao immediately found Wang Donger, who was practicing with Xiao Xiao and the Snow Empress. Huo Yuhao stood at the side of the training ground and called out, "Dong." The two practicing immediately stopped. Wang Donger turned to look at Huo Yuhao and smiled, saying, "Yuhao, you're here?" "Yeah, I'm here," Huo Yuhao replied with a smile. "Oomph. You two are really oblivious to everyone else right now," Xiao Xiao said in an exaggerated tone on the training ground. The Snow Empress also looked at Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger with a smile. After living in the human world for a long time, the Snow Empress's personality gradually changed and became less cold than before. "Nonsense, we aren't." Wang Donger told it, her face flushed. "Okay, you're not," Xiao Xiao said in a teasing tone. Wang Donger glared at Xiao Xiao and then said, "It's rare for me to talk to you." Huo Yuhao smiled as he watched the two's exchange, then said with a serious expression, "All right, Xiao Xiao, I have something very important to discuss with Dong, so I need to leave for a while." Seeing Huo Yuhao's seriousness, both Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao became serious as well. Xiao Xiao said, "Since it's something important, you two should hurry and do it. I can practice with Schwer." "Okay, you two train first," Huo Yuhao said. He then pulled Wang Donger and disappeared from the spot. Arriving in Wang Donger's room. Once in Wang Donger's room, she asked Huo Yuhao, who was serious. "Yuhao, what exactly happened?" "This matter is related to you," Huo Yuhao said. "Related to me?" Wang Donger was somewhat confused. She really didn't expect there to be anything important concerning her. "When I left the Haotian sect, my uncle and second uncle gave me a brocade pouch. After I returned to the headquarters, I opened the pouch, and it detailed your condition. That's how I learned that you are so weak now," Huo Yuhao explained. "Weak? What do you mean? Is my body really weak?" Wang Donger asked, even more puzzled. Huo Yuhao told Wang Donger most of what was in the brocade pouch, and after listening, Wang Donger finally understood what Huo Yuhao meant. "Oomph. These matters were not even told to me by uncle and second uncle. So why did they tell you?" Wang Donger said, puffing up in anger. "Aren't you worried about your own body? Why are you focusing on this problem?" Huo Yuhao said helplessly. Wang Donger's focus on this issue made Huo Yuhao unable to help but sigh. This was a matter concerning her life. Regarding this, Wang Donger smiled and looked at Huo Yuhao, saying, "Isn't there you? Would you watch me die? You must have a way to save me. I believe in you." Huo Yuhao smiled back at Wang Donger, reaching out to stroke her hair, and said helplessly. After a while, Wang Donger looked up at Huo Yuhao and asked, "Yuhao, when are we going to the place marked on the map to find the medicinal materials? I want to go with you." Huo Yuhao smiled and said, "I've already found it." "Found it? So soon?" Wang Donger said in surprise. "Distance isn't a problem for me anymore. As long as I want, I can use spatial power to go anywhere on Douluo Continent," Huo Yuhao said. After saying this, Huo Yuhao took out the small white flower from the spatial bag. As the white flower appeared, a red light enveloped the two of them. This is the heartbroken grass, also known as the heartbroken red. This celestial herb is known as the king of celestial products, even more precious than the bright butterfly orchid you ate before, Huo Yuhao introduced. Then, Huo Yuhao handed the heartbroken red to Wang Dong. Wang Donger held the heartbroken red in her hands, and as she looked at this very small white flower, her gaze became infatuated. She had heard the legend of the heartbroken red, which stated that only those who deeply love each other can pick it by recalling their past while harvesting it, and then spitting out a mouthful of their heart's blood. Although Wang Donger had long understood Huo Yuhao's feelings for her, when he truly picked the heartbroken red, that love became even more tangible. Wang Donger looked at Huo Yuhao with infatuation, then jumped into his arms, softly saying, Yuhao, I love you. Yuhao's body shook. Then he tightened his embrace around Wang Donger, saying, I love you too, Donger. After the two shared a tender moment, Wang Donger looked again at the heartbroken red in her hands, recalling her past with Huo Yuhao, and then she felt a sweetness in her throat. Wow! A mouthful of heart's blood was sprayed from Wang Donger's mouth. The blood scattered onto the heartbroken red, causing it to tremble slightly, strangely absorbing the few drops of fresh blood. Immediately afterward, a faint red glow radiated from it, dividing in mid-air into two circles, forming halos that surrounded Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger. Under the illumination of this light, the two formed a mysterious contract. Yuhao, I can too, Wang Donger said with a smile. Huo Yuhao nodded. All right, let's not waste any more time. Take the heartbroken red now and heal your hidden injuries, Huo Yuhao said at that moment. Wang Donger showed a reluctant expression, looking at the small white flower, saying, I feel a bit reluctant. Is there anything more important than your body? Huo Yuhao asked. Huo Yuhao looked seriously at Wang Donger, and she, seeing the determination in his eyes, finally nodded and said, All right, I'll take it now. Then Wang Donger sat cross-legged on her bed, plucking the petals of the heartbroken red one by one and putting them into her mouth. After she had eaten all the petals, she put the remaining parts into her mouth. After putting all the petals into her mouth, red light enveloped Wang Donger, and that red light seemed to sense Huo Yuhao's presence, expanding again to envelop him as well. Huo Yuhao initially wanted to avoid it, but the red light unexpectedly transmitted a consciousness to him. After reading it, he also sat down on the ground. Chapter 231. Healing. Heading to the Star-Do Forest in the headquarters of the Body Sect, in the city of Tiando, a strange red light radiated from Wang Donger's room, and a very gentle power spread throughout the room. Inside the room, Wang Donger and Huo Yuhao had somehow transformed into a seated position facing each other. Their palms joined as they merged their powers together, while the red light that filled the room gradually entered their bodies. Wang Donger's injuries, originally caused by her torn soul, began to heal gradually under the effect of this red light. Although not all of her soul was restored, Wang Donger no longer had to worry about the injuries erupting at the age of 20. As time passed, the red light in the room gradually diminished, and on the third day, Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger finally absorbed all the medicinal power. Just as the red light completely disappeared, a shadow of a small white flower appeared above the two individuals, and then transformed into countless light spots that scattered onto their bodies, slowly merging into them. Both of them opened their eyes simultaneously, and Huo Yuhao smiled and asked, Donger, how do you feel now? My soul power has increased, Wang Donger said in surprise. Huo Yuhao helplessly rubbed his forehead, then directly asked, What I meant was about your internal injuries. I don't know about that either. I didn't realize I had internal injuries before, and I still don't know if I've healed. However, I feel that my mental strength has increased a lot, and my mental sea feels very comfortable, Wang Donger replied as she assessed her physical state. Is that so? Donger, don't move, Huo Yuhao said as he placed his hand on Wang Donger's forehead. In an instant, Huo Yuhao saw the condition of Wang Donger's soul. At this moment, her mental sea was shrouded in red light, and her fragmented soul had stabilized. Seeing this, Huo Yuhao felt relieved and directly withdrew from Wang Donger's mental sea. How is it, Yuhao? Wang Donger asked coolly. It's fine now. You're okay at 20 years old, Huo Yuhao said as he stroked Wang Donger's hair. That's good. Wang Donger smiled and replied. She was not afraid of death, but she was afraid of not being able to stay with Huo Yuhao for a longer time. Now that the problem was resolved, she no longer needed to worry about dying young. All right, let's go out and inform Xiao Xiao and Shui Er that we're safe. They've been waiting outside for a long time, Huo Yuhao said. Okay, let's go out now, Wang Donger replied. The next morning, at the entrance of the headquarters of the Body Sect. Today, Huo Yuhao was wearing a black robe with dragon-shaped ice blue patterns at the bottom of the robe, and his long black hair flowed down to his waist, gently swaying in the breeze. It's time to go to the Star-Do Great Forest, Huo Yuhao thought as he gazed in the direction of the Star-Do Great Forest. After visiting the Huoyan sect, Huo Yuhao's desire to increase his strength became even stronger, as this period without Tang San was his only opportunity to improve. If Tang San were to monitor continent again, it would be extremely difficult for him to advance. Huo Yuhao planned to go to the Star-Do Great Forest alone this time, as the main purpose of this visit was to collaborate with the dragon god avatar that might be hidden in the Star-Do Great Forest. Other matters would inevitably involve Tang San, so Huo Yuhao did not intend to bring Wang Donger along. Of course, The collaboration was based on the premise that the other party had a friendly attitude. If the dragon god avatar did not recognize the situation, Huo Yuhao would naturally not be polite. I hope everything goes smoothly, Huo Yuhao silently thought. I can also take the opportunity to see the Emperor Beast. It has been so long since I received the power of fate from it, and I wonder if it still remembers me, Huo Yuhao thought with a smile. Previously, when Huo Yuhao met the Emperor Beast, he felt a sense of familiarity, and after experiencing the will of the plane, he understood the reason. He was the child of fate of Douluo Continent, while the Emperor Beast was a divine beast born from the heavens and Earth's fortune among soul beasts. Their identities were quite similar, and their fortunes led to a strong sense of familiarity between them. After making his decision, Huo Yuhao's figure vanished from Heaven Do City. Meanwhile, deep in the Star Do Great Forest by the Lake of Life, a sneaky figure was hiding among the dense trees next to the Lake of Life, with a pair of golden vertical pupils peering through the gaps in the leaves, observing the situation of the Lake of Life. After a few moments of observation, she found that there was no movement at the Lake of Life. The golden vertical pupils revealed a look of delight as she softly said, "Great! Tian and Ant by G are not here. It seems they were called away by the master. Now is my chance to escape." The figure with the golden vertical pupils slowly emerged from the dense forest, revealing her body covered in dazzling golden fur and the red vertical pupils on her forehead. This was the Emperor Beast. After assessing the situation, she headed directly away from the Lake of Life, but did not leave the Star Do Great Forest. Instead, she ran toward the northwest direction of the core area of the Star Do Great Forest. As she passed, nearly all soul beasts hid away, looking at her with awe. Soon, the Emperor Beast arrived at her destination. Finally arrived, the Emperor Beast said happily. In front of her was a vast muddy area, where soul beasts resembling turtles were slowly crawling on the surface. These soul beasts belonged to a species called hidden turtles, which, as the name suggests, were very skilled at hiding. They secreted a special substance that could perfectly conceal their aura if they wanted to hide. Even a limit Douluo would find it difficult to locate them. They had lived in this muddy area for countless years, and many hidden turtles had perished over time, their bodies merging with the mud, giving it powerful effects. As long as I cover myself with this mud, even Tian won't be able to find me right away. Then I can head to the human world, the Emperor Beast said excitedly. She eagerly jumped into the muddy area and began to roll around. Soon, her dazzling golden fur was covered in mud, and her aura, which had once been like a candle in the dark, became weak. After finishing, the Emperor Beast leaped out of the muddy area and dashed into the forest. Her speed was incredibly fast, and she quickly left the core area and entered the mixed zone. She looked excitedly ahead, as if she could already see the human world. But suddenly a strong wind blew, knocking the Emperor Beast over, and a dark figure appeared in front of her. Chapter 232. Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger. The Emperor Beast got up from the ground, her golden eyes filled with fury. How dare a soul beast in the Star Do Great Forest provoke her? She had to give a painful lesson to the soul beast that had just attacked. However, when she got up and clearly saw the soul beast blocking her path, her expression of anger instantly turned serious. The soul beast in front of her was a giant tiger that was completely black, without a trace of other colors. Its red eyes were filled with a sinister aura, and its body length exceeded 9 meters. Its muscles were bulging, and it probably weighed over 5,000 pounds. The character on its forehead was also black, but unlike the black of its fur, it was a dark hue like mist. The most peculiar thing was its tail, which was much longer than that of ordinary tiger-like soul beasts and stood upright, composed of numerous joints, with a huge backward hook at the end, shining with a chilling light. Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger, the Emperor Beast said seriously, word by word. The Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger looked at the Emperor Beast with greedy eyes. As a Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger, it was a being that was hunted down everywhere in the Star Do Great Forest and beyond. Its characteristic of devouring soul beasts allowed it to grow rapidly, but none of its kind had ever reached a cultivation age of 100,000 years. This was not only due to the rejection from other soul beasts and the hunting by humans, but also because of a more important reason. The Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger tribe needed to devour a soul beast with a stronger bloodline than their own to break through the 100,000-year limit. However, the bloodline of the Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger is already top-notch, and there are very few that can compare to its strength. Among those few soul beasts, one is the current beast god, Emperor Tian. Then there's the Emperor Rue beast in front of me. After discovering the Emperor Rue beast, the Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger has always wanted to devour it, but the Emperor Rue beast has been well protected by Emperor Tian and his companions. Even though the Emperor Rue Beast's playful nature allowed it to find some opportunities, it was still unable to escape unharmed. However, the dark demon Evil God Tiger did not give up. Instead, it has been waiting for a better opportunity, and that opportunity finally appeared today. When the Rue Beast was at the Lake of Life, the dark demon Evil God Tiger was secretly observing. With Emperor Tian and the others out of sight and the Rue Beast leaving the vicinity of the Lake of Life, it was the perfect moment for it to strike. Now, this dark demon Evil God Tiger has a cultivation level close to 90,000 years. As long as it devours the Emperor Rue Beast, it can quickly grow and reach 100,000 years without any bottlenecks, so will not let this opportunity slip away. Roar! The dark demon Evil God Tiger let out a roar towards the Emperor Rue Beast. Then, the huge Evil God hook behind it slowly lifted and gently swayed. With each sway, it would create a series of distorted, strange halos in the air. Its body is black, but it emits a gray energy wave filled with evil. The dark demon Evil God Tiger then suddenly lunged forward, although its figure disappeared directly from the Emperor Rue Beast's sight. The Rue Beast was instantly startled and hurriedly looked around for the dark demon Evil God Tiger's presence. A gust of foul wind rushed towards her, and the surrounding air violently fluctuated. The next moment, the dark demon Evil God Tiger appeared directly to the left of the Emperor Rue Beast and raised its tiger paw to strike at her. The Emperor Rue Beast, unable to dodge in time, was directly hit in the left side of her abdomen by this paw. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal rang out as the black claw struck the scales on the Emperor Rue Beast's body, which emitted a dazzling golden light to block the claw. However, it was broken in an instant. The terrifying force acted on the Rue Beast's body, sending her flying backward, heavily crashing into a tree, causing golden blood to seep from her wounds. Upon seeing the golden blood, the dark demon Evil God Tiger became even more excited and did not hesitate to charge towards the Emperor Rue Beast again, wanting to kill and devour her directly. However, the Emperor Rue Beast is, after all, an existence with an extremely high bloodline talent and possesses strength comparable to a 100,000-year soul beast. Even without any combat experience, she is not someone the dark demon Evil God Tiger can kill at will. At this moment, the Rue Beast, despite enduring the pain, managed to stand up. Roar! She let out an angry roar to vent her frustration and to encourage herself. The next moment, the vertical eye on her forehead emitted a terrifying red light, and her dazzling golden fur became even more radiant. Then a gigantic vertical pupil appeared in the air. That vertical pupil radiated a dazzling red light, and the temperature in the vicinity rose by a degree. Subsequently, a platinum light appeared on the Emperor Rue Beast, which quickly merged into the vertical pupil. An intense aura of light emerged, and the phantom of the vertical pupil transformed into a golden red mix, with a silver glow emanating from its depths. Firelight and spirit. The three attributes of the three-eyed golden lion completely fused together, and then a three-colored beam of light shot towards the charging dark demon Evil God Tiger. After the three-colored beam shot out, the light on the Emperor Rue Beast dimmed, and the red vertical pupil became half-squinted. This attack nearly exhausted all of the Rue Beast's strength. The dark demon Evil God Tiger sensed the power of this strike and had a sly look in its eyes, wanting to temporarily avoid it, but it felt its body was still locked and unable to move. Realizing this, the evil god hook behind the dark demon Evil God Tiger suddenly erupted with a layer of strong gray airflow, instantly wrapping around its body. This soul skill is the dark demon Evil God Tiger's most powerful defensive skill, Evil God Protection, which can instantly protect its body with the aura of the evil god and has terrifying defensive power. The three-colored beam struck the shield formed by the gray airflow, instantly causing the gray airflow to dissolve. Under the coverage of the aura of light, the dark demon Evil God Tiger's aura began to weaken. The three-colored beam broke through the evil god protection, and as the beam hit the dark demon Evil God Tiger, it instantly emitted a sizzling sound, with the power of light burning its skin. Roar! The dark demon Evil God Tiger let out a painful roar. However, soon the dark demon Evil God Tiger began to continuously release gray airflow, which consumed the light force completely. The dark demon Evil God Tiger regained its ability to move, its eyes filled with resentment as it glared fiercely at the Rue Beast. The next moment, its figure disappeared again. In an instant, it reappeared in front of the Emperor Rue Beast, raising its black claw to strike at her, who no longer had any strength to fight back. The Rue beast looked desperately at the claw that was about to hit her head, and her heart was filled with regret as images flashed through her mind, finally settling on the figure of a human boy. There was no chance left. Yuhao. Chapter 233. Crisis Moment. Arena. Stardow Forest, Mixed Area. The once most prestigious existence in the Stardow Forest, the Emperor Rue beast, the three-eyed golden lion, is now lying on the ground in a sorry state. Its once beautiful, dazzling golden fur has now turned pitch black, and it has several deep wounds visible to the bone on its abdomen, with fragments of golden scales hanging on its body. The gray-black airflow at the wound seems to be eroding its body without restraint, and golden blood seeps from the wounds. The three-eyed golden lion looked in despair at the dark demon, evil god Tiger, charging towards her. She now had no chance to struggle. The dark demon, evil god Tiger's eyes were filled with greed, and it would soon be able to devour the Emperor Rue beast. Afterward, its cultivation would encounter no bottlenecks. As for the wrath of Emperor Tian and the others after the Emperor Rue beast's death, the dark demon, evil god Tiger, had already thought it through. It planned to take the Emperor Rue beast's corpse away and devour it overseas, so that Emperor Tian would not be able to find it, and it would not appear in the Stardow Forest again when its strength could not compete with Emperor Tian. Just as the dark demon, evil god Tiger, was about to succeed, a flash of icy blue light appeared, and the massive body of the dark demon, evil god Tiger, was sent flying, creating a huge ravine in the ground and breaking a large area of trees. The three-eyed golden lion looked at this scene in shock. The dark demon, evil god Tiger, which had just been so arrogant and wanted to devour her, was easily sent flying like this. Hope appeared in the eyes of the three-eyed golden lion. She saw a glimmer of hope for escape, as long as she could return to the Lake of Life and find Emperor Tian and Aunt Bai Ji. The dark demon, evil god Tiger, would be unable to do anything to her. She gathered all her strength, trembling as she stood up, and staggered towards the Lake of Life. However, before she could walk far, a figure blocked her path. It's over, the three-eyed golden lion thought in despair. She thought it was the dark demon, evil god Tiger, that had recovered and was blocking her way, but the next moment, a pair of warm hands gently stroked her head. How did the Rue beast get into such a mess? A gentle voice said. Hearing this voice, the three-eyed golden lion suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with surprise, because she was all too familiar with this voice. She had heard it countless times in her memory. It's Huo Yuhao, the three-eyed golden lion exclaimed in delight as she looked at Huo Yuhao. Huh? Huo Yuhao heard the spirit beast happily calling his name and made a puzzled sound. However, he quickly realized that he had exchanged memories with the three-eyed golden lion, so it was perfectly normal for her to know his name. It's me, long time no see, spirit beast, Huo Yuhao said with a smile. Long time no see. I was thinking of coming to find you since you haven't been around for so long, the three-eyed golden lion replied excitedly. Ha, didn't I just come now? Huo Yuhao laughed. The three-eyed golden lion, looking delighted, wanted to say more to Huo Yuhao, but he interrupted her first. But now is not the time to talk. Let's first deal with that big guy over there, Huo Yuhao said, looking ahead. He saw that the dark demon, evil god Tiger, which he had just sent flying, had now gone back up. Its previously black skin on the abdomen was now covered in ice blue, and the entire wound had turned into ice crystals, showing no signs of life. Moreover, the cold air was still spreading to other areas. But the gray air flow emanating from the dark demon, evil god Tiger, was struggling to block the spread of the ice blue aura, appearing utterly insufficient against such a powerful force. After getting up, the dark demon, evil god Tiger, looked at Huo Yuhao in front of him and realized that this man was absolutely not someone he could contend with. He slowly moved his hind paws back, the muscles in his legs bulging with tension. A bloody wind appeared, and in the next moment, the massive body of the dark demon, evil god Tiger, vanished, but did not appear in front of Huo Yuhao. Instead, it directly appeared nearly 1,000 meters away from him. The dark demon, evil god Tiger, kept fleeing towards the outside of the Stardow Forest, wanting to get as far away as possible from a man who had almost incapacitated him with just a casual strike. He knew that if he didn't run quickly, he would die. What an interesting spirit beast. I've never seen a dark demon, evil god Tiger before, Huo Yuhao said with amusement as he watched this scene. The three-eyed golden lion looked at the fleeing dark demon, evil god Tiger, in shock, and then turned to Huo Yuhao, astonished. She never expected that just a few years later, Huo Yuhao would become so powerful. At this moment, Huo Yuhao moved. He did not intend to let the dark demon, evil god Tiger, escape just like that. After all, if he hadn't happened to arrive, the three-eyed golden lion would have lost her life here. Huo Yuhao raised his right hand and reached forward, causing an invisible spatial fluctuation to appear. In the next moment, The dark demon evil god tiger, which had already fled several kilometers away, was directly pulled back in front of Huo Yuhao and the Emperor's spirit beast. It's not that easy to run, Huo Yuhao said with a smile. The dark demon evil god tiger looked at Huo Yuhao in terror, unable to understand why this man was so powerful, capable of pulling him back so easily even after he had escaped so far. The dark demon evil god tiger now realized that he could not escape. This man could easily kill him. Does the spirit beast want to take revenge personally? Huo Yuhao asked the three-eyed golden lion. Yes, the spirit beast said angrily, looking at the dark demon evil god tiger. Okay, then just wait a moment. Huo Yuhao replied with a smile. Hearing that the two had already decided his fate in their casual conversation, the dark demon evil god tiger naturally would not sit idle. Roar! The dark demon evil god tiger howled at the sky. Suddenly, the dark demon evil god tiger's eyes changed from blood red to ghostly blue, and a massive gray air flow erupted, quickly turning black as it enveloped Huo Yuhao. The evil god hook behind him transformed into the long tail of the evil god spike, which began to swing, producing a flash of black light that instantly exploded into a massive black hole with a diameter of 3 meters. Time and space, what a marvelous spirit skill, Huo Yuhao commented as he looked at the black hole. The black hole emitted a terrifying suction force, and Huo Yuhao did not resist being drawn into it. The dark demon evil god tiger was also pulled in, leaving only the three-eyed golden lion in the forest. Huo Yuhao moved forward through the black hole, and after a moment, he felt a lightness beneath his feet. He looked around and found himself in a dark, peculiar space, standing on a platform. A force of time was affecting him, but he easily dispelled it. He then looked ahead, where the figure of the dark demon evil god tiger appeared. But unlike Huo Yuhao, who had not changed at all, the dark demon evil god tiger had undergone a significant transformation. Chapter 234. The shrinking dark demon evil god tiger. Easily subdued Huo Yuhao was astonished as he looked at the drastically changed dark demon evil god tiger. Originally, the dark demon evil god tiger was a massive 9-meter-long beast with an imposing presence. Its wings spread wide as if blocking out the sky. But now, it not only had lost its wings, but its tail had also turned into an ordinary tiger's tail, and the evil god hook at the end was pitifully small, showing no energy fluctuations. Its body had shrunk to only 1.5 meters long, a drastic reduction from its previous size. If the previous dark demon evil god tiger was a fierce tiger, then the one before him now was like a big cat. So that's how it is. This is a soul skill that reverts both parties to their juvenile forms before battling. It seems the dark demon evil god tiger wants to turn the tables with this skill. I must say, it's quite a remarkable soul skill, giving it a fighting chance against an opponent of higher strength. However, it's a pity that the gap in our strength is too great. And I'm quite adept at using space and time powers, Huo Yuhao said with a hint of regret as he looked at the dark demon evil god tiger. The dark demon evil god tiger, looking at the unchanged Huo Yuhao, was stunned. It had gambled everything to fight Huo Yuhao, only to find itself the only one that had shrunk. At that moment, a strange voice echoed through the space. Welcome to the death arena. One side must perish to end this life and death battle. To exit this space, countdown begins. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. Huo Yuhao ignored the strange voice, as he could tear through space and leave whenever he wanted. He reached out toward the dark demon evil god tiger, and in the next moment, the shrunk dark demon evil god tiger was caught in his hand. After being captured, the dark demon evil god tiger began to struggle wildly, clawing at Huo Yuhao. However, having shrunk, it had no strength to resist. Huo Yuhao directly used his spiritual power to put the dark demon evil god tiger into a deep sleep. Then, Huo Yuhao toward the sky, and instantly, the dark space was ripped open, with sunlight shining through the gap. The moment the death arena was destroyed by Huo Yuhao, the dark demon evil god tiger in his hand began to bleed from its mouth and nose, its aura becoming weak. In the next moment, Huo Yuhao's figure reappeared in the Stardow forest. Yuhao, are you okay? The three-eyed golden lion rushed over to ask as soon as she saw Huo Yuhao appear. Looking at the concerned three-eyed golden lion, Huo Yuhao smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. Here, he's all yours now." Huo Yuhao handed the unconscious mini dark demon evil god tiger to the three-eyed golden lion. As for why the dark demon evil god tiger had not returned to its original form, Huo Yuhao speculated it was because of the destruction of the death arena. The three-eyed golden lion looked at the black cat in Huo Yuhao's hand with some confusion, but when she sensed the aura of the black cat, she was shocked. "This is the dark demon evil god tiger," she exclaimed in disbelief. "That's right, Now you can take your revenge, Huo Yuhao said. How did he end up like this? The three-eyed golden lion asked in confusion, as her impression of the dark, evil god tiger was still based on the gigantic creature from earlier. Huo Yuhao informed the three-eyed golden lion about what had transpired, and after hearing this, she gritted her teeth and said, that dark, evil god tiger is truly despicable. She then directly took the already unconscious dark, evil god tiger from Huo Yuhao's hands and raised her paw to fiercely strike its head. In an instant, the head of the dark, evil god tiger was smashed to pieces, with brain matter and blood splattering everywhere. After the dark, evil god tiger died, its body underwent a strange transformation. A peculiar orb floated out from its corpse. The orb appeared entirely dark, but emitted both green and blue hues. The black hole that had been lingering there suddenly emitted a strong gravitational pull, instantly drawing the orb towards it. However, just as the orb was about to enter the black hole, Huo Yuhao waved his hand and dispersed the black hole. He then used his magical power to pull the orb into his hand. Evil, lightning, wind, and strength. It seems this thing contains the source power of the dark, evil god tiger, Huo Yuhao thought as he looked at the orb in his hand. He then squeezed it tightly, and the orb that emitted green and blue light transformed into a completely black orb with no remarkable features. This orb is for you, and you can use it to comprehend the four powers of the dark, evil god tiger, Huo Yuhao said as he handed the orb to the three-eyed golden lion. I don't need this. My own bloodline determines that I can't comprehend other attributes, and I really dislike the evil aura contained in this orb. The three-eyed golden lion refused. I see. Then I will keep this orb for myself, Huo Yuhao replied, putting the orb into his spatial ring. Now that the dark, evil god tiger had been dealt with, the three-eyed golden lion asked, Yuhao, did you come to the Stardow Forest to hunt soul rings? I'm not here to hunt soul beasts. I have some matters to discuss with the beast god, Huo Yuhao stated directly. You want to find Emperor Tian? The three-eyed golden lion asked in surprise. That's right, Huo Yuhao nodded. You can't go find him. He dislikes humans. If you go, he will definitely kill you. The three-eyed golden lion said anxiously. Don't worry, since I dare to seek him out, I'm not afraid of him acting against me. Moreover, I'm not here to cause trouble, but to cooperate. I believe Emperor Tian will agree to my terms, Huo Yuhao explained. Is that so? The three-eyed golden lion said hesitantly. Come over here. I'll take you to find Emperor Tian. They're not here right now, so come with me first, she said as she walked ahead. However, Huo Yuhao stopped her and said, Are you just going to go back like this? The three-eyed golden lion was taken aback, then noticed her fur covered in mud and the wounds still oozing blood. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I'll help you take care of that, Huo Yuhao said with a smile. Huo Yuhao then squatted down, reached out to stroke the three-eyed golden lion's head, and green life energy surged from his hand into her body. In an instant, the wounds on the three-eyed golden lion had healed and the broken scales had regrown. She was cleaned up. With a surge of deep blue magical power, the three-eyed golden lion's dark body transformed back into a dazzling golden color, returning to that imposing imperial beast form. Seeing herself return to her original state, the three-eyed golden lion happily said, Thank you, Yuhao. You're welcome. I should be the one thanking you, Huo Yuhao replied with a smile. All right, let's continue on our way, Huo Yuhao said. Chapter 235, Emperor Tian. The master in the mixed area of the Stardow Forest. A very strange scene occurred in this region where soul beasts once roamed freely. A soul beast that looked very much like a lion was walking along the road, chatting and laughing with a human dressed in a black robe. Soul beasts passing by this scene saw it, and some wanted to come to the rescue, but they retreated upon being glared at by the three-eyed golden lion. The man and beast walked directly toward the core area of the Stardow Forest without care. In the core area of the Stardow Forest, in a lake of life, a mysterious space beneath the lake, a massive silver dragon was currently lying on the ground. She was not asleep, but had her eyes slightly open, looking ahead. This mysterious space had several figures appearing before the silver dragon. There were a total of 6 people, including Emperor Tian and Bai Ji. Aside from Emperor Tian and Bai Ji, there were also the thin Wan Yao Wang in a dark green robe and the robust Qi Wang in a crimson robe. Beside these 4, there were 2 unfamiliar soul beasts, one male and one female. The female was covered in purple-black scales, tall and slender, with a curvaceous chest and long, straight thighs. Above her chest, her shoulders exposed fair skin and a deep cleavage. Her long purple-black hair flowed behind her, moving naturally as if stirred by the wind. Her face was extremely alluring, with deep purple eyes and bright purple lips. On her forehead, a dark scale like ink shimmered with layered purple halos. flowing naturally above her head. The male was very strong, standing nearly 3 meters tall, wearing a dark golden fur coat that left his chest exposed. His thick chest hair showcased his wildness. He had dark golden hair cut very short, resembling steel needles, and his long arms hung down to his knees. The expressions on the faces of the group showed disbelief. Emperor Tian asked in shock, "Master, did you really sense the aura of the dragon god?" Bai Ji and the others also looked at the silver dragon in disbelief, as they all knew the identity of the silver dragon before them. However, the silver dragon claimed to have sensed the aura of the dragon god. The silver dragon appeared very calm in response to their astonishment, as if everything was already within her expectations. Yes, it is the aura of the dragon god. More accurately, it should be the aura of the dragon god's soul. The silver dragon's mouth did not open, yet her voice echoed throughout the mysterious space. Upon hearing this, the group's emotions settled down. If it was the aura of the dragon god's soul, then it was much more reasonable, but after calming down, they revealed a hint of disappointment. The silver dragon ignored their disappointment and continued, "When I came from the god realm to Douluo Continent, I sensed a faint aura of the dragon god on Douluo Continent. The dragon god must have left something behind on Douluo Continent. It was just that the thing was discovered by someone not long ago. What should we do now, master?" Emperor Tian respectfully asked. "Go find a person who obtained the dragon god's relic and bring him to me," the silver dragon commanded. "Understood, master." Emperor Tian immediately knelt on one knee and answered loudly. After Emperor Tian's response, the silver dragon burst forth with brilliant light, her silver-white scales shimmering. And then a scale fell from her body, slowly flying into Emperor Tian's hands. Emperor Tian caught the scale with both hands, and the silver dragon then said, "Emperor Tian, take this scale. As long as you see the person carrying the dragon god's item, this scale will alert you." "I understand, master," Emperor Tian replied respectfully. "Since that's the case, you all leave." The silver dragon's words were cut off, as if she sensed something. In an instant, her half-open eyes snapped wide open, and a terrifying aura swept across the entire mysterious space, causing pressure to be felt by Emperor Tian and the others. "Master, what is happening?" Emperor Tian asked, bracing against the pressure. "No need to look. That person has already delivered themselves to our door," the silver dragon replied directly. "Then let's bring that person before the master now," Emperor Tian said with a delighted expression. "I will go with you." The burly man in a dark golden coat also said. The silver dragon glanced at the two and then said, "No need. You two cannot defeat that person. Emperor Tian, you go outside and bring that person here. The beast of fortune is also by their side." "What? The beast of fortune?" Emperor Tian's heart tightened at the thought. He then asked, "Master, is the beast of fortune safe now?" "Don't worry. The beast of fortune is very safe. That person may not be our enemy. Perhaps they're our ally," the silver dragon said. After learning that the beast of fortune was safe, Emperor Tian let out a sigh of relief and said, "All right, I will bring them here now." With that, Emperor Tian's figure flashed and disappeared in the mysterious space. The silver dragon looked at the sky and silently thought, the aura of the Ice Dragon King and the Dragon God. Could be the Ice Dragon King or some lucky individual. Outside the mysterious space, in the core area of the Stardow Forest, Huo Yuhao, led by the Beast of Fortune, had arrived in front of the Lake of Life. What a treasure of a place! Huo Yuhao exclaimed as he looked at the lake before him. The life energy here was the most abundant he had ever seen on the Douluo Continent. Just standing here made him feel refreshed. "Hee, Yuhao, this is the Lake of Life. It's where I live with Emperor Tian and the others. It's very suitable for cultivation. Would you like to live here too?" The Beast of Fortune suggested with a smile. "It is indeed a good place, but I already have my own home, so I can't live here with you." Huo Yuhao refused, looking at the naive Beast of Fortune. "Is that so?" The Beast of Fortune's tone became somewhat disappointed. She fell into thought, and after a while, when she looked up to say something, a spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared in the air above the Lake of Life. Huo Yuhao's gaze sharpened as he looked towards the source of the spatial fluctuation, where he saw a man in a black cloak, appearing to be in his 40s. Handsome and resolute, with a strand of golden hair hanging down one side of his forehead. The golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Emperor Tian. Huo Yuhao recognized the man's identity at a glance. At that moment, the Beast of Fortune beside Huo Yuhao said, "Yuhao, he is the Emperor Tian you are looking for." Emperor Tian also immediately saw Huo Yuhao and the three-eyed golden lion, his expression growing serious as he looked at Huo Yuhao. "This person is very strong," Emperor Tian thought to himself. Chapter 236. Meeting the Silver Dragon King after understanding Huo Yuhao's strength. Emperor Tian directly teleported to stand before Huo Yuhao and the three-eyed golden lion. Emperor Tian, he is you, the three-eyed golden lion began to introduce. However, before she could finish, Emperor Tian interrupted her. Beast of Fortune, don't speak yet. I haven't settled the matter of you fleeing from the Lake of Life. Emperor Tian reprimanded sternly. The three-eyed golden lion looked at the stern Emperor Tian, her earlier joy instantly turning into gloom. She cautiously said, I know I was wrong. Emperor Tian, I shouldn't have gone too far from the Lake of Life. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been ambushed by the dark demon, evil god tiger. The dark demon, evil god tiger? Do you know how dangerous he is? A flash of concern crossed Emperor Tian's eyes, but he still spoke with a straight face. The three-eyed golden lion realized she had said too much and immediately lowered her head, no longer speaking or daring to look at Emperor Tian. Huo Yuhao, feeling helpless, looked at the three-eyed golden lion, not expecting this child to be so honest. Don't worry, Your Excellency Emperor Tian, I have already slain that dark demon, evil god tiger. The Beast of Fortune only sustained minor injuries, so there is no need for you to worry, Yuhao said, stepping in to ease the tension. At that moment, Emperor Tian understood that the reason the three-eyed golden lion was still alive was because of the person before him. He thanked Huo Yuhao. Thank you for saving the Beast of Fortune. It's nothing. The Beast of Fortune and I are old acquaintances. Huo Yuhao waved his hand. Old acquaintances? Emperor Tian felt somewhat puzzled. In his impression, the Beast of Fortune had never interacted with humans before. However, he didn't dwell on it too much, as he had more important matters to attend to. He directly said to Huo Yuhao, Sir, my master requests your presence. Master? Huo Yuhao understood immediately. When Emperor Tian came from another space, Huo Yuhao had already suspected. Now, with the mention of master, he could be 100% certain of the existence of the dragon god's half-body. At that moment, the Ice Dragon King in Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea was also very excited, urging Yuhao, go with him quickly. Huo Yuhao smiled and replied, all right, that's exactly what I intend to do. I want to go too. The Beast of Fortune, who had been pretending to be aggrieved, immediately chimed in. Emperor Tian shot a stern glance at the Beast of Fortune, and the three-eyed golden lion, feeling the pressure of Emperor Tian's authority, lowered her head again. However, Yuhao spoke up. Actually, it's better to bring the Beast of Fortune along. Otherwise, she might run around and encounter danger again. I believe your master wouldn't mind this small matter. After hearing this, Emperor Tian hesitated. He was also worried about the Beast of Fortune encountering danger again. Although the likelihood of that happening had dropped to nearly zero after the dark demon evil god tiger was killed by Huo Yuhao, it was not impossible. However, without a command from his master, he did not dare to make decisions on his own. At that moment, a voice entered Emperor Tian's mind. Bring the Beast of Fortune in as well. After receiving the order, Emperor Tian looked at the now-spirited three-eyed golden lion and said, you come in too. The three-eyed golden lion instantly perked up, her fur becoming shinier. Immediately afterward, a silver thread appeared before Emperor Tian, which then suddenly expanded to form a spatial door. Please enter, Emperor Tian said. Huo Yuhao showed no hesitation as he walked directly into the spatial door. Emperor Tian's eyes revealed a look of surprise, and then he followed behind Huo Yuhao and the Beast of Fortune. Upon entering the spatial door, Huo Yuhao felt a force of space envelop him, and then he felt his body lighten before he descended from the air. Once he steadied himself, he began to survey the space before him. This space appeared circular but seemed boundless. There were no clouds, sun, or stars in the sky, only an endless expanse of silver, with a nine-colored hue hidden deep within the silver. A familiar feeling, Huo Yuhao couldn't help but think. This space radiated a power almost identical to that of the dragon god's soul. It was the elemental power he had felt when he was in the remaining silver core of the dragon god's soul. After observing, Huo Yuhao greeted by Ji and the others, saying hello. Then he turned his gaze to another direction, where the person he was looking for was located. It was a massive silver dragon, its entire body shimmering silver, covered in hexagonal silver scales. Every scale reflected a strange brilliance, carrying an unparalleled oppressive power that made all living beings kneel in reverence. Huo Yuhao gazed at the massive silver dragon, feeling the suppression from his Ice Dragon King bloodline. But the nine-colored light within him flashed, and the pressure dissipated into nothingness. At the moment he truly saw the silver dragon, the Ice Dragon King in Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea could no longer hold back, excitedly exclaiming, It's her! It's her! The aura is exactly the same as that of the Father God. As Huo Yuhao looked at the silver dragon, she was also observing him. She realized that she could not discern Huo Yuhao's strength, indicating that he was either at the same level as her or at a higher level. This surprised the Silver Dragon King. It was unexpected to find someone with such strength on the Douluo Continent. Even with the Dragon God's legacy and the Ice Dragon King's bloodline, he shouldn't possess such power. Could he really be the reincarnation of the Ice Dragon King? The Silver Dragon King speculated. While they were observing each other, Emperor Tian arrived in this mysterious space with the auspicious beast. Upon arriving, the auspicious beast ran directly to Bai Ji's side, and she squatted down to stroke its fur. Bai Ji looked at Emperor Tian with an inquisitive gaze, and he subtly nodded, then joined Bai Ji and the others, knowing it was not the time for them to speak. The two before them were the real protagonists. After observing each other, Huo Yuhao was the first to speak. Are you the avatar of the Dragon God? What's your name? The Silver Dragon King was not surprised or flustered by Huo Yuhao directly revealing her identity. If Huo Yuhao's identity was indeed as she guessed, it was normal for him to speak her identity. I am a Silver Dragon King, she replied in a deep voice. Though her voice was low, it was still recognizable as female. Are you the Ice Dragon King? The Silver Dragon King asked Huo Yuhao directly, without any hint of testing. Ice Dragon King. Emperor Tian thought in shock. No wonder the Silver Dragon King wanted him to bring Huo Yuhao here. It turned out he was the Ice Dragon King, one of the 9 great dragon kings. While Emperor Tian was shocked, Huo Yuhao responded, although I have the bloodline of the Ice Dragon King, I am not the Ice Dragon King. Chapter 237. The Grudge of the Heavenly Dream. Ice Silkworm. Upon hearing Huo Yuhao's answer, Emperor Tian, Bai Ji, and the others behind him all stiffened, and even the burly man with dark golden short hair had several sharp claws protruding from his hand. However, the Silver Dragon King did not show any surprise or wariness after hearing this answer. She had anticipated this situation when inviting Huo Yuhao in. So what is your identity? The Silver Dragon King asked calmly. Her enormous vertical pupils looked at Huo Yuhao with indifference, as if she would directly attack if his answer did not satisfy her. Emperor Tian and the others were also on high alert. I am a human, and I can also be your collaborator, or I could be your enemy. Despite the imposing presence of those present, Huo Yuhao remained unafraid and smiled as he spoke. Huo Yuhao's words, which carried an undeniable threat, made the Silver Dragon King's expression turn cold. Human, don't be too arrogant. The burly man with dark golden short hair shouted at Huo Yuhao, furious. Huo Yuhao turned to look at the man, sizing him up before saying, Are you Xiong? So what if I am? Xiong replied. Then there's no mistake. I have something to find you for, Huo Yuhao said with a smile. Before anyone could react, Huo Yuhao's figure appeared directly in front of Xiong, followed by a heavy punch to Xiong's abdomen. Boom! The tremendous force created a sonic boom in the mysterious space, and Xiong's tall body bent deeply, his face turning as red as a cooked shrimp. Xiong was sent flying several hundred meters away, crashing against an invisible barrier, and as he slowly slid down from it, he spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground as if he had lost all his strength. The Silver Dragon King showed a look of shock. Even she had not seen Huo Yuhao's movement clearly. At this moment, Emperor Tian and the others reacted, quickly surrounding Huo Yuhao. Meanwhile, Xiong, lying on the ground, felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and looked at Huo Yuhao with eyes filled with resentment and fury. An unprecedented anger surging within him. Roar! Xiong let out a terrifying roar, and then his body began to swell uncontrollably. In an instant, Xiong's human form transformed into a massive beast form, towering over 100 meters tall, covered with a thick layer of dark golden fur, with extraordinarily long arms that hung down at his sides. With such a massive body, the length of his arms exceeded his knees, and his shoulders bulged like small mountains of muscle. Xiong roared loudly. His extremely muscular arms suddenly shook, and dark golden blades instantly shot out from his fingertips. His own aura surged wildly, and his dark golden claws continued to grow larger, ultimately reaching a length of over 30 meters. The terrifying dark golden blades, measuring over 30 meters, split apart in the air and slashed horizontally. Those claws looked as if they could tear the sky apart. At the moment, they separated. A horrifying blade light swept across a radius of 500 meters, but just as the claws were about to descend, they instantly solidified into claws the size of Huo Yuhao's body. He, as expected of Xiong, one of the 6 great ferocious beasts, you do have some skill, but it's still too childish for me, Huo Yuhao commented calmly in the face of the terrifying claw light. With a gentle wave of his right hand, an invisible force flew out from his palm, directly scattering the seemingly invincible claw light. Then Huo Yuhao's figure rushed forward at high speed, and those present felt a gust of wind pass by, followed by a massive booming sound. Boom! Xiangjun's 100-meter-tall body crashed to the ground, causing a strong tremor. Immediately after, Huo Yuhao's figure appeared atop Xiangjun's head, looking down at the fallen beast with indifference. Can you feel that sense of being unable to control your own life now? Huo Yuhao asked Xiangjun, who was glaring at him with anger. Who exactly are you? Xiangjun roared instead of answering Huo Yuhao's question. Your enemy's friend, Huo Yuhao replied flatly. At this moment, Emperor Tian and the others had already surrounded them, and Huo Yuhao looked at the several soul beasts before him with indifference. To him, it made no difference even if all 10 ferocious beasts gathered. As Emperor Tian and the others drew their bows, the auspicious beast beside them looked on anxiously, not wanting Huo Yuhao to clash with Emperor Tian and the others. Just when the auspicious beast was at a loss, the previously silent Silver Dragon King finally spoke. Emperor Tian, you all step back, the Silver Dragon King said. Yes, master. Emperor Tian complied and stepped aside. The others, seeing that the Silver Dragon King had spoken, also moved aside. After the group lowered their guard, the Silver Dragon King looked at Huo Yuhao and asked, Are you here to seek cooperation with me? If you want to collaborate, Huo Yuhao said, Is this how you come to seek my cooperation? The Silver Dragon King asked, glancing at Xiangjun. But this foolish bear provoked me first. How would you react if someone challenged you like this? Huo Yuhao replied with a smile. You are right, but he is my subordinate, the Silver Dragon King said. He is the enemy of my friend. Is it not justifiable for me to help my friend take revenge? Huo Yuhao said. Let Tianming come out and see your old friends, Huo Yuhao continued. After Huo Yuhao finished speaking, a flash of platinum light appeared on his shoulder, and a small silkworm emerged. It's you, Tian exclaimed in surprise. Although Tianming Ice Silkworm had changed significantly, Tian recognized it immediately. He remembered the ice silkworm they had captured and drained of soul power. When he first encountered Tianming Ice Silkworm, Tian was also shocked, as it was a million-year soul beast and a weak ice silkworm at that. After his shock, Tian had other thoughts. He brought Tianming Ice Silkworm back to the core area and absorbed its soul power with several other killers. It was precisely because of Tianming Ice Silkworm, this energy source, that their cultivation progressed so rapidly. When Tianming Ice Silkworm escaped a few years ago, Tian felt a sense of regret. He never expected that Tianming Ice Silkworm would return with such a powerful human to take revenge. At this thought, Tian couldn't help but smile wryly. It seems today is going to be dangerous, Tian thought to himself. Chapter 238, A Show of Power. Reunion upon seeing Tianming Ice Silkworm on Huo Yuhao's shoulder. The Silver Dragon King's eyes flashed with a strange light. She noticed the unusual state of Tianming Ice Silkworm at a glance. Tian, Xiangjun, Van Yaowing. By Ji, Ziji Chiwan, how about it? Did you not expect that I would return? Tianming Ice Silkworm raised its upper body on Huo Yuhao's shoulder and said. Bai Ji and the others looked at Tianming Ice Silkworm on Huo Yuhao's shoulder with astonished expressions. Seeing everyone's reactions, the Silver Dragon King realized the situation was not simple and directly asked, Tian, what is going on? After being questioned by the Silver Dragon King, Tian dared not hide any information and laid everything bare. After Tian clarified everything, the Silver Dragon King fell into silence. In fact, the Silver Dragon King thought that what Tian and the others did was not a big deal. Consuming weak soul beasts was quite common in the soul beast world. The survival of the fittest is the norm. However, the situation was now very different. The weak flesh that was consumed back then had now brought a stronger being here for revenge. If it were anyone else daring to come here seeking revenge on Tian, the Silver Dragon King probably wouldn't even give that person a glance before directly annihilating them. However, Huo Yuhao was different. This person carried the aura of the Dragon God and the bloodline of the Ice Dragon King. Most importantly, the Silver Dragon King could not ascertain this person's strength. Even if she acted, she might not be able to subdue him. The Silver Dragon King glanced at Xiangjun, who was half dead but still alive, and thought, however, there should still be room for negotiation. Although Huo Yuhao's attack was extremely fierce, he ultimately did not kill Xiangjun. The Silver Dragon King understood that Huo Yuhao did not want to make things absolute, which is why he showed mercy. How do you want to resolve this matter? The Silver Dragon King asked after coming to this understanding. After the Silver Dragon King spoke, the three-eyed golden lion looked at Huo Yuhao with pleading eyes. hoping he could spare Di Tian and the others. Huo Yuhao looked at the anxious, three-eyed golden lion and smiled, nodding at her to reassure her. Upon receiving Huo Yuhao's signal, the three-eyed golden lion sighed in relief. Tianming, how do you think we should resolve this? Huo Yuhao did not answer directly, but instead asked Tianming Ice Silkworm. Tianming Ice Silkworm, perched on Huo Yuhao's shoulder, glanced around at Di Tian and the others. Instantly feeling its stature grow taller, that sense of dominating others' fates made it a bit giddy, especially since these were the ones who once dictated its fate. However, after a moment of pride, Tianming Ice Silkworm calmed down. It did not forget the agreement it made with Huo Yuhao. Yuhao, although these people captured me and drained my energy, they ultimately did not take our lives, so I will not take their lives either, Tianming Ice Silkworm said. Upon hearing this, Qi Wang and Wan Yao both breathed a sigh of relief, while Di Tian remained expressionless. He knew the Silver Dragon King would not let Huo Yuhao kill them, but they would have to pay some price. At this moment, Tianming Ice Silkworm continued. However, they must return double the energy they extracted from me. After saying this, Tianming Ice Silkworm lay still on Huo Yuhao's shoulder, but its heart was racing with excitement. After all, it had just decided the fate of the beast gods with a single word, and it was in front of the Dragon God. What do you think of this outcome? Huo Yuhao asked the Silver Dragon King. Feasible, the Silver Dragon King said after a moment of silence. After the Silver Dragon King agreed, Huo Yuhao immediately took action. He extended his right hand, and an invisible pulling force appeared. Ditian, BG, ZG. Anyone who had absorbed Tianming Ice Silkworm's energy turned pale. In an instant, streams of milky white light flew out from their bodies, all formed from the purest soul power. After the light flew out, Di Tian and the others' auras immediately became weak. The bear, who had just been half dead, now appeared even more withered, looking close to death. At this moment, Bai Ji hurriedly said, "My lord, may I go and heal Xiangjun?" "Go ahead," the Silver Dragon King said. After receiving confirmation, Bai Ji rushed towards Xiangjun, and a strong life force appeared in her hands. Under the healing power of life, Xiangjun's injuries slowly began to recover. "Now we can discuss the cooperation," Huo Yuhao said. "Before negotiating with someone, do you have to show them a display of power?" The Silver Dragon King said with a sarcastic tone. "I just wanted to handle some matters first. After all, if we reach an agreement, I won't easily help Tianming take revenge, and that would leave a thorn in both our hearts, preventing the best cooperation." Huo Yuhao replied with a smile. "Do you think I'm right?" he asked. Hearing Huo Yuhao's response, the Silver Dragon King realized she couldn't win against the sharp-tongued Huo Yuhao, so she directly asked, "Are you so sure I will agree to your cooperation?" "Yes, you will definitely cooperate with me," Huo Yuhao said confidently, "because I have what you have always wanted, and the Dragon Clan can only revive by cooperating with me." Huo Yuhao continued. "How do I know if what you say is true?" the Silver Dragon King asked. Huo Yuhao revealed a mysterious smile and asked, "Weren't you just curious about how I have the bloodline of the Ice Dragon King?" "Ice Dragon King, come out." After Huo Yuhao finished speaking, both the Silver Dragon King and Di Tian, who was recuperating nearby, were drawn in by Huo Yuhao's words. Could it be that the Ice Dragon King is really still alive? Di Tian Toutin Dizbilyef. At this moment, a light of ice blue shone behind Huo Yuhao, and a terrifying chill swept across the entire mysterious space, followed by a small dragon figure appearing behind Huo Yuhao. After the petite dragon shadow appeared, it instantly began to grow larger. In just a few seconds, a gigantic ice blue dragon appeared in the sky, its size comparable to that of the Silver Dragon King, but its aura was even more powerful. The Ice Dragon King floated in the air, gazing at the massive silver dragon lying on the ground. At this moment, her eyes were filled with complexity. This silver dragon was her father god, but not entirely. She didn't know how to approach him. The Ice Dragon King flew around in the sky and then landed on the ground, her body shrinking until she transformed into a human form. She looked at the Silver Dragon King and said, "You are seriously injured." At this time, Emperor Tian had already knelt on one knee, his face filled with excitement as he said, "Greetings, Ice Dragon King." The Silver Dragon King also looked at the Ice Dragon King with excitement and said, "Ice Dragon, you are still alive." "Yes, I am still alive, but I only have my divine soul left," the Ice Dragon King said with a bitter smile. The Silver Dragon King looked at the Ice Dragon King, who was now not beneath her, and with that strange state, she knew that the Ice Dragon King was not just an ordinary divine soul, but she did not inquire further. This state must have a lot to do with this human, the Silver Dragon King thought as she glanced at Huo Yuhao beside the Ice Dragon King. "How did you escape? Are there other clansmen who survived?" After a while, the Silver Dragon King continued to ask. Escape? It wasn't an escape. When Ashura God King killed me and my fourth brother, he simply let us fall from the divine realm without deliberately trying to obliterate our divine souls. However, at that time, my fourth brother and I did not need a finishing blow, because under the influence of Shura's sword energy, we would gradually fade away. But unexpectedly, the place where my fourth brother and I were buried in dragon bones actually gave birth to a treasure land. On that treasure land, plant-type soul beasts would grow rapidly. And those plant-type soul beasts that were born with intelligence spontaneously gathered the world's energy to nourish my and my fourth brother's divine souls. However, this world's energy was not enough for my fourth brother and me to awaken. If we remained in such a state, we would eventually lose our consciousness. But some time ago, I encountered Yuhao, and the bloodline on him awakened me. Then he used the tears of the dragon god to awaken my fourth brother. It is because of him that my fourth brother and I were able to awaken, the Ice Dragon King said, finally looking at Huo Yuhao. Tears of the dragon god? The Silver Dragon King exclaimed in surprise. As a semi-divine being of the dragon god, she naturally knew how difficult it was to obtain the artifact known as the dragon god's tears, not to mention that Huo Yuhao was a human. Are you sure it's the dragon god's tears, and not something else? The Silver Dragon King asked with some skepticism. The Silver Dragon King did not answer, but looked at Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao understood her intent, and then raised his right hand to reveal what was on it. Huo Yuhao's wrist emitted a rainbow-colored light, and in his hand was a beautiful bracelet with 9 colored crystal beads connected by a 9-colored chain, emitting a faint halo. It really is the dragon god's tears, the Silver Dragon King murmured as she looked at the bracelet. However, she quickly regained her composure, but by this time, her gaze at Huo Yuhao had changed. Being able to obtain the dragon god's tears indicated that Huo Yuhao had earned her respect. Although I don't know what you did, I represent the Dragon Clan to thank you for your contributions to the Dragon Clan, the Silver Dragon King said to Huo Yuhao. The Dragon King doesn't need to be polite. I just did a few insignificant little things, Huo Yuhao said very politely at this moment. Ice Dragon, what is your relationship with him now? The Silver Dragon King asked curiously. She had been very interested in the state of the heavenly dream eye silkworm when she saw it earlier, but she didn't inquire because her status was not suitable. Now the Ice Dragon King's state was similar, and since Huo Yuhao had a close relationship with the Dragon Clan, she opened her mouth to ask. You could say we are partners, or you could say we're friends, but a more accurate description would be partners who share life and death. The Ice Dragon King said, life and death together? Is it related to your current strange state? The Silver Dragon King asked. In the Silver Dragon King's eyes, the Ice Dragon King's current state was between a soul body and a physical body. If one did not observe carefully, they would not be able to detect the Ice Dragon King's state. You guessed correctly. It is related to my current situation. The Ice Dragon King confirmed the Silver Dragon King's words. However, my current state is also related to Yuhao's cooperation with you. So let Yuhao explain. The Ice Dragon King said. At this time, Yuhao stepped forward, but he did not explain directly. Instead, he looked at Emperor Tian, who was waiting behind them, and said, actually, it would be more appropriate for Emperor Tian to listen to this matter, as it is greatly related to soul beasts. Emperor Tian looked at the Silver Dragon King, and after she nodded, he walked to Huo Yuhao's side. He looked at Huo Yuhao with great respect. As a member of the Dragon Clan, he naturally understood what the dragon god's tears meant. Your Excellency, please speak, Emperor Tian said. Now, the Ice Dragon King's state is called a soul spirit. A soul spirit is another form of soul ring, but it is much better than a soul ring. Huo Yuhao said, the biggest difference between the soul spirit method and the soul ring is that the soul spirit method does not require hunting soul beasts. It only requires a soul beast to sign a contract with a human soul master, allowing the soul beast to reside in human form. Moreover, depending on the age of the soul beast, it can provide multiple soul rings for the human. When a human soul master is about to die, they can also pass the soul spirit to other soul masters for inheritance. Huo Yuhao explained the soul spirit method clearly. Upon hearing this method of soul spirits, Emperor Tian and others showed excited expressions. They understood very well how beneficial this method could be for soul beasts. With this method, the relationship between humans and soul beasts might undergo many changes. However, this is not the most important thing I want to say. I want to talk about the method of condensing personal soul rings, Huo Yuhao said. Is personal soul ring condensation the same as the soul beast recultivation? Upon hearing this term, Emperor Tian immediately thought of the condensation of soul rings after soul beasts recultivated. Indeed, but this method is better than soul beast recultivation because it can condense all soul rings, Huo Yuhao stated. Hearing Huo Yuhao's words, Emperor Tian's expression became even more excited. If the previous method could ease the relationship between humans and soul beasts, then this method could completely resolve the antagonistic relationship between soul beasts and humans. Your Excellency, is what you said true? Bai Ji, unable to contain her excitement, asked. It is true. This method has already been tested by someone, Huo Yuhao said with a smile. However, if you want to condense higher-age soul rings, there's still a long way to go. Huo Yuhao directly stated the drawbacks of the personal soul ring condensation method. Time? What we soul beasts lack the least is time, Emperor Tian said excitedly. At this moment, the Silver Dragon King also understood what Huo Yuhao was talking about. With the emergence of the soul spirit method and the personal soul ring condensation method, it would undoubtedly overturn the entire pattern of the Douluo Continent. This is the sincerity of my cooperation with you, Silver Dragon King. What do you think? Huo Yuhao said to the Silver Dragon King with a smile. The Silver Dragon King looked at Huo Yuhao and was silent for a while before finally speaking. You have indeed given me an irresistible reason. So what kind of cooperation do you want to reach with us? Huo Yuhao glanced at everyone present except for Emperor Tian, and the Silver Dragon King immediately understood Huo Yuhao's meaning, then said, Everyone except Emperor Tian, please leave. After finishing speaking, Bridget and the others were enveloped in a silvery light and disappeared in an instant. Chapter 240, The Gold and Silver Dragon Kings. At this moment, within this mysterious space, only the Ice Dragon King Huo Yuhao, Emperor Tian, and the Silver Dragon King remained, all of whom had an inseparable connection with the Dragon Clan. You can speak now, said the Silver Dragon King. Before you speak, could you transform into human form? Your Excellency, Silver Dragon King? Huo Yuhao asked with a smile. The Silver Dragon King looked at the others who were in human form and did not refuse Huo Yuhao's request. Soon after, the Silver Dragon King's body emitted a strong light, and a figure slowly appeared in the air. She had long silver hair cascading down her back to her ankles, silky and with a crystal-like quality. There was an indescribable beauty about her, one that words could not capture. Her slightly pale, fair skin and violet eyes added to her allure. She wore a simple white robe that looked very sexy, with beautiful eyes, long curled eyelashes, and her clear, translucent violet eyes exuded a sense of innocence that made one feel an involuntary sense of pity when her gaze appeared somewhat lost. Huo Yuhao looked at the stunning figure in the sky with clarity in his eyes, for in his heart, Wang Donger was the most beautiful. Emperor Tian respectfully lowered his head, while the Ice Dragon King gazed at the figure in the sky, lost in memories. Although the Silver Dragon King was now female, he still saw the image of the dragon god in her. The Silver Dragon King slowly descended from the air and then looked at Huo Yuhao and said, You can speak now, right? Of course, no problem, Huo Yuhao replied with a smile. I wonder what Your Excellency Silver Dragon King thinks about the revival of the Dragon Clan? Huo Yuhao asked directly. Reviving the Dragon Clan is a goal I must achieve. The Silver Dragon King said without answering directly. So you don't have any ideas yet, Huo Yuhao said straightforwardly. The Dragon Clan is already facing a talent drought. The only ones with true combat power left are the three present, along with the Fire Dragon King far away in the Eye of Ice and Fire. However, such strength is too weak for the Divine Realm, Huo Yuhao continued. What do you think the Dragon Clan needs to do to achieve revival? Huo Yuhao asked the Silver Dragon King again. When Huo Yuhao brought these issues to light, both the Silver Dragon King and Emperor Tian looked grim, as Huo Yuhao's words were all facts. Once my injuries are healed, everything will be resolved, the Silver Dragon King said somewhat stubbornly. As a fragment of the Dragon God, your strength is probably around that of a level 1 god, and even at that level, you may be able to contend with the God King. But there are 5 God Kings in the Divine Realm. Do you really have the ability to deal with those 5 God Kings? Huo Yuhao countered. Faced with Huo Yuhao's words, the Silver Dragon King was speechless. Even the Dragon God at his peak was defeated by the Divine Realm, let alone her as a fragment of the Dragon God. You're right, but what do you want to express? The Silver Dragon King said coldly. What I want to say is that you need an ally, Huo Yuhao said to the Silver Dragon King. You need an ally to help you contend with the God Kings of the Divine Realm, and my goal is to take down one of the 5 God Kings, the Shura God King. That is the basis for our cooperation, Huo Yuhao explained. Do you know what a God King truly represents? The Silver Dragon King asked Huo Yuhao. I've heard that question many times, and my answer has always been the same. I don't care. No matter how strong a God King is, it won't change my goal. Huo Yuhao said, staring intently at the Silver Dragon King. Why? I need a reason to believe your words, the Silver Dragon King asked. Let me explain the reason why. Yuhao, the Ice Dragon King, interjected at this moment. Huo Yuhao then recounted his experiences, and after listening to Huo Yuhao's story, the Silver Dragon King's expression did not change. But she had already begun to believe in him. You have convinced me. I think we can indeed cooperate. Your strength is indeed formidable, possibly even stronger than mine now. And you have the courage to confront the divine realm, the Silver Dragon King said to Huo Yuhao. That's the best choice, Huo Yuhao smiled. So what is your plan? The Silver Dragon King asked. Huo Yuhao smiled, and then directly communicated his plan to the Silver Dragon King. After understanding it, the Silver Dragon King's eyes sparkled with a strange light. Perhaps this plan is indeed feasible, the Silver Dragon King thought to herself. I have learned about your plan. There is indeed a possibility of success. I will recover from my injuries as soon as possible and take action at a critical moment. The Silver Dragon King said to Huo Yuhao. If you need to recover from your injuries, there might be a place that suits you well, Huo Yuhao said. He then revealed the dragon god's tears in his hand, which emitted light, and a space rift appeared before the Silver Dragon King, whose aura surprised her as well. What is this place? The Silver Dragon King asked, while Emperor Tian also looked at Huo Yuhao with curiosity. This is the grave of the Dragon Clan. I suspect it was created by the Dragon God before his fall, collecting the bodies of the Dragon Clan, and finally making this Dragon Tomb, Huo Yuhao explained. Dragon Tomb. The Silver Dragon King fell silent. There is a strong aura of the Dragon Clan inside. Perhaps your injuries can recover faster here, Huo Yuhao said. Thank you for your help. This space can indeed aid in my recovery, the Silver Dragon King said gratefully. The aura of the Dragon Clan can accelerate her expulsion of the Shura goddess power within, allowing her to recover to her peak state more quickly. No need to be polite. I have one more thing to give you, Huo Yuhao said. A silver-white crystal appeared in his hand, and as it appeared, it flew directly toward the Silver Dragon King, who reached out to catch it. This is... The Silver Dragon King looked at the crystal in her hand with great excitement. This is something I obtained in the Dragon Tomb. It should belong to you and may help with your recovery, Huo Yuhao said. This item is very important to me. With it, I can recover faster, the Silver Dragon King said excitedly. That's good to hear, Huo Yuhao smiled. Afterward, Huo Yuhao exchanged a few words with Emperor Tian about promoting the method of condensing soul rings. Just as Huo Yuhao was about to leave, he asked, But we've talked so much about my matters. Can we talk about yours, such as the current situation of your other half? Upon hearing this question, the Silver Dragon King fell into memories and then spoke. In the divine realm, the Dragon God was split in half by the Shura God. One is me, and the other is the Gold Dragon King. Chapter 241, Unraveling the Heart Knot. Under the life lake in the Star-Do Great Forest, the Silver Dragon King's gentle voice revealed what had happened in the divine realm. After hearing it, Huo Yuhao's eyes sparkled with a strange light. In the Silver Dragon King's narration, the Dragon God battled against the 5 God Kings in the divine realm, but due to his own circumstances, he was unable to defeat the 5 God Kings and was subsequently cut in half by the Shura God King. After the split, it divided into 2 entities, the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King. Once the Golden Dragon King emerged, he began to wreak havoc due to being the embodiment of destructive power and being the powerful body of the Dragon God. His injuries were not severe. In this situation, the god surrounded the Golden Dragon King to attack him, while the Silver Dragon King took this opportunity to escape from the divine realm and arrived at Douluo Continent. The Silver Dragon King was not clear about the Golden Dragon King's current situation. Do you think the Golden Dragon King is still alive? Huo Yuhao asked the Silver Dragon King. He must still be alive. I have a unique connection with him, the Silver Dragon King replied confidently. Hearing the Silver Dragon King's certainty, Huo Yuhao didn't say anything more. Since he wasn't dead, he must have been sealed, and perhaps the Golden Dragon King could be utilized. Huo Yuhao contemplated this in his heart. After thinking of a feasible plan, Huo Yuhao spoke. Now that the plan has been discussed, please, Your Excellency Silver Dragon King, go to the Dragon Valley to heal. Then, the Dragon God's tears in Huo Yuhao's hand emitted a glow, and the spatial rift leading to the Dragon Valley was reopened. Excitement appeared in the Silver Dragon King's eyes, but she did not leave immediately. Instead, she turned to Tian and said, Tian, during my healing time, you are still responsible for the matters of the Star-Do Forest, as before. If Huo Yuhao needs your help, you must comply, understand? Understood, my lord. Tian replied respectfully. Good, then I will take my leave, the Silver Dragon King said to Huo Yuhao. The Dragon King may proceed, Huo Yuhao said with a smile. After Huo Yuhao finished speaking, the Silver Dragon King's figure flashed and disappeared into the mysterious space. After the Silver Dragon King entered the Dragon Bone, Huo Yuhao's arm moved slightly, and the spatial rift slowly healed. Now that the matter has been resolved, Tian, I will take my leave, Huo Yuhao said to Tian. Tian, hearing that Huo Yuhao was about to leave, hurriedly said, My lord, please don't leave yet. Oh, do you have something to say? Huo Yuhao looked at Tian in confusion. Yes, I want to understand more about the method of self-consolidating soul rings. Tian said directly. Since that's the case, I will stay for a while. Huo Yuhao thought for a moment and said, Thank you, my lord, Tian replied. You don't need to be so polite. You can just call me by my name or Yuhao. Huo Yuhao said, feeling a bit awkward about Tian's constant use of respectful titles. My lord, this. Tian hesitated. After all, the person in front of him was as strong as his master and was a collaborator of his master. How could he call him directly by name? Don't worry. I will inform the Silver Dragon King about this. She shouldn't mind such small matters. Plus, I am also friends with the Spirit Beast. So you don't need to be so formal, Huo Yuhao said. Then I will call you Yuhao from now on, Tian said, a bit unaccustomed. Huo Yuhao nodded in satisfaction, and then he and Tian directly left the mysterious space, arriving at the Lake of Life. At this time, Bai Ji and Ziji had been waiting outside for a long time. After receiving Bai Ji's treatment, Xiangjun, although not fully recovered, had regained the ability to move on his own. Fearing being beaten by Huo Yuhao again, he had already left the Lake of Life and returned to his clan. After all, he had absorbed the energy of the heavenly dream eye silkworm most fiercely back then, and he often insulted the heavenly dream eye silkworm, which led to Huo Yuhao beating him. Although the king of all demons and the Scarlet King were not as excessive, they also feared that the heavenly dream eye silkworm would settle accounts later and had left directly. So now only be Ziyi and the three-eyed golden lion remained to wait here. Bai Ji and Ziji were worried about Tian, and the three-eyed golden lion naturally also cared about Tian's safety, but she had other reasons for staying here. The three-eyed golden lion lay listlessly on the ground, thinking about when Huo Yuhao and Tian would come out. At this moment, Huo Yuhao and Tian quietly appeared before them. Bai Ji and Ziji breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Tian. The three-eyed golden lion immediately rushed into Huo Yuhao's embrace upon seeing him, and Huo Yuhao caught her directly. Yuhao, you finally came out. The three-eyed golden lion exclaimed excitedly. Tian looked at this scene with a somewhat complex expression. After all, the three-eyed golden lion was someone he had raised since childhood, and she had never been so enthusiastic towards him. However, this was also partly due to Tian's own reasons. Although he cared for the three-eyed golden lion in his heart, he had never shown it, instead always reprimanding her, which led to their relationship not being very good. Yuhao, what did you talk about inside? The three-eyed golden lion asked Huo Yuhao. You should ask Tian about that. If he is willing to tell you, then you will know, Huo Yuhao replied with a smile. All right, let's talk after you come down, Huo Yuhao said. After glancing at Tian, the three-eyed golden lion got down from Huo Yuhao, but did not ask about what happened inside. Instead, she worriedly asked, Tian, are you all right? Seeing the three-eyed golden lion's concern for him, Tian felt a sense of comfort. His daughter, whom he had raised for so long, had not forgotten him. Don't worry, little lion, I'm fine. Tian smiled at the three-eyed golden lion. The three-eyed golden lion felt a strange sensation in her heart when she saw Tian smile, as he had shown his smile so rarely in the past. Now, he actually smiled at her. The three-eyed golden lion's heart leaped with joy, and she said with a happy voice, That's good. Bai Ji and Ziji smiled at this scene, as they had been observing the awkward relationship between Tian and the three-eyed golden lion. Now that they could break this awkward relationship and express their feelings, it was undoubtedly a good thing for them. However, a bit of doubt arose in Bai Ji and Ziji's hearts. When did the three-eyed golden lion and Huo Yuhao become acquainted? And why did they appear to have such a good relationship? Little lion, when did you get to know this one? Bai Ji asked the three-eyed golden lion. After asking this question, Ziji, Bai Ji, and Tian all looked at Huo Yuhao. Chapter 242. The process of acquaintance and departure of the three-eyed golden lion became even more excited upon hearing this question. She had been holding this matter in her heart without saying it, and now that Huo Yuhao was directly here, she could finally say it. Aunt Bai Ji and Aunt Ziji, do you still remember when I told you I sensed the aura of the pureblood dragon clan in the Stardew Forest? The three-eyed golden lion first asked Bai Ji and Ziji. Upon hearing the three-eyed golden lion's question, Bai Ji and Ziji immediately reacted. Are you saying that Yuhao is that pureblood dragon clan? Tian immediately asked. Yes, I sensed Yuhao at that time, but I didn't meet him then. It was only when Yuhao came to the Stardow Forest for the second time that I met him, the three-eyed golden lion said. Ici, Ditian replied. Humph. You all didn't believe me back then. Now you know everything I said is true, right? The three-eyed golden lion said proudly. All right, Bai Ji said with a smile, ruffling the three-eyed golden lion's hair. That's right, when I encountered the auspicious beast, I was just a weak soul master, and I thought I might lose my life in the Stardow Forest. Unexpectedly, the auspicious beast sensed the Ice Dragon King's bloodline within me and became very close to me. Huo Yuhao recalled the events of that time, and a smile appeared on his face. Soul Master. Ditian looked at Huo Yuhao in shock, and Bai Ji and Ziji also showed expressions of astonishment. Ditian, Bai Ji, and the three of them clearly remembered the time when the three-eyed golden lion told them about this matter. It had only been 2 or 3 years since then, yet Huo Yuhao's strength could now be compared to that of the Silver Dragon King, even surpassing the injured Silver Dragon King. What kind of genius is this? Ditian thought, looking at Huo Yuhao in disbelief. After the shock, Ditian's gaze towards Huo Yuhao became more respectful. Perhaps this person in front of them would truly help their dragon clan achieve revival. Subsequently, they began to discuss the method of self-condensing soul rings, and Huo Yuhao explained this method very clearly to them. After trying it, Ditian found that this method indeed allowed the condensation of the world's vitality, just as Huo Yuhao had said. However, he also understood the other drawbacks. Huo Yuhao had just mentioned that only those with strong mental power could condense and control the world's vitality. Yuhao, has the research on the soul tool that assists in condensation of soul rings entered the right track? Ditian asked. It's already on the right track. Recently, I traveled to other continents to look for metals that could enhance the connection between the world's vitality and the human body. I found a very suitable metal on a new continent, and I've brought it back. Some of it has already been put into production, Huo Yuhao replied. Ditian, Bai Ji, and Ziji were all extremely excited, while the three-eyed golden lion looked at Huo Yuhao with admiration. To the three-eyed golden lion, Huo Yuhao was now the most powerful and amazing person. Suddenly, the three of them bowed to Huo Yuhao and said solemnly, Thank you for your contributions to the Spirit Beast clan. There's no need for that. This is just something within my capabilities, Huo Yuhao said. But how did you come up with this method? After all, for you humans, hunting spirit beasts to advance is a matter of course, isn't it? Ziji asked, looking at Huo Yuhao with a complex expression. Huo Yuhao was not surprised by Ziji's question. He smiled and replied, The practice method that requires spirit masters to hunt spirit beasts to advance is very distorted. Given the current rapid growth of humanity, the spirit beasts on the entire Douluo Continent will be exterminated, and the profession of spirit master will disappear from the annals of history. Both spirit beasts and human spirit masters are living beings on the Douluo Continent, and each has the right to exist here. I do not wish to stand by and watch any race become extinct. Moreover, whether spirit masters or spirit beasts are restricted by this distorted practice method. It was because I thought of these things that I came up with this method to resolve this distorted practice. After Huo Yuhao's explanation, Ditian and the others looked at him with complicated expressions. Huo Yuhao's perspective was something they had never considered. Well, Yuhao created this method not simply for a certain race, but from the perspective of the entire Douluo Continent, which was something they lacked. In any case, we must thank you, Ditian said. Ha, do as you wish, Huo Yuhao replied with a smile. Now that everything has been said, I will take my leave. Huo Yuhao continued. Yuhao, don't go yet, the three-eyed golden lion said anxiously. Is there something else you want, auspicious beast? Huo Yuhao asked, looking at the three-eyed golden lion. The three-eyed golden lion glanced at Ditian and Bai Ji beside him, hesitatingly said, I want to go with you. No way. Be immediately interjected. Ditian and Ziji also looked at the three-eyed golden lion with serious expressions. Given the importance of the three-eyed golden lion to the Stardow Forest, they could not allow it to leave. In a habitat with auspicious beasts, all spirit beasts grow at a normal rate, and the chance of a 100,000-year spirit beast breaking through after reaching a bottleneck is doubled. The reason Ditian and the other fierce beasts grew so fast was not only because they absorbed the spirit power of the heavenly dream-eye Silkworm, but also due to the contribution of the auspicious beast. With such characteristics, the three-eyed golden lion absolutely could not place itself outside the Stardow Forest, and they had deep feelings for the three-eyed golden lion, unwilling to let it leave. But want to go outside and see. I don't want to stay in the Stardow Forest all the time. The three-eyed golden lion said with a smile, facing the three who were imposing. Although the three-eyed golden lion's tone lacked confidence, it expressed its most genuine thoughts. Faced with the auspicious beasts longing for the outside world, the three of them were somewhat at a loss for words. They had also gone through that period of desiring the outside world, so they understood the feelings of the three-eyed golden lion. After a moment of silence, Di Tian spoke. In that case, you can go, but you must have Yuhao's consent. Di Tian, you. Bai Ji said anxiously, not expecting Huo Yuhao to agree. As long as you stay by Yuhao's side, I believe Little Lion won't encounter any danger, Di Tian said. Little Lion, we are not treating you well, just because you can increase your cultivation speed. I hope you can understand, Di Tian said gently to the three-eyed golden lion. At this moment, the three-eyed golden lion's eyes were already red. Looking at the gentle Di Tian, it could no longer hold back and directly jumped into Di Tian's arms, saying, "Thank you, Di Tian. But my consent is not enough. It ultimately depends on Yuhao," Di Tian said with a smile. Hearing this, the three-eyed golden lion looked at Huo Yuhao, and Huo Yuhao, facing the gaze of the three-eyed golden lion, smiled and said, "Do I still have the option to refuse?" Chapter 243. Transforming into a human in the core area of the Stardow Forest, the Lake of Life. After hearing Huo Yuhao's affirmative answer, the three-eyed golden lion jumped up excitedly, joy spilling over. Great! The three-eyed golden lion's words were filled with excitement. Thank you, Yuhao. The three-eyed golden lion lunged toward Huo Yuhao again. It's nothing. It's not a big deal, Huo Yuhao said, smiling as he gently patted the three-eyed golden lion's fluffy head. But we need to agree beforehand that once we get to the human world, you must listen to my arrangements and not run around randomly. Understand? Huo Yuhao suddenly said with a serious expression. Okay, I'll be the most obedient, the three-eyed golden lion replied eagerly. Hearing the affirmative response, Huo Yuhao smiled and patted the auspicious beast's head, then asked, but in your current state, it's not suitable to go to the human world. And your cultivation hasn't reached 100,000 years yet. Do you have a way to transform into a human form? I have a way, the three-eyed golden lion said with a smile. Oh, what way? Huo Yuhao asked. You'll know when the time comes, the three-eyed golden lion said mysteriously. NB. Let's go, the three-eyed golden lion said as it walked to Bai Ji's side. Seeing the three-eyed golden lion standing by her feet, Bai Ji had already accepted the fact that it wanted to leave, and she smiled gently and said, Okay, then let's go. Subsequently, Bai Ji led the three-eyed golden lion and ZG away from the Lake of Life, not knowing where they were headed, leaving only Huo Yuhao and Di Tian behind. Where are they going? Huo Yuhao asked Di Tian. Di Tian explained, as a beast of fortune, the Emperor Beast not only helps other soul beasts increase their cultivation speed, but it also has the unique ability of the three-eyed golden lion to transform into a human before reaching 100,000 years of age, without allowing title-level humans to see through its identity. I see. No wonder is a beast favored by the heavens and earth, Huo Yuhao sighed. At this moment, the three-eyed golden lion, Bai Ji, and ZG had arrived at another location. What lay before them was a vast and eerie stone forest, covered with various plants, lush and vibrant, adorned with clusters of flowers, looking quite splendid. In the center stood a large tree, surrounded by a pond. Above the pond, dozens of swans with feathers like emeralds were swimming. These were the emerald swans of Bai Ji's race. And the swans swimming on the water were all the remaining members of the Emerald Swan clan. As the current leader of the Emerald Swan clan, Bai Ji had nearly reached 600,000 years of cultivation, but she could not change the dwindling numbers of her clan. Although the Emerald Swan clan is a healing-type soul beast and should not be hunted by other soul beasts, they are an exception. The Emerald Swan clan embodies the pure vitality of nature. The life force contained in a 100,000-year Emerald Swan can rival that of beings 1,000 times smaller than themselves, making a great tonic for any soul beast. This temptation and drive for life force lead almost all soul beasts that see the emerald swans to hunt them, as devouring an emerald swan significantly aids their cultivation. When Bai Ji's cultivation was lower, she had also been hunted by other soul beasts, but at that time, she was fortunate to encounter Di Tian. She then stayed by Di Tian's side, and cultivating by the Lake of Life allowed her cultivation speed to soar, bringing her to her current level. Although she is a healing-type soul beast and not good at combat, her high cultivation allows her to create a sanctuary to protect her clan. Bai Ji led the three-eyed golden lion and ZG toward the large tree. The emerald swans swimming on the water lowered their proud heads upon seeing their leader Bai Ji return, showing their respect. Bai Ji nodded to her kin, and then the three walked to the front of the tree. Bai Ji gently pressed on the trunk, and a green light flashed. An entrance appeared in the trunk. The three stepped inside, and after they entered, the entrance disappeared. Inside was a relatively large space, capable of accommodating 5 to 6 people. There was no furniture around, but many long and peculiar plants were present. Once the 3 entered, the walls began to emit a faint glow. So it was not dark despite the absence of the entrance. Little lion, have you really thought it through? Bai Ji turned to the 3-eyed golden lion and asked seriously after entering the room. Of course, I've thought it through. I want to reshape myself into a human. The 3-eyed golden lion replied directly. Bai Ji looked at the determined 3-eyed golden lion and suddenly thought of something. She tentatively asked, Little lion, do you like that person? After asking this question, both Bai Ji and Ziji nervously looked at the 3-eyed golden lion, anticipating its answer. That person? Is it Yuhao? The 3-eyed golden lion asked in confusion. Bai Ji nodded, and then the 3-eyed golden lion said, Yes, I like Yuhao. I like being with him. I don't know why. Do you feel nervous or shy when you're with him? Bai Ji breathed a sigh of relief, but continued to ask. No, I'm very happy and comfortable when I'm with Yuhao. The 3-eyed golden lion expressed its feelings. Do you think I like Yuhao? I like him, but it's not the kind of love between a man and a woman. I feel like he is my brother. I felt this way the first time I saw him, and I don't know why, the 3-eyed golden lion said. I see. That's good, Bai Ji said, relaxing. Since you want to go to the human world with him, then go with him. But you must be careful and not reveal your identity as a soul beast. Okay, I will conceal my identity, the 3-eyed golden lion promised. Then go do what you want to do, Bai Ji encouraged. The 3-eyed golden lion nodded, then walked to the wall and gently pressed on it, causing a staircase to appear. The 3-eyed golden lion stepped up the stairs to the upper level. Bai Ji and Ziji watched the back of the 3-eyed golden lion, feeling a sense of loss. After all, the 3-eyed golden lion, whom they had treated like a daughter, was about to leave. Bai Ji, will Little Lion be okay? Ziji asked with some concern. Don't worry. As long as she stays by that person's side, Little Lion will be fine, Bai Ji reassured, though her eyes showed undeniable worry. I hope so, Ziji said. Chapter 244. Strange Changes, Familiar Aura in the Stardow Forest, at the Emerald Swan clan's territory. At this moment, the 3-eyed golden lion had begun her reshaping. Her figure had disappeared, and only a gigantic golden egg remained on the second level. The golden egg was surrounded by golden, red, and silver lights, representing the 3-eyed golden lion's 3 attributes. The light on the golden egg pulsed continuously, absorbing the world's essence and nourishing the transforming 3-eyed golden lion. Time passed, and soon the sky gradually darkened. By the lake of life, Huo Yuhao and Tian were sitting on the ground, with a campfire burning between them. Although both were no longer afraid of the cold or the dark, they still lit a campfire. How long does it usually take for a divine beast to reshape? Huo Yuhao asked. I'm not sure either. I've never seen a divine beast reshape before, Tian replied. Even for someone who had lived for a long time, he could not answer this question. After all, the probability of a divine beast appearing was very low. The current 3-eyed golden lion was the first emperor divine beast Tian had seen in the Stardow Forest or even the entire Douluo Continent. Huo Yuhao fell silent upon hearing this answer. After a while, he spoke up. In that case, I will wait another day. If the divine beast hasn't completed its reshaping by then, I will leave first. You can notify me once the reshaping is complete. Okay? Sure. If you have something to do, you can leave now, Tian said directly. No, it's not urgent. Huo Yuhao smiled and replied. That's good, Tian said. The two then fell silent. After a while, both Huo Yuhao and Tian entered a state of cultivation. Everyone needed to be vigilant in the face of the divine realm. Meanwhile, as they cultivated in the territory of the Emerald Swan clan under the dim moonlight, the middle of the giant tree began to emit a faint golden glow. Inside, dazzling golden light filled the space, so bright that even the thick trunk could not block it. As time passed, the sky gradually brightened, and at that moment, the giant tree of the Emerald Swan clan transformed from its middle to the top into a brilliant gold-red color. As time passed, even the entire sky was illuminated in a golden-red hue. Such a grand phenomenon naturally attracted Huo Yuhao and Emperor Tian. The two figures flashed and directly appeared in the territory of the Emerald Swan clan. Huo Yuhao scanned the giant tree in front of him and quickly understood the situation inside. Judging by the current state, the divine beast should be able to successfully undergo its rebirth in no time. After observing, Huo Yuhao said to Emperor Tian, "It's surprisingly fast. It seems the little Emperor divine beast has many extraordinary aspects we are unaware of." Emperor Tian also expressed his astonishment. After all, it had been less than a day, and the three-eyed golden Li was about to complete its rebirth, which was almost unbelievable for other soul beasts. Even the 700,000-year-old Snow Emperor took nearly 8 months for rebirth. Yet the 10,000-year three-eyed golden Li completed its rebirth in just 1 day, making one marvel at the unique advantages of the three-eyed golden Li. At this moment, the sun gradually rose, and the newborn sunlight revealed itself in the sky. Just then, a beam of light shot straight up from the giant tree where the three-eyed golden Li was located, instantly enveloping almost the entire Star Dove forest in golden red. Huo Yuhao frowned, then waved his hand lightly, and the sky instantly returned to its original state as if the golden red phenomenon had never existed. After Huo Yuhao concealed the phenomenon, the golden red beam of light began to gradually dissipate, and within the giant tree, the golden giant egg also appeared with cracks. Then, it seemed as if the eggshell was broken from the inside, shattering with a loud noise, and a delicate white fist emerged from the eggshell. Roar! A resounding dragon roar echoed from inside the giant tree. Subsequently, the dragon roar grew more intense, gradually resonating throughout the area, and a massive golden dragon flew out from the giant tree. It was a giant dragon with a body entirely golden, and every scale on its body emitted golden light. Its appearance carried immense pressure, and its golden body exuded unparalleled power, making the air feel thick and heavy. This is the golden dragon. It seems that after rebirth, the little Li has taken this golden dragon as its martial soul. Emperor Tian explained to Huo Yuhao at this moment. Golden dragon? Does it have any relation to the Golden Dragon King? Huo Yuhao asked, noting the similarity in names. There is indeed a connection between the two. In fact, the golden dragon as a martial soul does not exist. It was fabricated by humans based on some legends. In the human legends of the golden dragon, it is the ancestor of power, possessing ultimate strength. The prototype of this legend is actually the Golden Dragon King, and the little Li also possesses a trace of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline. During rebirth, it should have utilized the martial soul simulated from that trace of the Golden Dragon King, Emperor Tian explained. So that's how it is. A martial soul transformed from a trace of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline is already extremely powerful on the Douluo Continent. Thus, calling it the ancestor of power isn't wrong. However, this golden dragon martial soul is probably unique to the divine beast, Huo Yuhao said, realizing. At this moment, the golden dragon in the sky flew a circle before returning to the giant tree, and the sky fell into silence as if everything had ended. It seems the rebirth has concluded, Huo Yuhao remarked. It should be over now. Let us go over, Emperor Tian suggested. The two figures flashed again and directly arrived inside the giant tree. Upon seeing their arrival, Bai Ji and Ziji immediately greeted them. Emperor Tian, the little Li has completed its rebirth and should come down in a while, Bai Ji said to Emperor Tian. All right, then we'll wait here for her. Emperor Tian replied. As they stood there waiting, Huo Yuhao's gaze became somewhat strange, as if he had discovered something odd. This feeling is very familiar. What is going on? Why does the aura of the divine beast feel so familiar after rebirth, just like the feeling I got from Dong? Is it an illusion? Or is it really so? Huo Yuhao thought, puzzled. No, it can't be. My perception cannot be wrong. However, Huo Yuhao quickly thought firmly. Then there is only one possibility. Huo Yuhao suddenly widened his eyes. Chapter 245. Identical, the other half of the soul, could it be Donger's? Huo Yuhao thought in shock. After learning that Donger was missing half of her soul, Huo Yuhao had always wanted to help her find that half, but he had never had a clue, almost searching the entire continent without finding it. Now it appeared right in front of him. As the will of the plane said, that other half of the soul would come looking for him. Huo Yuhao thought to himself, while Huo Yuhao was still contemplating. The three-eyed golden Li had just walked downstairs. Huo Yuhao immediately raised his head to look at the door that had appeared, and Emperor Tian and the others also turned to look there. Footsteps could be heard coming from inside the door, and then a pair of delicate, unshod white feet extended from within, followed by the three-eyed golden Li stepping out. With pink-blue large eyes, long curled eyelashes, a slender figure, and long pink-blue hair cascading down her back, her stunning beauty made by Ji and Ziji, both peerless beauties, looked somewhat overshadowed. At this moment, the three-eyed golden Li was only wearing a simple white cloth garment, but this plain outfit made her look even more beautiful. Huo Yuhao stared wide-eyed at the three-eyed golden Li, as he had completely confirmed his guess upon seeing her transformed appearance. The appearance of the three-eyed golden Li was identical to that of Wang Donger when she transformed back in her female form. and even Huo Yuhao's keen eyes found no difference. However, the aura of the three-eyed golden Li was different from Wang Donger, of course, and the essence she exuded was also distinct, along with a completely different martial soul. But despite the different martial souls, Huo Yuhao could still sense the attraction of the martial soul fusion skill from the three-eyed golden Li. Just as I thought, Huo Yuhao thought to himself. Wang Donger's other half of the soul was in the three-eyed golden Li's body. The three-eyed golden Li had never seen Wang Donger, and at that time, she had no memories of Wang Donger in her female attire. Moreover, the attraction of the martial soul fusion skill she possessed could very well be due to that half of the soul. After realizing that the three-eyed golden Li contained Wang Donger's other half of the soul, Huo Yuhao completely understood Tang San's intentions. Huo Yuhao was the child of fate on the Douluo Continent, while the three-eyed golden Li was the emperor divine beast of luck on the Douluo Continent. The two of them carried the human fate and soul beast fate of the Douluo Continent, respectively. Tang San first split his daughter's soul in half. One half transformed into Wang Donger to get close to Huo Yuhao at Shrek Academy, while the other half was placed in the divine beast, then designed to allow Huo Yuhao and the three-eyed golden Li to conduct a fate connection. After obtaining memories, the three-eyed golden Li was attracted by the outside world and underwent rebirth as a divine beast, and because of Wang Donger's other half of the soul, she would take on Wang Donger's appearance. Subsequently, the fate of the three-eyed golden Li would inevitably become intertwined with the fates of Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger. In the end, Tang San would directly obtain the child of fate of the Douluo Continent and the beast of fate. Once the fate was lost, the Douluo Continent would effortlessly fall into Tang San's grasp. If I had never been to the magic realm, perhaps things would have really developed according to this script. After coming to a realization, Huo Yuhao estimated that his experiences in the magic realm undoubtedly provided him with immense help, not only in terms of strength, but also in mindset. If he had not gone to the magic realm, given his previous ignorance and tendency to easily believe others, along with his extremely radical personality, he might have been brainwashed by Shrek Academy and ultimately become a supporter of both Shrek Academy and Tang San. The decision of the will of the plane to send me to the magic realm was indeed a wise choice, Huo Yuhao thought gratefully. While Huo Yuhao was contemplating, the three-eyed golden lion looked nervously at the four people in front of her, unsure if they liked her current appearance. Auntie, what do you think of how I look now? The three-eyed golden lion asked. Of course it's great. Our little lion is truly beautiful, Bai Ji said with a smile as she walked in front of the three-eyed golden lion. Hearing this response, the three-eyed golden lion smiled, then turned to look at Tian and ZG. Auntie ZG and Tian, what do you think? The three-eyed golden lion asked expectantly. Very beautiful, ZG replied with a smile. How beautiful? The three-eyed golden lion continued to ask. More beautiful than you, Auntie Bai Ji, and me, ZG said. Tian also looked at the three-eyed golden lion with a satisfied expression, as if his daughter, whom he had raised for many years, had now grown up. After receiving satisfactory responses from the three of them, the three-eyed golden lion looked towards Huo Yuhao, who was also coming out of his thoughts, looking at her with anticipation. Huo Yuhao smiled and said, very beautiful. It's the most beautiful face I have ever seen. The praise from Huo Yuhao made the three-eyed golden lion even happier. However, after complimenting her, Huo Yuhao continued to ask the three-eyed golden lion, how did you come up with the idea to transform into this appearance? Upon hearing this question, the three-eyed golden lion showed a puzzled expression and replied, actually, I don't know why I transformed into this appearance. It was just that when I was about to successfully transform into a human, this image suddenly appeared in my mind. When I saw this appearance, I felt a very familiar and close feeling, and unconsciously, I transformed into this shape. Is there a problem with this appearance, Yuhao? After answering, the three-eyed golden lion asked. No, I just think it looks very nice, so I wanted to ask you about it, Huo Yuhao said with a smile. Huo Yuhao did not reveal the truth because he did not want the spirit beast to worry. Then Huo Yuhao smiled and said, you should prepare a bit. Once you are ready, I will take you to the human world, okay? Okay, the three-eyed golden lion said excitedly, her eyes full of longing for the human world. After the three-eyed golden lion agreed, Huo Yuhao looked at Tian and transmitted a message, Tian, come out with me. After receiving Huo Yuhao's message, Tian's expression remained unchanged as he greeted Bai Ji and ZG before leaving this place directly. Their figures appeared beside the lake of life. Once there, Tian looked at Huo Yuhao with a serious expression and asked, Yuhao, is there something wrong with the little lion? Huo Yuhao was not surprised by Dion's sensitivity and directly said, "That's right, the spirit beast does have a problem. Is it because of the form that the little lion transformed into?" Dion's expression tightened as he asked. "It is indeed because of this," Huo Yuhao confirmed. "Can you explain in detail? Who is the form that the little lion transformed into?" Dion asked eagerly. "You should remember what I said to the Silver Dragon King yesterday about my enemy," Huo Yuhao said without intending to hide anything. Chapter 246. The method of separating the soul. As soon as Huo Yuhao finished speaking, Dion's expression changed drastically. He naturally remembered what Huo Yuhao had said yesterday. He could recite each word. So when Huo Yuhao mentioned this, he immediately understood who Huo Yuhao was talking about. "Are you saying that the appearance the little lion transformed into is related to that God King?" Dion said in shock. "That's right," Huo Yuhao replied. After receiving Huo Yuhao's answer, Dion's previously shocked expression turned into worry. He was not afraid of the God King. After all, as a member of the Dragon Clan, how could he fear someone from the divine realm? However, the one being targeted was not him, but the three-eyed golden lion, someone he cared about. The appearance that the spirit beast transformed into is that of Tang San's daughter, Huo Yuhao said. "What is his purpose in doing this? What does he want from the spirit beast?" Dion asked in surprise. He had not expected that the form the three-eyed golden lion transformed into was actually that of Tang San's daughter, and upon realizing this, Dion understood that Tang San's scheme against the spirit beast must be significant. After all, that was his daughter. It's quite simple. What Tang San desires from the spirit beast may only be the fortune that resides within her. Of course, there's another reason, Huo Yuhao said directly. "Fortune. Indeed, it is fortune," Dion murmured to himself. "What is the other reason?" Dion immediately asked. "That would be me," Huo Yuhao said, looking at Dion. "You? What do you mean?" Dion asked in confusion. Huo Yuhao did not mention anything about the will of the plane of Douluo Continent during their conversation. So Dion and the Silver Dragon King were unaware of why Tang San was targeting Huo Yuhao. "Actually, I already have a partner, and the form that the spirit beast transformed into is identical to my partner," Huo Yuhao explained. Dion looked at Huo Yuhao in shock. The information contained in this statement was too significant. Firstly, Huo Yuhao was an enemy of Tang San, and the form of the spirit beast was exactly like Huo Yuhao's partner. Yet the transformed form of the spirit beast was also that of Tang San's daughter. Therefore, Dion concluded that Huo Yuhao's partner was Tang San's daughter. After reaching this conclusion, Dion was left speechless and even felt a sense of absurdity within himself. Huo Yuhao saw Dion's expression and understood that he had guessed the situation. He directly said, "Dion, it is exactly as you were thinking. My partner is indeed Tang San's daughter, but she is not entirely Tang San's daughter." "What does this mean?" Dion did not understand what Huo Yuhao meant and asked. "Because my partner is not the complete daughter of Tang San, but only half," Huo Yuhao said. "Half? What does this mean?" Dion asked, even more confused. "Half means that she only has half of Tang San's daughter's soul and no memories associated with Tang San. Perhaps she is related to Tang San by blood, but she does not recognize him on a spiritual level," Huo Yuhao explained. "How is this possible? She is the daughter of the God King, who could split her soul in half," Dion said in disbelief. The God King was the top powerhouse of the divine realm. How could the daughter of such a figure suffer such abuse? Indeed, no one would harm the daughter of the God King. But what if the one who did it was the God King himself? Huo Yuhao said with a cold smile. "Are you saying that Tang San personally split his daughter's soul?" Dion asked. "Isn't it already obvious?" Huo Yuhao retorted. "Why would he do such a thing?" Dion asked in confusion. "Because in his eyes, his daughter is just a tool to be used, and his goal is to control me and the spirit beast, or rather, the entire Douluo Continent." Huo Yuhao looked up at the sky and said, "You still have the spirit beast and the entire Douluo Continent?" Dion found it difficult to connect the three. "I have another identity that I haven't mentioned, which is that I am the son of fate of Douluo Continent," Huo Yuhao said directly. "I see, he wants to control the entire Douluo Continent by controlling you and the spirit beast." Dion immediately understood the connection after learning about Huo Yuhao's identity. So, the reason the spirit beast has taken on the appearance of Tang San's daughter is that the other half of Tang San's daughter's soul is in the spirit beast, right? Dion speculated. "You're very clever. That's exactly the case. At some point, Tang San put his daughter's soul into the spirit beast's body, intending to seize the fate of the soul beast," Huo Yuhao confirmed. "So what should we do now? How can we extract the soul fragment from the spirit beast's body?" Tion hurriedly asked after understanding. Since the problem within the spirit beast had been discovered, Tion could not just sit back and watch as the three-eyed golden lion was schemed against by Tang San. Moreover, according to Tion, there are only two ways to seize the spirit beast's fate. One is to make the spirit beast sacrifice itself to someone else, and the other is to kill the spirit beast directly and then extract the fate from her body. Undoubtedly, both methods would result in the death of the spirit beast, and Tion would absolutely not allow such a situation to occur. I am still unclear about the situation within the spirit beast, so I cannot immediately find solution. I need to observe carefully to extract the soul fragment, Huo Yuhao explained. Then let's go take a look, Tion said eagerly. Okay, but let's not tell the spirit beast about this first to avoid unnecessary trouble, Huo Yuhao said. You understand? Tion nodded. However, after agreeing, Tion suddenly thought of something and asked with concern, will our actions alert Tang San? Don't worry, as far as I know, Tang San is currently occupied with other matters in the divine realm and cannot interfere with the Douluo Continent during this time, Huo Yuhao explained. That's good. Tion breathed a sigh of relief, as it would be troublesome if Tang San noticed and intervened. Do you have a way to know about the divine realm's matters? Tion asked after putting his worries aside. If they couldn't even know about the divine realm, how could they talk about resisting Tang San? I have my own channels. Huo Yuhao smiled. However, when we start our actions, we should do so within the space created by the Silver Dragon King, where we can minimize interference from the divine realm, Huo Yuhao said. All right, let's take the little lion into the space created by our master, Tion agreed. Then the two went directly to where the three-eyed golden lion was. At this moment, the three-eyed golden lion was talking with Bai Ji and Ziji. Upon seeing Huo Yuhao arrive, the three-eyed golden lion immediately said, Yuhao, I'm ready. Ready? Then let's go, Huo Yuhao said with a smile. Okay, let's go. After the three-eyed golden lion finished speaking, her eyes slowly closed. Huo Yuhao quickly moved beside her to support her, and the restrained golden light in his eyes gradually dissipated. Bai Ji and Ziji saw this scene and stood up, watching Huo Yuhao warily, saying, what are you going to do to the little lion? Tion, you explain it to them, Huo Yuhao said to Tion. Tion nodded and then said to Bai Ji and Ziji, there's a problem with the little lion's body. We need to help her check her spiritual sea. This is not the place to talk. Let's go directly to the master space. Seeing Tion's serious expression, Bai Ji and Ziji understood that the situation was not simple, and they quickly nodded. Chapter 247, Meeting the Divine Consciousness Again. In the stark Do Great Forest, the mysterious space of the Life Lake. At this moment, the three-eyed golden lion lay with her eyes tightly closed on the bed specially prepared by Tion, while Huo Yuhao placed his hand on the three-eyed golden lion's forehead. Tion, Bai Ji, and Ziji watched this scene with great concern, and at this moment, Bai Ji couldn't help but send a voice message to Tion, asking, Tion, what exactly happened to the little lion? The situation with the little lion is very complicated. She has been schemed against by the God King that Yuhao mentioned, Tion replied. God King? Bai Ji's expression changed in shock. Is there a way to help her break free from that person's control? After recovering from her shock, Bai Ji immediately asked. Everything depends on the results of Yuhao's examination, Tion said. Bai Ji opened her mouth but didn't speak further, and could only look at Huo Yuhao with hopeful eyes, wishing he could solve the problems with the three-eyed golden lion. At this moment, Huo Yuhao was fully focused on the three-eyed golden lion lying on the bed, his consciousness unprecedentedly concentrated as it silently entered the spiritual sea of the three-eyed golden lion. After all, Huo Yuhao couldn't be sure whether Tang San had done anything else when he placed the other half of Wang Dong'er's soul into the three-eyed golden lion's body. A faint golden light entered the spiritual sea of the three-eyed golden lion, and Huo Yuhao followed into her spiritual space. The spiritual sea of the three-eyed golden lion was very vast, having reached a state of being formless yet substantial. Huo Yuhao looked at the expansive spiritual sea before him and did not detect anything unusual. However, he did not pay attention to the superficial calm. He lowered his head to look beneath the spiritual sea, where the golden light flowed in Huo Yuhao's eyes, allowing him to see the condition at the bottom of the spiritual sea. Below that golden ocean, there was a very abrupt area, which was completely different from the golden ocean and presented a powdery blue color. In the depths of that powdery blue area, there seemed to be hints of blue gold and barely noticeable blood red. As expected, Tang San wouldn't leave such an important part of his plan here unguarded. Huo Yuhao thought with a cold smile. when Tang San placed the other half of Wang Dong's soul into the three-eyed golden lion's body. He also put a strand of his divine consciousness inside the three-eyed golden lion. Now, given this situation, it would be quite troublesome, Huo Yuhao thought with a frown, because Tang San's divine consciousness resides within the other half of Wang Dong's soul. If Huo Yuhao wants to separate this half of the soul, it will inevitably disturb Tang San inside. Although Huo Yuhao was not afraid of Tang San's divine consciousness, they were currently in the spiritual sea of the three-eyed golden lion. If a battle occurred here with Tang San, the spiritual sea of the three-eyed golden lion would undoubtedly be damaged, and she could very likely die as a result. A foolproof plan must be devised, Huo Yuhao thought. After understanding the situation of the three-eyed golden lion's spiritual sea, Huo Yuhao quietly left the spiritual sea of the three-eyed golden lion, as if nothing had happened. At the same time, as Huo Yuhao exited the three-eyed golden lion's spiritual sea, he also opened his eyes in the outside world, and the golden light began to slowly dissipate. The moment Huo Yuhao opened his eyes, Dtian, Baiji, and Ziji immediately asked anxiously, "How is it? What is the situation with the little lion?" Huo Yuhao moved his hand away from the three-eyed golden lion's head and shook his head in response to their eager inquiries, saying, "The situation with the spirit beast is not optimistic. Is it that the soul cannot be separated?" Dtian asked with a frown. "Yes, I can't extract the soul from the beast now, because Tang San's consciousness is also inside the beast." Huo Yuhao looked at the three of them and said, "What? The divine consciousness of that God King is inside the little Qilin?" Ziji and Baiji both exclaimed in shock. "That's right. Now, if I want to take out that half of the soul fragment, I will inevitably confront Tang San. If a battle occurs in the spiritual sea of the beast, the consequences would be unimaginable," Huo Yuhao explained. "Is there a way to lure that consciousness out?" Dtian asked with a grim expression. Right now, the only method Dtian could think of is this one. Huo Yuhao nodded slightly upon hearing this idea. This method is indeed the only feasible one. But how to lure Tang San out is a challenge. Huo Yuhao fell into thought, and soon a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. This is indeed a way, but I need to make some preparations. Otherwise, I might be seen through by Tang San. But Yuhao said to Dtian, "All right, we'll wait for you." Dtian said while looking at Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao then sat down directly on the ground and entered the spiritual sea. After entering the spiritual sea, Huo Yuhao went straight to the second sea of consciousness where the Ice Dragon King and Ilex were located. Sensing Huo Yuhao's arrival, the Ice Dragon King and Ilex woke up from their slumber. "Yuhao, what big thing has happened?" Ilex asked. Huo Yuhao came to the spiritual sea to explain that something very important had occurred. The last time he and the Ice Dragon King acted together was to control Tang San's consciousness. Tang San's consciousness has appeared again, and this matter is not as simple as last time, Huo Yuhao said seriously. "Oh, please explain in detail," Ilex asked curiously upon seeing Huo Yuhao's seriousness. The Ice Dragon King was also eager to act, encountering the current Shura God King's consciousness again, and since it's Huo Yuhao's enemy, she naturally wanted to take action. Huo Yuhao directly explained the ins and outs of the situation. After listening, Ilex's expression became serious. What Huo Yuhao described was indeed somewhat tricky. They were naturally not afraid of Tang San's consciousness, but safely bringing out Wang Dong's soul without harming the three-eyed golden Qilin soul would be very difficult. "Yuhao, do you have any ideas?" Ilex asked after pondering for a moment. "I want to first lure Tang San's consciousness out, and then the three of us will strike with thunderous force to trap him," Huo Yuhao said. "How do you plan to lure Tang San out?" Ilex asked. "The only thing that can lure Tang San out is himself," Huo Yuhao smiled and said. Ilex also smiled because Huo Yuhao's idea was the same as his. "Then let's do it this way," Ilex said with a smile. "Good, but I need you two to wait there for a bit, and master, you can prepare the magic circle in advance," Huo Yuhao said. Ilex and the Ice Dragon King both nodded, and after discussing, Huo Yuhao left the spiritual sea. Back in the outside world, Huo Yuhao opened his eyes, and Dtian beside him asked, "Yuhao, are you ready?" "I'm already prepared," Huo Yuhao nodded and said. Chapter 248. Lure Thunderous Force. After finishing his conversation with Dtian, Huo Yuhao produced a golden orb in his hand. The golden orb suddenly trembled violently in Huo Yuhao's hand, as if something was trying to break out from inside the orb. Huo Yuhao looked at the orb and sneered. Then he gripped the orb tightly. Deep blue energy surged into the orb, and instantly the orb became calm as water. Huo Yuhao didn't pay attention to these minor details. After all, since Tang San was trapped in the orb, there hadn't been a day of peace. However, no matter how hard Tang San tried, it was impossible for him to escape from this orb. Tang San's consciousness was just a rootless floating weed, and now trapped in the orb and tormented by the flames of the undead every day. Over time, the strength of this consciousness would inevitably weaken until it disappeared. However, the arrival of that moment would take a long time, which coincided perfectly with Huo Yuhao's intentions. He didn't want Tang San to recklessly descend to the lower realm to eliminate him. Yuhao, what is this thing? Di Tian looked at the orb in Huo Yuhao's hand with a serious expression. Just now, when the orb trembled violently, Di Tian felt a deadly threat from it. This is something that can help us lure Tang San out, Huo Yuhao said with a smile. After Di Tian proposed the idea of luring Tang San out, Huo Yuhao quickly thought of this orb. This orb was made by Tang San, and it contained another fragment of Tang San's consciousness. Once this orb appeared, the consciousness inside the three-eyed golden Qilin would definitely be attracted. What is the origin of this thing? Di Tian asked. This thing was transmitted down from the divine realm by Tang San, and it also contains a trace of Tang San's consciousness, Huo Yuhao explained. It contains Tang San's consciousness, Di Tian said in disbelief, while he instinctively took a defensive posture. Yes, but that trace of consciousness has already been sealed by me, and it no longer has the ability to cause trouble, Huo Yuhao said. That's good. Di Tian breathed a sigh of relief. With this thing, we should be able to lure Tang San's consciousness out, right? Di Tian said happily. There is indeed a great chance, but we still need to be cautious. Huo Yuhao said. That's true. Is there any place where we need to help? Di Tian asked Huo Yuhao. No need, because the battle won't occur here, Huo Yuhao said. Will you win? Di Tian asked hopefully. I will win, Huo Yuhao said with a smile. After finishing his words, Huo Yuhao walked to the side of the three-eyed golden Qilin. Then he looked at the golden orb in his hand, and golden light surged. In an instant, two beams of gray and ice blue light flew directly into the orb. After that, Huo Yuhao sat down directly on the ground, and his consciousness once again entered the spiritual sea of the three-eyed golden Qilin. He gradually became ethereal in the spiritual sea of the three-eyed golden Qilin, merging with the entire spiritual sea. Merging with the spiritual sea, golden light continuously surged in his eyes, and that golden consciousness silently enveloped the pink-blue soul fragment, subtly influencing Tang San's consciousness inside. At this moment, Huo Yuhao's spiritual body also split off a trace that flew directly out of the spiritual sea and into the orb in Huo Yuhao's hand. After entering the orb's space, Huo Yuhao immediately sought out Ilex and the Ice Dragon King, who were now beside Tang San's consciousness, where a magic circle was being drawn. Master, is the magic circle ready? Huo Yuhao asked. It's ready. We're just waiting for you to make your move, Ilex said. That's good. Then let's act now. Huo Yuhao then turned to look at Tang San in the other magic circle. Tang San, who had been tormented by the flames of the undead, sensed Huo Yuhao's gaze and opened his eyes, looking at Huo Yuhao with resentment, as if he wanted to tear Huo Yuhao into 1,000 pieces. Faced with such a gaze, Huo Yuhao was not afraid. Instead, he smiled, and that smile was full of mockery. Tang San, it's been a while since I last saw you. I wonder how you've been lately. Are you satisfied with my hospitality? Huo Yuhao asked with a smile. One day, you will be killed by the main body, and Douluo Continent will also fall into the hands of the main body. The power of the God King is beyond your imagination. Tang San, who was originally calm, could no longer control his emotions after seeing Huo Yuhao and roared at him. I am waiting for that day. Huo Yuhao fearlessly stared at the somewhat frenzied Tang San and said, but I need a little help from you right now. Huo Yuhao looked at Tang San with a cold smile. After saying this, Huo Yuhao's entire body erupted with terrifying golden light, which ignored the magic circle and rushed directly into it, instantly causing Tang San's body within the magic circle to become rigid. What do you want to do? Tang San shouted angrily. I want to help you find someone to accompany you, but I need a bit of your assistance. Huo Yuhao replied. Then, Huo Yuhao transformed his spiritual consciousness into a knife and fiercely struck Tang San's body, instantly severing Tang San's spiritual arm. The moment the arm fell off, it immediately transformed into a wisp of blue-gold spiritual consciousness. Huo Yuhao's spiritual consciousness wrapped around it and pulled the severed spiritual consciousness out of the magic circle, dissipating the light around him and holding that wisp of spiritual consciousness in his hand. Then he looked at Tang San, who was severely injured from the loss of his arm, and smiled. Thank you, Tang San. Following that, His spiritual consciousness flew out of the pearl and appeared in the outside world, ignoring the distressed Tang San inside the pearl. A wisp of Huo Yuhao's spiritual consciousness appeared in the outside world, looking no different from a real person. Tian and Bai Ji, along with the others, looked at Huo Yuhao, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, and the Huo Yuhao standing in front of them with some surprise. This is my spiritual consciousness. You don't need to be afraid. And for what happens next, don't be surprised. Just watch quietly, understand? Huo Yuhao instructed the 3 dazed individuals. Okay, we understand. Tian replied. Then he took Bai Ji and Ziji and retreated hundreds of meters away to avoid disturbing Huo Yuhao's actions. After Tian and the others left, Huo Yuhao began to act. He directly pressed that wisp of spiritual consciousness in his hand against his own spiritual consciousness. And in an instant, Huo Yuhao's aura changed dramatically. An aura filled with vitality and gentle power emanated from his spiritual consciousness. And then Huo Yuhao's appearance began to change rapidly. In an instant, Huo Yuhao's black long hair turned blue, and his clothing and facial features kept changing. Chapter 249. Tang San, his long, waterfall-like water blue hair cascaded down to the ground, wearing a luxurious blue robe, and his deep azure eyes seemed to absorb a person's soul, occasionally flashing with a hint of purple that gave a fleeting sense of brilliance, a feeling of instant life and death. He appeared to be in his 20s, and his handsome features caught people's attention. At this moment, Huo Yuhao had completely transformed into Tang San's appearance, exuding the aura of the sea god, leaving no trace of flaw. This appearance should be Tang San's. Tian thought to himself as he watched Huo Yuhao, who had completely become another person. Upon seeing Huo Yuhao's changed appearance and aura, he realized that the person before him was indeed Tang San. Although he didn't know how Huo Yuhao accomplished this, the realistic change made it highly likely that he could draw out Tang San's spiritual consciousness from within the three-eyed golden lion. It must succeed. Tian silently prayed in his heart. At this moment, Huo Yuhao also began his actions. He directly reached out and seized the pearl from the main body and flew to the side of the three-eyed golden lion. The blue gold divine power surged from his body, entering her spiritual sea through her third eye. After the divine power carrying Tang San's sea god aura entered the spiritual sea, the pink-blue light deep within the three-eyed golden lion's spiritual sea began to ripple. Suddenly, a wisp of blood-red light flickered deep within that pink-blue light, and in the next moment, a blood-colored figure appeared. The figure was enveloped in dark red demonic patterns, with dark red light surrounding his body. He wore armor covered in dark red demonic patterns and possessed a pair of blood-red eyes, yet his face was exactly the same as Huo Yuhao's current appearance. Is this the main body's aura? Why is he here? The plan is not complete yet. The Shura god thought with some confusion as he sensed the blue-gold divine power aura. While the Shura Tang San was puzzled, the blue-gold divine power came directly before him, and he reached out to catch it, instantly receiving a piece of information in his mind. The plan has changed. Return quickly. A brief sentence echoed in Shura Tang San's mind. After hearing this voice, Shura Tang San did not immediately take action. He still couldn't fully confirm that the person before him was the main body. After all, the main body had ordered him to wait until the plan succeeded before leaving. Then, the blood-colored figure of Shura Tang San flashed and left the half-soul of Wang Donger, instantly appearing in the air above the spiritual sea. However, he did not exit, but looked at the scene outside through the spiritual sea. Meanwhile, Huo Yuhao, who was hidden in the spiritual sea, exerted his spiritual consciousness to influence Shura Tang San. Under Huo Yuhao's influence, the external scene seen by Shura Tang San completely changed. Soft, white clouds floated in the air, and the illusory space had an extraordinarily captivating sense of substance. Vaguely, not far away, there seemed to be a magnificent palace, appearing both illusory and real under the gentle glow. At this moment, Huo Yuhao, transformed into Tang San, stood amidst the clouds and mist. When Shura Tang San peered at Huo Yuhao seemed to sense it too. His gaze looked at the three-eyed golden lion, but his sight passed through her and landed directly on Shura Tang San. Come out, there is no one else. Huo Yuhao spoke. Shura Tang San looked at Huo Yuhao, who had transformed into Tang San, and confirmed that both his aura and features were indistinguishable. He could now ascertain that the person before him was indeed the main body. However, he still asked, what about Wutong's soul? And what exactly happened to suddenly interrupt the plan? Destruction has sensed some clues. We must first interrupt the plan. As for Wutong's soul, leave it here for now. Once I resolve the matter of destruction, We will proceed to the next step. Huo Yuhao replied without changing his expression. Again, with destruction. Tang San gritted his teeth and said. Immediately after, Tang San's figure flashed and left the three-eyed golden lion's spiritual sea, appearing in the outside world, and then flew towards Huo Yuhao amidst the clouds and mist. Huo Yuhao remained unchanged as he looked at the approaching Tang San. When Tang San was about to reach him, something strange happened. A sudden explosion of golden light enveloped Tang San, and his expression changed drastically as he realized he had fallen into a trap. In an instant, a terrifying blood-red aura erupted, and a cold, killing intent became tangible. The golden light began to thin under Shura's killing intent, as if it would shatter at any moment. Just as the golden light was about to vanish, a beam of golden light shot out from the third eye of the three-eyed golden lion and instantly entered Huo Yuhao's body. After the main body and the avatar fused, the precarious golden light instantly became dazzling, once again enveloping Tang San. Who are you? Tang San glared at Huo Yuhao and asked. However, Huo Yuhao ignored him. The sixth and seventh soul rings activated simultaneously, and Huo Yuhao's spiritual consciousness intensity surged dramatically. Countless golden lights transformed into chains that bound Tang San. Then, with a flash of light, the figure of Tang San directly disappeared into the air, and Huo Yuhao's figure also vanished into the mysterious space. At this moment, everything had returned to calm, leaving only a golden orb floating in the air and Huo Yuhao's main body sitting on the ground. The mysterious space was now a mess, and the bloody aura rampaged through the space. As the bloody aura threatened to destroy the space, a silvery light appeared in the mysterious space, devouring those bloody auras. Emperor Tian stared in shock at the calm scene before him. When that bloody figure appeared earlier, the terrifying killing intent made even this battle-hardened man tremble. Yet, such a terrifying person was effortlessly controlled by Huo Yuhao and had now even completely disappeared. His strength was too terrifying. Emperor Tian muttered in amazement. However, his expression quickly changed from shock to excitement, because the disappearance of that bloody figure signified that Tang San's divine consciousness within the sea of spirit of the three-eyed golden lion had departed. Emperor Tian, is Little Lion all right now? Bai Ji asked at this time. We'll have to wait for Yuhao to wake up to know, Emperor Tian replied, looking at Huo Yuhao, who was still sitting on the ground, and the golden orb floating in the air. Inside the orb, Huo Yuhao had already begun to act. As soon as Tang San, enveloped in golden light, entered the orb space, Huo Yuhao immediately shouted, Teacher, Your Majesty, the Dragon King. Chapter 250, Shura Bloodsword. Sealed again after Huo Yuhao's loud shout, two terrifying auras appeared in the orb space almost instantaneously. The ice blue and gray lights instantly combined with the original golden light to bind Tang San. Upon entering the orb space, Tang San immediately sensed the familiar aura. He looked at the broken-armed God Tang San within the gray formation and instantly understood. The reason he had been deceived was clearly because the person before him had concealed his own aura using other divine consciousness. Upon realizing this, the humiliation of being trapped and cut apart flooded Tang San's mind. You dare treat the Shura God King of the God Realm this way? Tang San roared angrily. Huo Yuhao and the others ignored Tang San's roar and continued to bind Tang San. Seeing this, Tang San was not going to sit idly by. A shocking red light suddenly erupted, rising from behind Tang San, filling the orb space with a red glow that resembled a sea of blood. Following that, a long sword appeared in Tang San's hand, blood red and covered with dark golden magic patterns, the sword over 2 meters long. This was God Tang San's super artifact, known as the Shura Sword. After summoning the Shura Sword, Tang San let out a long howl towards the sky, the sound sharp and domineering. He then leaped up, and the Shura Sword flew from his control into the air. In the air, the Shura Sword began to grow larger, reaching nearly 10 meters in height in an instant. But it was still firmly restrained by Huo Yuhao and the others' power. Tang San transformed into a beam of bloodlight, merging into the sky, and then became a giant sword descending from above, aiming directly at Huo Yuhao and the others. This sword had an imposing momentum, as if it could split everything in half. Huo Yuhao's expression changed dramatically, but not because of the sword itself, but due to Tang San's condition. After using this sword, his divine consciousness became ethereal, as if it would dissipate with the slightest breeze. Huo Yuhao did not want that trace of divine consciousness to disperse, as that would definitely alert Tang San. He had not expected that this version of Tang San, using Shura divine power, would be so formidable, directly unleashing such a desperate move and significantly increasing its power. In Huo Yuhao's perception, Shura Tang San's strength was at most close to the level of a first-level god, and it would continuously decline in prolonged combat. However, after using this sword, his power had directly approached the peak of a first-level god. What Yuhao didn't know was that this move used by Shura Tang San was called the Shura Blood Sword, which ignited his own Shura bloodline at the cost of consuming his sword's power for a full-force strike. After using it, the user could achieve a unity of body and sword, and a unity of spirit and soul. This sword infused the user's entire power, and the last time it appeared was during the final clash between the Shura god and the Dragon god in the God Realm War. Although Shura Tang San was only a trace of divine consciousness, it still contained a hint of Shura's origin, making the Shura blood sword immensely powerful when that hint was infused into it. Huo Yuhao looked solemnly at the giant blood sword about to strike him, but he remained calm. He first sent a message to Ilek, and after Ilek nodded, Huo Yuhao began to act. "Your Majesty, the Ice Dragon," Huo Yuhao shouted. The Ice Dragon King instantly understood and transformed into a giant ice dragon, charging towards Huo Yuhao and merging into his body upon contact. After the Ice Dragon King merged into his body, Huo Yuhao's momentum surged, reaching the peak of a second-level god instantly. Then, 7 terrifying soul rings of gold, red, and more appeared behind Huo Yuhao. The 7 soul rings shone simultaneously before merging together, causing Huo Yuhao's figure to vanish. In the sky, a massive vertical pupil appeared. The outer ring of the pupil radiated a brilliant golden color, while the inner circle shimmered with ice blue and emerald green, with a hint of 7-colored light swirling within. The next inner circle was grayish-white, and at the center was a deep blue. The golden-level body, Martial Soul's second awakening, was used again. But this time, it was different from Huo Yuhao's previous use. When Huo Yuhao first used the second awakening of his body Martial Soul, he could not yet unify all his strength, so he relied on the power of the Knowledge Spirit Eye. However, after years of cultivation, Huo Yuhao had now integrated all his power, allowing him to fuse all his energy into a single strike during the second awakening of his body Martial Soul. The energy of this strike had surpassed the realm of a first-level god, reaching a new level. A beam of light, mixed with multiple powers, shot out from the center of the massive vertical pupil. In front of that light beam, everything appeared weak. Even a Shura blood sword that had reached the peak of a first-level god. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The previously unmatched Shura blood sword began to crack inch by inch, turning to ash from the tip of the sword and then into ordinary energy, ultimately dissipating in the orb space. After the giant sword vanished, the light beam continued to shoot towards Shura Tang San with unwavering might. However, just as the beam was about to strike Shura Tang San, a gray light flashed and directly took Shura Tang San away. Huo Yuhao, whose figure had just disappeared, reappeared, looking somewhat weak after unleashing his full-strength attack, but his complexion quickly became rosy. Huo Yuhao's eyes shone with light, and the powerful light beam dissipated within the orb space. Huo Yuhao flashed and appeared next to Ilex, asking, "Teacher, how is it?" "Don't worry, it's already safe." However, he has completely lost consciousness and was on the verge of dissipating, Ilex replied. Ilex extended his palm, and there was a faint crimson aura on it. "As long as it hasn't dissipated, that's good," Huo Yuhao said, looking at the remaining consciousness. Golden light infused into the crimson aura, making it much more solid. And then the golden light enveloped the crimson aura. With a gentle push, Huo Yuhao sent the crimson aura flying into the already constructed magic circle. "This should be fine," Huo Yuhao said. Synopsis: Huo Yuhao, who has crossed over to the Harry Potter world to become a master of magic, unexpectedly finds himself back in the Douluo Continent. Under the conspiracy of Tang San, the consciousness of the Douluo Continent is in imminent danger. Watch how Huo Yuhao, who has learned magic, unravels the plot of the God King Tang and saves the Douluo Continent.